My name is Shen Fei. I hail from the illustrious Shen family, proprietors of a real estate empire, possessing a fortune amounting to billions. Succumbing to the allure of a leisurely existence, solely inheriting the family business, seems the most prudent choice in life. The foremost lesson life has imparted is, one must never embark on the arduous journey of entrepreneurship. However, on an otherwise unremarkable day, I unexpectedly became entwined with an avant-garde technological system, which graciously bestowed upon me a design blueprint for a 14-nanometer chip as a token of our introduction. Moreover, it presented me with a formidable task, promising a complete production line for 14-nanometer chips as a reward. Faced with this challenge, who could possibly resist? Thus, I ventured into the treacherous depths of entrepreneurship, subsequently acquiring everything from battery production lines to storage chips. With the comprehensive layout of the entire industry chain, I recognized the necessity of collaboration, for solitary pursuits would hinder unity. Simultaneously, I harbored a bold idea. The domestic skirmishes held little merit, for the stakes were far too trivial. My ambitions soared beyond borders. Yet, the ever-present trade barriers loomed large. Thus, I devised a clever strategy to leverage the international supply chain, substituting it with the Huaxin supply chain, all the while dismantling the technological hegemony of the United States. Chapter 1. The inception of a semiconductor fabrication plant. The Super Technology Exchange platform has detected a host. Would you like to bind? Shen Fei, reclining on his plush sofa while scrolling through his phone, was momentarily taken aback by the sudden voice resonating in his mind. As a seasoned VIP in the online literature realm, coupled with a hint of youthful exuberance, he was quite receptive to the concept of a system. Yes, Shen Fei responded resolutely in his mind. Ding! Binding successful. He instinctively glanced at his phone screen. May 9th, 2013, location, Kyoto. No time travel. The timeline remained unchanged. System. He murmured with a blend of curiosity and excitement. Isn't this the standard equipment for time travelers? Why has it fallen upon me? Observing his surroundings, he found himself in the spacious living room, with the bustling cityscape visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows, all serving as reminders that he was indeed a quintessential second-generation rich kid. With both parents alive and thriving in their careers, his pocket money was inexhaustible. His life script was meant to consist of indulgence and complacency, seamlessly taking over the family business to live a life of comfort. Entrepreneurship? How exhausting. Shen Fei felt an inner aversion to the notion. Host, you are overthinking, the system quipped, observing Shen Fei's inner musings. This system is the Super Technology Exchange platform, specializing in high-tech industries with substantial assets and elevated barriers to entry. Initial capital often exceeds hundreds of millions, leaving ordinary families merely staring in astonishment. Of course, this system is a premier one, poised to provide ample assistance to ensure the host's entrepreneurial success. By the way, I noticed others received starter packs upon their initial system binding. What about mine? Did you swallow it? Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound the system and received a starter pack. Would you like to open it? Shen Fei quickly regained his composure, realizing that this starter pack could be summoned at will. Regardless, he decided to open it and see what treasures it contained. Open. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 18W Type-C charging technology and a team of 200 technicians. Parallel Universe. August 2016, octa-core processor. A design blueprint for the Parallel Universe's Ju Factory P10. All technologies have been automatically registered for patents. Please rest assured, physical rewards have been stored in the system's space. Truly, the service of a premier system is impeccable. Activate main mission, won by the end of 2013, own a mobile phone company. Mission reward, 3,000 milliamp hours high-density battery production technology and a chip manufacturing factory, 14-nanometer process, including 500 RD personnel and supporting equipment. Failure to complete the mission will result in the host being deducted all remaining balance. Observing the system's rewards, Shen Fei mused. Based on the rewards, it seems I am to establish a technology company. The goal is to manufacture smartphones, akin to the one in my hand. Indeed, this technology is outdated. Let me show you the advancements from the parallel world. As he spoke, the system unveiled a series of images before Shen Fei, leaving him utterly astonished. So, this is how smartphones can be crafted. It appears that the current domestic and international smartphones, when compared to what I have just seen, are rather mediocre. Indeed, the pace of technological advancement in this world is woefully slow. It requires someone to deliver a jolt of innovation. The system's inaugural task was to establish a mobile phone company. However, he had no expertise in mobile phone manufacturing. Nevertheless, with the power of capital at his disposal, this was not a concern. He merely needed to recruit a few elites and oversee the broader direction. What? You doubt my capabilities? Do you think the system is merely a passive observer? If I lack the knowledge, I can learn. I now possess wealth, and to waste time while being affluent would be folly. There is no rush. I currently do not even own a company. In this era, numerous bankrupt counterfeit manufacturers await acquisition. The considerable impact of the 1999 rice incident has led to the downfall of many counterfeit manufacturers. Negotiating acquisitions poses a significant challenge. Although Shen Fei is wealthy, he is not a fool. Soon, he conceived an idea. He could leverage his financial resources to engage a professional acquisition team. They would accomplish this task on his behalf, allowing him to invest a small sum and reap the final results effortlessly. System, my judgment is impeccable. Setting aside his phone, he prepared for action, brimming with enthusiasm from the system's revelations. After conducting some research online, he discovered a plethora of recent bankrupt mobile phone manufacturers. He resolved to acquire one as the foundation for his new company. After all, Shen Fei was not a specialist in the mobile phone industry. His knowledge was but a fraction of what was required. It is insufficient. We can still seek headhunters to recruit another batch. The system has already rewarded us with a finished product and several critical technologies. Even if we merely bide our time, we can live quite comfortably. It is rather unfair to ask Shen Fei to procure companies in such sweltering heat. As a second-generation wealthy individual, why should one toil when one can simply resolve matters through financial means? Venturing alone raises the question of whether others will even agree to meet with you. Engaging a professional team to assist in the acquisition is a highly lucrative transaction. A mere $500,000 is an excellent bargain. A month later, after expending $50 million, the acquisition of a company named Pinnacle Mobile was finally completed. This mobile phone enterprise, with 6 years of operational history, has now fallen into Shen Fei's hands. The company is currently capable of producing 100,000 units per month, although its production line is somewhat outdated. Other manufacturers. Is this even a plausible statement? It has only been a few years, and it is already in disrepair. With 50 sales outlets across the province and an additional 20 in the neighboring province, this $50 million expenditure is certainly justified. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring your own mobile phone company. You have been awarded 3,000 milliamp hours battery technology and a chip manufacturing plant, one 14-nanometers production line with 500 technicians. The company is established, the core technological reserves for mobile phones are in place, and the production technology is also ready. It is now time to prepare for the company's inaugural mobile phone. However, the acquisition is merely a starting point. A plethora of troublesome matters awaits him. Following the acquisition, Shen Fei naturally renamed the company Huaxin Technology and streamlined part of the original personnel. He filled the company with the research personnel rewarded by the system and simultaneously established a research institute. Additionally, he expended significant resources to recruit a large number of network engineers to adapt the mobile phone's operating system. The current Android system is excessively sluggish, and the hardware is subpar, leading to the widespread perception that Android pales in comparison to iOS. In the early stages, it is imperative to adapt and modify Android. Directly developing a proprietary operating system is excessively ambitious. The system did not reward a core framework, and relying solely on the system engineers he recruited himself to develop independently is exceedingly challenging. Moreover, while self-developing a system is not inherently difficult, the challenge lies in software adaptation. Currently, Huaxin Mobile can only temporarily utilize the Android system. Indeed, the mobile phone brand of Huaxin Technology was ultimately named Huaxin, with the two names being quite similar. However, it is impossible to make extensive modifications to this version of Android, and even adding new features is somewhat challenging. Only simple optimizations can be performed. After resolving these issues, the team that previously assisted Shen Fei in acquiring Pinnacle Mobile sprang into action once again, as Shen Fei placed another order with them to acquire a battery manufacturing company. The high-density battery rewarded by the system is still far ahead in the current market. Capable of achieving 3,000 milliamp hours while remaining lightweight, it is unparalleled globally and must be produced in-house. A name that is both appealing and formidable must be devised to showcase Huaxin's formidable research capabilities. After 3 months of diligent effort by all employees of Huaxin Technology, the first Huaxin X1 mobile phone was delivered into the hands of its owner, Shen Fei. Indeed, the inaugural mobile phone of the Huaxin brand, the first in the X series, is set to target the high-end flagship market. Upon seeing the mobile phone, Shen Fei was once again captivated by the Huaxin X1. Its design surpasses that of other manufacturers. In the system's technological compendium, it is referred to as P10, though this is of little consequence. For now, it is known as the Huaxin X1, featuring a 5.1-inch display. The battery is a 3,000 milliamp hours powerhouse produced by the newly acquired Ningde company. Naturally, Charging employs the system-rewarded 18W Type-C fast charging technology. In comparison to the current 5V1A, 5W charging power, it is significantly advanced. The mobile phone's core processor utilizes the self-manufactured Huaxin X1. Thanks to the system's reward of a complete set of equipment, achieving mass production in a short time frame is feasible. This processor employs an octa-core design, featuring a configuration of 1-3-4. One large core at 2.2 GHz, 3 mid-cores at 1.9 GHz, and 4 energy-efficient cores at 1.7 GHz, without any so-called super-large core design. Although the 14 nanometers technology is advanced, it does not push the clock speed excessively high. This is already sufficiently powerful. The Redmi 2S, released in April, is equipped with the Snapdragon 600, which is merely a quad-core processor with a clock speed of only 1.7 GHz, comparable to the small cores of the Huaxin 800. Comparing it to the Snapdragon 600 feels somewhat like picking on child. Even when compared to the Snapdragon 800 released in April, it still feels like bullying a child. The Snapdragon 800 employs a 28 nanometers process and supports 4G, but its price is somewhat steep, which is why Redmi did not adopt it. Even if they did, it would not matter. The Huaxin 800 far surpasses them. The CPU and GPU of this processor utilize an entirely new architecture provided by the system. The processor rewarded by the system includes a new CPU and GPU. The Huaxin 800 processor, featuring CPU H1 and GPU X1, is designed to outpace the public architecture utilized by Snapdragon even at equivalent frequencies. While a powerful mobile phone is one aspect, it is essential to note that Huaxin Technology's predecessor was a mere knockoff manufacturer, possessing only a modest influence in Genshire, and its impact on a national scale is negligible. Therefore, to ensure this product becomes a sensation, effective marketing strategies must be meticulously crafted. Chapter 2. Determined to become the richest by selling smartphones. As for the means to achieve this ambition, it is essential to humbly learn from industry peers. However, the popularity of rice is undoubtedly linked to its price. For consumers, a smartphone priced between 4,000 to 5,000 yuan may evoke hesitation. Yet, a smartphone priced at 1,999 yuan in today's market would be exceedingly alluring. Nevertheless, it is inconceivable for the Huaxin X1 to be sold at such a price. Although the 1999 yuan offering from rice has garnered significant attention, it has also firmly cemented this price point in the minds of consumers, which may hinder the enhancement of brand value in the future. While Shen Fei aspires for people to relish the joys of technology, offering technology at a bargain price would not only be detrimental to his company's growth, but also to the survival of other manufacturers. In the future, high-end technologies may be progressively made accessible, but it is prudent to reserve such strategies for later generations. As a nascent smartphone brand, Huaxin, despite having a portion of its offline sales channels inherited from its predecessor, Pinnacle Technology, relies far too heavily on a mere handful of physical stores for sales, is simply inadequate. Currently, it is imperative to explore new sales avenues. Should one seek large distributors for agency sales or leverage connections with older generations to tap into mobile sales? However, these two methods, while capable of expanding the market in the short term, are inherently constrained. Naturally, one must utilize all available channels for success. Yet as a new brand, the assistance from others in sales would be limited. It is essential to forge new sales channels while simultaneously striving to amplify one's influence. In addition to traditional sales methods, the rise of the internet presents online sales as a promising strategy by crafting compelling advertisements that capture the attention of target users. It is believed that the smartphone's exquisite design and formidable performance will entice a considerable number of buyers. Once the company's financial chain is robust, a pivot to offline sales will undoubtedly be necessary, as physical resources remain indispensable. A superior smartphone must boast an appealing appearance and exceptional performance. Yet, the most crucial aspect remains after-sales service. At present, Huaxin is confined to positioning itself within the online market. In the short term, venturing into offline markets is simply unfeasible. Given the current financial situation, establishing a few offline stores would only be a drop in the bucket. Of course, the online market is not devoid of complexities. It is not merely a matter of selling in the digital marketplace. While online sales may seem straightforward, they encompass numerous subtleties. For instance, Rice's value-for-money marketing strategy. Prior to a product launch, the audience is often forewarned that prices will not be affordable, only to be pleasantly surprised by a competitive price point. This approach easily captures the attention of price-sensitive consumers. However, this path bears significant drawbacks and, in the long run, may resemble a constraint. Thus, The pricing of Huaxin X1 indeed poses a dilemma. If priced too high, consumers may wonder why they should not simply visit a physical store to experience the product before making a purchase. Conversely, if priced too low, it risks undermining competitors and may impede further research and development. What does system research have to do with you? Isn't it all funded by me? Even the personnel are sourced from my recruitment efforts. This is the inaugural smartphone of the company. It is bound to leave a lasting impression on consumers. However, the current online market is not thriving. It remains in its nascent stage. Some low-value items may encourage online purchases. Yet high-value goods, such as smartphones and computers, still prompt consumers to prefer the tactile experience of offline stores before deciding on a purchase. At this juncture, Shen Fei grapples with a significant quandary. What price range should the Huaxin X1 occupy? Should it adopt Rice's high-cost performance route, or emulate OV's extensive advertising blitz to leave a memorable impression on consumers? Both paths have been traversed by others, yet the outcomes vary. Rice has seemingly been tethered to the $19.99 price point. It appears that this price has become synonymous with the brand. One immediately associates Rice with $19.99. At this point, they have secured a certain market share, and it is uncertain whether Shen Fei can outperform Lei Jun's marketing prowess. Furthermore, Huaxin X1 is equipped with the self-developed Tianqin 800 chip and boasts numerous technological innovations absent in competitors' offerings. If sold at this price, rival companies might face imminent closure. At that moment, Shen Fei must be concerned with whether he can indeed produce sufficient capacity. Another pivotal factor influencing pricing is the current high cost. The initially planned production volume is relatively low, resulting in limited components and consequently exorbitant supplier prices. Currently, the cost of each Huaxin X1 hovers around 2,000 yuan. Once this generation of Huaxin X1 is launched, the foremost issue to address will be the supply chain, as it is imperative to ensure that suppliers return the excess costs. Once the supply chain is resolved, penetrating the 1,000 yuan market remains a priority. The majority of sales in the smartphone industry still stem from budget-friendly options, and Shen Fei will not relinquish such a vast market. After much contemplation, Shen Fei has essentially solidified the early positioning of the Huaxin brand, steering towards a flagship route defined by cutting-edge technology. The majority of internet users are young, and high performance combined with high pricing tends to resonate more with this demographic. The strengths of Huaxin smartphones lie in their powerful performance, exceptionally large and thin glacier battery, rapid charging capabilities, and the impending arrival of 4G technology. While some features may be superfluous, certain essentials cannot be overlooked. One must possess what others lack and excel where others have succeeded to effectively penetrate the market. With the strategy laid out, it is time for a pre-launch campaign. Huaxin technology cannot afford to forego advertising. A lack of promotion could spell disaster. It is not merely about advertising, but about saturating the internet with their promotions. While lacking in other areas, financial resources are not an issue. If necessary, one could always seek financial backing from familial connections. With a decisive command from Shen Fei, the entire marketing department promptly embarked on their promotional mission. Huaxin smartphones are poised to welcome 4G. A promotional poster featuring a stark black background with 4G illuminated at its center ascended to the top of Weibo's trending list. What is this Huaxin technology that has inexplicably topped the charts? Is it a smartphone brand? The following day, yet another promotional poster proclaiming "Leading the Way" appeared atop Weibo's trending list. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that beneath this proclamation lay the words "Ultimate Glacier Battery," with claims of exceptional endurance and rapid recovery. By the third day, another poster highlighting superior performance graced Weibo's trending topics. Of course, achieving these trending statuses could not have been possible without the current recognition of Huaxin technology. Indeed, it would be implausible for them to even breach the trending lists without intervention. The presence of these promotions can be attributed to Shen Fei's financial strategy. The consecutive 3 days of trending on Weibo caught the attention of netizens, drawing interest to this new brand called Huaxin. It also attracted a considerable number of tech enthusiasts and sparked discussions among certain online forums, leading to the emergence of a dedicated Huaxin section. On the evening of November 11th, the Huaxin X1 launch event is set to unfold. Mark your calendars for November 11th for the official launch, with products becoming available for sale on November 12th. The announcement of Huaxin Technology's new product launch has not only captured the attention of tech enthusiasts, but has also piqued the interest of various manufacturers. The stir created by Shen Fei is indeed significant. They are not naive and are certainly aware of the developments. However, upon realizing that this company as predecessor was merely a counterfeit enterprise with a license, they have somewhat lowered their guard. Observing the online buzz, Shen Fei sighed. This was far from meeting his expectations. He allocated additional marketing funds to bolster their online media presence. The goal is to attract a broader user base. Domestic high-performance, cutting-edge technology flagship chips, with the pride of Huaxin. Supersized battery, super fast charging, leading the way. Exceptional performance promises an unparalleled gaming experience. As Huaxin continuously enhances its promotional efforts online, it is simultaneously entering into brand partnership agreements with various e-commerce platforms. In the office, Guman spoke to Shen Fei, who was engrossed in reviewing reports. Mr. Shen, thanks to our vigorous promotion, the number of live stream reservations has reached an impressive 500,000. After delivering this news, Guman let out a sigh. Do you think we can truly sell out the 200,000 units we have prepared? With 3G still the prevailing technology, streaming live broadcast has proven somewhat challenging. Nonetheless, Shen Fei felt quite content with the current reservation figures. Of course, due to the nature of the internet, most of these reservations were merely tentative. By the time of the official launch event, the actual attendance might dwindle to less than 100,000. Following her report on the reservations, Guman proceeded to outline the schedule for the launch event. Shen Fei listened attentively, as he would be the keynote speaker, introducing the Huaxin smartphone to the world. The event was set to commence at 6 p.m. Mr. Shen, you need to arrive backstage by 4 p.m. to prepare for makeup. Guman instructed. There would be a rehearsal around 4:50 p.m. to ensure all equipment was functioning properly, thus avoiding any unforeseen mishaps. Audience and media members would be allowed entry by 5:30 p.m. To ensure everything went smoothly, Guman reconfirmed the itinerary with Shen Fei. Most preparations for the launch event had already been completed the previous day. Today was merely to finalize details and mitigate any potential issues. The venue for this launch event was a large conference hall located within the Huaxin Hotel, owned by the Shen Group. Many companies frequently held meetings there. As the scion of the Shen family, it was only natural for Shen Fei to borrow the space. On November 11th, Huaxin commenced its online live stream, inviting over 300 fortunate fans to attend the offline launch event. As a small manufacturer, it was unlikely that such a large number of fans would be willing to attend, but Shen Fei had generously covered their travel and accommodation expenses. Additionally, to prevent any awkward silences during the event, some company staff were strategically seated throughout the venue to enhance the atmosphere. Shen Fei was filled with anticipation for the upcoming launch event, as this was his inaugural product. Would it soar to success or falter? He chastised himself for indulging in such thoughts, setting aside the phone's attractive exterior, which might not draw in any admirers. The wealth of cutting-edge technology it housed was bound to attract a segment of tech enthusiasts. The only potential obstacle to success might lie in its pricing. Yet wealth was never in short supply in this world. Moreover, his inventory was modest, with only 200,000 units prepared. This launch marked a pivotal step toward establishing his digital technology empire. Chapter 3. The Huaxin Launch Event. At 5:30 p.m., only half an hour remained until the launch of the Huaxin X1. The audience, escorted by security, had already entered the venue, eagerly awaiting the event's commencement. After glancing at the time, Shen Fei hurried backstage for final preparations. This was his first launch event, and he was determined to be thoroughly prepared. Inside the hall, the conference room was filled with spectators, all speculating about the specifications of the Huaxin smartphone, especially following the pre-event hype. Was it merely a gimmick? Or did it possess genuine capabilities? Questions buzzed around, particularly regarding the 4G capability and the chip provider. If they were claiming to embrace 4G, it should indeed support it. However, no 4G licenses had been issued yet, making such support seem premature. The new Fire Dragon processor had yet to be released, and the current 6 and 8 series did not support 4G. Surely, Huaxin could not have developed its own processor. On the contrary, Fire Dragon did offer support, but domestic manufacturers had not procured the requisite basebands. As for self-developed chips, that seemed unlikely. Huaxi had been in development for years, yet still struggled. So how could a newcomer like Huaxin manage to self-develop? 15 minutes before the launch, Huaxin began its live stream on platforms like Weibo. Thanks to financial backing, the platform offered significant technical support. The live stream had attracted over 80,000 viewers, surpassing Shen Fei's initial expectations. Under the spotlight, Shen Fei stepped onto the stage with a microphone in hand, just as rehearsed. Hello, everyone. I am Shen Fei, chairman and the first employee of Huaxin. Previously, he had made appearances at various social events alongside his father. Yet this was his debut as chairman of Huaxin Technology, officially presenting himself to the public. The audience buzzed with curiosity about the Huaxin smartphone. How impressive is this host? Though perhaps not as handsome as I, one viewer quipped. Stop boasting upstairs. If you're so confident, show us a photo, or we'll treat you like a pretty flower. Others chimed in, noting his youth and capabilities, speculating on his substantial background. I'm from Kyoto, and I've never heard of Huaxin technology. But surely, everyone knows about the Shengshi Plaza, a property under the Shen Group? He is the sole heir of the Shen Group's chairman, a top-tier rich second generation. The power of the internet enabled viewers to quickly uncover all public information about Shen Fei, especially given his frequent appearances. However, standing on stage, Shen Fei remained oblivious to the online discussions. After a brief introduction, he shifted focus to the Huaxin smartphone. Today, we at Huaxin Technology are thrilled to present the Huaxin X1. Internally codenamed The Future is here. But before I delve deeper into that, let me tease you with a glimpse of our phone's design, which is truly remarkable. As soon as Shen Fei concluded his statement, the large screen behind him began displaying a promotional video for the Huaxin X1. Compared to designs from other manufacturers, it was undoubtedly ahead of the curve. Although the phone's aesthetic was appealing, one must also consider its specifications. What if it turned out to be another case of attractive exterior paired with subpar internals? Akin to products from certain rival brands? The video showcased the various color options for the Huaxin X1, including obsidian black, ceramic white, infinite orange, rose gold, and forest green. The phone boasted a 5.1-inch screen and a slim profile of just 6.98 millimeters, weighing a mere 145 grams. Truly a compact marvel. With a glass back and a metallic frame, the overall tactile experience was exceptional. Positioned in the mid to high-end smartphone market, the Huaxin X1 was Huaxin's inaugural model, aiming to surpass the top flagship designs. Why settle for the low-end market with our first device? Shen Fei mused. The phone's design and core specifications were crafted to elevate the quality and overall experience to unprecedented heights. He was eager to uncover the processor platform employed in this device. Was it the Firedragon 600 or the Firedragon 800? Surely, it wouldn't resort to using the outdated MT processor, which had become synonymous with subpar devices. At that moment, Shen Fei addressed the audience once more. The video has effectively introduced the phone's exterior design. Now, let us not dilly-dally and proceed to the crux of the matter, which I believe is what everyone is most eager to learn about. The aesthetics are merely foundational. It is the core specifications that will truly captivate you. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted into applause, pleasantly surprised by the straightforwardness of their young leader. As the applause subsided, Shen Fei began to speak. I believe everyone is quite curious about the platform that powers our mobile phone's processor. With that in mind, allow me to first introduce the exceptional screen that our device employs. This unexpected shift in focus rekindled the audience's interest. How intriguing! The screen, apart from the processor, is indeed one of the most crucial components. At this moment, Shen Fei meticulously presented the remarkable display to the audience below. The screen on the Huaxin X1 is a custom design, crafted at considerable expense. It is not the standard 720p resolution LCD. Rather, it features the latest breakthrough of a 1080p resolution LCD. This screen supports a 60 Hz refresh rate and a 180 Hz touch sampling rate. With a brightness of 450 nits and a pixel density of 412 ppi, it can be regarded as one of the premier screens available today. What does this 60 Hz refresh rate imply? It equates to displaying 60 images per second. Our system has undergone specialized optimization to ensure an exceptionally smooth user experience. Some keen-eyed friends may have noticed the 180 Hz touch sampling rate, which enhances the screen's responsiveness and better recognizes user inputs, thus elevating your gaming experience. Naturally, to achieve all of this, a powerful core is indispensable. So, does everyone wish to know more? Yes. The audience eagerly chimed in, ensuring the atmosphere remained vibrant. This was precisely Shen Fei's intent. It seems everyone is quite curious. But I regret to inform you that what I am about to discuss is not the core just yet. Shen Fei, fully in his element, masterfully transitioned the audience into his rhythm after sharing a light-hearted joke. The Huaxin X1 boasts numerous selling points, with his custom 1080p screen standing out as a significant highlight. However, none have had the chance to experience it yet. After discussing the phone screen, our Huaxin X1 leads the industry in terms of battery life and charging capabilities as well. We have made substantial breakthroughs in battery technology, with our battery designed to function at temperatures as low as -15 degrees Celsius. Even in the frigid winters, the phone will not suffer rapid battery drain due to low temperatures. For an enhanced user experience, we have incorporated a 3000 mAh glacier battery. This capacity may seem unremarkable, but what if I told you that this battery weighs less than a competitor's 2,200 milliamp hours battery? A lighter weight with greater capacity. This is the confidence that technology brings. As Shen Fei's voice trailed off, a profound silence enveloped the audience. A robust battery that easily lasts a day, and our phone's charging power has also seen notable advancements. A larger battery does not necessarily mean it takes longer to recharge. Audience? Our phone utilizes an 18W fast charging system, allowing for quicker rejuvenation. The recharging speed of our 3,000 milliamp hours battery surpasses that of a competitor's 2,000 milliamp hours battery. This is the essence of fast charging technology, offering you an unparalleled user experience. At this moment, the audience finally grasped the significance of Shen Fei's earlier statement. The charging power of this new player in the mobile industry, Huaxin, aims to carve out a new competitive niche right from its inception. Currently, only the Huaxin X1 employs fast charging, heralding it as a pioneer in the fast charging era. As a pioneer, it is bound to be remembered, and that suffices. Presently, most ordinary phones use 5W chargers. Our 18W fast charging is 36 times that. Even with our 3,000 milliamp hours battery, it still recharges faster than theirs. This is the super fast charging technology from our Huaxin lab. Shen Fei earnestly explained to the audience what fast charging entails. Of course, as a new player in the mobile sector, we have more breakthroughs than just this. As everyone knows, 4G is on the horizon, and I have some reliable news to share. It is anticipated that by the end of this year, 4G networks will be available, making the release of a 3G phone rather impractical. Therefore, our Huaxin X1 is equipped with a self-developed 4G baseband. Moreover, it employs a more advanced process integrated within the phone's SoC, allowing for greater energy efficiency. Although this is merely our first-generation 4G baseband, its performance remains commendable. Huaxin is impressive. Let us buy. Huaxin is remarkable. The network baseband has indeed made strides. When the time comes, simply swapping to a 4G card will allow immediate access to 4G networks. However, for Huaxin, this is merely a small feat, Shen Fei continued. As a new player in the mobile sector, apart from these minor breakthroughs, you might think I am boasting, but baseband technology is no trivial advancement. It requires substantial investment. However, in comparison to the following revelation, this is indeed a minor breakthrough. We at Huaxin are bringing forth an entirely new processor platform. After detailing these minor advancements, Shen Fei finally addressed the most pressing concern of the audience. That is the core SoC. In the mobile processor market, there are only three major players: the unrivaled king, Gaodong, the counterfeit king, Fa, and the only domestic manufacturer with a self-developed processor, Ju Factory. Is nobody mentioning Ziguang? However, the other two cannot compete with Gaodong, which dominates over 90% of the market from budget to flagship. Currently, FAG chips are only used in counterfeit devices. The performance of Ju Factory's processors is still lacking. But with a strong background and ample R&D funding, it is expected to rise. Shen Fei announced that the Huaxin X1 has introduced a new processor platform, immediately capturing everyone's attention. At last, we have reached the crux of the matter. I have been eagerly anticipating the details of this processor. Whose it is? How does it perform? With this new platform, we have not heard any announcements from Gaodong about a new release. So are we not merely boasting? I wonder which company developed this processor. Surely it cannot be a domestic manufacturer. That seems unlikely, considering Ju Factory's processors are still far behind. Surely no one would be foolish enough to invest in this area, right? The live chat was abuzz with speculation on this topic. The number of viewers in the live stream surged dramatically. In the fourth chapter of the Huaxin launch event, the processor platform employed by the Huaxin X1 phone hails from Huaguo, the Tianqin Semiconductor's self-developed domestic chip, the Tianqin 800 processor platform. The room fell into a hushed silence. Immediately following, a torrent of discussions erupted. Is this incredibly powerful chip truly produced by Huaguo? On stage, Shen Fei confidently proclaimed, "We proudly announce that Huaxin becomes the second tech company in Huaguo capable of independently developing a processor platform." Amidst the anticipation and discussions from numerous netizens, Shen Fei triumphantly unveiled the newly developed Tianqin processor platform utilized in the Huaxin X1. As for who assisted in its production, that is of little consequence. However, this revelation sent shockwaves through America. In their perception, Huaguo is merely a technological wasteland, just a global factory. Yet now, they aim to delve into cutting-edge technology? This is hardly welcome news. A domestically developed SoC? They initially expected Huaxin's phone to utilize Gaodong's Fire Dragon series, either the 8 or 6 series. never imagining it would feature a self-developed processor. Anyone with a modicum of understanding of the semiconductor industry knows that Huaxin's semiconductor technology lags considerably behind that of developed nations. In terms of design, domestic processors are at least 5 years behind, and in production, they lag by at least 20 years. Catching up in even 20 years seems uncertain. The leading domestic manufacturer, known as Huaxin, has the capability to design chips, yet remains unable to engage in independent production, having to rely on the scheduling of TSMC or Samsung. The technology lags significantly, and the output is meager, rendering the latest processes beyond their reach. The chips produced are decidedly outdated, with performance so inferior that even their own mobile phones shy away from utilizing them. Many may find themselves unfamiliar with Tianxin Semiconductor, a wholly owned subsidiary of Huaxin Technology. Due to a lack of prior achievements and our status as a private entity, we have refrained from excessively occupying social resources for promotion. This marks the inaugural processor from Tianxin Semiconductor since its establishment 3 years ago, with specific performance details to be elucidated by Professor Liang. Although Tianxin Semiconductor may not be widely recognized, we remain steadfast in our commitment to prioritizing technology, which has led us to maintain a low profile. We believe this unveiling will not disappoint. Upon concluding his remarks, Shen Fei handed the microphone to Professor Liang, who had just ascended the stage. With an air of scholarly elegance, he exuded professionalism, lending credibility to the authenticity of this chip. Firstly, our Tianxin 800 employs globally leading process technology, which significantly enhances our performance. In terms of design, we have implemented our self-developed Fuxi architecture. Some netizens express skepticism regarding our claims of utilizing a so-called superior process, questioning whether a process stronger than the current global standard of 20 nanometers exists, especially considering that 14 nanometers technology has largely stagnated in laboratories. It is understandable that skepticism arises, as the domestic semiconductor industry has indeed faced considerable challenges. To address this skepticism, we have deliberately prepared a comparison with the recently released 8 series platform from competitor. To better highlight the performance advantages of the Tianxin series, Professor Liang employed a comprehensive comparative analysis rather than focusing solely on specific strengths. The benchmark was none other than the Snapdragon 800, which, in this era, is merely a processor intended for counterfeit devices, with no potential for mainstream application. In terms of CPU performance, the Tianxin 800 surpasses its competitor by 55. Utilizing our self-developed X1 performance core, the Tianxin 800 consumes 25 less energy than the Snapdragon 800. At equivalent frequencies, the thermal output of the Tianxin 800 is considerably lower than that of the Snapdragon. In the GPU domain, with the integration of 10 H1 GPUs, the Tianxin 800's GPU performance outstrips the competitor's 8 series platform by 76, while maintaining a power consumption level that is only 56 of that of the Snapdragon 800. Achieving a remarkable balance of high performance and low power consumption. Is the Tianxin 800 truly that formidable? It stands as the pinnacle of domestic innovation. This is not merely a matter of being the best in China. The Snapdragon 800 has been decisively surpassed, fading into obscurity, seemingly outclassed even by lesser competitors. One should remember, however, that the claims made during the launch event are often met with skepticism. Nevertheless, evaluations will inevitably follow, and rushing to be the first to purchase is ill-advised. Those who do so may find themselves regretting it. Following the comparative analysis, netizens gained a rudimentary understanding of this processor. Yet, the majority remained unconvinced that it represented anything beyond a national achievement, believing it to be a global contender as well. Many awaited further empirical assessments and the manufacturer's assurances. After Professor Liang concluded his presentation and departed the stage, Shen Fei resumed control of the large display, which now showcased computational imaging. Some may harbor questions regarding computational imaging, what it entails, and its significance. Even if the hardware is identical, the photographs captured by our smartphones can vary greatly. To bridge this gap, we have developed specialized beauty algorithms. By harmonizing hardware and software, we ensure that the photographs everyone takes are consistently appealing, allowing users to relish the joy of photography. Shen Fei presented sample images taken with the Huaxin X1 alongside unprocessed photographs, lacking algorithmic enhancement. Observers could clearly discern the stark contrast. One image, captured using our imaging algorithm, stood on the left, while the right featured a photo taken with identical specifications but devoid of any algorithmic support. The difference was striking, eliciting gasps from the audience. Was the disparity truly that pronounced? It was evident at first glance. Hearing my extensive introduction of our algorithms may lead some to assume our hardware is subpar, prompting laughter from the audience. Yet, they would be mistaken. Our Huaxin X1 is uncompromising. It will debut with a dual rear camera setup, featuring a primary 24-megapixel lens and an 8-megapixel ultra-wide-angle lens. Coupled with our self-developed photography algorithm, it promises an enhanced photographic experience. Naturally, for those fond of selfies, rest assured that our front-facing camera also boasts the same 24-megapixel lens as the rear camera, ensuring that selfies are equally stunning. The usability of a smartphone primarily hinges on its hardware. When the hardware is equivalent, the sales of the device hinge on the operating system. The allure of certain brands lies not solely in their foreign origin, but also in the often disappointing performance of contemporary Android systems and hardware configurations. The current state of Android smartphones is frequently criticized, leading many to modify their devices immediately after purchase. While one may not own a Xiaomi device, it is likely to have flashed its system. At this juncture, the Xiaomi system remains remarkably effective, outpacing a plethora of native Android systems. After discussing imaging, Shen Fei seamlessly transitioned to the system aspect. Superior hardware establishes a baseline for the device, allowing users to experience the benefits of technological advancement. However, software optimization and manufacturer calibration can elevate this hardware to unprecedented heights. Much like our imaging algorithms simplify the photographic experience, the usability of a smartphone hinges on its operating system. Given the current inadequacies of many Android systems, we have developed the Tianqin system based on Android 4.0, with the hope that it will deliver a more satisfying experience. We have had our fill of Xiaomi S system, and the alternatives require no further mention. As skepticism about the new system remains prevalent, netizens in a live stream eagerly expressed their cautious optimism regarding the new system. Our innovative Tianqin animation engine enhances the fluidity of daily operations, providing a smoother experience when entering and exiting applications. The upgraded animation engine aims to improve responsiveness. Although it may not yet rival iOS, it surpasses even the most robust customized Android systems, such as MIUI. Shen Fei's explanations, coupled with the demonstrations on screen, facilitated a greater understanding among netizens about the significance of the animation engine. The screen showcased more detailed transitional animations. Some may have noticed a resemblance to a certain competitor's animations, leading to speculation about similarities. However, it certainly does not reach the level of praise lavished upon other brands. From the current advancements in hardware and software, Huaxin indeed appears to be on solid ground. The deeply customized system, alongside superior hardware and various cutting-edge technologies, has left an indelible impression. It has even led some to feel that other Android devices pale in comparison to the Huaxin X1. Do you believe that our technological breakthroughs at Huaxin end here? Chapter 5 marks the release of our mobile phone system, which is committed to providing users with a superior experience. We strive to offer a more pure, secure, and efficient experience, which has necessitated various efforts on our part. Some of our actions may ruffle the feathers of competitors, but we remain resolute in prioritizing user experience. Initially, we have eradicated the advertisements from the pre-installed applications on our devices, thereby providing users with a more streamlined system experience. We assure you that our Huaxin X1 system is devoid of any embedded advertisements, which promises to enhance the user experience significantly. I believe this aspect will be highly appreciated by everyone. Of course, this removal of ads pertains solely to the system's pre-installed applications. At this juncture, Huaxin technology has just been established, and no manufacturers have approached us regarding the inclusion of additional apps. We might as well leverage this as a selling point to attract users, with no one seeking collaboration. It is improbable that Huaxin technology would clutter the device with numerous applications. A little-known fact in the tech industry is that the development cost for a pre-installed app can reach approximately 610 yuan, depending on the volume, and it can even be lower. Sometimes, when manufacturers claim that hardware does not yield profits, there may be some truth to it, but it is wise to take such statements with a grain of salt. Having a plethora of software on a new device can be quite bothersome. If they are useful, that is one thing, but if they are not, it can be nothing short of an ordeal. Huaxin aspires to rival the likes of Apple. Nowadays, the abundance of advertisements is tedious, and disabling them can often be cumbersome, with some being impossible to turn off. Am I here to utilize applications or to view advertisements? The efficacy of the phone remains uncertain, but based on this singular feature, it undoubtedly surpasses many other devices. The third major version update introduces privacy protection. With the rapid advancement of technology, smartphones are destined to become an indispensable part of our daily lives. We utilize them for communication, entertainment, work, and study. while they also record our personal information, lifestyle habits, and social connections. One might even assert that your phone knows you better than you know yourself. Your indiscriminate authorizations may harbor certain risks. With the introduction of this third update, users in the live broadcast were taken aback by this feature. Privacy protection is indeed a revelation for the current Android landscape. The open nature of Android allows numerous malicious applications to be installed freely, resulting in a level of security that pales in comparison to Apple's iOS system. However, even with privacy protection, it cannot match the security of iOS, as this is fundamentally dictated by the architecture of the Android system. It is better to have some measure of protection than none at all. If you willfully disregard the risks, then such measures are rendered ineffective. In order to safeguard privacy, we have implemented various strategies, such as alerting users to risks when downloading applications outside of official app stores and notifying them when applications request permissions. Naturally, if users find these measures bothersome, they can disable them in the settings. We have entrusted the choice to the users. Additionally, we provide a whitelist as a final line of defense. When certain malicious applications attempt to access user information, they will be redirected to an empty whitelist, thereby thwarting these nefarious entities. Multiple layers of defense ensure a greater sense of security for users' data. These impressive features undoubtedly position us as a leading custom UI in the Android realm, leaving competitors in the dust. I hope the pricing remains reasonable. Otherwise what? Will we not win your favor? I can already envision the laughter echoing throughout this live stream. The newly introduced functionalities have significantly ameliorated many of the current drawbacks of Android. Nevertheless, the issues plaguing Android are not limited to these. Time constraints mean we can only achieve so much for now. These new features have become substantial selling points for our device. After all, what we do once everything is complete. However, the addition of such features spells bad news for application developers, as some unscrupulous manufacturers may resort to underhanded tactics. During this press conference, Huaxin Technology has thoroughly introduced the hardware specifications and system functionalities of its inaugural smartphone. The multitude of technological breakthroughs ensures that the price of this device will not be low. The interest of the audience, both on-site and in the live stream, has been piqued by Shen Fei, and many have developed a keen interest in this smartphone. The purpose of this press conference has been achieved, and we believe that the launch will be quite successful. As we enter the final phase of this event, the announcement of the price, which is of utmost concern to the majority of users, is imminent. There are no poor products, only poor pricing. After all, Shen Fei has little else to present. As the breakthroughs and highlights have all been discussed, most users are now simply awaiting the final price. Interested viewers have begun speculating on the price in the comments. $19.99, $25.99, $39.99. Given the advanced configuration and the inclusion of a domestically developed chip, how much should this phone be priced? During our internal pricing meeting, there was a consensus urging me not to set the price too high. As newcomers, a steep price could severely impact our sales. However, our core components are self-developed, resulting in significantly higher R&D costs. Consequently, our overall production costs exceed those of our competitors by a considerable margin. If sales are too low, we risk incurring even greater losses. Will everyone support us? Listening to Shen Fei on stage, he continues to build suspense. Old dang, take my money, but keep your phone away from me. Stop teasing me and tell me how much my phone costs. Shen Fei on stage continued. Our aim is to create a phone that rivals Apple. I can candidly assure everyone that no manufacturer wishes to be anything less than an international giant like Apple. However, we are self-aware. Even if our specifications surpass those of Apple, and our system approaches theirs, I can confidently state that our price will be significantly lower. A viewer remarked. After all this talk, the main point is that the price can't drop. Those hoping for a price of $19.99 may as well abandon that notion. It's one thing to build suspense when discussing specifications, but to do so when announcing the price is rather vexing. The actual price is what the audience, both in the live stream and on-site, is most concerned about. If the final price fails to be enticing enough, then all the introductions made prior to this press conference will be rendered meaningless. Shen Fei directly stated. I see that everyone has been speculating on their desired price in the comments. So what will the final price be? A smartphone is something most users will rely on for 2 to 3 years. Insufficient memory can be quite discomforting. Competitors often lower prices by offering models with smaller memory, which we at Huaxin find disgraceful. Thus, we start with a robust 332 GB memory configuration. The initial price may be slightly higher, but I hope for your understanding. With that, Shen Fei pressed the remote button and a massive screen behind him displayed the following. 332 GB version, 3,999 yuan, 364 gigabytes version, 4,299 yuan. 464 gigabytes version, for 1,599 yuan. What enticing price! Exclaimed a viewer. I just don't know when it will be released. I want to try one out. Too expensive. I'll wait for the next Xiaomi model. Is it crazy to sell a domestic phone for 4,000 yuan? Or am I the crazy one? That price does seem a bit steep, but it's not entirely unacceptable. If the features are impressive enough, I would definitely purchase it, especially if there are discounts. Suddenly, Shen Fei shifted his tone, stating, however, technological breakthroughs should not be limited to a select few. We aim for everyone to experience the joy that advancements in technology bring. We also wish to demonstrate that our domestic products are not inferior to those of Apple, and that we possess ample R&D capabilities. To celebrate the launch of our Huaxin brand S first smartphone, and to foster connections with all of you, we are offering a launch discount of 300 yuan on all versions of the Huaxin X1 as a token of our gratitude for your support. To ensure a successful product launch and to achieve immediate popularity, Huaxin also introduced a price reduction campaign at the time of the product's announcement. By initially setting a higher price and then implementing a discount, we are sure to attract a considerable number of buyers. Thus, the price of 3,699 makes it even more enticing. Let's go for it. The Huawei X1 will officially debut on shopping platforms on November 12th, and we extend our heartfelt gratitude for everyone's support. With the announcement of the official release date for the Huawei X1 by Shen Fei, it marks the conclusion of the launch event. The era of Huaxin has officially commenced. In the future, whenever high-end devices are mentioned, Huaxin will undoubtedly have its place at the table. The end of the launch event does not signify a conclusion. On the contrary, it merely represents the beginning. However, Shen Fei may not possess many talents, but his financial prowess is undeniably exceptional. After all, as a wealthy second-generation heir, it would be quite a joke if he lacked this skill. The launch event for the Huawei phone has concluded, yet the fervor online is just beginning. While financial capability plays a significant role, it is certainly not the sole factor. The forums are bustling with excitement. Naturally, the most animated discussions revolve around this particular post. Huaxin seems overly ambitious. The price point of 3,699 is rather steep, although the specifications are indeed impressive, even surpassing some competitors. The perception of lagging in domestic smartphones remains deeply ingrained. Had it been priced around 2,000 yuan, it might have surged in popularity, yet it has been set at 3,699. While the hardware justifies this price, as a consumer, I find it hard to endorse such a cost. Who would launch a product at such a high price right off the bat? I hereby declare that if sales exceed 200,000 units, I will wash my hair upside down. Past events are like smoke. Let us grab some popcorn and see if I will indeed wash my hair upside down. There's still quite a few wealthy individuals. It seems that 200,000 units should be achievable. Despite the high price tag, competitors continue to lead in annual sales. Perhaps the post should be revised? Achieving 200,000 units is quite feasible, as the domestic market manages to sell several million units annually. Following the conclusion of the event, various news began to proliferate online. Huaxin fans have emerged, eagerly anticipating the arrival of domestically produced leading processors, as the country has lagged significantly in this regard. The domestically developed octa-core Huaxin 800 processor is far ahead of international competitors. The Type-C charging port, similarly, places it at the forefront of the industry, with an astonishing 18W charging speed. No longer must we worry about battery drain while charging and playing. The release of the Huawei X1 has breathed new life into the smartphone market. Chapter 6, Testing Videos. The Huawei X1 has been launched, and various channels, bolstered by financial prowess, have begun their promotional marketing. In the current smartphone sphere, it is undoubtedly a commendable product. However, its price point is quite prohibitive, limiting the number of potential consumers. The target demographic of white-collar workers may be more amenable, but reaching the mass market poses a challenge. This could lead to a somewhat disappointing sales performance for the first generation of Huawei smartphones. Yet, price reductions cannot be taken lightly. Relying on self-developed technology, it is imperative to solidify its technological roadmap. Through successive iterations, consumers must come to recognize Huaxin as a formidable brand, synonymous with strength and innovation, making the premium pricing appear justified. This generation of products is undoubtedly worth more than the cost, catering to the needs of the majority. In the realm of imaging and photography, the fusion of algorithms and high-quality hardware enables even novices to capture stunning photographs. Although the algorithm still falls short when compared to competitors, the 3,000 mAh Glacier battery comfortably lasts a full day. In terms of charging, it pioneers the Type-C charging standard, supporting 18 fast charging. Compared to competitors' 5v1, a slow charging, it is truly from a different era. According to the system, in a parallel world, competitors are still using 20W superfast charging a decade later. The core of the smartphone lies in its processor, and this is where Huaxin excels. With the Tianqin 800 backed by the system, even competitors must look up to it, let alone the current Fire Dragon and FA Go models. Although the current iteration of the system may not be ideal, Huaxin has achieved specific optimizations that, when coupled with top-tier hardware, eliminate any lagging sensations. As for the product price, well, it is considerably higher than that of other competitors. However, when compared to offline offerings from OV, the disparity is not as stark. The current challenge is that Huaxin Technology's offline stores are quite limited, making it impossible to compete with those two brands. Online shopping often sees price as a major constraint, preventing the majority of users from purchasing digital products. Under Shen Fei's financial influence, various review videos have begun to emerge, accompanied by much praise. The fastest charging smartphone in history. The most powerful flagship phone tailored for gaming. The era of algorithmic photography has arrived. Naturally, users remain primarily concerned with performance. Does it truly live up to the hype from the launch event? The most prominent digital blogger in the tech sphere, Digital Chit-Chat Station, has released a new video. Domestic high-end technology has achieved a milestone with the Tianqin 800. The title of the video has attracted countless viewers. Digital Chit-Chat Station, renowned for its 99% accuracy in leaks and its ability to promptly release review videos after product launches, has garnered around 800,000 followers in just a few months due to its high accuracy and prompt access to devices, earning the title of the most prominent tech blogger, unbeknownst to the audience. This account is a collaborative leak account utilized by Shen Fei, Dami, and Zhu Chong, with official endorsement. How could its accuracy be anything less than high? As for the absence of the blue and green brands, their offline channels were already saturated during this period, making online ventures unnecessary. As a side note, the blue and green brands during this time were indeed notorious for poor quality, serving as a lesson for young consumers. My first lesson was with the blue brand SY and the green brand S. Welcome to share your first lesson. Numerous users eagerly clicked on the video, keen to discover whether the Tianqin 800 truly lives up to its reputation. How much stronger is it compared to the Fire Dragon 800 from competitors? To start, let us measure the performance using the Entertainment Rabbit benchmark. After all, such scores are merely for reference. Of course, an exceptionally low score would render it unusable. To ensure that more users are aware of the formidable capabilities of the Tianqin 800 processor, the marketing team ultimately decided to initiate with the Entertainment Rabbit benchmark. Most users are novices and may not grasp complex technical details. Le Boussier's famous remark about running a benchmark to prove performance resonates deeply. In a controlled environment, a competitor's phone equipped with the Fire Dragon 800 was tested simultaneously. The results quickly emerged. The Fire Dragon 800 scored 34,000 points, while the Tianqin 800 soared to 118,000 points, far surpassing its competitor. This superiority is attributed to the Tianqin 800's 14nm manufacturing process, while the competitor's Fire Dragon 800 utilizes a 28nm process. Thus, such dominance is only natural, especially with the added benefits of ample flash storage and high RAM configurations. Achieving a score over double that of the Fire Dragon 800 was entirely expected. In terms of gaming tests, both frame rates and device temperatures performed better than those of phones using the Fire Dragon 800. Were there any major games at that time? I cannot recall. Please comment if you remember. With a robust 3,000 mAh battery and 18W fast charging, the gaming experience is prolonged and allows for quicker recovery. Actual tests reveal that 18W charging can replenish 80 of the 3,000 mAh battery within half an hour. This phone supports 4G networks and can stream videos online. However, given the current data costs, it is advisable to use home Wi-Fi for streaming. Following a series of evaluations, Digital Chit-Chat Station awarded an excellent rating. The video concluded with a reminder to follow Digital Chit-Chat Station, your excellent digital companion. The emergence of various review videos online has solidified the resolve of many potential buyers, compelling them to proceed with their purchases of the Huawei smartphone. The remarkable peripheral configuration of the Huaxin generation, its exceptional system, and a multitude of substantial innovations collectively signify that the Huaxin generation is currently the most formidable smartphone in the market, even holding its own when compared to the illustrious Apple devices. However, due to the subpar coding of the Huaxin system, it still lags behind Apple in system performance. necessitating an increase in operational memory. In practical experience, Huaxin's 3 GB of substantial operational memory does not fall short in fluidity compared to Apple. A significant concern among netizens is whether the domestically produced Huaxin X1 truly stands up to its claims, whether it is mere manufacturer bravado or if it genuinely possesses such power. Evaluative reports have emerged, indicating that its benchmark scores are over twice, nearly 3 times, those of its competitors, much to the relief of the online community. Huaxin has indeed optimized the Huaxin X1 remarkably well. The self-developed chip has been finely tuned to a greater extent, in both everyday usage and gaming performance. It surpasses the rival Snapdragon 800. Of course, in order to present impressive data, Huaxin's team has employed a bit of cleverness. Theoretically, the Snapdragon 800 has been on the market for half a year, categorizing it as an older generation processor. The Snapdragon 801 is poised for release soon. Yet even the latest Snapdragon 801 will not measure up to Huaxin's Huaxin X1. The comparative data will not be as staggering as one might hope. In this latest chip production and tuning process, Huaxin Semiconductor has accumulated valuable insights into chip calibration and design. The R&D engineers are already in place for the next generation chip, the Huaxin 810, which is set to begin tape-outs soon, with validation expected by March next year. The rapid pace is attributed to enhancements in core performance. The large core is scaled to 2.0 GHz, the middle core to 3.0 GHz, and the small core to 1.0 GHz. This aligns with Shen Fei's directives to the R&D engineers, as the current Huaxin 800 has already surpassed competitors significantly. While technological advancements are crucial, it is also essential to manage expectations. Excessive advancement can be detrimental. Thus, a measured approach to development is entirely reasonable. Presently, the market dynamics are not overly competitive, or perhaps they are in a phase of cultivation. Even patents are being offered without charge, with no fees being collected as of yet. Therefore, one might wonder about the absence of protective measures, or rather, the presence of welfare. In Chapter 7, a moderate sales approach was taken. At midnight on November 12th, sales surpassed 100 units. By noon on that same day, Huaxin X1 sales had exceeded 500 units. By the evening of November 13th, sales had reached over 7,000 units, and by the evening of November 14th, they soared to 16,850 units. In just 3 days, total sales reached 16,000 units, a performance that, while not particularly stellar compared to competitors who sell tens of thousands of units in mere minutes, is commendable for a nascent brand that has been established for less than a year without any fan base and priced above 3,000 yuan. Achieving such sales through online promotion alone is quite impressive, and Shen Fei acknowledged this success. The majority of users regard manufacturer press releases as mere entertainment, while influencer reviews are often dismissed as jest. If influencers receive phones prior to the release, how can their credibility be trusted? A general understanding suffices. If influencer statements were reliable, pigs could fly. True purchasing decisions are informed by genuine user reviews. Although many users express interest in this product, they remain hesitant, opting to wait for feedback from the initial users before making a decision. Such data holds far greater reference value than the exaggerated claims of influencers, as the latter may be incentivized, while real users are not. On November 19th, Shen Fei reviewed the weekly sales report delivered by his assistant, noting a total of 63,000 units sold over the week. As consumer reviews began to surface, previously hesitant users chose to acquire Huaxin smartphones, leading to daily sales approaching 10,000 units, a commendable figure. With ongoing advertising investment and the amplification of user reputation, this number is likely to increase further. After reviewing the report, Shen Fei instructed his assistant to disseminate the first week sales figures via the official website, Weibo, and various digital platforms. The Huaxin smartphone had indeed made a significant impact, and it was essential for potential buyers to be informed, thereby bolstering the confidence of those who were hesitant. A weekly total of 63,000 units is an exceptional achievement for a small brand, especially at this price point. However, when compared to larger competitors like Xiaomi, Oppo, and Apple, this figure may seem trivial. With nearly 200 yuan profit per device, the allure of self-developed technology is evident. When factoring in R&D expenses, the profit per unit is approximately 800 yuan. While sales may not rival those of any major brand within Xiaomi or Oppo, the profit margins are indeed impressive. The Huaxin X1 smartphone achieved a first-week revenue exceeding 2 billion yuan. Subsequently, the figures were shared across Huaxin's official website, Weibo, and digital leak platforms. Disclosing first-week sales figures might seem a tad unethical, as others typically reveal sales from the launch day. With financial backing, the brand successfully trended on social media, as achieving such visibility is relatively easy these days. A mere 1 million yuan can secure several hours of trending status, offering substantial advertising value. It was noted that a certain influencer posted the information just 2 minutes later, even providing specific numbers. Could this indicate some insider trading? The Huaxin smartphone is indeed impressive, performing admirably across a range of games. The 3000 mAh battery is robust with rapid recovery, making it a true gaming powerhouse. The fast charging capabilities are invaluable, eliciting joy among gaming enthusiasts. Comparatively, it outperforms my friend Xiaomi, and as for Oppo, it falls short of even that. While the claims regarding camera performance may be somewhat exaggerated, my experience with a friend's Huaxin device did not compare favorably to my Apple device. Nonetheless, the fast charging is undeniably superior, with the 3000 mAh battery demonstrating exceptional endurance and rapid charging capabilities. The majority of users who purchased the smartphone have expressed admiration, resulting in a stellar reputation for the Huaxin generation. The official website boasts a commendable approval rate of 98.5, while the Amiao platform records 94.2. On the JD platform, the approval rate stands at 95.3. Overall, this product can be deemed commendable, with a composite approval rate of approximately 96, which is quite impressive. With the experiences and endorsements from the initial users, many who were previously ambivalent have opted to acquire a Huaxin smartphone. By the 25th, sales surpassed 100,000 units, marking a significant milestone. Congratulations to the host company for achieving cumulative sales exceeding 100,000 units, with individual product sales surpassing 100,000 units, which qualifies for rewards in 2 of the following areas. A fast charging technology package, including 2 25W and 27W fast charging technologies, along with 50 R&D engineers. B. 50 chip R&D engineers. C. A fragment of the 14 nanometers production line, with 2 fragments redeemable for 1 full piece. D. A comprehensive battery technology patent package. E. A communication technology patent package, encompassing several core patents, representing 0.8 of 4G communication patents, with 50 R&D personnel. Shen Fei pondered over these reward packages, recognizing the system's effectiveness and the potential for random rewards. Currently, the technology in chip production and R&D is indeed sufficient, but it is prudent to prepare for the future. Huaxin sales figures are quite impressive. Astonishingly, they managed to sell 100,000 units in merely half a month. Clearly, a single production line would not suffice, and the necessity to choose fragment for the future is imperative. The accumulation in communications is indeed a notable weakness for Huaxin, making this choice all the more critical. The rapid charging technology can be relinquished, as they are already in a leading position. The glacial battery is also sufficient for the time being and can be temporarily set aside. BCE is certainly commendable, but may I opt for 3 systems? System brother, do speak up. No need to maintain an air of aloofness. That is not permissible. Why, then, are the production lines considered fragments instead of a singular production line? Are you, perchance, developed by penguins? Upon hearing this, the system fell silent, and, after a lengthy pause, it responded, "The value is simply too high." Very well, then I shall opt for CE. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 production line fragment, along with a portion of communication patents and a team of 50 researchers. By November 30th, sales had surpassed 150,000 units, a figure far exceeding Shen Fei's expectations. Initially, Shen Fei, a novice in the digital realm, anticipated a high-priced entry for newcomers. No matter how much black technology was involved, the entire product's life cycle should not exceed 500,000 units. Gaining consumers' trust is a formidable challenge. Yet Shen Fei overlooked the fact that he is an extraordinarily fortunate new user. Thus, in just 1 month, 150,000 units were sold, rendering the originally prepared stock of 200,000 units insufficient, which delivered a resounding slap to his face. Nonetheless, Shen Fei expressed that such a slap was quite welcome, hoping for more to come. The first month sales, reaching 200,000 units, were somewhat inflated due to the initial launch. Even if December's sales were to decline, they should still hover between 100,000 and 150,000 units, with the potential for word of mouth to amplify. The first half of next year could see an official price adjustment promotion, at which point monthly sales should breach 250,000 units. Thus, the entire product lifecycle could reasonably be expected to encompass around 1.5 million units. As for when to adjust prices, that will depend on sales, guided primarily by market reactions. Preparing a stock of 2 million components will enable better negotiation for lower supplier prices. The first batch of components was not heavily stocked due to the difficulty in predicting market responses, resulting in a financial loss. This time, they must ensure they secure favorable pricing from suppliers to recuperate the losses from the previous 200,000 units. If suppliers refuse to comply, they can simply be replaced. They're not the sole option. As for the possibility of inventory accumulation, that remains quite significant. However, drawing from the experience gleaned from Shen's father, Shen Fei is eager to put theory into practice. Next year, the release of either the Huaxin X1 or Huaxin X1 could serve to clear inventory while also lowering prices, thereby boosting sales. This plan is truly impeccable. I, Shen Fei, am indeed a genius. The Huaxin X1, bolstered by extensive promotion and positive user feedback, is beginning to conquer the market with commendable sales. Reviewing the sales report, Shen Fei mused, I am already a second-generation rich kid. Why should I adhere to the notion that gold will shine on its own? That would be a waste. Of course, various competitors have also contributed significantly. Some Huaxin phones have entered competitors' laboratories for disassembly and analysis. In the lab of the Chrysanthemum factory, our D-engineer you remarked, fast charging is quite simple. It can be achieved by increasing voltage and current. However, Huaxin has already registered patents and has specific requirements for the battery. While reverse engineering is not impossible, it will extend the research timeline, primarily to circumvent Huaxin's technological patents. Therefore, I still recommend communicating with Huaxin to obtain the patents and then proceed with developing our fast charging protocol. Understood, said to Zue. I'll have someone reach out to Huaxin Technologies for technical authorization. However, your RD must proceed concurrently. Establish a dedicated fast charging research team, and if you lack personnel, go ahead and hire accordingly. I grant you that authority. To me, Lei, should we follow up on this fast charging? Indeed, enhancing fast charging would be beneficial for users, but it will undoubtedly increase costs. According to the report from the lab, the battery will need to be replaced, and the charger will require custom design, both of which will escalate our expenses. Thus, let us hold off for now. Lawn Factory, General Manager, that fast charging has been quite popular recently. Should we incorporate it into our next generation X series? Forget it. We operate offline, and consumers are unaware that these additions merely increase costs without significant value. It would be better to allocate those expenses towards advertising. There are some popular variety shows lately. Gather information for me, and we shall become sponsors. Green Factory recently. Blue Factory has sponsored several variety shows, surpassing our market share. We must catch up. As for that fast charger you mentioned, we could discuss it. Let's apply it to our next generation, our model. I've already thought of the slogan. Charge for 5 minutes. Talk for 2 hours. Little did they anticipate that this catchy advertising phrase would become a classic in the advertising realm. Chapter 8. Supply Chain Negotiation and Patent Authorization. On November 28th, Shen Fei, accompanied by Wang Teng, the head of the Huaxin X1 series, headed to the airport for a direct flight to Neon. Neither of them spoke Neon language, so they were accompanied by a translator and a lawyer. Due to the prevalence of gang culture in Neon, a sufficient number of bodyguards were essential, resulting in a negotiation team of 30, including 15 bodyguards. The primary objective of this trip to Neon was to stabilize the supply chain and reduce costs. By the time Shen Fei arrived, it was already 2 p.m. Fortunately, Sony's headquarters is located in Tokyo, so he decided to tackle the lens aspect first. In this realm, Sony is more reliable. The domestic company, OmniVision, could later provide support through investment. For now, it is prudent to continue utilizing Sony. Using only one supplier for lenses compromises supply chain security. Moreover, relying on a single supplier makes it difficult to negotiate lower prices. In the future, targeting higher price segments will be unavoidable, necessitating an increase in lens quantity and focal lengths to enhance the lens's base size and light intake, complemented by excellent algorithms to bolster photographic capabilities. However, there is no rush. We are still in the single-camera era, cultivating the market. The market will mature only when 4G packages become more affordable. For now, optimizing AI algorithms remains paramount. Preliminary discussions around quantities have already taken place, and Sony is taking this very seriously. They have dispatched a dedicated welcoming team to ensure smooth negotiations. Upon disembarking, the representatives from the other side promptly approached. Shen Fei and his entourage were indeed easy to spot, surrounded by a considerable number of bodyguards. Hello, are you Mr. Shen? I am Taegon Inoue, the representative from Sony. Welcome to your arrival. Shen Fei smiled and welcomed them in Chinese. Sony's representatives displayed commendable courtesy. Certainly, a substantial order warrants such treatment. Shen Fei, with the power to make decisions, understood that if he were well entertained, perhaps the young man might be impulsive enough to place a larger order, which would be ideal. Upon reflection, Shen Fei suddenly grasped the reason behind Sony's enthusiasm. When they previously ordered 200,000 sets, their demeanor was markedly different. Back then, they offered a quote that was non-negotiable. After boarding the vehicle, in no way escorted them to the pre-booked hotel, suggesting they rest for a while before discussing the specifics of their collaboration after adjusting to the time difference. This was essentially to prepare further. While it is often said that Huaxin has a drinking culture, it is present in various countries. Only the requirements for status differ, with those lacking qualification barred from entry. A phenomenon known as circle culture. After a brief rest, in no way returned to the hotel, signaling the commencement of official negotiations. Due to the language barrier, both parties had brought translators. Leading Sony's team was the head of the optical lens department, Hirai Kazuo. Shen Fei converses in Mandarin, while Hirai Kazuo communicates in Japanese. The two parties utilize their respective translators to facilitate dialogue. Following a courteous exchange of pleasantries, Hirai Kazuo leads Shen Fei towards a private dining room, where they prepare to enjoy a meal. The atmosphere appears convivial, at least on the surface. However, Shen Fei finds the Japanese cuisine rather unimpressive, or at least lacking in flavor from his perspective. Once the banquet concludes, the two parties proceed to engage in serious discussions. Mr. Shen, you intend to place a substantial order for lenses. Previously, you mentioned a figure of 1 million sets, but did not specify the exact specifications or quantities. This makes it quite challenging to provide a quotation, Hirai Kazuo remarked with urgency. Nonetheless, he understood that the order would likely align with previous specifications, and he had a rough idea of the base price. Should there be an unexpected boon, he might consider lowering it further. 8 million pixels and 24 million pixels are both mainstream lenses, Shen Fei noted. Upon hearing this, Hirai Kazuo immediately realized his assumptions were correct. Shen Fei had come to continue procuring compatible products for the Huaxin X1 series. It seemed he would need to be more flexible with pricing to retain this burgeoning major client. We comprehend your position, but may I inquire how much you plan to procure? Hirai Kazuo asked. The purchasing volume will depend on the pricing. The last quote was somewhat steep. You're aware that each smartphone typically has 3 lenses, 2 of which are high-end. The volume will undoubtedly be significant, but the specifics hinge on your offer. Shen Fei replied. Previously, due to a smaller order, they could not negotiate a better price. This time, he aimed to highlight that the last purchase price was excessive, seeking to gain an advantage. Hirai Kazuo, ever the shrewd negotiator, maintained his composure. Mr. Shen, given your expertise in this industry, you are undoubtedly aware that the primary concern is the high research and development costs. A 20,000 order and a 1 million order cannot possibly command the same pricing. I apologize for the last incident. There's no need for apologies. Our previous order was indeed limited, which is understandable. However, how much we procure this time will depend on your sincerity, Shen Fei replied, deftly shifting the pricing power back to Hirai Kazuo. This maneuver made it difficult for Hirai Kazuo to set a price, as his prior research indicated that Shen Fei preferred straightforward negotiations, either a firm offer or a switch to another supplier. While Sony had confidence in their lenses, they were acutely aware of the competitive threat from Samsung, which had long coveted its market position. Offering a high price could risk losing Shen Fei to Samsung. After a moment of contemplation, Hirai Kazuo straightened up and proposed for the 8 million pixel lens, $13, for the 24 million pixel lens, $20. If we sign now, we can commence immediate supply. How much would you require each month? According to your specifications, he added, demonstrating an evident commitment to fulfilling Shen Fei's needs. However, Shen Fei pondered. This offer represented a reduction of $3 from the previous 8 million pixel lens price and a $6 decrease for the 24 million pixel lens. Yet, supply chain dynamics were not so easily calculated. The industry was marked by cyclical pricing, with fluctuations occurring quarterly, monthly, or even daily. Given that this procurement occurred 4 to 5 months after the last order, prices had likely already adjusted. Hirai Kazuo's quotation lacked sincerity. Mr. Hirai, your price lacks genuine consideration. Shen Fei articulated, prompting an immediate understanding from Hirai Kazuo. It became clear that one should not judge a person by age. Those capable of achieving success invariably possess cunning. Hirai Kazuo's expression remained neutral, even as a slight smile graced his lips. Negotiation, after all, involves exchanging offers, and if one does not agree, the process continues, discussions meandering back and forth to arrive at a price. 8 million pixel lenses at $11 and 24 million pixel lenses at $17, Huaxin X1 countered. However, I must inform you that this price still falls short of my expectations, Shen Fei replied. Huaxin X1 was momentarily at a loss for words. How can I provide you with a bottom line when you haven't disclosed your purchasing volume? He thought. At this juncture, he realized it was time to employ a more assertive tactic. Mr. Shen, your youth belies the strength of your abilities. I am aware that you need to procure additional components, so let us refrain from dragging this out. Our market research suggests that the life cycle of the Huaxin X1 will be approximately 3 to 4 million units. I can offer you a significantly reduced price. How's that sound? Very well. Please elaborate, Shen Fei responded, though he was internally astonished. Naturally, with the previous mention of 1 million orders, it was clear they had conducted their research and were not approaching negotiations blindly. However, they seemed overly confident. Shen Fei's own projections estimated a mere 200,000 units in sales. He hoped to be proven wrong. 8 million pixel lenses at $95 and 24 million pixel lenses at $14, Huaxin X1 stated. A further dollar reduction was proposed, but Shen Fei suspected that this was not yet the lowest price Huaxin X1 could offer. How about this? 8 million pixel lenses at $7 and 24 million pixel lenses at $12? I will commit to an initial order of 300,000 sets and guarantee an additional million order next year, Shen Fei proposed. However, he knew this subsequent million order would not involve 24 million pixel lenses. The upcoming Huaxin S1 would feature a 24 million pixel main camera, but the front-facing lens would likely utilize a 13 megapixel option, which would suffice. Compared to domestic competitors' 5 megapixel lenses, this would be a significant advancement, especially when paired with Huaxin's AI beautification algorithms. Truly a leap ahead. Huaxin X1 furrowed his brow. Internal research indicated that Huaxin's life cycle was pegged at around 300,000 units. Thus, this million order seemed more a mirage than a tangible prospect. Observing Huaxin X1's reaction, alongside his understanding of competitor pricing, Shen Fei realized that this price was indeed the lowest. Consequently, he unveiled his final trump card. Upon arrival of the components, we will settle the full payment within half a month. Additionally, we will complete the order by September of next year, with an initial shipment arriving in early December. This substantial order would necessitate a payment in advance, and Shen Fei's commitment to pay the remaining balance within half a month of delivery became his decisive advantage. Mr. Shen, congratulations on persuading me. Let us proceed according to your terms, Huaxin X1 replied, smiling. Chapter 9. The supply chain that bows first. Of course, the leaders of both parties were responsible for addressing the major issues at hand. Specifics regarding penalties for breach of contract, the quantity of each batch, and other minutiae would be delegated to their teams. For instance, a shipment of components must arrive by early December. Sony would also provide a team of engineers to assist Huaxin in optimizing their algorithms, as professionals ought to handle specialized tasks. This has always been Huaxin's modus operandi. With the assistance of Sony's algorithm experts, Huaxin was poised to maintain its leading edge in algorithm development. Despite their commendable efforts in this area, competitors were not to be underestimated and would inevitably catch up. Sony's engineers undoubtedly possess a profound understanding of their own lenses, and coincidentally, a systematic OTA upgrade is scheduled for January next year, aimed at further enhancing the photographic algorithms. At that time, a bit of financial investment will be warranted, especially after the previous surge in popularity. This will undoubtedly stimulate a further increase in sales, especially in conjunction with the official price adjustment plan for February next year. Sales are sure to experience another explosive growth. The only dissatisfaction among consumers stems from pricing. If the price is appropriate, a significant surge in sales is inevitable. The original Mi phone sold over 7 million units, while the second generation surpassed 14 million. The Mi 3 series has already exceeded 2 million units sold, with expectations to reach at least 15 million throughout its life cycle. This is precisely why Shen Fei felt confident placing an order for 5 million units. This market is a largely untapped blue ocean, a profound one at that, with domestic competitors positioned in the 1,000 to 2,000 yuan range. In contrast, the starting price for the Fruit series is set at 4,999 yuan, thus leaving a substantial opportunity in the 3,000 yuan market. Huaxin phones have a plethora of core technologies and show no fear of competitors encroaching upon this territory. Even if they do, They cannot surpass the current prowess of Huaxin technology. Lenses are not products of significant iteration. The current generation remains usable for the next. For instance, the Fruit series still employs an 8-megapixel ancestral lens. After concluding the contract, Kazuo Hirai approached. Mr. Shen, I truly appreciate clients as straightforward as you. I hope that this collaboration will pave the way for more partnerships in the future. Shen Fei responded affirmatively. Next year, we will launch our X1 S series and the S series priced around 2,000 yuan. This order of 5 million units may indeed just be the foundation. Currently, the production line of Huaxin's chips, even with the assistance of system engineers, does not boast a 100 yield rate, and it doesn't even reach 90. This results in many chips being substandard, yet still functional. By masking certain defective cores, they can still operate normally. Even after masking the faulty cores, they remain superior to the current Snapdragon 800 and even the forthcoming Snapdragon 801. Coupled with 18W fast charging, a price around 2,500 yuan seems feasible. This could very well turn into a blockbuster with sales in the tens of millions. The concern then would be whether the underperforming chips would suffice, or if an S1 Pro featuring the fully powered Tianxin 800 should be released to clear inventory. It is not a matter of shame. Consumers would have to be grateful to you. Kazuo Hirai, upon hearing this, looked astonished. If that is the case, then next year we will certainly offer Mr. Shen additional discounts based on this foundation, ensuring industry low prices. As for why it is a low price rather than the lowest, that privilege belongs exclusively to Fruit, with annual sales needing to exceed 100 million. However, that may come soon, as Kazuo Hirai is acutely aware of the impact of pricing on product sales. The Mi brand has consistently achieved million-level sales for 3 consecutive generations, with the previous generation even breaking the 10 million mark. The current generation has already surpassed 8 million in sales, and it is evident that another blockbuster is on the horizon. With such a wealth of technology, Huaxin can price their offerings at around 2,000 yuan, ensuring sales commence at a minimum of 10 million, potentially even affecting Mi's sales. Of course, he also understands that Shen Fei cannot reduce prices to such an extent, yet 2,500 yuan represents a decisive advantage. After the contract negotiations concluded and following some pleasantries, Shen Fei, under the warm send-off from Kazuo Hirai, returned to his hotel. In recent years, domestic CMOS technology has yet to establish a strong foothold, and support is essential for its development. Upon returning, he will immediately engage with OmniVision regarding investment opportunities. This way, domestic CMOS can eventually replace Sony's offerings. With the critical lens negotiations concluded, the focus now shifts to the screens. However, there is no urgency regarding the screens. While a 1080p display is indeed high-end, many manufacturers are capable of production. The prices, however, tend to be steep, with the mainstream still predominantly comprising 720p displays. Nevertheless, Shen Fei is confident that under the pressure of large orders, manufacturers will be compelled to compromise. Regarding screens, it is widely acknowledged that Samsung produces the best displays. Yet their top-tier screens are never supplied externally, with the next quality tier provided to Fruit. The domestically available Samsung screens are indeed comparable to those from several other manufacturers. Domestic companies like BOE, Tianma, and Huaxin Optoelectronics are certainly within the T10086 level of quality. Regardless of the number of suppliers, supporting domestic vendors remains imperative, both for reducing supply chain costs and ensuring supply chain security. This is a necessary path that cannot be avoided. Now, the next step is to assess the screen manufacturers in Japan, beginning with Sharp. The previous batch of Huaxin X1 phones utilized Sharp displays. Sharp is also a giant in the LCD screen industry. Large orders tend to circulate quickly. Wangting already made contact with Sharp-S representatives yesterday. Thus, upon arriving in Osaka today, Mr. Takahashi, the sales director at Sharp, was already waiting at the entrance. Mr. Takahashi, I trust you are aware that we signed an order for 15 million sets of lenses with Sony yesterday. The screens we currently use are from Sharp, so I hope you can provide a more favorable quote this time. The previous procurement was modest, amounting to only 200,000 units, with the price for a 51-inch 1080p screen set at 60, which constituted a significant portion of the Huaxin X1's costs. This is also why Huaxin S self-developed baseband and chips have resulted in higher costs. Mr. Shen, I have heard that you are a straightforward person, and I will certainly provide you with a one-stop price. May I inquire about your required quantity? The S series will inevitably undergo some compromises, as it primarily targets the 2,000 yuan market, making high-end screens unnecessary. The chips will be slightly trimmed. The S series emphasizes photography. The lenses cannot be compromised, nor can the algorithms. Thus, the screen is the optimal point for adjustment. The S series will utilize a 47-inch 720p LCD screen, which is currently considered mainstream. We require 300,000 units of the 51-inch 1080p screens and 5 million units of the 47-inch 720p screens initially. Any subsequent additions will depend on the quote Mr. Takahashi can provide. Upon hearing this, Takahashi was taken aback. This was inconsistent with the information he had gathered. Sony did not indicate such a demand. Could it be that my inquiries were in vain? As a seasoned business veteran, Takahashi quickly regained his composure and remarked, Mr. Shun's demand is indeed substantial. We will need to discuss specifics on our end. I will ensure an irresistible price. Or the delivery timelines you require. Please deliver the 1080p screens first, along with some samples of the 47-inch screens for our trial devices. The 47-inch screens can commence delivery by March next year. Understood, Mr. Shun. After our discussions, we can offer the 1080p screens at $55 this time. For the 47-inch 720p screens, we can price them at $38. Compared to the previous prices, this represents a significant reduction. While the 1080p screens are indeed on the pricey side due to new technology and high costs, I am ordering 300,000 units. A mere decrease seems inadequate. Could we possibly reduce each screen by an additional 2? The 51-inch 1080p screen would then be priced at $53, and the 47-inch 720p screen at $36. The 720p technology is undoubtedly mature, and I am confident this price still allows you a profit. Moreover, it can be unequivocally stated that our S series has reached the price point of 2,000 yuan, with sales figures certainly exceeding 5 million units. I trust you understand my point, Mr. Takahashi. As for Sharp, I have a certain nostalgia for the brand. Despite the fact that your previous batch of screens was rather overpriced, this sentiment is precisely why I made it a priority to visit Sharp first. Mr. Takahashi and Mr. Murakami, I must commend you, Mr. Shun, for being an exceptional negotiator. This opportunity is indeed quite enticing, and I accept it. Let us proceed as you suggest. But you must ensure that an additional 3 million orders for 720p screens are secured by next year. Upon hearing Takahashi's remarks, Shen Fei recognized the insincerity of his words. However, if he wins the negotiation, that indeed marks him as an astute businessman. May our collaboration be fruitful. Chapter 10. Patent Authorization. While Shen Fei led a team to Japan for supply chain negotiations, Guman also received numerous business inquiries, primarily concerning fast-charging technology. Moreover, Yu Dazue from Ju Factory expressed a desire to engage in discussions regarding chip development. In truth, they sought guidance, as their current chip offerings are decidedly subpar. Their intention to communicate was merely a more palatable way of putting it, as Ju Factory is capable of independent chip research and development. It cannot be said that their chips are utterly deficient. Rather, they are still on the path of improvement. Even their flagship model is reluctant to utilize the Kirin chip. How much better could it be? Since the boss was not present in the country, Guman resorted to evasive tactics, assuring Yu Dazue that she would relay the matter to Shen Fei. As for whether it would be approved, that was contingent upon the boss's decision. She was merely a senior employee. On December 7th, Shen Fei concluded the supply chain negotiations in Japan. In reality, his involvement was limited to discussions surrounding screens, lenses, and flash memory, while the remaining minor components were delegated to his associate Wang Tong. Upon returning to the office in the capital, Shen Fei had yet to rest when Gu Man hurried to his office to report on the recent work developments. After listening, Shen Fei remarked that their response time was commendable. They had begun negotiating technical aspects within just a month. He believed they must have already conducted relevant tests in their laboratory. Gu Man nodded in agreement, noting that user feedback indicated that fast charging significantly enhances the user experience and qualifies as a critical technology. If they were slow to respond, it would certainly indicate internal issues. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Fei stated that this was indeed certain, and she should notify them accordingly. On Wednesday, a concentrated meeting would be held to standardize authorizations. It was imperative to expand the market. Only a larger market would yield greater profits. As for who the profits referred to, companies like Dami, Blue Factory, and Meizu, who had yet to inquire, would find that the next opportunity would not be at this price point. With the participation of other manufacturers, he believed they could soon cultivate a market perception that fast charging was essential in smartphones. Guman, Astonis hit, asked if the boss was truly going to grant authorization for such a crucial technology. Shen Fei waved a hand dismissively, stating that it was not a core technology. Our singular core technology lies in our chip technology. As long as we maintain a lead in this area, we will remain invulnerable. Our promotion of the fast charging protocol is not solely for profit. It is fundamentally about popularizing our standard. Naturally, we will also sell fast charging chips on the side. Top-tier manufacturers establish standards, second-tier firms focus on technology, while third-tier companies produce products, and establishing standards is the most lucrative of all. Chip technology, as our core, indeed requires significant investment. However, if successful, it becomes a veritable cash cow. With the support of the system, Shen Fei had never contemplated failure on the chip front. The system he was tied to did not merely grant the next generation of chips upon task completion. It provided resources to researchers, which was far superior to simple rewards. Researchers are the most vital resource for Huaxin. Both Zhu Factory and Green Factory placed considerable emphasis on this matter, with both sides sending their respective vice presidents to engage in discussions. Zhu Factory was represented by Zhao Ming, who exuded a friendly demeanor, essential in negotiations. The Green Factory was represented by Chun Qinghe, the vice president of the mobile business department, who appeared very formal in a standard suit. When Shen Fei arrived at the conference room, both parties were already seated and had exchanged some preliminary dialogue. Mr. Zhao, Mr. Chun, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Welcome to our negotiations. Mr. Shen, you are too kind. We appreciate the opportunity to discuss matters and hope we have not disrupted your company's normal operations. Flattery is always well received. Both sides were comprised of technical personnel who preferred to avoid unnecessary formalities. There was no point in wasting time with pleasantries. They dove directly into negotiations, as concluding discussions would not impede meal times. To expand the market and acclimate consumers to fast charging, we come with genuine intentions, prepared to offer technical products and patents. As he spoke, Shen Fei signaled for Guman to place the technical patent documents on the table before both parties. After reviewing them for a moment, Zhao Ming inquired whether these technologies were available for purchase. Each company would inevitably develop its proprietary protocols for fast charging and charger sales, and they would not use public protocols as a rule. Furthermore, the public protocol offered by Shen Fei only supported 10W fast charging. Public protocols would generally be a step or two behind Huaxin's proprietary systems. Sale is certainly an option, but we must negotiate the price thoroughly. While selling is possible, the compensation must be worthwhile, as it is not a critically essential technology. The fast charging technology could recoup some losses, and only through selling the technology could they be persuaded to invest in this area. What price are we discussing? Not exorbitant, 200 million for a perpetual license, enabling you to develop your private protocols. I trust you have researched this technology over the past month. Bypassing our patents for fast charging is quite simple. However, circumventing it will take several months, and time is money. I believe you can appreciate that. A sigh echoed through the office. 200 million was not an unreasonable sum. However, investing that amount would undoubtedly lead to the development of their own fast-charging technology. Shen Fei appeared to be asking for a king's ransom. Mr. Shen, while your patents are indeed significant, circumventing them is not overly difficult. 200 million would suffice for us to bypass those specific patents, Zhao Ming remarked. Taking a sip of tea, Mr. Shen, since we are here, we genuinely wish to negotiate. Although our R&D capabilities may not match Huaxin's, we do possess the ability to circumvent patents, albeit at the cost of time. We aim to implement fast charging in our next generation of our series. After Chun Qinghe echoed Zhao Ming's sentiments, both men raised their teacups. Observing their haggling, Shen Fei pondered briefly before responding. Since both parties are present, I understand the desire for cooperation. The pricing is negotiable. I shall offer a minimum patent fee of 50 million, non-negotiable. We will establish a technical alliance to jointly promote the technical standards, and the charging protocol must be compatible with the public charging protocol of the technical alliance. Mr. Shen, at this point, I only see our participation in the alliance. The alliance carries obligations without benefits, which seems rather inequitable, Zhao Ming countered. Chun Qinghe nodded in agreement, but remained silent, as Zhao had articulated his thoughts well. Since we are inviting everyone to join the alliance, there will indeed be benefits. It is unreasonable to expect obligations without rewards. The benefits are as follows. Members of the alliance can purchase fast-charging chips at cost price, 15 yuan per chip, while non-members will pay 20 yuan per chip. Each phone requires 2 fast-charging chips, saving each member approximately 30 yuan. Moreover, merely aligning with the open-source protocol to facilitate user convenience is not an insurmountable challenge. Furthermore, the open-source protocol is projected to cap at 40 watts in the future, which will not interfere with your proprietary fast-charging technology. Although it is claimed to be at cost price, Huaxin Technology still retains a modest profit margin. Currently, the production cost of each fast-charging chip stands at 8 yuan, with research and development expenses amounting to approximately 2 yuan per unit. With the participation of both companies in the mass production of fast-charging chips, the cost per chip could potentially decrease by 12 yuan. Based on an anticipated shipment volume in the tens of millions, this could result in several hundred million yuan in profit. After some contemplation, both parties ultimately consented to this condition. However, finer details still required negotiation. Following a series of discussions, the three parties officially signed an agreement, establishing the Huaxin Fast Charging Alliance. Huaxin Technology will serve as the association's leader. There will be some alterations regarding member benefits. Members will be able to purchase fast-charging chips at cost price, set at 13 yuan per chip, provided they comply with the open-source fast-charging protocol. Simultaneously, each company will pay a patent fee of 45 million yuan to acquire the fast-charging patent. Huaxin must ensure that the patent fees for future joining manufacturers will not fall below 50 million yuan. Chapter 11. A resounding slap. With the word-of-mouth promotion from initial users and various online evaluations, the sales of the Huaxin X1 surged into a phase of explosive growth. In December, sales reached an impressive 330,000 units, far exceeding Shen Fei's initial lifecycle forecast for the product. This was a significant blow to Shen Fei's expectations. Nevertheless, Shen Fei welcomed such blows, expressing a desire for more. It seems that the predictions from Sony were indeed quite accurate. It is evident that professionals excel in their respective fields. The team at Sony Imaging must collaborate effectively. Shen Fei also instructed his team to be more astute and to enhance their technical knowledge, as they would need to develop algorithms independently after their departure. In collaboration with these specialists, Huaxin swiftly launched AI Algorithm 20. This was integrated with security patches for the Android system within a single package, which underwent packaging tests. This system update primarily focused on enhancing portrait photography capabilities, improving the accuracy of automatic focus, and for the first time, supporting 10x digital zoom. Additionally, there were further enhancements in beautification features, allowing for automatic identification of human subjects during photography. Several security patches were added to bolster data encryption technology, thereby further safeguarding user privacy. In terms of functionality, a new application customization mode was introduced, enabling users to select whether their app icons are square, round, or of other shapes, thereby increasing playability. This patch is scheduled for official release on January 1st for the Huaxin X1 smartphone. Huaxin Building. This is a 33-story office building gifted to Shen Fei by his father upon learning of his venture into the mobile phone industry. In the capital, this building may not be particularly tall. However, the key point is that this entire building belongs to Shen Fei, which is quite noteworthy. Owning a 33-story office building in the capital, where every inch of land is precious, is an invaluable asset for a nascent company. Should the venture falter, he could still lease the building. A certain company feels subtly referenced. Inside the conference room, a sales meeting is underway. As the chief steward of Huaxin, Gu Man is the first to speak. Mr. Shen, our Huaxin X1 has been performing admirably in sales, and our production capacity is on the rise. Our promotional efforts have been consistent, and while our sales have been steadily increasing, it appears challenging to clear our inventory before September next year. Should we consider a price reduction promotion? The head of the sales department quickly chimed in to advocate for this approach. Gu, however, felt that such measures were unnecessary, stating, "Our sales are still very robust, and we are in an upward trajectory. Depleting 3 million in inventory is quite feasible. Our forecasts indicate we will hit a sales peak by March." Upon hearing this, Shen Fei nodded in agreement, having developed a strong trust in professionals since his last setback. However, whether they could achieve this production capacity relied on the chip business department. Shen Fei cast a glance at Professor Liang, seeking their assessment. Liang Qingsong replied, "Our chip division is progressing smoothly, currently achieving a yield rate of 93, and we are preparing to increase production capacity. Additionally, we have implemented partial technical shielding for defective chips, allowing us to utilize 400,000 substandard chips. We also have a stock of 700,000 fully functional Tianqin 800 chips." With the assurance that the chip supply was stable, Shen Fei felt a wave of relief. This was the very foundation of Huaxin. Suddenly, Wang Tung, the series manager, spoke up. "I am overseeing the S1 series. Based on current costs, setting the price at 599 yuan would yield approximately 1,000 yuan in profit. Our internal projections suggest that with sufficient promotional resources for Series 80, monthly sales will not fall below 1 million units. However, with only 400,000 chips, we won't even meet a month's sales. We might have to resort to tactics akin to Lei Jun's monkey business. The prospect of 1 million monthly sales distressed Liang Qingsong. While producing new series chips may be tight, minor revisions could be engineered. However, there is only one production line. To manufacture new chips, we would need to halt production of the Tianqin 800. Listening to the reports, Shen Fei pondered. Let's shield some of the poorer quality chips and utilize them as substandard versions. This should resolve the chip capacity issue. However, developing a new series is indeed urgent. Continuing as we are would be a tremendous waste. Regarding the price reduction promotion, he expressed his dissent, stating, "It has only been 2 months since launch. If we initiate a promotion now, it would undermine our high-end image. Digital products should ideally have a price adjustment every 3 months. Our current promotion feels premature." Yet, Guman remains somewhat apprehensive and urged, "But Mr. Shen, other companies have already initiated price adjustments, and even the rice market has stabilized, eliminating the need for panic buying. A saturated market could significantly impact our sales." This statement indeed provoked contemplation from Shen Fei. Although the two products were not in direct competition, the digital market is finite. "Let me think about it. You all discuss other matters for now." Guman's comment had certainly captured Shen Fei's attention. "How about we reissue the initial launch discount of 300 yuan in the form of a New Year voucher? This way, we can maintain a starting price of 3,699 yuan. It would neither harm our initial users nor compromise our foundation. After the new year, we can revert to the original price of 3,999 yuan. If sales falter post-New Year, we could directly adjust the price in February, selling at the starting price of 3,699 yuan. Third-party platforms can combine additional discounts. If sales are robust, we can extend the timeline to March." Following the meeting, the straightforward cash capability propelled Huaxin's New Year festival entry into trending topics in an instant. Various bloggers began to follow suit. Huaxin, as a newcomer, certainly enjoys the spotlight, launching a New Year festival. High emotional intelligence offers benefits to consumers, while low emotional intelligence leads to excessive stock and price reductions. It has been proven that high-end products struggle to sell. It hasn't been long since the price drop began. After the meeting, Shen Fei promptly logged into his account on a digital leak site and published a post. In truth, Huaxin has been performing well. During the initial launch, we achieved approximately 200,000 sales each month. As a newcomer, this is quite a success. The official issuance of a 300 yuan coupon does not constitute a price drop compared to the initial launch. Digital products are best enjoyed early. Delaying purchases leads to discounts. Moreover, I have a forward-looking announcement for those not in a hurry to buy a phone or who are on a budget but wish to experience fast charging. The newer series from the Green Factory is set to be unveiled, featuring fast charging capabilities, which were absent in the previous engineering prototype due to internal delays, now pushed to January. Meanwhile, Huaxin is also preparing to release new devices, albeit with a later internal schedule anticipated for late March or early April, as discussions continue internally, striving for a competitive performance that promises surprises. A hint regarding pricing suggests it will be exceptionally appealing, warranting anticipation. In the realm of the Midnight Universe, does our beloved Xiaomi company offer any smartphones with fast charging? The digital chat station has responded that, as of now, there are no Xiaomi products equipped with fast charging technology, and the engineering model of the Xiaomi 4 has yet to be encountered. It is lamentable that Xiaomi has not even joined the Fast Charging Alliance. How could it possibly offer such products? Furthermore, the lack of a public protocol on the Gaodong side leaves Xiaomi in a quandary. Shortly after Shen Fei's post on Weibo, Yudazue also took to the digital chat station's account to share a message. The concept for the New Year Goods Festival is quite innovative, and there seems to be internal interest from the Chrysanthemum factory in participating, expecting a reduction between 300 and 500 yuan. Additionally, the engineering model of the Mate 2 has been glimpsed, which will also feature a domestically produced silicon processor and fast charging capabilities. The internal schedule is set for March, likely early in the month, with a specific launch date pending further information. Drawing from the insights shared by the Mountain of Monkeys, in conjunction with the content released by Zhanggu at the beginning of the month, it appears that other manufacturers may not incorporate fast charging technology. Given their absence from the Fast Charging Alliance, it remains uncertain if they will join in the future. However, the Jiujia should likely partake, as fast charging significantly impacts my usage. It is only a matter of time before they join. The question is when. Abyssal Coda remarked that fast charging can be detrimental to battery life, and our fruits have yet to utilize it, with only these two companies participating. Next year is bound to witness the emergence of other, clearly influenced by Huaxin. The mountain of monkeys affirmed that, indeed, even if fast charging is not perfect, it remains vastly superior to slow charging. I can fully charge a 3,000 milliamp hours battery, while your 1,500 milliamp hours one hasn't even reached half capacity. Oh, how did this discussion veer off course? Shouldn't we be focusing on the New Year Goods Festival? Chapter 12. A Surge in Sales. The Green Factory, our series launch event. It has been proven that reverting to the original price is indeed effective, coupled with Shen Fei's financial prowess. Promotional efforts commenced from January 1st to January 7th across various platforms, leading to a remarkable surge in sales. In recent years, others have yet to master Shen Fei's carpet-bombing promotional strategy. If other manufacturers were to invest $20 million, not even a single day would suffice. Huaxin Technology has never resorted to limited releases or gimmicks, consistently enhancing its reputation as sales begin to climb. Of course, this is in comparison to its previous performance and not against competitors. On January 1st, sales exceeded historical highs, achieving a remarkable daily sale of 20,000 units. January 2nd saw sales of 180,000 units, followed by 190,000 on January 3rd. By January 4th, a new peak was reached with daily sales surpassing 250,000. As Huaxing's sales soared, the Green Factory's new smartphone graced the new variety show China's Good Voice, securing sponsorship worth $1.5 billion. With Huaxin Technology's products flying off the shelves, AI algorithms and beauty enhancement technologies have captured the public's imagination. Naturally, the R series, aimed at the female market, will not shy away from utilizing these advancements. While it may not rival Huaxin in algorithmic prowess, it certainly surpasses direct camera outputs, with future OTA upgrades anticipated, which users are likely to appreciate. Time is of the essence. Although they have joined the Fast Charging Alliance, the technology has not yet been fully developed. This generation of the R1 utilizes Huaxin Technology's complete suite of technologies. However, it is improbable that Huaxin would share its latest innovations with the Green Factory. Over the past few months, engineers have worked to develop a scaled-down version of fast-charging technology from existing resources, providing 15W, which is also the technology prepared for the upcoming Huaxin X1 phone. The S1 cannot compete with its elder sibling, as hierarchies are firmly established. Nevertheless, under the Green Factory's aggressive pricing strategy, even Shen Fei has capitulated, allowing them to be the first to launch this fast-charging technology. Ultimately, the Green Factory's all-new R1 employs a 5V3A 15W fast-charging technology. The battery is a substantial 2,800 mAh unit from CATL, which may be considered the R1's greatest selling point. Based on the product data previously acquired by Shen Fei, this indeed stands as the most significant attraction. The R1 from the Green Factory boasts a thickness of approximately 71 millimeters, featuring a 5-inch IPS LCD screen with a mainstream resolution of 1280 by 720 pixels. The heart of the smartphone is powered by the MediaTek MTK 6582 processor, a quad-core chip with a maximum clock speed of 1.3 GHz, which even struggles to outmatch Huaxin's smaller cores. This may explain why this phone is not being showcased at a launch event, but is instead being promoted through a variety show with offline distribution as its strategy. This approach, widely adopted by OV, allows the core selling points to resonate deeply with consumers, further amplified by celebrity endorsements to entice many photography enthusiasts to make offline purchases. As a photography-centric smartphone, the imaging capabilities are commendable. It features an 8MP 5P aspherical lens paired with an f2.0 ultra-large aperture and the Green Factory's beauty algorithms, making everyday photography quite satisfactory. The front-facing camera also supports beauty effects, although it is limited to 5MP. However, for many young women, front-facing photography is of paramount importance, prompting the Green Factory to enhance this aspect specifically. The use of a premium aluminum magnesium alloy frame has garnered positive reviews. The rear sports a square lens module, containing a single lens and a flash, arranged neatly, which undoubtedly contributes to a more upscale appearance compared to competitors' configurations. The aesthetic appeal is crucial, targeting users who may not be well-versed in technology. Its attractive design and the endorsement of a beloved older brother are sufficient. As for performance, what is that? Unfamiliar. Bothersome. Please do not disturb me as I pursue my favorite brother's latest drama. Weighing in at a mere 140g, it is undeniably lightweight, ensuring comfort during prolonged use, while the metallic frame exudes a premium feel. Shen Fei calculated the costs and determined that the overall expense of the device would not exceed 1,000 yuan. Yet, it begins at 2,499 yuan for the 1 GB 16 GB model. Shen Fei couldn't help but gasp, realizing why offline distributors are fervently promoting the blue and green factory smartphones. This device undoubtedly provides distributors with an 800 yuan profit margin. Had Xiaomi been selling it, the price would surely not have exceeded 1,000 yuan. Truly, those who control the distribution channels have the power to dictate terms, reinforcing Shen Fei's resolve to establish proprietary distribution networks. Thus, he instructed Gu Man to ensure that by mid-year, self-operated stores are present in all provincial capitals. By year's end, at least 4 stores should exist in each province. And by the end of next year, at least 1 store in every prefecture-level city. A detailed feasibility report is to be prepared this month. With the popularity of China's good voice, the Green Factories R1 has deeply resonated with the public, particularly with the slogan, "Charge for 5 minutes, talk for 2 hours," which has truly captured widespread attention. Female consumers tend to prioritize the aesthetics of their smartphones, desiring attractive photography and convenient editing. The weight must be light, while concerns regarding waterproofing and performance are often secondary. Thus, even if Shen Fei perceives the R1 as merely a budget phone, its starting price of 2,499 yuan is still performing admirably in offline sales. The head of the R series at Green Factory ascended to the digital chat station to announce that the cumulative sales of the R series in its inaugural week reached an impressive 180,000 units, a testament to the profound resonance of its exceptional design. The sleek and refined body, remarkable fast charging capabilities, and AI photography are, in my opinion, the 3 hallmark features of Green Factory's R series, explaining the explosive sales of the R1. I hope our competitors will hasten to keep pace. The adage, "A friend selling melons praises his own goods," rings true here. With such specifications, not even a dog will be tempted to buy. The new series of Hippo O smartphones boasts an exquisite tactile experience and impressively rapid charging, particularly lauded by my elder brother, who is currently using one. The assistant Lazy Sheep summarizes that the debut of the new generation R series has indeed made a splendid start. The sales figures are remarkable, showcasing excellent aesthetic design coupled with rather average performance, indicating that visual appeal holds substantial weight, as not everyone prioritizes performance. This dichotomy can be understood, as online and offline users constitute 2 distinct demographics. Offline users vastly outnumber their online counterparts, with many individuals, like Shen Fei, being digital novices who select based on aesthetics, where beauty reigns supreme. Promotion and price reductions are eternally the twin pillars of sales, especially as Shen Fei has employed both strategies this time. Although the pricing merely reverted to the launch figures, as online expose videos proliferate, this price is deemed exceedingly reasonable. The allure of the New Year shopping festival remains potent, with many opting to indulge and acquire a Huaxin X1. The sales for this first month of the new year have been quite remarkable, and by January 28th at midnight, coinciding with the Lunar New Year, the Huaxin X1 has amassed a cumulative sales figure of 450,000 units, once again surpassing Shen Fei's expectations. Ding! Congratulations, host! Cumulative sales have surpassed 500,000 units, achieving a milestone of over 500,000 units for a single product, alongside receiving a New Year gift package for 2014. Will the host choose to open the Achievement gift package or the New Year gift package? But haven't I already completed the 500,000 achievement long ago? The year end is rather busy as I venture out to seek your New Year gift package. Such a humorous system. I shall open the Achievement gift package first. Let me see what treasures await. Chapter 13. The New Year gift package. Ding! The achievement selection mall has refreshed. Choose 2 rewards from the following 5 options. A fragment of the 14-nanometer production line, including 200 production personnel and 3 professional managers. B. A fast-charging technology team of 50 individuals. C. Battery research and development personnel totaling 50. D. Chip research and development personnel numbering 300, including 2 A-level talents. E. A small mobile communication foundational patent gift package with 50 research personnel, accounting for 0.35 of 4G communication prowess. System brother, isn't there a bit too much disparity in these rewards? I seriously suspect you've included some filler products. Host, please refrain from baseless accusations. Everything is randomized, so do not slander the series. Of course, if you wish, I can offer you a chance to refresh your options. Yes, how could I decline? After all, 2 golden legends have emerged. How could I possibly say no? System, I choose A and D. By the way, what does the A-level talent entail? Congratulations, host. You have acquired a production line fragment, 300 research personnel, and 200 production personnel. Once the rewards have been dispensed, the system elaborates. An A-level talent refers to an individual capable of independently managing a singular project, while a B-level talent can oversee a sub-project. Thus, it follows that my Tianxin 700 and Tianxin 600 series can commence concurrently. Elder Liang will be in charge of the Tianxin 800 series. The responsibilities of the lithography factory no longer require Elder Liang's oversight, allowing Professor Liang to better leverage his expertise in chip research and development. This simultaneous initiation of 3 chip designs and productions enables us to cater to high-end, mid-range, and low-end markets, ensuring each segment has its dedicated chip, thereby eliminating the need for the S-series to utilize the Tianxin 800, an egregious waste of resources. In 2014, we aim to optimize the capabilities of the entire industrial chain, prioritizing performance for low-end pricing, achieving a harmonious balance of design and performance for mid-range products, and delivering a flawless flagship phone for the high-end market. As those well-versed in mobile technology have often stated, I cannot pinpoint a perfect phone. If you were to discover such a device, would manufacturers still be able to sell their wares? How could the next generation be upgraded? And how would consumers be captivated anew? All phones are products of compromises made by manufacturers. I recognize that employing a particular component would significantly enhance user experience. However, to ensure the next generation possesses upgrade points, I must refrain from its inclusion. So, what do consumers desire? Affordable pricing, flawless specifications, appropriate dimensions, and suitable weight. Such a combination is utterly unattainable. You get what you pay for. Manufacturers must also turn a profit and prepare for the next generation. Ding! Will the host open the New Year gift package? Shen Fei, brimming with anticipation, exclaimed, "Open it. Let me see what treasures lie within." Congratulations, host. You have acquired a chip production line with a 14-nanometer manufacturing process, accompanied by 500 engineers, with the highest exposure process being 10 nanometers. The battery technology patent medium package includes 200 research personnel. The communication patent grand package accounts for approximately 125 of 4G patents. Additionally, there are some OLED screen production technology patents and research personnel, along with system funds amounting to 5 billion yuan, and an AI photography algorithm patent with 50 research personnel. Shen Fei gasped in astonishment. Truly, the New Year gift package is splendidly generous. Not only does it include a dedicated chip production line, but the 500 engineers alone are of immense value. Is it truly the case that this screen production technology is accurate? A production line for screens must surely cost billions. Is it feasible for Shen Fei to navigate such an investment, one that even Shen's father would hesitate to undertake? The production of screens is notoriously capital-intensive and, crucially, domestic technologies lag significantly behind international counterparts. Moreover, foreign entities often employ underhanded tactics. When a domestic Eastern factory seeks to establish itself in a region, aiming for local government support and joint investment, foreign screen manufacturers will concurrently choose to invest in the same locale to stifle the Eastern factory's growth. The local government, upon seeing one mature international player and a nascent domestic contender with an uncertain future, will naturally favor the former. However, the cunning ploy emerges. The foreign entity offers mere promises without actual investment. They consistently demand industry support, low-interest bank loans, and once the Eastern factory is driven out, these so-called international players depart without a trace. It can be said that the current Eastern factories remain mired in a quagmire, their financial chains on the brink of fracture. In this moment, the system offers both financial support and patents. Why not invest in equity? Money languishing in accounts is a loss. Failing to invest equates to a deficit. Investing in the Eastern factory also holds another advantage. Given its current hardships, acquiring equity should be relatively straightforward. As the saying goes, banks provide umbrellas on sunny days and reclaim them when it rains. Shen Fei's investment now positions him as a benefactor, not only bringing capital into the fold, but also helping to utilize finished products. At this juncture, investing in the Eastern factory is tantamount to becoming a major benefactor. Though many screen manufacturers exist abroad, they remain foreign entities. Even if current conditions allow for price reductions due to large volumes, they are not naive. Relentless price suppression will eventually reach a breaking point. They may currently enjoy plentiful resources, but inevitably, they will be compelled to regurgitate them. Upstream suppliers will always hold the upper hand. Should they wish to extract funds, they can do so at will and with remarkable ease. For instance, our screens utilize a groundbreaking technology that enhances luminous brightness and display quality. In summary, our production processes have improved, our technology has advanced, and thus, prices must increase. Naturally, these losses will never be absorbed by the manufacturers. The advancements in screen technology have led to an increase in prices, which, in turn, has necessitated a rise in the cost of finished products, ultimately resulting in consumers bearing the burden. The downstream mobile phone manufacturers merely serve as integrators of solutions, representing the most easily replaceable segment of the industry. Consequently, price hikes will inevitably lead to a decline in sales. Consumers are not naive. They compare prices across various vendors, and if one seller charges excessively, they will simply turn to alternatives. This plummeting sales volume will ultimately compel manufacturers to withdraw from the market. Established brands may sell their labels, while those with technological prowess can survive for a few years through technology licensing. However, brands that rely solely on cost-effectiveness, without any technological foundation, will find themselves at a dead end. The OLED screen industry is on the verge of maturity, and it is certain that it will supplant LCD screens, marking yet another significant reshuffling of the industry landscape. Some manufacturers will inevitably lag behind, and, as casualties of this industrial transition, will be eliminated by the market. The industry's output value will undoubtedly give rise to new giants. This represents a critical juncture for domestic players to catch up. At this moment, leveraging the technological patents provided by the system presents an opportune moment for advancement. While patents constitute a mere fraction, the crux lies in the research and development engineers endowed by the system. With some capital, one might even become a major shareholder in an Eastern enterprise. Even if that proves unfeasible, collaborating with an Eastern manufacturer to establish a joint venture could yield significant stakes in the partnership. With the ability to independently produce chips and advancements in screen technology, one must ponder whether issues surrounding flash memory, RAM, and camera lenses can also be resolved. These areas require long-term investment. In the short term, one can expect to invest without immediate results, with no anticipated outcomes for the next 3 years, all while operating in high-investment sectors. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to recruit researchers to initiate preliminary R&D, as there may come a time when the system rewards relevant technological patents. Once the system's rewards are in place, a visit to the Eastern manufacturer to negotiate investment and equity stakes could be in order, aiming to finalize the investment agreement by next month, officially commencing the domestic substitution initiative in 2014. Even if, for the next 2 to 3 years, foreign screens remain in use, the domestic replacement plan must be pursued. Although this path is fraught with challenges and financial demands, Shen Fei, as a player with exceptional advantages, can only approach it with a nonchalant attitude. Chapter 14. Reflections on the frantic assistance to the X series by Ju Factory. Initially, a price adjustment was scheduled for February 11th, but unexpectedly, due to the festive price of 100, sales surged dramatically. The excitement reached a fever pitch, prompting numerous bloggers, eager for traffic, to publish related reviews, resulting in an explosive rise in the reputation of the Huaxin X1. Even as February commenced, daily sales remained around 10,000 units, with the price stabilizing at the launch price of 3,699. This explains why, after the festival, so many consumers continued to opt for the Huaxin X1, as the price remained stable and it began to exhibit a high-end facade. Consequently, Shen Fei decided to abandon the earlier plan for a price adjustment on the 11th, instead preparing for a formal adjustment on March 1st, aiming to strategically counter Ju Factory's Mate 2 and give them a taste of the industry's harsh realities. At this point, Ju Factory had not yet emerged as a giant and was not significantly stronger than Huaxin, having just transitioned to focus on smartphones. They had shifted from producing customized devices for operators to honing their own brand, with Dazue assuming leadership of the Mate brand. However, the previous generation Mate 1 had poor sales, primarily due to the K3V2 processor, which could only be described as mediocre at best. It was not a bold choice by Dazue to employ the K3V2. This processor, much like its predecessor, ultimately became synonymous with counterfeit devices. The inadequacy of this generation's processor, lacking any distinctive features, led to the Mate 1's unremarkable sales performance. If Ju Factory ceases to use the high-silicon flagship processor in their products, it would signify their voluntary retreat from the high-end market. Chip iteration is not merely a straightforward upgrade in technical specifications, such as adopting advanced manufacturing processes or increasing transistor counts. It necessitates extensive application in mass-produced products, gathering substantial user feedback through diverse and complex usage scenarios to identify and resolve issues. This process is crucial for elevating the performance of the C-line processor from its current status as a laggard to a leader. This is also closely tied to Ju Factory's broader ambitions. Their consumer business unit is merely a side venture. Ju Factory's core operations have always revolved around communication base stations, rather than their terminal division, boasting mobile devices. In 2008, they even contemplated selling 49 of their terminal division to weather the financial crisis, but ultimately abandoned the idea due to low offers from various capital sources. With the backing of a strong parent company, Ju Factory has chosen to develop their own mobile SoCs from the outset. Nonetheless, their current SoCs are only in the nascent stages of development. They now find themselves at the same table as FA-Go, and even if their progress is slow, it is not insurmountable. Shen Fei believes that Ju Factory will emerge as one of Huaxin Technology's primary competitors in the future. They possess the financial resources to attract talent, increase investment, and engage in trial and error, inevitably leading to a day when they catch up. Shen Fei glanced at a document on the table, handed to Guman during the last negotiation regarding Ju Factory's request to join the Fast Charging Alliance, regarding the request for guidance from the Huaxin Technology team for Ju Factory's C-line. Currently, China imports chips worth around $1 trillion annually. Ju Factory's base station business also requires a substantial number of chips, and certain components cannot yet be designed in-house, leaving them dependent on foreign sources. This dependency is a significant factor in Ju Factory's bold venture into the chip industry with the establishment of the C-Line Research Institute. However, entering the chip industry does not guarantee immediate output. Even after years of establishment, the chips produced still lag behind those of international giants. Shen Fei is reluctant to accommodate Ju Factory's request, as chip technology is the cornerstone of Huaxin Technology. Nevertheless, Ju Factory has offered 500 million yuan to invite Huaxin Technology to co-develop their C-Lion Kirin 920 processor. Ju Factory's performance expectations are modest. They do not require the capabilities of the Tianqin 800, but merely those of the Fire Dragon 801. This is a straightforward request for Huaxin, as they would only need to license their CPU and GPU cores to Ju Factory. However, expecting to secure authorization for these two cores with just 500 million yuan is unrealistic. The investment must be increased. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that the Chinese market is vast enough to accommodate the coexistence of multiple enterprises. Additionally, Huaxin currently leads in numerous domains. The digital market remains a burgeoning sector, valued at around $1 trillion, still in its infancy. Otherwise, Huaxin would be facing sanctions from the White Eagle. A Ju Factory with a comprehensive industrial chain and base station business poses a formidable threat. Should they establish a foothold in the chip industry, it would undoubtedly keep the White Eagle awake at night. Therefore, facilitating Ju Factory's ascent to the forefront, drawing attention away from Huaxin, may prove beneficial. Given Huaxin Technology's current model of self-production and self-sale, they need not fear sanctions from the White Eagle. While they have yet to achieve full autonomy across the entire industrial chain, sanctions would only cause minor inconveniences, albeit still undesirable. The core SoC can be designed and produced in-house, with domestic alternatives available for motherboards, screens, flash memory, RAM, and lenses. Admittedly, these alternatives may be slightly behind, but are certainly not unusable. After careful consideration, Shen Fei ultimately decided to acquiesce to Ju Factory's request. His hope is to cultivate an environment where, under his leadership, a dominant player emerges among many strong contenders, collectively seizing opportunities in the international market. Engaging in incessant internal strife serves little purpose. The true path lies in conquering the global arena. Most importantly, Shen Fei is confident that with Huaxin's assistance, the Juchang side will merely have traversed a shorter detour of a few years. Even without his support, the Juchang terminal, buoyed by its backing, is destined to catch up with Gaodong within 5 years and surpass it within a decade. Naturally, should they be willing to invest in the research and development of domestic chips, Shen Fei would certainly lend a helping hand to the factory. Indeed, being invincible can be profoundly lonely. It is imperative to introduce a contender to instill a sense of vigilance within. We must not end up like our competitor Gaodong, occasionally unleashing a fire dragon. I have heard that the 801 has encountered a setback. The allure of a gentle haven remains the ultimate weapon, and vigilance must be maintained at all times. Having pondered this, he dialed Yu Dazue's number, and shortly after, the call connected. "What has General Yu been busy with lately?" Shen Fei inquired, well aware that Yu Dazue has been preoccupied with the Mate series launch, which is less than 2 weeks away. Product preheating, sales predictions, and communication with the OEM have been quite troublesome during this period. The previous generation, Mate 1, saw dismal sales, whether this generation can stage a comeback remains uncertain. Yu Dazue chuckled upon hearing this. General Shen, isn't it precisely our Mate 2 that's keeping us busy? There's indeed a lot on our plate. By the way, I wonder if General Shen will have the time to attend our launch event. Speaking of the launch, it gets me all excited. I almost forgot the main matter. May I ask why General Shen has taken the time to call today? Shen Fei, without any preamble, spoke directly. Isn't it regarding the last time at the Huaxin Quick Charge Alliance, when you were prepared to spend a fortune to have our Professor Liang guide your sea lion department. I have given it some thought. After all, you are the seniors in the field, and I truly admire your steadfast commitment to our D. Additionally, there are some patents on the Juchong side that I wish to acquire some licenses for. Of course, we will not be entering the base station market. This is merely to enhance our signal quality. Please outline the specific design criteria so that I can deliberate on how many people to dispatch from the guidance team. Upon hearing this, Udaze was instantly thrilled and hurriedly explained, General Shen, although our current Kira 910 is stronger than the previous K3V2, it remains a 4-core processor. We're only producing a limited number, and due to scheduling issues at the chicken factory, we are constrained to using the outdated 28 nanometers. The gap between us and Gaodong's Fire Dragon 800 is significant, let alone the recently released Fire Dragon 801. This is precisely why I have taken the liberty to seek your support, General Shen. Chip development not only consumes vast resources, but also, if not handled carefully, can easily lead to production failures, necessitating a rescheduling of the process. This results in a waste of both time and money. Initially, we were the only ones venturing into this area, navigating the waters cautiously, but unexpectedly, Huaxin has made a remarkable debut, not only surpassing Gaodong, but even edging ahead of the fruit company. Hence, we are eager to seek your expertise. General Yu, I have grasped the general aspects. However, I am not a specialist in this field, so I shall not overextend myself. You are busy, and I do not wish to waste your time. Professor Liang will lead a team to your location. You must extend the hospitality of a gracious host. As for the guidance fees, I will leave that to Guman, who will contact you in due course. Additionally, we require some patents related to the baseband and authorizations concerning 4G. These will be discussed by Professor Liang with you. Rest assured, General Shen, even if it burdens our own team, we will not let your guidance team suffer. I will coordinate the specifics with General Gu, and regarding the patents, we will also send someone to communicate with General Yang. The early Sea Lion chips could be considered subpar. However, the baseband technology is indeed impressive. Aside from Gaodong's FA Go, the only other contender worthy of mention is Sea Lion, as even the globally leading fruit company lacks the capability for self-developed basebands. Having concluded the business arrangements with the Juchong factory, the date soon arrived, February 20th. To avert potential complications, Shen Fei decided to preemptively announce a price reduction on the digital leak station's account. This measure would help avoid a flood of complaints from customers who might lament, I just bought this and now it's cheaper. I demand a refund. Managing customer service in-house, even if it meant a temporary dip in sales, was of little concern to Shen Fei, who was exceptionally magnanimous. Chapter 15. The Explosive Surge in Sales. The digital leak station uncovered an exclusive piece of news. On March 1st, the price of the Huaxin X1 would be reduced, anticipated to be by 300 yuan. The starting price would be revised to a highly appealing 3,699 yuan. The base memory for Huaxin is set at 332 gigabytes, comparable to other mid-tier offerings. The formidable Tianxin 800 processor, even with the recently launched Fire Dragon 801, still has a considerable gap to bridge in order to catch up. Currently, the official warehouse has begun inventory checks. Those who are not in haste to upgrade their phones may wish to wait. Next month, 2 launch events are scheduled. The Juchong Mate 2 on March 6th and the Huaxin S1 at the end of March. I will ascertain the exact date shortly. Regarding Mate 2, the publicly available details reveal it employs the 28-nanometer process with a 4-core Kirin 910 processor, features a sizable 6-inch display, supports memory expansion, boasts a substantial battery that enables 4G connectivity, and is compatible with fast charging. As for other details, they remain under wraps for the time being. Assistant to Lazy Sheep summarized that the sales of Huaxin 1 have been extraordinarily robust, having already surpassed 1 million units. Due to a decline in supply chain costs, the research and development expenses have been diluted, prompting an official price adjustment. Concurrently, on March 3rd, the new Huawei Mate will be released, and at the end of the month, Huaxin Technology will unveil a significant surprise. Following the announcement of the official price adjustment, sales experienced a sharp decline in the ensuing days, yet daily sales still hovered around 1,000 units. Production at the factory continued unabated. with completed units being packed and stored in the warehouse, preparing for stockpiling. There are no poor products, only unfavorable prices. This time, the price has been set firmly at $3,699. I am confident that sales will soar, with projections suggesting March sales will exceed 600,000 units, reaching an average of 20,000 units daily. The supply chain has already urged Sony and other manufacturers to expedite deliveries, concurrently placing orders for an additional 2 million units. The final design for the Huaxin X1 series, under Wang Teng's direction, has been confirmed. It will feature the 6-core Tianqin 800E, a derivative of the Tianqin 800. Due to the immaturity of the manufacturing process, some cores cannot reach their full frequencies, resulting in lower operational speeds upon packaging. The Tianqin 800 adopts a 1-2-3 design, effectively disabling one middle core and one small core, while all cores operate at reduced frequencies. The large core can reach a maximum of 2 GHz, the middle core up to 1.85 GHz, and the small core only 1.6 GHz, representing a comprehensive reduction. Nevertheless, even under these conditions, the Entertainment Rabbit benchmark score still reaches 88,000, surpassing Gaodong's 801 released earlier in the year. The S1 continues to embody Huaxing's philosophy of dual rear cameras, utilizing a 24-megapixel main camera and a 2-megapixel secondary black and white lens. Regardless of the utility of the 2-megapixel camera, whether it is merely for show, consumers remain oblivious. It suffices to impress. Compared to competitors' singular camera offerings, this is a definite advantage. The front camera utilizes an 8-megapixel lens, outclassing the 8-megapixel offerings of rival brands in the rear camera realm. The beauty enhancement features, a hallmark of Huaxing, are naturally reliable, seamlessly inheriting the flagship algorithms from the X1. On the battery front, it decisively outstrips competitors, boasting a 3,500 mAh Glacier battery. However, in terms of fast charging, it cannot surpass expectations, resorting to a 15W fast charge. Yet this remains commendable compared to the prevailing slow charging options. In terms of the display, we are referring to the batch of 47-inch 720p LCD screens. The actual measurement of the 47-inch screen, including the bezel, is approximately 5 inches, providing a comfortable grip. Wang Teng has indicated an expected starting price of 2,499 yuan, while also seeking discounts from Shen Fei. They are preparing to offer a launch promotion similar to that of the X1, with various promotional activities. The initial limited-time price drop of 200 yuan could create a frenzy in the market. The enhancements of the S1 Pro compared to the S1 are not substantial. It retains the same 720p screen. However, the size has increased from 47 inches to 51 inches, and the rear 2-megapixel monochrome lens has been upgraded to an 8-megapixel camera. The battery remains at 3,500 mAh, yet it now incorporates the latest advancement from the fast charging department, boasting a remarkable 225W super fast charge, propelling it to a new level. The chip utilized is the full-blooded version of the Tianqin 800, identical to that of the flagship model, with an anticipated starting price of 2,999 yuan. This places it a mere 700 yuan below the discounted flagship, which offers superior front camera capabilities and a better display. Nevertheless, the S1 also possesses a larger battery, swifter charging speed, and the same chip as the flagship, all at a price that is 400 yuan lower. Shen Fei truly admires Wang Teng. His strategy is commendable, as it neither hampers the flagship sales nor detracts from its unique selling points. If the starting price is indeed 2,299 yuan, it is fortunate that they have acquired 2 new production lines for the new year. Otherwise, with the current stock of chips, it would likely not suffice for even a month's consumption of the S-series. The Pro will certainly not outsell the standard version, given its pricing. It is also unlikely to surpass the X1, as one is a flagship while the other is a value-oriented sub-flagship, indicating a fundamental disparity in positioning. With this configuration, the entire series is expected to swiftly surpass 1 million in sales. The screen ranks among the industry's elite, and its camera and charging capabilities are significantly ahead of competitors. The official website and Weibo account of Huaxin announced the opening of offline flagship stores monthly, with an average of 5 new stores each month, ensuring consumers can shop with confidence. Just as Huaxin announced its price reduction, rival company Xiaomi finally saw a reduction in component prices, leading to the large-scale production of the Xiaomi 3. Consumers can now experience the previously limited supply of the Xiaomi 3, which was only available during the New Year shopping festival. Moreover, the 64GB storage version has seen a price reduction of 200 yuan, bringing it down to 2,299 yuan. This has propelled the sales of the Xiaomi 3, to new heights, successfully surpassing 8 million units, with this month's sales reaching 1.5 million units. Such sales figures are tantalizing for Shen Fei. However, the early announcement of the price reduction has resulted in a slight decline in February sales, yet they still achieved 250,000 units sold. Given the sales figures before the reduction, this is already impressive, and next month's sales are expected to soar. Online, Huaxin and Xiaomi are showcasing their sales figures, while OV, as a representative of offline manufacturers, continues to quietly amass substantial profits. By selling configurations priced in the hundreds at 1,000 or even 2,000 yuan, and with some high-storage versions exceeding 3,000 yuan, they are reaping significant rewards. However, with the promotion by digital chat stations and various digital influencers, an increasing number of consumers are paying attention to specifications. Notably, the official Weibo account of Xiaomi has surpassed 13 million followers, while the leading leak account, Digital Chat Station, has over 3 million followers. The official account of Huaxin Technology, established less than a year ago, has also surpassed 2 million followers. As online engagement continues to rise, the Green Factory quietly established the OnePlus brand in mid-December 2013, positioning itself as an online value-oriented product line, primarily focusing on the OnePlus series. Similarly, the Blue Factory, as a close ally, launched the iQOO brand targeting gaming flagships. However, these two value-oriented brands have not garnered significant attention. Both continue to focus on offline sales, relying on numerous offline channel partners for sustenance. Offline distributors prefer to promote the Green Factory's A series and R series, as well as the Blue Factory's Y series and X series. Each sale of these series yields profits ranging from 400 to 800 yuan. In contrast, the planned products of the two sub-brands are designed to leave no more than 300 yuan in profits for offline distributors, with some memory versions yielding only slightly over 100 yuan. Naturally, offline distributors are inclined to promote higher-margin products, which explains the scarcity of Xiaomi's offline stores. Chapter 16. The Chrysanthemum Factory Press Conference. As March arrives, the Chrysanthemum Factory begins to exert its influence. They have invested significant effort into the success of this product. Internally, they have also started positioning the Mate brand image to enhance the user experience for white-collar workers, undertaking numerous adaptations. On March 3rd, at the enthusiastic invitation of Yu Qingdong, Shen Fei attended the press conference. The key reason for his presence was the launch of this generation of Mate in the capital, which was why he made the effort to attend. Had it been elsewhere, he likely would have found an excuse to decline. After a warm handshake with Yu Qingdong, Shen Fei took a seat in the front row, as the connections of the Chrysanthemum Factory appear to be slightly broader than those of Huaxin, attracting more fans. Even though this is merely the second generation of the Mate product line, and the previous generation was quite disappointing, the legacy of the feature phone era has amassed a considerable user base, and the venue remained packed. As the press conference commenced, a short promotional video began to play on the large screen, coinciding with the countdown. Being the flagship product of the Chrysanthemum Factory, the specifications are, of course, impressive. Even the promotional video was filled with surprises. The atmosphere in the room fell silent as the countdown reached its conclusion. At that moment, Yu Qingdong's distinctive voice resonated from the stage, greeting the audience with enthusiasm. "Good morning, everyone. The device in my hand is our latest development, the Chrysanthemum Factory Mate 2. Our research team has meticulously refined it to present you with a truly groundbreaking smartphone. The Mate 2 has made significant advancements in imaging design, aesthetic appeal, battery life, and charging capabilities. Firstly, the Mate 2 is equipped with a remarkably large display, measuring 6.1 inches, providing users with an exceptionally wide visual experience. The resolution of this screen is 1,280 x 720 pixels, with a pixel density of 241 ppi. Utilizing highly advanced packaging technology, the screen achieves an impressive screen-to-body ratio of 75:04, while also supporting multi-touch functionality. Whether watching videos or browsing the web, the experience is exceptionally gratifying. You can even handle documents directly on this device. As you may know, we at the Sea Lion have consistently invested in processor development. Therefore, this generation will not disappoint our loyal fans, as it features our self-developed Kirin 910 processor. It integrates billions of transistors, possessing formidable computational and graphical processing capabilities, exhibiting a 30 improvement over the previous generation, ensuring smooth performance for daily usage. However, due to significant technological lag and the absence of cutting-edge processes, this generation of processors may not fully meet your expectations. Compared to competitors, we still face considerable gaps and have a long journey ahead, but we remain undeterred by the challenges that lie ahead. This statement from Yu Chengdong ignited excitement among the audience of loyal fans. This is the chrysanthemum factory they know and love. Starting this year, we plan to invest $5 billion over the next 5 years to empower our products to stand tall and strong, traversing this thorny path. We hope for your continued support, and we proudly announce that the K-series processor has officially been renamed to Kirin processor. The Mate 2 we are unveiling today is equipped with the first processor in the Kirin series, the Kirin 910. This is a quad-core processor with a maximum clock speed of 16 GHz, representing an approximate 30 improvement over its predecessor, while simultaneously reducing heat output by 80, thereby offering users an exceptional daily experience. Following the introduction of the processor, Yu Dazue proceeded to address the issue of battery life. This smartphone boasts an impressive 6.1-inch display, making battery longevity a significant concern. In this regard, the Mate 2 is equipped with an expansive 4,050 mAh battery. Furthermore, our Mate 2 supports reverse charging, allowing users to assist their companions whose phones may be drained while out and about, effectively transforming our device into a power bank for them. Despite the audience expressing satisfaction with such a robust battery, the question of charging time arises. Surely, it would take several hours to reach a full charge? Tech-savvy viewers may have noted that not long ago, our competitor Huaxin Technology, in collaboration with our esteemed company and another partner, established the Huaxin Fast Charging Alliance in the capital. As one of the members, our Mate series will undoubtedly not be absent, featuring a 20W super fast charging technology developed by our laboratory. This is 2W faster than Huaxin Technology's offering, and in practical tests, it can restore a charge from 0 to 100 in just 55 minutes. The audience, including Shen Fei, expressed admiration. Indeed, as a player in the premium market, the swift development of a viable solution within just a few months is impressive, even with a team of talented system developers. Achieving results in such a short time frame is no small feat, underscoring the prowess of the industry's leading figures. Oh, how remarkable it is that our company, born from technological innovation, has swiftly surpassed Huaxin in the fast-charging arena. Alas, after today, my Huaxin X1 will no longer hold the title of the fastest charging phone. On stage, Yu Dazue confidently continued to elaborate on the imaging capabilities of the Mate 2. The rear camera of our Mate 2 is equipped with a 13-megapixel sensor, ensuring that whether capturing landscapes or architecture, every shot is a masterpiece. The front-facing camera automatically engages the GPU for AI beautification during selfies, guaranteeing that each image radiates brilliance, easily transforming into stunning visuals with minimal editing. This is a testament to the convenience of using our self-developed chip for optimization. Though it is merely a comparison to our competitors, we are not yet at the level of Huaxin, however, transitioning to the strength of our company. In the realm of network communication, we can confidently echo a sentiment from our competitors. We are far ahead. Anyone familiar with our company knows that we originated in the telecommunications sector, with the majority of domestic 4G base stations equipped by us, some of which we constructed ourselves. In terms of communication capabilities, there is no need for concern. We boldly assert that if we claim second place, no competitor would dare to claim first. Thus, our Mate 2 supports a multitude of network types, ensuring that whether in urban settings or remote mountainous regions, users can always stay connected without the fear of missing calls or messages due to lack of signal. Shen Fei wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, when it comes to communication prowess, our company holds a slight edge, even surpassing the capabilities of Shen Fei himself. Despite his advantages, our company holds a majority of communication patents, ensuring our devices are better compatible with our own base stations. This is precisely why Shen Fei opted to collaborate with us for chip development, seeking to gain access to our telecommunication patents. Signal strength is undeniably a crucial aspect for any smartphone, significantly impacting daily use and gaming experiences. As Shen Fei pondered this, Yu Dazue on stage continued to enthusiastically present the highlights of the Mate 2. Soon, he prepared to discuss the final point, the pricing. After such an extensive presentation, it is only natural that the audience's primary concern would be the cost. I shall not keep you in suspense regarding this matter. The Mate 2 comes in several versions, including a 3G telecom variant customized specifically for the telecom provider, which will not be sold in the official store. The model with 216 gigabytes of storage, supporting an expansion of up to 64 gigabytes, will retail for 2,688 yuan. The 4G all-network version, likely the one most users are interested in, has a starting price of 2,899 yuan. Additionally, A high-end version with 332 gigabytes will be available for 3,199 yuan, while the top-tier 364 gigabytes model will be priced at 3,499 yuan. The Unicom 4G version is available for 2,888 yuan, and customers who subscribe to the corresponding Unicom 4G plan may enjoy purchasing incentives. Thank you all. In this day and age, our company remains largely dependent on offline mobile operators as the primary source of sales. Our mobile business has evolved from earlier customized phone initiatives, maintaining excellent relationships with various carriers to facilitate sales. However, upon hearing the prices, Shen Fei contemplated whether our company is also venturing into the high-end market. This could prove to be a challenging path, yet, with a leading figure paving the way, a slightly lower price point than that of the leader may indeed ease the journey into premium territory. The crucial point, however, is that Huaxin's S-Series Pro version is targeting the 3,000 to 4,000 yuan range, while the next generation X-Series aims for a price point of 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. It appears that this generation of the Mate may struggle with sales, especially with the imminent release of Huaxin S-Series. Nonetheless, with Huaxin's assistance in the next generation of Mate, it may stand a better chance. If all goes as expected, this generation will likely be overshadowed by Huaxin's S-Series, resulting in disappointing sales figures. Preparations for the next Mate 3 are already in mind. However, one should not be too hasty in judgment. Huaxin's model may be slightly smaller, and there remains a segment of consumers who favor larger screens. Thus, there will still be some sales, albeit likely falling short of our previous expectations. As subsequent sales confirm this notion, it is a matter to be revisited later. Chapter 17. Investing in Dongfang Factory. After attending the release event of our company in Kyoto, Shen Fei returned to the office to delve into another significant matter: investing in Dongfang Factory. This is currently one of Huaxin Technology's most critical initiatives, impacting our future strategy. Since securing patents and technical personnel at the beginning of the year, 3 months have passed. Naturally, one cannot simply idly wait for 3 months. Screen production and research and development represent substantial investments. Shen Fei places considerable emphasis on this aspect. However, to achieve collaboration, mutual recognition of each party's accomplishments is essential. To avoid potential pitfalls, Shen Fei established a large negotiation team to conduct preliminary investigations, preparing to commence formal negotiations this month. Yet, Shen Fei remains unperturbed. He possesses core patents and a robust research and development team. The outcomes of negotiations will unfold as they may. If unsuccessful, he can always return home and persuade his father, who has spent a lifetime in real estate, to invest in high-tech industries in his old age, establishing a factory for production and direct sales. Following the path of the Korean wave is not out of the question. Through preliminary investigations, as of March this year, Dongfang Factory comprises 4 facilities. The first is the B1 plant located in Kyoto, the initial production site for Dongfang, featuring a 5th-generation production line that commenced operations in 2005. Primarily manufacturing LCD screens for mobile displays, currently operating at a loss. The second facility in Kyoto, internally designated as B4, is equipped with an 85-inch production line, representing Dongfang's most advanced technology, launched in 2011. However, the current production capacity is primarily focused on large-sized display panels, with no plans to manufacture mobile display panels. In Tianfu, there exists a subsidiary factory internally designated as the B2 plant, which operates a 45-generation production line. Commencing operations in October 2009, it primarily manufactures small-sized LCD screen products. Most of the mobile phone screens utilized domestically from Dongfang Factory are produced at this facility. In Huaxin, there is a 6th-generation line, a bold industrial gamble by the local government. When Dongfang Factory initially planned to establish itself in Huaxin, Sharp also arrived with intentions to invest in an 85-generation line. However, Sharp's motives were not genuinely to invest, but rather to disrupt Dongfang Factory's plans. If Sharp had truly intended to build a factory here, they would not have promised such an advanced 85-generation line, as such a sophisticated production line could not possibly be established in Huaxin. Yet, they painted a grand picture to sway opinions. Thus, many within the company leaned towards Sharp, preparing to reject Dongfang Factory. Sharp's technology was indeed more advanced and was backed by foreign investment. However, after conducting thorough investigations into Sharp's past behaviors, the Huaxin authorities demanded that Sharp commence its investment in the factory. Sharp, however, continued to make empty promises without any actual progress. This tactic of creating illusions to hinder Dongfang Factory's establishment had been employed several times before. Ultimately, after internal deliberations, Feicing chose to reject the Neon Sharp company. Concurrently, the government guaranteed a loan of 8 billion yuan to facilitate the establishment of Dongfang Factory in Feicing. The results proved Dongfang Factory's resilience. Established in 2008, it commenced production in 2010. By 2012, it began expanding with the addition of an 85 generation line, with a total investment of 28.5 billion yuan. Expected to officially commence operations in February of this year and aim for full production by 2015. It can be said that Feicing successfully completed its industrial transformation through this significant gamble. As Dongfang Factory's market share continues to grow, this investment may yet yield substantial returns. Currently, Dongfang Factory comprises 4 large-scale production facilities, with a valuation of 92.5 billion yuan by the end of 2013, making it a formidable player, with each facility's investment exceeding 20 billion yuan. However, due to technological shortcomings compared to foreign competitors' countercyclical strategies, Dongfang Factory remains in a state of financial loss. The shareholders of Dongfang Factory possess considerable strength. Otherwise, enduring such losses would have led to closure long ago. The OLED screens rewarded by the system predominantly consist of key technologies, coupled with a multitude of research and development engineers, with an internal valuation of approximately 18 billion yuan. Theoretically, this could account for 195 shares in Dongfang Factory, yet the largest shareholder currently holds merely 10. They may not be inclined to allow Huaxin to become the largest shareholder. After several preliminary negotiations, Shen Fei sighed, acknowledging that the 195 shares were merely theoretical. In reality, Dongfang Factory could only spare 8 shares and was willing to sell the remaining technologies for 5 billion yuan. They hoped Shen Fei could settle the final payment for the screens purchased from Dongfang Factory. To Shen Fei, this seemed akin to a wolf in sheep's clothing, leading him to abandon the idea of acquiring shares in Dongfang Factory. After leaving Dongfang Factory in limbo for a while, they ultimately capitulated. They settled on the proposal of establishing a joint venture to create a new factory, primarily focused on producing OLED screens. The headquarters will be located in Jinshan, where Huaxin Technology would contribute technology and talent, along with 4 billion yuan in cash, while Dongfang Factory would provide technical workers, production equipment, and a portion of technological patents. Shouldering the majority of the funding, totaling 16 billion yuan, with a planned total investment of 20 billion yuan for the establishment of a production base in Jinshan. The new company was named Huadong Panel Manufacturing Company. Shen Fei provided the majority of the technological input, along with part of the funding. The final share distribution was set at 60 for Huaxin Technology and 40 for Dongfang Factory, with both parties sharing operational responsibilities. Importantly, even with a 40 stake, Dongfang Factory would not have management authority, and the counterpart had no objections to this arrangement. The decision to establish the company headquarters in Jinshan was driven by the city's ambition. To attract this colossal enterprise, the local government offered 2,000 acres of land, reserving an additional 1,500 acres. They sold the land to Huadong Panel Company at a market price of 110 yuan, while also providing a loan of 10 billion yuan for industrial investment at a lower-than-market interest rate, coupled with comprehensive support, ensuring that all necessary materials would be supplied without requiring the company to make multiple trips. To prevent Dongfang Factory from poaching talent, Shen Fei ensured that all contracts were under Huaxin Technology's name, with headquarters positions while working at the subsidiary. Ultimately, this collaboration, tinged with mutual interests, was successfully realized. Chapter 18. The launch of Mate 2. Upon the release of Mate 2, it indeed fell short of Shen Fei's expectations, with sales faltering significantly. Within 15 days, sales barely surpassed 200,000 units. Had Huaxin Technology achieved such sales figures, Shen Fei would have been overjoyed. However, this was the case with Ju Factory, which had established offline channels and maintained excellent relationships with carriers. Such sales figures from Ju Factory were far from impressive. A substantial portion of the 200,000 units sold was facilitated through carrier partnerships and bundled sales. This device boasted several exclusive selling points. For instance, the 4,000 mAh substantial battery and the 20W fast charging capabilities render this configuration somewhat more commendable than the offline models produced by the blue and green manufacturers. In the swiftly evolving smartphone market, competition is exceedingly fierce. The performance of the Kirin 910 has indeed created a significant chasm between itself and its competitors, albeit in a backward manner. One cannot even begin to compare it with the current high-performance offerings from Huaxin, particularly as Huaxin has elevated the performance threshold for premium devices and the resolution standard for displays. at the price point of $2,899. The specifications of the Mate 2 are decidedly unimpressive. If the Chrysanthemum factory were to emulate the blue and green manufacturers by engaging offline distributors and enlisting the endorsement of popular celebrities while sponsoring a few entertainment shows, one might speculate that sales would improve. However, the design of the Mate is overly business-oriented, making it somewhat challenging to enhance sales through this avenue. The 6.1-inch display, coupled with a mere 720p resolution, results in a noticeable graininess during actual use, rendering daily activities less than clear and delicate, thereby compromising the overall display quality. Aside from its performance, the screen of the Mate 2 undoubtedly deserves criticism. Moreover, it features a single rear camera, which is not particularly noteworthy, as this is the norm across the industry, with only Huaxin offering a distinctive alternative. Nevertheless, the rear camera does not present any significant drawbacks. Its 13-megapixel configuration is quite commendable, complete with automatic focusing and AI beautification features. However, due to insufficient promotional resources and a lack of price advantages, this has led to concerns regarding sales figures, which must be troubling for you, the spokesperson. At the onset of its release, significant price reductions are not feasible. The only recourse is to employ contract packages to lower prices and entice consumers, a strategy in which the Chrysanthemum factory excels. Positive reviews abound, as the actual experience is indeed quite satisfactory. Conversely, the shortcomings have not gone unnoticed, resulting in mixed reviews online. Enthusiasts laud the expansive screen and the robust battery life, capable of lasting a full day on a single charge. Detractors, however, criticize the performance of the Kirin 910, which can only compete with the offline offerings from OV, still priced at 2,800. Yet, should the price of this device decrease by 500 yuan, it could emerge as a commendable smartphone. As this generation of the Kirin 910 has finally shed the limitations of its predecessor, the Fire Kirin, exhibiting commendable heat control. Of course, the influence of the Chrysanthemum factory remains, reflecting the heritage of an established manufacturer. Were this smartphone to be marketed by Huaxin, it is unlikely to exceed sales of 50,000 units in a month. Although the Chrysanthemum factory possesses influence, not everyone acknowledges it. The level of recognition is gradually ascending, thus casting doubt on the eventual sales figures in Shen Fei's eyes. In light of the underwhelming sales, Yu has already taken heed of the lessons learned and has commenced the development of the next generation of devices. Thanks to the support of Professor Liang, the next iteration of the Kirin chip is already in development, with plans for tape-out production in May. Under Professor Liang's guidance, the performance of this new chip is expected to surpass that of the Kirin 910 by approximately 150. Internally designated as the 925, despite the dismal sales of the Mate 2, Huaxin is poised to stoke the flames further. They have initiated the pre-launch of the Huaxin S1 series, with reservations now available on their official website, offering a discount coupon of 100 yuan for those who reserve. Both the S1 and S1 Pro are eligible for this offer, and reservations also provide a chance to participate in offline events. Digital chat stations have likely bombarded everyone with advertisements for the Huaxin S1, evidently showcasing the affluence of the smartphone industry, as these ads incessantly appear upon opening my phone. Allow me to share some insights I've gathered regarding this matter. The S1 series comprises two configurations, with some disparities in screen size, yet utilizing the same display panel. Those who prefer smaller screens may opt for the standard version, while the larger screen is available in the Pro variant. The differences in imaging capabilities are minimal, with slight variations in the lenses, primarily concerning the secondary camera. The main camera remains unchanged, yet both versions feature dual rear AI cameras. With flagship algorithms, the photography experience promises to be delightful. The performance is expected to meet the high standards set by Huaxin. The standard version is equipped with a hexa-core Tianxin 800E, while the Pro boasts the full-fledged Tianxin 800, the cost of which is notably high. However, it is rumored that Wang Teng, the head of the S series, is persuading the executives, likely leading to a pleasant surprise for everyone. Specific performance details will be disclosed in a couple of days, and I will provide a comprehensive review video. In essence, one can anticipate surpassing all expectations. As for battery charging, you can rest assured, as this is their forte, promising significant surprises. I also encourage everyone to make a reservation on the official website, as doing so will grant a 100 yuan coupon. Will Mr. Wang, the astute strategist, deliver surprises in the charging department? After all, the Chrysanthemum factory currently reigns supreme in fast charging. Digital chat stations have responded with keen interest. Will the astronauts' photography algorithms face any limitations? While while the Chrysanthemum factory has already utilized a 4,000 milliamp hours battery, will Huaxin expand their battery offerings further. Digital chat stations have confirmed improvements in battery performance, though I cannot divulge specifics until the embargo is lifted. We shall await the release event. But Huaxin is focusing on large batteries and rapid charging, making fast charging more accessible across various price points. As a mid-range device, the S-Series is positioned to be a significant contributor to sales and cash flow, while also debuting some cutting-edge technologies. If the Huaxin X-Series is considered the favored child, then the S-Series is akin to the cherished daughter. This product, while designed for the mid-range market, does have its shortcomings. However, perfection is unattainable in this segment, due to the elevated costs associated with the core processor. The S1 has naturally seen cost-cutting in areas that do not impact user experience, such as a plastic mid-frame and back cover, which regrettably detract from its aesthetic appeal. The Huaxin 1 broadcast hall can accommodate up to 800 spectators, and at this moment, Wang Teng is on stage rehearsing, embodying the presence of a true emperor. Upon his debut on the main stage, Wang Teng exhibited no signs of nervousness, likely due to the sparse audience, as this marks his third rehearsal. Theoretically, completing 2 more processes and 1 additional rehearsal should suffice. After all, it is his first time, which is understandable. At this juncture, Shen Fei entered the conference room, causing a momentary flutter in Wang Teng. With the top executive present, could this inaugural model of the S-Series achieve resounding success? The pressure is palpable. Shortly thereafter, Wang Teng concluded his presentation and descended from the stage. Shen Fei inquired if he felt nervous. Wang Teng replied that he was coping well, having become familiar with the process. However, he expressed uncertainty about how he would fare when the audience was filled. No need to be anxious. Everyone must experience this once. And with practice, it will become second nature. Moreover, your presentation was commendable. To support your work, I have approved your proposal. However, the official website has launched a reservation campaign, offering a 100 yuan coupon. This allows for an additional discount on the 24.99 price, ultimately bringing it down to 2,299 yuan. Very well, Mr. Shen, I appreciate your support for my work, and I'm confident that the S-Series will surpass 10 million units sold. Excellent. When we achieve that milestone, I will host a celebration in your honor. While Huaxin is busy preparing for the launch event, the Chrysanthemum factory has also received some news, causing you to become anxious. The anticipated starting price of the Huaxin S1 Pro is expected to mirror that of the Mate, with configurations in all aspects, except for the battery and screen size, being superior to those of the Mate. To mitigate the potential impact from Huaxin, the Chrysanthemum factory has ramped up its advertising budget, hastily pushing out products before the S1's release to prevent the Mate's sales from declining further post-launch. Simultaneously, the scale of orders from the manufacturing plant was curtailed, with the internal production plan being reduced from 5 million units to 2 million, thereby averting the risk of inventory accumulation. The development speed of the next-generation Mate was accelerated once more, reserving spaces for the chips while other modules commenced design, ensuring immediate adaptation once the chips became available. Chapter 19. The Mighty S1. As time progressed, March drew to a close. Wang Teng, after numerous rehearsals, finally subdued his inner excitement. He was set to unveil the first generation of the S-Series as the chief executive officer of Huaxin. If this launch event proved to be exceedingly successful, with remarkable sales figures, Wang Teng would officially ascend to the position of vice president at Huaxin Technology, assuming comprehensive responsibility for the Huaxin S-Series. Following internal discussions and subsequent approval from Shen Fei, the release event for the Huaxin S1 series was ultimately scheduled for March 28th. Being a brand primarily focused on online marketing, the formidable promotional machinery was set in motion immediately. While one might critique Huaxin's offline marketing efforts, it would be remiss to dismiss their online promotional acumen. Indeed, even the reigning champion of online marketing, the Rice brand, would have to concede, as Huaxin wielded financial prowess. The official social media account of Huaxin, number 321, began its campaign, with the official Weibo account releasing a poster featuring merely the back of smartphone, captioned, AI dual cameras, illuminating your beauty. The Huaxin S1 was slated for release on the 28th, boasting unparalleled value for money, with a promotional offer of a 100 yuan discount coupon for early reservations. Additionally, the official Huaxin website unveiled a striking pre-order page, adorned with a pulsating countdown timer, reminding the public of an impending technological extravaganza set to ignite the 2,000 yuan price segment. From this juncture onwards, the Rice brand would no longer reign supreme in terms of cost-effectiveness. Each day, the official website updated a selling point for the Huaxin S1. While the official Weibo account shared daily articles highlighting these features to pique user interest ahead of the launch. On the following day, a new revelation emerged. The Huaxin X1 would be equipped with the 6-core Tianqin 800E processor, although specific core parameters were withheld. Wang Ting finally obtained the coveted password to the digital leak site from Shen Fei, initiating the internal disclosures. The influential digital leak platform, Huaxin's official account, commenced the prelude for the internal codenamed S, dubbed the God of War, at the 2,000 yuan price point, directly competing with the Rice Digital Series. The green brands are Series, and the blue brands X Series. Utilizing numerous high-grade components and drawing from previous leaks alongside newly released information, I shall summarize the findings. The device is equipped with a 3,500 mAh Glacier battery, the Tianqin 800 series processor featuring super fast charging, alongside a standard 720p display. The Pro version can be regarded as the youthful iteration of the X series, incorporating several technological firsts, making it quite appealing. Guess the price. And those who answer correctly will be entered into a draw for a Huaxin S1 364G mid-range version. The entry-level configuration remains consistent with Huaxin's established strategy, commencing at 332G. The Yugong 000 series employs flagship processors. How shall the elder brother price this? As for the price, I speculate it to be 2,599. Fear not, for I am the old Buddha, well-versed in the art of pricing. However, the S1 has already undergone a price reduction, and I anticipate the starting price to be around 2,399 yuan. How does Suki 1254 fare in photography? The digital chat station has heard from insiders that Wang Tung visits the algorithm department daily, promising surprises. What materials are used for the frame and back cover of the Longlan Jiwen Ming model? The digital chat station reveals polycarbonate. Quite straightforward, DRZ understands, it's primarily plastic. It seems there are too many competitors offering superior quality elsewhere. The Huaxin official website also launched a series of promotional activities, including giveaways of wired earphones and 100 yuan discount coupons. Yet, the most popular event remains the Guess the Price, Win Freebies campaign. Not only are the incentives substantial, but participation is also exceedingly simple. Every user who makes a reservation gets a chance to comment with their anticipated price in the comment section, regardless of accuracy. After the launch, a draw will be conducted for 100 lucky winners who guessed correctly. This initiative attracted a massive influx of participants, with daily comments reaching 100,000. Within merely 3 days, the total surpassed 1 million comments. Should 20 of those who commented choose to purchase the phone, the first week sales would undoubtedly exceed 300,000 units. Finally, with just 2 days remaining before the launch event, the operations team revealed the complete exterior design of the phone. A 30-second video also showcased 4 color variants, along with high-definition renderings captured from the front, side, and rear. On the eve of the launch event, several digital bloggers collaborating with Huaxin released evaluations regarding the chip. Arguably the most authoritative source was the digital chat station, regarded by netizens as the de facto official account. The day before the new device's release, we secured an advanced look at the Huaxin S1. However, due to the pre-release status, certain details could not be disclosed in depth. Nonetheless, the information regarding the chip had been unsealed. Let us proceed with testing, as I believe this is a point of keen interest for many viewers. Without further ado, let the practical tests commence. First, the standard version of the processor is the Tianqin 800E, derived from the Tianqin 800 series, employing a 123 design. It appears that during production, many defective units emerged due to subpar manufacturing processes. However, these defects were not entirely discarded. They simply could not achieve higher frequencies. Tianqin Semiconductor masked certain cores while downclocking the processor for continued usage. Why do I assert this? Based on our understanding, Huaxin's internal sales expectation for the S-series are in the millions. Had it not been for production flaws leading to a surplus of defective units, the S-series would not be utilizing the Tianqin 800E. From what we gathered, the production cost of this single chip exceeds 800 yuan. Moreover, the starting price for this phone will not exceed 2,500 yuan, and this is for the 332G base version. Since this chip is a trimmed-down version, what is its actual performance? Let us run a benchmark on the Antutu test, achieving approximately 85,000 points in the current version. This score significantly surpasses the Fire Dragon 801 released by Gaodong the previous year, coupled with various other configurations, making it the new king in the 2,000 yuan category. It remains uncertain whether Huaxin will adopt a limited release strategy akin to Rice, so those interested should be prepared to purchase early. The CPU section can only reach 28,000, which is attributed to the disabling of one medium-core and one small core. Additionally, all three core types have undergone downclocking. Thus, the peak performance cannot be compared with the Tianqin 800. However, it still maintains a lead over competitors by 1.5 to 2 generations, provided that competitors continue to adopt a conservative approach. One can also anticipate whether the introduction of Tianqin semiconductor will spur the next generation of competitors' processors to innovate. As for the GPU, it can achieve around 36,000 points, with only one small core disabled, resulting in minimal variation. On a side note, significant updates to processors are anticipated in the second half of the year, particularly regarding the processors from the Chrysanthemum brand, which holds promise. Although the current offerings from the Chrysanthemum brand are far from satisfactory, they possess the financial resources to enlist the assistance of Tianqin Semiconductor for collaborative development. What if the Chrysanthemum brand cannot compete? They could still join forces. Teacher, I want private lessons. If Qualcomm continues to adopt a conservative approach in the latter half of the year, the market for the following year is poised to be exceptionally promising. However, I unilaterally believe that Tongzi will no longer be conservative in its advancements. The performance in the latter half of the year is bound to improve, and it will no longer resemble a mere fire-breathing dragon. Rest assured, Gaodong, you shall not be disappointed. In terms of daily photography and gaming, the disparity between the Tianqin 800E and Tianqin 800 is negligible, with the fluctuation in gaming frame rates being less than 2 frames. Furthermore, due to certain cores being disabled in the Tianqin 800E, this processor will generate less heat during gaming sessions, thereby enhancing the overall user experience. As for photography, we are currently unable to disclose any details due to a lack of clearance, but I can assure you that the surprises are immense. We will promptly share updates following the conclusion of tomorrow's press conference. Stay tuned to Digital Chat Station, your trusted digital informant for cutting-edge digital revelations and exceptionally detailed reviews. Once this review video is released, the tech community will undoubtedly be abuzz. Numerous digital bloggers will provide more in-depth analyses of this video. They, too, wish to capitalize on this wave of attention, but have not secured official media devices, leaving them with no choice but to proceed as they can. These bloggers commented that Huaxin is leaving no room for other manufacturers. Currently, Huaxin X1's most significant drawback is its exorbitant price, which, even after reductions, still exceeds the average consumer's budget. If it were to reach the 2,000 yuan mark, it would undoubtedly drive competitors into a frenzy. Netizens are fervently discussing its performance and pricing in the comments, even expressing indifference to its plastic mid-frame and back cover. Indeed, you are quite accurate. This phone does indeed utilize a plastic back cover and mid-frame. Chapter 20. Wang Teng's inaugural press conference. The date has arrived. It is the 28th, the day of the press conference. Today, Huaxin Technology is no longer as it once was. To add a touch of excitement to the event, staff were required to bolster attendance. Presently, Huaxin Technology has firmly established its foothold in the high-end market, with cumulative sales of the X1 series surpassing 1.5 million units. The official fanbase has exceeded 2 million. To attend the press conference, aside from select few prominent digital influencers, the remaining audience must enter a lottery. As per tradition, the fortunate attendees of this event are provided with meals and accommodations at Huaxin Technology's expense, along with reimbursement for travel expenses, showcasing their considered approach. At noon, Huaxin treated the attending fans to a meal. During the meal, Wang Teng expressed his gratitude, stating that this was his first press conference and he hoped for their support. The fans responded affirmatively, while some audacious netizens inquired, "Mr. Wang, I heard you were convincing the executives. May I ask if you were successful? The recently released 100 yuan discount coupon, is that an indication that you have indeed persuaded the executives?" Wang Teng chuckled, refraining from a direct answer, stating, "For now, I can only say there are more surprises in store. Let us anticipate the evening's press conference, as it will not disappoint your expectations." The audience was filled with excitement and curiosity. As the clock struck 6, the press conference was set to commence at 7. The sign-in area had begun to welcome guests. Some fans were already preparing to check in. The sign-in area featured a designated photo spot for attendees to capture moments to share on their social media accounts. This press conference had selected 600 lucky audience members, with a staggering 150,000 participants in the lottery. Those who were selected were indeed the fortunate few, and all attendees were presented with small gifts from Huaxin Technology, truly worthy of showcasing. With an hour left until the press conference, to prevent early arriving fans from becoming bored, the operations team had prepared a relaxation area and a display zone. The display zone primarily featured the S1, though photography was not permitted at this time. However, attendees could engage with and experience the device, which was a delightful surprise. The relaxation area offered sofas, refreshments, and snacks, allowing fans to engage with one another and providing a space for weary attendees to rest, thus avoiding fatigue that might lead to drowsiness during the event. Meanwhile, backstage, Wang Tong was conducting his final rehearsal to avoid any blunders due to nerves, as there would be 800 live attendees and simultaneous online streaming. It was no longer like previous rehearsals with only a handful of observers, which certainly elevated the psychological pressure. After all, it was a maiden voyage, and rehearsing multiple times could only mitigate potential errors. As the scheduled time approached, Wang Tong confidently walked onto the stage. Esteemed guests, dear media friends, and loyal Huaxin supporters, good evening. Welcome to our Huaxin X1 series smartphone launch event. I am both the host and the principal speaker of this conference, as well as the head of the entire S series. My name is Wang Tong, and it is a profound honor to stand here with you to witness this exhilarating moment. This is my first time hosting a smartphone launch, should any minor issues arise. I hope for your understanding. After calming his nerves with a few deep breaths, Wang Tong seamlessly transitioned into the rhythm of the press conference. 20 years ago, mobile phones made their debut, and the early brick models were indeed reminiscent of cumbersome blocks. In just over 2 decades, not only have prices decreased and weights diminished, but functionalities have expanded significantly. As a new force, we at Huaxin aspire to carve out our market position through our formidable research capabilities. As Wang Tong conveyed the sentiment, the audience erupted into applause. The majority of consumers are drawn to Huaxin smartphones, primarily due to their impressive research prowess. Before diving deeper into the conference, I would like to introduce some distinguished guests present today. Firstly, our esteemed CEO, Mr. Shen, and our important strategic partner, Mr. Yu from Juchang, along with our media friends from various regions and all the fans who have consistently supported us. Thank you for your unwavering support. As Wang Tong's speech gradually gained momentum alongside the official recommendations, the number of viewers in the live stream surged and comments flooded the chat. It has begun. It has begun. Nonetheless, Wang Tong consistently hinted at exciting pricing. The S series is assuredly set to be more affordable than the X series. Could they genuinely unveil groundbreaking technology? The viewers mused about Huaxin's impressive research capabilities and speculated on the potential unveiling of numerous innovations. Perhaps they will indeed reveal some remarkable technologies. Let's watch patiently, as the revelation is imminent. At this moment, Wang Tong was fully immersed in his presentation. In recent years, our Huaxin brand has relentlessly pursued innovation and technology, quietly focusing on research and development. Last year, we achieved a significant breakthrough, prompting us to issue a clarion call to the domestic market, which has been saturated with foreign products. When we launched the Huaxin X1 last year, our CEO underestimated the fervor surrounding this product. Within a month, we sold over 100,000 units, an accomplishment our team had projected to achieve over the entire product lifecycle. We swiftly depleted our inventory. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in laughter, realizing the humorous predicament. Fortunately, our initial release did not reach such high sales figures, which spared us from dampening the shopping enthusiasm of our customers. This time, we have employed a professional agency for forecasting and have made sufficient preparations based on these results. So rest assured, Huaxin is dedicated to crafting superior products that meet the ever-growing demands of our users. Today, we shall present you with a satisfactory report card, demonstrating that technological research is not merely an elite endeavor. High-end technology can indeed be accessible to the masses. As Wang Tong's address delved deeper into the topic, the viewership in the official live stream surpassed 3 million, and the comment section was inundated with activity. Mr. Wang triumphs over Mr. Shen. Will you willingly remain under Mr. Shen's dominance forever? How amusing. Mr. Wang is truly exceptional, surpassing Mr. Shen's oratory skills. Amidst the resounding cheers, Wang Tong finally delved into the most pivotal aspect of the design. I trust everyone has gleaned from our previous official promotional video that our aesthetic design is indeed strikingly beautiful. The audience below began to engage playfully, alleviating the potentially monotonous atmosphere of Wang Tong's presentation. The enthusiastic interaction from the audience somewhat eased Wang Tong's initial anxiety. Now that everyone is familiar with our exterior design, allow me to share a few anecdotes regarding our design process. Firstly, our team has adeptly merged technology with design aesthetics. In the transitional sections of the frame, we have implemented corresponding exterior designs to enhance comfort during use, thereby preventing any discomfort from sharp edges. For the rear cover material, we have opted for polycarbonate, employing a gradient technique that glimmers beautifully under sunlight. Additionally, Polycarbonate exhibits remarkable scratch resistance and durability. Its inherent properties also render it exceptionally shock-resistant. This, however, sparked a discussion among the audience. Is polycarbonate the same ubiquitous plastic I know? It turns out it possesses such a sophisticated name. On stage, the leader continued with meticulous precision, transitioning from aesthetics to the screen specifications. We have incorporated a flagship 47-inch LCD screen, boasting a 720p resolution and supporting a 60 Hz refresh rate. Whether you're gaming, browsing images, or watching videos in your daily life, this screen promises an unparalleled visual experience. However, as this screen does not lead the market, falling short of our elder sibling's 1080p display, I shall merely touch upon it without delving into extensive details. While it may not be cutting edge, its performance is undoubtedly commendable. Wang Tung, holding a mobile phone, addressed the audience. Our Huaxin S1 is powered by the Tianxin 800E, while the S1 Pro is equipped with the fully fledged Tianxin 800. I shall refrain from elaborating on the differences between the two chips to avoid wasting your time. Yet, regardless of the model, we remain far ahead of our competitors. Our Tianxin 800 series has already been validated by the market, capable of conquering all games available. Moreover, to enhance your gaming experience, we have thoroughly upgraded the cooling system, debuting the Glacier cooling module with an impressive 4,080 square millimeters of cooling area. Coupled with the polycarbonate rear cover, it effectively dissipates heat, ensuring the device remains cool even under high-performance conditions. For the live streaming audience, is anyone familiar with these so-called cooling modules? Do they actually serve a purpose? They are somewhat effective, as excessive heat can lead to throttling and a decline in performance. If we can manage the temperature, we can maintain peak performance for extended periods. Thus, one could argue that this cooling system is indeed quite robust. But fret not. We shall await the blogger's reviews to ascertain its efficacy. Observing the audience's intrigue regarding performance, Wang Tung bore a confident expression. This is precisely why the theme of our launch event centers around daring to surpass expectations, as these technologies have yet to be utilized by our flagship X1. If this were all we had to offer, we could hardly claim to host a groundbreaking launch event. With that statement, all attention shifted from performance to the unknown. In terms of memory and storage, we will not compromise by offering low-memory versions merely to reduce costs. As Mr. Shen aptly puts it, while it may seem like a benefit to consumers to lower prices, it is, in reality, a disservice that sets a trap for them, an unethical practice. While a smaller memory option might save significant funds, it inevitably results in sluggish performance after a year or two of use, necessitating a new phone. This perspective garnered widespread agreement. Indeed, my first-generation Rise phone has begun to lag, despite its initial smooth performance upon purchase. This is a systemic characteristic beyond our control. However, our Huaxin S1 series is equipped with ample RAM and substantial storage. The entire series starts at 332 gigabytes, with a maximum configuration of 464 gigabytes. Paired with the formidable Tianxin 800 series processor, ensuring you need not worry about sluggishness, with a guarantee of 36 months of uninterrupted smooth operation. Furthermore, it supports storage card expansion, accommodating an additional 64 gigabytes. This statement from Wang Tung astonished everyone present. A manufacturer dares to guarantee 3 years of smooth operation? With Android, how could that be possible? Huaxin merely guarantees 3 years of smoothness, without specifying continuous use of Android. Regarding imaging capabilities, our Huaxin S series is positioned as a photography-centric smartphone. However, as our second chip has yet to be produced, we have no choice but to utilize the current processor. As you may know, the Tianxin 800 is exceptionally powerful, inadvertently making it the most formidable gaming phone in the 2000 price range. Yet, remember, our S series primarily emphasizes photography features. After saying this, Wang Tung helplessly waved his hand, as if to say that invincibility is simply that powerful. This display of confidence from Wang Tung not only failed to irk the audience, but instead garnered significant support. Thus, we present a smartphone that boasts formidable performance alongside exceptional photography capabilities. Our Huaxin S1 series introduces the Nightingale algorithm, enabling remarkable low-light photography, ensuring clarity and brightness even in dim environments. Of course, the S1 is not only defined by its powerful algorithm, its hardware is equally impressive. The first-generation S series features the flagship-grade sensor, the very same 24-megapixel main camera found in our Huaxin X1. This revelation instantly drew widespread admiration, as such a high-end lens has never been seen in the 2000 price range. But Huaxin has achieved it. Wow, Huaxin is on the verge of a breakthrough. The flagship-grade lens has been made accessible, What about the second lens? Please elaborate. The second lens is undoubtedly inferior and merely serves as a filler. It is unlikely they would provide another quality lens. How could they maintain pricing otherwise? Nevertheless, this is already more than sufficient, as this lens is exceptionally robust. Although the second lens may be a mere filler, it is still absent from many competitors' offerings. The auxiliary lens is a 2-megapixel monochrome lens, which offers decent versatility. The Pro version certainly has its merits. We have replaced the 2-megapixel monochrome lens with an 8-megapixel ultra-wide-angle lens supporting 123 degrees of ultra-wide photography, allowing everyone to experience its capabilities. Indeed, I suspected that with such an impressive primary camera, the secondary lens must surely be subpar. You get what you pay for. While others still utilize a single primary camera, Huaxin X's provision of 2 lenses is already quite commendable. The new algorithm has many X series users envious. Although they were promised algorithmic enhancements upon purchase, no specific names were provided at that time. This is clearly the new version. The question remains whether they will have access to it. However, users of the Huaxin X1 need not worry. Our Nightingale algorithm will certainly be rolled out to you. It is expected to undergo gray testing on April 1st and be fully deployed before April 7th. Please be patient as you await this update. Huaxin has indeed excelled in this regard. Since acquiring the phone, I've already experienced 2 version updates, and it truly becomes smoother with each use. Everything can be upgraded through OTA. When photography falters, an OTA update is the remedy. When battery life wanes, an OTA upgrade offers salvation. The so-called OTA magic can rejuvenate all things, provided, of course, that your hardware supports it. As smartphones have evolved, battery longevity has emerged as a paramount concern for users. Despite the increasing battery capacities in the era of smart devices, their endurance pales in comparison to the days of feature phones. Once, a single charge would last a week. Now, achieving a full day on a single charge is considered quite commendable. This decline in battery life is not indicative of inferior batteries, but rather stems from the expanded functionalities of modern smartphones, which inevitably lead to greater power consumption. With the proliferation of 4G networks, the power demands of 4G smartphones surpass those of their 3G predecessors. But is there a solution? The Huaxin X1 presents a remedy: rapid charging and high-density batteries, yet the concern of needing to recharge daily remains. Our competitors propose enlarging screen sizes to accommodate larger batteries, a solution that unfortunately results in heavier devices, detracting from user experience. Therefore, we have resolved to innovate our production techniques, enabling high-density batteries to house even greater capacities. We are proud to announce the world's first 3,500 milliamp hours high-density battery. The audience erupted in applause upon hearing of the battery's expansion. Yet a new question arose. Would this be a standard feature or exclusive to the Pro version? However, due to the nascent stage of this technology, costs are somewhat elevated. Considering our standard model's pricing, our research and development team initially advised against it. Even Mr. Shen urged me not to include the 3,500 milliamp hours Glacier battery in the standard version, suggesting we reserve it for the Pro launch. Yet, prioritizing user experience and aiming for a successful debut for our S series, I ultimately chose to incorporate the Glacier battery into the standard model as well. To this end, I made a pledge to Mr. Shen that our S1 series would exceed 1 million units in sales by April, and the total product lifecycle would surpass 10 million. Would the audience support my endeavor? Enthusiastic shouts of support, echoed from the crowd, with the online viewers echoing the same sentiment in a live chat. From Mr. Shen's perspective, the impact of this live broadcast was decidedly favorable, far surpassing the hasty launch of my previous event. The online audience has shown genuine interest in this product, and I am confident that when it becomes available, it will exceed their expectations. However, due to the high cost of the battery, we had to make some compromises regarding fast charging. Nonetheless, it is widely recognized that we are the pioneers of fast charging technology, and we maintain a cost advantage in this regard. Hence, we cannot undermine our own reputation. The Huaxin S1 series also supports fast charging, albeit limited to 15W due to cost considerations. I hope for your understanding, and I assure you that the forthcoming pricing will indeed be a pleasant surprise. No waities. As long as the price is right, it will all be worth it. Aside from our competitors, this is already considered a commendable charging speed. Those utilizing antiquated charging speeds need not fret. Mr. Wang, I sincerely hope you will not go back on your word. How much will the price be? Don't keep us in suspense. I'm only interested in the final price, so please reveal it swiftly. Upon hearing the audience's excitement, Mr. Wang felt a sense of relief regarding their engagement. As for the Pro version, it will also feature the 3,500 milliamp hours Glacier battery. But but with an impressive upgrade to 225W fast charging. This super fast charging must establish our reputation as the original pioneers. We must be recognized for the fastest charging speeds. In terms of charging power, Huaxin has once again set a new record for fast charging, astonishing users of the X series, Green Factory's R series, and Mate 2. Certainly, those using domestic phones not part of the fast charging alliance, as well as Apple users, will be even more astounded. In just 6 months, we have surged from being 3 times behind to now 4 times ahead. How can one compete with such progress? Beyond these formidable hardware specifications, our software is equally impressive. Currently, we rank second in Android custom software, with only Xiaomi's system above us. At this moment, Xiaomi's system remains robust, as their first product was indeed the system, not the phone itself. While many may not have used a Xiaomi phone, they have undoubtedly encountered a MIUI. However, our system is by no means inferior. It is simply less playful than Xiaomi's offerings. In terms of smoothness, we may even surpass Xiaomi. You need not worry about system maintenance. We again commit to providing our users with a minimum of 3 major updates and 4 years of maintenance for the S series, while our flagship X series will receive 4 major updates and 5 years of software maintenance. Exceptional accessories, long-term system support, and conscientious pricing define our vision for the S series. Now that I've covered all necessary points and highlighted our selling propositions, what remains to be said? A unified voice from the audience called for the price announcement, urging me to disclose it. The online viewers echoed these sentiments, imploring me not to keep them in suspense. It appears that our tradition of delivering a prelude before revealing the price remains steadfast, since everyone is so eager for the price. Let me first share the philosophy of Huaxin technology. We steadfastly uphold innovation as our driving force, continually investing substantial resources in research and development to deliver the most advanced, high-quality products and exemplary service to consumers. We deeply understand that innovation is the key to the future, enabling us to survive amidst fierce market competition. And we remain vigilant even in times of success. As anticipated, a prelude is necessary before unveiling the price. No worries, it's a Huaxin tradition. And if the price is unsatisfactory, feel free to voice your displeasure later. I trust that some viewers may already be expressing their frustration. So I will now reveal the price that has garnered the most attention. As previously mentioned, our Huaxin S1 starts at 332 gigabytes, but what is its price? It is 2,499 yuan. The moment Mr. Wang uttered these words, the PPT on stage flipped to reveal a colossal 2,499. The other 2 configurations were promptly disclosed. The 364 gigabytes version at 2,799 yuan and the 464 gigabytes version at 2,999 yuan. The audience erupted with exclamations of delight, but Mr. Wang, is this truly the final price? Did you not mention needing to convince upper management? Is this the price post-negotiation, or is there more to come? Of course, when I, Wang Tung, state that I will convince upper management, I'm certain of my success. To celebrate the launch, the 332 gigabytes version will be available at a limited time discount of 100 yuan, starting at 2,399 yuan, with an additional 100 yuan discount for pre-orders. The final price will be 2,299 yuan. I believe this price will be exceedingly appealing, prompting immediate purchases. However, let's not forget that the price for our Pro version has yet to be revealed. Once I disclose the Pro pricing, sales will commence immediately. Our Pro version also initiates at 332 gigabytes, equipped with the full-powered Tianqin 800, exceptional 225W super-fast charging, and advanced dual cameras. What then will its price be? The upcoming price reveal will surely satisfy our dedicated fans. The starting price of the Huaxin S1 Pro is set at 2,999 yuan. The large cup version with 364 gigabytes is priced at 3,399 yuan, while the top-tier configuration with 4,128 gigabytes is a mere 3,799 yuan. To commemorate the launch, the Pro model has received a price reduction of 100 yuan, bringing it down to an enticing 2,899 yuan. After applying coupons, the final price is only 2,799 yuan. Isn't that absolutely delightful? Furthermore, we have ample stock available for immediate sale, totaling over 1 million units, so there is no need for concern about availability. Orders will be shipped based on payment timestamps, with later orders taking a few extra days due to existing logistical pressures. We appreciate your patience as we strive to dispatch your new devices promptly for your enjoyment. The live chat is inundated with the word delight, drowning out other comments, leaving only expressions of joy visible. No worries, Mr. Wang. If there are any issues with the pricing, they are solely my responsibility. At this rate, who would still buy rice? The standard version is priced at 2,299 yuan, even more enticing than rice. While the Pro model at 2,899 yuan allows one to experience the fully equipped Tianqin 800 for under 3,000 yuan. Am I dreaming? Is this price for real? How are competing brands supposed to survive? The wolf is at the door, but I welcome it as it may compel competitors to lower their prices. Meanwhile, Wang Tingxiang on stage smiled at Mr. Shen Fei, expressing gratitude for his support. In response, Mr. Shen picked up the microphone and jokingly remarked, "I will definitely support Mr. Wang's endeavors. However, Mr. Wang, you must fulfill your commitments. Failure to do so will affect your year-end bonus." Laughter erupted from the audience, collectively inquiring about Mr. Wang's commitments. Isn't the cost too high? The initial price of 2,499 was already quite appealing, but it lacked the shock factor. I assure Mr. Shen that if we reduce the launch price by another 200 yuan, it will surely be a resounding success. The first week sales will undoubtedly surpass 1 million units, and cumulative sales will surely exceed 10 million. In the live chat, some users commented, urging others not to buy, to let Mr. Wang experience the harsh realities of the market. All right, Mr. Wang is striving to benefit everyone. Let us dig a pit for him. We appreciate everyone's participation in this launch event, and we have prepared some small gifts, a pair of Huaxin wired earphones and a 500 yuan discount coupon. Users interested in the S1 series can make a purchase, and those who prefer the X series are also welcome. For those intrigued by our S1 series, feel free to visit our official store, as well as our partnered third-party platforms and offline flagship stores. Once again, we emphasize that we have ample stock available for immediate sale. No monkey business. The audience inquired if they could stack the discounts mentioned above. Of course, my dear Star fans, came the reply. This sparked jealousy among the live viewers, clamoring for coupons themselves. Consequently, we released 100 additional spots, ensuring that even after the live stream concluded, some users continued to watch, believing themselves to be destined for greatness. Is this price and product not a disruption to the market? This situation filled Lei Jun, watching the launch from the Xiaomi headquarters, with a sense of vigilance. The various leaks prior to the launch led him to believe this phone will be priced around 2,599 yuan, far surpassing the 1,999 yuan Xiaomi Mi 3. Xiaomi relies solely on cost-effectiveness to capture the market. No one can surpass them in this regard. However, with rising hardware costs, maintaining the 1,999 price point is becoming increasingly difficult. Hence, their initial batch releases are typically limited to a few 100,000 units, often sold at a loss, with hopes of a massive release months later after supply chain adjustments. This generation of the Xiaomi Mi 3 has commenced at 216 gigabytes to justify its price hike toward a higher-end market. They have only produced 2 configurations, with a high-memory version priced at 2,499 yuan, deliberately discouraging the use of storage card expansion to push consumers towards the larger memory variant. Unexpectedly, an astonishing configuration emerged at the price of 2,299 yuan. Even after deducting the 100 yuan pre-order discount, it amounts to just 2,399 yuan, with the 364 gigabytes version priced at 2,799 yuan. Wang Tung is clearly targeting Xiaomi, employing every strategy to do so. If Wang Tung were aware of Lei Jun's thoughts, he could only chuckle. Wang Tung declared that he is not targeting any individual, but rather the entire audience. Nevertheless, Lei Jun is indeed a marketing prodigy, adeptly tapping into the desires of young consumers seeking high performance without sufficient budgets, thus creating a phone that, apart from its robust SoC, possesses relatively average specifications. However, that era has passed. We now enter the age of Huaxin, with the S1 possessing ample capability to seize Xiaomi's cost-effective market. Yet, the Xiaomi Mi 3 is not without merit. Xiaomi's operating system remains quite enjoyable, and its display surpasses that of competitors. The only drawback compared to rivals is its slightly smaller battery, though it still exceeds 3,000 mAh. However, the 5V1A charging speed leaves much to be desired. Fortunately, the Xiaomi Mi 3 has sold remarkably well, surpassing 6 million units, alleviating Lei Jun's concerns, leading him to instruct his assistant to officially adjust the pricing of the Xiaomi Mi 3. All versions will be made available for immediate sale without daily limitations. The 216 gigabytes version will see a price reduction of 200 yuan, starting at 1,799 yuan. The 64 gigabytes high memory version, which had previously been reduced by 200 yuan, will now see a further decrease of 150 yuan, starting at 2,149 yuan. This creates a significant disparity in the cost-effectiveness realm and allows for further promotional opportunities. However, he must also prepare for the next generation of Xiaomi smartphones. The results of the promotional efforts demonstrate that Lei Jun's decisiveness is indeed beneficial. Following the launch of the Huaxin X1, the monthly sales of the Xiaomi Mi 3 series, which were previously around 800,000 units, have now dropped to only 450,000, a decline of less than 50. After the conclusion of the launch event, Huaxin commenced the next phase of its marketing strategy. A quality product requires not only excellence in its creation, but also in its marketing to achieve impressive sales. Some claim that Xiaomi's success stems from its remarkable products. However, in Shen Fei's view, Xiaomi's standing in the market is attributed more to a combination of exceptional products and outstanding marketing. Many have attempted to replicate Lei Jun's cost-effectiveness strategy, and these imitators have demonstrated that Lei Jun's success is not solely reliant on cost-effectiveness, but also on his internet marketing prowess. All hardware components are supplied by vendors, with no singularly distinctive core parts. The products are strikingly similar. In a fair assessment, they are nearly identical. For those lacking integrity, such as OV, selling a 2,000 yuan product with a 100 yuan configuration still proves to be quite popular. A simple calculation reveals that everyone is aware of each other's costs. With sufficient funds, one could assemble an identical Xiaomi Mi 3. If one so desires, they could even sell it at a lower price than Lei Jun. Nevertheless, their sales would undoubtedly lag behind Xiaomi's, as brand trust and consumer loyalty cannot be matched. Xiaomi Company is the pioneer of the cost-effective strategy. Should competitors genuinely lower their prices, consumers would only credit Xiaomi for exerting pressure that forced these companies to reduce their prices. Shen Fei fully understands the significance of marketing. To ensure a successful launch for the S series, he ultimately allocated the same marketing budget for both the S and X series. Certainly, this is but a singular event. Once the S series establishes its reputation, the marketing expenses will revert to the appropriate B-level costs. One cannot squander wealth, after all. He is no fool from a landlord's estate. In Chapter 23, an explosive success ensues. With substantial promotional funding at his disposal, Wang Tung promptly embarks on his campaign following the conclusion of the launch event. Major social media platforms become the primary battleground for promotion. Firstly, on Weibo, out of the top 10 trending topics, Huaxin occupies a remarkable 4 slots, with Wang Tung sales barely reaching 10 million units. Coupled with the deduction of year-end bonuses, Huaxin S1 emerges as the new king of cost-performance ratio. The rapid charging technology receives another iteration, but one must ponder, is such quick charging truly necessary? The Tianxin 800E processor remains formidable. Such an enticing price point has captured widespread attention. Initially priced at 2,499 yuan, the launch discount brings it down to 2,299 yuan, leaving competitors in the dust. This smartphone boasts an impressive configuration. It is among the first in the world to support 4G networks. Featuring a top-tier 15W and 225W super fast charging system, paired with a robust 3,500 mAh battery, it faces no rivals. The high-performance Tianxin 800 series processor is a leader both domestically and internationally. With flagship-grade dual cameras and identical AI algorithms, this configuration surpasses every other smartphone from domestic manufacturers. Yet it is offered at an astounding price of merely 2,399 yuan. This pricing compels many hesitant consumers to make the purchase. On the day of the launch, eager customers seize the opportunity to acquire the Huaxin S1, especially since pre-ordering grants a 100 yuan discount coupon, enabling a starting price of 2,299 yuan. However, some users express apprehension regarding potential issues with the Tianxin 800E processor. The E designation seemingly suggests a compromised version. Who can determine the veracity of the manufacturer's claims? Yet, the manufacturer's assertions are so laudatory, suggesting that while benchmark scores may differ, the actual experience surpasses that of the full-blooded Tianxin 800. This naturally instills concern among some sensitive users. Previously, the differing chips in the Xiaomi Mi 3 had similar proclamations, yet the actual experience was markedly disparate. Having been misled once, how could they be so careless again? Nonetheless, this represents only a small faction. The majority, fearing a return to the 24.99 price, hastily decided to purchase on the very same day. Tomorrow, the opportunity for that 100 yuan discount coupon will vanish, a significant consideration for price-sensitive consumers. As for video platforms, the professionalism escalates. Various contracted video creators released comprehensive review videos immediately after the event, aiming to secure official post-launch promotional support. This strategy garnered increased viewership and attention, elevating their status. High-quality evaluations from these content creators, marked by objectivity and professionalism, drew in a plethora of followers. Numerous fans promptly opened their apps to watch the device review videos right after the launch. Prior to benchmarking, the digital chat station had revealed that the standard version could achieve scores around 85,000. Our actual tests, conducted under ambient temperature conditions, yielded scores near 84,000, possibly influenced by the testing environment. Nevertheless, the disparity is negligible, delivering a significant blow to competitors. As for why the benchmark scores fall short of the official figures, it can be attributed to inherent variances in chip performance and the fact that manufacturers often conduct benchmark tests under controlled conditions, with some even resorting to refrigeration for optimal results. Benchmark scores should merely serve as a reference. We must prioritize the everyday user experience, which is ultimately paramount post-purchase. Adhering to our customary practice, let us delve into gaming. The latest endless running game operates seamlessly on both devices. The Pro version of Huaxin X1 exhibits a power consumption of 25 W, with a maximum temperature reaching 39 degrees Celsius after half an hour of gameplay, confirming that the advertised thermal management module indeed performs admirably. The standard version, Huaxin X1E, maintains a power consumption of only 23 W, with a temperature of 38.5 degrees after half an hour of gaming, proving to be even better than the Pro. Of course, it is vital to acknowledge that gaming is not the primary context in which a smartphone is utilized. In everyday app testing, the Huaxin X1 demonstrates a power consumption of 16 W, while the Huaxin X1E is slightly better at 15 W. This suggests that the power management of the Huaxin X1E is commendable, indicating that Huaxin's technology has indeed progressed over these months. Were Shen Fei to learn of this, he would surely be amused. After all, the officially contracted video creators possess a way with words. They have managed to present the throttling in such a flattering light, which is impressive. Clearly, the partnership was not a misstep. Indeed, the high-quality assessment team has signed with Huaxin Technology, allowing them early access to the actual devices and benefiting from official promotional support. It appears that the integration of proprietary processors with their own smartphones yields superior performance, while compatibility with various apps becomes significantly easier. Presently, Huaxin's technology is robust, rather than simplistic, much like in a school, where exceptional students inevitably coexist with those less accomplished. One might wonder, what is Kieran doing? This provokes laughter among viewers watching the video. Indeed, what is Kieran up to? Don't scold high silicon. I'm preparing for private tutoring. With the emergence of numerous detailed review videos, those hesitant viewers are now poised to give the Huaxin S1 a chance. While the adage goes by early for enjoyment, by late for discounts, this notion seems elusive with Huaxin. Late purchases appear to lead to price increases. Huaxin is operating on a first-come, first-served basis, with sales commencing immediately after the event's conclusion. Within a mere minute, over 20,000 units were sold. This is attributed to the appealing price point, as well as Huaxin Technology's growing influence within the smartphone industry. Nevertheless, this figure fell short of Wang Teng's expectations. In his view, such an attractive price, coupled with the launch discount, should have resulted in at least 50,000 units sold within the first minute. He anticipated reaching the sales figures of a leading competitor in a single day. Yet this was not the case. Ultimately, sales surpassed 100,000 units within 5 minutes and exceeded 150,000 within 10 minutes. After 1 hour of sales, they successfully crossed the 400,000 mark. Given the extensive promotion initiated 3 months prior, a month of pre-launch hype, and 10 days of rigorous A-level marketing, such astonishing sales figures are indeed comprehensible. Observing the report from Wang Teng, Shen Fei remarked, with such impressive sales, why the long face? An hour's performance equated to the X series monthly sales. Indeed, the adjusted pricing of the X series has led to a remarkable surge in sales. As of March 28th, this month's sales have already exceeded 400,000 units, with projections estimating around 300,000 units monthly moving forward. Truly, price remains the ultimate deity. Despite extensive promotional efforts prior to the launch, only 400,000 units were sold in the first hour without any limits. I had expected that, even if we didn't reach 1 million, we would at least achieve 500,000. If this device were sold by Xiaomi, I suspect they would surpass 1 million within the first half hour. They have already launched 3 generations. While we are only beginning with our first, patience is key. I am quite satisfied with this figure. The next steps involve standard promotional strategies. I estimate that we might reach 1 million units sold today. This places considerable pressure on logistics to ensure timely deliveries within a week. avoiding any complications. Rest assured, Mr. Shen, we have preemptively prepared. Some orders have already been redirected to regional branches. We anticipated the phenomenal sales of this device, ensuring ample stock. Each provincial warehouse has approximately 100,000 units. Certain orders will be dispatched directly from provincial offices to minimize consumer wait times. Moreover, the arrangements with Shen Fei have been finalized. Extra shifts will be held tonight to ensure that all orders are dispatched within 2 days. Excellent. With your assurance, I can rest easy. You continue with your tasks. I shall take my leave for the day. Once the work is completed, I will reward you all for your efforts. Thank you, Mr. Shen. As Shen Fei patted Wang Tong's shoulder, he exited the office, finding humor in the notion that as the boss, he could still be required to work overtime. Chapter 24. Finally, he remembered the existence of the host's system. After leaving the office and descending to the parking lot, as soon as Shen Fei settled into his car, he suddenly heard a chime. This prompted him to realize that the system had new rewards waiting for him. Indeed, the system's voice soon echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host. The sales of a single model have surpassed 1 million units. Cumulative sales of all models have exceeded 2 million. Cumulative sales of all models have now reached 3 million. Individual sales have crossed 10, 20, and 50,000 units. Achievement unlocked. Daily sales of 500,000 units. Oh, the system has finally remembered me as the host. I recall that the X1 series had long surpassed 1 million units, didn't it? Just a few thousand units away from the 2 million threshold. And now it suddenly decides to grant me benefits. Didn't you just reward me before the year end? What's going on? Have we grown so distant in just a few months that rewards are no longer forthcoming? I recall that rewards were issued promptly upon reaching milestones before. Why the delay now? Have you been out on a date with another system, losing track of time? The system remained silent, offering no response. That was a new user event. Ordinarily, cumulative sales must reach 10 million to qualify for benefits. However, as you are a new host, I have made an exception and granted you rewards. The rewards you previously selected are ultimate prizes, and they operate on a lottery basis, not as self-selected rewards. Oh, is that why I've been so fortunate? Usually, one requires a minimum number of participants to win a lottery. How could I possibly draw the jackpot each time? So, what you're implying is that you will resume normal operations. That's impossible. They would never uncover the truth about me as a gold-tiered system. To catch me, they would need to wait several centuries. Therefore, this time, your rewards will not be visible. I will merge several rewards into one, providing you with some urgently needed technologies, such as, would you be interested in patented technologies related to operational memory and storage? This should be the final component of core hardware. Of course, I would want that, but the storage industry is capital intensive. You just had me invest in screens, and now you want me to invest in this too. Do you think I'm an ATM? Can't you ask your father? Your father, yes. I've calculated it. Your father has sufficient funds. Shen's father suddenly felt a twinge of financial anxiety. Are you serious? You want me to have my father venture into semiconductors? I am serious, but you could also take the initiative yourself. So, what is your decision regarding this technology? If you don't want it, I can convert it into something else. Without hesitation, Shen Fei immediately provided his answer. Yes, I will persuade my father. Regardless, I need to secure the technology first. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a research team for operational memory and a storage research team, along with 2 sets of production equipment. The specific technologies will be provided by the research teams. The system only supplies the production equipment. Upon hearing this reward, Shen Fei thought to himself, this time the system has shown some integrity by providing equipment. Now, there is no need to persuade my father. I can establish the factory myself. The largest investment in this industry is indeed the equipment, and with foreign restrictions, even if one possesses the technology, acquiring advanced equipment from abroad is impossible. This is splendid. The system has provided a comprehensive solution. Shen's father. So, is there no one to advocate for me? When needed, I am referred to as father, but when not, I am merely an old man. Indeed, it is remarkable that rewards from multiple achievements have culminated in the provision of production equipment. You should have mentioned that you would provide production equipment earlier. Does this mean the next generation Huaxin X1 can utilize self-produced operational memory? Host, you are overthinking it. I merely recruited the teams. However, no results have been achieved yet. You must invest in research funds, and results are expected within 2 years. Are you toying with me? Then why provide production equipment now? Causing me to feel elated for no reason? Additionally, you have received the following rewards. 5 battery researchers, 1 battery production line, partial communication patents accounting for 0.03 of 4G communication patents, 5 designers, and 500,000 in cash. How can I describe these rewards? Better than nothing, I suppose. By the way, system, have they already caught you? These rewards are evidently much lesser than before. Well, didn't the big guy already provide you with something? These are primarily for data purposes. I must have something to account for, right? Otherwise, with your luck, you would require 5 years to obtain rewards akin to those before. Fine. It has filled the last gap, so it doesn't matter. By the way, when will the technical personnel arrive? I need to arrange a research center for them. No need to worry. They're already at the company and have been arranged. All right then. Let us proceed as such. You may take your leave. After conversing with the system on the way home, Shen Fei returned home at 11 o'clock at night. As a young person, 11 o'clock is hardly late. It is merely the beginning of the nightlife. However, due to the busy schedule of the press conference, Shen Fei, despite not being the primary person in charge, still had to oversee major issues, leaving him somewhat fatigued. He entered the bathroom, prepared to take a shower and rest. Having just finished showering and lying in bed, Shen Fei intended to scroll through his phone to check comments from netizens before sleeping. Suddenly, he received a call from Wang Teng. As soon as he answered, he heard Wang Teng's excited voice. Mr. Shen, our S1 sales have surpassed 1 million by 11:30. So soon? I was thinking it would be tomorrow morning, but it's already 11:30. You all should tidy up and head back. Just leave a few people on duty. Tomorrow will be the real challenge. All right, Mr. Shen. I can't sleep yet. I'll keep an eye on things for a while. I'll let them head back. Fine, if you wish to stay, then do so. It's already 11:30. If you're not sleeping, I certainly must. Wang Teng fell silent on the other end, glancing at the time on his phone, realizing something was amiss, and promptly hung up. The next morning, as Shen Fei arrived at the company, he noticed Wang Teng sporting prominent dark circles under his eyes. You look like you haven't slept a wink last night. If others see you, they might think our company mistreats its employees. Wang Teng chuckled nervously and quickly replied, No, I didn't go home. I was too excited to sleep. So I let everyone else leave and stayed on duty myself. Sales have now exceeded 1.2 million. By the way, Mr. Shen, I didn't disturb your sleep last night, did I? Not at all. If you had come half an hour later, I might have missed your call. The S1 series is indeed quite successful. Please compile a detailed report and come to my office. Also, instruct the operations team to release our initial sales report. No wonder to me has consistently favored a value for money strategy. It truly is effective. I can only hope our X series achieves such sales in the future. After speaking, Shen Fei turned and returned to his office. Under the directives of the big boss, the employees naturally did not delay. Soon, the operations team had edited the announcement, gone through multiple rounds of review, and sent it out. Thus, Huaxin has once again ascended to the trending topics, but this time not due to financial prowess, but rather through genuine buzz. With an astonishing sales figure of 1.2 million units, Huaxin X1 has indeed shattered records, achieving a daily sales volume of 1 million and generating revenue exceeding 3 billion. Is it truly the case that Huaxin can sell 1 million units daily? Is this a jest? The sales revenue surpassing 3 billion raises questions about how money has become so effortlessly earned. It is indeed possible, aside from its plastic back cover. There is little to critique regarding the Huaxin X1, and the shipping time has already been extended to a week due to overwhelming demand. Indeed, can you believe that my expected shipping date is already set for March 8th? It remains uncertain how much inventory Huaxin possesses, as I have seen the largest orders reaching 1.2 million units, and they still have stock available. I have placed my order, but it is set to ship the day after tomorrow, with the estimated shipping location indicated as within our province. Chapter 25, Commencement of Sales. Mine is also within the province. Has Huaxin commenced offline channels? Have you not been following their official Weibo? Huaxin has been opening offline stores every month. It appears that in preparation for this release, several stores were urgently established this month. Moreover, they have ensured that there is a transfer point in every province. The nation has now been divided into 8 major warehouses, from which shipments will be dispatched nearby. I am involved in this aspect, and Huaxin has established its own transfer points in every province. Yesterday, the higher-ups already transferred some orders to our provincial transfer point. We have commenced packaging and preparing for shipment, with some fans expected to receive their orders as early as this afternoon, as evidenced by the attached image of the packaging process. Brother, have you seen my order? It indicates that it is expected to ship today, as shown in the attached order image. I seriously suspect that the person upstairs is flaunting their speed. My order shipping time has already been set to April 2nd. It seems that some individuals have shared their order shipping dates, which extend to April 7th. Clearly, the demand for this device is substantial. I can only assert that at this price point, you cannot acquire a better smartphone. Even the Xiaomi Mi 3 pales in comparison to this device. Seated in his office, Shen Fei scrolled through Weibo, encountering a plethora of positive reviews and requests for expedited shipping. However, this is largely due to the fact that most individuals have yet to receive their actual devices. I anticipate that genuine user experiences will eventually yield some negative reviews. A smartphone can never please everyone. As it stands, the device appears commendable. However, I suspect that yesterday's sales figures represent the pinnacle for this model. Barring any significant price reductions in the future, Shen Fei firmly believes that price is the most effective catalyst for boosting sales. In his estimation, minor price adjustments are feasible, but a drastic price cut akin to a 300 yuan adjustment for the X series is unlikely, given the explosive sales of the S series. One could say that for every unit produced, a unit can be sold. There will be no official price reductions in the foreseeable future. Before long, Wang Teng, having organized the materials, arrived at Shen Fei's office. When he arrived this morning, the sales figure stood at 1.2 million. Now, it has surpassed 1.25 million. Though the growth rate has begun to slow, nevertheless, the sales remain extraordinary. This is to be expected. Driven by various incentives, impulsive buying is quite common. Those interested in this device have already placed their orders. Furthermore, today we have canceled the promotion offering a 100 yuan cash coupon for pre-orders. The coupons reserved yesterday remain valid for use today, but no new coupons will be issued. The sale price has reverted to 2,399 yuan, and in a week, it will return to the original price of 2,499 yuan. In this vast world, there are individuals who refrain from purchasing at lower prices, only to buy once prices rise. Observing others enjoying their purchases, they will inevitably cave in. Such consumers are merely cautious, fearful of making a poor investment. As of now, Shen's sales figures have begun to stabilize. Our team predicts that by the end of the first week sales, when the price returns to normal, the cumulative sales are expected to reach around 1.8 million. Subsequently, monthly sales will likely maintain a steady range of 600,000 to 800,000 units. The anticipated life cycle is projected to be around 12 million units. If combined with promotional activities, the sales could exceed that. This is quite commendable. Yesterday was an exceptional circumstance, characterized by double promotions and advanced marketing. You have done well in your work, and the other employees have also performed admirably, producing an excellent smartphone. Shortly, I will notify the finance department to double your salaries for this month. Now, please provide a detailed sales analysis. I am too weary to review it myself. We will refrain from promotional activities in the first half of the year and reassess based on the specific sales in the latter half. Gazing at the 10-page sales analysis report, he couldn't help but think it was quite a feat for them to have produced such a comprehensive document after only a few hours of work. Truly, they are cut out for clerical work. At that moment, Wang Teng suddenly interjected, stating that currently, the best-selling model is undoubtedly the S1, given its price point. The most popular memory version is the 332 GB variant. Many question why one would spend over 500 yuan to upgrade to 64 GB when a 64 GB memory card can be purchased for just over 100 yuan. Consequently, this version sales have already exceeded 700,000 units. Fortunately, we had anticipated this demand during production, resulting in a surplus of this version to meet supply. What surprised me was that the 464 GB variant has actually sold better than the 364 GB. Shen Fei nodded in response, affirming that this is certainly the case. For longevity, opting for the higher configuration is a possibility. Moreover, the price difference between the two versions is merely 200 yuan, leading those with a bit of disposable income to choose the top configuration. Thus, it is evident that price remains the most crucial factor in sales. By the way, how are the Pro models performing? Currently, the total sales for the Pro series stands at only 150,000 units, with the best-selling variant being the 128 GB high-capacity version. After applying the discount coupons, this version retails at 3,699 yuan, effectively making our S1 Pro akin to a youthful version of the X1, which is quite an attractive price. The starting price for the next generation Huaxin X1 will be set at 3,999 yuan, without any deceptive introductory discounts, while the Huaxin S Pro will maintain a price of 3,000 yuan. While Shen Fei busily discussed the specifics of the sales analysis report, other manufacturers found themselves in a state of distress, akin to ants on a hot stove. When the Huaxin X1 was initially launched at a steep price, many disregarded it. Yet, it has undoubtedly proven everyone wrong, as Huaxin has firmly established its foothold in the premium price segment. The market above 3,000 yuan is a forbidden zone for domestic brands, a territory primarily reserved for Apple and Samsung. Apple, in particular, only targets the market above 4,500 yuan. At that time, monthly sales of 200,000 to 300,000 units were insignificant compared to the current market of over 1 billion, hardly warranting attention. Yet, they have indeed maintained their ground. The source of Huaxin's chips has long been a mystery, sparking widespread speculation among netizens. Who is manufacturing them? The release of the S1 at least indicates that Huaxin Technology's chip supply has been secured. They can now provide substantial quantities, even extending their reach into the mid-range market. This development significantly impacts the market share, particularly encroaching upon Xiaomi's territory. The blue and green factories, primarily focused on offline sales, have experienced relatively minor repercussions. In Yu Dazue's view, the S1 employs the Tianqin 800E chip, leading him to speculate that Huaxin's chips are likely produced in-house. They possess their production line, albeit with subpar production technology. They have surpassed the 14-nanometer process, but the yield rate remains low. As for the source of their equipment, that is of little importance. Yu Dazue chooses not to ponder or inquire about it. That remains someone else's secret. What matters is that the domestic market has finally acquired advanced processes. This ignited a spark of intrigue in Yu Dazue, as the relationship between the two companies was exceedingly cordial. Might it be possible for his 925 to be manufactured by Huaxin? Even if the yield rate were somewhat lacking, it would not pose a significant issue. The Ju factory could secure a substantial contract to enhance the yield. It was not until the research department of the Ju factory discovered that by cracking certain drivers, they could activate the two cores that had been disabled, that it felt as though a new world had been unveiled. This revelation led the Ju factory to realize that Huaxin's chip production efficiency was not as abysmal as previously assumed. Rather, it appeared to be a deliberate measure taken to widen the price gap. However, systematic testing revealed that these chips were indeed inferior to the fully functional Tianqin 800 found in the X1 and S1 Pro. Yet they did not fall into the category of defective products. In terms of extreme performance, they were undeniably lacking, prompting the researchers to conjecture that Huaxin possessed formidable testing capabilities, intentionally packaging some subpar chips as Tianqin 800E for the budget segment. This indicated that Huaxin's yield rate would be exceptionally high. Nevertheless, due to a limited number of chip designers or production lines, they were compelled to adopt this strategy to delineate different price tiers. Chapter 26. A profound collaboration with competitors. This left Yu Dazue, upon reviewing the report, utterly astonished. Quality chips being relegated to the status of defective ones. It was an extravagant waste of resources, was it not? Had he known they could produce chips en masse, who would still rely on the 910? Why not have Huaxin launch a 1,000 yuan series to clear their 910 inventory? Would it not be preferable for Mate to utilize the new Kirin instead? Under these circumstances, could the Huaxin 925 be entrusted to Huaxin for manufacturing? Yet, whether Huaxin's production lines had the capacity to accommodate this request remained a pressing question. However, given Huaxin's limited series, they might be able to allocate some production capacity. They certainly did not require an excessive amount, only enough for Mate. At worst, it would merely entail an increased expenditure. The 14-nanometer technology on the island had only just been breached, and the yield rate was pathetically low to the point that even Gaodong was reluctant to utilize it, preferring to invest in the next-generation 810 with its 20-nanometer process. This represented a pivotal juncture for Kirin to surpass Gaodong. As for eclipsing Huaxin, Yu Dazue had never even entertained such a notion. The disparity was simply too vast. He was not alone in harboring such sentiments. Other manufacturers, witnessing Huaxin's extensive shipments, also realized that Huaxin had the capability for large-scale processor production. However, they remained oblivious to the underlying intricacies of the chips. Were they contemplating purchasing Huaxin's chips? If so, they could procure a small batch for their flagship series, naturally allowing them to explore higher price points and broaden their pricing spectrum, thereby reaping greater profits. As mobile manufacturers, none aspired to be anything less than a company akin to Apple, acquiring 70 of the market profits at a mere 15 cost. Yet the open and evolving Android ecosystem, coupled with periodic incursions from Gaodong, hindered their foothold in the high-end segment. However, raising prices was not a viable option, particularly with Gaodong's chip prices on the rise. Manufacturers had long endured Gaodong's dominance. With insufficient technical prowess for self-research, they had no other alternative but to endure, given that Gaodong remained the sole option for high-end chips. Other technologies could suffice for budget or mid-range series, but high-end aspirations were to be avoided. Of course, They had previously attempted to bolster other manufacturers through substantial purchases to elevate their technical standards, yet all such endeavors had ended in failure. For instance, Demi once endeavored to procure processors from other companies, with the Demi 3 Mobile Edition utilizing NVIDIA's Tegra 4 processor, which ultimately proved to be a notorious failure, severely impacting sales. Had it not been for Demi's urgent procurement of Gaodong's Dragon 800 processors, swiftly releasing versions for Unicom and Telecom, the reputation of the entire Demi 3 line would have been irreparably tarnished. As for Fa Go, he was still grappling with his own survival, having resorted to a series of seemingly foolish solutions to safeguard his position, solutions that were predominantly employed in counterfeit devices, leading many to associate FAG's chips with inferior products. Manufacturers typically refrained from using FAG's chips in their high-end series, except for a few conscientious firms like OV, which managed to profit, while the less scrupulous ones formed loyal partnerships with FAGO. They would not employ FAG's technology in their high-end lines, but rather in budget-friendly models, such as the Green Factory's A series and the Blue Factory's Y series. Even if FAGO were to regain footing, manufacturers would still hesitate to incorporate his processors into their premium offerings, regardless of how competitive the pricing or performance might be. Gaodong and the Ju factory shared similarities in that neither primarily engaged in chip production. Gaodong's core business lay within the telecommunications sector, where it dominantly reigned over 3G and held 24 patents in the 4G arena. Chip production was merely an ancillary endeavor aimed at promoting their base station solutions. Furthermore, Gaodong's offerings extended beyond processors to include communication basebands, audio chips, Wi-Fi chips, Bluetooth chips, and other components, along with a multitude of communication patents colloquially dubbed the Gaotong tax. Any manufacturer daring to bet on MediaTek would swiftly learn the hard way why Gaodong's influence was so profound. Would they have access to the latest chips? Unlikely. Would they be privy to cutting-edge technology? Certainly not. Any aspirations to penetrate international markets would be even more futile, given the current state of domestic patent laws, which are still evolving but better than before. Although patent management improved yearly, collecting patent fees remained a formidable challenge. In light of the domestic market conditions, Gaodong devised a strategy where manufacturers could purchase Gaodong chips without incurring the Gaodong tax. However, as the market expanded, they would undoubtedly seek to capitalize on it. This was precisely why Shen Fei insisted on securing communication patents as rewards for every system upgrade, to build a protective moat around their enterprise. However, the foreign landscape differed significantly. To sell, one must pay the requisite patent fees, or the penalties could exceed any potential profits. Furthermore, once penalized, manufacturers could face sales bans, effectively ensuring that the lucrative market would be drained thoroughly. In light of these circumstances, manufacturers dared not display any contempt towards Gaotong. Even though the latest 801 chip was a formidable force, they had no choice but to utilize it and procure it, irrespective of the inflated costs. Moreover, the distinction between Gaodong's 800 and 801 chips was merely an incremental upgrade. Manufacturers found themselves powerless, forced to pay exorbitant prices for the 801 since production of the Dragon 800 had ceased. Gaodong's extensive patent portfolio served as a reminder to manufacturers that their financial contributions solidified Gaodong's dominance. Faced with such pressure, they merely inquired about the availability of the Tianqin series processors, harboring little hope for success. Currently, the Tianqin series represented the pinnacle of Huaxin Technology's proprietary technology. Shen Fei aspired to elevate his company to the ranks of Gaotong. However, the current rewards for communication patents remained insufficient, preventing any meaningful competition with Gaodong. He could only temporarily relinquish that ambition. In the future, however, he could consider launching a dedicated series aimed at capturing Gaodong's high-end market. Selling mobile phones might not be profitable, but selling chips was a lucrative venture indeed. Moreover, the sale of chips is not fraught with numerous complications, should issues arise. One is not burdened with the responsibility of after-sales service, resulting in a truly high-profit, low-risk endeavor. However, the current situation prevents any sales, prompting Shen Fei to instruct Gu Man to politely decline inquiries from various manufacturer representatives. Naturally, the response was not definitive, hinting at potential collaboration in the future. The manufacturers expressed their understanding, as they had no intention of securing a partnership at this time. They merely sought to gauge interest, and if Shen Fei had acquiesced, they would have been compelled to scrutinize the situation for any signs of deception. As Shen Fei reclined in contemplation, his phone suddenly chimed. Upon noticing it was a call from Yu Dazue, he promptly answered, aware that Huaxin had hostages in their custody. After exchanging pleasantries, The conversation veered into the realm of business flattery. All right, Mr. Shen, enough of the compliments. I have a matter for which I seek your assistance. Unsure of the request, Shen Fei inquired further. It turned out that Huaxin had granted licensing for their cutting-edge, fast-charging technology to Ju Factory and dispatched a task force to assist them, providing authorization for both CPU and GPU cores. What more could there be? Suddenly, a thought crossed Shen Fei's mind. Could it be that Ju Factory was prepared to offer financial compensation? This matter is quite significant, and I wonder if it would be convenient for you, Mr. Shen. Perhaps you could use the Mate 2 I previously gifted you to contact me. That device had been custom-made with digital encryption. At this juncture, Shen Fei comprehended the gravity of the situation. It indeed pertained to chip manufacturing, necessitating utmost caution. The domestic chip industry currently lags a staggering 20 years behind international counterparts. The unexpected emergence of advanced processing technology was indeed peculiar. To prevent any leaks, exercising prudence was entirely reasonable. Inquiring further, Shen Fei recalled how he had amassed considerable wealth during his university days through stock trading, investing in a team that fortuitously comprised exceptional talents, not charlatans, but individuals of genuine capability. After 7 years, they successfully developed an immersion lithography machine, a pivotal factor in Shen Fei's entry into the mobile phone industry. The remaining production lines were constructed by procuring products from both domestic and international sources. Soon, the Mate 2 on his desk buzzed to life. It was rather fortuitous. Shen Fei had specifically inserted a SIM card to experience the device for several days, during which he had several discussions with Yu Dazue. The large-screen experience was indeed commendable, though the 720p resolution screen somewhat hindered its performance. As for the 910's capabilities, it sufficed for office tasks. As the saying goes, jazz musicians do not play games, they simply work. Although Shen Fei had surmised the matter at hand, he refrained from naming it outright, preferring to wait for Yu Dazue to broach the subject, thereby avoiding any misunderstandings. Mr. Yu, what is it that has you so meticulous? I am eager to know who is manufacturing the chips for Tianjin Semiconductor. Bang! Although he had anticipated this topic, Shen Fei remained silent for a moment, absorbing the revelation. The impatient Yu Dazue subtly interjected, does Tianjin Semiconductor possess sufficient production capacity? After a moment's reflection, Shen Fei resolved to disclose the information. Ju Factory's inquiry was undoubtedly aimed at ascertaining whether Huaxin could undertake the production of the Kirin 925. Given this, the truth would eventually surface, unless Shen Fei were to refuse the prospect of easy profit. Our two companies have engaged in extensive collaboration, and we have even dispatched a team of engineers to your facility for training. Therefore, I shall not conceal from you that we indeed possess a 14-nanometer manufacturing process. Contrary to external rumors of a single production line, we actually have 3. However, presently, only one line is operational, with a monthly output capacity of approximately 20,000 wafers. The current line is still undergoing adjustments, with an estimated maximum capacity of 50,000 wafers per month. As for the other 2 lines, they are still in the installation and debugging phase and are temporarily non-operational. Bang! Yu Dazue gasped in astonishment, and after a brief moment of composure, he felt as though his worldview had been irrevocably altered. Here, in the most barren of semiconductor landscapes, lay the most advanced production lines in the world. 3, no less. Even TSMC would not dare to claim possession of such a number. The mere existence of a single operational line was already astonishing. After a moment of silence, Yu Dazue exclaimed, Mr. Shen, I apologize. I am somewhat overwhelmed. Might your company's capacity allow for a small allocation? We are willing to pay a premium. What is this? I heard that your 925 is already set for production at TSMC. Mr. Shen, I wasn't aware you were privy to that. Had I known, we would not have contemplated TSMC. It was well known that the 925 also involved contributions from your engineers, thus ensuring a higher success rate for production at home. Yu Dazue, renowned for his audacity, leaned closer to Huaxin with each passing moment. However, it was true. TSMC lacked the necessary test subjects for their newly developed 14-nanometer process, and the actual yield rates remained uncertain. Even Gaodong was reluctant to engage them, as their next-generation Fire Dragon A10 was definitively utilizing TSMC's 20-nanometer process. Only by having test subjects could HiSilicon secure their turn. Once the technology matured, HiSilicon Semiconductor would struggle to secure a place, regardless of financial incentives. This was indeed the case. Several early processors had suffered delays due to insufficient production capacity, relying on outdated processes. However, we do have some leeway. Our low-end chip series has yet to be scheduled for production. Originally, this line was reserved for our new series. But since you, old you, have made a request, I shall grant you a favor. We can allocate it to you. Preliminary adjustments should be completed by late April, allowing for production to commence. Of course, the production costs will be somewhat elevated. Upon hearing this, Yu Dazue did not express indignation. Rather, he became even more courteous. I can understand that advanced processes come at a premium. Mr. Shen, since you have gone to such lengths to reserve a production line for us, the increased cost is acceptable. Please provide us with a quote. With that, he donned an expression of someone unbothered by financial matters. 50 million renminbi for the initial production. Thereafter, each wafer will cost 100,000 RMB, with additional packaging and testing fees of 100 renminbi per chip. This is a friendly price. It cannot be lower. On the other end of the line, Yu Dazue compared the quote with TSMC's offer. The production costs were indeed slightly higher, yet the overall pricing was reasonable, especially considering the safety and reliability Huaxin had provided. Yu Dazue understood that the reason TSMC's process had finally become available to them was due to no one wanting to act as test subjects. Had they followed TSMC's plan, with a poor yield rate, the cost could have far exceeded Huaxin's quote. After some contemplation, he agreed to Shen Fei's proposal. As for the origins of Huaxin's lithography machine and whether Ju Factory could establish its own chip production facility, they had not considered this aspect. Others had their paths, and as long as they kept their secrets, it sufficed. Ju Factory still believed that the global division of labor was indeed quite suitable. Investing in a complete industrial chain was excessive and unnecessary. Very well, we accept this price. Once the chip production line is ready for testing, please notify us for production. Mr. Shen, I must admit, our current generation Mate 2 has not performed well in sales. Initially, we projected modest sales figures, but then you at Huaxin released the bombshell S1. Internally, we have already abandoned this product. The design of the next generation has already commenced, with a projected release in July. However, the production timeline remains somewhat pressing. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei couldn't help but stifle a laugh, as he was well aware that this was indeed his concept. Suppressing his amusement, Shen Fei spoke up. Once they complete the installation and debugging on their end, I will promptly notify you to proceed with the tape-out. Should the tape-out be successful, we will immediately commence production, bypassing the scheduling delays typical of TSMC. Of course, this is also due to TSMC's extensive clientele, which necessitates waiting for the completion of one customer's order before moving on to the next. The interval between a successful tape-out and formal production is referred to as scheduling. Following a detailed exchange between the two parties, a contract for outsourcing was signed and publicly announced on April 5th. Naturally, the announcement did not pertain to the chip outsourcing agreement. Instead, it marked the formal establishment of a strategic partnership wherein both parties would engage in comprehensive mutual licensing in areas such as chip design, communication patents, and charging patents. The collaboration between Digital Chat Station and the involved parties led to the sharing of certain patents, with the latter providing communication patents, while Huaxin Technology contributed patents related to chip design. The next generation of the 925 is already in the works, expected to debut in the latter half of the year, and it is rumored to feature significant enhancements. Users who favor large screens and high performance will finally have the option to choose Huaxin. Why is Huaxin granting licenses to the company, given that Huaxin's chip designs are clearly superior? Questioned Tungfin Thomas. Isn't this the core technology of Huaxin? How could they authorize it? Meanwhile, some wondered, didn't the company just release the Mate 2? Why are they launching a new device so soon? Isn't this a betrayal of their loyal customers? Assistant Lazy Sheep summarized that Huaxin Technology had authorized chip patents to the company in exchange for communication patents. Due to the underwhelming performance of the Kirin 910, the company increased its investment in the chip industry this year, redesigning a new processor with the assistance of Tianjin Semiconductor. Given the substantial performance improvements, it was decided to skip the 920 and directly name it the 925, with the new device set to launch in the latter half of the year. Congratulations are in order for the two domestic manufacturers that utilize their own chips in collaboration. May domestic products continue to thrive. A single leading company is already sufficient to cause concern abroad, and now two competitors have formed a comprehensive strategic partnership. Initially unfamiliar with Huaxin, further investigation revealed that they seemingly possess the capability to produce chips independently, which is a significant development. The chip industry has reached a scale of hundreds of billions. With a future trillion-dollar market, an industry characterized by high value, low pollution, and substantial profits that must remain in America. As both companies celebrated their strategic partnership, an impending crisis quietly approached. Chapter 28. The Crisis of Public Opinion. The smartphone market is continually expanding, with significant annual growth. Particularly now that 4G has begun to proliferate, the market is rapidly increasing. However, competition remains fiercely intense, with each new device launch accompanied by a silent war of publicity. The success of the Huaxin S1 can be attributed to its exceptional configuration, which has drawn a considerable number of consumers. This, in turn, underscores the formidable capabilities of Huaxin's publicity department. Prior to the launch, the publicity team employed a meticulously crafted series of promotional strategies. No matter how impressive the configuration or enticing the price, it requires a period of fermentation to successfully capture the attention of consumers, which can be quite time-consuming. The market is fixed. Selling one additional unit for your brand equates to one less for a competitor. By the time your reputation has matured, other manufacturers may have already secured that segment of the market. Especially in this era of rapid internet development, various messages are intermingled online. It's conceivable that while you await the so-called fermentation of your reputation, competitors may spread rumors to undermine you, leading to a collapse in public perception. Just as the Huaxin S1 series was soaring with daily sales of approximately 50,000 units, turbulent waves of crisis began to ripple through the previously calm internet. Negative public sentiment began to surface. The official comment section was soon inundated with various disparaging reviews, claims of poor battery life, system lags, and subpar camera quality. Some even alleged that the system harbored numerous bugs, severely impacting the user experience, and advised against purchasing, warning, anyone who buys will regret it. These trolls were evidently well-funded, incentivizing some genuine purchasers to leave negative reviews. The prerequisite for participation was to first buy a phone, which the financiers behind the trolls would certainly not do. However, these trolls were astute, recruiting individuals to join groups, offering 50 yuan for each genuine review. This price was quite appealing, as 50 yuan was sufficient to entice many to leave negative feedback. For consumers, receiving a new phone while also earning a rebate was a win-win situation. Yet, from Huaxin's perspective, an influx of negative reviews could easily dissuade potential buyers. Consequently, the approval rating for the S1 on Huaxin's official store plummeted to 91.5, while even the long-released X1 saw its rating drop from 98.5 to 95.5. The X1's decline was relatively minor, given its sales had already surpassed millions over 6 months. Though this month's sales were substantial, they still fell short of 300,000 units. And the users of the X1 were generally affluent, thus indifferent to such trivialities. Moreover, those outside their circle were virtually impossible to recruit. The financiers also supported certain digital review accounts to consistently disparage the Huaxin S1 and X1. The objective was clear: to steer criticism towards allegations of plagiarism regarding the domestically produced Tianxin 800 processor. Huaxin's online supervisory department quickly identified this issue and reported it to Shen Fei. The publicity department maintained a vigilant 24-hour watch for any problems. Upon discovering this, they promptly alerted the authorities. It was evident that this public relations crisis was premeditated. One cannot deny the effectiveness of this tactic. The perception of domestic chips lagging behind their foreign counterparts is deeply ingrained. Huaxin Technology had not released any products prior, yet suddenly launched the internationally leading Tianxin 800 processor, raising suspicions of it being a plagiarized product. A few years prior, the Huaxin incident had severely set back the domestic semiconductor industry by a decade due to the infamous polishing chip scandal. That instance of fraud significantly tarnished the credibility of Chinese scientific research, leading many citizens and foreign research institutions to doubt the authenticity of domestic scientific achievements. The direct consequence was a sharp decline in public trust towards research institutions. This was merely a crisis of trust. The incident also deterred capital investment in the semiconductor field. The authorities decided to halt development, exacerbating the existing lag of roughly 10 years to a staggering 20 years. Should they succeed, Huaxin would inevitably relive the Huaxin debacle. First and foremost, consumer trust in Huaxin would erode, potentially leading to a decline or even cessation of sales for the currently popular Huaxin S1 series. The formula for negative reviews indeed appears ruthlessly effective. Even some less informed netizens have been swayed by this narrative. Huaxin Technology has now been completely branded as a plagiarist. I genuinely believed Huaxin Technology possessed formidable technology, one user remarked. I was ready to buy the S1, only to discover it was a product of imitation. When the X1 was initially released, I harbored some doubts. Just how poor is our country's semiconductor level? It's not as if everyone is unaware. In this arid landscape of semiconductor innovation, how could such a powerful product possibly emerge? Just look at how many years the other company has invested. Can their chips even be reliable? It's astonishing that anyone would believe the first-generation chips could be ahead of the international curve. Do you believe that I am Qin Shi Huang? Just like those who have faith in Huaxin's capability to design and manufacture, I intend to mark them, for when they grow old, I shall sell them health products. As the saying goes, it is easy to spread rumors, but difficult to dispel them. Faced with an unexpected public relations crisis, Shen Fei immediately summoned senior executives such as Wang Teng and Gu Man for an emergency meeting to discuss solutions. With the lessons learned from Huaxin's downfall, this was a matter of life and death for Huaxin. It was either a successful refutation of the rumors or the collapse of Huaxin. The atmosphere in the conference room was exceedingly tense, filled with senior management, as the gravity of the crisis weighed heavily upon them. Each face was etched with anxiety and concern, yet none exhibited panic. They understood that, as leaders, they must maintain composure and devise a rational and effective plan to address this crisis in a short span of time. After intense discussions and analyses, Shen Fei and his subordinates formulated a series of countermeasures while identifying their primary adversaries. The instigators of this crisis were foreign chip manufacturers who had joined forces. Despite Huaxin's impressive production volume of millions of chips, none of these four manufacturers had secured any outsourcing orders. This was sufficient to shock the international community. Western nations enforced a blockade on the Chinese market, advocating for China to merely serve as the world's factory, albeit limited to low-end manufacturing, without encroaching upon high-end sectors. Under their stringent blockade, China remarkably developed an advanced semiconductor industry, boasting technological prowess that surpassed even that of Taiwan's semiconductor manufacturing company, which they had all supported. At this moment, President Yu called Shen, inquiring if everything was all right. This crisis appeared to stem from semiconductor issues. Yu, with his engineering background and current oversight of mobile business, quickly deduced the reason for the fierce attack. It was evident that domestic competitors were not responsible. Previously, they merely pointed out minor flaws and would never resort to such lethal measures. Rest assured, it's a minor issue. True gold fears no fire. We have already devised a solution internally. That's good to hear. I thought you were relatively young and inexperienced in navigating turbulent waters and was considering lending a hand. It's reassuring to know you already have a resolution in place. Should you require assistance from our company, do not hesitate to reach out. We will promptly follow up to avoid being a hindrance. Aware of Shen's busy schedule, you concluded the call. As the saying goes, it is better to provide timely assistance than to add embellishments to a flourishing situation. You, having risen from the grassroots, adeptly navigated the complexities, clearly conveying his company's stance while maintaining an appropriate distance. Chapter 29, Solutions. First and foremost, Huaxin Technology Company issued an official statement via its mobile website and Weibo to commence debunking the rumors and to prevent disruption to normal operations. The statement vehemently denied the false rumors, emphasizing Huaxin's commitment to technological independence. There was no occurrence of technological plagiarism. All technologies have been thoroughly validated. Huaxin's mission is to deliver superior products with elevated technical standards to enhance user experience. Furthermore, the company vowed to hold malicious rumor-mongers accountable, having already filed a police report for investigation. Those who engage in smear campaigns would also face corresponding legal repercussions to safeguard the company's legitimate rights and reputation. The company urged the public to refrain from believing or spreading rumors, asserting that rumors cease with the wise. Meanwhile, Shen Fei also posted a rather ambiguous message on the official Weibo. Huaxin Technology has successfully acquired an immersion lithography machine through a third-party company, possessing fully independent intellectual property rights for a 14-nanometer production process. I believe no one would steal an industry that is even more outdated than their own. That would be utterly pointless. Shen Fei's strategy also included crafting ambiguous statements to sow discord among their adversaries. Lithography machines have long been prohibited from entering the Chinese market by Western nations. Even with recent relaxations, the machines that have infiltrated the Chinese market were at least 2 generations behind those in the West and belonged to mature process technologies. The prices for these processes had decreased, rendering them no longer high-value industries. China could only earn meager profits while also assisting in clearing out outdated lithography machines. Second-hand products at brand-new prices constituted a remarkably advantageous deal. Due to Western relaxations, the highest domestic process technology currently stood at 40 nanometers, though this process had only just been achieved with a low yield rate, deterring any manufacturers from utilizing it. The mainstream remained at 65 nanometers and 130 nanometers, which were also Huaxin International's primary revenue sources, merely yielding modest profits. The gap with foreign technologies remained immense. At this point, the most mature process abroad was 28 nanometers. with 20 nanometers already in mass production and a commendable yield rate. The 14-nanometer process was on the cusp of breakthrough, awaiting an increase in yield rate. Without Huaxin technology, the gap with foreign technologies would persist for at least another decade. Shen Fei's statement sparked significant astonishment. When did China acquire such advanced processes? How did this lithography machine come to be in China? They hurriedly began internal investigations. As for whether this immersion lithography machine was domestically produced, no one even considered that possibility. Rather than believe it was made in China, they would rather investigate which company dared to stealthily transport such advanced lithography machines to China. Shen Fei's remark also incited extensive discussions across Chinese social media. This land has long been dubbed a semiconductor desert. Am I still dreaming? Has our China truly achieved a 14-nanometer process? I must still be asleep. Let me sleep a bit longer. Is it really happening in our country? Shouldn't Huaxin be quietly amassing wealth? Did Huaxin really self-destruct? Yancy, has the internet just been connected? Did you not see the magnitude of recent public opinion against Huaxin? Is it true that Huaxin plagiarized foreign chip designs? Do you believe Huaxin's alleged plagiarism of foreign technologies? As Shen Fei remarked, who would plagiarize something that is technologically inferior? Or perhaps Shen possesses the ability to traverse time, stealing technologies that have yet to be invented? The comments below were filled with laughter. Huaxin Technology's public relations team also sprang into action, actively engaging with major media outlets to create educational videos, analyzing the implications of Huaxin Technology, establishing its own foundry on both the Chinese and global semiconductor landscapes, thereby diverting netizens' attention. As the official source for leaks, the digital chat station released a video of less than 10 seconds. Yet, this video held immense value, amplifying the impact of Shen Fei's Weibo post. As many of you know, I have extensive connections and have been frequently asked whether Huaxin indeed possesses its own production line. I can provide you with a definitive answer and also clarify why I have remained silent these past few days. This video should resolve your queries. Attached to this Weibo was a video, less than 10 seconds long, filmed from surveillance room. It merely showcased a lithography machine continuously at work, saying nothing yet conveying everything. The footage, intentionally captured in a blurry manner, left viewers uncertain whether this immersion lithography machine was indeed an ASML product or where its process node stood. Nevertheless, this video effectively struck a resounding blow against foreign adversaries. Plagiarism? How could we possibly emulate an obsolete industry? Perhaps your yield rates aren't even as commendable as ours. Perfect 201512, how outrageous. I never imagined Huaxin truly possessed its own chip foundry. I thought it was mere bravado. ISNT, it said that such ventures require substantial investment. And where did Huaxin acquire its lithography machines? Surely, the citizens of the region, like Xiaoya, sprouted from the desert. Where else could they have originated? Dojmem. The explosive revelations regarding Wang Tong's new device have proven that slander is futile. The truth is the ultimate weapon. Does this not suggest that we have indeed breached the blockade imposed by Western nations? Upon encountering this ID, Wang Tong's mood soured instantaneously. Why must they unleash new devices upon me? I have been striving to benefit everyone. Dojmem. However, after reading his remarks, Wang Tong declared, I forgive you. Simultaneously, the emergence of this video has fortified Western nation suspicions of treachery within their ranks. Undoubtedly, someone has been funneling advanced lithography machines to Huaxin for exorbitant profit, prompting an increase in covert investigations. What is the point of a blockade when the iron wall has transformed into a dilapidated net? The ship has sailed. What use is further obstruction? It's impossible to replicate the Huaxin incident of yore. It would be more prudent to identify internal vulnerabilities. By addressing these weaknesses, and with ASML's UV lithography machines nearing maturity, we could soon advance our chip technology to 7 nanometers. Their process can only reach a maximum of 10 nanometers. It is only a matter of time before we surpass them again, allowing them a few years of pride. The system asserts that with my presence, aspirations of surpassing are mere dreams. As foreign influences shift their focus, domestic trolls have naturally lost financial backing. The supply of dog food has been cut off. Without funds, who would work for them? Everyone is no fool. Public discourse online has naturally begun to wane. Meanwhile, the West has not emerged empty-handed. However, what began as a mere inquiry has unveiled numerous vulnerabilities. The minor nation had already been scrutinized prior to exporting advanced industrial machinery to the bear. Unexpectedly, they proceeded to export 2 outdated lithography machines to the bear. Though Huaxin's market has been unshackled, the bear remains unaffected. And the minor nation has indeed committed a grave misstep, becoming the scapegoat for the Western Industrial Alliance's frustrations. Consequently, the minor nation was fined $50 billion, ostensibly to compensate for the losses incurred from this leak. Simultaneously, the West intensified its embargo against Huawei, ensuring that no repeat incidents occur. In light of Huaxin Technology's affirmation of its chip production capabilities, the Huawei authorities also chose to intervene. After all, this is the most advanced industry. And even if the technology were indeed imported, it must be fiercely protected. To prevent a repeat of the Huaxin debacle, a special investigative team was dispatched for confirmation. Led by Shen Fei, the team arrived at the production facility, which is still operational. As for the source of the production line, the investigation team refrained from inquiry and promptly reported the observed realities. Soon, with assistance from relevant departments, the main hubs of the online trolls were dismantled, resulting in the arrest of 325 individuals and the closure of 23,000 illegal accounts, averaging 16 accounts per individual, with a total of 4.5 billion yuan in illicit funds seized. No wonder they were so invested. It turns out they were receiving such substantial payouts. The authorities promptly issued a closure notice regarding the case. Chapter 30. Characterization. The official report states that the investigation team confirmed that Huaxin's Tianxin 800 series chips possess complete independent intellectual property rights, with no evidence of plagiarism. The CPU employs a domestically produced H1 core, while the GPU utilizes a domestic X1 core. This core stands at the forefront of global advancements, with Huaxin Technology holding full proprietary rights. Regarding the allegations of plagiarism against Huaxin, it was confirmed through investigation that certain foreign factions financially supported domestic troll groups, aiming to undermine our nation's advanced industry. We implore everyone to refrain from believing or spreading rumors. As the saying goes, the fewer the words, the greater the matter. The authorities have taken significant measures. This is not solely due to Huaxin's ownership of its own wafer fab, but also because Huaxin has indeed achieved numerous technological innovations and continues to support the domestic supply chain, leaving a profoundly positive impression on higher authorities. In this era, where many are fixated on the real estate market, few dare to invest in technology and yield tangible results. Through the official refutation and the collaborative efforts of various departments within the company, the situation rapidly reversed. Articles that slandered Huaxin Technology for plagiarism were swiftly removed, most of which were voluntarily taken down. The authorities had intervened. Their intent was merely to garner some attention, with no financial backing from foreign forces. Why persist in their endeavors? Continuing would be akin to courting disaster, as they faced both high risks and dwindling relevance. Ironically, those who once joined the chorus of condemnation against Huaxin are now producing dedicated videos extolling its virtues. It merely underscores the absurdity of chasing trends, as they scramble to align with whatever garners attention. The video creators who signed contracts with Huaxin have, from a professional standpoint, elucidated the technological innovations of the Huaxin series of mobile phones, enlightening the public on Huaxin Technology's contributions to the mobile ecosystem, particularly in high-end reviews. They employ accessible language to convey the advantages and safety of high-density batteries. In layman's terms, a high-density battery refers to a battery with a considerably elevated energy density. By enhancing energy density, we can improve the longevity of mobile devices. Simply put, through advancements in production technology, we can fit more energy into the same volume, thereby extending battery life. Contrary to some users' claims that high-density batteries are prone to explosions, this is mere rumor. There is no cause for concern. Please purchase with confidence and use without hesitation. Through straightforward language, the fears harbored by many online users have been alleviated. Thanks to the concerted efforts of these professionals and the company's public relations department, the negative comments were overwhelmed by an influx of positive feedback. Consumers' concerns gradually dissipated. Even due to the official endorsement, consumer trust in the Huaxin brand surged. The S series, which had previously suffered a steep decline in sales, experienced a resurgence, with daily sales surpassing 150,000 units. Under normal circumstances, maintaining a daily sales figure of 30,000 units at this time would have been considered remarkable. Yet now, it seems a fortuitous turn of events. Many now regret not having purchased sooner. The battery life, the rapid charging, those who use it understand. Once you experience it, there's no turning back. Everyone praises Huaxin's impressive fast charging capabilities. Through collective efforts, this crisis appeared to vanish as swiftly as it arose, settling down in under half a month. The Western coalition remains embroiled in heated disputes, although the minor nation compensated for the damages incurred. They have yet to uncover the origins of Huaxin's immersion lithography machine. Through their inquiries, they discovered that this lithography machine seemingly does not exist, as all orders can be accounted for. The quantities produced by ASML align with those at various foundries. This has led them to begin questioning ASML itself, as it is currently the only entity capable of production. They suspect that a machine may have been covertly produced through normal waste rates and sold to Huaxin, though it remains abstract and difficult to believe. However, if the alternative were true, it would be even more alarming, that Huaxin could produce lithography machines independently. Yet, they have never publicized this. Based on their character, any breakthrough in lithography would surely be heralded far and wide. Furthermore, Huaxin is often dubbed a semiconductor desert. With a lack of affection from above and minimal investment from below, it is implausible for it to achieve sudden success. Thus, they are more inclined to believe the initial conjecture. This has further tightened the control over ASML, necessitating rigorous reporting for every discarded component to prevent such issues from arising again. Upon learning that Huaxin Technology could produce its own components, other manufacturers were utterly deflated. Following this incident, the recognition of the Huaxin mobile phone brand is bound to expand once more, and sales are expected to soar. After all, they are encroaching upon their market. How could they not feel disheartened? Yet, they find themselves powerless to retaliate, particularly Xiaomi, which currently regards Huaxin as merely an online brand. The positioning of the S-series overlaps significantly with that of Xiaomi. Even though Huaxin has yet to penetrate the cost-performance market, should Huaxin venture into affordability, there would be no room left for Xiaomi. In terms of technology, Xiaomi cannot compete with Huaxin. Regarding promotion, Huaxin is equally formidable. Lei Jun sat in his office, eyes tightly shut, contemplating Xiaomi's future. After a prolonged moment of reflection, he could devise no strategy to counter Huaxin Technology. However, there was one piece of good news for Lei Jun. Huaxin Technology had finally rescinded its launch discount, and the starting price of the S1 had reverted to 2,499 yuan. This provided a moment of respite for the declining sales of the Xiaomi 3, given that there was now a difference of 700 yuan between the two. Simultaneously, the notion of developing self-research chips rekindled in Lei Jun's mind, as the unreliability of external partnerships is common knowledge in the industry. However, chip development is a capital-intensive endeavor, and success is not guaranteed merely through investment. The likelihood of failure is substantial, leaving him puzzled as to how the companies like Ju and Huaxin succeeded. Currently, Xiaomi is simply not in a position to afford such risks. Yet, Lei Jun could consider it. He planned to invest in semiconductors under his own name and allow Xiaomi to hold shares, thus legitimizing their entry into the semiconductor sector. Yet, a new dilemma arose. If he were to invest in semiconductors, how would he navigate around Qualcomm's patents? And from where would he source a chip development team? This extinguished the flickering spark of hope that had just ignited in Lei Jun's mind. The domestic market is challenging. Perhaps the only option is to explore foreign markets. For instance, India and Southeast Asia remain largely untapped. Just as Lei Jun pondered the path ahead amidst his frustrations, more good news arrived from Huaxin. The Huaxin Crystal Source factory had preemptively reserved space for new production lines at the time of its establishment. The 2 production lines rewarded by the system commenced installation immediately upon receipt of the reward. Once the production lines were in place, work commenced around the clock, day and night. The workers rewarded by the system were skilled and well-versed in the technical aspects. This entire process took a substantial 3 months. But such speed is already considered remarkable. It is worth noting that a single lithography machine weighs over 120 tons. Fortunately, the system had transported the equipment to a large warehouse near the factory. Otherwise, transportation alone could have consumed more than a month. The virtual lithography machine manufacturer set by the system is located in Sichuan province. However, assembling just this single lithography machine would not take several months. A complete production line encompasses much more than just one lithography machine, including etching machines, electron beam lithography machines, ion implantation machines, thin film deposition equipment, chemical mechanical polishing equipment, and many other devices. The entire production line weighs several thousand tons, and luckily, Huaxin is sufficiently affluent and willing to invest, ensuring that all wages are paid promptly. When Shen Fei established the Huaxin lithography factory, he had already reserved the factory buildings for new production lines in advance. Otherwise, constructing new buildings alone would take over 6 months. Even though Huaxin has become a construction juggernaut, it would still require a considerable amount of time. Lithography fields demand clean rooms, which also necessitate extensive time for dust removal. How about this, Gu Man? Please call Professor Liang. I will visit the lithography factory tomorrow. Guman, who was nearby, furrowed her brow and replied, President Shen, Professor Liang has been dispatched to Ju Factory for guidance. Oh, I forgot. Then please call President Yuan. I believe he is currently in charge. Chapter 31. Wafer Production Factory. The Huaxin Wafer Factory is located in the northern suburbs of the capital, where the population is sparse. The most critical aspect is that land prices are relatively low, which aids in maintaining confidentiality. However, this price is only relatively inexpensive. It is essential to remember that this is the capital, and even in the suburbs, land is still extremely valuable. Now, with the Huaxin Wafer Factory gaining notoriety, local authorities are increasingly attentive, offering an additional 1,000 acres of land at a symbolic price of 1 yuan to the Huaxin Crystal Source Factory. Naturally, such favorable conditions come with additional stipulations. This land can only be used for industrial purposes and cannot be converted to commercial use. Considering the area's inadequate supporting facilities, the construction of residential buildings for workers is permitted as a welfare measure, but cannot be sold. This condition is understandable. If the land were to be sold outright, it would be worth approximately 10 billion yuan. Although this area is somewhat remote, it still belongs to the capital. What prompted such a significant concession? This is attributable to their own circumstances. Earlier in the year, Huaxin Technology proposed an expansion of its factory, but the authorities were unaware of the specifics of Huaxin's processes. They were uncertain whether the expansion involved advanced production lines or was merely a pretext to acquire land for other purposes, which delayed their approval as procedures continued. Moreover, there was no specialized confidentiality protocol, and the smear campaigns from foreign entities ultimately exposed Huaxin. Both Modu and Yangcheng received this news, eagerly preparing to poach the Huaxin Wafer Factory. For instance, Modu has proposed a 5-year exemption from land taxes and government-backed funding of 5 billion yuan for factory construction and production. The Yangcheng government even brought Ju Factory into the fold, hoping to enlist them as advocates. The outside world assumed that the two companies had merely reached a strategic partnership, but Yangcheng was privy to more intricate details, knowing that the two had OEM orders. Should the Huaxin Wafer Factory be established in Yangcheng, subcontracting for Ju Factory would become more convenient. Yangcheng harbored another ulterior motive. If the wafer factory was built there, why not establish a branch as well? As for the conditions, whatever Modu offers, we will match. They also promised corresponding subsidy policies, ensuring that employees would receive adequate talent subsidies, with a minimum guarantee of 500,000 yuan for relocation expenses. However, due to personnel shortages, the current wafer factory can only operate 3 production lines, despite having reserved space in advance. Ultimately, Shen Fei chose to decline the offers from Yangcheng and Modu. However, he left the door open, indicating that should they expand their factory in the future, they would consider Modu and Yangcheng. Initially, Shen Fei had no intention of relocating. Earlier in the year, he merely sought some land for employee welfare housing. The approval of this 1,000 acres of land can be considered an unexpected boon. On April 18th, Shen Fei and Guman were seated in a business vehicle, en route to the production site in the suburbs. As the owner, Shen Fei understood the significance of this production line. It would serve as proof of Huaxin's advanced processing technology, ensuring the safety of Huaxin mobile phones. This new production line is intended for subcontracting to Ju Factory. Shen Fei had previously committed to providing them with OEM services. After more than 3 months of hard work and substantial investment, the time has finally come to reap the rewards and verify whether this new production line will generate considerable profits for Shen Fei. The system remarked, "Were it not for your status as my host, I would genuinely wish for Lei to strike you down. I procure the equipment, secure the land, and even constructed you have laid an egg. Your audacity knows no bounds." Shen Fei expressed that the two of them are essentially one entity. Why should there be any formality between yours and mine? 2 hours later, they finally arrived at the entrance of the production plant. In the bustling metropolis where every inch of land is precious, reaching the suburbs in 2 hours could be considered fortunate, especially without encountering traffic. Had they faced congestion, that time frame would have been drastically extended. The current primary overseer of the wafer plant is Yuan Guqing, with the big boss coming for a visit. He must surely have been waiting at the entrance long before their arrival. Naturally, those beneath him, upon seeing the director waiting at the door, would not be foolish enough to linger in the office, opting instead to stand by Yuan Guqing's side in anticipation of the boss's arrival. Due to the highly specialized nature of chip production, Shen Fei rarely ventured here. Lacking expertise, he preferred to avoid unnecessary worries that could lead to production mishaps, which would be quite regrettable. The employees were quite pleased with Shen Fei's visit. A boss like him was indeed rare, generous with salaries and diligent in payments. He seldom meddled in trifles, typically refraining from disrupting their regular workflow. Upon stepping out of the vehicle, Yuan Guoqing immediately approached Shen Fei, his face radiating a respectful smile. "Mr. Shen, your journey must have been arduous. It's a rare occasion for you to visit us." Shen Fei nodded and replied with a smile. "You are the experts here. I know little of this field. My presence may only hinder your production, which is counterproductive." As he finished speaking, he shook hands with several others, exchanged pleasantries, and added, "Standing around can be quite tiring. Let us proceed directly to the new production line." The group made their way toward the new workshop. Given that this facility was dedicated to wafer foundry services, the entire area appeared exceptionally clean. Inside the factory, workers were engaged in standardized operations. The wafer production process is incredibly meticulous. A single misstep could result in scrap. Observing this, Shen Fei felt a profound sense of satisfaction. At the entrance, staff members halted them, explaining that this was the wafer production area, which adhered to stringent dust-free protocols to prevent contamination that could compromise lithography precision and lead to etching defects, thereby diminishing chip yield. To put it more severely, even a speck of dust could render a valuable wafer useless. "Mr. Shen, we must conduct a dust removal process before entering the production line to avoid any production issues." Shen Fei acknowledged this and smiled, saying, "I understand, this is a clean room. Although I am not a specialist, I am aware of the detrimental effects of dust. Please guide me on how to change into the appropriate attire." Under the guidance of the staff, Shen Fei diligently underwent the dust removal procedure. First, he donned transition shoes and entered the secondary shoe change area, where he replaced them with the factory's designated clean shoes, placing his personal belongings in a designated storage cabinet. Next, he entered the hand washing and disinfection zone, utilizing professional hand soap to cleanse his hands, ensuring no dirt or bacteria remained. He then donned a mask and dust cap to prevent hair exposure, followed by a dust suit and pristine gloves to avoid any skin exposure. After that, he stepped onto a sticky mat to eliminate any dust that might cling to his shoes and clothing, repeating this step to guarantee thorough removal. Finally, he entered the air shower room, closing the door behind him. Various devices activated automatically, using high-velocity airflow to cleanse every part of his body. During this process, he followed instructions, rotating his body to ensure each area was adequately treated. Once the procedure concluded, the door to the air shower room opened automatically, granting access to the dust-free production area. Upon entering the production workshop, Yuan Guoqing began to introduce each piece of equipment and its specific operational processes to Shen Fei. Naturally, Shen Fei also posed some trivial questions. Yuan Guoqing and the technical staff provided detailed answers to his inquiries, even if they deemed some of them rather simplistic. Yet, it must be noted that this was the big boss, the one who disburses their salaries. The key point was that the boss was not a specialist. Hence, they responded with patience and understanding. As they entered the core lithography workshop, gazing at this industrial marvel, Shen Fei could not help but express his admiration. Despite having seen it before, without the system, it would likely take Huaxin another decade to possess such an industrial gem. Gazing at the equipment, Shen Fei inquired of Yuan Guoqing, "What is the current lithography precision? Can we ensure it meets our original expectations?" Yuan Guoqing replied, "We have learned from the issues encountered on another production line and made improvements. We will certainly guarantee the lithography precision before formal mass production." "Good. Confidence is key. I intend to use this production line to manufacture the Sea Lion Kirin 925 processor for the Chrysanthemum factory. If everything is in order here, I shall notify them to come tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Yuan Guoqing was taken aback, exclaiming, "Mr. Shen, aren't we first producing our Tianqin 810? He continued, "I have heard that the Tianqin 810 has already been developed, and our X1 is currently selling quite well. There is no rush. However, the Chrysanthemum factory has been pressing me regarding the Mate 2, as it was a significant failure." Shen Fei replied, "Moreover, our 810 is essentially an overclocked variant of the 800. It's not a major issue." "What is the expected yield rate for the new production line?" The responsible engineer responded, "This line is a replica of the adjacent production line, which has achieved an 85 yield rate internally. However, due to the lack of practical validation, we cannot be entirely certain. The yield rate at the neighboring facility has now reached 97, so we can confidently assure an 85 yield rate here. Ultimately, production will dictate the specifics, and adjustments can be made if issues arise. In the realm of wafer production, even the most minuscule issue can precipitate a decline in yield rates. Regardless of the fact that the production line is an 11th generation replica, engineers remain hesitant to guarantee equivalent yield rates." After a moment of contemplation, Shen Fei remarked that achieving a baseline yield of 85 is already commendable, especially considering that TSMC currently manages around 50. This line is sufficiently equipped for the needs of Ju Factory. Adjustments can be made based on specific circumstances to strive for an early enhancement of yield rates to match those of the neighboring facility. Identifying and resolving issues promptly will lead to salary increments for the team. During the visit, Shen Fei engaged in warm interactions with the workers. However, it is essential to note that the personnel in this wafer factory are not merely laborers. Most are highly educated engineers with a profound attachment to the production line that surpasses even Shen Fei's own sentiments. Prior to the establishment of Huaxin wafer factory, such close-up observations of a complete production line during visits to TSMC were impossible. Now, the engineers can partake in hands-on operations, which elicits great excitement among them, while production line may have been smuggled in by chance. The fact that this is the second line signifies that stable mass production is already occurring in areas unbeknownst to them. This indicates that China's chip industry has finally shed its lagging status and is now significantly ahead of foreign counterparts. Shen Fei also inquired about the employee's salary satisfaction, to which one enthusiastic staff member responded, "Mr. Shen, the salary you offer is exceedingly generous, and we are thoroughly satisfied. We are more than willing to work overtime." To this, Shen Fei chuckled and replied, "Let us refrain from excessive overtime. Balance is essential. However, I presume you've had your fair share of extra hours recently due to the establishment of this production line." The employee reassured him, "Not to worry, Mr. Shen. We receive overtime pay, and we all volunteer for it." Given his lack of technical expertise, Shen Fei holds a deep respect for technical talent. In this wafer factory, even the most junior engineers earn a post-tax salary of 20,000 yuan, with overtime pay exceeding that of industry peers by threefold. Such financial incentives have fostered a culture of tenacity at Huaxin, with employees willingly working in shifts. It is under these conditions that a production line can be assembled in merely 3 months. Time flew by, and noon arrived. Shen Fei joined everyone in the employee cafeteria for lunch. During the meal, he asked Yuan Guoqing whether this was the daily standard or if special arrangements were made because of his presence. Yuan assured him, "That is not the case. I can guarantee this, Mr. Shen." After lunch, Shen Fei focused on inspecting the testing and packaging equipment. In the quality inspection area, Yuan Guoqing meticulously introduced him to various testing apparatus and the exceptionally stringent testing protocols. This comprehensive process ensures that defective products are intercepted and allows engineers to identify chip-related issues and defects, seeking solutions to ensure that every chip entering the market is stable and reliable. In the packaging workshop, Huaxin Wafer Factory has achieved new breakthroughs compared to the previous generation. This generation's packaging technology significantly reduces signal transmission delays and losses, enabling efficient collaboration among various functional modules of the chips. Moreover, this generation of packaging technology better protects against moisture, dust, and corrosion, markedly enhancing the chip's resistance to corrosion and interference. While this technology benefits consumers, it aids manufacturers' reputations but may slightly impact shipment volumes. As the day's inspection drew to a close, Shen Fei stood in the center of the new production line workshop, observing the engineers diligently engaged in debugging tasks. He felt a surge of emotion and contemplated whether to double their wages for this month. The past few months of their hard work in constructing this production line had not been easy. This line represents not merely a significant investment for the company, but also serves as a cradle for China's semiconductor industry. This underscores the importance of supporting Ju Factory. With multiple incentivizers and followers, new funding influxes are essential for the better development of the foundry. In Shen Fei's vision, the future Huaxin Wafer Factory will evolve into a large-scale, independently operated foundry akin to TSMC, accepting orders from Huaxin, Ju Factory, and other companies willing to invest in chip research and development. Of course, Huaxin Wafer Factory will remain wholly owned by Shen Fei, with no external capital infusion. Tianjin Semiconductor and Huaxin Wafer Factory are Shen Fei's eternal private domains, impervious to any attempts at usurpation. As Shen Fei departed from the production facility, the sun had set behind the mountains and the moon began its watch. Seated in the car, he gazed out at the receding factory, pondering whether to commence the construction of a third production line immediately. The employees had just endured a period of intense work. Initiating the project at this juncture would indeed be somewhat inhumane. Were Shen Fei's thoughts to become known to the employees, they would undoubtedly advocate for the immediate launch of the project. With salaries duly dispersed, overtime would be entirely voluntary. They would implore him not to spare them. Nevertheless, The workload for the latter half of this year remains quite pressing. The Tianjin 800 production line cannot afford downtime. The Tianjin 810 must also be prepared, especially since the Huaxin X1 is already in the design phase. There is still over half a year until its release, so there is no immediate urgency. Currently, the production line designated for Tianjin 800 has not yet reached full capacity. Once it does, it can produce approximately 3 million chips each month, allowing ample time for completion. After contemplating the affairs of his company, Shen Fei hesitated over whether to inform Yu Dazue now or wait until tomorrow. If he were to notify him now, given Yu Dazue's personality, he would likely rush over from Yangcheng immediately. After a moment of deliberation, Shen Fei ultimately decided to call Yu Dazue now, even without scheduling. The wait for production takes about a month. According to the information provided by Yu Dazue, they anticipate releasing the new generation of Mate at the end of July. Given this timeline, it is indeed pressing. It is better to inform them sooner rather than later. The staff at Ju Factory also frequently work overtime. They can spare a day. Moreover, the overtime pay at Ju Factory is among the highest in the industry, though it pales in comparison to Huaxin's threefold overtime pay. Seated in the spacious car, Shen Fei held the phone, contemplating for a moment before deciding to call Yu Dazue. After all, this chip embodies half of Huaxin's efforts. Early verification via wafer production would be highly beneficial. With this thought in mind, he dialed the familiar number. As the ringing tone resonated briefly, Yu Dazue's voice came through immediately on the other end. "Hello, Mr. Shen. What is up? Is there good news you wish to share?" Yu Dazue appeared neither surprised nor displeased by the call. In fact, he seemed quite pleased. They had previously discussed that the second production line would be completed by the end of April, possibly even a few days earlier. Yu Dazue did not anticipate receiving Shen Fei's call today. This was not merely a few days in advance, but a full 2 weeks. This would alleviate some pressure for Haisher. Shen Fei chuckled and replied, "Mr. Yu, you must have a nose for good news, as I just called. What if I were to tell you it's bad news?" "That's impossible. You, Mr. Shen, never bring bad tidings. If it were bad news, you wouldn't be calling," Yu Dazue retorted. "Is it that there's good news regarding the production line?" Shen Fei responded, "Indeed. It seems I was correct in my assessment. You truly do have a nose for good news. Yes, our new production line has been completed. The debugging process has concluded, and you may bring your team to oversee the operations." "Brother Shen, are you jesting? We are the ones who should be guided. It is you who will be guiding us," Yu Dazue exclaimed. All right, I won't joke anymore. I just wanted to inform you that the production line is ready. I just finished inspecting it at the factory today. As soon as you are free, please hasten to prepare for the chip production. I've heard that you're holding a press conference at the end of July. Time is indeed tight. Will it be possible? Do not worry. It will be feasible as long as the chip production aligns with our schedule. We have already resolved most of the other components, and we will definitely arrive tomorrow. We can discuss other matters in detail once we get there. It's quite urgent, especially since it's already evening. Will you take a night flight? Of course. What minor inconvenience is that? Mr. Shen, it's getting late. You should rest now. I will notify everyone to purchase tickets to Kyoto immediately, and we'll discuss further tomorrow. After finishing the call, Yu Dazue hung up. Shen Fei looked at the disconnected phone, a smile spreading across his face. Truly, Yu Dazue is a person of great urgency. When will Wang Tong be able to enjoy such leisure? After hanging up, Shen Fei returned home to rest. In stark contrast, in Yangcheng, Yu Dazue immediately informed Zhao Ming to come to his office for a detailed discussion, beginning to delegate tasks in preparation for the business trip. "Zhao Ming, I need to depart tonight, and the timing is uncertain. You will be in full charge of the company during my absence. Inform me via phone if anything arises that you cannot handle." Zhao Ming gazed at the exuberant Yu Dazue, utterly bewildered as to how someone could be so excited about working overtime and going on a business trip. He quickly inquired, "What's the rush? Can it wait until tomorrow? It's almost closing time, and you have to catch a night flight." He continued, "Hasn't the company been relatively quiet lately?" "It pertains to the chip issue. Mr. Shen just informed me that the production line at Huaxin is ready, and they have allocated the schedule for us to proceed with production." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming immediately understood Yu Dazue's excitement and smiled as he responded, "Ah, I see. That indeed warrants an immediate trip. Delaying even a day could be troublesome. By the way, didn't you say it would be by the end of April? It's only mid-April, so it seems Huaxin is quite efficient. Rest assured, I'll manage things here. We've been working together for quite some time now." With that, Yu Dazue waved his hand at Zhao Ming, signaling him to go home for the day. Simultaneously, he contacted the logistics department, instructing them to notify the chip project team to prepare for the trip to Kyoto. He also requested that they book tickets. There's no need to worry about availability. Even if tickets are sold out, our partner airline can swiftly coordinate an emergency flight. As a premier partner of the airline, money opens all doors. Naturally, once the chip team was informed, there were no complaints. Business trips, especially out-of-town ones, come with triple the pay. With compensation in place, the company feels like home, and I love working overtime. Especially upon learning about the production at Huaxin, everyone was filled with excitement, akin to diligent students awaiting their teacher's evaluation. Indeed, under Professor Liang's guidance over the past few months, their skills have developed rapidly. Surpassing Huaxin was never a thought, but competing with Qualcomm is certainly within reach. It's quite easy to challenge the likes of FAG. FAG, can you hear this? Is this even human language? From this point on, the Sea Lion Kirin chip will no longer be a burden dragging down Ju Factory's mobile business. Coincidentally, there is a flight at 3 a.m. However, the business class is fully booked, but there are ample economy seats available, indicating that tonight's journey may not be as comfortable. Nevertheless, the Ju Factory staff did not dwell on this for long and promptly booked the flight, which is scheduled to arrive at Kyoto Airport at 6 a.m. They quickly packed their bags, took a brief rest, and headed to the airport. As for sleep, the pure technical staff, upon hearing of the trip to Kyoto for production, were too excited to rest. They were all eager to witness the beauty of the lithography machine, often referred to as the pearl of industry. The next morning, as Shen Fei arrived at the office, the receptionist informed him, "Mr. Shen, the Ju Factory team has arrived and is waiting for you in the reception area. Currently, Mr. Gu is accompanying them." Shen Fei nodded and replied, "All right, I'll go see them." In truth, it wasn't he that Gu Man had arrived early. It was because Shen Fei was late. However, Shen Fei felt that as the boss, a slight tardiness is quite reasonable. "Mr. Yu arrived so early. Is there such urgency?" Before the door was even opened, Shen Fei's voice echoed. "How can there not be urgency? Time is of the essence. As soon as I received the call yesterday, I immediately organized everyone to come. We cannot afford to delay. The success of our next generation mate hinges on this chip. Rest assured, with your team's expertise, the production will undoubtedly succeed," Yu Dazue replied. "With your kind words, shall we head to the production facility to take a look?" Truly, Yu Dazue's passion for work is commendable. His words swiftly redirected the conversation to work. This made it clear to Shen Fei, who had intended to engage in casual conversation, the urgency of Yu Dazue's feelings, prompting him to respond promptly, "All right, Mr. Yu, since you're so eager, I'll have Guman take you there. I've already coordinated with Yuan Guoqing, and everything is arranged. You can head straight there. I have some important matters to attend to, so I want to accompany you. I will treat you all to dinner once you finish your tasks." "Understood, Mr. Shen. Since you have matters to attend to, we will manage with Mr. Gu. We can celebrate after our successful production." Chapter 34. Aspirations for the Future. Shen Fei chose not to accompany Yu Dazue to the Huaxin wafer plant, not out of reluctance or lack of importance, but because he had a pressing and crucial matter concerning Huaxin's future development. Today marks the strategic meeting of Huaxin technology. The mobile market is still too small. Huaxin has only made minor breakthroughs in the core smartphone SoC. They have slightly improved in charging technology and successfully captured the market. Other competitors, do you consider this a minor improvement? How to evolve in the future can significantly benefit Huaxin technology, gaining more market share and generating greater revenue. In recent days, Shen Fei has been contemplating these questions and has consulted the system on various issues. It had previously provided him with design blueprints for parallel timelines and shared images, giving him a clear understanding of future development pathways. Ultimately, after harmonious discussions, the system presented Shen Fei with some technical documentation. Knowing how to develop in the future does not guarantee success. For the system, this old dog did not provide detailed technical materials. Nevertheless, Shen Fei discerned the direction of future development. It involves full screens, large batteries, fast charging, and advanced imaging technology. The path ahead is already quite narrow. Huaxin is already working on large batteries, and they are leading in fast charging technology, although they have yet to delve into lens advancements in imaging technology. Huaxin has already established a strong foundation in algorithms. The route towards full screens has yet to be explored, and this path must be navigated solely by Huaxin. While it may be challenging, it is certainly not impossible. Huaxin has formed a joint venture with Dongfang Factory to embark on OLED screen production. With the official release of the 4G license last year, 4G networks will be fully implemented this year, marking the advent of the 4G era. The Fire Dragon 8 series processors support 4G networks, and this year's newly launched smartphones will also support 4G. Huaxin's selling points are diminishing. Seeking innovation is inevitable. Thus, this conference was convened. With guidance from the system, Shen Fei understands the path for future development, but the employees remain unaware. The objective of this conference is to enlighten them about the future trajectory of our development. We aim to inspire their creativity to realize these technologies, thereby fortifying Huaxin technology. This marks the first large-scale assembly convened by Shen Fei in the past 6 months, encompassing various departments, including mobile design, marketing, research and development, chip design institute, wafer production plants, and mobile manufacturing factories. In the conference room, Shen Fei stood at the head of the table and remarked, "Last year, our company launched its inaugural smartphone, and its sales astonishingly exceeded our expectations. However, we must not become complacent. Just last month, we successfully unveiled our second smartphone, the S1, which achieved remarkable sales figures. While our sales are commendable, we must remain humble and reflect on our future path. In this era of rapid advancement, we must consider how to navigate effectively for further development. In the latter half of the year, we plan to introduce the new X2 series. Should we explore higher price points? And do we possess the capability to compete with our rivals?" As soon as Shen Fei concluded his statement, representatives from various departments began to ponder, are we truly ready to challenge our competitors in this era? Some argued that this rival has already established a prestigious brand image through its previous generations of products, symbolizing luxury and fashion. Many perceive owning their devices as a status symbol, enhancing their social standing, particularly among the youth and urban professionals. The Huaxin series has released only 3 models, with a high-end series comprising just 1. Do we genuinely possess the strength to compete? As silence enveloped the room, Wang Tong spoke up. "I believe we should indeed aim to match our competitor, even if we risk failure. When their users mock our ambitions, at the very least, they will remember Huaxin. They are not all die-hard loyalists. As we advance in system performance and camera capabilities, a segment of their user base will inevitably transition to us." The attendees nodded in agreement, though concerns lingered about whether the current Android system could genuinely rival their offerings. Li Qing, the marketing manager, interjected, "I propose that our X2 could, like the S series, be offered in 2 versions, a standard edition and a pro edition. The standard version would retail from $36.99, reflecting a reduction of $300 compared to its predecessor to attract users and boost sales volume, thereby offsetting our D costs. The pro version could be priced at $46.99, slightly below our competitors' offerings, incorporating our latest technologies. Even if sales are underwhelming, we would at least elevate our price point, ensuring that high-end consumers take note of us. Our research indicates that many young individuals opt for our competitor because of its premium pricing. Expensive items are perceived as more prestigious. During production planning, we should prepare to manufacture this version in limited quantities to showcase our capabilities to consumers," suggested Wang Hua from the logistics department. With the advancement of various technologies, rising costs are inevitable. Fortunately, most of our products are produced in-house. Our competitors will undoubtedly increase their prices for the next generation. The widespread adoption of 4G will not come without financial implications. Price hikes are unavoidable. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei applauded, prompting the rest of the employees to join in. After the applause subsided, he expressed, "Indeed, I commend everyone for their insights. Now, allow me to share my perspective. As the transition from 3G to 4G prompts price increases, we shall refrain from raising our prices while maintaining high specifications. We must create an impressive offering to showcase our capabilities, gradually increasing prices, a strategy akin to boiling a frog. Consumers are unlikely to express dissatisfaction, and by the time they notice, we will have firmly established ourselves at a new price point. Since we're discussing high specifications, innovation is essential. Otherwise, how can we distinguish between standard and premium models? Let's engage in further discussion on where we should innovate and harness our collective capabilities." Wang Tong recalled last year's HTC phone, which featured fingerprint unlocking technology. "I believe we can incorporate this technology into our new device." The R&D manager replied, "We have already begun preliminary research on this technology, and results will be available shortly. Currently, the accuracy and speed of unlocking have reached HTC standards, though we still lag slightly behind our competitor. We are continuously enhancing recognition precision." Wei Guohua, the head of the battery division, added, "We have made significant breakthroughs in battery technology, allowing for higher density. We can now increase capacity by 20 within the same volume." The smartphone industry is characterized by rapid innovation. A moment's lapse can leave you trailing behind. Huaxin is diligently building technological reserves while simultaneously acquiring other companies to strengthen our supply chain. Shen Fei firmly believes that true security lies in self-sufficiency. As a mobile company, Safety is only assured when all the functionalities of the devices we sell are not only superior to our technological reserves, but also outpace or at least match our competitors. Our design department is also exploring inspirations from others, and I will present multiple design proposals for the next generation X2. At that point, we can make specific decisions in our next meeting, Mr. Shen. That's acceptable, but we need not discard those rejected ideas. They could be utilized in the S series or the new budget series. The so-called high-end design expansion simply means that we've developed several proposals for the high-end series. But it would be a shame to waste those concepts. In the end, after thorough discussions, it was confirmed that the upcoming Huaxin X2 will be available in two versions, Huaxin X2 and Huaxin X2 Pro. The Pro variant will not only boast a higher price, but also superior specifications. The X2 will feature a 5.5-inch 1080p display, while the Pro version will sport a 5.8-inch screen, further increasing the dimensions. The enlargement of the device is intended to accommodate a larger battery. With the widespread adoption of 4G networks, power consumption has also escalated, making a larger battery essential. The Huaxin X2 will be equipped with a 3,800 mAh high-density glacier battery, while the Pro will feature a 4,000 mAh glacier battery. Other manufacturers have already incorporated a 4,000 mAh battery in their Mate 2 model. However, that battery was excessively large and heavy, pushing the phone's weight beyond 200 g, resulting in a poor user experience. It felt akin to handling a brick. Whereas the Glacier battery effectively addresses this issue. Having resolved the challenges concerning the Huaxin X2, it is now time to deliberate on future technologies. In Shen Fei's estimation, Huaxin need not innovate with every generation. It is sufficient to ensure that each product remains ahead of its competitors. With a robust system in place and a team of exceptionally skilled engineers, this goal is entirely achievable. However, the absence of technological innovation would signal an impending downfall for Huaxin. The first-generation Huaxin 1 smartphone was notable for being the first in the nation to support 4G communication, featuring a powerful octa-core processor. While competitors were utilizing 720p resolution screens, Huaxin opted for a 1080p display. Its robust and fluid system, alongside the introduction of rapid charging and various cutting-edge technologies, left a profound impression on users. The inaugural S series, priced affordably yet delivering formidable performance, positioned high-performance processors within a mid-range price bracket, establishing the Huaxin series as a resounding success. Meanwhile, other brands were exploiting the offline market, selling mid-range processors at inflated prices of $3,000. The result was a cycle of 1 year of fluidity, 2 years of sluggishness, and 3 years of failure, leading most offline consumers to believe that Android simply could not compete with their rival, which was prone to lag. The forthcoming second-generation series, slated for release in the latter half of the year, exhibits relatively fewer distinctive features, merely constituting a conventional upgrade. It boasts a more robust system and an even more powerful processor, along with an increased battery capacity, a larger screen size, and an accelerated charging speed. Such enhancements do not hinder its continued popularity, as these improvements remain ahead of competitors. There is no necessity to innovate for the sake of innovation. It would be prudent to wait until competitors catch up before implementing further iterations, ensuring they remain perpetually behind Huaxin. However, the trajectory of future developments poses a question. According to the Technological Compendium of Systems, the next smartphones will eliminate the 3 physical buttons while persistently pursuing diminishing bezels. The increasingly slender bezels will render the screen more aesthetically pleasing. Indeed, if the bezel exceeds 3 millimeters, it may be humorously suggested that it could serve as a landing area for aircraft carriers. Such packaging technology, in the present day, is unfathomable. Technological advancement invariably requires time. While it may not be feasible now, it will undoubtedly be achievable in the future. The fact that this path can be traversed in another realm signifies its viability and confirms that this industry has reached a saturation point. Now that the discussion surrounding the specifications of the X2 has largely concluded, let us turn our attention to the future of screen design. Might we consider abolishing the 3 physical buttons beneath the screen, substituting them with a logical system operation? Shen Fei boldly introduced the concept of a full-screen display. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, the heads of various departments present at the meeting were momentarily taken aback. The elimination of physical buttons, to be replaced by systems operational logic, would result in a phone front consisting solely of a screen. This represents a significant innovation and a monumental undertaking. As for the feasibility from a technological standpoint, no one expressed doubt. Shen Fei's proposal implied its practicality. The design department quickly recognized the advantages of removing physical buttons and excitedly remarked that without the obstruction of buttons, the dimensions of the device could be maximized to match the screen size. This would greatly facilitate the design of a more aesthetically pleasing exterior. Furthermore, eliminating physical buttons would conserve internal space, which could be utilized for a larger battery or accommodate additional modules, enhancing our product's versatility. This is undoubtedly a multifaceted benefit. Wang Teng promptly added that by removing the physical buttons, we could continually enhance our packaging technology, thereby increasing the screen-to-body ratio, a pursuit that could yield dividends for at least another decade. However, this packaging technology may present challenges and impose quality requirements on the screen itself. Laughter erupted in the meeting room, not derisive, but in agreement. The pinnacle of technology is indeed the incremental refinement. Shen Fei waved his hand dismissively, assuring everyone, rest assured, you need not implement this now. Our next generation X2 will not require such technology. In terms of timing, this is simply not feasible. I merely wish to prompt discussion on how we can develop and prepare the necessary technology. I anticipate that we may be able to implement it in our X5. Meanwhile, the software development team expressed their eagerness to begin a project simulating the operational logic of the 3 physical buttons, promising to produce a comprehensive proposal for future discussions. While the atmosphere was lively, the hardware design team appeared somewhat distressed, exclaiming that this would necessitate a complete redesign of all components, essentially starting from scratch. Isn't that the case for every department? Take your time. The technology developers have it far more challenging, Wang Teng replied, reminding everyone that the design department was currently under his purview. Though the attendees were astounded by Shen Fei's full-screen concept, they also acknowledged the transformative potential of this technological innovation, clarifying a pathway for future development. Soon, the various groups divided their respective projects, allowing the full-screen proposal to be set aside in favor of the next agenda item. Our AI dual camera has received quite favorable feedback in the market. Let us discuss the avenues for future hardware and software design enhancements. While we currently enjoy a position of advantage, we must remain vigilant, remarked Li Fei, the algorithm department's deputy head. With Sony's assistance, our algorithm has gone through another iteration, yet to be released. Compared to our competitors, our current iteration is already commendable. We can incorporate stabilization measures into the lens, as feedback indicates that many users struggle with hand tremors while photographing, resulting in subpar images. In response, Shen Fei acknowledged, indeed, I have heard that the next generation of competitors will be utilizing optical stabilization. You should investigate this aspect. The next X2 must implement it. In terms of photography, Huaxin holds a competitive edge, along with ample technological reserves, resulting in little need for further discussion. With a resounding clap on the table, Shen Fei signaled for everyone to pause. Now, let us deliberate on one final question. Should we venture into the gaming industry? This has been a persistent consideration for me. After all, contemporary mobile games do not demand high performance. The games that Huaxin can support, others can as well. At most, we might achieve a marginal increase in frame rates. This does not adequately showcase the prowess of our Tianqin series chips. Shen Fei has been contemplating this aspect, particularly since 4G has yet to achieve widespread adoption. Even this year, we find ourselves in a somewhat nebulous exploratory phase, although foreign markets have begun to embrace it, allowing us to glean insights from their advancements. It is foreseeable that with the proliferation of 4G and the reduction in mobile costs, various computer-based websites and software will be adapted for mobile platforms, particularly messaging applications for major corporations. The question of whether Huaxin should enter the gaming market and the manner in which to do so is indeed a complex decision. In Shen Fei's vision, Huaxin Technology is destined to become a comprehensive technology company akin to the Samsung conglomerate, encompassing the entire smartphone industry chain and positioning itself as a progenitor to other domestic manufacturers. The winds of the internet are about to rise, and Huaxin possesses the capital, background, and technology. Shen Fei mused, should we seize this opportunity to enter the gaming market? If we do, we would not be professionals in this field. Yet, if we refrain, it will be a missed opportunity. Wang Teng, director, our personnel are primarily system developers. While they could potentially contribute to game frameworks, they're not specialists. Our systems require maintenance and adaptation for new versions, and hastily entering the mobile gaming market may not suffice, cautioned the team. Should we choose to enter this market, we would need to recruit additional personnel. Our software department has sufficient manpower currently. However, entering the gaming market is no simple task. We must establish payment channels, login systems, promotional strategies, and allocate a dedicated operations team. Li Qing from the marketing department interjected, currently, Our marketing strategies can be set aside for discussion. We face no issues there. Although mobile and gaming marketing are distinct, the underlying marketing logic remains consistent. It is about persuading consumers to purchase our products. Our login system could utilize Huaxin accounts for seamless access. With that, only payment channels and the operations team remain to be addressed. Wang Hua from logistics asserted, the operations team is easily resolved. We can simply allocate funds to recruit the necessary personnel. However, establishing a payment channel poses a more intricate challenge. Securing a payment license should not be an issue for Huaxin, yet garnering consumer trust in this payment channel is indeed a complex endeavor. Following this, a spirited discussion ensued regarding some finer details, as participants exchanged their thoughts. The overarching theme was a consensus on the necessity of entering the mobile gaming market. After all, no one is oblivious to the impending surge of the internet, propelled by the widespread adoption of 4G technology. Entering the internet sector allows for the acquisition of substantial funds at relatively low costs, which can serve as financial support for research and development. Thus, this serves as a preliminary discussion, and I encourage you all to devise a specific plan regarding the type of mobile gaming market you wish to enter. I urge especially the marketing team to conduct thorough market research. Subsequently, please submit your findings to Guman for review before presenting them to me. After several hours of deliberation, it is time to disperse, as everyone has worked diligently, while Shen Fei quietly contemplated the future trajectory of development. The Mi company labored diligently on designing a smartphone capable of transforming the low-end market. The launch of the Huaxin S series had resulted in a gradual decline in sales of the Dami 3 series, consequently diminishing Dami's market share. In response, Lei Jun resolved to unveil the second phone in the Hongmi series. The budget market, first recognized by Lei Jun with the release of the original Hongmi last year, may yield minimal profits, yet presents an expansive opportunity. Within less than a year of its debut, the original Hongmi surpassed sales of 44 million units. While profit margins may be slim, the volume is remarkably high. The market remains extraordinarily stable, with other manufacturers reluctant to venture into this arena, leaving only a plethora of counterfeit devices vying against Dami. In comparison to these counterfeit manufacturers, Dami boasts excellent after-sales service, robust system maintenance, and an exceptionally stable supply chain, enabling them to offer prices even lower than those of counterfeit devices. This not only brings Dami an immense volume of sales, but also significantly enhances the company's reputation, generating several hundred million in revenue. Albeit modest, yet every little bit counts. One could assert that this smartphone has opened up an even broader market for Dami. What others may overlook, Lei Jun sees potential in. By employing a strategy focused on cost-effectiveness, he aims to outmaneuver those counterfeit manufacturers while simultaneously cultivating a substantial user base. When these individuals consider upgrading their phones in the future, Dami will undoubtedly be their first thought. The target demographic for this series of smartphones primarily consists of financially constrained students and seniors who are reluctant to spend exorbitant amounts on smart devices. Thus, this market is sufficiently vast, and the success of the original Hongmi has validated the potential of the budget segment. Lei Jun took to the digital chat station's account to announce a tweet. The previous year's launch of the original Hongmi incited a frenzy among fans. And this month, the upgraded version is set to be released. While there may be new internal nomenclature, the essence of our mission remains unchanged. Interested parties should mark May 6th on their calendars, as Lei Jun will personally unveil the second iteration of Hongmi. The announcement sparked widespread discussions immediately. What divine being will iterate this time? Indeed, Lei Jun is genuinely devoted to us users. It's astonishing that there's an annual iteration. This is simply too enticing to refuse. You can call it gimmick, yet it is undeniably worth every penny. After posting this tweet, Lei Jun picked up another device and logged into his personal account. Greetings, EAM Lei Jun. On May 6th, we will introduce the Hongmi 2, which will redefine the standard for budget and mid-range smartphones. We aim to further the proliferation of smartphones, ensuring that everyone can revel in the joy of technology. We shall not abandon the budget market. Instead, we will continuously incorporate features typically reserved for competitors' mid-range devices into our Hongmi offerings. I invite everyone to tune in to the launch event on May 6th. My dream is to allow everyone to enjoy the pleasures of technology. It should no longer be an exclusive luxury, but a service to all. Lei Jun's two tweets quickly ascended the trending charts, provoking extensive discussion. What a heartwarming statement from Lei Jun. As a student, I can't afford a Dami yet, but I will support with a Hongmi. Count me in for a purchase, Lei Jun. Why don't other manufacturers target the budget market? Profit margins are simply too slim. That's why other companies overlook this segment. yet they can sell devices with the same processor as the original for 2,000. At this moment, Shen Fei also joined the conversation, remarking that technology should indeed serve everyone. This statement from Lei Jun is profoundly moving. I attend the launch event? Lei Jun swiftly noticed this mention and promptly replied, expressing his eagerness to discuss matters with Shen Fei, inviting him to the event. After observing the online discourse for a while, he set his phone down and began preparing for the launch event, while the buzz online continued unabated. Shen Fei's tweet, however, was not merely an attempt to ride the wave of popularity. He genuinely sought to consult with Lei Jun. Demi's reluctance to join the fast-charging alliance likely stems from their anticipation of Gaodong's fast-charging solutions. They are assessing Gaodong's proposal before deciding on their path forward. In the smartphone industry, Gaodong holds significantly more influence than Huaxin Technology. Should Gaodong indeed introduce a new fast-charging solution, Demi will undoubtedly align with their camp. And even the Green Factory may lean toward Gaodong, rendering their own fast-charging alliance a mere jest. Of course, this is merely a possibility, as the Green Factory has already invested heavily in patents, likely resulting in compatibility at best. It remains preferable to onboard more partners if feasible. Otherwise, they could simply collaborate with the Chrysanthemum Factory, despite having already patented the Type-C technology. Circumventing it remains relatively straightforward, such as by slightly widening dimensions or adding a few contact points to bypass external patents. Given Gaodong's vast resources, they should be capable of easily developing new charging patents. Thus, it is imperative to secure Demi and the Blue Factory's participation in the fast-charging alliance before Gaodong's proposal is revealed. As for failure, it is merely a minor setback. If they choose not to join, it will be their loss. Ultimately, a partnership with the Chrysanthemum Factory could allow them to penetrate the mid-range or even budget markets, thus cementing their legacy in the industry. The online fervor was palpable, and naturally, Wang Ting noticed this news. He entered Shen Fei's office and inquired, "Shen, should we consider entering the budget market? After all, this segment boasts substantial shipment volumes and is favored by consumers, which would benefit our reputation. Additionally, we could develop our own processors specifically for our budget devices, which would lower our costs. Even if we price them at $799, we would still enjoy higher profit margins." In Wang Tong's view, Huaxin's entry into the budget market would yield tremendous benefits. Leveraging their robust self-research capabilities, they could reduce costs to around 500 yuan. And even at a selling price of 799, they would still secure a profit of approximately 300 yuan. This would not only enhance Huaxin's market share, but also bolster its reputation. It is a strategy that promises multiple rewards. However, it would be unseemly to devour the entire market. We will not only refrain from entering the budget segment, but also limit our presence in the mid-range market. In the future, 1 or 2 models in the mid-range will suffice. We possess our proprietary processors with formidable performance. When consumers consider purchasing mid-range devices, performance is their primary concern. If we saturate the market, other manufacturers may find themselves at a loss. This is my perspective. Moving forward, we will focus on the 2,000 to 6,000 yuan price range. This is not to say we will abandon the mid-range market entirely. Our emphasis will simply not be placed there. Shen Fei sighed deeply and continued, "In the realm of products priced above 5,000 yuan in Huagua, we are perpetually relegated to the status of mere assemblers, unable to stand on our own. Therefore, it is imperative for Huagua to cultivate a manufacturer that can occupy the high-end market and bolster the nation's prestige. Today, we possess the technology and the capability. Thus, I hope that this manufacturer will be Huaxin." These words left Wang Tung utterly astounded. He realized that the boss's vision was far grander than he had ever imagined, revealing his own short-sightedness. "Mr. Shen, I understand now." Chapter 37. The first generation of rainbow rice, priced at 100 yuan. On May 5th, the IDC Huagua branch released sales statistics for April 2014, revealing that the top seller was Dami Company. Their initial generation of rainbow rice and the Dami 3 series achieved an impressive sales figure of 4.06 million units, placing them significantly ahead of their competitors and reaffirming the vast potential of the sub-100 yuan market. In second place was the Blue Company, renowned for its online sales, which opted for a physical retail strategy, boasting nearly 10,000 offline stores. Quietly amassing wealth, their sales reached an astonishing 2.8 million units, securing the second position. In third place was Huaxin Technology, whose S-Series, launched at the end of March, initially saw high sales in April. However, following a smear campaign from 4Media, a subsequent clarification led to a surge in Huaxin's reputation and a notable increase in sales, ultimately reaching 2 million units. Fourth place went to Guozi, which emerged as the largest beneficiary in the mobile phone industry, with sales exceeding 2 million units in April, totaling to 18 million units, just 20,000 units shy of Huaxin. Despite lower sales than the top three, their profits were still substantial. Upon reviewing this statistical report, Shen Fei felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Even though the price of the Huaxin 5 had undergone 2 adjustments, its starting price remained above 4,000 yuan. Nearly a year after its release, it still managed to sell 2 million units monthly, a remarkable feat. The Green Company, with sales of 1 million units, ranked 5th, mirroring the Blue Company's strategy by establishing a strong offline presence. However, they could not surpass the Blue Company, leaving Shen Fei puzzled as to why, given their similar approaches. As for the other seasoned players, such as the Chrysanthemum Company, which had long occupied the T10086 rank, their April sales were a mere 1.4 million units, with the Mate 2 selling only 400,000 units. The sales from their other series combined barely reached an additional 1 million units, presenting a rather dismal picture. After contemplating the sales analysis, Shen Fei fell silent. The high-end market still belonged to Guozi, while the domestic competition was limited to Huaxin X1 high-memory version, which could only barely reach the 4,000 yuan price point, capturing less than 5% of the market share. A drop in the ocean. The rise of domestic brands still had a long and arduous journey ahead. Early the next morning, Shen Fei visited Dami Company for a conversation with Lei Busi, as the launch event for the second generation of Rainbow Rice was scheduled for that evening. Arriving early would not interfere with their work. "Mr. Shen, you said you were coming for the launch event, yet you're here so early," remarked Lei Busi, taken aback by Shen Fei's prompt arrival. He understood that Shen Fei's intention to attend the event was not merely a formality. However, he was surprised by how early he had come, given that there was no significant collaboration between them, and they were, in fact, competitors. "Actually, I have a matter to discuss with you, Mr. Lei. I didn't want to disrupt your rehearsal, so I decided to come a bit early," Shen Fei explained. "It's no trouble. The rehearsal is not urgent. Let's proceed to my office for a detailed discussion," Lei Busi replied, leading Shen Fei out of the studio and into his office. "I'm curious about the purpose of your visit. It's rare for you to come in person," Lei Busi said. "Have you heard of the Fast Charge Alliance?" Shen Fei, youthful and straightforward, opted not to engage in convoluted dialogue. Understanding that he might not outmaneuver the cunning Lei Busi, he chose to be forthright. "I have heard of it. It's the association you established in collaboration with the Chrysanthemum Company and the Green Company. We considered whether to join, but given the current lack of widespread adoption of fast charging, we were uncertain about its impact on sales. You know that our Dami brand focuses on cost effectiveness, and implementing fast charging would undoubtedly increase our costs. Hence, we prefer to observe for a while longer." Indeed, Lei Busi was a shrewd operator. While he framed his hesitance as a need for observation regarding the implications for sales, it was clear he was deliberating whether to align with Qualcomm or Shen Fei. "Mr. Lei, the facts have shown that fast charging significantly enhances sales. Even if costs rise, they will not be prohibitive. Moreover, integrating fast charging provides a reasonable justification for raising prices. I am curious about your current thoughts. Would you consider joining our Fast Charge Alliance? Or are you waiting for Qualcomm's public plan?" Shen Fei's candidness took Lei Busi aback. Such directness was uncommon in negotiations. Typically, one would ease into the conversation. But Shen Fei had laid his cards on the table from the outset. After a brief contemplation, Lei Busi responded, "Since you were so forthcoming, I will not conceal the truth from you. The majority of our components are sourced from Qualcomm, and we are somewhat beholden to their patents. Therefore, we wish to wait for Qualcomm's plan. The Green Company has already ceased to show deference to Qualcomm, but we must maintain some semblance of respect. As fast charging continues to gain traction, particularly following the release of your S-Series, it has become increasingly critical for consumers. We are also contemplating joining the Fast Charge Alliance. If Qualcomm's plan, once it is released, fails to surpass yours, we will certainly join the alliance. Qualcomm's solution is expected to emerge soon. While it may not rival your fast charging technology, it will suffice with a power capability of 10W, which is adequate for our Dami series." This clever maneuver was clearly an attempt by Lei Busi to leverage Qualcomm against Shen Fei. Although joining the Fast Charge Alliance was free, acquiring patent licenses would incur costs, and it was evident that Lei Busi was reluctant to pay. "Mr. Lei, are you jesting? The Fast Charge Alliance is merely an association. You can use Qualcomm's plan and still join our alliance," Shen Fei remarked. Since Lei Busi was unwilling to engage further, Shen Fei did not press the issue. If they chose to utilize Qualcomm's plan, he would welcome them into the Fast Charge Alliance, albeit losing out on patent revenue. Should they refuse to purchase even the design patents, they could design their own charging cables. The future of the Fast Charge Alliance might only establish a common agreement up to 40W, with anything beyond that dependent on each company's capabilities. Noticing Shen Fei's silence and change in tone, Lei Busi quickly shifted the conversation. Since you've stated it so clearly, we will undoubtedly join the Fast Charge Alliance. However, we can discuss the specifics another time. Today's agenda is to attend our dividend launch event, so let us not allow other matters to strain our relationship. Oh, I almost forgot the main purpose of my visit. Please, Mr. Lei, go about your business. The most important matter today is indeed the launch event. Shen Fei had a premonition that the original rainbow rice, with its price tag of 999 yuan and flagship SoC, had led to the demise of numerous counterfeit manufacturers selling products for 2,000 yuan. Although these counterfeit manufacturers appeared to have collapsed, they merely resorted to using inferior components, dropping their prices below 1,000 yuan to survive. Even under 1,000 yuan, they still maintain an admirable cost-performance ratio, as not everyone is inclined to spend 1,000 or 2,000 yuan on a mobile phone. The inaugural Redmi from last year not only astonished the reputable factions of the mobile industry, but also left a profound impact on counterfeit manufacturers. With superior specifications at a lower price, coupled with enhanced system maintenance and after-sales service, these counterfeit products have lost their competitive edge. One wonders if tonight's Redmi 2 will carry on the legacy of its predecessor. Shen Fei is indeed quite grateful to Xiaomi. The price of 799 yuan not only affords consumers significant savings, but also purifies the market environment, hastening the demise of counterfeit phones. Moreover, this price point has altered the perception that only high-priced phones can be of quality, allowing budget-conscious consumers to acquire excellent smartphones, thereby validating the notion that technology should not be elitist but should serve the people. Many individuals transitioning from their student years found their first phone to be either a Xiaomi or a Redmi, truly demonstrating a commitment to serving the populace. The first Redmi also utilized a substantial number of domestically produced components, providing considerable opportunities for the growth of local supply chain enterprises. Only through usage can one identify flaws and determine areas for improvement. The substantial sales volume has also injected significant funding into these companies, enabling them to continue their research and development efforts. The screen and image sensor are both domestically sourced. Although Shen Fei has consistently contemplated supporting the domestic supply chain, the majority of components currently in use are sourced from foreign manufacturers. This is an unavoidable circumstance, as the current market prices for Huaxin series would undoubtedly lead to backlash if domestic components were utilized. This also elucidates why Shen Fei is reluctant to penetrate the budget market. It has been noted that Xiaomi's commitment to supporting the domestic supply chain ensures the company's sustainability. Therefore, Huaxin should continue to explore higher price points, which aligns with the expectations of the higher-ups. Each entity has its respective direction. As for the earlier assertion regarding the Fast Charging Alliance, allowing them to ride the wave of progress would merely be an empty gesture. Shen Fei does not wield such dominance. Each manufacturer exists for its own reason. Chapter 38, The Launch Event. Time swiftly progressed to the evening, and the audience had already gathered in the venue well in advance. It must be said that Lei Jun's personal charisma is indeed considerable. The atmosphere was electric. Conversations buzzed about whether tonight's Redmi 2 would retain the price of 799 yuan. At this juncture, Xiaomi fans certainly exhibit greater loyalty than those of Huaxin, as the combination of the first-generation Xiaomi and Redmi inspires enduring trust in the brand. P.S. Unless you purchase the Mi 9, then upgraded to the 11, and subsequently to the 12. As the time approached, Lei Jun took center stage, and the moment he appeared, the Xiaomi fans erupted into cheers. Gratitude filled the air as they thanked him for providing affordable smartphones. Standing on stage, Lei Jun bowed to the audience, eliciting an even louder round of applause. Welcome, dear Xiaomi fans, to the launch event of our second Redmi series smartphone. Thank you all for being with us over the years, allowing our company to grow at such a rapid pace. We are committed to delivering high-cost performance products, and today's launch will continue to embody our philosophy. We aim to offer better products at remarkably low prices, enabling everyone to purchase highly competitive smartphones. Prior to this event, I mentioned that we would redefine the specifications of budget devices today, so do stay tuned. Shen Fei has always regarded Lei Jun as a marketing genius, and today as performance has reaffirmed that belief. He possesses an extraordinary ability to ignite consumer enthusiasm with simple yet impactful phrases, while also adeptly capturing the hearts of the audience. An outstanding company earns profit, while a great company wins hearts. Technology is not an elitist domain. It is here to serve the people. Today, we present the Redmi 1S, our second smartphone in the Redmi series, which continues to push the boundaries of cost performance. Its price is more appealing than that of counterfeit devices, and it outshines them. With the Redmi 1S, will it still be priced at 799 yuan? Will there be even greater surprises? We remain steadfast to our original intent, and with that, let us delve into the core of a budget phone, the SoC. Our Redmi 1S Telecom Edition is equipped with the MediaTek MTK 6582, a remarkably powerful quad-core processor. You may have heard of this processor, as it is the same model used in the competing R series. How much do they sell it for? Over 2,000 yuan. When I first encountered this phone, I was astounded. One can earn money in such a manner. However, due to cost constraints, this device only supports 3G networks. I hope everyone can understand. Given the subpar nature of this processor and its widespread use by OV, Lei Jun refrained from resorting to benchmark scores. Instead, he merely informed Xiaomi fans of the processor's prevalent pricing, instilling a sense of high-cost performance among netizens. A deafening cheer erupted from the audience in understanding. After all, 4G networks are currently quite expensive. And what is the real difference between 4G and 3G? Isn't it just a matter of speed? 4G allows for seamless video streaming, whereas 3G is significantly inferior. Wow. Can you imagine using 4G data to watch videos? What would the monthly fee be? I'm still using a 3G plan, so it's perfectly fine for me. Having introduced our Telecom Edition, we naturally have versions for China Mobile and Unicom as well. However, we have made differentiations in this version, offering a more powerful performance with a Snapdragon 400 processor. As for other aspects, both versions are identical, only the core SoC differs. That is fantastic. I'm with Unicom, so I want need to change my phone number. Oh no, what a pity. Why doesn't our mobile version have the Snapdragon processor? What a shame. The prices for these two will surely differ. With such a formidable core, the other specifications naturally disappoint. Firstly, our smartphone features a 4.7-inch LCD screen with a resolution of 720p sourced from the domestic manufacturer, Oriental Display. The user experience with this screen is outstanding. I've personally tried it for a few days. Contemporary domestic screens have truly made significant strides, and I hope everyone will lend their support. Regarding photography, it is somewhat challenging to expect much from a budget device, yet we have endeavored to deliver a satisfactory experience, allowing everyone to enjoy the pleasures of technology. The Redmi 1S boasts an 8-megapixel rear camera that supports 1080p video recording, along with an LED flash for low-light photography. Under bright conditions, its imaging quality is quite commendable. Of course, I can assure you that there will be disparities compared to competitors. The front camera is a 1.6-megapixel lens, and both cameras are sourced from the domestic company, OmniVision. Viewers of the live stream were left questioning, will anyone truly use this phone for photography? Isn't it primarily for scanning codes? As for the battery design, we have opted for a removable battery, while competitors are focusing on fast charging and larger batteries. Although faster charging speeds are appealing, they still take around an hour. Our removable battery, however, allows for instantaneous replacement, providing a full charge more swiftly than fast charging. Shen Fei, casually conversing, chuckled at this remark. Indeed, it is quicker. Even if fast charging were to reach 100W in the future, it would not surpass this speed. Thus, Lei Jun's assertion holds true. The ultimate solution to fast charging is simply to swap batteries. In order to enhance the user experience for everyone, we will include an additional battery within the packaging. This means that each phone will be equipped with 2 batteries for convenient replacement. Our official store will also offer spare batteries for sale, each priced at a mere 118 yuan. What a delightful bargain. The audience erupted in applause at this announcement, which garnered widespread acclaim. The inclusion of 2 batteries is indeed commendable. I had initially intended to purchase a spare battery for replacement, but now I've saved some money. Thank you, Mr. Lei. Furthermore, with each spare battery priced at only 118, I plan to buy several for alternating use. I believe that both the audience present and those watching the live stream are eagerly anticipating the price of this phone. After making this statement, Lei raised the microphone, prompting the enthusiastic crowd to shout their desire to know. Given their eagerness, I will forego any suspenseful tactics and directly reveal the price. The mobile version with 18 gigabytes of RAM will start at 699 yuan, supporting an expansion of up to 32 gigabytes of memory. The large screen behind displayed the monumental figure of 699 in bold letters, creating a truly striking impact. The live stream was filled with comments proclaiming Mr. Lei as a deity and celebrating his reign as the king of cost-effectiveness. The applause from the audience did not cease from the moment the price was announced. The versions for Unicom and Telecom, utilizing the Fire Dragon 400 processor, will start at 799 yuan. Isn't that an astonishing price? This time, we have learned from past experiences and prepared a robust stock of 5 million units. Our factories and partners are working tirelessly to ensure that everyone can make a purchase. With such ample inventory, it seems we need not worry about competition, right? Simply put, DRZ, what are you thinking? The high cost-effectiveness still warrants a rush for purchases. I dare say that 5 million units will sell out within 2 days. When this price was unveiled, Shen Fei realized that this phone would undoubtedly replicate the success of its predecessor, achieving nearly 50 million in sales. However, what is going on with the stock? How could there be 5 million units available? This is highly unusual. When has the company ever had such an abundance of stock? Shen Fei calculated hastily that, after deducting hardware costs, the profit margin must be no more than 100 yuan. After accounting for logistics, packaging, storage, and other expenses, the profit per unit should be well under 20 yuan, perhaps even lower. Chapter 39. Subsequent Impacts. This time, the company surprisingly opted for immediate sales post-launch. They commenced sales right after the press conference. The price indeed serves as the greatest catalyst for sales. Within less than an hour of commencing sales, they had surpassed 300,000 units sold. With the ongoing proliferation of smartphones, this sales figure is merely the beginning. In an hour and a half, sales exceeded 500,000 units. Within 2 hours, they had crossed the 700,000 mark. By midnight, sales officially surpassed 1 million units, setting a new record for single-day sales previously established by Huaxin. This thrilled Lei, who was in his office awaiting the sales report. The results did not disappoint. From the onset of sales until midnight, total sales exceeded 1 million units. The user base for MIUI expanded once again. Upon witnessing this sales figure, Lei recognized that the Huaxin X1 was assuredly a success and allowed everyone to leave for the day. The following morning, sales officially surpassed 5 million units. The inventory had been completely depleted. The factories were ramping up production, and the entire channel announced a halt in sales, awaiting the next launch. This led to a flurry of posts from users eager to purchase the Huaxin X1 the next morning. Didn't Team Mr. Lei say that this time they would sell directly without the need for a rush? Simply put, DRZ, is there a possibility that the Huaxin X1 is performing exceptionally well? Last night, they managed to sell out the entire stock of 5 million units, leading the company to suspend sales. Is it possible that this is just a ploy to create urgency and maintain excitement? How could that be? With such a high cost-effectiveness ratio, can you find another phone like it? Regardless, I've already made my purchase. Attached is the order screenshot. The marketing department of the company has also released yesterday's battle report. Within 3 hours of the Huaxin X1's release, sales surpassed 700,000 units. As of 8 a.m. today, the entire stock of 5 million units has been sold out. Due to inventory constraints, sales have been suspended, with the next launch date set for May 15th, and an estimated stock of around 2 million units. Interested netizens may await the next sales opportunity. This sales report not only astonished all netizens, but also drew the attention of other manufacturers to the budget phone market. While profits may be slim, the volume of sales is indeed substantial. Many are now internally discussing whether to enter the budget phone market. Is it possible that even deities are mere mortals? The sales figures from the company are astonishing. They managed to sell out 5 million units overnight. Which mischievous child claimed that 5 million units wouldn't require a rush? I was under the impression that there was ample stock. I thought I could wait until the next morning to make my purchase, but alas, I seem to be at a loss. It's clear from the comments above that many are venting their frustrations, but how could you actually believe it? As a fan of the brand, one should know that products from Xiaomi always require a rush to purchase, regardless of the initial stock. Even deities are mere mortals. I and my brothers are united in spirit, but I shall never trust you again. Nevertheless, with only 2 million available, we will still have to rush to purchase, which is bothersome. However, as a budget phone, there are certainly strict limitations. For instance, it does not support fast charging and only has a 2000 mAh battery. Yet, in light of the 699 yuan price, these are not significant drawbacks. The release of the Huaxin X1 has significantly increased the company's market share in the mid to low-end sector, accumulating a vast number of loyal users and solidifying its image as a consumer-friendly brand. These perceptions are far more valuable than the sales figures of the Huaxin X1. The sales of 5 million units have also prompted greater attention from other manufacturers towards the 1,000 yuan phone market. Even if the profit margins for phones in the 2,000 yuan range are higher, the sales volume remains limited. As the fervor surrounding the Huaxin X1 gradually subsides, it does not imply the absence of interest. Several digital influencers have begun conducting reviews. Xiaomi enthusiasts are praising the Huaxin X1 as a cost-effective marvel, while tech reviewers from other brands are also creating dedicated videos. Hello, everyone. I am here to review gadgets, and today I present to you the Huaxin X1. This phone has generated tremendous buzz recently, and I have procured one at the earliest opportunity to provide you with an evaluation. First, regarding benchmark scores. The manufacturer has not conducted performance testing. The processor, MediaTek MTK 6582, can achieve around 190,000 points on current benchmarking platforms. Compared to other manufacturers, this is indeed somewhat lagging. However, one must remember that this phone is priced at only 699 yuan. Thus, all issues are my own. The high-end version, equipped with the Fire Dragon 400 processor, can reach up to 280,000 points. While there is a slight discrepancy with the figures presented in marketing materials, it is not substantial. For prolonged usage, opting for the high-end version is advisable. However, if you merely wish to engage in casual use, the mobile version will suffice. Both processors are adequate for daily tasks, such as social chatting and web browsing, but if gaming is your intention, I would not recommend this phone. In other aspects, the screen's display quality is indeed, as the manufacturer claims, quite impressive. It is evident that in recent years, domestic screen manufacturers have made significant technological breakthroughs. As stated during the press conference, one should not concern themselves with the photographic capabilities of budget smartphones. The mere ability to capture images suffices, and I shall provide a few sample shots for your perusal. The screen photography effects, characterized by high saturation, are indeed quite appealing. However, due to the inherent limitations of the hardware, the overall quality remains rather mediocre. In conclusion, if your primary requirement is a mobile device for making calls, this smartphone is commendable. Conversely, if you seek gaming capabilities, I would advise against purchasing this model. The discounted Xiaomi 3 would serve you better. With various bloggers conducting reviews, the once fading Redmi 1S has regained popularity. Many consumers are eager to experience this smart device priced at merely 699 yuan, only to discover that it is out of stock upon visiting the website. Meanwhile, the Blue Factory is contemplating the feasibility of entering the budget market. They have established a strong foothold in the offline sector. Due to the prevalence of overpriced, under-equipped smartphones, the reputation of the Blue Factory has suffered, often referred to derogatorily as the factory sister machine. Only those lacking knowledge of digital products tend to choose devices from the Blue Factory, which has been striving to alter this perception. However, the lucrative nature of the offline market has resulted in ongoing internal disputes, with reluctance to relinquish it. Chapter 40. The Emergence of the Fire Dragon. As domestic manufacturers deliberate on whether to venture into the budget smartphone market, Qualcomm, situated across the ocean, has extended invitations to all domestic mobile companies. They have invited them to witness the unveiling of the Fire Dragon 810 chip, marking Qualcomm's inaugural press conference in China. This event will not solely feature the Fire Dragon 810. Several other chips are also slated for presentation. While it is termed a viewing, it is in fact a demonstration of performance intended to entice domestic manufacturers into placing orders. Chip oversupply. Please assist us. It remains unclear whether Qualcomm is testing the waters or casting a wide net, as both Huaxin Technology and the Yellow Factory have received invitations. Upon receiving the invitation, Shen Fei was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether the Qualcomm representative had lost their mind. It was perplexing to invite Shen Fei, fully aware of Huaxin Technology's self-research and production capabilities. Was this a show of force or a manifestation of some profound strategy? Shen Fei promptly dialed Yu Dazue's number to ascertain whether the Yellow Factory had also received an invitation. Director Yu, did you also receive Qualcomm's invitation? Indeed, I was quite surprised upon receiving it. However, we do plan to procure a portion of Qualcomm's chips, currently intending to use the 925 in the Mate series. Some of our other lines require updates as well, so we will need to purchase some. Ultimately, the decision will depend on pricing. While the Yellow Factory is financially capable, we are not foolish buyers. If it weren't for Huaxin's assistance, we wouldn't even be able to design this chip, let alone others. The Yellow Factory still utilizes numerous Qualcomm chips across various series. Shen Fei initially assumed that the Yellow Factory, like Huaxin, would cease to procure chips from other manufacturers upon achieving self-research capabilities. It appears that Qualcomm's intentions are not to demonstrate superiority, but rather to cast a wide net. Then let us attend together. You should still be at the chip factory, correct? All right, in that case, I will inform Zhao Ming that they need not send anyone. I will accompany you. After hanging up, Shen Fei reflected on how even a nascent company like Huaxin Technology, which was only established last year, had received an invitation. How could the yellow factory possibly have been overlooked? It seems he had indeed overthought the matter. It is not entirely surprising that Shen Fei had such thoughts, especially following the smear campaign in April. The capital behind it bore the shadow of Qualcomm, leading him to reason that a little extra caution was warranted. After exchanging pleasantries, Shen Fei inquired about the tape-out progress of the yellow factory's 925 processor before concluding the call. Since this press conference is conveniently located near Huaxin's headquarters and they have invited Shen Fei, why not attend and observe the spectacle? One could glean insights from a competitor's press conference. It would be intriguing to see whether the Fire Dragon, under the pressure from Huaxin, would refrain from merely incrementally improving its offerings. Perhaps they would unveil a truly powerful chip. However, Huaxin Technology's chips are not for sale. Qualcomm will likely continue to engage in gradual improvements. The invitation mentioned 2 chips, leaving one to wonder what secrets lie beneath the surface. Might they be preparing to launch 2 flagship chips, given that the 6 and 4 series have already been updated? Nonetheless, Shen Fei felt no trepidation. Huaxin Technology had no reason to feel intimidated. I'm already ahead. How could I possibly fall short? Moreover, Qualcomm is employing TSMC's 20 nanometers process. From a manufacturing process perspective, Huaxin has no cause for concern. Even if both parties utilize the same octa-core design, it would be of little consequence. They simply cannot compete. This advantage of process superiority means that even if one aims to catch up over the course of a year, it remains an impossible feat. The day of the press conference arrived, taking place in Kyoto. Shen Fei opted not to check into a hotel ahead of time, but instead rose early on the day of the event to head directly to the venue. Huaxin Technology had no intention of procuring Qualcomm chips. They merely wished to observe the proceedings and deemed no special attention necessary. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Qualcomm's press conference in China. Today, we present the most advanced Qualcomm 8 series platform. We have 2 chips to introduce, the flagship Fire Dragon 810 and the mid-tier Fire Dragon 808. First, allow me to introduce the processor we have named Fire Dragon 810. It employs TSMC's most advanced and mature 20 nanometers process, featuring a CPU architecture composed of 4 A57 big cores and 4 A53 small cores. This octa-core configuration enhances its performance by 150 compared to its predecessor. Truly, the toothpaste factory lives up to its moniker. Despite the Tianqin 800 having been released over 6 months ago, they still resort to minor enhancements. It is merely a transition from a quad-core to an octa-core configuration. At this point, Shen Fei contemplated whether he should encourage Professor Liang to exert some effort in creating a minor revision of the 6-core processor based on the Tianqin 810E for external sale to other manufacturers. Perhaps he could prompt the toothpaste factory to release some of their accumulated technology. However, after some consideration, he decided against it, realizing that if such a product were to materialize, he might ultimately find himself displeased. The big core boasts a maximum frequency of 2 MHz, while the small core reaches up to 1 GHz. In terms of GPU, it integrates the Adreno 430 graphics chip with a peak frequency of 600 MHz, providing users with an enhanced gaming experience. Furthermore, this chip incorporates 4G network capabilities, eliminating the need for an external baseband, thereby improving energy efficiency. We are aware that many manufacturers present here enjoy showcasing our chip's performance using benchmarking tools such as Antutu, so we have prepared several engineering prototypes for testing. Under the current version, our Fire Dragon 810 achieves a remarkable score of 81,000, establishing itself as a formidable octa-core processor. With this generation of the Fire Dragon 810, we have integrated 4G functionality. Purchasing the Fire Dragon 810 means you no longer need to buy a separate communication baseband. It appears that Huaxin has indeed exerted some pressure on Qualcomm, compelling them to integrate the baseband into the chip. Previously, Shen Fei learned that Qualcomm originally intended to offer the 810 with an external 4G baseband, which would allow them to charge separately for the chip. If you procure Qualcomm's chips, you must also purchase the baseband. If purchased together, the baseband could be offered at a 50% discount, or even free with bulk orders. Under such enticing conditions, manufacturers are likely to opt for Qualcomm's baseband as a complementary component. Aligning a manufacturer's products in this manner simplifies adaptation, saving time. This strategy of half buying, half giving for basebands has left other baseband manufacturers struggling to survive, rendering them unable to invest in research and development. Currently, only the 3G baseband is available for sale, while the 4G baseband has essentially been stillborn. Some baseband manufacturers are even considering selling their D teams due to abysmal sales figures. Of course, Qualcomm's intention in this regard is to eliminate its competitors. Monopoly is the most lucrative strategy. As for our Qualcomm 808 chip, it is a 6-core processor, utilizing TSMC's 20nm manufacturing process. It comprises 2 A75 cores and 4 A53 cores, with the larger cores reaching a peak frequency of 185 GHz and the smaller cores hitting 1.0 GHz. In terms of GPU, it integrates an Adreno 430 graphics chip with a maximum frequency of 430 MHz. Its Antutu score stands an impressive 53,000, showcasing formidable performance. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei instantly grasped the reality. This is not the Qualcomm 808. It is evidently a diminished version of the Qualcomm 810. It is no surprise that an international manufacturer would release a souped-up version under a new moniker. However, this underwhelming variant is indeed quite unfortunate, as it has 2 fewer large cores, and the remaining 2 large cores along with the 4 small cores have experienced frequency reductions, resulting in a significant performance disparity. Whether the issue lies with Qualcomm's design or TSMC's 20nm process, Shen Fei leans towards the former. TSMC's 14nm process has already been declared a success and is ramping up production. It is implausible for a mature 20nm process to be so deficient. Moreover, the Snapdragon 810 being Qualcomm's first octa-core chip, it is only natural for it to encounter some hurdles. Not every player has an edge. Now, I shall disclose the prices of these 2 chips. Our flagship chip, the Snapdragon 810, is priced at 980 yuan, while the sub-flagship Snapdragon 808 is set at 780 yuan. The moment this pricing was unveiled, discussions among the attendees came to an abrupt halt. This price is not merely expensive, it is exorbitantly so. Currently, domestic manufacturers are pricing their smartphones at around 2,000 yuan. A single chip nearing 1,000 yuan, coupled with ancillary costs, means that selling a smartphone could yield less profit than selling a single chip from Qualcomm. This is no jest. Representatives from the blue and green camps exchange glances, deciding it best to retreat to their offline markets. The online market profits are too meager, and it is wiser to amass wealth quietly rather than compete directly. However, CEO Jia from Luico appeared optimistic about these 2 chips. Yet, Jia is no fool. He opted not to procure the 1,000 yuan Snapdragon 810, but rather the Snapdragon 808, aiming to seize market share from Xiaomi. After all, Xiaomi's model is priced at 1,999 yuan, touted as the ultimate value device, and Jia intends to give Xiaomi a lesson. Yet, in the end, it remains uncertain who will impart the lesson to whom. Although Jia's marketing acumen is commendable, going head-to-head with Lei Jun is no simple feat. As it became evident that no company was inclined to make a purchase, Lei Jun engaged in discussions and ultimately decided to procure a batch of the previously released Snapdragon 801 chips, which would serve as the second batch for the upcoming Xiaomi Mi 4 series. Mr. Yu, weren't you planning to purchase a batch of Snapdragon chips? Why not negotiate? The price is too steep. Our primary focus for the latter half of the year remains on our Mate series. As for our Nexus series, we plan to launch it next year. There is no urgency now. We can wait until prices drop before making a purchase, Mr. Yu replied with a grin. Due to the relatively high prices of both Snapdragon processors and the scarcity of purchasing manufacturers, the event was hastily concluded. In the following period, the entire mobile industry fell into a peculiar silence, reminiscent of the calm before an impending storm. Chapter 41. The 618 battle commences. Following the conclusion of Qualcomm's press conference, the mobile industry saw little significant activity. The Blue manufacturer merely sponsored a few variety shows and released several models, reportedly achieving decent sales, with no major leaks throughout May. The digital chat station found itself the subject of ridicule from netizens, questioning whether they had been silenced by manufacturers and were unable to access core information. However, at the end of May, the digital chat station unexpectedly released a crucial Weibo post, not about new phones set to launch in the latter half of the year, but rather that the Chrysanthemum factory is preparing to participate in the 618 promotional events. As the year approaches its midpoint, numerous new devices are slated for release in the second half of the year, necessitating a reason to begin clearing inventory ahead of time. Otherwise, the backlog would be difficult to manage. Have you all heard of the e-commerce platform's 618 sales event? This year, some mobile manufacturers will participate, and there will be considerable price surprises. If you can make do with what you have, it's worth it. You could save several hundred yuan. Furthermore, combined with platform discounts, the prices could reach unprecedented lows. Which manufacturers will be participating? I'm not entirely sure, the station master replied, but please be cautious about childbirth. The digital chat station responded that currently, Only a few manufacturers had confirmed participation, and they hadn't yet gathered complete information. It was not due to any reluctance on their part. Citizens in the Greater Bay Area, such as Xiaoye, expressed their frustration at being sidelined from the latest information. As June 1st arrived, the Chrysanthemum factory officially announced a price reduction of 500 yuan for the Mate 2, which had indeed been struggling with sales, averaging only 50,000 to 60,000 units monthly. Compared to Huawei's stellar performance, this figure was commendable. If Huawei could achieve such sales, Shen Fei would be quite pleased. However, for the large-scale Chrysanthemum factory, these numbers were nothing short of disgraceful. With new Mate series phones set to launch in the latter half of the year, they aim to fully address their shortcomings. Even a 1,000 yuan price drop would not boost sales for the Mate 2. It would be wiser to capitalize on the current situation and implement a significant price reduction to clear inventory. Naturally, supply chain costs have also decreased. Even with a 500 yuan reduction coupled with platform subsidies, some profit could still be realized. The 2,899 yuan Mate 2, equipped with a 910 processor, becomes little more than electronic waste. However, at a price point of 2,399 yuan, despite its mediocre cost-effectiveness, it boasts appealing specifications that outshine competitors. For instance, a 6-inch display. Now priced at only 2,399 yuan, with platform discounts, it could even be snagged for 2,299 yuan. What more could one desire? This phone also features a substantial 4,000 mAh battery and 20W super fast charging, allowing for rapid recharging and offering 3 additional hours of battery life compared to rival products. While the performance of a 910 is subpar, it is still a 4G-enabled phone with an external 4G baseband. The current price can only be described as exceptionally attractive. Indeed, the market has shown the Chrysanthemum factory that pricing is the most potent sales ally. In a mere 5 hours, sales on the e-commerce platform surpassed 50,000 units, figures that previously took the Chrysanthemum factory 2 days to achieve through all channels. It is anticipated that by the end of the day, sales via e-commerce could exceed 150,000 units, and the 618 promotion will continue until the 18th. For the Chrysanthemum factory, once this price is lowered, it is unlikely to return to its original level unless inventory is entirely cleared. Observing the soaring sales, Mr. Yu decided to place an additional order with a manufacturing partner. In the digital chat station's fan group on Weibo, Xiaoye from the Greater Bay Area inquired, "Did anyone visit the e-commerce platform today?" The Mate 2 from the Chrysanthemum factory is priced at 2,250. "It seems too good to be true. I'm hesitant to buy." An assistant chimed in, "You must be a fake fan." Prior to this, wasn't it mentioned that a plethora of new devices would be unveiled in the latter half of the year, prompting a clearance of inventory? The Kobe 24 in purple and gold is indeed a marvel, yet the price set by the manufacturer is unlikely to yield substantial sales. Following the price reduction, however, it has become quite appealing and I am tempted to purchase one, though I am aware that the Mate series will also see an update in the latter half of the year. I have heard whispers of its formidable performance. The performance enhancement of the Lazy Sheep's assistant is indeed significant, yet the price will undoubtedly rise, likely exceeding 3,000. If gaming is not your primary interest, the Mate 2 remains highly recommended. Other manufacturers are certainly not oblivious, having observed the impressive sales of the aforementioned brand over the past couple of days. They have all declared their intent to join the 618 sales frenzy. As the reigning champion of e-commerce sales, the Rise company naturally will not forfeit such an opportunity. Thus, the Rise 3 series has launched at a starting price of $15.99, accompanied by the introduction of a new Rise 3s. It continues to utilize the Gaodong 800 processor, but this version supports universal network compatibility. Furthermore, a staggering 364 gigabytes of memory has been introduced, all for a mere 2,099 yuan. Meanwhile, the budget champion, the Huaxin X1, has opted to release 5 million units to support Rice's promotional efforts during the 618 event. However, this time there are no substantial new discounts. Rather, the complimentary battery has increased from 1 to 2, with the price rising from 699 yuan to 700 yuan, a mere symbolic increase of 1 yuan for an additional battery. Lei Jun even took to Weibo to comment on the promotional activities of competitors, expressing his reluctance to participate. He suggested that their involvement stemmed from their dismal sales performance, leading to a significant surplus of inventory that they were compelled to clear under the guise of the 618 promotion. In contrast, our Rise 3 series and Huaxin X1 have been sold out almost immediately, rendering our participation unnecessary. Nevertheless, numerous fans have been mentioning me, urging our Rise company to partake in this 618 promotion. To express our gratitude for their support, we have decided to join in appreciation of our fans. We have once again reduced our prices by over 100 yuan and introduced a special edition for the 618 event, which, while not vastly different from the Rise 3, is a universal version with 364 gigabytes of memory. Those familiar with our home ones are well aware of its capabilities. We truly aim to reward our fans, and there is little room left for further reductions. Hence, we are introducing a promotion where, for an additional yuan, consumers will receive an extra battery. Of course, the original 699 yuan version remains available for those who prefer it. We extend our heartfelt thanks to our fans and hope they find their desired phone during this event. As an internet-savvy individual, Shen Fei naturally noted this Weibo post. It must be said that Lei Jun possesses an astute understanding of human sentiment. Despite the imminent launch of the Rise 4, it is indeed time to clear out the Rise 3 series. The production cost now undoubtedly does not exceed 1,000 yuan, and he could sell it for 1,500 and still make a profit. Yet, he frames it as a gesture of goodwill towards his fans. When it comes to marketing, Shen Fei certainly has much to learn from Lei Jun. Both Shen Fei and Wang Teng maintain their own Weibo accounts, and they too cannot escape the barrage of fans inquiring whether Huaxin will participate in this 618 event. Currently, the Huaxin X1 series has surpassed 4 million units in sales, nearing the 5 million mark, having exceeded both Sony's and Huaxin's own forecasts, and orders have already been increased twice. The S1 series has experienced phenomenal sales, having sold over 7 million units in just 3 months since its release at the end of March, averaging 2 million units sold each month. Wang Teng, upon seeing this news, inquired of Shen Fei whether they should also partake in the 618 promotion. It appears that this event indeed has significant potential to boost sales. The cost of our Huaxin X1 has now dropped to 1,500 yuan, with an average profit of around 1,500 yuan per device. Perhaps we should consider a price reduction? Although we have exceeded our initial sales projections, selling more would still be advantageous. Wang Teng mentioned only the Huaxin X1 series, neglecting to address the S series, which continues to perform exceptionally well, making a price reduction unnecessary. The previous adjustments to the Huaxin X1's pricing were due to lackluster sales. The current S series does not require such measures. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Fei proposed adjusting the price of the X1. Let's lower it by 300. Starting from 33.99 for the 64 gigabytes version at 36.99. Should we take a gamble and see if we can exceed 7 million units sold? As for the current sales of the S series across its various versions, the most popular at launch was the 32 gigabytes variant, which is now reverting to its original price. In fact, the higher capacity versions are selling better than the 32 gigabytes model. So, let us proceed. Reduce the 32 gigabytes version by 200 and the others by 300. Additionally, notify the manufacturing partner to cut the production plan for the 32 gigabytes version in half, prioritizing the production of the higher capacity models. Shen Fei opted to lower the price of the high capacity versions more significantly, ensuring that the price difference between each version is only 200 yuan, thus making the higher capacity options more enticing and compelling consumers to choose them. Meanwhile, the blue and green companies have not fared well on e-commerce platforms, primarily relying on the offline market. While they are consistently criticized online, they managed to sell their devices priced at over 3,000 yuan despite their production costs being around 1,000 yuan. Consequently, during this so-called e-commerce 618 event, both companies have acted as if they were oblivious, continuing their usual practices, albeit with a minor price adjustment offline, as a response to the fans' mentions. As the tides of the industry shift with various companies participating in the 618 promotion, the once tranquil smartphone realm is stirred once more. To enhance their sales figures, each company has inundated internet platforms with a plethora of advertisements. Ironically, this collective participation has resulted in a notable increase in advertising costs on these platforms, leaving Shen Fei somewhat speechless. Alas, it seems everyone has adopted the strategy of advertising bombardment. It appears that the advertising budget for the next generation X2 will inevitably rise. To achieve desirable sales figures, advertising is indispensable, and this tactic is a hallmark of Huaxin Technology's promotional strategy. With the proliferation of the internet, television audiences are dwindling. Yet the costs of advertising on TV continue to soar, while the actual impact of such promotions has not proven particularly effective. It would be more prudent to invest in advertisements on internet platforms, where expenditures are lower and outcomes more favorable. Of course, as Huaxin Technology expands its offline stores, it could eventually afford to splurge on high-priced advertising slots on CCTV to attract older demographics, thus broadening its customer base. Compared to younger consumers, Older individuals tend to have more disposable income, are less attuned to internet trends, and are more inclined to watch television advertisements before making purchases offline. As Shen Fei reviewed the sales reports for the 618 event, Gu Man entered the office, accompanied by Wang Teng and Liang Qingson. Wang Teng spoke up, saying, Director Shen, other companies have already begun preheating their new products for the latter half of the year. Our specifications haven't been finalized yet. I have prepared some proposals for you to consider. Liang Qingson continued, Director Shen, our third production line was completed at the end of May. We didn't invite you for a tour at that time, as you were busy, but all systems are now operational. We are set to commence production of the Tianqin 810 tomorrow, and you must attend. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei's eyes widened in surprise. The third production line had been completed so swiftly, even faster than the second line. However, due to the absence of urgency regarding their own chip, they did not immediately commence wafer production upon completion of the initial setup. Instead, they opted to conduct a thorough inspection of the production line. Naturally, when the second line was completed, they notified the Ju factory to commence production, although this did not mean an immediate start. Rather, it marked the initiation of the creation of essential tasks such as mass fabrication. Shen Fei had previously been informed that the Tianqin 810 had already reached its finalized version. Now, with the passage of considerable time, one wonders if the Chip Research Institute has unveiled any new developments. Although Professor Liang was on a business trip to the Ju factory, 2 A-level talents remained at the Research Institute. If, during the past 6 months, they had failed to produce any results, Shen Fei would find that rather hard to believe. The Tianqin 810 represents a minor upgrade from the Tianqin 800. The boss had indicated that if they advanced too far ahead, they would face persistent suppression from foreign entities. Thus, it was prudent to conceal their strengths and later deliver a remarkable surprise to the international market. Though described as a minor upgrade, it primarily involves some overclocking and a slight optimization of power consumption. Nonetheless, given its already formidable capabilities, a little incremental enhancement is understandable. Last month, Qualcomm unveiled a chip that still utilized a 20-nanometer process technology. Huaxin could still extract at least 6 months of enhancements. Compared to its predecessor, the Tianqin 800 processor, the performance of the Tianqin 810 is anticipated to improve by approximately 12. Simultaneously, power consumption has been optimized, resulting in a reduction of around 7 in power usage for comparable performance, thereby decreasing heat generation during gaming. In relation to competitors, they are expected to maintain a lead of about 2 years, provided they continue to innovate. Professor Liang chuckled as he spoke. Wang Teng picked up the technical preview image resting on the office desk. Currently, the Tianqin 810 has yet to enter wafer production. Thus, they can only admire the technical preview. Even if it is merely a preview, Wang Teng felt quite satisfied. Although Shen Fei is nominally the head of the X series, it is Wang Teng who is truly executing the tasks. Wang Teng lamented, My fate is indeed challenging. Boss, please don't misunderstand. I was merely jesting. Please don't dock my year-end bonus. This new chip represents a standard enhancement, but the reduction in heat and power consumption suggests that its actual performance may surpass initial estimates. It can be confidently asserted that this new chip remains the most powerful in the world, with its proprietary X1 and H1 cores exhibiting unparalleled performance. Furthermore, it is one of only 2 chips globally utilizing a 14-nanometer process technology, the other being its predecessor, the Tianqin 800. However, Shen Fei did not revel in the superior performance of this processor, as he acknowledged that other manufacturers were not idle. Reports indicated that the yield rates of chip production lines on the island had significantly improved. It was rumored that discussions were underway with Qualcomm, aiming for the next generation, the 820, to adopt the island's 14-nanometer process technology. Although the Tianqin 810 theoretically competes with the Fire Dragon 810 and Fire Dragon 808, the latter 2 chips remain prohibitively expensive, making the Tianqin 810 more comparable to the Fire Dragon 805 and 801. It is anticipated that competition with the Fire Dragon 810 will only arise next year. Hence, Shen Fei has never considered falling behind Qualcomm. Yet he has never underestimated the prowess of rival companies. The depth and legacy of established manufacturers are beyond his imagination. Nevertheless, designing the chip is one matter, while achieving successful wafer production is the true crux. Shen Fei promptly remarked that the performance was already adequate. However, he inquired, there shouldn't be any issues with wafer production, right? What is the planned production capacity? This inquiry was directed at Liang Qingson, who, as the current director of the Tianqin Semiconductor Research Institute, was well acquainted with such matters. There are no significant issues with wafer production. Although this chip is new, it is essentially an overclocked version of the 800. We merely made slight adjustments to certain details, reducing some power consumption. As for production capacity, if we rely solely on the current production line, we anticipate a monthly output of around 1 million units. The yield rate for this new production line is expected to be around 85. If the production line for the Tianqin 800 ceases operations and transitions to the 810, the anticipated monthly capacity could reach approximately 3 million units. Shen Fei nodded. A monthly capacity of 1 million units would be sufficient, and 3 million was indeed excessive. He currently had no plans to offload the 800 series chips, so there was no need to ramp up production capacity to such heights. What is the current inventory of the Tianqin 800? The S1 series was performing admirably, yet the inventory of the Tianqin 800 had dwindled to around 7 million units. This inventory level was indeed somewhat low, allowing for production over the next 3 months. By the time the inventory reaches around 12 million units, the production of the Tianqin 800 could be halted. Professor Liang, please organize the other R&D personnel to design a low-end processor within these 3 months, with performance slightly inferior to the Tianqin 800E. Is that manageable? After a brief contemplation, Shen Fei solidified the production plan for the latter half of the year. The current market share of Huaxin technology is still too limited, possessing only one blockbuster product. Moreover, the anticipated release of a high-end version of the X2 in the latter half of the year is unlikely to significantly boost sales. Relying solely on the S1 series to capture market share would not yield substantial results, thus necessitating the introduction of a low-end smartphone series to seize market opportunities. After a moment of deliberation, Professor Liang nodded in agreement with the big boss. Chapter 43. Aftermath of 618. Reflecting on the situation, Professor Liang stated, "If we have 3 months, designing a low-end chip is entirely feasible. Although this chip may be regarded as low-end by Huaxin, it can still hold its ground against the latest Fire Dragon 808. I believe we can price it at $18.99, and it will undoubtedly become another bestseller, yielding impressive sales and a significant increase in market share. Our Chip Research Institute has ample personnel, although we are currently focused on the X2 and H2 cores. That project is nearing completion. If luck is on our side, we might witness the true unveiling of the Tianqin 820 chip by the end of the year. This chip will genuinely reflect our latest technological advancements. The Tianqin 810 possesses formidable capabilities, yet it is merely an overclocked version of the 800 series processor. The technical challenges remain relatively straightforward, as it was finalized months ago. Now, it is merely awaiting Shen Fei's confirmation to commence wafer production. The planned Tianqin 820 is where our recent technological innovations will truly manifest, promising substantial performance enhancements and further reductions in power consumption. At that point, what Qualcomm and Apple present will merely pale in comparison to Huaxin. Naturally, this is also true for now, but the distinction between 1 and 10 is significant. It can only be said that we are leaps and bounds ahead. Competitors have continuously pursued, yet have never caught up. After conversing with Shen Fei, Liang Qingsong departed. As the Chip Research Institute remained quite busy, tasked with both assisting the Ju factory with wafer production and advancing the Tianqin 810S wafer production, all while working on the next generation of cores and recently acquired projects. Wang Tong further discussed the specific configurations of the Huaxin X2 with Shen Fei before also taking his leave. June 19th, the aftermath of 618. Early in the morning, various companies began to release their reports on the 618 sales event, with the Ju factory having been among the first to participate, noting that the price reductions were indeed appealing. Just the Mate series alone, in this half-month period, the sales of the Mate 2 had astonishingly surpassed 1.2 million units. Although the performance of the Kirin 910 is lackluster, when it is priced at a certain level, it becomes a legendary device. While this chip may be underwhelming, it is not the Fire Kirin, hence it does not overheat. The actual experience is quite commendable, though the performance leaves something to be desired. Moreover, as a 4G-enabled smartphone, it boasts a significant advantage over a plethora of 3G devices. This year's 618 sales event has indeed proven to be a bonanza for the Chrysanthemum factory, with total sales across various series reaching an impressive 1.8 million units. The cumulative sales revenue soared to 3.6 billion yuan, and even the net profit exceeded 800 million yuan, marking a substantial recovery. In a bid not to fall behind, Rise Company released its own sales report within half an hour of the Chrysanthemum factory's announcement. During the 618 period, Rise Company sold a staggering 8.6 million smartphones, a truly astonishing figure. Admittedly, the majority of these were the Home Mi 1S, but this still attests to its remarkable popularity. The initial sales of the Huaxin X1 have long since passed, and those interested have already acquired it, unless one is particularly lethargic, unwilling to wait by their computer for each restock, or perpetually unlucky, failing to secure one despite multiple attempts. Such individuals must be exceedingly rare. After all, the Huaxin has been released over 10 times, with cumulative sales exceeding 10 million units, once again breaking its own record as the fastest domestic phone to reach such a milestone. It seems likely that only Huaxin will surpass this record in the future. Rice's strategy of thin margins and high volume has indeed significantly bolstered its market share. Out of the 6 million units sold, the Huaxin X1 accounted for 5 million, propelling the total sales of the Huaxin X series to 13 million. The Rice 3 series also exceeded 1 million units sold during the 618 period, becoming the highest-selling smartphone priced over 1,000 yuan, leaving competitors in its dust. This impressive figure has brought the cumulative sales of the Rice 3 series to 16 million units. The special edition for the 618 event saw sales reach 2 million units, providing a significant boost to Lei Jun's profits, with a profit margin of around 700 yuan per unit. Other manufacturers quickly followed suit, releasing their sales reports. As a representative of self-developed technology, Huaxin Technology was not to be left behind, though its achievements paled in comparison to Rice's. Huaxin's total sales during 618 reached 4 million units, with the Huaxin X1 series selling 600,000 units and the S1 series 8 million units. While this performance does not rival Rice's figures, it represents a doubling compared to usual sales, marking a notable success. This once again validates Shen Fei's belief that regardless of how poorly a smartphone is made, as long as the price is right, sales will not suffer, an immutable law of the market. As the grand sales reports were released, the inaugural digital 618 came to a close. However, although the event has ended, there remains an unspoken agreement among all to maintain the promotional prices to clear inventory, ushering in a new wave of smartphone releases in July. Yet, with the announcement of these impressive sales figures, discussions across the internet have only just begun, particularly in the comment sections of an obscure digital leak blogger. The Kobe 24 in purple and gold is divine. This 618, the Chrysanthemum Factory's Mate 2, is simply irresistible. With a minimum price of 199 yuan, I couldn't resist purchasing one. It's equipped with a large battery and fast charging, and the experience is indeed delightful. I also snagged a Huaxin X this time without the need to rush. Having 3 batteries to play with is rather appealing. A citizen named Xiaoya from the Greater Bay Area was surprised by Huaxin's participation, having previously stated there would be no price adjustments. What an unfortunate loss of 300 yuan. Can we trust the words of 68 manufacturers? They said there would be no more price adjustments, but they didn't mention anything about clearing stock. But why didn't the blue and green factories participate? In light of the sales reports from various companies, all showing growth, one might wonder. Lazy Sheep's assistant pointed out that they are thriving solely in the offline market. Why bother with the online market? However, the executives of the blue and green factories, witnessing such remarkable sales, cannot help but feel envious. Despite having nearly 10,000 authorized stores offline, achieving similar sales figures would take them about 2 months. This, however, was accomplished in merely half a month, prompting them to intensify their efforts to penetrate the online market. Consequently, both companies have increased their investments in the iQOO and OnePlus brands established last year, in preparation for their online market entry in the second half of the year. The chaotic battle in the smartphone arena is set to commence. Chapter 44. The turmoil of the second half of the year begins. Kyoto, Rice Technology. The fervor of sales during 618 has left Lei Jun eager to unveil the 4th generation of Rice smartphones, officially kicking off the tumultuous events of the latter half of the year. As a user of the Gaodong chip, Rice must take the lead in its release. Failure to do so would leave it vulnerable to competitors, especially with the advent of the new generation of Kirin chips. Lei Jun is aware that this iteration of Kirin chips no longer hinders the Chrysanthemum Factory. Instead, it has become its greatest selling point. The allure of self-developed technology. Even if Lei Jun's sales prowess is exceptional, it pales in comparison to the traffic generated by self-developed chips. The performance of this generation of Kirin chips has seen a marked improvement, enhanced by the technology from Huaxin Technology. Lei Jun may not be privy to the exact performance enhancements over the previous generation, but one can glean confidence from Yuda Zue's social media updates. This generation of Rice 4 will utilize the Dragon 801 chip, rather than the newly released Dragon 808 and 810. In terms of performance, it does not provide a competitive advantage over the Chrysanthemum Factory. However, according to Shen Fei, the quoted price for the chips supplied to the chrysanthemum factory remains quite high. And due to chip costs, a price increase seems inevitable. Upon seeing the price tag of 3,000 yuan, it appears that both parties are now in different price segments, which is a fortuitous development. With both parties no longer in the same pricing bracket, there is no cause for concern. However, it is worth noting that Boss Jia had ordered a batch of Dragon 808 chips, always eager to compete with Rice for market share. Thus, the first-hand leak bloggers in the digital sphere began to disseminate information. The new generation of Rice smartphones is set to be announced soon, featuring the Dragon 8 series processor platform. The display is also a highlight, promising to popularize 1080p screens across the industry. Several of the top 5 industry players are expected to follow suit. The entire series will start with 3G of memory, marking Rice's first foray into 4G-enabled smartphones. With such specifications, one wonders if Lei Jun's initial vision will remain intact. Regarding other configurations, it will incorporate a battery exceeding 3,000 mAh and a fast-charging solution from Tongzi. Indeed, the Rise 4 will be the first smartphone from Rice to support fast charging, with the main configurations outlined. Anticipation is building for the specifics, which will be revealed on July 5th. Lazy Sheep's assistant summarizes that the Rise 4 is set to launch on July 5th, inviting everyone to tune in for details, highlighting features such as a massive battery, a starting memory of 3G, fast charging support, and the widespread adoption of 1080p screens. The price is expected to start at 1,999 yuan. Is it even plausible for Rice to sell such configurations at 1,999 yuan? How can they possibly profit? The 1080p screens, aside from Huaxin, finally someone else is using them. Kudos to Rice for driving the prices down. Isn't this essentially the same as the Rice 3, which is still selling quite well? Why release a new model now? Especially if it's claimed to be on the 8 series platform. What if it turns out to be the Dragon 800? Indeed, they mentioned the 8 series. It did not specify the exact chip. However, it's unlikely that they will utilize the latest Dragon 810, as I've heard a single Dragon 810 chip costs nearly 1,000 yuan. Certainly, Lei Bus's Weibo post had an astonishing effect. Initially, General Jia had procured a batch of 720p screens, intending to utilize the Fire Dragon 808 to compete with the Fire Dragon 801 in the Xiaomi 4, aiming to shatter the Xiaomi company's shield of cost-effectiveness and seize a portion of their market, thereby bringing Xiaomi to its knees. He sought to claim the title of the cost-effective marvel. However, he did not anticipate that Xiaomi would opt for 1080p screens, which rendered General Jia's plans utterly futile, leaving him with a surplus of 720p resolution screens, resulting in significant losses. Observing the trending topics on the internet, Shen Fei felt a sudden sense of overwhelm. His competitors had learned to create a buzz online before their product launches, generating hype that inflated the prices on Weibo. Was this not a disruption to the market? How vexing. As the saying goes, by Xiaomi series, but not their single, it appeared that the Xiaomi 4 was indeed a commendable product. It must be said, Lei Bus is quite an intriguing character. While conversing with Yu Dazue during a business trip to a chip manufacturing plant, Shen Fei discussed the imminent launch of the Xiaomi factory. Did you receive it too? Lei Bus had it sent directly to my hotel, Yu Dazue mentioned. It was handed to us at the front desk when we returned this evening. Indeed, the invitation for the Xiaomi 4 launch lay on Shen Fei's desk. Lei Bus had evidently invested significantly, planning to host the launch at the Kyoto Grand Hall. Are you going? Are you busy over there? Shen Fei inquired, glancing at the invitation. Of course, they extended a warm invitation, and it's all happening in Kyoto. I might as well learn from Lei Bus's launch spirit. Yu Dazue replied. For him, knowing both oneself and the adversary is the key to victory. Although Xiaomi was not a formidable threat to the current chrysanthemum factory, one must respect every opponent and never underestimate anyone, especially since they all emerge from humble beginnings. You're not too busy, yet you still find time to attend a launch? Shen Fei remarked. Things are going well. We successfully completed the tape-out yesterday and are rushing to validate. Initial tests show no issues, but we still need to await specific evaluations. However, Professor Liang assured me that there should be no problems. Ah, then I must congratulate you. After work today, you must treat me to a meal, Shen Fei insisted. Of course, I will treat General Shen to dinner, grateful for your generous assistance. Thus, the two exchanged further insights regarding chip matters before concluding the call. As a rival company's leader, Shen Fei genuinely appreciated Xiaomi's launch events. One can understand Shen Fei, a boss who delights in the spectacle. You may choose not to purchase Xiaomi products, but you must certainly attend their launch events, for they always present moments of brilliance that evoke laughter. Before long, the day of the launch arrived. In Kyoto, there was no need to arrive early. Shen Fei, the owner of Huaxin, along with Wang Teng, the head of the S-Series, attended the event to support their competitor. Observing the welcoming smile on Lei Bus's face, Shen Fei anticipated an engaging launch, curious about the memorable moments that might unfold. It has been several months since I last saw Lei. I truly missed him. Given his demeanor, there should be quite a few exciting announcements today. Is there any chance of a sneak peek? Shen Fei asked, watching Lei Bus. Well, since the launch is imminent, I'll keep the suspense, Lei Bus replied. After all, we cannot compete with Huaxin technology. But I wonder if Huaxin will continue its efforts in industrial poverty alleviation? Hearing this, Shen Fei was instantly taken aback. Industrial poverty alleviation? Huaxin technology had never engaged in such initiatives. What could this mean? Suddenly, Shen Fei was struck by an unlikely thought. Could it be that Lei Bus is venturing into the chip design industry? Does the Xiaomi factory truly possess such technology? Or perhaps Lei Bus has the audacity to make significant investments. Uncertain of Lei Bus's intentions, Shen Fei feigned ignorance, saying, industrial poverty alleviation? What aspects is Lei Bus referring to? Perhaps we could discuss it in detail after the launch. If it could facilitate progress in domestic industries, it would not be out of the question. Lei Bus, upon hearing this, was quite delighted, sensing a potential discussion. He refrained from clarifying his position, knowing that if Shen Fei agreed too readily, he would not regard him highly. Since General Shen has expressed interest, we shall discuss further after the event. He then led them to a lounge to rest, as there was still time before the launch commenced. As the clock approached 8 p.m., the much-anticipated Xiaomi launch was about to begin. The lights above illuminated the entire stage, and Lei Bus stepped into the spotlight. Welcome, everyone, to our Xiaomi launch event. We have made ample preparations for this product release, ensuring your satisfaction. Shen Fei sat in the audience, eager for the commencement of this engaging presentation. According to leaks from Digital Chat Station, the Xiaomi 4 series was indeed quite appealing. A quick calculation indicated that the hardware cost would reach 1,500 yuan, factoring in shipping and storage, bringing the total to approximately 1,600 yuan. If the offline channels reserved a minimum profit of 200 yuan per unit for distributors, the cost would need to be at least 1,750 yuan. Initially, Xiaomi's profit per unit might not even surpass that of the distributors. However, it remained uncertain how much stock the offline channels would secure, unless Xiaomi opted to raise prices to 2,199 or 2,099 yuan. Would this generation launch at 1,999 yuan? Shen Fei was most curious about the final outcome, awaiting to see if Lei Bus possessed the courage to maintain the price. If it remained at 1,999 yuan, Lei Bus might choose to limit the release to a time-sensitive, limited quantity. This would indeed be disheartening for the initial batch of eager consumers. The first shipment would likely be modest, around 100,000 units. Although this seemed substantial, it would be divided into multiple batches, making it challenging to acquire. Xiaomi's products bore no relation to those under Huaxin, yet this did not deter Shen Fei from enjoying the spectacle. Following a brief warm-up, Lei Bus began unveiling the primary product of the day, the Xiaomi 4 series. I believe many of you are already aware that we will continue to utilize the Fire Dragon 8 series platform. So, which chip are we employing? I'm sure you are all eager to know. The audience murmured, with some questioning Lei Bus's suspenseful approach. Did he not fear the backlash? Sitting nearby, Yu Dazue caught the audience's remark, glancing at Shen Fei. Given their close proximity, Yu Dazue could hear clearly. Naturally, Shen Fei was not oblivious, responding to Yu Dazue's gaze. What are you looking at me for? What does this have to do with me? Yu Dazue remained silent, merely smiling. I'm sure everyone is curious, so I won't keep you in suspense any longer. Indeed, we are employing the Fire Dragon 8 series platform's 801 processor, a remarkably powerful quad-core processor. After our fine-tuning, its performance is exceptionally robust. It compares favorably to the recently launched Fire Dragon 808. A murmur of skepticism rippled through the audience. The generational difference in processes. Did fine-tuning truly address this issue? I hear doubts among you, Lei Bus remarked. A 6-core processor and a quad-core processor will undoubtedly have differences. If you're skeptical, let us run a benchmark. This simple method will showcase our tuning capabilities. Lei Bus began by introducing the processor, a pivotal selling point of this smartphone. The octa-core processor has begun to gain widespread adoption, rendering the quad-core processor utilized in Xiaomi 4 somewhat outdated. However, the Snapdragon 801 is quite comparable to the Snapdragon 808. Given that the Snapdragon 810 was Qualcomm's inaugural octa-core processor, its clock speed is not particularly high. While the Snapdragon 808, a 6-core underperformer, has seen its frequency further reduced. The Snapdragon 801, as Qualcomm's standard quad-core architecture, has achieved a clock speed of 2.0 GHz, showcasing remarkable performance. When Xiaomi enhances this processor with effective cooling solutions and fine-tunes its settings, the performance can indeed reach impressive heights. While the sheer power of a processor is crucial, the art of tuning is equally significant. A lack of tuning expertise can render even the most advanced chips, like the Huaxin X1, underwhelming in performance. This disparity is one reason why the smartphones from the two major competing companies often outperform those from Xiaomi in terms of responsiveness, stemming from both hardware differences and tuning skills. Regarding Lei Jun's remarks, Shen Fei expresses confidence, acknowledging that Xiaomi's chip tuning capabilities have indeed improved. He is curious about the performance metrics achievable with this chip. Could it possibly surpass the Snapdragon 808? Our final score for the Snapdragon 801 tuning is an astonishing 48,572 points. While it may not quite reach the scores of the Huaxin 800E and Huaxin 800, it is certainly on par with the Snapdragon 808's performance. As Huaxin Technology currently does not sell its chips, the Snapdragon 808 and 810 are considered the best processors available in the market, even though smartphones equipped with the Snapdragon 808 have yet to be released. Last month, however, CEO Jia announced entry into the smartphone market, showcasing scores around 52,000 for the Snapdragon 808. The Snapdragon 801 on the Xiaomi 4 achieving 48,000 points is indeed impressive, validating Xiaomi's tuning prowess. Naturally, a smartphone equipped with such formidable processing power cannot afford to lag in other areas. In terms of design, we have adopted an advanced austenitic 304 stainless steel frame, complemented by a rear cover crafted using the light-shelled film transfer technology. A variety of colors are available, including black, white, and gray. Shen Fei, observing Lei Jun on the launch stage, chuckles and remarks to Yu Dazue that Lei truly possesses a gift for nomenclature, elevating the stainless steel frame to lofty heights. Shen adds that they have gained much from this experience, laughing as he speaks. For the display, we have selected a 5-inch LCD screen source from Sharp and Oriental, boasting a resolution of 1920 by 1080 and a pixel density of 441 ppi, delivering remarkably crisp visuals. This screen also supports wet touch, allowing for seamless operation even with damp fingers. Such a powerful display necessitates robust protection. Hence, we have employed internationally acclaimed Gorilla Glass to enhance its durability against drops. However, we still advise users against intentionally dropping their devices. Despite its enhanced resilience, it remains susceptible to breakage. For the first time, we have implemented our self-developed edge suppression anti-mis-touch patent, significantly reducing the likelihood of accidental touches and ensuring a superior user experience. Our competitors have often stated that only self-developed technology is the foundation of a company's success. Thus, we will continue to invest heavily in our proprietary technologies. Upon hearing Lei Jun's statements, the crowd of Xiaomi fans erupted into applause, as no supporter wishes for their brand to falter. After this extensive introduction, Shen Fei queries the audience, "Are you satisfied with the Xiaomi 4? The crowd responds in unison, "Yes, but hasn't Lei Jun forgotten to mention something?" The audience eagerly chants, "Battery and charging." Indeed, this generation of the Xiaomi 4 is equipped with a substantial 3,200 mAh battery utilizing imported cells, significantly enhancing its battery life. It also supports quick charge with a maximum output of 10 W. This is quite impressive, eliciting applause from the audience, though not quite as fervent as before. The quick charge protocol, while not widely recognized, pales in comparison to the 15 W charging speeds offered by competitors even using standard protocols. While a 10 W output is a notable improvement over the previous generation, it does not inspire awe. Realizing the audience's lukewarm response to the charging speed, Lei Jun swiftly shifts the focus to other aspects, culminating in the discussion of the final price. So, for such a powerful Xiaomi 4, what will be the final price? The audience chants, $19.99, $19.99, still $19.99. Simultaneously, online viewers echo the sentiment, typing $19.99, $19.99. When it came to pricing the Xiaomi 4, I found myself in a difficult position. My colleagues urged me to reconsider the $19.99 price point, arguing that times have changed. Merely a chip and a screen already cost $1,000. Adding the communication modem, various fast-charging chips, and other components significantly increases costs. Selling at $19.99 could lead us to financial losses. Nonetheless, I ultimately resolved that Xiaomi must not forget its roots and should not disappoint its fans. Hence, the price for the Xiaomi 4 with 16 GB RAM is set at $19.99, with the high-end 32GB version at $22.99 and the ultra-high-end 64GB version priced at $25.99. Moreover, I must inform our fans that the Xiaomi 4 supports 4G full network connectivity. As competitors are already adopting 4G, Xiaomi cannot lag behind. Thank you all for your support. The moment the conference concludes, sales will commence immediately. We will not let our fans down. Shen Fei and Yu Dazue converse, with you noting that the pricing leaves little room for profit. It must be said that Lei Jun is indeed shrewd, making it challenging for competitors to set their prices. While the pricing is appealing, the key lies in having sufficient stock to sell. Otherwise, it would be mere theatrics. The imaging capabilities of the Xiaomi 4 are somewhat average. As much of the budget was allocated to the display and processor, leading to some compromises in this area. However, the majority of Xiaomi 4 buyers are male users who do not prioritize imaging as much. The rear camera features a standard 13MP lens, while the front camera boasts an 8MP lens, which is adequate for mainstream use. Coupled with MIUI's algorithms, the experience is satisfactory, particularly for scanning QR codes. Immediately following the conference, the Xiaomi 4 surged in popularity on social media. I am truly moved. Lei Jun is magnificent. This price is absolutely phenomenal, unbeatable in sales. It's a match for competitors, taking them down one by one. Lei Jun indeed possesses the vision and has crafted an exceptional smartphone. At present, it is evident that the dual-numbered models of the Xiaomi brand are indeed superior to their single-number counterparts, with sales likely soaring towards 20 million units. The reality post-launch corroborates this assertion, as the initial batch of 500,000 units was sold out within a mere 5 minutes, demonstrating the fervent enthusiasm of the Xiaomi fans. The official Xiaomi account promptly shared the impressive sales report from those 5 minutes, not only to highlight their genuine product availability, but also to dispel any notions of mere theatrics. However, the overwhelming demand resulted in many netizens being unable to secure their purchases. The Xiaomi 4 series achieved a remarkable sales milestone, surpassing 500,000 units in just 5 minutes. Unfortunately, due to production capacity constraints, current stock levels are insufficient, prompting notifications to the manufacturing partners to work overtime. The next batch will be available for sale at 10 o'clock the day after tomorrow, comprising a total of 200,000 units. The released inventory has indeed exceeded predictions made by Shen Fei, yet this limited stock still fails to satisfy the colossal market demand. Thus, the perception of mere theatrics persists. Though it is understandable that manufacturers seek profit, seated in his office, Lei Jun gazed at the sold-out notifications with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Next to him, Lu Weibing was invigorated. Although the price remained at $19.99, there was a subtle strategic maneuver during the initial sale of the first batch. Out of the 500,000 units, only 100,000 were the 316GB version priced at $19.99, while the 332GB and 364GB versions accounted for 200,000 units each. This effectively demonstrates that Xiaomi is indeed poised to ascend into the high-end market, gradually elevating prices and moving away from the $19.99 threshold. As for the prior intention to discuss industrial poverty alleviation with Shen Fei post-launch, Lei Jun ultimately decided to postpone it until the following morning. As the event concluded at 10 o'clock, the arduous nature of the launch event left him feeling fatigued, despite the assistance from others. Lu, our endeavor to elevate the price of the Xiaomi series has proven successful. However, the $19.99 price point remains a pillar of support for our fans, necessitating the introduction of another series to uphold this pricing. Hence, your responsibility for the Redmi series involved creating a new line emphasizing performance to maintain this price point. However, there's no rush this year. Let us start at $15.99, as I intend to completely liberate ourselves from the constraints of $19.99 over the next 2 years. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Weibing acknowledged that Xiaomi must evolve. It cannot remain tethered to the $19.99 price forever. This pricing strategy serves as both a support and a cage, and in the long run, the disadvantages will outweigh the advantages. What if we name it the K series? He proposed, symbolizing the knockout of all adversaries. That sounds promising, Lei Jun replied, unaware that the K series would not only face external competitors, but also challenge its own elder sibling, showcasing a rather ironic familial dynamic. The following morning, the fervor surrounding the Xiaomi 4 surged even higher. In an attempt to capitalize on this momentum, Yu Dazue hastily posted on Weibo, proclaiming the arrival of the most formidable mate yet. Indeed, there is merit to his pride. This time, the Kirin 925, bolstered by Huaxin technology, is expected to achieve a benchmark score of approximately 98,000, surpassing the Snapdragon 810 processor and showcasing an enhancement of around 270 compared to its predecessor. The Kirin chip has finally shed its reputation as a hindrance to the Mate series, akin to a lion awakening. However, Yu Dazue's current visibility pales in comparison to the likes of Shen Fei and Lei Jun, who are the true titans of influence. Acknowledging his own moderate popularity, he thought, "I have other accounts," and thus initiated the digital chat station. A prominent figure announced, with the successful launch of the Xiaomi 4. "I wonder if any of you managed to secure your desired unit? For those who missed out, fret not. There will be ample opportunities with numerous new devices slated for release in the latter half of the year, including the upcoming flagship devices from the Ju Factory S Mate series. This new phone will be equipped with an exceptionally powerful octa-core processor. With the technological prowess of Huaxin, the performance of this chip will exceed your expectations. Fans of larger devices can look forward to significant features like a large size, substantial battery, and super fast charging, which remained the primary selling points of this generation. Moreover, improvements have been made in response to last generation S criticisms regarding performance and display quality. The assistant to the esteemed Lazy Sheep summarized that the Ju Factory's Mate series new phone is on the verge of release. Performance enhancements will continue to prioritize batteries exceeding 4,000 mAh, and the display will now feature 1080p resolution, with charging technology expected to see advancements as well. However, this improvement may come at a higher price. As the promotional efforts of the Ju Factory commenced, Lei Jun recognized that only through self-developed chips could Xiaomi truly embark on a path towards the high-end market. With the increasing number of manufacturers, the mid-range market is becoming increasingly challenging. As Huaxin Technology and the Ju Factory establish their foothold in the premium segment, they are unlikely to abandon the lower-end market, which poses a significant threat to Xiaomi, a brand that has thrived on cost-effectiveness. This realization intensified Lei Jun's resolve to pursue self-developed chips. Although he had contemplated this notion since the launch of the Tianqin 800E, at that time, Xiaomi lacked both the financial resources and technological expertise, leading to an inevitable abandonment of the idea. Now, however, a new opportunity has arisen. Due to a substantial decline in sales, the Intel mobile chip division has decided to terminate its chip production operations and sell the business. Unfortunately, Xiaomi's aspirations to enter chip design are hampered by a lack of technology and research personnel. Collaborating with Intel to enter the chip design industry might be a viable strategy. However, it is important to clarify that it is NVIDIA. Given the multifaceted nature of this matter, it is merely a shell. Nonetheless, Lei Jun was eager to gather opinions on this significant development, prompting him to summon Lu Weibing. Lu, with so many companies entering the chip design sector, should Xiaomi also consider this path? Upon hearing this, Lu Weibing was momentarily taken aback. Isn't the risk of Xiaomi venturing into chip design rather high? Our company's resilience to risk is exceedingly low. The chip industry is notoriously fraught with risk. A single tape-out can cost tens of millions. If things don't go smoothly, several tape-outs could potentially cripple Xiaomi. As a senior executive, Lu Weibing felt compelled to caution Lei Jun entering the chip industry is not a matter to be taken lightly. Moreover, with Xiaomi's current technological reserve, where will the necessary expertise and personnel come from? These are pressing concerns. Xiaomi's positioning has only been as an assembly and sales-oriented internet company, lacking any technological foundation. Presently, Xiaomi primarily utilizes Qualcomm's processor platform. If we recklessly enter the chip design sector, we must consider whether we might offend Qualcomm and risk losing our chip supply. Lei, I strongly oppose our entry into chip design. Where will the technology come from for Xiaomi to develop its own chips? Even the well-established Ju Factory faced challenges in their earlier chip generations, which were essentially just a burn of resources without any practical value. If not for Yu Dazue's audacity, their K3V2 and 910 would never have gained traction. Despite Lu Weibing's cold splash of water, Lei Jun discerned the underlying sentiment. Nevertheless, he felt helpless. All components are rising in price, and maintaining the $1999 price point is indeed challenging for Xiaomi. Previously, the absence of domestic competitors made it easier, as everyone operated as assembly plants, free from ridicule. However, currently leading the charge is Huaxin, with Juchong in middle. If Dami Company wishes to make a name for itself, it must also venture into the realm of chip design. For the time being, there is no need to be overly concerned about the technical aspects, as Intel is in the process of divesting its mobile chip business. They have set a staggering price of $3.5 billion, yet their technological standing does not warrant such a valuation, resulting in no manufacturers willing to take over. We can afford to wait a while longer. Intel, in its whimsicality, is attempting to sell off a failing venture for an exorbitant sum, hoping to entice some unsuspecting buyer. Although Lei Busi is open to the idea, the proposed price remains negotiable. How high is Intel's technological prowess? For competitors with genuine expertise, it can only be described as mediocre or subpar. Yet for Dami Company, this technology is sufficient to facilitate its entry into the chip design industry. This opportunity is already valued at 100 million. The audacity to demand 3.5 billion is quite astonishing. Does anyone even utilize their processors? I have heard that their latest processor is still in the conceptual phase and has yet to enter production. This technology is simply not worth such a price, Lei. Perhaps we should reconsider. Indeed, I have inquired, and it remains merely a concept. They are only contemplating selling this division. Had their new chips demonstrated viability, they would not be considering a sale at this juncture. While the computer CPU domain is undoubtedly Intel's domain, their foray into mobile chips appears to be somewhat ill-fated. Each generation of chips not only lags behind Gaodong, but also consumes more power than Gaodong's offerings. After several generations and investments amounting to hundreds of millions of dollars in research and development, their efforts have seemingly gone to waste, compelling them to sell off the business. If they manage to sell at 3.5 billion, it could be argued that their investments over the years have not resulted in a loss. This presents an opportunity for us to leverage in negotiations. However, even if we were to acquire Intel's business, their substantial investment has yet to yield success. Given our capabilities, would we truly achieve success? Hearing this, Liu Weibin's thoughts began to shift. It is indeed an opportune moment. Though he still harbors doubts regarding Dami Company's research and development capabilities. Observing Liu Weibin's demeanor, Lei Busi quickly discerned his apprehensions. Fear not, for I have a contingency plan. Yesterday, I had a discussion with Mr. Shen from Huaxin Technology. Our exchanges have been limited, yet his willingness to support a rival like Juchong indicates a broad perspective. My intention is to acquire Intel's business while simultaneously packaging some of our research initiatives into a subsidiary. Under this subsidiary's name, we shall seek industrial support from Huaxin Technology, thus alleviating concerns about Gaodong's potential retaliation. Gaodong still requires us to supply chips, so they are unlikely to strike us down. Concurrently, I plan to spin off the Hongmi series into an independent entity under your leadership. Acquiring Intel's business is merely a stepping stone toward entering the chip design industry, while the true technological foundation will stem from our competitor, Huaxin Technology. Lei, regardless of whether Huaxin Technology is willing to assist us, is it truly time for Hongmi to stand alone? I believe it is indeed time. Following the release of 2 generations of our budget series, Hongmi has garnered sufficient recognition. Other manufacturers' mid-range series or sub-brands have consistently aimed to compete with our Dami brand. This is detrimental to our high-end strategy, thus necessitating Hongmi's independence. As for Huaxin Technology, I trust that Mr. Shen will be amenable. I shall bring you along for the discussion this afternoon, and if they are unwilling, we shall abandon the acquisition. Nevertheless, Hongmi must still pursue independence. This plan cannot falter. However, I am confident that Mr. Shen will not look down upon us. For the advancement of domestic industries, Shen Fei can assist Juchong, and naturally, he can extend the same support to his fellow competitor, Dami Company. With Juchong's financial and technical resources, how can Dami Company hope to compete? Lei Busi possesses the requisite determination. Should Huaxin Technology be willing to support Dami Company, we could offer 60 of the shares in the newly established chip subsidiary, allowing Huaxin Technology to take a controlling stake. Furthermore, all manufacturing orders can be entrusted to Huaxin, as I believe this venture will satisfy their interests. Lei Busi understands the paramount importance of technology. With Huaxin Technology's endorsement, Dami Company can effortlessly shed the constraints of 1999 and stride towards a brighter future. Chapter 48, Negotiation. After a brief exchange with Liu Weibin, Lei Busi proceeded with him to the conference room, urgently convening a high-level meeting at Dami Company. Given the implications for the company's strategic planning, it was essential to gather collective insights. The executives had already gathered around the long table, awaiting Lei Busi's arrival. The large screen at the front displayed relevant data and materials pertaining to Intel's mobile chip business. Lei Busi addressed the attendees, stating that they were all aware of the meeting's purpose. He expressed his intention for Dami Company to enter the chip design industry, coinciding with Intel's desire to divest its mobile chip-related business. He invited everyone to discuss the possibility of an acquisition. A number of individuals expressed their support, starting with Technical Director Zheng Xiuzhong, who remarked that while Intel possesses a certain level of technological foundation, they are notably lagging in high-end chips. Their aggressive research and development pace has resulted in chips with subpar energy efficiency. If we were to take over, we could proceed cautiously and design a low-end chip within 2 years without issue. As newcomers, we need not aspire to delve into high-end chips right away. Financial Officer Lin Sherwei raised concerns regarding funding, indicating that Lei would need to negotiate wisely. The company has heavily invested in Dami 4's production, and we currently have approximately $1.5 billion in available cash flow. However, this amount cannot be entirely allocated for the acquisition. We must reserve some for post-acquisition investments and cannot afford to spend all at once. Lei Buzi nodded in acknowledgement. After discussing several other matters, he concluded, well, since there are no objections, let us officially initiate the acquisition plan for Intel. We aim to secure their mobile chip business for $800 million. Lu, this afternoon, you will accompany me to Huaxin Technology to communicate with Mr. Shen and gauge their opinions. At the Huaxin building in the capital, Lu Weibin, upon exiting the vehicle, gazed at the impressive structure before him and could not help but commend its grandeur, far surpassing that of Dami's headquarters. Lei Busi smiled reassuringly. Fear not, Lu. We will eventually possess a building of similar stature, though regrettably, we may not secure such a prime location. As a gift from his father to Shen Fei for his entrepreneurial endeavors, the Huaxin building's location is indeed enviable. While the building may not be tall, its prime positioning commands a high price. Hello, may I inquire if you have an appointment? Yes, I arranged a meeting with Mr. Shen yesterday. Please inform him that Lei Busi from Dami Company has come a visit. Ah, it is Mr. Lei. Mr. Shen mentioned your arrival this morning. Allow me to escort you upstairs. Following the conclusion of yesterday's press conference, Shen Fei had been pondering Lei Busi's words, attempting to decipher their true meaning. Could it be that, as he had suspected, Dami Company is indeed seeking to enter the chip industry? However, they lack the requisite resources, and even funding is insufficient for such an endeavor. There exists a humorous adage in the chip industry. It takes $1 to start, and perhaps $1 billion to achieve results. To enter the industry, one need only spend $1 to print a few PPT slides to officially declare their entry into the chip sector. However, when it comes to achieving results, that is a different story altogether. The K3V2 produced by the Chrysanthemum factory, with an investment of several billion, can only be described as electronic waste. Mr. Lei, please forgive the oversight in welcoming you. Shen Fei greeted him with a smile, though he was quite curious about what exactly Mr. Lei was concealing. Still, as long as he was willing to enter this industry, Shen Fei was eager to lend a hand, while also earning some processing fees and potential licensing fees. Mr. Lei chuckled and remarked that it was not Mr. Shen's fault for the lack of a proper welcome. Rather, it was they who had intruded unexpectedly. After exchanging some trivial pleasantries, the two swiftly moved on to the main topic. As the respective leaders of their companies, neither had the luxury of time to waste. Mr. Lei inquired about the conditions under which the Chrysanthemum factory sought assistance from Huaxin. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. To gain something, one must inevitably give something in return, and Mr. Lei was certainly no fool. This statement left Shen Fei astounded. Could it be that the rice company truly intended to venture into the realm of chip design, since it wasn't particularly sensitive information? Shen Fei pondered for a moment before revealing to Mr. Lei that the Chrysanthemum factory had authorized a portion of its communication patents and provided some funding. He wondered why Mr. Lei was so curious about these matters. We at the rice company are also looking to enter the chip industry, and we currently have an opportunity. I wonder if Mr. Shen has heard about it? Shen Fei feigned an attentive demeanor, signaling Mr. Lei to continue. He was genuinely intrigued by what had prompted Mr. Lei to decisively enter the mobile chip industry at this juncture. It is worth noting that the investment in this sector is substantial, although Mr. Lei is reputed to be the cash king of the capital. The funds at his disposal would only sustain the chip industry for a few years. Currently, Intel intends to sell its mobile chip design business, and we plan to take it over. We lack relevant experience and are uncertain about the actual value of the patents they claim to possess. Therefore, we seek Mr. Shen's assistance in acquiring a portion of the workforce. We kindly ask that Mr. Shen refrain from intervening to prevent Intel from raising prices opportunistically. Once the acquisition is complete, we shall grant Huaxin any patents it requires free of charge to serve as Professor Liang's remuneration. Here, Mr. Lei was evidently employing a clever ruse to entice Professor Liang to assist. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei fell silent. Professor Liang had already informed him that Intel was preparing to divest itself of its mobile chip design division. The core technologies of Intel were minimal, with most being easily circumventable patents. Acquiring these patents would merely offset a portion of the royalty fees. Spending such a substantial sum would make Shen Fei appear foolish. And Huaxin had already decided to abandon the endeavor. It was unexpected that Mr. Lei had taken an interest. However, considering the current state of Huaxin technology, these assets were hardly valuable. Yet for the rice company and the chrysanthemum factory, they could be advantageous. We do indeed require some patents, but it's not essential. We have already decided to forego the acquisition. Mr. Lei, please proceed with your acquisition confidently. I trust you have other matters to attend to. If this is the sole reason for your visit, it hardly warrants your personal presence. Upon hearing this, Mr. Lei felt a sigh of relief. It was satisfactory that he had not been deemed worthy of competition. Even the cash king of the capital, Mr. Lei, felt uncertain about competing with Huaxin. Their technology could indeed assist us somewhat, which is why we wish to purchase it. When the time comes, we will provide you with what you require. However, we hope to receive technical support from Huaxin as we aspire to integrate and absorb the knowledge after the acquisition. It would be exceedingly challenging without a qualified mentor to guide us. We are willing to pay tuition fees. Most engineers at Intel are foreigners, and expecting them to wholeheartedly teach the engineers at Rice is quite a tall order. The most probable outcome would be that we would have to pay them exorbitantly, and they would not be particularly diligent in their work. As for instructing Rice engineers, how could they possibly do that? If they were to train them, how would these foreigners profit? If someone else could perform better for less, why would they sustain them? Mr. Lei, have you truly considered your decision to enter this industry? Although there are persistent rumors of you being the cash king of the capital, this is no trifling investment. Upon hearing this, Mr. Lei awkwardly smiled, but quickly reassured. Rest assured, Mr. Shen, I have irrevocably resolved to proceed. The Rice Company will contribute a portion of the funds, as will I personally, to ensure the successful realization of this project. In due course, it will become a primary subsidiary of the Rice Company, with both the company and I offering our full support. If Huaxin is willing to join us, we will also grant Huaxin a share, and you will not need to invest a single cent. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei swiftly grasped the implications. As the saying goes, what is free is often the most costly. Yet, he could not help but admire Mr. Lei's audacity. Chapter 49. Support and joining the Fast Charge Alliance. Let us not rush into discussions about shares just yet. For now, we will do our utmost to help you secure the mobile chip business from Intel. As for other matters, we could discuss them later. Shen Fei regarded Mr. Lei calmly, revealing no semblance of surprise. The bait Mr. Lei had cast was indeed enticing. A share in a chip company, even one newly established, would be worth billions. However, this bait was not so easily digestible, accepting it would come with significant costs. Shen Fei understood Mr. Lei's motivations for relinquishing such substantial benefits. He simply sought Huaxin Technology support to facilitate Rice Company's chip development and to cultivate its employees. As a cunning veteran of the business world, Mr. Lei would not easily abandon his pursuit simply because Shen Fei declined. Mr. Shen, do you not wish to know how much of a share we are willing to offer your esteemed company? With an air of confidence, Mr. Lei smiled at Shen Fei, as if he were certain of Shen Fei's eventual capitulation. This gaze made Shen Fei feel a shiver run down his spine. Not interested. The offer is tempting, but until it materializes, it remains mere air. Mr. Lei should understand my position. Who is Shen Fei? He does not adhere to conventional norms and has explicitly conveyed his stance to Mr. Lei. Everything can be discussed once the project is operational. Since Mr. Shen has stated it thus, I shall demonstrate the Rice Company's resolve. After the acquisition concludes, we can delve into the details of this matter. Mr. Lei, astute as ever, discerned Shen Fei's intent. Discussions were welcome, but he must first see tangible results. One cannot merely paint a picture. For Mr. Lei, having heard Shen Fei express this sentiment was already sufficient. There is an ancient saying in Huaxin: competitors are sworn enemies, and both parties are undeniably rivals. If Shen Fei were to acquiesce solely based on Mr. Lei's words, he might fall prey to the rumors circulating online that he was merely a puppet representative dispatched by Huaxin Technology. With the major issues settled, it was time to address the minor ones. Mr. Shen, since you are not inclined to discuss this matter now, let us turn our attention to other topics. Previously, we spoke of the Rice Company's intention to join the Fast Charge Alliance. Might I inquire about the prerequisites for such an endeavor? Given that the Rice Company is poised to enter the chip design sector, it would naturally not adopt Gaodong's fast charging standards, which are comparatively more affordable than Huaxin's. Their charging speeds are exceedingly slow. Moreover, Gaodong has been unreasonable, denying the Rice Company any patent authorization. We are limited to utilizing Gaodong's public patents without the ability to engage in secondary development. The rapid charging protocol of Gaodong continues to be developed based on a USB-C interface. Currently, the fastest charging speed achieved is merely 10W. During the last launch event of the Mi 4, it was evident that the Mi fans expressed disappointment regarding this charging speed. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei instantly became invigorated. All previous discussions seemed like mere illusions. Now, there was a tangible opportunity at hand, although it remained uncertain whether it would amount to a substantial gain or a trivial one. If it was merely a matter of joining the fast-charging alliance, then perhaps it would be better to let Gu Man handle the negotiations. Considering that Lei Busi is entering the chip development field, it stands to reason that patent acquisitions would be forthcoming, wouldn't it? In the future, should they seek assistance from Huaxin, a protection fee would inevitably need to be settled, wouldn't it? We naturally welcome Lei Zhong's willingness to join our fast-charging alliance, with no stringent conditions attached, save for the requirement to adopt our Type-C interface. A design patent fee of 5 million yuan is required, after which they can independently seek a manufacturing partner for production. It remains uncertain whether Lei Busi is simply interested in joining the fast-charging alliance or if they seek a comprehensive patent package, so Shen Fei refrained from elaborating further. He merely outlined the licensing price for the Type-C interface to Lei Busi. Shenzong, let me be more explicit. We wish to utilize Huaxin's charging protocol patents for further development. Hearing this, Shen Fei grew even more animated. The prospect of acquiring patents warranted serious discussion. I'm ready to engage. In a bid to appear more formal, Shen Fei cleared his throat thrice. The bundled patent package is priced at 70 million yuan, which includes both the 10W and 15W fast-charging solutions. Any higher charging protocols will require your own development. Currently, members of the Fast Charging Alliance must support a common 10W fast charging protocol. The licensing fees have already begun to rise, increasing from 50 million to 70 million yuan. The Green and Chrysanthemum companies, as first-time members, have enjoyed certain privileges, and maintaining the original price would not be considerate to the two firms. Upon hearing this quote, Lei Busi widened his eyes. He had previously learned that the bundled price was 50 million yuan, although there was no prior 15W patent authorization. The mere addition of one would unjustly inflate the price by 20 million yuan. This seemed rather inappropriate, did it not? While Lei Busi maintained his composure without displaying any anger, he nevertheless felt that the pricing warranted negotiation. Shenzong, we are all well acquainted with the industry, and your quoted price seems rather excessive. We are adults, and there is no need for such bluntness. Leaving some leeway for both parties is indeed a commendable practice. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei remained unfazed and replied in a steady tone. Isn't there a lack of a 15W fast-charging standard? Moreover, price increases are quite normal. Since Lei Zhong has made his point, how about I concede to 65 million? When Shen Fei began to backtrack and voluntarily reduce his price, Lei Busi instantly recognized that negotiations were indeed possible, and thus proposed his figure, 55 million. Rumors had circulated that Lei Busi was particularly adept at negotiation, and this moment confirmed that reputation. Surely you jest, Lei Zhong. The dedication of our R&D team cannot be so undervalued. Allow me to counter with 60 million. After a series of back-and-forth exchanges, the two ultimately settled on a price of 55 million, a figure that Shen Fei would not find disadvantageous. Nor would it dishearten the previous two companies. Having already granted licenses to the first two, the supposed R&D cost had long been recouped. Any further licensing to Liang Factory would essentially be pure profit. Soon, both parties signed the agreement, marking the conclusion of this visit, which had fully met Lei Busi's expectations. The current chip landscape has been thoroughly reshaped. At the forefront stands Huaxin Technology, a global leader and the first in the domestic market. The Chrysanthemum Company, as the second firm capable of self-developing chips, is poised to release the 925, which can at least compete with the Fire Dragon A10, establishing itself as a domestic leader and international contender. Ranking third is the Fruit Company, which, when coupled with its proprietary system, can claim the second position. Following closely is the Fire Dragon series, while the likes of FAGU have yet to earn a place at the table. It is entirely understandable that Lei Busi is excited. The Mi company is on the verge of becoming a self-reliant chip developer, no longer merely a Mi assembly factory reliant on cost-effectiveness for sales. Henceforth, he shall refer to himself as the technological elite, Lei. Chapter 50. The Unrivaled Chrysanthemum Company. Yu Dazue proclaimed last week that the most powerful made in history is set for release. Many were skeptical, but today I have come to share some insider information. The ultra-powerful octa-core 925 chip, a staggering battery exceeding 4,000 mAh, and a body constructed from aerospace-grade materials, significantly enhancing its tactile quality. I shall pause here for today and provide you with more critical updates tomorrow. The Chrysanthemum Company has initiated its second round of preheating and released an official poster. The information conveyed in this poster is quite substantial. It features a dual rear camera akin to Huaxin's design, a metallic frame combined with a metal back, all adorned with a distinctive design language, indeed providing a refreshing visual appeal. I seem to be unclear on certain details, but be cautious lest you speak half-heartedly. The poster, however, is undeniably striking. Qingxiang Xiao Chengzi has rattled on with a plethora of trivialities, none of which have been particularly significant. The pre-poster revelations have been far more substantial. The realm of limitless potential is, after all, less specialized than the digital chat station. Even the divine beings among mortals have begun to leak information. One wonders when Zhangge will provide more detailed specifications. It must be acknowledged that Yu Dazue's marketing prowess is commendable. Although he spoke extensively, the impact is evident. The Mate 7, heralded as the most powerful mate, boasts exceptional signal capabilities. Naturally, Shen Fei, a savvy internet surfer, has taken note of this message. As a leader in 4G networks, Shen Fei finds the Chrysanthemum Company's assertions quite credible. In the realm of communications, Huaxin remains supreme. However, with the patent authorization from the Chrysanthemum Company, Huaxin is not far behind. All of this amounts to mere promotional tactics. Let them have their moment. As the fervor surrounding the promotion intensifies, an increasing number of netizens express their anticipation. Particularly among the Chrysanthemum fans, it feels as if the new year has arrived, as their brand is finally poised to stand tall. As a public communication channel, digital chat station, spearheaded by Yu Dazue, will not miss the opportunity to disseminate numerous tweets for promotion and preheating. The Mate series has elevated its product positioning, thus a price increase is inevitable, albeit a modest one. The battery, a stronghold of the previous generation, continues to inspire confidence in this generation. Additionally, it will debut the Smart Power 20 system, which promises enhanced energy efficiency and improved battery life. The SoC and screen weaknesses of the previous generation have been fully addressed in this iteration. Compared to the previous dry and unremarkable revelations from Yu Dazue, this news has thoroughly ignited fans' desires for a new device. Regarding inventory, Yu Dazue, having learned from the previous generation's missteps, has opted for a conservative initial stock of only 2 million units. Future orders will depend on the initial sales performance. The previous generation's Mate 2 was a significant misjudgment. While this generation rectifies past shortcomings, the anticipated price increase has caused Yu Dazue to temper his expectations. With the backing of new technology, Yu Dazue's confidence has surged, leading to a decision to launch overseas, entering the international market. This overseas launch necessitates the use of English for the presentation, though real-time subtitles will ensure that domestic signals are automatically translated into Mandarin, allowing for seamless viewing by Chinese users. After all, a week later, another launch event will take place in Huaxin. This time, the Chrysanthemum factory aims to demonstrate to the world that Chinese technology is not inferior. This aspect is what Shen Fei admires most. As the Chrysanthemum factory has established itself as a leader in the communications sector, thereby facilitating sales channels not only for telecommunications, but also for mobile phones. On July 1st, buoyed by extensive prior promotion and the positive reputation of previous generations, the live stream attracted over 1.7 million viewers. Even if only a small fraction of these individuals opted to purchase the Chrysanthemum factory's phones, it would ensure a minimum of 400,000 units sold. Remarkably, the overseas launch event was held in a packed auditorium, indicating that the Chrysanthemum factory's popularity abroad is not lagging behind that at home. Naturally, Shen Fei chose to watch the live stream. The rather informal English of the host, Yu Dazue, proved to be quite entertaining. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the launch event for the Chrysanthemum factory's Mate 7 series. Strangely, the company decided to skip the Mate 3, Mate 4, and other iterations, launching directly into the Mate 7. Shen Fei later learned through Yu Dazue that the number 7 symbolizes luck and perfection in the West. In China, it carries unique connotations such as the Big Dipper and the Qixi Festival, which would leave a lasting impression on consumers. Many would surely wonder why we bypassed so many names to directly refer to this generation as Mate 7. Allow me to explain. This generation boasts 7 significant selling points. The enhancements over the previous iteration are so substantial that they transcend conventional upgrades, thus justifying the name Mate 7. I will now elaborate on these features in detail. As the atmosphere reached a crescendo, Yu Dazue commenced the formal presentation. First, we have employed the latest Kirin 925 processor developed by Sea Lion Semiconductor. It features an octa-core design and integrates 4G network capabilities, representing a remarkable performance improvement of 330 compared to its predecessor. Given the overseas setting, where benchmarking tests are not widely popular, Udazue merely touched upon this before moving on to the next segment. This time, we have utilized the most advanced LCD screen, delivering exceptional display quality. The 6-inch screen allows for video viewing, reading, and even office work. With a resolution of 1080p, the image quality is outstanding. It also supports a refresh rate of 60 Hz and a touch sampling rate of 120 Hz. This screen rectifies the shortcomings of the previous generation, positioning it among the most superior displays in today's smartphone market. The audience in the live stream expressed their satisfaction with the screen, noting that the major flaw of the last generation had finally been addressed. Moreover, we have introduced a rotary motor for typing, providing a delightful tactile experience. Next, the focus shifted to imaging. In an era ushered in by Huaxin's dual-camera system, the previous generation had relied solely on a single rear camera, resulting in a significant shortfall in imaging capabilities. This generation proudly announced its extreme dual-camera setup. However, due to cost considerations, the Mate series only incorporates a 13-megapixel lens and an 8-megapixel lens for the rear dual-camera module. For the front camera, a 12-megapixel lens supporting panoramic selfies was employed. This camera module can be easily replicated by domestic competitors, yet the photographic capabilities of this generation have seen a meteoric rise compared to its predecessor. In addition to the powerful SoC, superior screen, and exceptional imaging, we have also made a breakthrough in unlocking mechanisms. This generation will feature rear fingerprint unlock, offering enhanced convenience and speed. Viewers were momentarily astounded by Dazue's presentation. It seems he was indeed correct. The improvements are truly monumental. With such advancements, it appears that the Chrysanthemum factory has firmly established its standing, potentially allowing Mr. Yu to claim the title of far ahead. However, one wonders what the final price will be. Digital gossip suggests that this generation will see a price increase. But by how much? Why rush? We haven't even discussed the battery yet, someone mused. Given all these enhancements, it seems inevitable that the price would surpass 3,000. Chapter 51, a shocking price. Shouldn't the Chrysanthemum factory's primary focus be on display size and battery life? My greatest anticipation lies in whether there has been an improvement in battery longevity. With performance already solidified, if battery life can also be enhanced, we could witness the birth of a remarkable device. However, it is surprising that this generation has opted for a rear fingerprint sensor, a feature yet to be adopted by many competitors domestically. The viewers, after observing the introductions, were filled with eager anticipation. Yet, isn't the Chrysanthemum factory most renowned for its battery performance? Why the delay in discussing it? With a new 1080p screen, surely it cannot still rely on a mere 4,000 mAh battery? Such a scenario would severely compromise battery life. Beyond these numerous advantages, it is well known that the Chrysanthemum factory excels in battery endurance, and this generation has achieved yet another breakthrough. Our Mate 7 is equipped with a colossal 4,200 mAh battery. This time, our battery life has once again reached new heights. Have we also achieved advancements in charging? In March, our competitors snatched the title for the fastest charging speed from us. This time, we shall reclaim it. The Mate 7 debuts with 27W fast charging, a new milestone in rapid charging. According to tests conducted in our laboratory, with 27W of charging power, the 4,200 mAh battery can be fully recharged in just 37 minutes. The Mate 7 not only provides the assurance of a large battery, but also instills confidence through its rapid recharge capabilities. To borrow a phrase from our competitors, in the realm of battery life, the Chrysanthemum factory is undeniably leading the way. The battery capacity and charging speed astonished both the audience present and those watching the live stream domestically. Though domestic users are somewhat accustomed to the advancements from Huaxin and the Chrysanthemum factory, the leap from 5W to 27W in just half a year is remarkable. Pairing 27W charging power with a 4,200 mAh battery is nothing short of extraordinary. Certainly, the most astonished audience members were the international viewers, who were largely unaware of the concept of fast charging. Many of them were Apple users, whose most advanced model, the iPhone 5, boasts a mere 1,440 mAh battery. The Mate 7's battery capacity is nearly 3 times that. It left a group of foreign spectators utterly astounded. While Apple may have a smaller battery, it is notorious for its slow charging speed. A standard Apple charger takes a staggering 34 hours to fully charge that small battery. In stark contrast, The Mate 7 can recharge its 4,200 mAh battery in a mere 37 minutes. This truly opened the eyes of those who had never witnessed such advancements. With expressions of disbelief, they erupted into applause. Although they may not grasp the intricacies of this fast-charging technology, it does not detract from their admiration for this remarkable feature. In the increasingly competitive domestic market, this charging speed and battery capacity remain astonishing. Even with the increased power consumption of 4G, a battery exceeding 4,000 mAh provides ample reassurance. The 27W charging speed allows users to recharge swiftly in urgent situations, doubling their peace of mind. Subsequently, the illustrious Yu Dazue introduced several novel technologies debuting on the Mate 7 from the esteemed Huaxin. The Smart Power Saving 20, as touted in official promotions, purportedly enhances battery longevity by over 10. However, one must ponder its actual efficacy. The intelligent unlocking feature employs Huaxin's Bluetooth devices to recognize the owner's identity, allowing for seamless access without the need for a password, thereby achieving a harmonious balance between security and convenience. A truly commendable functionality. In terms of imaging innovations, numerous advancements have been unveiled. For the first time, time-lapse photography has been introduced, enabling even solo users to capture stunning selfies. Furthermore, significant strides have been made in low-light photography, with the support of a super night scene function. Utilizing AI algorithms, it can unveil details hidden in darkness, albeit requiring a tripod for optimal results. However, in practical application, this super night scene feature proves somewhat superfluous, inadvertently increasing the workload for engineers from competing brands. While I may forego it, you cannot do without it. After a comprehensive presentation of various specifications, netizens were left yearning for the most anticipated news, the final pricing. Without a price, all discourse is rendered moot. The excellence of a smartphone hinges on both technology and cost. Is Huaxin aiming for astronomical heights with this pricing? Did the digital chat station not mention a slight increase? Given this price, even if the Mate 7 were exceptionally enticing, it hardly justifies such a cost. Let's refrain from criticism. This is the European price, and our domestic pricing has yet to be announced, which should hopefully reflect a reduction. Upon the revelation of the price, domestic netizens were astounded, yet their concerns proved unwarranted. This is Europe, and a higher price is justifiable. The domestic price remains undisclosed. The Mate 7's 332G version is priced at €499, the 364 version at €549, and the 4128 version at €599. When converted to Chinese currency, this amounts to approximately 4,000 yuan. Does Huaxin truly warrant such a valuation? To those insisting this is merely the European price, I implore you to cease. Even if the domestic price drops, it will still hover around 3,500 yuan, or else I shall wash my hair upside down. However, this is understandable, as the previous generation. The Mate 2 was priced around 2,800 yuan, and even without 4G, it was even cheaper. Merely 6 months have passed, and the starting price in Europe has surged to approximately 4,000 yuan. Such a leap certainly invites criticism. Yet, is Huaxin's pricing strategy aimed at competing head-on with the likes of Apple in Europe? The launch event had scarcely concluded when sales commenced in the European market. Given Huaxin's considerable influence in Europe, there remains a dedicated fan base, and with their support, first-day sales exceeded 50,000 units. In the domestic market, this figure would be trivial. However, in Europe, for a domestically produced smartphone with a starting price close to €500, such sales figures are commendable. Although Huaxin's telecommunications business boasts a significant presence in Europe, their smartphone operations are still in a phase of building influence. This sales figure is indeed impressive. While Europe remains relatively quiet about the launch, domestically, it has become a trending topic. The unveiling of Huaxin's new device, with a starting price surpassing 4,000 yuan, has generated considerable buzz. Mate 7's fingerprint unlocking feature offers a new experience, and the device is powered by the formidable Kirin 925. A series of trending topics has further heightened domestic users' anticipation for the phone's local pricing. The influential digital chat station noted Huaxin's unexpectedly robust sales in Europe, with over 50,000 units sold on the first day, setting a new record for the Mate series in that region. The domestic and European versions are identical. However, due to the absence of exorbitant taxes and shipping costs, the price may indeed hold a pleasant surprise. As previously predicted, it will see a modest increase of no more than 500 yuan, far from the exorbitant figures many had imagined. As the online discourse intensified, curiosity about the Mate 7's price surged, with rampant speculation suggesting it could rise by over 1,000 yuan, prompting Udazue to urgently dispel such rumors. Currently, the Huaxin X1 can be acquired for just 3,000 yuan. Should some of Juchang's loyal fans fall prey to online misinformation and forego purchasing the Mate 7 based on inflated prices, it would indeed be a regrettable decision. Chapter 52, Juchang's Marketing. Udazue announced that the Mate 7's domestic launch event will be held in Yangqing tomorrow. To express gratitude for the unwavering support from loyal fans over the years, the pricing will undoubtedly come as a pleasant surprise. A week has passed since the foreign launch, and the fervor surrounding the Mate 7 has eclipsed all else. However, the starting price of €500 for the Mate 7 in Europe has sparked widespread discussion. No domestic brand has yet affirmed such a lofty price, leading consumers to harbor doubts about the domestic pricing. The domestic launch event was notably succinct, with Udazue briefly outlining the features before revealing the final price, starting at 3,199 yuan. The other two versions are priced at 34.99 and 37.99 yuan, successfully positioning the Mate 7 within the 3,000 yuan bracket. This pricing certainly astonished netizens, as prior speculations had suggested a minimum price of 3,599 yuan. The stark contrast between anticipated and actual pricing has driven Juchang into a frenzy. Although its performance may not surpass the Huaxin X1 equipped with the Tianqin 800, it sufficiently differentiates itself from competitors. This smartphone boasts distinctive features, including a massive 6-inch display, a battery exceeding 4,000 mAh, and a super-fast 27W charging capability. Truly formidable. Juchang's strategic pricing is indeed commendable. Presently, domestic users still harbor the belief that foreign products surpass local offerings, and with Juchang's overseas launch followed by a domestic release, the price disparity has only added to the intrigue. Upon the product's release, a plethora of online reviewers hastily published their evaluation videos, eager to capitalize on the momentum and garner additional viewership, all proclaiming themselves as longtime fans of Juchang. Udazue, upon witnessing this, felt a tinge of embarrassment at the exaggerated praise. After all, they had not invested any money. Of course, there are also numerous paid reviews. High-Tech Evaluation, at Juchang's behest, dedicated an entire episode to a meticulous review of the Mate 7. Now, with the support of Huaxin, High-Tech Evaluation has significantly enhanced its professional caliber, amassing a substantial following and generating considerable buzz. To emphasize the prowess of the Kirin 925, they brought forth the Fire Dragon 810 and Tianqin 800 chips released earlier this year for comparison. The initial evaluation focused on the most anticipated entertainment performance benchmarks. In a controlled environment at 15 degrees Celsius, the formidable Tianqin 800 achieved approximately 115,000 points. Following closely was Juchang's Kirin 925, which reached a commendable 95,000 points, closely aligning with the advertised 98,000 points. This score is sufficient to overshadow the majority of competitors. Bringing up the rear, unsurprisingly, was the international titan, the Fire Dragon 810, which yielded no surprises, as no domestic manufacturer has utilized a production version of the Fire Dragon 810. The variant tested was merely an overseas version of subpar quality, with their tuning capabilities evidently lacking. Officially, the Fire Dragon 810 is claimed to score over 91,000 points. However, in practical testing, this subpar iteration only managed around 86,000 points. In this benchmark comparison, Tianqin Semiconductor outperformed his Silicon, which in turn surpassed the international giant Qualcomm. This is attributed to the remarkably low power consumption of Tianqin Semiconductor's H1 core. In daily usage, the Kirin 925 boasts a mere power consumption of 11 W, while its competitor, the Snapdragon, consumes a staggering 18 W. Similarly, in terms of light and moderate gaming performance, it outshines the international giant Snapdragon. Astonishingly, during gaming assessments, the Snapdragon 810 exhibited alarming power consumption, reaching as high as 55 W in racing games. In contrast, the Kirin 925 managed only 43 W, highlighting a significant disparity. One could assert that the Snapdragon 810 truly faltered in gaming efficiency. The evaluations above have unequivocally established that this generation of Kirin chips has finally risen to prominence, even surpassing the international leader, Snapdragon. Comprehensive reviews have profoundly impressed the majority of consumers, alleviating the concerns of many prospective buyers. Previously, Kirin was synonymous with feeble performance. While they once persevered, now that they have firmly established themselves, it is inconceivable that they would abandon the prospect of purchase. The formidable marketing prowess of the brand, along with a loyal fan base cultivated over several generations, has led to an exceptional success in this inaugural sale. The Mate 7 surpassed 5,000 units sold within a minute, exceeded 30,000 units in 5 minutes, and broke 150,000 units within 2 hours. On the day of release, total sales surpassed 300,000 units, marking the beginning of its ascent into the high-end market. Such sales figures are impressive. It seems the suppliers will need to increase their orders. You, observing the sales report from the previous day, remarked to Zhao Ming. Indeed remarkable, Zhao replied. However, the Mate has now ascended to the 3,000 yuan price range, leaving the 2,000 yuan segment open for us to capture. The most substantial sales volume remains within the price range of 1,000 to just over 2,000 yuan, a segment no manufacturer would dare forsake. As the brand ventures into higher territories, could the 2,000 yuan segment become the domain for Glory to inherit its legacy? With the Silicon now firmly established, will there be ample chip supply for Glory? This market is certainly one we cannot overlook. Do you have a concrete plan? I plan to procure a batch of 925 chips to outmaneuver the rice company, you stated. Be formal about it. Stop dreaming, Zhao interjected. Here's the deal. During chip production, there's a batch of slightly defective 925s. We will package them as 925H and 925E, with an approximate inventory of 2 million units to be utilized in your Glory Digital Series Pro. The Kirin 920, designed by Silicon, has successfully entered production at TSMC. It will be employed in your standard digital series. The Kirin 920 is crafted using TSMC's 20nm process and follows the ARM public architecture. Its benchmark score hovers around 50,000, which is not far off from the Snapdragon 801. Despite the aid from Huaxin technology, the yield rate for the 925 is merely around 80. According to Huaxin's standards, the acceptance rate is even lower, at approximately 60. However, the brand possesses significant financial resources and, to incentivize his Silicon Semiconductors team, has adhered to Huaxin standards. Consequently, these subpar chips were downclocked and repackaged as Kirin 925E, while the severely impaired ones were transformed into 925H. Due to a shortage of design personnel, the majority of Glory's models will still rely on Snapdragon chips, along with some mid-range chips produced by Taiwanese foundries. Glory, as a sub-brand, primarily targets the 1,000 to 2,000 yuan market. Utilizing these chips for higher price points is already sufficient. Yet, Zhao Ming is indeed relentless. He has persistently positioned Glory's digital series against the Rice Company's digital series, a sub-brand relentlessly pursuing a competitor's flagship. Regardless of the outcome, the Rice Company's reputation has undoubtedly been tarnished. This explains why Lei Jun is eager to establish the Hongmi brand independently, allowing Hongmi and Glory to compete, even at a loss, to avenge this affront. With those two chips, Zhao Ming was elated. He never anticipated acquiring the fully functional 925. For now, he will settle for the 925E and 920. This year, competitors are still utilizing the Snapdragon 801, and with its performance, it would be impossible to challenge the 925E and 920. By the time competitors adopt the Snapdragon 808 and 810 next year, he will continue to pummel them with the 925. Thus, he eagerly inquired, having the 925E, 925H, and 920 is sufficient. What is the inventory of the 920? You wave his hand dismissively. We have placed an order for 10 million units with TSMC. If necessary, we can increase it. Rest assured and proceed. Chapter 53. Exploration of the gaming market. Recently, competitors have been launching new devices to seize market share, but Huaxin remains unhurried. The newly released models are merely cannon fodder. The true king of machines is singular. Shen Fei's objective is to claim the title of the 2014 king, allowing competitors to pave the way and test the waters. Of course, the primary reason is that there is no time for redesign. The essential components are already in production. The Huaxin 810 has officially commenced production. But even the current configuration in the Huaxin X2 is sufficiently competitive for the title of king. Today, Shen Fei's main agenda is to convene a high-level meeting to discuss previous proposals. Just as he was about to head to the meeting, a familiar notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for surpassing 10 million units in single-brand sales. You are eligible for an exquisite reward. The monthly breakthrough award totals 25. The lottery has been automatically drawn, with the following prizes: 5-chip research personnel 2, a small package of communication patents, approximately 4G communication patent 009, 8, a battery technology research group, 5 personnel, 6, a communication technology research group, 5 personnel, 5, a game elimination plan proposal, and a small package of OLED screen production technology. Ah, my system brother finally remembered me. What's going on? Did you have a little adventure and return with some gifts? What do you mean? I didn't go out to play. I was busy gathering rewards for you. These talents were unearthed from all corners of the world. How could you call them small gifts? Oh, there's even a game planning proposal in here. You've always been sending technical personnel before. Why the change this time? There is still a shortage of game talents nowadays. However, with this proposal, you can at least develop a casual mobile game that generates over 100 million monthly, thereby better engaging your users. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei was instantly taken aback. Though the mobile gaming market had surged with the promotion of 4G, the notion that a casual game could generate over 100 million monthly shattered his preconceived notions. Alright, but what about the super reward? This is for surpassing 10 million units in a single category. Don't skimp on me with these trivial items. I need something substantial, ideally another production line, as we are facing some tight production constraints. I already stated it's a super reward. What else could it be but something extraordinary? Ding! Congratulations, host, for unlocking the super reward and receiving 2 chip production lines. Additionally, you have obtained a working document for the 10 nanometers improvement plan, complete with 2,000 employees. At last, a substantial reward was granted. Huaxin had just approached Shen Fei last week, expressing that the chip factory was understaffed and seeking to hire. However, due to the confidentiality surrounding chip production, Shen Fei had declined Yuan's request, asserting that such core industries must be managed by trusted personnel. Now, with the addition of 2,000 employees and 2 new production lines, he had fortuitously resolved the issue. Most importantly, the acquisition of the 10 nanometers manufacturing process improvement would further solidify their lead. Alright, the items have been dispatched to you. No worries. I will return to my rest now. A competent system need only manifest when the host requires it, refraining from disrupting the host's normal life at any other time for any reason. Upon receiving his materials, Shen Fei promptly made his way to the conference room. Today's meeting was of paramount importance, as Wang Teng had already prepared a research report on the gaming industry, intending to review it and initiate preliminary work during the session. Additionally, due to the multitude of businesses under Huaxin Technology, signs of bloated management had begun to surface. Shen Fei resolved to formally split the various divisions of Huaxin Technology into subsidiaries, thereby establishing the Huaxin Technology Group. However, he did not communicate this decision to his subordinates, planning instead to unveil it as a delightful surprise in the upcoming meeting. All participants would have the opportunity to become heads of these subsidiaries, with the prospect of significantly increased salaries. As for equity, that would not be a consideration for now. In a few years, Shen Fei would grant them some profit-sharing rights, allowing them to grow alongside the enterprise. Given his father's experiences from years past, Shen Fei placed great emphasis on equity, believing that retaining it would better facilitate work. Consequently, employees at Huaxin Technology often earned salaries exceeding 3 times that of similar companies, yet received no equity dividends. This situation had led many external firms to offer high salaries along with promises of equity to entice Huaxin's key technical personnel. As for non-compete agreements, they were willing to pay a small fee, as investing a little to secure top-tier technical talent was indeed worthwhile. However, the core positions were held by loyal research experts rewarded by the system, making them impervious to poaching, regardless of the financial incentives. The most they could attract were some inexperienced researchers lured by high salaries, which Shen Fei considered a small contribution to the advancement of technology in Huaxin. The purpose of this meeting was abundantly clear to everyone: to review the planned report for the gaming industry. Let us begin with the marketing department's presentation on your market research findings. Shen Fei invited. After a month of market investigation, most users find the current mobile gaming landscape exceedingly dull. Comparatively, they prefer gaming on computers. While mobile games may suffice for brief moments of casual entertainment, the majority are reluctant to engage in prolonged gameplay on their devices. In stark contrast to Huaxin's passionate discourse, the atmosphere at the Goose Factory, overseer of Nanshan Pizza Hut, remained tense and anxious. Huaxin's month-long market research had clearly indicated its intention to venture into the mobile gaming arena, placing pressure on Goose Factory, the current titan of the gaming market. To express fear seemed rather absurd. Yet, the sudden announcement of a wealthy and technologically adept conglomerate entering the mobile gaming sector undeniably imposed some strain. However, it was merely a matter of pressure. Even with their creativity, Goose Factory could always adapt, and draw inspiration later. This tactic, however, had become infrequent as it tarnished their reputation, rather than imitation. Goose Factory preferred to invest a modest sum in acquisitions. Yet, given Huaxin Technology's substantial stature, an acquisition was out of the question. If all else failed, discussions of a joint venture could be pursued. If that too fell through, imitation would be their last resort. Goose Factory could not afford to falter in the era of 4G. After much deliberation, Shen Fei had indeed absorbed several suggestions, and the current divergence of opinions arose from Wang Tong's desire to pursue large-scale 5v5 game development. In contrast, Li Qing from a marketing department and Secretary Gu Man expressed a preference for entering the casual gaming market. They reasoned that after a long day of work, upon returning home and picking up their phones, they would much rather engage in casual games than immersive large-scale ones. As an adult, Shen Fei opted for a dual approach. He had the foundation to be indulgent. Let us cease the bickering. The two pathways are not inherently different. Our intention remains to showcase our technology. In future mobile tests, we aim to have not only an entertainment rabbit to represent the phone's performance, but also another game to serve that purpose. This will better attract consumers to purchase our devices. Yet we must not overlook the casual market. Therefore, we shall pursue both avenues simultaneously. Additionally, he presented a casual mobile game proposal he had drafted during his leisure, suggesting they review it. This plan was the detailed outline of the previously system-rewarded Match 3 game, allowing for immediate coding and saving considerable time. Chapter 54. The splitting of Huaxin into Huaxin Group. After reviewing the proposal, Gu Man exclaimed, President Shen, this is truly a brilliant idea. The playability is indeed commendable, and there are popular foreign games we could draw inspiration from. With this detailed plan, we can commence internal testing in a short term. However, the gameplay may be overly simplistic. Will consumers grow weary of it too quickly? Observing the crowd, Shen Fei instantly grasped their concerns. The Match 3 format was hardly novel, with similar popular games abroad. One must consider that after a long day, most individuals felt exhausted. They lacked the inclination to engage in complex games. It was only simple, engaging games with levels that would find a market. Furthermore, such games could be played not only during off hours, but also while idling at work. Upon hearing this, Li Qing immediately comprehended Shen Fei's intent. A game that could be played anytime and concluded in 1 or 2 minutes. Who could resist such an offering? With this detailed plan, our software department can produce a preliminary version within 2 months and commence internal testing, with a formal rollout in 3 months. The mobile market is still in its infancy, belonging to the stage of expanding the cake. At this juncture, Huaxin Technology's entry will allow us to claim a substantial share. Upon hearing Li Yaohua from the software department's assurance, Li Qing conceived a marketing strategy to leverage their own big brother's traffic and launch their Match 3 game during the Huaxin X2's press conference. As for the specifics, they would devise a detailed plan upon returning. All right, let this project be formally established. As for Wang Tong's 5v5 initiative, please share your perspectives. No sooner had Shen Fei finished speaking than Wang Tong interjected, asserting that he had proposed this plan. Currently, due to mobile performance limitations, everyone is focused on the casual gaming sector. No one has ventured into large-scale games like 5v5. We possess a first-mover advantage, while mobile gaming still lacks a clear path. We can navigate by following the trajectory of PC gaming. The reputation of being a major player known for imitation is never favorable. Yet imitation is indeed the most effective approach. While the wildly popular League of Legends may not be suited for mobile platforms, we can certainly draw from it. Wang Waoi, the R&D manager, added, under our influence, the performance of our chips will experience significant enhancement in a short time. We must plan ahead, as development requires time. If we begin now, we can demonstrate a working model in 6 months and officially launch in a year, by which time everyone will have sufficient performance capability. This discussion is progressing well. Allow me to add my thoughts. Shen Fei proceeded to outline his requirements. The graphics must be exquisite, yet we should also develop a scaled-down version to accommodate lower-end devices. For frame rates, we aim for a maximum of 60 frames per second, with provisions for 45 and 30 frames to reduce demands on the device's SoC performance. We must also engage a specialist to provide voiceovers that will entice users to play. This game primarily serves as a showcase of our capabilities, demonstrating that the Huaxin series of chips are exceptionally powerful. Therefore, all top-tier configurations must be capable of running it seamlessly. As for other brands' mobile phones, it is imperative to provide corresponding adaptations, including options for lower graphic quality. This will enable their users to partake in the gaming experience, thereby accentuating the formidable capabilities of Huaxin's chipsets. Such a strategy is a calculated maneuver, compelling manufacturers to opt for more robust processor platforms, consequently inflating their costs and, in turn, their retail prices. The rationale behind developing a lower quality version is that Huaxin's mobile phones do not monopolize the market. If we were to disregard the users of competing brands and rely solely on Huaxin's users to sustain this game, it would not be long before the likes of the Goose Factory would replicate our efforts. With their extensive promotional channels, they could easily overshadow Huaxin's gaming endeavors. Goose Factory's marketing prowess is unparalleled, and their expertise in game development is well recognized. Moreover, their rise to prominence is not without its blemishes. Should a rivalry truly ensue, it would be uncertain whether Huaxin, despite its current technological advancements, could match the finesse of Goose Factory's productions. In this contest, Huaxin could indeed find itself at a disadvantage. Now that our discussion has concluded, the final plan will be executed under Gu Man's supervision. As the meeting was about to adjourn, Shen Fei abruptly raised his hand, signaling for everyone to take their seats once more. There is no need for such haste. I have a thought I wish to share with you all. With those words, the attendees instantly understood that Shen Fei was suggesting an organizational reform. Huaxin Technology was no longer the small entity it once was. It had evolved into a technological titan, spearheading advancements in Chinese technology. Indeed, management reforms are necessary. The current approach is far too frivolous, and progress is overdue. I assure you, this will ultimately be beneficial for all of you. The changes we are making are not extensive. We are merely delineating certain business units into specific subsidiaries. Firstly, Huaxin's wafer fabrication plant will officially be renamed Huaxin Wafer, becoming a first-tier subsidiary of Huaxin Technology Group, with Yuan Guoqing overseeing daily operations. The establishment of Huaxin Mobile Company will also be a first-tier subsidiary of Huaxin Technology Group, which I will continue to manage. Tianqin Semiconductor will likewise function as a first-tier subsidiary, under the leadership of Professor Liang. Wang Teng will maintain his responsibilities for the Huaxin S and X series, though Gu Man will take charge of the X series launch event. Additionally, we will establish Huaxin Gaming Company, which I will temporarily oversee, as we currently have only 2 project teams. In truth, this organizational reform does not entail significant changes. It merely involves the independent structuring of several business operations into distinct subsidiaries. While Huaxin Technology focuses on exploring new opportunities, the other side, represented by the Dami Company, in collaboration with Professor Liang, has swiftly assessed the patent values of Intel within a mere fortnight. A subsequent internal meeting was convened, albeit with a unique twist. Liang Qingsong was invited by Lei Busi to partake in this gathering. Initially hesitant to accept the invitation, Liang Qingsong ultimately acquiesced to Lei Busi's enthusiastic request. Lei Busi commenced the meeting by expressing gratitude for Professor Liang's generous assistance. In terms of patents, they have not truly taken advantage of us. These patents alone are valued at $2 billion. Furthermore, the research and development engineering team, consisting of 200 members, is valued at an additional $50 million. As for their investment of several $100 million, that is merely hearsay. Upon hearing Lei Busi's remarks, Lu Weibin, who sat nearby, was struck with disbelief and immediately interjected. If it's worth so much, why has no company shown interest in acquiring it? Is there some hidden information we are unaware of? In response to Lu Weibin's inquiry, Liang Qingsong, as a professional, elucidated they are struggling. Chip development is exceedingly capital-intensive, and both of their recent chip generations have been failures. They cannot recoup their investments and require at least $100 million annually, with no end in sight for their losses. This is why they are considering a sale. As for the lack of buyers, to put it bluntly, those with the expertise do not view them as viable, while those without the expertise lack the financial means to invest. If it weren't for your Dami Company, I suspect it would still be months before anyone would consider taking over. Lin Shui remarked, since that is the case, should we not leverage this situation to negotiate a lower price? After all, currently, no one aside from our Dami Company appears willing to assume this venture. Hearing this, Lei Busi contemplated, Professor Liang, what price should we propose at this juncture? Liang Qingsong was at a loss for words. As an outsider attending this pivotal meeting, it seemed inappropriate for him to make such a critical decision. While Lei Busi was adept at negotiation, determining an initial offer that would convey a willingness to engage without appearing overly generous posed a challenge. Let's start with an offer of 100 million renminbi. If they are willing to negotiate, we shall proceed, and if not, we can afford to wait a while longer. Their price is unlikely to attract buyers in the short term, and the longer we delay, the lower the price will become. Very well. We shall proceed with this price for our initial offer to Intel. Chapter 55, supporting the domestic supply chain. In the bustling metropolis of Magic City, one of China's most developed cities, its openness has attracted numerous foreign enterprises to establish their presence. OmniVision, as the largest lens manufacturer within China, has also chosen to set up operations in Magic City. Shen Fei, accompanied by his team, arrived in the city with intentions to acquire OmniVision. Previously, while negotiating supply chains abroad, Shen Fei had contemplated supporting certain domestic enterprises. In the realm of imaging sensors, the foremost candidate for support was OmniVision, a leader in the field both nationally and globally, with shipment volumes ranking among the top 3 worldwide. However, upon closer investigation, it became evident that OmniVision was not a Chinese-owned enterprise, but rather an American company with its research and development center situated in China. Upon this realization, Shen Fei abandoned the plan to support OmniVision and opted to pursue partnerships with Sony instead, while biding his time to eventually acquire OmniVision and transform it into a truly Chinese enterprise. However, as Sony and Samsung continued to make technological breakthroughs, OmniVision's market share dwindled, and its profitability plummeted, prompting internal discussions of a potential sale. Currently, 2 critical aspects that cannot be overlooked in mobile phones are imaging and performance. Huaxin Technology's mobile division has already established a significant lead in performance over its competitors. Thus, bespoke imaging solutions must be developed to create a substantial differentiation from rival brands. Establishing Huaxin as a genuine high-end flagship, relying solely on generic sensors, regardless of the sophistication of the algorithms, will not yield significant disparities. As the saying goes, the larger the foundation, the greater the pressure. Although Huaxin's algorithms are impressive, they cannot match the pronounced effects brought about by hardware enhancements. Algorithms represent one facet affecting photographic outcomes, while hardware, particularly the lenses and the core SoCs LSP and NSP, profoundly influence the final image quality. If the ISP and NSP perform poorly, the speed of image processing will lag, and the resultant quality will suffer, severely impacting user experience. At present, the majority of domestic smartphones still utilize single-camera configurations and have yet to engage in the competition for imaging capabilities. However, as prices across the board continue to rise, imaging will inevitably become a pivotal point of differentiation. The chip determines the lower price threshold, while the level of imaging quality dictates the upper limit. Shen Fei envisions the Huaxin X series as a high-end flagship. Presently, the importance of photography is not yet fully recognized, as many mainstream brands still rely on 8-megapixel, 12-megapixel, or even 13-megapixel cameras. The Huaxin X1 has initiated a competitive arms race in the realm of photographic imaging with its dual camera system, which comprises a 24-megapixel primary lens and an auxiliary lens. However, despite the impressive pixel count of the 24-megapixel lens, it remains a rudimentary version, characterized by a diminutive sensor size that limits its light intake compared to its competitors. While the high pixel count serves as a significant marketing gimmick, the actual photographic output is still limited to 12 megapixels, with the full 24 megapixels being available only in high-resolution mode. As time progresses, the dual-lens setup will become the baseline, while triple-lens configurations will serve as selling points, eventually leading to the adoption of 4 or even 5 lenses. However, many of these additional lenses are in the realm of 2 megapixels, offering little enhancement to the user experience. Their primary function is to create an illusion of photographic sophistication. The choice to collaborate with OmniVision, rather than other domestic manufacturers or foreign giants, reflects a rather unfortunate circumstance. Beyond OmniVision, other local firms lack the requisite technological prowess, leaving acquisition as the only viable option. This dilemma is compounded by the dominance of Sony and Samsung, who have captured a substantial market share, thereby squeezing the survival space of other companies through their extensive production capabilities. Consequently, many firms find themselves unable to profit and are forced into closure. Moreover, the imaging sensors designed by OmniVision are predominantly low-end, unable to compete with higher-end offerings from other manufacturers due to significant technological gaps, relying solely on their competitive pricing as an advantage. In the current sensor market, OmniVision resembles a chip market counterpart, aggressively seizing the low-end market segment where costs are minimal, allowing for aggressive price reductions. The sensors utilized in Redmi S budget series and the upcoming budget series from Honor are sourced from OmniVision, emphasizing functionality over imaging quality. Given OmniVision S relatively low standing, it becomes more amenable to acquisition, with a corresponding lower acquisition price due to its modest market share. Regarding the source of technology post-acquisition, Shen Fei has indicated that the system is poised for action. The implication is that assistance will only be sought when technological expertise is required. Following the acquisition, the firm will transform into a fully fledged Chinese enterprise, better positioned to benefit from national industrial support programs and to establish a comprehensive domestic industrial chain. Upon the successful completion of this acquisition, Shen Fei's extensive industrial chain initiative will officially commence. Achieving this acquisition will signify a true closure of the technological loop for Huaxin. Shen Fei's willingness to invest significantly in acquiring OmniVision rather than opting for a collaborative venture with long-standing partner Sony underscores the strategic intent. Partnering with Sony would merely bolster their development capabilities, enabling them to rebrand and resell the adapted sensor to other companies following its initial use by Huaxin. Prior discussions indicate that Shen Fei not only brought his business negotiation team, but also included representatives from the Kyoto government to facilitate communication with their counterparts in Shanghai, thereby promoting the success of this collaboration in alignment with national industrial strengthening goals. The rationale behind this approach is also tied to the necessity of obtaining approval from the U.S. government for the acquisition plan. As a mere corporate entity, Huaxin Technology, regardless of its legal acumen in international acquisitions, cannot entirely prevent external complications. The involvement of government personnel places both parties on equal footing, especially since the other side is willing to sell, albeit without having finalized specific pricing discussions. OmniVision intends to sell for 7 billion yuan. However, investigations by Huaxin reveal that OmniVision's revenue in 2013 was merely 85 billion yuan, with a net profit of only 5 billion yuan. Given that the year is already half over, OmniVision's revenue has shown some growth, reaching 58 billion yuan by July, yet the net profit remains below 300 million yuan. This pricing proposal, if not for Shen Fei's clear understanding of their genuine desire to sell, could easily be interpreted as a ploy to intimidate Huaxin into retreating from negotiations, fearing that refusal might preclude future collaboration. Since they have made an offer, it indicates a willingness to negotiate. Negotiations are inherently about financial terms. One side is eager to sell, while the other is keen to buy, ultimately hinging on which party will concede first. The representatives from OmniVision are not naive and recognize Huaxin's intentions to establish its own industrial chain. During the initial days of negotiation, they remained unyielding, seemingly confident in their position. Shen Fei, however, is not one to indulge them. The issue is not production capabilities, but rather Huaxin's lack of accumulated design expertise. Those who wish to exploit Huaxin as a mere cash cow are deluding themselves. Under the counsel of the negotiating team, both parties opted for a 2-day recess before resuming discussions. During this interlude, Shen Fei kept his staff occupied with a business trip, with the company covering expenses up to 20,000 yuan per person. This unexpected perk delighted employees who, already benefiting from overtime subsidies during business trips, eagerly flocked to tourist attractions and shopping districts. This scenario heightened tensions for the OmniVision team, as their technology is not particularly advanced. Given Huaxin's relationship with Sony, procuring relevant technology from Sony is a distinct possibility. Consequently, in subsequent negotiations, OmniVision chose to relent, initially reducing their offer to 5 billion yuan, encompassing all technological patents, along with their personnel and production facilities located in Shanghai. Despite this concession, the price-to-earnings ratio remains above 10, but since they have already shown a willingness to negotiate, it remains to be seen who will falter first. To further exert pressure on OmniVision's negotiators, Shen Fei dispatched a portion of his negotiation team to Tokyo, targeting Sony. This move significantly unsettled OmniVision stakeholders, as even Sony's less advanced production technologies would be deemed competitive within OmniVision. Huaxin Technology is renowned for its research and development capabilities, and with these new technologies, they are likely to quickly catch up, rendering OmniVision's technologies less valuable. Thus, the parties convened for a third round of meetings. Prior to the meeting, Shen Fei clearly communicated that this would be the final negotiation, urging the other party to present a reasonable price. Otherwise, Huaxin would withdraw from discussions. Shen Fei's relentless tactics ultimately overwhelmed the representatives from OmniVision. Our final offer stands at 5 billion yuan, inclusive of all aforementioned conditions. This is our last price. Should it drop any further, we will refrain from selling. It appears that Shen Fei's recent maneuvers have indeed yielded remarkable results, especially considering that during the previous negotiation, the opposing party was adamantly clinging to a price of 6 billion. Although the net profit of Huawei Company is modest, its land assets in the bustling metropolis are quite valuable. While the factory is not located in the metropolis, it still represents several billion in fixed assets. Thus, the current offer of 5 billion despite reflecting a tenfold price-to-earnings ratio relative to net profit, is quite reasonable after accounting for fixed assets. Noticing the somewhat peculiar atmosphere, it is evident that this price is indeed appropriate. The presence of the major boss from the opposing side necessitates a degree of courtesy. Since Chairman Hong has expressed this sentiment, and given that we are all compatriots, we shall honor his offer and proceed with the transaction at this price. Indeed, while Huawei Technology is an American enterprise established in Silicon Valley, all its founders are of Chinese descent. Subsequently, both parties signed the acquisition contract, with Huaxin providing a deposit of 2 billion yuan. The remaining funds will be transferred only upon the complete conclusion of the acquisition and the total transfer of all assets. As for the source of the funds, despite Huaxin's respectable profit margins, mobilizing a full 5 billion is no trivial task. Earlier this year, they jointly invested with Dongfang Factory to establish a new screen production base. It is apparent that this capital is sourced from bank loans, albeit with a mere 35% interest. Shen Fei has never concealed his ambition to complete the industrial closed loop and become the Chinese equivalent of the Samsung Group. The higher-ups are fully cognizant of Shen Fei's objectives. However, is this not also a means of propelling the advancement of China's industry? The upper echelons have expressed their support for Shen Fei's choices, not only providing a green light for policy backing, but also offering certain financial assistance. The acquisition of Huawei Company by Huaxin Technology will undoubtedly enhance research and development efforts, which is precisely what the higher-ups wish to witness. The moment both parties finalized the agreement, Huawei Company became a wholly owned subsidiary of Huaxin Technology Group. Such a substantial transaction involving a Chinese acquisition of an American enterprise will naturally be handled with great fanfare rather than discreetly, as it also serves to send a misleading signal to the United States, suggesting that Shen Fei is merely an arrogant individual who has stumbled upon some fortunate opportunities and possesses a few advanced technologies. Thus, following the conclusion of this acquisition, Huaxin's official website released the contract confirming Huaxin Technology's formal acquisition of Huawei Company. Shen Fei himself announced on his Weibo account that Huawei Company has officially become a wholly owned subsidiary of Huaxin Technology Group. We will revitalize the struggling Huawei by infusing it with advanced Chinese methodologies, ensuring its swift revival. I guarantee that within 3 years, Huawei will reclaim its position as the leader in the lens industry. However, to outsiders, this proclamation may seem somewhat ludicrous. Presently, Huawei is significantly lagging behind its competitors, with both revenue and net profit consistently declining. Anil Baby, who initially had some favorable views of Huaxin, was taken aback by the boss's apparent arrogance. Could he still be in a state of slumber? Is this advanced Chinese methodology referring to overtime work? Was the sardonic remark. My name is too handsome for you to see. How can this person be so conceited? Predictably, the comment section was rife with mockery directed at Shen Fei's overestimation of his capabilities, suggesting that he was bringing shame upon the nation. Yet coincidentally, this served Shen Fei's purpose. Self-deprecation aside, pursuing a complete industrial chain will inevitably lead to some discrepancies with current partners. At present, Huaxin Technology is ahead in most technical aspects, but has yet to achieve a fully integrated industrial chain. The suppression faced is somewhat disheartening. However, they could not have anticipated that Shen Fei's words, though self-deprecating, were not in jest. Indeed, he is unparalleled. The following chapter, titled Aftermath, Fruit 6 Release, notes that Shen Fei's statement not only sparked widespread discussions online, but also alerted various manufacturers. Their low-end lens series primarily originates from Huawei Company. However, the change in ownership is unlikely to disrupt their collaboration, as the new owner, Shen Fei, has pledged to return to the global top position within 3 years, necessitating their support. Nevertheless, foreign media have begun to predict a downturn, suggesting that Huawei Technology's market position will inevitably shift post-acquisition. The digital discourse surrounding Shen's remarks remains credible. The first leading chip from Huaxin Technology has emerged, along with world-class fast-charging technology and high-density batteries. Collectively, these developments underscore Huaxin Technology's formidable research and development capabilities, making the possibility of achieving Shen Fei's ambitious goals within 3 years a tantalizing prospect. Meanwhile, the discussion remains rational, with some even offering 3 Mate 7 devices from the Chrysanthemum factory as a gesture. Indeed, this Weibo post was made by the distant Yu Dazue from Yangcheng. For reasons unknown, Yu Dazue seems to have an unwavering belief in Shen Fei's assertion, perhaps due to confidence in Huaxin's formidable research capabilities. Of course, the intention behind this post is also to generate interest, as the enthusiasm surrounding Mate 7 has begun to wane. Zhao Ming, do you think Shen is joking? I don't think so. Achieving such results at such a young age seems too significant for him to be so arrogant, he remarked with a smile directed at Yudaze. Great minds think alike. I feel he is more inclined towards self-deprecation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming was momentarily stunned. Is this a choice that a person in their 20s would make? It is easy to add flowers to the brocade, but difficult to offer timely assistance. Zhao Ming pondered before suggesting, perhaps we should consider using Huawei's lenses for our Glory series as a means of supporting Shen. In Kyoto, Lei Busi merely glanced at this news before setting it aside. The acquisition of Huawei Company by Huaxin is not a negative development for the Mi Company, nor for any domestic manufacturers. It appears to be a fortuitous occurrence, with a domestic Huawei in the mix. It will be more challenging for foreign manufacturers to conspire to raise prices. For the Mi Company, the more pressing matter at hand is the acquisition of Intel's chip design business. Ding! Congratulations, host, on initially completing the industrial closure, achieving a system milestone, and preliminarily becoming a parent company to other manufacturers. You have received a substantial achievement gift package. Oh, just as I was pondering where the technology comes from. This is fortuitous. I wonder if it pertains to sensor technology. Shen Fei eagerly exclaimed, open it quickly. Congratulations, host, for opening the achievement gift package. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the design schematic for a 12-inch large sensor. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a team of 500 sensor design and research personnel. With that, Shen Fei erupted into applause, thinking to himself, truly my excellent system. Next time I need something, I'll be sure to whisper in your ear again. The system not only rewarded him with a 12-inch large sensor design, but also provided a complete team. This team, invaluable in its own right, consists of precisely what is currently most needed. The system's reward is not merely a design. With this team, the lens can be fully developed into a series. This lens alone could outpace Sony by over 3 years. 3 years from now, with the capabilities of this team of 500, the scale of the lenses produced remains an enigma. While the size is one consideration, focal length is another. However, with these research personnel, these challenges are surmountable. Having these researchers undoubtedly paves a smoother path for the future high-end journey of the Huaxin series. Yet, to produce this lens will require no less than 3 months. It seems the Huaxin X2 will not be utilized this time. However, such an exceptional lens can undoubtedly be employed in the Huaxin X3 next year. Due to Shen Fei's prompt financial transactions, the handover between both parties was remarkably swift, culminating in the completion of the asset transfer within a week. Shen Fei, accompanied by the team, rewarded by the system, set forth once more to the vibrant metropolis. This acquisition of the metropolis required a substantial portion of funding. The relevant leaders in the metropolis were acutely aware of Shen Fei's character. Thus, during this acquisition, they not only exerted considerable effort, but also provided a financial guarantee of 2 billion yuan. Their intention was to ensure that once Shen Fei completed the acquisition and integration, Huawei Company would continue to operate within the metropolis. In their eyes, Huaxin technology could easily tackle even the most complex photolithography machines, so capturing a mere lens was trivial. Moreover, it was merely a guarantee, and given Huaxin technology's cash flow, repayment would undoubtedly be feasible. While the asset transfer had been finalized, the integration of the industry presented a more intricate challenge. The foremost issue was the arrangement of research personnel, as Huawei's most valuable asset lay in its research team. Consequently, after the acquisition was completed, Shen Fei announced a 15 salary increase to win the hearts of the employees, instantly garnering their loyalty. The research personnel, relatively straightforward in their expectations, primarily cared about their salaries, showing little concern for who their employer was. While the personnel issue was resolved, the dilemma surrounding the product line proved to be considerably troublesome. Not only did it require planning the existing product lines of Huawei, but it also necessitated the reallocation of research personnel and the development of new series. Meanwhile, as Shen Fei busied himself with the integration of Huawei Company, the fruit company across the ocean unveiled its next-generation Fruit 6 series. This iteration of the Fruit 6 showcased significant enhancements compared to its predecessor. The Fruit 6 boasted an aluminum alloy back, offering greater durability than the previous glass design, and introduced a luxurious gold color option. Furthermore, the screen size expanded from 4 inches to an impressive 47 inches. The fruit company typically employed bulk orders to negotiate supplier prices, thus maintaining the rear single-camera setup in this generation's model, which continued to utilize an 8-megapixel lens without any upgrades. The front-facing camera, featuring a 1.2-megapixel sensor, could rival the front camera on the Hongmi 2S, were it not for the fruit company's proprietary algorithms. The battery indeed emerged as a highlight. increasing from 1,440 milliamp hours to 1,810 milliamp hours, a commendable 25 enhancement. However, the charging speed remained at 5W, raising questions about whether it could fully charge within 5 hours. Nevertheless, the Fruit company's optimization capabilities are undeniably impressive. The iOS system, combined with 1 GB of RAM, outperformed domestic competitors, 3 GB RAM paired with Android systems in terms of fluidity. This superiority was partly due to the A8 chip, which, if not for Huaxin's presence, would undoubtedly have been recognized as the most powerful smartphone chip of 2014. In Chapter 58, titled The Fruit Company Strikes Back, the Fruit company's prowess in chip development was evident. The A8, akin to the Snapdragon 810, utilized TSMC's 20-nanometer manufacturing process. Yet its performance surpassed the Snapdragon by approximately 15. Furthermore, its power consumption was 20 lower, showcasing the Fruit company's exceptional energy management. This generation of the A8 integrated around 2 billion transistors, yet its chip area was a mere 89 square millimeters, 13 square millimeters smaller than its predecessor, the A7. Thanks to advancements in manufacturing technology, the CPU performance improved by 25, while the GPU performance surged by approximately 50, effectively squeezing every ounce of performance from the architecture. In entertainment benchmarks, it scored around 110,000, nearly comparable to the current version of the Tianqin 800. Of course, this success was also attributed to Huaxin Technology's innovations, as Zhuchang's new technology allowed it to gain significant market share in Europe, capturing numerous customers from the Fruit company. The Mate 7 had already surpassed sales of 500,000 units in Europe, marking a significant milestone. While this figure paled in comparison to the Fruit company's annual sales exceeding 100 million units, it nonetheless represented a substantial encroachment on the Fruit company's territory. However, after pushing performance to the limits, other aspects of the device had to be compromised. Compared to its domestic competitors, the improvements were stark, but when juxtaposed with the previous generation Fruit 5, the enhancements were monumental. For instance, the new Fruit 6 featured a 47-inch display with a resolution of 133 for 750 pixels, a remarkable upgrade from its predecessor. Additionally, due to the smaller screen size, the display quality was surprisingly commendable. Yet, its product strength fell short of justifying its price. Nevertheless, for Fruit enthusiasts, any enhancement was welcomed with open arms. The Fruit company's users exhibited a remarkable capacity for adaptation, though the Chinese version had yet to be launched. The pricing in the United States was set at $649 for the 116 GB version, $749 for the 64 GB version, and $849 for the 128 GB version. Based on these prices, it was reasonable to anticipate that the Chinese version would retail around 6,000 yuan. Yet historically, the Fruit company's pricing had remained stable, thus not truly representing a price hike, a testament to their integrity. Thanks to the robust fan base established by previous generations, even with such lackluster specifications and exorbitant prices, the Chinese sales figures were expected to remain strong. In the eyes of the majority of the populace, high-end smartphones were synonymous with the Fruit brand and its competitors. However, the launch of this device prompted Shen Fei to feel a sense of stability for Huaxin this year. The Fruit 6 smartphone lacked any innovation, merely presenting conventional upgrades that were not particularly substantial. As for the larger Plus version, Shen Fei perceived it as a mere gimmick, criticizing its pricing rather than its specifications. With a 1080p screen paired with the A8 and a 2,900 mAh battery, the price soared to $749. Merely improving the battery and the screen resulted in a 100 price increase. Following the unveiling of the Fruit 6, Wang Teng promptly called Shen Fei after watching the launch event. "Mr. Shen, our generation of Huaxin X2 is undoubtedly secure. Moreover, I noticed how thin the Fruit 6 is. It will likely be prone to bending. I suggest we immediately contact our channels to procure some American versions of the Fruit 6 for testing. If it indeed bends easily, we can reveal this good news to the public." Currently, the Fruit 6 series was only available in the United States. Normally, the Chinese version would launch in November, coinciding with the Huaxin X2's release event. After suffering a setback at the previous S-series launch, it was imperative to reclaim their reputation. Shen Fei's character was not one to endure humiliation quietly. In this 4G era, utilizing an 1,800 mAh battery and a 5W super slow charge was utterly unacceptable. If the bending issue were to arise, it could significantly impact the Fruit company's sales. If they were to repeat their past mistakes and engage in discriminatory practices, Huaxin Technology was confident in having their sales. "All right, since you have confidence, I approve this plan. Arrange for the acquisition of a batch of gray market units. I will reimburse you later, But the evaluations must be genuine, no deliberate manipulation, as we would then bear legal responsibility. Due to the fruit company's inability to meet production demands, the launch times varied across different regions. However, each region boasted a dedicated fan base. Consequently, gray market units emerged, with American locked or unlocked devices being transported through special channels to other regions or countries, easily doubling their prices. Naturally, many individuals took risks, explaining why numerous new device users emerged in areas where the product had yet to be released. As an avid surfer, Shen Fei could not overlook the opportunity to capitalize on the fruit company's exorbitant pricing and promptly shared a post on his social media, declaring, "Steady, the latest series from Apple, aside from its optical image stabilization, which captures some attention, seems to be merely a routine upgrade in other aspects. I discern no semblance of innovation. It pales in comparison to even the Mate 7, let alone our X2. The Huaxin X2 aspires to be the pinnacle of smartphones for the year 2014. We possess everything they have, and more. In the face of the current Apple, especially in the Cook era, Huaxin technology stands undaunted. Even with the introduction of the rival brand, we have no reason for trepidation. Apple's stagnation will not be overlooked by Huaxin technology, which may well use Apple as a stepping stone to ascend into the high-end market." Shen Fei's remarks have once again stirred public opinion, drawing a multitude of derisive comments beneath his Weibo post, particularly from Apple enthusiasts who fervently defend their brand. Here comes Apollo Pineapple again, boasting, "Didn't you claim you'd reclaim the top spot in sensors within 3 years? Is Shun merely a loudmouth? Just because Shinkai Makoto is strikingly handsome, does that justify his inherited fortune? There's no humility whatsoever. Why such arrogance? Are you not afraid of biting your tongue?" As a young leader, Shen Fei refuses to coddle such individuals. When they come knocking at his doorstep, to endure further would render him a pushover. What is wrong with speaking the truth? Is it wrong to voice concerns? After 14 years, still relying on that diminutive battery and a charging speed that takes 5 hours to reach full capacity? When others invite you out, you say, "Wait for my battery to charge," only to find that everyone has returned from their outings before you're done. Shen Fei's retorts are refreshing. He's grown weary of the incessant bragging from Apple supporters. On the other hand, Yuta Zue, ever opportunistic, recognizes the public discourse as a chance to gain attention, a gift he cannot afford to overlook. The contributions of competitors to industry innovation in recent years have indeed been scant. In my view, they exhibit a certain complacency. In terms of specifications across the board, competitors simply do not match our Mate 7, be it screen size, battery life, or charging speed. I must admit, Yuta Zue has a sharp tongue, targeting only those brands that fall short of his own. Yet, comparisons are inevitable. One must measure against the best. Otherwise, one would merely be promoting others. However, there's one aspect both parties cannot ignore: Apple's algorithmic prowess. The sensors employed by Apple certainly cannot rival those of the rival brands, yet the photographic outputs tend to be marginally superior. Nevertheless, Shen Fei remains confident that once the large sensor from OmniVision is released, it will undoubtedly surpass Apple's offerings. Chapter 59: Breakthrough in Fast Charging. While Shen Fei engages in spirited exchanges with netizens, news from the Research Institute brings forth exciting developments. The charging research team has achieved a significant technological breakthrough. Not only have they made advancements in charging speed, but new innovations have emerged in other areas as well. They specifically requested Shen Fei's presence to witness the progress. Upon hearing about the new technology, Shen Fei prepared to observe. He had only attended the initial unveiling of the first-generation fast-charging technology and had not returned since. As the big boss, he believed in equitable distribution of attention. Upon entering the laboratory, Shen Fei jestingly remarked, "I heard from Guman that you've devised new tricks with fast-charging technology specifically for my inspection. I hope it meets expectations. If not, this month's bonuses might just be withheld." As a young leader, Shen Fei naturally preferred not to adopt the stern demeanor often associated with his father during inspections. After all, everyone in the room was youthful. Why wear such serious expressions all day? It would be exhausting. The previously anxious Li Yichen immediately relaxed, smiling as he replied, "Rest assured, President Shen, it's undoubtedly a major breakthrough. Otherwise, we wouldn't have dared to invite you here. Is it true that the 33W charging power has entered mass production? The fast-charging crown has once again returned to the hands of the rival brand, and regardless of circumstances, the Huaxin X2 must outpace the Mate 7 in charging speed. President Shen, we achieved 33W charging speed last month. This time, we have made a breakthrough in the charging method, which we refer to as intelligent rapid charging. This technology learns the user's charging habits. It will cease charging once it reaches 70 during nighttime and resume half an hour before the user awakens, fully charging the device just 10 minutes prior to their rise. The breakthrough achieved by the Research Institute is the intelligent charging technology. By leveraging algorithms to learn user habits, it prevents the battery from degrading too rapidly due to users forgetting to unplug their chargers overnight. Our intelligent rapid charging can also work in conjunction with our developed fast charging chip to minimize heat generation during charging. Crucially, the combination of both allows for prolonged high-power charging. At this moment, a nearby researcher showcased the practical effects of this technology on the computer. The tests naturally utilized the latest 33W charging protocol. At the 020 node, it could nearly run at 31W, achieving close to the maximum power output. Once the battery level fell below 20, charging power began to decline, fluctuating between 28W and 29W while still maintaining high-power charging. In a mere 18 minutes, the battery surged from 0 to 51. This is the effect of the intelligent rapid charging system combined with the fast charging chip. When the battery levels surpassed 50, charging power dipped again to around 25W, which remains impressively swift. The competitor's maximum charging power of 27W can only reach this level, typically sustaining around 18W to 20W. This is quite normal. Achieving the advertised high power in the initial generation of fast-charging phones is challenging. Of course, Huaxin technology is an exception. Generally, the first-generation fast charging can only deliver around 60 of its advertised maximum power, with most hovering around 40. Upon reaching 80, it transitions into trickle charging mode. Indeed, this is the trickle charging technology first introduced by the rival brand, which is quite beneficial for battery preservation. The electronics industry often borrows from one another. Such practices are commonplace. Good ideas and effective methods from competitors should certainly be adopted. In trickle charging mode, the charging power further decreases to 10 watts. When the battery reaches 95, charging power drops to 5W, gradually filling the phone through the trickle cycle. Did we learn this technology from our competitors? Shen Fei chuckled. I can already foresee that during the Huaxin X2 launch event, some users will undoubtedly raise this question. Plagiarism is not the issue. The real concern is failing to adopt beneficial innovations for users. Indeed, our inspiration does stem from a Mate 7 of the rival brand, but we have significantly improved upon it. They merely have a trickle charging system, which cannot achieve intelligent rapid charging. Their method locks the battery capacity at 80, initiating trickle charging thereafter. Our technology is vastly superior, and it has the added benefit of utilizing our fast charging chip to facilitate this function, eliminating the need for a separate small chip. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei instantly grasped that such functionality could be widely implemented. It could be pushed to Huaxin X1 and Huaxin S1 users during the next system OTA update. I must say, Huaxin users are quite fortunate, receiving OTA version updates every 3 months. Each update feels akin to acquiring a new system. It truly is as if the experience becomes increasingly smoother with each use. In this year, system engineers have developed a unique perspective on the Android system, seizing the opportunity while Android has yet to fully mature. They are preparing to eliminate some redundant code, thereby streamlining the system to reduce memory consumption and simultaneously enhance security. The presence of excessive junk code increases vulnerability. Additionally, they aim to introduce some playful features, as the current desktop system remains rather uninspiring. Enhancing functionality, even slightly, would significantly improve the user experience. This has resulted in certain brands producing smartphones with impressive specifications. Yet due to the subpar operating system, many tech enthusiasts resort to flashing their devices with more user-friendly systems. Some experts have even developed public packages for enthusiasts to utilize in their modifications. However, despite ongoing optimizations to the Android system, Shen Fei has not relinquished one of the most crucial elements of the domestic substitution plan, the development of a truly indigenous operating system. Creating a purely domestic system is not inherently challenging. Companies like Huaxin or Juchong could easily develop one in a short span. Yet, while creation is feasible, promotion proves to be a formidable task. Simply achieving compatibility with Android is relatively straightforward, but persuading app developers to create versions specifically for this operating system is indeed problematic. Huaxin technology alone cannot successfully champion this initiative. Thus, they have partnered with Juchong, whose influential stature carries substantial weight. Huaxin Technology's actions have instilled a sense of urgency within Juchong, prompting them to expand their component substitution plans. The two entities have reached a mutual understanding and established a new subsidiary dedicated to system research. However, until they are completely prohibited from utilizing the Android system, they do not intend to bring this plan to light. The current Android ecosystem has matured significantly, although its functional offerings may slightly lag behind those of Apple. It remains the second largest operating system globally. In terms of user numbers, it surpasses all others, ranking as the foremost operating system internationally. Nonetheless, plans must be devised. The opposing party harbors ulterior motives. Should Huaxin and Zhuchang command 40% of global smartphone shipments one day, the competitors will undoubtedly seek to completely stifle both companies. As September unfolds, various sales initiatives commence. Firstly, the Rice Company has finally commenced mass production of the Rice Generation 4 smartphones. The supply chain has already reduced the price of screens, allowing Rice Company to procure components at more affordable rates. Consequently, this reduction in parts cost translates to increased profits for Rice, with each device yielding a profit of 300 yuan. When sold online, profits can soar to 500 yuan. The most immediate effect of mass production is that each release no longer sells out within 5 minutes, followed by an announcement to await the next batch. Consumers no longer need to be glued to their computers waiting for stock. Purchases can be made at their convenience. Simultaneously, the Blue Company has suddenly recognized the significance of fast charging in the online market, intensifying their investment in this arena in an effort to compete directly with Rice Company for market share. Consequently, the head of the IQ series from Blue Company visited Huaxin Group to procure Huaxin's standard fast charging protocol. Naturally, Shen Fei would not refuse such a lucrative client eager to invest. After amicable negotiations, Blue Company secured Huaxin's fast charging patents for 60 million, along with the addition of 18W and 20W fast charging protocols. As a consequence, Blue Company procured a batch of fast charging chips from Huaxin valued at 400 million. The mainstream domestic manufacturers have finally united under the Fast Charging Alliance, which signifies the abandonment of the previously dominant fast charging solutions. Just as Shen Fei celebrated this significant deal, Guman unexpectedly arrived at Shen Fei's office, stating, "President Shen, President Ma wishes to visit our company tomorrow. I am here to schedule a time." Which President Ma? The big one or the little one? The little President Ma is coming specifically for a visit, likely due to our extensive market research into the gaming sector and our recruitment of game engineers. Huaxin Technology's stature in the smartphone market has been steadily rising, approaching a position of dominance, with an increasingly significant market share. For President Ma, a friendly collaboration between the two parties is evidently more advantageous than engaging in a fierce battle in the gaming market. Although the Goose Company possesses the largest promotional channel through its Penguin platform for software to operate on mobile devices, it must ultimately pass through the scrutiny of smartphone manufacturers to be listed in app stores. Should Huaxin Technology adopt a stringent stance, the Goose Company would undoubtedly suffer repercussions. Of course, while the Goose Company excels in promotion and operational capabilities within the gaming sector, they are not particularly strong in original game development. They are more adept at quickly replicating successful games and leveraging their formidable promotional prowess to dominate the market, often at the expense of original creators. Huaxin Technology's entry into the gaming industry has instilled a sense of urgency within the Goose Company, especially following the establishment of Huaxin's wholly owned subsidiary, Huaxin Games, last month, which has triggered a crisis awareness within the Goose Company. Huaxin's foray into gaming signifies a looming threat. Ultimately, after considerable deliberation, President Ma has opted to approach Huaxin in search of collaboration. Both parties boast robust promotional channels and ample financial resources. Huaxin's decisive move into the gaming market undoubtedly suggests they possess unique technology or innovative game planning strategies. At this pivotal juncture in the 4G era, the Penguin Company cannot afford to miss any opportunities. Failure to adapt may lead to their obsolescence, rendering them mere footnotes in the annals of history. On Huaxin's end, Shen Fei is acutely aware of President Ma's intentions, namely, to establish a joint venture with or acquire Huaxin's gaming division, thereby solidifying the Penguin Company's market dominance. In the conference room, the atmosphere is charged with urgency. The gathering is prompted by the impending visit from President Ma of the Penguin Company. The precise agenda likely revolves around probing into the status of our gaming operations. Shen Fei is naturally reluctant to allow the Penguin Company to meddle in their gaming business. Signs of the Penguin Company's questionable practices in the gaming sector have already begun to emerge. Should they gain control, various monetization models would inevitably surface, potentially inciting user discontent. Moreover, the Penguin Company's penchant for imitation has tarnished their reputation in the market. Guman remarked that the mobile gaming market is experiencing steady growth, and, currently, all parties are in the nascent stages. Therefore, assistance from the Penguin Company is not particularly required. Their strength lies primarily in the PC gaming market. Yet as mobile technology continues to evolve, the relevance of that market is bound to wane. Admittedly, the Penguin Company's involvement could streamline the promotional phase, saving us valuable time. At present, the Penguin Company has not yet ascended to the status of an internet giant. However, due to their robust social media platforms, they are on the cusp of becoming a formidable presence in the internet landscape. A common adage in the digital realm asserts that whoever controls the channels controls the future. Currently, the largest channel providers are undoubtedly the smartphone manufacturers. The Penguin Company has a stronghold in the PC gaming market with QQ, which has already been adapted for mobile. They are now preparing to develop a dedicated mobile communication software, stripping away all extraneous features to retain only the essential communication functionalities. With these channels, they could truly emerge as a giant in the Chinese internet landscape. Wang Tung then interjected, expressing concerns over the Penguin Company's tarnished reputation, suggesting that their involvement might yield adverse effects on our game's promotion. We have already initiated projects. It may be too late for the Penguin Company to join us now. The attendees exchanged their perspectives on the matter. The summary indicates a reluctance to allow the Penguin Company to enter into a joint venture. Given that opinions are largely aligned, I shall express my perspective. The match 3 games should continue to be independently developed and operated by Huaxin Games, while presenting the 5v5 game planning proposal to establish a joint venture with Penguin. The operational rights of the League of Legends mobile game in Hua will lie with Penguin, which also holds a portion of shares in the League company. Notably, Penguin excels in drawing inspiration from others, and I firmly believe that their involvement would significantly benefit our 5v5 development. Upon hearing this, the attendees instantly grasped Shen Fei's intention for Penguin's participation. The complexity of developing the 5v5 game is not particularly daunting. Rather, it is the game balance and operations where Huaxing lacks experience. In this regard, Penguin's prowess is unmatched. Having multiple allies is decidedly preferable to contending with numerous counterfeit giants. As for Yu Dazue, our generation's Mate 7 has learned from the substantial lessons of its predecessor and undergone a comprehensive redesign, surpassing the expected upgrades of a typical iteration. The discerning eye of consumers is ever sharp. Within 2 months of its launch, the Mate 7 sales have officially exceeded 2 million units. We extend our gratitude to all consumers for their support. Next week, we shall unveil our brand new Honor 6, which promises to deliver remarkable surprises. This announcement immediately heightened the tension for Lei Jun, who is also in Kyoto. Honor has not operated with good intentions, consistently benchmarking itself against the Rice Company. With a favorable parent company, their pricing has remained consistently lower than that of Rice, much to their discomfort. Mr. Liu, stop controlling the supply. How much do we have? Release as much as possible. Given Zhao Ming's character, I anticipate they will once again target our Rice 4th generation, leveraging their self-developed core advantages. Their specifications are likely to be slightly superior to ours, and knowing his nature, he will probably set a price of $19.98 to undermine us. At that point, relying solely on our MIUI may not suffice against Honor, and we might have to consider a price drop. Furthermore, I instructed the negotiation team to expedite discussions in order to secure the Intel mobile chip business as soon as possible. Chapter 61. An unexpected visitor. This tweet also stirred some thoughts in Ma Huating, who was at the hotel. Currently, Penguin is thriving with ongoing strategic expansions in various domains, including aspirations to enter the mobile phone industry. Designing a mobile phone only requires crafting an exterior and integrating the supply chain, followed by finding a manufacturing partner. However, as an outsider, he possesses no expertise in mobile design or supply chain integration. Even merely serving as an initial proposal integrator entails significant investment. Although Penguin is financially robust, it cannot afford to squander billions recklessly. Thus, Ma Huating has yet to make a firm decision on this front. This tweet piqued Shen Fei's interest. Since we are already considering collaborating with Penguin on game development, why not take a step further? Let's bring the previous game phone project to the negotiation table for joint development. Currently, the Huaxin Series X focuses on an all-around flagship, while the S Series emphasizes photography. There is no dedicated mobile phone tailored for the gaming market. However, due to the S Series' formidable performance, many gamers ultimately opt for it. Yet, in Shen Fei's vision, the S Series will eventually pivot toward the female market, enhancing its imaging capabilities while slightly diminishing its performance aspects. This vacated market cannot be ceded to competitors. It would be far wiser to collaborate with Penguin to produce a performance-centric gaming phone, minimizing imaging capabilities to merely include a lens for scanning. Enhancements in heat dissipation, battery capacity, and rapid charging will render it a genuine gaming phone. Mr. Ma, welcome to Huaxin Technology. Shall I first show you around our company? Given that this is the territory of Huaxin technology, Shen Fei naturally wished to embody the spirit of hospitality and warmly welcomed little Ma. Ma Huading instantly understood this line of reasoning. Shen Fei was aware of his intentions, but refrained from broaching the subject first to maintain the upper hand. However, this aligns perfectly with Ma Huateng's purpose, to seize the opportunity to observe Huaxin's business layout, just in case he decides to proceed. Of course, Shen Fei was merely being courteous. He would not allow Ma Huateng access to core departments unless a genuine partnership was established. The tour concluded swiftly. Although Ma Huateng felt a tinge of disappointment, he gained valuable insights that tempered his initial fervor. It became evident that creating a mobile phone is not as simple as he had envisioned. The very first step of supply chain integration is exceedingly intricate. Thank you, General Manager Shen, for the tour. However, it's getting late. Shall we move on to the main topic? After the tour, a composed Ma Huadeng addressed Shen Fei, eager to transition into the negotiation phase. Both parties were busy, and there was no need to squander time in pleasantries. All right, Mr. Ma, let us proceed to the conference room. Are you particularly optimistic about the future of the gaming market? This question elicited a chuckle from Shen Fei. In the 3G era, mobile phones enabled web browsing via the internet. In the 4G era, they facilitated video streaming. With the gradual proliferation of 4G, mobile phones are destined to supplant PCs in the future. However, does Shen Fei genuinely harbor optimism for the gaming market? To be precise, he is optimistic about the future of mobile games, rather than the entire gaming industry. Compared to PC games, mobile game development is considerably simpler. It does not necessitate exquisite designs, merely the ability to launch at any moment, akin to web games of the PC era. Simple, quick, stress-relieving games that can be completed in a short time are precisely what mobile games require. Mr. Ma, do you favor the PC side or the mobile side more? Upon hearing this, Ma Huading instantly comprehended that Shen Fei is only optimistic about mobile games, not the entire gaming market. While his internal pressure lessened, mobile games are undeniably the future. Everyone is advancing in this direction, and, as a gaming giant, Penguin cannot afford to lag behind. Of course, it is the mobile gaming market. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here today. Moreover, Penguin has already begun transitioning its business to the mobile sector. As early as the 3G era, we developed a mobile version of QQ. Recently, we launched the mobile version of our communication software, WeChat, which clearly indicates our gradual bet on the mobile end. It cannot be denied that Penguin holds a formidable position in the communication domain. Other manufacturers have attempted to develop similar communication software, but ultimately succumbed to Penguin's dominance, reluctantly exiting the market. Due to QQ's gameplay not resonating with older users, Penguin's keen intuition recognized this gap. In 2011, we developed WeChat, targeting the middle-aged and elderly demographic. And today, its user base has surpassed 10 million, solidifying Penguin's hegemony in the communication field. We are well aware of this, which is precisely why we are here for this discussion. Mr. Ma, however, our project has already been initiated and is currently in the preliminary development stage. After stating this, Shen Fei rubbed his hands, subtly indicating to Ma Huateng. So, Mr. Shen, are you implying that you genuinely intend to engage in a contest of strength with our formidable promotional machinery? Shen Fei laughed. Mr. Ma, is this a declaration of war against us? He initially aimed to develop a performance-heavy game to demonstrate the strength of Huaxing's mobile chips, merely to capitalize on the 4G era's opportunities. He did not genuinely intend to topple Penguin and seize their gaming market. Ma Huading repeatedly waved his hands, choosing to take a step back. What I mean is, we have already made the necessary preparations. These cannot go to waste. We need additional funding. Upon hearing this, Guman, who was nearby, could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Pony Ma had initially prepared to step onto the battlefield with Huaxin for a fierce engagement. However, he was taken aback when Shen Fei unexpectedly mentioned the need for additional funds. This left Ma momentarily speechless, prompting him to ponder whether he had grown out of touch with the negotiation tactics of the younger generation. Nevertheless, the astute businessman in Ma swiftly regained his composure and inquired, "May I ask, Mr. Shen, how much are we talking about?" Indeed, a cunning old fox. In terms of pricing, he had deftly set a trap for Shen. With the game yet to be released, an exorbitant valuation would surely be rejected by the Penguin. It also provided an opportunity to negotiate more favorably. Negotiating with such seasoned players was truly vexing, Shen Fei mused. On our side, we already have a mature planning proposal, with the game's backstory fully prepared and preliminary development underway. However, since Mr. Ma has come for discussions, and given the Penguin's formidable presence in this field, We are prepared to offer 45 of the shares to your esteemed company. Perhaps Mr. Ma would like to review the game planning proposal and the anticipated charging model before presenting your price. In business negotiations, the first to quote often incurs a disadvantage. Shen Fei would not fall into the pit dug by Ma Huaxin. He promptly relinquished the quoting power to Ma Huaxin. But Mr. Shen, are you not concerned that after I review the planning proposal, I might abscond with the creative ideas without further discussion? Shen replied with a smile. I trust in your integrity, Mr. Ma. You wouldn't resort to such unscrupulous tactics. With that, he chuckled, for they were all reputable individuals. If such shameless acts were to occur, Shen Fei would find himself laughing awake in the middle of the night. Chapter 62, Mobile Game. Mr. Shen, I would like to know how far along your company's project has progressed. Observing the urgency in the penguin's demeanor, Shen Fei produced a document from the side and placed it before him. He then stated, the progress is quite promising. The foundational framework of the game has been established. In terms of heroes, we have sketches and models for 20 characters, along with their skill planning. Additionally, we have applied for a payment license to establish our own payment channel. Shen's lighthearted remarks struck a heavy blow to the penguin. A payment license? This was indeed a significant matter. Noticing the anxious penguin, Shen Fei smiled. Guman, his core assistant, was undoubtedly capable. In just a month, they had not only recruited sufficient staff, but had also commenced work in phases according to the planning document. Progress was naturally swift. Ma Huaxin pondered over the report. He had previously considered transforming the alliance into mobile gaming. However, due to the current performance metrics of mobile devices and the workload, he ultimately chose to abandon the idea. Yet, as a leading player in the gaming industry, he understood the convenience of mobile gaming. Although web games had long been labeled as crude and chaotic, they remained immensely popular and generated substantial revenue. The key lay in their accessibility. Now, mobile games could evidently replace the position of web games. After a moment's contemplation, the penguin spoke. Mr. Shen, we at the Penguin can offer 500 million for 45 of the shares. This implied that even without releasing any games, based solely on this proposal, they could assign a valuation of 1.2 billion to the company. One must admit, the Penguin was indeed a colossal entity. This valuation was nearing that of a unicorn in the industry. It seemed this proposal had indeed captured Ma Huaxin's attention. However, this price did not entice Shen Fei, who promptly declined, stating, no, Mr. Ma, you misunderstand. The 45 I mentioned refers solely to this project as shares. Our gaming company has another subsidiary project. Based on the results discussed in our previous meeting, while a match 3 game may be simple, its profit margins are not negligible. To relinquish it to the Penguin would be a significant loss. Hence, if we're to focus only on this game, we can only provide 400 million in funding. What sort of collaboration does Mr. Shen envision? If the funding were limited to 400 million without the Penguin as promotional channels, it would be foolish for Shen Fei to choose to partner with the Penguin. The very reason for considering collaboration with the Penguin was their powerful promotional capabilities and experience in operating the Alliance's mobile game. 400 million? Mr. Ma, we might as well engage in a true contest. Waiting for this game to officially operate, 400 million would merely represent a year's profit from the game. Shen Fei continued, you also mentioned that we must wait for the game to officially launch. You must understand that the lifespan of a mobile game typically ranges from 1 to 3 years, with most failing to survive even a year. Indeed, due to the simplicity of mobile games, the lifespan of many is merely a few months, particularly for casual games. Generally, games have a lifespan of about 2 to 3 years, with over 80 failing to last beyond 3 years, a consequence of fierce market competition and operational issues. This is precisely why Shen Fei agreed to the Penguin's investment. Although Huaxin Game Company boasts a wealth of talent, they lack real experience in operating a game. A popular game like 5v5, if managed well, can last a decade. As the player base grows, such games become a golden goose. Mr. Ma, you mentioned that those are merely standard games. With the support of Huaxin and the Penguin, if this game does not survive a year, it will be better for both parties to meet an untimely end. Observing that Shen Fei was not yielding to pressure, Ma Huaxin decided to abandon his tactics and raised his hand to signal Shen Fei to present his terms. Very well, Mr. Shen, you have persuaded me. What conditions would you propose for us to come aboard? 200 million in cash, coupled with the Penguin's exceptional promotional capabilities. We shall establish a new subsidiary company together, granting you 40 of the shares and 45 of the dividend rights, allowing you to send employees for oversight, provided they do not interfere with the company's normal operations. My sole requirement is that we must align with the Penguin's first-tier subsidiary standards. Shen Fei offered, moreover, I will guide you down a new path. The Huaxin Game Company does not lack funds. After all, they have a commendable backer. Bringing in the Penguin was merely to seek a stepmother with robust promotional capabilities. Agreed, we accept these terms. I will personally oversee the joint venture. Yet, I'm curious about what you mean by a new path. With the Penguin's current stature, venturing into any industry would pose no issues. Money paves the way, and prospects are vast. However, having someone to guide the way would be even better, as it would help avoid unnecessary detours. May I inquire if Mr. Ma has any intentions of entering the mobile phone industry? I have a promising project I wish to collaborate with you on. This instantly piqued Ma Huaxing's interest, as he had long contemplated entering the mobile phone sector, which was also related to another prominent figure in the industry. After all, the other influential figure had long desired to enter the mobile phone market, but had yet to succeed. Rumor had it that they had been in discussions with Meiju, but it remained unclear how far along they were. This was also one of the reasons Shen Fei chose to partner with Ma Huaxing. As for why Shen Fei did not opt to go solo, while gaming phones may attract attention, their future is not bright. With a gradual enhancement in mobile phone performance, gaming phones are destined for obsolescence. Mr. Ma, you surely understand regular mobile phones well, but have you heard of gaming phones? I believe that with your involvement, our collaboratively developed game could officially launch next year. If our phone can offer higher and more stable frame rates than others, we are confident it will attract numerous gamers to make purchases. What do you think of this pathway, Mr. Ma? Upon hearing this, Ma Huaxing instantly grasped Shen Fei's intention. Users willing to spend money on games are generally affluent. To achieve higher frame rates in games, a segment of users would undoubtedly choose to purchase the device, even if only 5 of users were to buy it. In light of a popular game boasting a user base in the tens of millions, there exists a market for at least 500,000 mobile devices. Given the profitability of Mr. Shen's ventures, one might wonder why Huaxin does not embark on this endeavor independently, especially considering it aligns with their core business. However, we merely manufacture mobile phones, and venturing into gaming phones may tarnish our reputation. This is one reason. Furthermore, I harbor reservations about the longevity of this industry. I believe this market will only endure for a maximum of 8 to 10 years. With an annual performance enhancement of around 8%, gaming phones may become obsolete in a decade, as all devices will possess substantial capabilities, rendering the need for specialized gaming phones unnecessary. While the market will not vanish entirely, it will undoubtedly diminish. Mr. Shen candidly elucidated to Mr. Ma the rationale behind Huaxin's reluctance to enter the gaming phone sector. This left Mr. Ma momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond to Mr. Shen's observations. Unbeknownst to Mr. Ma, Shen's intentions were straightforward: to enhance chip performance through overclocking, thereby augmenting its overall capabilities. Yet, overclocking does entail certain drawbacks. However, I believe the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. Chapter 63, Gaming Phones. Mr. Ma instantly comprehended Mr. Shen's implication: achieving superior performance through overclocking. The foundation remains the same chip, yet overclocking signifies increased power consumption, often resulting in a less favorable user experience. Mr. Shen, do you truly believe that merely relying on overclocking technology will persuade consumers to invest in dedicated gaming phones? Mr. Ma queried. Moreover, increased power consumption would likely lead to significant overheating issues. Mr. Ma understood that Mr. Shen had devised a comprehensive plan, evident from the mere focus on SoC overclocking. However, why opt for Penguin Company? As for Mr. Shen's forthright assertion regarding the market's lack of long-term viability, Mr. Ma found himself in agreement. After all, according to Moore's law, it is projected that in 10 years, manufacturing processes will advance to 5 nanometers or even 3 nanometers, at which point performance will be more than adequate for general use. Yet, will advancements in mobile technology not extend to the gaming sector? As a savvy businessman in the gaming industry, he harbored ideas that could potentially prolong the market's lifespan by several years, such as enhancing graphics and frame rates. Rest assured, Mr. Ma, since I have brought this up, we already possess a detailed plan to address these issues. It simply depends on your willingness to proceed, Mr. Shen confidently stated. After all, even if we collaborate in the mobile sector, your investment will still need to be around 1 billion. His assertive words alleviated Mr. Ma's previous apprehensions, prompting a hearty chuckle as he responded, Mr. Shen, since you've expressed such confidence, when shall we sign the contract? With Mr. Shen's unwavering assurance, Mr. Ma felt emboldened to proceed, recognizing that the investment was on behalf of the company, not his personal finances. Losing 1 billion would be a mere drop in the bucket for the current Penguin Company. As for the strategy to market the gaming phones, That too was relatively straightforward. The forthcoming 5v5 games would undoubtedly promote their own esports competitions, akin to the League of Legends. If the gaming phone company held half of Penguin Group's shares, it would be only natural for the competition to utilize their own devices, wouldn't it? Meanwhile, Mr. Shen continued to refine his proposal. The risks associated with overclocking were mitigated by the successful development of liquid cooling technology at Huaxin Laboratory. However, the Tianqin 800 chip does not generate excessive heat, rendering it unnecessary for now. By designing the phone to have a more striking appearance, drawing inspiration from the breathing lights of Blue Factory and Meizu, Mr. Shen envisioned adding an RGB light strip to the back, radiating an unmistakable esports aesthetic. Whenever players achieve a kill or accomplish a feat in the game, the RGB lights would illuminate automatically. With such designs, he believed many gaming enthusiasts would be enticed to make a purchase. The following morning, both parties officially signed a contract, establishing the Penguin Star Gaming Company and Huaxin Mobile Company. This marked the formal entry of one into the mobile gaming industry and the other into the mobile phone sector. Huaxin Technology and Huaxin Games announced the collaboration on their official websites, celebrating the formation of the joint venture, Penguin Star Gaming Company, poised to deliver new gaming experiences in the mobile sector. Additionally, Huaxin Mobile Company was established, focusing on esports-oriented phones with superior performance. What an unexpectedly bold development. I can understand Huaxin's foray into the mobile gaming industry, especially after their prior market survey. However, Penguin's substantial leap into mobile manufacturing was quite surprising. When I first glimpsed this news, I thought only the fearless would buy phones from Penguin Company. A second glance, noting the collaboration with Huaxin, reassured me. Perhaps it is merely a rebranding? Has today SWB collapsed? What has Mr. Shen done to Mr. Ma? The latter's choice to enter the mobile sector is no trivial matter. With Penguin's formidable capacity for adaptation, success is likely. Both parties are eager to maintain the momentum of their collaboration. With Penguin's involvement, the game is set for real device testing next year, followed by a formal launch in the latter half of the year. During this interim, both parties must cultivate excitement. By the time of the open beta, they aim to attract a larger player base. The collaboration between Digital Chat Station is sure to invigorate both the gaming and mobile sectors. What gaming phone features do you anticipate? These may include, but are not limited to, enhanced performance, breathing lights, larger batteries, bigger screens, and faster charging speeds. As a gamer, the charging speed is of utmost importance to me. I adore summer, yet dread the heat. Can it be compared to the offerings from the Chrysanthemum factory? I am utterly enamored with a large screen on the Mate, although the price is somewhat steep. When it comes to priorities, performance undoubtedly reigns supreme. If a gaming phone lacks power, what merit does it possess? As an adult, I choose to embrace it all. Mr. Wang compiled a summary of comments beneath this post and presented them to Mr. Shen. Currently, gamers prioritize performance above all else, followed closely by screen size. They feel that the current 5-inch screens are insufficient and desire larger displays, ideally around 6 inches, akin to those from the Chrysanthemum factory. Mr. Shen sipped from his teacup, then relayed this information to Mr. Ma. This gaming phone will be launched under Huaxin Mobile Company's name. For now, we will manage the specifications. However, once Huaxin Mobile Company's laboratory is established, these responsibilities will transition to them. For the time being, you may focus on your tasks, and by the end of the year, we will hand over operations to Penguin. Huaxin Mobile Company will have Penguin as its majority shareholder, owning 65, while Huaxin Technology, as the proposal provider, will hold a mere 35. Nevertheless, this represents Mr. Shen's bold experiment, or perhaps a strategic test. The components of Huaxin Mobile Company's phones, including chips, batteries, and screens, will all be sourced from Huaxin Technology. Huaxin has grown remarkably robust, and the time has come to elevate their chip outsourcing business, which has been somewhat tentative. Wouldn't that undermine the integrity of the system? Don't you agree? The system, although Mr. Ma is not entrenched in this domain, he is well aware that the digital chat station serves as a public platform. Otherwise, a mere digital blogger could possess such an abundance of insider information. The confidentiality efforts of these manufacturers are indeed astonishingly formidable. Huaxin has already made its move, and naturally, Penguin cannot afford to lag behind. Ma Huadeng has specifically reassigned a group of key personnel from the team responsible for alliance adaptations to the Penguin Star Game Company. This is both a struggle for supremacy and a push for game development. After all, this is a company jointly established by both parties, and factions are bound to exist internally. As long as it does not affect productivity, both Shen Fei and Ma Huadeng permit this phenomenon to persist. Chapter 64. The emergence of IQ and the entry of Old Ma. The existence of factions is permissible, but as a major shareholder, One must maintain the stature befitting such a position. The largest shareholder of Huaxin Mobile Company is Penguin Company. Thus, the most significant faction can only comprise individuals from Penguin. However, Penguin is not particularly specialized in this regard, and is reluctantly compelled to allow Huaxin to manage initially. Nonetheless, despite Penguin's lack of expertise, it certainly possesses financial resources. Doesn't it? Subsequently, Penguin has transformed into a relentless force, aggressively pursuing talent from various manufacturers, research and development engineers, marketing teams, brand managers, supply chain leaders. No one is turned away. This has left the various manufacturers in distress, as they had anticipated enjoying a spectacle at Penguin's expense. Although the mobile phone industry is not excessively technical, there are still certain barriers to entry. With Penguin diving headfirst into the fray, only failure seems probable. But the outcome is quite the opposite, my friend. You are genuinely serious. What kind of enchantment has Huaxin cast upon you to invest such substantial resources? Could it be that Huaxin has sold off its own chips? As manufacturers ponder this, a cold sweat breaks out, as there seems to be no other rationale for Ma Huaxin to invest such considerable capital. Of course, the most astonished in this collaboration is none other than Old Ma himself. After all, Old Ma oversees e-commerce while Young Ma manages social networking. Both have long sought to vie for dominance in the online realm. Each desires to encroach upon the other's market. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Old Ma's social endeavors have not flourished, and Young Ma's e-commerce pursuits have similarly faltered. However, Old Ma has always harbored aspirations of entering the mobile phone sector. Yet the waters here are exceedingly deep. After a mere inquiry, he abandoned the idea of venturing alone and ultimately chose to invest in a company. In the end, he selected Meizhu, located far in Zhuhai, but Huang Zhang's appetite proved to be insatiably large, leading to ongoing disputes over pricing. It appears negotiations must accelerate. Otherwise, as things drag on, Young Ma's first mobile phone might launch, and even it might struggle to secure a stake successfully. This situation prompted Blue Factory, which had originally planned to wait for the fervor surrounding the Fruit 6 to subside before launching its sub-brand, to swiftly alter its course. They have decided to immediately commence the preheating of their brand new sub-brand, the iQOO series. Time waits for no one. The iQOO digital series is currently poised to compete directly with the Mi series, sharing an identical positioning. It aims to emphasize cost-effectiveness in e-commerce, eschewing offline promotions. The Digital Chat Station announces that Blue Factory will unveil its new iteration series at the Yangqing Music Hall, focusing on a lightweight design with astonishingly thin dimensions. Simultaneously, Blue Factory will introduce its entirely new sub-brand, directly targeting the Mi series. A resounding no to overpriced, underperforming devices. Users who value performance can look forward to this. After all, this generation's X5, helmed by the strikingly handsome Shen Fei, surely won't rely on the previous generation's Fire Dragon 400 series processor, will it? Is the starry sky above you a sign that I am still dreaming? Blue Factory abandoning overpriced, underperforming devices? Unthinkable. Remain vigilant atop the Whitehead Tower. iQOO will not indulge in overpriced, underperforming devices, though it does not imply that their elder sibling will refrain from such practices. Listen closely, everyone. Be sure to support and witness what electronic marvels Blue Factory has conjured. Blue Factory excels at the strategy of flooding the market. Merely 2 months ago, they launched the X3V, equipped with the Fire Dragon 400 series processor, yet dared to price it over $2,400. Now, only a brief time has passed, and they're already releasing a new series. In a bid to amplify the buzz for this launch event, Blue Factory has even purchased pop-up ads from Penguin to promote it, ensuring their sub-brand achieves instant acclaim. We warmly welcome all attendees to our launch event. This occasion will unveil our X5 Max and our brand new series, promising to deliver a tremendous surprise. First and foremost, our X5 Max, aptly named Max, is indeed exceptionally powerful. This generation of models challenges the title of the world's thinnest mobile phone, boasting a mere thickness of 475 millimeters. Perhaps this measurement may not resonate, so allow me to illustrate. It is thinner than 3 stacked coins. Achieving this thickness required immense effort. Isn't that remarkable? Oh, how impressively thin it is. The tactile sensation must be extraordinary. Remember, this is Blue Factory. Should they resort to using a Snapdragon 4 like the previous generation, you would surely weep in despair. Let us be clear. I am not purchasing. I do not know when we will catch up. The starry sky above you is a constant reminder that the battery cannot be too large. Given this thickness, the battery cannot be substantial. If Huaxin were involved, the battery might be larger, considering their high-density technology could offer some advantage. Fear not atop Whitehead. Blue Factory has already joined the Fast Charging Alliance and has obtained technology authorization from Huaxin, ensuring fast charging will indeed be available. Worst-case scenario, it will charge 3 times a day. As for the display, we have employed a 5.5-inch OLED screen, providing a display quality superior to the LCD screens utilized by our competitors. The edges of the screen do not dim, resulting in a remarkably comfortable experience. Additionally, this generation is equipped with the OS 20 system, developed based on Android 4. Now, what is the price of such an exquisitely light and exceptionally displayed device? Starting at $29.98. How should one put it? Blue Factory truly lives up to its reputation as a prime example of overpriced and underperforming. It seems they can only deceive uninformed young girls in the offline market. This price, indeed, is a testament to Blue Factory. The processor and battery specifications were not even mentioned. It is evident that this is not a commendable device. Not all individuals are drawn to cost-effectiveness. We women prefer lighter, well-designed, and aesthetically pleasing devices. Not everyone is enamored with those utilitarian designs favored by men. As for the price, it remains somewhat acceptable. The moment the price was revealed, sales of the Mi 4 suddenly surged by tens of thousands. Indeed, the success of Mi S sales depends on its competitors. Yet, seated in his office, Lei Jun felt an unexpected surge of anxiety. He had anticipated Blue Factory's X series. Yet a month prior, when the head of Fire Dragon Huaxin came to promote the Fire Dragon 808, he mentioned that Blue Factory had procured a batch of Fire Dragon 808 processors. Yet now, having completed the launch of the new phone, no surprises emerged. So why does a sense of unease wash over him? Lei Jun could not discern the origin of this anxious feeling. The Blue Factory series is priced so extravagantly, especially with Huaxin's X1 looming above. They certainly would not opt for online sales. And as for the offline market, Mi Company possesses little share, having never truly engaged in it. So why does he suddenly feel apprehensive? Chapter 65. The True Deity, iQOO's Price Reduction and the Rise of Mi. The launch event did not conclude with the announcement of the X5 Max. The true star of this occasion was yet to be revealed, the iQOO brand. From Blue Factory's perspective, if the inaugural iQOO manages to captivate with its unparalleled performance and exceptional value, it should achieve remarkable sales, potentially overshadowing Mi. This would significantly aid in transforming Blue Factory's reputation. The host on stage continued to speak. However, this mobile phone is not the focal point of our press conference. The spotlight will instead be on the imminent announcement by my esteemed colleague regarding the iQOO brand and the inaugural iQOO model, which promises to deliver unparalleled value for money. Let us now extend a warm welcome to the head of the iQOO brand, Mr. Shen Fei. Upon his words, he raised his hand to initiate applause, astonishing the audience and viewers in the live stream. Could it be true, as the rumor suggested, that the Blue Factory has indeed undergone a transformation? Greetings, everyone. I am Shen Fei, the Chief Executive Officer of the iQOO brand. Our new iQOO series is designed to offer products with exceptional value, catering to the youthful demographic that seeks an unparalleled gaming experience. Since our target audience is the youth, I, too, being a young individual, understand that they have little patience for superfluous talk. Therefore, let us delve straight into the matter at hand, the iQOO inaugural model. Firstly, allow me to present the performance specifications of our iQOO inaugural model. Competitor A is equipped with the Snapdragon 801, a 4-core processor from last year, which we deem rather outdated. Hence, we have outfitted our iQOO inaugural model with a newly launched Snapdragon 808, a 6-core processor, which incurs an additional cost of 200 yuan compared to our competitor S chip. I can almost envision Lei Jun weeping inconsolably in the restroom. This lad must surely be one of his favorite disciples. Indeed, in a bid to penetrate the market, Shen Fei employed the classic Lei-style comparative method. One must admit, this strategy proves to be remarkably effective. Our competitors claim that the difference between 4-core and 6-core processors is negligible. Such a statement is, in our view, utterly laughable. While the core frequency of the Snapdragon 808 may not be exceptionally high, the performance disparity remains significant. How do I substantiate my claim? Our competitors often utilize benchmarking scores to showcase their tuning capabilities. So let us exhibit the prowess of our optimized Snapdragon 808. With a click of the PPT slide, a colossal 5-digit score appeared on the screen. 58,000 points. Under our meticulous optimization, the Snapdragon 808 has achieved an impressive score of 58,000, thus establishing a performance gap of 20 compared to our competitor. Consequently, upon the revelation of this performance metric, Users who were on the verge of purchasing the competitor S phone promptly canceled their orders, leaving Lei Jun in a state of astonishment as he remarked, "Those are my words." As it became clear that the youth are not bound by conventional ethics and prefer ambush tactics, Lei Jun finally understood the source of his anxiety. He immediately instructed Liu Weibing to lower the prices of all versions of our fourth-generation phone by 200 yuan. "Is that truly necessary?" Liu inquired. "Their production costs should exceed ours, and their prices have yet to be unveiled. Why should we feel so pressured?" "You do not comprehend. They are targeting us directly, attempting to leverage our reputation to enhance the Blue Factory's image," Lei retorted. Liu swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation, recognizing the necessity for a price reduction. "Concerning the display, we have similarly incorporated a 5-inch 1080p LCD screen, aligning with our competitors. However, I must take a moment to critique our rival's choice of starting memory. They have opted for 3 gigabytes of RAM with a mere 16 gigabytes of internal storage. Therefore, our iQOO inaugural model boasts a minimum configuration of 332 gigabytes. Indeed, we must highlight our superior value proposition, underscoring that affordability is not solely the domain of the competitor. Others, including ourselves, can offer comparable, if not superior, value. Brand loyalty among price-sensitive consumers is tenuous. They will gravitate toward the lowest-priced option. In terms of battery life, we have equipped our device with a substantial 3,500 mAh battery that supports 20W super fast charging. Our competitor S10W fast charging is indeed reminiscent of a bygone era. However, given that their charging speed has doubled compared to the previous generation, it is understandable. After all, we have procured 400 million yuan worth of fast-charging chips from Huaxin, which must be utilized. The components are not suitable for our X series will naturally be allocated to our favored offspring, the iQOO. With that said, there is little more to discuss. Now, let us address the final aspect that piques your interest, the price. Indeed, the price is what you all wish to know, and I believe you may have already surmised your own expectations. Given that we have conducted a comprehensive comparison with our competitor, the pricing will naturally align closely. As I mentioned earlier, our entire series starts at 332 gigabytes, so we will not follow our competitor's lead with a starting price of 1,999 yuan. Therefore, the starting price of our iQOO inaugural model is set at 2,399 yuan. Surprising, isn't it? Additionally, we offer a higher memory version at 364 gigabytes, starting at 2,699 yuan. With only a 100 yuan difference from the competitor and superior specifications across the board, it seems quite appealing. I must admit, the performance and configuration are commendable, suggesting that other manufacturers beyond the competitor can indeed provide excellent value. Of course, as our inaugural product, we will further reduce the price by 100 yuan, bringing the starting price down to 2,299 yuan. Is this not an enticing offer? The moment this price was announced, it left Lei Jun utterly speechless. The boomerang of value had finally struck him. "All right, Liu, go ahead and announce the price drop. Additionally, provide a 200 yuan coupon or equivalent credit to users who purchased our competitor S phone in the past week." The rationale for offering a coupon or credit rather than a direct cash refund is to maximize savings. The relationship between the competitor and the mobile company remains robust, with numerous contract phone orders. Thus, the competitor can afford to offer users credit at a discounted rate. As the iQOO press conference concluded, it immediately trended on social media. iQOO is truly remarkable. iQOO at 2,299 yuan. Competitor announces a price drop of 200 yuan. In the midst of a flurry of trending topics surrounding iQOO, the competitor's price reduction also made headlines. After all, the timing was unfortunate, as the competitor had just unveiled their new model with superior specifications in every regard, save for the price, which was identical to that of the competitor. This undoubtedly left the competitor feeling somewhat uneasy. However, it was not just Lei Jun who felt discomfort. The competitor had initially announced their product first, only to have iQOO steal the limelight. Nevertheless, iQOO's early release certainly served its purpose. Firstly, the public perception of the Blue Factory has shifted from being synonymous with high-priced, low-spec devices. Within just 1 hour of the iQOO's launch, sales surpassed 1 million units. With the Snapdragon 808, a 3,500 mAh battery, 20W fast charging, and a 1080p display, the device is impressively balanced and devoid of significant shortcomings. While there are better performance options available in this price range, such as the Huaxin X1, it is essential to note that the S1 features a 720p display. Earlier in the year, the Huaxin X1 was regarded as the best mid-range phone. However, by the latter half of the year, with the widespread adoption of 1080p screens, its allure has diminished. Yet, in terms of performance and photography, The current Huaxin S1 remains one of the finest options in the 2,000 yuan category. Nevertheless, Shen Fei has not rushed to announce a new device, as the Huaxin S1 sales have only slightly declined. Ultimately, the disparity between 720p and 1080p screens on compact smartphones is not particularly significant. Many users, however, have opted for the Huaxin S1 for its superior camera capabilities and extended usage duration, resulting in sustained monthly sales of approximately 500,000 units. Nevertheless, Shen Fei has commenced instructing its manufacturing partners to reduce production in favor of the Huaxin X2 series. The price reduction of the Xiaomi Mi 4 has not met Lei Jun's expectations, as it is only 200 yuan less than the first-generation iQOO, which offers faster charging and enhanced performance. Nonetheless, the Xiaomi Mi 4 does possess certain advantages over the iQOO, such as a metal chassis and back cover, while the iQOO utilizes plastic due to cost constraints. Despite the price cut, Xiaomi sales have only experienced a modest decline of around 30, maintaining daily shipments between 20,000 and 30,000 units, albeit with a downward trend. This situation has prompted Lei Jun to expedite the release of the Xiaomi Mi 4S, aiming to rectify all shortcomings of the current generation Mi 4. After all, the Snapdragon 808 has suffered from poor sales and has undergone 2 price adjustments. Currently, the price per chip has reached 500 yuan, with potential discounts for bulk orders. Given the current sales figures, Xiaomi aims to reduce the price to approximately 450 yuan. Once the chips are secured, the Xiaomi company intends to reclaim its former glory and demonstrate to iQOO who the true pioneer of cost-effectiveness is. However, this has made Lei Jun acutely aware of the urgent need for the independent establishment of HomeMe. Previously, it was merely the Honor brand that posed a challenge. But now the Blue brand has entered the fray. Initially, there were plans for independence after the new year, but it has become imperative to act immediately. At present, the most crucial task for Xiaomi is to acquire Intel's mobile chip business during this tumultuous period. However, it appears that Liu Weibing will still be responsible for the independent strategy of the HomeMe series. Next week, the inaugural Note will be launched, while the originally planned K series will be put on hold. After all, allowing HomeMe to release the first-generation K series featuring the Snapdragon 808 would jeopardize the sales of the Mi 4. Lei Jun, through the efforts of our Xiaomi company, has finally seen competitors entering the online market thanks to their motivation. We will soon unveil a new budget-friendly series, the Redmi Note series, offering superior configurations and enhanced user experiences. Simultaneously, next month, we will introduce a new addition to the Xiaomi Mi 4 family, the Mi 4S, which promises to bring delightful surprises. Indeed, Lei Jun is feeling the pressure. Although the price reduction has temporarily stabilized sales, the gradual decline is worrisome. In desperation, Lei Jun resorted to early pre-sales, as the playability of MIUI is still far superior to the current Blue brand system. It is believed that early pre-sales will entice some consumers to postpone their purchase of the first-generation iQOO. However, Lei Jun's tactics have certainly irked Feng Yufei of the Blue brand, who has chosen to engage in a war of words online to bolster his own sales. Some individuals, despite their products lacking in quality, resort to gimmicks to divert users from purchasing superior alternatives. Feng Yufei's Weibo post was indeed a direct challenge to Lei Jun. While some may be anxious, I shall remain silent. Conversely, as the online buzz continues to grow, Zhao Ming appears quite perturbed and has quickly joined the verbal sparring to garner attention for his brand. Recently, Zhao Ming noted the new competitor has emerged in the online market with a commendable product, yet he believes it pales in comparison to our upcoming Honor 6 series. There exists a legend in the industry. Those who possess the Kirin chip shall dominate the market. This time, our Honor 6 series will be equipped with Kirin chips across the board. The official launch is scheduled for next Wednesday, and competitors are welcome to attend. In the midst of his verbal battle with Feng Yufei, Lei Jun inevitably caught wind of this news. One rival was already bothersome enough, but now Zhao Ming has entered the scene, and he is known to be somewhat petty. Lei Jun envisions how Zhao Ming will showcase his Mi 4 during the press conference to ride on the coattails of publicity. Feng Yufei, aware of the rumors surrounding Zhao Ming's pettiness, is evidently not disappointed. It is merely a matter of seizing a moment of attention. As for the eagerness to follow closely behind, Zhao Ming even extended a personal invitation to attend the event. It is evident to all that this is a trap, as during the unveiling, they will surely present their products for comparison, and any unfavorable outcome would indeed be humorous. Both competitors, Zhao Ming and his team, have even included the first-generation iQOO and the fourth-generation Redmi in their presentation materials. Lei Jun has expressed that the Xiaomi company is currently preoccupied with preparations for the Mi 4S series and thus cannot attend the competitor's launch event, while extending best wishes for their product success. It must be said that Lei Jun's emotional intelligence is commendably high. He has politely declined the invitation while maintaining a facade of grace. It is understandable that Zhao Ming is feeling particularly audacious, as the offerings from Yudazue are indeed substantial. This is all aimed at ensuring Honor firmly captures the available market share of 2,000 yuan, as the primary sales volume still lies in this price segment. With the substantial costs associated with chips, Honor can engage in a more aggressive pricing strategy. Originally, Zhao Ming intended to set a price slightly lower than the other two competitors for the Honor 6 to capture a larger market share. However, he was ultimately rebuffed by Yu Dazue, who insisted on leaving room for future price reductions, as there is always a possibility that Huaxin will introduce a new series. Nevertheless, Shen Fei is genuinely considering launching a new smartphone, particularly with its Tianxin 6 series now in mass production. The Tianxin 610 has officially entered production, and Wang Teng has completed the design of the specific model, marking its entry into the budget market. After all, lower prices correlate with higher sales volumes, and certain low-end models can enable Huaxin to capture a larger market share and enhance its presence. Chapter 67, Huaxin Pad. Within the smartphone division's planning, this chip is not expected to debut in the near future, as Huaxin does not intend to launch a new mid-range line. If it were to be used in the S-series, it would not outperform the Tianxin 800E, rendering its inclusion in the S-series quite unwise. After much contemplation, it was decided that the Huaxin Pad would be the first to feature this chip, as its performance remains formidable within the tablet domain. This chip is essentially a modified version of the Tianxin 800, albeit with certain reductions in GPU and CPU capabilities. Nevertheless, thanks to the incorporation of Huaxin X1 and H1 cores, its performance remains exceptionally robust. This marks Huaxin's inaugural foray into the tablet market, and Shen Fei is uncertain about the market's potential size. Thus, rather than mirroring the approach of competitors with high-end tablets, they prefer to test the waters with an entry-level tablet. An entry-level tablet paired with the Tianxin 600 is more than sufficient. Despite the seemingly modest designation of this chip, its performance is anything but inferior. After all, the X1 and H1 cores from Tianxin Semiconductor are remarkably powerful. Internally, the Tianxin 600 is classified as a mid-range processor, yet it is regarded as a high-end processor with exceptional performance among competitors. The Tianxin 600 has not undergone any significant downgrades. Rather, after its design and trial production, it was discovered that no smartphones were compatible, leading to its temporary shelving. Regarding external sales, Shen Fei does have plans, as its performance is not lacking, and its power consumption is notably low. The prospect of external sales is indeed viable, but the exclusive rights must remain firmly in the hands of Huaxin. Ultimately, after deliberation, it was decided to allocate these chips for use in tablets, resulting in the decision to forego the baseband during production. Furthermore, as a tablet, integrating a 4G baseband is unnecessary. Given that this device boasts a screen size exceeding 10 inches, it is unlikely that anyone would carry it outdoors. Additionally, outdoor areas are generally well covered by Wi-Fi, suggesting that the majority of users would not require cellular connectivity for their tablets. Most importantly, the inclusion of a 4G baseband would significantly elevate costs by several hundred yuan, which is truly unwarranted. The Tianxin 600 chip has merely had its 4G baseband stripped away, while all other specifications remain standard. Consequently, the Tianxin 600 can achieve a score of approximately 65,000 points. However, this score is merely indicative of the performance on an engineering sample, unrefined and unoptimized. Once Wang Teng applies some adjustments, surpassing 70,000 points will be effortlessly attainable. A score of 70,000 still represents a formidable benchmark in today's semiconductor market, with only the Snapdragon 810, Kirin 925 series, and Apple's latest A-series chips able to outpace it. Comparatively, all others fall short. It can be asserted that any chip released by Tianxin Semiconductor today can achieve a leading position both domestically and internationally, with flagship chips reaching the pinnacle of global standards. The market is bustling with excitement surrounding the Shen Fei V. However, there can only be one king of machines. The first to enter the ring is invariably the sacrificial pawn. Our Huaxin X series will officially unveil the Huaxin X2 series on November 1st, alongside the launch of our inaugural Huaxin Pad. Over the past year, we have made significant technological advancements, which I will proudly showcase at that time. We have already claimed the title of the king of machines for this year. especially considering the tremendous disappointment that the Apple 6 series has brought to those who thought they could compete with our generation. This announcement has naturally instilled a sense of urgency among our competitors, particularly the increasingly agitated Lei Jun, who has become even more perturbed upon reading this Weibo post. Despite all manufacturers lacking plans to release tablets, his own Xiaomi is poised to be the first domestic company to venture into this territory. Their Xiaomi Pad has already entered mass production, set to be unveiled at the upcoming Xiaomi 4S launch event, delivering a delightful surprise to their fans. Given that most tablets are priced around 4,000 yuan, introducing theirs at just 1,999 yuan is expected to generate remarkable sales. Yet unexpectedly, a formidable contender has emerged in the form of Huaxin, whose chip performance is likely to surpass their own. This complicates the pricing strategy, as although Xiaomi's tablet is equipped with the Snapdragon 805, lacking integrated baseband functionality keeps costs relatively low, allowing for potential price reductions. However, Huaxin Technology's subsequent release could necessitate a strategic adjustment to their pricing, ensuring they remain unassailable in the market. Huaxin Technology indeed poses a challenge. Having such a formidable competitor is both a privilege and a burden. This development complicates Lei Jun's ability to set a price for the first generation of Xiaomi tablets. Nevertheless, news has finally emerged from their overseas negotiation team that has brought some relief to Lei Jun. Intel has finally relented, reducing their asking price to $100 million. Furthermore, the team can relocate to China, though whether employees choose to go is left to their discretion. Xiaomi cannot compel them to move, and after acquiring Intel's mobile chip division, employee salaries must not decrease by more than 15. However, Intel may be overestimating this to cultivate their team. Xiaomi will certainly ensure that these employees are well taken care of. Despite this, the price remains somewhat steep, prompting Lei Jun to consider delaying further. Simultaneously, he plans to probe Shen Fei's strategic direction, seeking to ascertain whether he can garner support from Shen Fei, while also determining the pricing of their first-generation tablet to adjust the price of the Xiaomi Pad by a few hundred yuan. Hey, Mr. Shen, I wonder if the remarks you made previously still hold? Lei Jun inquired. We are on the verge of a successful negotiation. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei quickly grasped that the negotiations were progressing smoothly and that an agreement was likely imminent. Thus, Lei Jun sought to further explore his own opportunities. Recognizing that this business is far from straightforward, even a powerhouse like Intel ultimately had to retreat. Navigating any industry is fraught with challenges, especially one as technologically intricate as this. Lei Jun does not believe he can replicate his previous success so easily. Of course, we are willing to assist any domestic manufacturer entering this sector, but the cost for Lei Jun remains uncertain, especially considering Professor Liang's time is exceedingly valuable. Upon hearing this, Lei Jun felt an immediate sense of reassurance. As long as Shen Fei was willing to cooperate, it mattered little how ambitious Shen Fei's expectations might be. His greatest fear was rejection from Shen Fei. If that were to occur, it would signal the end of the acquisition discussions. After all, the difference between having guidance and lacking it in this industry is monumental, as evidenced by the struggles faced by companies like Jiuzhai. Previously, they navigated the market alone, investing billions over several years, only to develop a handful of subpar products that even they hesitated to use. However, with Huaxing's assistance, they quickly regained their footing within just 6 months, even catching up to international giants like Qualcomm and drawing closer to Apple. Shen Fei can rest assured. We are prepared to meet the price, but I wonder if you are willing to consider our proposal? Mr. Lei, I am all ears, Shen Fei replied. I will personally contribute 50 million towards the acquisition of Intel, and Xiaomi will match that amount. After the acquisition, we will establish a new company. Xiaomi will hold a 20 stake, I will retain 20, while the remaining shares will belong entirely to you, Mr. Shen. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei was immediately impressed by Lei Jun's boldness. He was indeed audacious. Chapter 68. Supporting Xiaomi in expanding into international markets. It is important to note that this new company will become a significant source of chips for Xiaomi in the future, given their current annual sales in the millions. This new entity is poised to secure several million in orders, with a profit margin that is quite promising. Even if they establish their own chip manufacturing, they will still need to procure Qualcomm chips to maintain a relationship. After all, Qualcomm's patents are not to be trifled with. For instance, Jiuzhai continues to procure Qualcomm chips, which is also related to their insufficient production capacity. Mr. Lei, there is no need to go to such lengths. We at Huaxing are merely providing some technology, Shen Fei remarked. He believed that helping Xiaomi would not entail full support. He would only license out their X1 and H1 cores, while they will be utilizing the latest X2 and H2 cores next year. Licensing out these older technologies to earn some royalties is simply a way to capitalize on their final value, ultimately driving Qualcomm out of the Chinese market. Rest assured, Mr. Shen, this decision has been made after careful consideration. Moving forward, as we aim to penetrate international markets, we will still rely on Qualcomm's chip supply. Therefore, the chips produced by the new company will only be used for certain domestic series. Consequently, the benefits to Huaxin may not be as substantial as you might anticipate. Moreover, I believe that technology is of utmost importance, so please accept these shares with confidence. In that moment, Shen Fei comprehended that with the IQ series from Blue Factory and the Honor series from Jutsai both aggressively entering the e-commerce market, the landscape was becoming increasingly competitive. The days ahead for the rice company are poised to become increasingly arduous, with a decline in sales being an inevitable reality. To maintain its market share, venturing into the international arena is indispensable. After all, what is the point of incessantly battling within one's own borders? It is far more compelling to engage in a contest of strength with international competitors. Furthermore, Huaxin is set to officially enter the international market next year as part of Shen Fei's strategic plan, vying for supremacy against Guozi on the global stage. However, the international market differs significantly from the domestic one. While the latter may lack distribution channels, it allows for initial sales through e-commerce platforms, gradually establishing its own channels. In contrast, the international market, particularly in Europe, predominantly relies on brick-and-mortar stores for sales, with online platforms being notably underdeveloped. It appears that assistance from the Jew factory will again be sought, initially leveraging their offline channels for sales before subsequently building one's own distribution network. Shen Fei's ambitions for entering the international market next year are not mere flights of fancy, but rather grounded in practical considerations. Currently, Huaxin Technology's 4G patents, bolstered by the system's support and the efforts of researchers, account for approximately 7 of global 4G patents, making them an indispensable player in the 4G patent landscape. Shen Fei is eager to measure strength against Guozi in the international arena, especially since domestic competitors are considerably lacking, with only the Jew factory posing a formidable challenge. Mr. Lei, you may proceed with the acquisition negotiations. We can discuss the specifics offline post-acquisition, as online communication is not ideal. Rest assured, Tianjin Semiconductor will certainly extend its assistance when the time comes. I can guarantee that, Shen Fei assured. It must be said that the conditions proposed by Lei Busi are indeed enticing, yet online discussions are not conducive to effective communication. Nevertheless, Shen Fei has already acquiesced, confirming Lei Busi's intentions and alleviating his concerns. With the backing of Huaxin Technology, they can engage in a serious contest, and the two companies will eventually reclaim their territory. Although Shen Fei had agreed to Lei Busi's request, the latter did not terminate the call, presumably harboring further thoughts and seeking to inquire further. Presently, there is no overlap in their product lines, so what is Lei Busi's intention? Could it be regarding the tablet line? Shen Fei suddenly recalled that the rice company had already commenced mass production of its first-generation tablet, which should be nearing its launch. Meanwhile, he had just announced the release of Huaxing's own first-generation tablet at the launch event for the Huaxin X1. It seems that Lei Busi is feeling somewhat anxious. Thus, Shen Fei, feigning ignorance, inquired, Mr. Lei, I wonder if there's anything else on your mind? If not, we can conclude the call, as I have a meeting shortly. I heard that Huaxing is about to launch its first-generation tablet. I am curious about its specifications and the intended pricing, Lei Busi remarked. Mr. Shen, you're aware that our rice company is set to unveil its first tablet as well. It would not benefit either of us to engage in a fierce competition. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei couldn't help but chuckle. It was indeed about the tablet line. However, Lei Busi might be overthinking the situation, as the rice company's tablet is an 8-inch model, while Huaxing's offering is a significantly larger 11.5-inch tablet, which will undoubtedly be priced higher. Moreover, the two companies cater to distinctly different market segments. Rest assured, our pricing will be relatively high, approximately around 2,500. What price is your rice company considering? That cunning little fox. 2,500? If you can sell it for 2,300, that would be commendable. Who doesn't know that Huaxing loves to set a high price at launch and then offer a limited time discount of 300 yuan? It's clearly 22.99. Yet you try to deceive this old man. Mr. Shen should understand that our rice company's tablet will likely be priced at 1,999, as is our long-standing tradition. Well, thank you for the information, Mr. Shen. If there is nothing else, I shall not take up any more of your time. The moment the call ended, Lei Busi turned to Liu Weibin and said, let us reduce the price of our rice tablet by 200 yuan. Didn't Team Mr. Shen just mention they plan to price theirs at 2,500? Even with a 300 yuan discount, they would still be at around 2,299. We still have a gap of 300 yuan. Don't you think we're being overly anxious? After all, we are using the Fire Dragon 805. Although we are unsure of their exact specifications, their performance will undoubtedly surpass ours. Their least powerful chip is the Tianqin 800E, which is last year's model. We cannot gamble on how much their technology has advanced this year. A price difference of 300 yuan is still too narrow and will likely sway some consumers toward the Huaxin pad. In this regard, Lei Busi is somewhat mistaken, as not all chips from Huaxin are high-end. They have divided their teams to develop various mid-range and low-end products. For instance, this generation's Tianqin 600, while employing a similar 14nm process for its octa-core processor, cannot compete with the performance of the Tianqin 800E, which is a hexacore processor. The mid-range will always remain mid-range. It cannot catch up to its elder sibling's performance in just a year. Alright, I will modify the PPT shortly. However, even with the price cut of 200 yuan, we still maintain a profit margin of at least 500 yuan. This generation, utilizing the Fire Dragon 805, has only increased the clock speed by 0.2 GHz compared to the Fire Dragon 801, essentially making it an overclocked variant of a ladder. In terms of performance, the discrepancy between the two is minimal, with their benchmark scores differing by less than 2,000 points. Thus, the price of the Fire Dragon 805 is not exorbitant, as it currently costs around 400 yuan, and large orders can be negotiated for better pricing. Rice has managed to drive the price down to 350 yuan through substantial orders. Therefore, even with the 200 yuan price reduction, the Rice Pad still enjoys considerable profit margins. Chapter 69. Establishment of the Investment Department as Shen Fei's most trusted confidant. Guman undoubtedly is among the hardest workers in the company, second only to Wang Teng. She is tasked with managing both the jointly owned Penguin Star Gaming Company and the wholly owned Huaxin Gaming Company, in addition to assisting Shen Fei with various documents. However, as Shen Fei's chief aide, she does not have to attend to every matter personally, as she has a dedicated team of secretaries. Indeed, she has a cadre of them. As Shen Fei's right hand, all documents are first reported to Guman, who selects the more significant ones for Shen Fei's preliminary approval. A particular document from the finance department quickly captured her attention. It was none other than the financial windfall from the Ju factory due to the booming sales of the Mate 7, which had resulted in the disbursement of Professor Liang's bonuses and service fees. Including the licensing fees for the CPU and GPU cores, the total amounted to 1.5 billion. Furthermore, the first tranche of funding for the OEM orders from the Huaxin wafer factory had also been received from the Ju factory. This initial order alone boasted a contract value of 3 billion. And while Huaxin's research and development expenditures are substantial, they are far from exhausting such funds. Given that the equipment for the Huaxin wafer factory is provided by the system, there is no necessity to incur exorbitant costs for external procurement. For a company, having a substantial amount of cash on hand translates to greater security in cash flow. However, surpassing a certain threshold becomes a burden as money constantly depreciates. It is essential to invest funds wisely in order to generate returns. Merely holding on to idle cash is not a prudent practice. Currently, Huaxin Technology's cash flow appears decidedly abnormal, not due to a fractured funding chain, but rather because of an excess of idle funds on the books. An abundance of idle cash signifies that the company's resources are not being effectively utilized, preventing it from yielding greater benefits through investment or operations. This leads to resource wastage, diminishing the company's return on assets and ultimately impacting its profitability. Previously, due to the collaborative establishment of a new screen production facility with the Eastern Factory, a portion of funds had already been expended alongside expenditures related to the acquisition of Omnivision. Concurrently, the company had also incurred a certain amount of debt. Now, upon suddenly receiving a substantial sum of money, Shen Fei's first thought was to repay the bank loan. After all, being in debt always brings an uncomfortable burden. However, when Shen Fei made his way to the bank with the intention of repaying the loan, the bank manager advised him against such haste, repeatedly inquiring whether any staff members had offended Shen Fei, hence his eagerness to repay the loan. This left Shen Fei somewhat at a loss for words. He merely wished to alleviate the excess funds on his balance sheet, as he had nowhere to allocate them. Upon articulating this reasoning, the bank manager fell silent. Ultimately, after persistent persuasion from the bank manager, Shen Fei was unable to successfully repay the loan. Indeed, banks often act as fair-weather friends. Huaxin Technology boasts an exceptionally secure cash flow, a rarity among companies domestically. How could the bank possibly allow Shen Fei to repay his loan prematurely? After all, banks have annual loan quotas. The less inclined they are to lend, the more they desired to do so, while those eager to borrow might find themselves denied. This perplexed Shen Fei, who had recently entered the realm of business. Nevertheless, if he did not comprehend, he could always consult his father. Having risen from humble beginnings to become a prominent figure in Kyoto's South real estate sector, Shen Fei's father possessed a remarkably legendary journey and was far more astute regarding such convoluted matters than his son. Thus, when Shen Fei expressed his intention to repay the loan due to an excess of funds, his father jokingly remarked, "Why didn't you say so sooner? If that's the case, just give me the money. I was just about to acquire another plot of land last month. I even went to the bank, begging for funds." Of course, this was merely a jest from Shen Fei's father. As one of the top 3 wealthiest individuals in Kyoto, he certainly had no shortage of funds for land acquisition. As for loans, that was merely a phone call away. After the banter, Shen Fei's father patiently explained further. "You must understand, banks have performance metrics. Repaying your loan essentially shifts the financial pressure back onto them. Moreover, quality clients like you are hard to come by. They wouldn't want to let you repay your loan." Hearing this, Shen Fei sighed silently. He had initially thought that those working in offices lived quite comfortably, but it seemed every industry faced its challenges. Furthermore, with such ample funds at your disposal, you could invest. I may not be well versed in your electronic industry, but my acquaintances have mentioned that 4G is just beginning to gain traction and the internet is a burgeoning frontier. A casual investment could yield substantial returns. As a young man, you should possess greater insight than I do. As for me, I shall stick to securing land and constructing buildings. The young Shen Fei nodded in agreement, recognizing that in this era of 4G, the internet was destined to rise, creating new affluent individuals. Lei Bu's ascent was a prime example of seizing the moment and rising to prominence. However, remember this: while investments may falter, excess cash can lead to stagnation, fostering an environment ripe for corruption and diminishing the drive for innovation among management. Yet, do not take excessive risks. Tread carefully to avoid calamity. Rest assured, your father will always be your final bastion of support. Go ahead with confidence. Should you stumble, you can always return to inherit the family estate. Nevertheless, Shen Fei's father felt a tinge of helplessness. He had toiled tirelessly throughout his life to establish himself as a notable figure in Kyoto, intending to shield his son from adversity, only to discover that his son had already surpassed him in commercial achievements. Shen Fei's company had evolved into a conglomerate within just a year of its inception, boasting multiple subsidiaries and valuations that eclipsed those of the Shen Group. Presently, the Shen Group, with investments across various sectors, was valued at 400 billion, with Shen's father holding 4,028 shares as the largest shareholder. Although he lacked absolute control, he still wielded significant influence over the company's affairs. His personal wealth reached 160 billion, while his son's fortune, solely from Huaxin Mobile, had soared to 100 billion. The Huaxin Foundry and Huaxin Semiconductor were invaluable assets, with valuations starting at a minimum of 100 billion, with no ceiling in sight. The realization that his son excelled beyond him filled Shen's father with pride, yet the disparity was undeniably disheartening. He had strived relentlessly to provide a better life for the next generation, only to find that his son had outshone him. It appeared that times had indeed changed, and he was growing older. Nonetheless, having weathered numerous storms, he could still offer guidance to his son's future endeavors. With this thought, Shen's father's gloom dissipated. After all, no matter how exceptional his son became, he was still his progeny. A successful child is a source of joy for any father. Chapter 70: Establishment of the Investment Department. Upon returning to the company, Shen Fei promptly convened an expansion meeting. All mid-level and senior leaders were in attendance. This time, everyone was encouraged to voice their opinions, with the promise of a bonus for any accepted suggestions. Huaxin Technology Group was never lacking in funds. The theme of this meeting was that while the company's cash flow was exceedingly healthy, this was not necessarily a positive situation. All present, being mid-level leaders, should understand that an overly healthy cash flow could present certain dangers. I wonder if anyone has any viable suggestions? While ample cash flow allows the company to navigate unforeseen circumstances and ensures operational stability amidst economic fluctuations, as Shen's father pointed out, excessive funds could also foster corruption. Those rewarded by the system exhibit unwavering loyalty and are less likely to fall prey to such issues. However, most of these individuals occupy research positions, and the clerical roles within the company do not guarantee immunity from misconduct. Yet, everyone remained uncertain of Shen Fei's true intentions and hesitated to speak up. Personally, I plan to establish the investment department as a separate entity within the finance department. This department will actively seek high-quality investment projects. As for the specific allocation guidelines, Please refer to the documents on the table. Investments below 5 million yuan do not require approval from Shen Fei. Internal decisions can be made, though they will be subject to year-end audits to prevent financial misconduct. Projects ranging from 5 million to 50 million yuan must be signed off by the head of the investment department before being submitted to Guman for approval, ultimately requiring Shen Fei's signature prior to disbursement. In comparison to other investment firms, this process is already quite streamlined. Projects exceeding 50 million yuan will be reported directly to Shen Fei, who will personally oversee their handling. Additionally, the investment department has been allocated a loss tolerance of 100 million. Losses are acceptable, but corruption will not be tolerated. Should any corruption be uncovered, it will be reported to the public security authorities for legal action, with no leniency granted. Furthermore, the salaries within the investment department are among the highest in the entire company, even surpassing those of researchers at Tianjin Semiconductor. However, the base salary is among the lowest, with a minimum wage of merely 4,000 yuan, as the majority of their compensation is derived from year-end bonuses. For every successful investment project, Shen Fei will allocate 30 of the funds to be distributed among the investment department. Upon seeing these figures, excitement surged among the attendees. A base salary of 4,000 yuan is considered relatively high in today's Kyoto, and the year-end bonus, coupled with the 30 project fund distribution, is bound to ignite their enthusiasm. The principle of distribution based on labor remains, with those who identify high-quality projects also eligible for an additional bonus. This salary structure left everyone astounded, as it was evident that all aspired to join the investment department. Even Wang Teng, who was nearby, jestingly inquired, "Mr. Shen, may I also join the investment department?" "Haha, isn't it a bit beneath you, old Wang, to join the investment department? Of course, if anyone has promising startup projects, they too can qualify for these bonuses. Now, let us discuss and see if there are any worthwhile projects to invest in. As for the head of the investment department, I intend to recruit someone from outside specifically for this role. Although promoting from within could foster greater team cohesion, Shen Fei opted for external recruitment. The reason for not choosing internal promotion is twofold. Firstly, the current investment department lacks personnel capable of fulfilling the role. While the existing team possesses some investment acumen, they cannot compare to seasoned professionals. Secondly, there is a trust issue. Individuals not brought in through the system cannot be guaranteed to be 100% loyal to Shen Fei, and he is wary of managing such substantial funds. Therefore, the so-called recruitment will not be through headhunting agencies, but via the system itself. The system, it seems, only calls upon me when it needs me. Mr. Shen mentioned that there is indeed a promising project. I have a classmate who holds a senior position at Jingxi Mall, the one we regularly liaise with. She informed me that Jingxi Mall is preparing for a Series C funding round next week, and inquired if we would participate. This was what I had planned to report to you this afternoon. Jingxi Mall is also a significant source of our sales, and our collaboration has been quite amicable, so they have reserved a certain amount of equity for us, approximately around 2. Should we choose not to take part, they may turn a penguin. Jingxi Mall began as a sales platform for electronic products, initially operating through physical stores before transitioning online. After several rounds of funding, it has now become the most specialized platform for digital 3C sales. With its professional after-sales system, consumers can confidently purchase digital products online. As the platform with the highest sales volume for Huaxin outside of its official website, our partnership has been notably congenial. Jingxi plans to go public on Nasdaq by the end of the year. This funding round serves as an opportunity for some partners to join in and collectively expand the pie. Huaxin's standing in the digital realm continues to ascend, gradually positioning itself as a domestic counterpart to Samsung, naturally securing a substantial market share. Did he mention the valuation? He suggested that Mr. Shen personally negotiate and assured us of a favorable price. Good. Are there any other projects? If there are no further projects, we may conclude the meeting. Wang Teng, please come to my office to discuss the details. This meeting was originally convened to announce the official establishment of Huaxin's investment department and to brainstorm potential investment opportunities. Now that we have identified a promising project, there's no need to waste time here. The priority now is to deploy the available funds and let the money generate more wealth. After the meeting, Wang Teng and Guman followed Shen Fei to his office to gain a comprehensive understanding of the current Huaxi platform. It must be said that while Jingxi's valuation is somewhat high, it still possesses room for profitability, especially since this funding round is aimed at facilitating partners' entry, which may lead to a slight depreciation in valuation. However, 2 equity does seem a bit minimal. Guman's ascension to the core team is attributed not to mere aesthetics, but to her remarkable capabilities. In just a few minutes, She compiled a report and promptly informed Shen Fei that Jingshi's current valuation stands at $7 billion US, with an estimated offer for us ranging between 5 to 8 billion, providing us ample room for profit. The intent is to ensure that our partners maintain a profit margin of around 15 to 18% post-IPO. My classmate's sentiment aligns similarly. It's about facilitating partners' entry to enhance the post-IPO stock price. After listening, Shen Fei nodded in understanding. Let us visit Jingxi next week and see what kind of offer they can provide us, and strategize on acquiring more equity. With that, the two exited the office, resuming their respective duties. Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully established your investment department, achieving the milestone of embarking on a commercial empire. You have earned an achievement reward, an S-tier investment team consisting of 50 members. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei applauded, recognizing the excellence of his system. A professional investment team was precisely what was needed for Jingxi, and it now seems assured. Chapter 71, The Glory of the Launch Conference. The system's rewards are quite commendable. It feels as though a pillow has arrived just as I was about to sleep. System, when will they report? Look at you, so eager. You are now a mature host. Why the rush? The headhunting agency will contact you tomorrow, and you can have them report the day after. Okay, true to form. The system manages everything impeccably. If they arrive the day after tomorrow, I can take them along to Jingxi. We will secure a place on the Jingxi platform, just in time. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Jingxi's willingness to allocate shares undoubtedly comes with its own demands. I wonder what they are seeking. Perhaps exclusive sales rights outside of the official channels? Or more favorable pricing or autonomy in pricing? Never mind. I will wait for this S-tier team to arrive and then let them handle the negotiations. As long as Jingxi can offer sufficient equity, we can negotiate better pricing. However, the autonomy in pricing is out of the question. The next 2 years are critical for Huaxin. Prices will gradually rise to around 4,000 yuan, and no one can arbitrarily lower prices otherwise. Huaxin's high-end exploration will become a laughingstock. Speaking of which, system, do you have any advanced technology, like a system or something? Could you provide me with a mature solution? Dear host, please do not be overly ambitious. Given Huaxin's current scale, even if I provided you with a mature system, would you be able to promote it? Oh, haven't you already established your own system development team? Aren't you collaborating with Ju Factory? Are you attempting to deceive me of my rewards? It turns out you are not foolish. I was merely joking with you. How about I procure some system development engineers for you? If the first month sales of Huaxin X1 exceed 200,000 units, I will recruit a batch of development engineers for you, along with a Red Door OS kernel. What do you think? This kernel truly differentiates itself from the Android system. As long as you build your system upon this kernel, you can create your own. Are you intrigued? Do you desire it? I must admit, this reward is indeed enticing. But given Huaxin's current foundation, achieving first month sales of 200,000 units is quite challenging. In Shen Fei's plan, the Huaxin X1 is projected to start at 3,699 yuan, which is a reduction of 300 yuan compared to the previous generation standard version. Additionally, over the past 6 months, offline stores have been established in prefecture-level cities, and Huaxin's brand recognition has been steadily increasing, suggesting that the initial sales should be quite impressive. The previous generation managed to sell over 100,000 units in just over half a month. This time, we should aim for at least 70 to 80,000 units in a month. When considering these factors, achieving sales of 200,000 units within a month becomes plausible, yet it is still not an easy feat. It appears that we need to provide this generation of Huaxin X1 with enticing benefits that consumers find irresistible to boost sales. Though it may be a bit challenging, it is worth trying. After all, even if we fail, there is little to lose. Given the nature of my excellent system, it will ultimately reward me with this kernel. Just as Shen Fei was deep in thought, there was a knock at the office door, and as he looked up, Gu Man effortlessly pushed the door open. What is the matter? What other significant matters are there? Or are there any important documents that require my signature? Recently, there hasn't been much of importance. The X series has progressed smoothly, having completed trial production and commenced testing. However, President Yu has sent an invitation for you to attend the press conference the day after tomorrow. It seems that President Yu also has something he wishes to inquire about. Nevertheless, Shen Fei harbors a suspicion. Although the two companies have become strategic partners, the current reliance of Juchang on Huaxin technology is still considerably pronounced. After all, while Juchang primarily engages in communications, Huaxin possesses an array of patents in the 4G domain that rivals those of Juchang. Furthermore, Juchang heavily depends on Huaxin in the realms of chip research and production. With the imminent acquisition of Intel's chip design business by Rice Company, Chong is beginning to feel a sense of urgency. One wonders if Huaxin Technology will assist Rise Company in designing their own chips, just as they have for Chong. The invitation to the press conference is merely a pretext. This old you certainly has a knack for keeping me busy, showing no inclination for me to rest. Well, since there's nothing pressing, I might as well go and see what he wishes to discuss. Given these circumstances, Shen Fei indeed must attend the press conference. After all, the collaboration between the two parties holds immense significance, particularly regarding system promotion and the impending entry into the European market, which necessitates Chong's support. Moreover, regardless of how many shares Bus gives, he will never extend the same level of assistance to Rise Company as he does to Chong. It will merely be a licensing agreement for the previous generation S-Core. Yet, due to the advantages in process and core architecture, even the previous generation S-Core can still hold its own against Hualong, though it cannot compete with Guozi. Guman, please assist me in booking a flight. Also, kindly prepare an invoice for reimbursement from old you later. After all, this press conference is not in Kyoto, but in Yanqing. Shen Fei chuckled to himself at the thought of President Yu enthusiastically welcoming him, only to suddenly present a reimbursement form for a plane ticket. I can only imagine the expression on President Yu's face. It's amusing just to think about. Upon seeing Shen Fei's expression, Guman instantly understood he had concocted another scheme. However, his plan was destined to fall through. Mr. Shen, President Yu has already arranged the tickets, so there's no need for us to book anything ourselves. Ah, the sound of a shattered plan. How dull. President Yu, I didn't expect you to personally come to pick me up. Given the multitude of tasks at Chong, it is quite remarkable that President Yu, the overseer, has the time to personally greet me. It appears there is indeed something to discuss. After exchanging pleasantries, the two settled into the vehicle that President Yu had arranged for the pickup. Of course, it wasn't President Yu himself driving. There was a dedicated chauffeur. The two sat in the back seat, and Shen Fei closed his eyes to rest, feeling a bit fatigued after several hours of travel. This prompted President Yu, who had initially intended to speak, to ultimately refrain, deciding to wait until the evening press conference to pose his inquiries. Mr. Shen, I am Zhao Ming. It is a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for supporting us. Unlike the other two who declined due to injuries, I wonder why they are so fearful. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei instantly realized that today's press conference might not be as dull as anticipated. Another fan of Bus is successfully making his debut. Yet, one wonders if Master Bus feels a tinge of helplessness, given that his apprentice is taking the lead in matters he himself should be overseeing. Chapter 72. The Stabilizing Pillar of Chong. Mr. Shen, please rest for a while. Our press conference won't commence until this evening. Huh, that's unusual. Just a moment ago, President Yu seemed eager to speak. Why the sudden silence? While it was acceptable for President Yu to rest, Shen Fei had already taken a moment to recuperate in the car and was now curious about what President Yu wished to discuss. Upon hearing this, President Yu's enthusiasm surged. After all, the matter was indeed quite significant. Mr. Shen, let us discuss this in my office. With that, he led Shen Fei to his office. Zhao Ming chose not to accompany them, as he needed to oversee the upcoming press conference and attend to numerous details. The primary focus today is not on the answers to these questions, but rather on the press conference itself. Mr. Shen, I am unsure of your beverage preference, tea, coffee, or soft drinks. We have them all available. As he spoke, he prepared to rise and fetch a drink for Shen Fei. Shen Fei quickly waved his hand, saying, No need, President Yu. Let us address the matter at hand. Hearing this, President Yu took a seat and promptly replied, There's no rush, Mr. Ren will be arriving shortly. He wishes to speak with you and has prepared a gift, or rather, a surprise. The mention of a surprise momentarily stunned Shen Fei. The founder of Chong, Mr. Ren, is personally coming to converse with him. This venerable gentleman commands Shen Fei's profound respect, having achieved remarkable success during an era filled with opportunities. Notably, he chose to distribute company shares among everyone, a decision undoubtedly influenced by the unique circumstances surrounding Chong at the time. Despite having the option for a more advantageous path, his choice of this route is truly commendable. While admiration is due, Shen Fei would not opt for such a path himself. Not every company is suited for it. Mr. Ren has long since retired from the management of the company, yet his stature remains irreplaceable. He is, in essence, the stabilizing pillar of Chong, regardless of the tumultuous waves. As long as he is present, Chong will remain secure. However, Shen Fei's mind raced with curiosity. What could Mr. Ren wish to discuss? Is it merely his overactive imagination? Or is it not related to chip research? Upon meeting Shen Fei, Mr. Ren promptly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Shen. for granting this old man the courtesy of waiting here for me. I'm growing old and not as capable as I once was. I appreciate your patience." Shen Fei quickly smiled and replied, "Mr. Ren, how can you say you're old and past your prime? I hold you in high esteem and wish to learn from your wisdom." Shen Fei's words were sincere. He genuinely hoped to glean insights into management from Mr. Ren. While his own father can impart certain knowledge, he is merely a businessman in the real estate sector, primarily engaged with land, and thus lacks depth in technological advancements. His assistance is rather limited. Ultimately, every industry revolves around the integration of supply chain resources and upper echelon resources to generate products for consumers and reap profits. This perspective is rather broad. As a young man in his 20s, although he has achieved considerable success with the support of the system and Huaxin Group, his personal experience remains rather shallow. Mr. Rin continued, "Mr. Shun, you flatter me. I was not even in your position when I was your age. Yet you have already accomplished so much. Learning is not the right term. It is an exchange of ideas." Shen Fei pondered what matters Mr. Rin wished to discuss. "When you initially invited us to establish a company together to develop our operating system, President, you sought my counsel on the matter. Truth be told, I was reluctant to participate initially, but after hearing about your vision from President Yu, I felt compelled to engage in a discussion with you." So it pertains to the earlier discussions regarding the operating system. It seems Shen Fei's thoughts have profoundly influenced Juchang's ideology. One wonders why Mr. Shen is so eager to establish a complete industrial chain when international collaboration could more effectively reduce costs. However, Mr. Ren, you must recognize that the predatory ambitions of foreign entities have never truly waned. While international division of labor may reduce costs, what shall we do if one day they cease to allow us access? Furthermore, why must we forever remain confined to low-end industries? I believe our compatriots are more than capable. We are well positioned to venture into high-end sectors, and under my leadership, Huaxin has embarked on this journey. The results speak for themselves. We have established our own chip production line and developed our architecture and core technology, no longer relying on them. And indeed, our performance has proven to be superior. As we grow stronger, it is conceivable that they may restrict our access entirely, imposing comprehensive sanctions against us. Thus, I previously extended an invitation to Juchang to collaborate on creating an operating system for our nation. Shen Fei's perspective thoroughly astonished them. They perceive that despite certain issues in current international cooperation and trade, it remains the optimal solution, for no single nation can manage a complete industrial chain. Regarding suppression, Juchang had not contemplated that, given their telecommunications business holds a modest market share in America. While Shen Fei's advocacy for joint development of an operating system with Huaxin Technology did have some impact, it was not the pivotal factor. The crux lay in the personal favor owed to Shen Fei, and upon hearing his words once again, Mr. Ren fell silent. Indeed, the foreign predatory ambitions have persistently sought to undermine our high-end industries, aiming to confine us to the status of the world's factory, rather than allowing us to become a global leader in advanced industries. After all, there's only so much meat to go around. How shall it be divided? It appears that Shun, despite his youth, possesses a clearer understanding than I, an elder. It seems I have aged indeed. Mr. Yu, if Shen has any viable proposals, let us collaborate without the need for further reports to me. It is evident that Shen Fei's words have indeed moved Mr. Run, who has experienced much and can readily grasp Shen Fei's intentions, providing his answer promptly. Subsequently, Shen Fei sought Mr. Ren's counsel on several matters, to which Mr. Ren, drawing from his extensive experience, offered thoughtful responses. This exchange illuminated Shen Fei's understanding of managing a formidable research-driven corporation, marking the most significant gain of this journey. By the way, Mr. Shen, I have heard that the Rice Company is also venturing into chip research and development. What is your perspective? From Juchang's standpoint, the entry of any industry into chip development is beneficial, as it fosters a shared exchange of experiences. As technology continues to advance, we can delineate markets domestically and develop in harmony, collectively entering the international arena, where market share will be determined by merit. I can effortlessly convey my stance. We welcome any company entering the chip design sector and are prepared to extend our assistance. In terms of promoting supply chain advancement and technological progress in our country, we maintain an open attitude. This aligns with Shen's views. Previously, Mr. Lei even sought us out to borrow some personnel to help manage their initial operations. In light of this, we shall send some management staff to assist them in integrating their forthcoming business endeavors. This serves as a warm welcome to Mr. Lei as he officially enters the chip design domain. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei was taken aback. Mr. Lei had indeed sought assistance from Juchang. It appears Mr. Lei possesses quite an extraordinary network, and it seems imperative to engage in a thorough dialogue with him. With Mr. Lei's acquisition of the chip design business from NVIDIA, it is clear that preparations for such a significant investment are underway, for this is not a trivial endeavor, but rather a substantial commitment starting at several billion. All right, Mr. Shen, the hour grows late. Shall we proceed to the press conference? Mr. Yu interjected. Mr. Shen, I would not want to delay the main event any longer, and I find myself rather fatigued. You and Mr. Yu should attend the conference together. As for the gift, Mr. Yu, do reveal it. I am still here to present it to Mr. Shen. What could this mysterious gift be? Upon reading the document, Shen Fei became convinced of Mr. Yu's assertion that it was indeed a remarkable item. Did Juchong learn from the rice company? Indeed, the document Mr. Yu produced was a stock transfer agreement. Once signed, Shen Fei would become a shareholder of HiSilicon Semiconductor, and notably, aside from Juchong, the largest individual shareholder with a substantial 25% stake. HiSilicon Semiconductor has no other shareholders beyond Juchong. Mr. Run, this gift is far too generous. I must insist you keep it. Young Shen, I address you thusly due to my age. There is no reason for a senior to retract a gift once offered. Your contributions to HiSilicon have been invaluable. Consider this a token of our appreciation. As the saying goes, one cannot refuse a gift from an elder. Given Mr. Ren's insistence, Shen Fei naturally accepted. As Shen Fei entered the venue, he quietly took his seat in the front row, awaiting the commencement of the press conference. After all, the discussions necessary had been concluded, and he now merely assumed the role of an observer at his competitor's event. Whatever had compelled Mr. Yu to present such a serious matter could not be trivial. Let us proceed with the press conference. Our Honor 6 series comprises 3 models: the Honor 6S, the Standard Honor 6, and the Honor 6 Pro. Additionally, we shall unveil a new model from our Enjoy series, the Enjoy 4X. From his seat, Shen Fei inquired of Mr. Yu. I suspect one of these must be a budget model. Has Mr. Yu taken an interest in the budget market? Mr. Yu nodded in affirmation, responding, while the profit margins in this market are low, it significantly bolsters our market share. Is Huaxin also planning to enter this arena? Shen Fei waved his hand dismissively, signaling his answer, and returned his attention to the press conference. Currently, Huaxin has no intention of entering the budget market. Perhaps one day, when there are no other viable avenues, Huaxin might consider it, but not under the Huaxin name, rather akin to the rice company in Juchong. They would allow a subsidiary brand to penetrate this market. There are no other motivations. It would simply be too undignified. Before our competitor ventured into the budget segment, no manufacturer was willing to enter this market, which was rife with counterfeit phones. Our market research revealed that this sector holds enormous potential, as it embodies the aspirations of numerous users for technological products. I believe we, as Honor, have a responsibility to fulfill this obligation. Even the legs of a fly are meat. Another manufacturer has officially announced their entry into the budget market. Might they outshine the rice company? The little koi fairy clapped enthusiastically, remarking that any manufacturer entering this market is welcome, save for those counterfeit brands. In my earlier ignorance, my first mobile phone purchase was a counterfeit, and I was left disappointed. Our first phone being launched today is indeed a budget model. Although priced affordably, it remains remarkably powerful, earning the title of the new budget king. It is equipped with the exceptional Snapdragon 410 processor, delivering performance that suffices for everyday use. Competitors often rely on benchmark scores to validate their model's capabilities. Therefore, I can confidently announce that our Snapdragon 410 boasts a score of 22,000. Furthermore, the Enjoy 4X features a 5.5-inch display with a resolution of 720p. Is that not a display of sincerity? It closely resembles the Rice Company's offering, albeit with a slightly larger screen. The little koi fairy, I had presumed that the 100 yuan market would unveil new players, leading to some groundbreaking advancements. As for the elder brother who loves summer yet dreads the heat, this is merely a budget device. What more could you desire? Furthermore, manufacturers are not fools. How could they possibly grant you everything? On the surface, these specifications hardly distinguish themselves from others, failing to convey our sincerity. Wouldn't you agree? The audience below did not coddle Zhao Ming, vociferously demanding, "Yes, Mr. Zhao, let us witness your sincerity." This statement implied a desire for either a lower price or superior specifications. Well, having introduced the moderate specifications, allow me to present our highlights. In terms of battery performance, we have equipped it with a substantial 3,000 mAh battery, supporting 10W fast charging. Is everyone satisfied with this? This 10W fast charging is something competitors utilize in their flagship digital series. At this point, Lei Jun was rendered speechless, relieved that he had opted not to attend, lest he be subjected to ridicule. I employ 10W fast charging. Have I offended someone? Is it really that significant? Wouldn't such a phone suddenly appear far more appealing? Now, what is the price for a phone boasting such specifications? I shall state a figure, $799. Are we in agreement? The live chat was flooded with expressions of satisfaction. It seems, Mr. You have not spared him either, remarked Shen Fei, observing the excited crowd, turning to Mr. Yu beside him. The event proceeded to unveil the first model of the Honor 6 series, the Honor 6S. It retains a 5.5-inch 720p display akin to the Enjoy 4X, yet swaps the core SoC from Snapdragon 410 to our proprietary Kirin 920 processor. This processor had been designed prior to the assistance from Huawei's chip division. Having invested in its design, it would be unwise to let go to waste. The reason for not employing this chip in the Honor 6 was that, although it presents slight advancements over the 910, the improvements are minimal. This chip is manufactured by TSMC, with ample production capacity available for deployment in lower-end devices. For charging, it is paired with a 20W fast charging capability and a 3,200 mAh battery, with the base configuration set at 216 GB, priced at a mere 1,499 yuan. Although the screen may be lacking, the sub-1,500 yuan price point renders it an exceptionally appealing device. With self-developed Kirin chips and the 20W 3,200 mAh fast charging combination, it is bound to become a bestseller in physical retail. Certainly, online sales will mirror this success, as this model presents no points of contention at its price. Undoubtedly, the conference has now reached its climax, as the next two models are poised to compete with rival offerings, particularly excelling in performance and cost-effectiveness. I trust that the audience eagerly anticipates the forthcoming presentations. Allow me to entertain you with a solo stand-up performance, showcasing supreme value for money. Welcome to Huaxin Square. I also hope that the heads of competing firms watching the launch have prepared their antihypertensives. Previously, a competitor claimed to fully popularize 1080p displays. Hence, both our Honor 6 and Honor 6 Pro are equipped with 1080p resolution LCD screens. In terms of core performance, our rivals cannot compare. One utilizes Snapdragon 801 while the other employs Snapdragon 808, with performance being largely equivalent. In contrast, our Honor 6 features the Kirin 925H processor, a derivative model of the 925 series. While it is merely a hexacore variant, its performance remains formidable, achieving benchmark scores of 65,000. Although it has two CPUs disabled and a slight frequency reduction, the impact on the Kirin 925 is substantial. However, this score suffices to surpass the Snapdragon 808 comfortably. As for the Snapdragon 801, it is not even worth mentioning. In one succinct phrase, only because Makoto Shinkai is so handsome, I love you, Mr. Zhao, for securing the 925 chip for the Honor 6. To clarify, the distinctions between 925H and 925 are quite significant, yet for competitive engagement against rivals, it retains a distinct advantage. Might there be an even greater surprise in pricing? In terms of battery, our Honor 6 is equipped with a robust 3,450 mAh battery, and naturally, charging cannot be subpar. Thus, we have provided it with two 25W super fast charging. According to our laboratory tests, it only takes 45 minutes to fully recharge this battery. Nezuko always craves bread. I had expected the charging capabilities to reach new heights. Nevertheless, this suffices and is entirely adequate. So, what is the price for such an exceptional product? 1,999 yuan. Indeed, our powerful Honor 6 starts at 1999 with a base configuration of 232 GB, and also offers 332 GB for 2099 and 364 GB for 2,399 yuan. To create a striking impression at this launch, the Honor 6 still utilizes 2 GB of RAM to keep the price low. Moreover, to promote the 332 GB version, there is merely a 100 yuan increase from the 232 GB variant. And in actual sales, the 232 GB will not be abundantly supplied. It is merely a symbolic offering. Delightful, delightful. I purchased my iQOO too early, only to discover a more enticing product has emerged. In the realm of digital products, early purchases yield immediate enjoyment, while latecomers benefit from discounts. I declare that Huaxin is truly divine. Welcome to Huaxin Square. Isn't this price absolutely irresistible? Yet, there is more than just this gem. Allow me to introduce our Honor 6 Pro. Naturally, the Pro version possesses its unique features. Firstly, in terms of core SoC, we have upgraded from the hexacore 925H processor to the 925E. This can be viewed as the standard version of the 925, while the 925 in our Mate 7 is the full-blooded variant. Our competitor, Huaxin Technology, excels in chip testing. These chips rarely operate at the peak frequencies necessary to achieve the full capabilities of the 925. However, this does not present any issues. Our rival Huaxin has downclocked these chips, packaging them as the 925E. Consequently, our Kirin 925E achieves benchmark scores of 87, 500, not far removed from the 95,000 score of the production version found in the Mate 7. It can be said that their performance is strikingly similar. The 925E is merely a slight reduction from the 925, hence the disparity is not significant. Does Yangxiang really have such stringent testing standards? The difference is negligible. Xiaonan remarked that this performance might overshadow Mate 7 sales. Furthermore, in the battery department, we have incorporated a 3,700 mAh battery, which also supports 225W fast charging. However, our memory begins at 332 gigabytes, which places the price of the Honor 6 Pro at $26.99. Tempting, isn't it? Additionally, there is a 364 gigabytes option for $29.99 and a 464 gigabytes for $32.99. The disparity between the Honor 6 Pro and Honor 6 is minimal. It is merely a change in the core SoC and a slight increase in battery capacity, yet the price difference is a substantial 600 yuan. Nevertheless, at this price point, the 925E remains exceptionally robust. Overall, the pricing strategy of the company is commendable, and the Honor 6 Pro sales should exceed 5 million units. Thus, this concludes our press conference. Our sales strategy remains focused on immediate availability, meaning that everyone can seize the opportunity to purchase right now. Thank you for your support. With that, Zhao Ming bowed to the audience below. After the press conference concluded, Shen Fei returned to the hotel, realizing that everything that followed was no longer his concern. Moreover, he had to fly back to Kyoto the next day to prepare for upcoming business negotiations regarding an investment in the Jingxi platform. Upon his return to the company, Shen Fei immediately immersed himself in work. His S-level investment talent had already arrived. Huang Tianya, having worked for many years at Hongshan Capital abroad, had achieved several investment successes but was ousted from the company due to factional struggles. He successfully joined Huaxin Technology Group yesterday, and his past achievements had earned him considerable respect from the investment department. Thus, Shen Fei felt relieved. Upon arriving at the company, Huang Tianya promptly began his work and, within a mere day, had prepared the asset report for the Jingxi platform. This was, of course, related to the imminent public listing of the Jingxi platform, as all relevant data had already been disclosed. Today, as Shen Fei entered the office, Huang Tianya came to report his findings, presenting the asset report for the Jingxi platform. Currently, various capital sources had valued the Jingxi platform at 50 billion Huawei yuan, approximately $7.1 billion US. This was also the final round of financing before the listing, inviting more partners to ensure a successful IPO this year. To attract partners, the pricing would be somewhat lower, anticipated around 45 billion Huawei yuan. It could be described as a risk-free venture. However, every opportunity comes at a cost, the extent of which would be revealed in the subsequent investment meetings. Ultimately, if the investment was deemed unworthy, they could simply refrain from investing, especially since the Jingxi platform's returns were not particularly high. Mr. Shen, in fact, whether we invest in the Jingxi platform or not is inconsequential. Currently, we have discovered a platform called Pinduoduo, which was officially established in January this year, focusing on low-price quality goods. They should also be seeking financing now, and the investment return rate will undoubtedly exceed that of the Jingxi platform. From my professional judgment, such platforms rarely fail, as few can resist the allure of low prices. Moreover, entering at this stage, even if it fails, we would only lose a few million, which is not substantial. After listening, Shen Fei contemplated Huang Tianya's words and found them to be quite reasonable. He then spoke, "All right, please follow up on this company. When they seek financing, we will approach them. Premium investments are also viable. Our Huaxin Group may not have much, but we certainly have abundant capital. However, our immediate priority remains the Jingxi platform." Entering the conference room of the Jingxi platform, Shen Fei noticed that no capital firms were present. Only various mobile phone manufacturers and some computer companies were in attendance. He even spotted a few acquaintances, including Lei Busi from the rice company and Yu Dazue from the chrysanthemum factory. It appeared that the attendees were primarily electronic product manufacturers, which made sense given Jingxi's focus on digital 3C sales. However, mobile phones indeed had higher sales volumes, as computers were still somewhat expensive, and the primary maintenance focus was on mobile phone manufacturers. Most computer manufacturers had very few offline stores and were heavily reliant on a Jingxi platform, while mobile manufacturers had a vastly greater demand for their products. The Jingxi platform was quite generous this time, offering a total of 10 of its shares, suggesting they had exerted considerable effort to persuade the shareholders. Dear colleagues, as you know, the Jingxi platform is about to go public. This is our final round of financing. And in order to maintain good relations with all of you, we have specifically allocated 10 of our shares at a valuation of 65 billion. Although we have made concessions in our valuation, please rest assured that there are no other stipulations, and we want to restrict your sales to our platform alone. There is only one condition. When you launch new products, we hope that Jingxi can account for 40 of the volume sold across all e-commerce platforms, excluding each company's official websites. Upon hearing this price, Shen Fei immediately understood. It was evidently a strategy to establish dominance in the digital sector. After all, the initial launch period is always when a mobile phone achieves the highest sales, when the platform experiences stock shortages, and his company has inventory. Would it not rely on his software? It seemed that the Dongzi was employing a clever strategy. Nevertheless, Shen Fei was pleased, as this was essentially money falling from the sky. Given that Lei Busi and Yu Dezue were present, it would be prudent to discuss matters further, especially since the rice company was close to signing with Intel. As there were no severe restrictions, this genuinely appeared to be an opportunity handed to them. Shen Fei readily signed the documents, delegating funding and other details to Huang Tianya, who was the expert in those matters, while he decided to mingle with Lei Busi and the others. Mr. Lei, how much equity did you acquire? Not much, just 12. Perhaps we should step outside for a moment, and I can introduce you to some promising projects? Certainly. Let me call old you to join us, so we can also discuss technical support. Upon hearing this, Lei Busi instantly brightened up. He had initially thought only Huaxin was involved, but now it seemed a new and pleasant surprise had emerged. After the investment meeting concluded, the three of them proceeded to a nearby hotel conference room. After all, Huaxin excelled in technical matters, while management would depend on the chrysanthemum factory. However, it was quite surprising for Lei Busi that the chrysanthemum factory could attend. He had personally visited them earlier, and although Yudaze did not explicitly decline, he indicated he would report to higher-ups. Yet, as an adult, a lack of a definitive response often translates to a refusal, so Lei Busi had not paid it much mind. However, the unexpected presence of Yu Dazue today, as the head of a major enterprise, signified much. Lei Busi understood perfectly well what this meant. It seemed the rice company was on a rise, with the two strongest companies in the domestic industry collaborating to support him. If the rice company's chip could not stand firm, he might as well buy a block of tofu, and, in it all, after some mutual pleasantries, they delved into the main topic of the meeting. Ultimately, Yu Dazue dispatched a team to collaborate with Huaxin in the United States to acquire Intel's patents and persuade some individuals to work in Huaxin. While Intel did not allow the rice company to coerce employees into working in Huaxin, it did not prevent them from persuading them. With a 5,000-year-old rich culture, Huaxin excels in persuasion, especially the research-oriented Chrysanthemum Factory, which possesses a specialized recruitment team. This is why the Chrysanthemum Factory often manages to turn the tide, even under adverse circumstances. However, this also highlights a sad reality for Huaxin. Its technology is significantly lagging and requires decades to catch up to the development of other countries. Today, Huaxin still lags behind in many areas, but once they break through, it will be time for others to weep. This was one of Shen Fei's goals, being a fortunate individual endowed with a system. How could he not contribute something to the world? Mr. Lei must be satisfied now. We have both dispatched elite teams. Shen Fei jested. Later, Professor Liang will handle the technical division, while your team will be responsible for bringing people back. As for you, Mr. Lei, just prepare the funds. Once everyone is gathered, we will celebrate with a feast. Having concluded the negotiations, Shen Fei playfully joked with Lei Busi, reminding him to remember the meal invitation. That is certain. At that time, both of you and the staff below must come. Not only will I treat you to dinner, but I will also prepare a generous red envelope for you. This statement was unexpectedly sincere, as the rice company stood to gain the most from this venture. The recent acquisition holds significant importance for the rice company. Upon its successful completion, it will mark the company's formal entry into the realm of chip design, liberating it from the confines of merely being an assembly plant and transforming it into a technology enterprise endowed with core competencies. This move will also enable the company to confidently shed the 1999 pricing stigma, allowing it to pursue the high-end market while simultaneously offering a delightful surprise to its loyal fans. Given that both of you have arrived, it is evident that you are keen on venturing into investment. I wonder if you have heard of Huami technology. Upon mentioning this, Yu Dazue immediately grasped the implications, realizing that Lei Busi was reciprocating a favor. Shen Fei understood as well, though he was unaware of Huami Technology's specific operations. The scene, comprising a loquacious Lei Busi, a contemplative Yu Dazue, and a perplexed Shen Fei, resembled a masterpiece of world-renowned art. Once Yu Dazue regained his composure, he promptly elucidated to Shen Fei that Huami Technology is a company specializing in smart wearable devices and health services. They primarily manufacture smart wristbands and smartwatches, alongside various sports-related products. It is considered a commendable enterprise that has successfully transitioned beyond the angel investment stage, qualifying it as a high-quality project. After all, the Jew company has also contemplated entering this sector and has invested in several related enterprises. Thus, they're certainly familiar with Huami technology. However, during the A round of financing, the rice company had outmaneuvered them, compelling them to invest in other related firms instead. With Lei Busi now mentioning this company, could it be that they're preparing for a B round of financing? Did they not just secure funding at the beginning of the year? After explaining this to Shen Fei, Yu Dazue smiled and inquired of Lei Busi whether they intended to pursue B round financing or if they were considering relinquishing some equity. As for the underlying reasons, Yu Dazue was indifferent, but if equity was on the table, it was an opportunity to seize. The future of mobile phones must embrace the one-in paradigm, shaping their own ecosystem, which is the Jew company's strategic vision. For instance, smart home technology and comprehensive home automation are already being experimentally developed in the laboratory, with plans to officially launch related products in the coming year or two. The Rice Company was among the earliest to enter this industry, having launched the Rice Box last year to formally step into the smart home arena. Today, they have introduced numerous related products, decisively steering towards becoming a comprehensive provider. It appears that forthcoming products will likely pertain to wearable devices. Having rapidly developed since their round financing, they aim to initiate B round financing by the end of the year, rather than waiting until next year. If both of your companies wish to enter this venture, I can approach them. With the three of us leading, we can prevent other capital from entering. Regarding Huami Technology, I believe they will likely agree, as we can offer more than mere financial investment. This assertion from Lei Busi was not made lightly. After all, the Rice Company had successfully led in previous capital rounds, not solely due to financial resources, but also because they could provide relevant orders to expedite development. Whether the branding is Rice or Huami is of little consequence. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei immediately understood that both companies were strategizing around intelligent ecosystems. Through the system, he had previously gleaned insights into future development directions, confirming that intelligent ecosystems are indeed the trajectory for advancement, with every company steering towards this goal. Companies with robust ecosystems are indeed more likely to garner consumer favor. It seems prudent for him to assign some tasks to Huang Tianya upon his return, primarily to invest in ecosystem-related industries and cultivate Huaxin's ecosystem. After all, it is merely a matter of capital. They are not lacking in funds. And in terms of technology, they are even less deficient. Their most pressing need at present is a sales channel. Fortunately, the offline sales channels in the prefecture-level cities have nearly been established, and it is now time to proceed with tenders to recruit large-scale agents to sell their models, as relying solely on building all county-level sales channels is indeed a daunting task. With this in mind, Shen Fei, who had been silently listening to their discussion, finally spoke up, addressing Lei Busi. May I inquire how much equity you plan to relinquish? Please reserve a share for Huaxin. Yu Dazue nodded in agreement, signaling to Lei Busi, approximately 10%, but if the three of us collaborate, I am confident we can secure at least 4% for ourselves. Currently, their industry valuation stands at around 300 million US dollars. Yu Dazue acknowledged this valuation with a nod, being well aware of the figures due to the Jew company's prior investments in related firms. Shen Fei had no objections to this price. After all, for percent amounts to only a few tens of millions in Huaguo currency. Consider it done. Thank you for your generosity, Lei. Please remember to include me when the time comes. I also appreciate your reminder. Aside from mobile phones, we at Huaxin should indeed diversify our business ventures. Hearing this, Yu Dazue chuckled, amused by Shen Fei's audacity. Huaxin Technology excels not only in mobile phones, but also in various other domains. They are capable of competing with Qualcomm and Apple in chip design, and their chip foundry services are at the forefront, surpassing the most advanced Taiwanese manufacturers. Rumor has it that they have achieved new breakthroughs as well, suggesting that Taiwanese manufacturers may soon fall behind. In terms of display technology, They have established a joint venture with the Eastern factory to create a new production facility, which is reportedly on the verge of mass production. In the following days, Shen Fei remained preoccupied with addressing the backlog of business within the company. Although he typically spent his idle time engaging with online communities and attending rival product launches, the increasing exposure of Huaxin Technology's capabilities has led to heightened expectations from other manufacturers and online users alike. As the CEO of Huaxin Technology, Shen Fei is acutely aware that the weight of responsibility on his shoulders is heavier than anyone else's. The potential rise of domestic brands largely hinges on his leadership. The competition within the mobile phone industry is intensifying, particularly in the online market. The Blue Company, which had previously focused on offline markets, has now launched its iQOO brand specifically targeting online sales, with their inaugural model, the iQOO Gen 1, having surpassed 3 million units in sales. Intensified competition translates to increasingly elevated demands on manufacturers, especially as the Blue Company has transitioned its offline devices from LCD to LED screens. While the online market still predominantly uses LCD displays, the resolution has progressed from 720p to 1080p. Consequently, the upcoming Huaxin X2 has lost a core selling point. The system has even issued a reward. Should the Huaxin X2 achieve sales exceeding 2 million units in its first month, it will be granted the Red Door OS kernel, effectively addressing its final shortcoming. It appears that the next mobile phones must excel in display quality, as a screen of outstanding visual performance can significantly enhance sales figures. Although their screen manufacturing subsidiary in Huadong has made rapid advancements with the support of system technology, it still grapples with the persistent issue of OLED burn-in. Despite utilizing the highest quality materials available internationally, the burn-in problem remains severe and unresolvable, leaving Professor Wu baffled. Is it truly impossible for them to overcome the OLED burn-in issue? However, it has been reported that the Samsung team has made preliminary strides in resolving this problem, improving screen longevity by 20 compared to the previous generation. This is also the reason the Blue Company feels confident in utilizing OLED screens for their X5 Max model. Nevertheless, Samsung's OLED screens remain prohibitively expensive at present. As time progresses, however, their costs are expected to decline. If the OLED burn-in challenge cannot be surmounted, they will struggle to compete with Samsung in the display market. A knock at the door interrupted Shen Fei's contemplation. After all, he is not a researcher, and the reasons behind a burn-in issue should be left for them to ponder. What is it, Guman? Mr. Shen, I bring good news. The report from the Huadong Panel Company indicates that we have achieved a technological breakthrough. Having concluded her remarks, Guman casually passed the documents in her hand to Shen Fei, urging him to examine the files closely, for this matter could not be easily elucidated in just a few words. Upon receiving the materials, Shen Fei swiftly perused the report, which indicated that the research and development team had identified the reasons behind the susceptibility of OLED screens to burn-in issues. They had successfully validated new materials and further improved production technologies. Through these two advancements, the risk of burn-in had been reduced by approximately 85%. This revelation meant that the OLED screens produced by Huadong Panel Company could finally be mass-marketed, alleviating concerns over the immaturity of the technology. It was a remarkable breakthrough, occurring even earlier than the system's projections. Overcome with excitement, Shen Fei struck the table with a resounding clap, his enthusiasm causing his hand to redden. However, it seemed that their X2 and X2 Pro models had already been finalized, and it was unlikely, one might even say a certainty, that they would not be utilized. Although the timing of the breakthrough was slightly ahead of expectations, it was still regrettable that their X2 series would not benefit from it. Upon hearing this, Guman instantly conceived an idea. Mr. Shen, since we've already launched a Pro version, why not consider introducing another Pro model? She proposed. However, due to time constraints, we could differentiate our Pro from the Pro by the screen, keeping all other configurations identical. As for the pricing, perhaps you could check with the panel company regarding their costs? This was indeed a splendid idea, as it not only allowed for a potential price increase, but also provided an opportunity to showcase their capabilities to the outside world. However, once the panels were officially released, it was likely that the American market would react even more aggressively. Under Shen Fei's guidance, the chip design business at Ju Factory had become exceedingly mature and robust. Furthermore, Demi had ventured into the realm of chip design, preparing to pursue a path of self-production and self-marketing. Today, the screen panel industry was on the verge of surpassing several enterprises supported by the United States, thereby threatening to disrupt their high-end industrial stronghold. It remained to be seen whether they would resort to unconventional means of sanctions. Yet, Shen Fei was confident that if the United States dared to act maliciously, he could advocate for the country to impose a ban on certain industries. This was not mere speculation. Huaxin was of paramount importance in the eyes of the nation. Moreover, the fact that Huaxin was not monopolizing its successes played a significant role. How could such an exceptional enterprise not receive protection from the state? Disregarding her sore hand, Guman hastily picked up the phone and dialed Professor Wu, eager to inquire about certain details. Professor Wu, I have reviewed the report, and I find it quite impressive. I must commend your team's efforts. You will certainly be rewarded at year-end. She exclaimed, I will ensure that Huadong Panel Company sends you a bonus. And I shall also arrange for a personal bonus for myself at the end of the year. Previously, it had been stated that this collaboration was merely a trial run for Dongfang Factory, with no firm commitment made. However, with the continuous breakthroughs in technology, Dongfang Factory had ultimately resolved to fully cooperate, sending many seasoned engineers and transferring their contracts to Huadong Panel Company. Shen Fei chose to overlook this development, but he was aware of Dongfang Factory's stance, as they had applied for patents for several new technologies under the name of Huadong Panel Company, which he viewed as a declaration of their position. On the other end of the line, Professor Wu responded with excitement, yet humility, Mr. Shen. This achievement is the result of our team's relentless efforts. I cannot take much credit for it. The pivotal factor was that technical document. Initially, we had thoroughly understood the technology patents and were prepared to commence production directly, neglecting the subsequent attachments, which led to the persistently high burn-in rates that we could not overcome. Ultimately, our oversight delayed the company's operations. Blame? Shen Fei would never hold them accountable. The system had predicted that it would take at least 1 to 2 years to achieve successful trial production. Yet they had accomplished it in under a year through their partnership with Dongfang Factory. It's all right, Professor Wu. There's no need for you to feel guilty. I am well aware of your contributions. The specifics cannot be conveyed over the phone. Let's arrange for me to visit the factory tomorrow for a personal inspection, and you can provide me with the detailed information then. After hanging up, Shen Fei took a deep breath, attempting to calm the exhilaration swelling within him. He understood that his deepening involvement in the industry was not merely a personal victory for Huaxin Technology. Rather, it represented a transformative moment for the entire sector. A significant shift in the tides. The issue of burn-in and OLED screens was not solely a concern for Huaxin Technology, but rather a pain point for the entire industry. The entity that first resolved this dilemma would gain a competitive edge in the market, seizing the most lucrative opportunities and determining the fates of rival manufacturers. Chapter 77. Inspecting Huadong Panel Company early the next morning, Shen Fei set off for the airport, accompanied by Wang Teng and Secretary Guman typically. When conducting inspections of their own company, Shen Fei would bring along both Wang Teng and Guman. Huadong Panel Company was located in Jin City, with its factory situated in the suburbs. The area surrounding the factory was starkly desolate, not due to a lack of infrastructural development in Jin City, but rather because the land had been preemptively reserved for industrial use by Huadong Panel Company. The factory's surroundings were strikingly tranquil, interrupted only by the distant hum of machinery. Although the screen panel industry is considered high-tech, it inevitably generates noise and various forms of pollution, which are negligible compared to its output value. Upon exiting the vehicle, Shen Fei found Professor Wu waiting at the entrance, a broad smile illuminating his face. The fact that the CEO had rushed over upon learning of the technological breakthrough signified the importance placed on his work, far more significant than any monetary reward. Mr. Shen, welcome to our battlefield for inspection. Thank you for recognizing our efforts, Professor Wu greeted with a smile. Indeed, it could be termed a battlefield, like a technological war. A conflict devoid of gunpowder, yet fraught with peril. This arena was rife with challenges, with traps awaiting the unwary, ready to leave one lagging behind on the global stage, subject to exploitation by various powerful nations. Shen Fei nodded in acknowledgement of Professor Wu's sentiments as he followed him into the production base. The factory was immaculate and orderly, with the production line operating at full capacity, engaged in intense trial production. Although it had been confirmed in the laboratory that the burn-in rate had decreased by 85, ensuring an over 80 success rate for the technology, large-scale testing remained necessary before the technology could be confidently implemented in their new smartphones. The risk of burn-in and OLED screens was exceedingly high. A misstep could lead to a crisis in after-sales service, adversely affecting the company's reputation, which would be detrimental to Huaxin at this juncture, especially as it had just begun to establish a foothold in the high-end market. Once successful validation had been achieved, they would urgently produce a batch for the launch of the Huaxin X2 Pro. As Professor Wu guided Shen Fei forward, he elaborated on the functionalities of various machines and the arduous nature of their research and development efforts. After all, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. Mr. Shen, this is our latest production line, specifically designed for mass-producing OLED screens. Interestingly, the burn-in issue is somewhat linked to the raw materials used. The organic materials in LED screens degrade gradually over prolonged use. Even the most advanced materials from Samsung cannot fully overcome this challenge. However, the technical documentation provided us with a more advanced material, significantly extending the lifespan of our screens and effectively controlling the burn-in problem. Shen Fei attentively listened to Professor Wu's professional explanation, even though he did not fully grasp the content. He occasionally nodded in agreement. Approaching a machine, he observed the production process displayed on the screen with keen interest. The sound of the machine was music to his ears, as if it were unveiling boundless possibilities for the future. The OLED screen had secured another victory for Huaxin, inviting competitors to pursue relentlessly. Professor Wu then guided Shen Fei further along to the final cutting area, where they successfully completed the encapsulation. After testing, it would transform into a complete screen panel. Mr. Shen, look at this screen panel, Professor Wu said, pointing to a freshly produced panel. This is our latest sample, following several rounds of testing. The burn-in frequency has decreased by 95 compared to the OLED panel from Samsung's takeaway, and we are approximately 85 ahead of their proprietary screens. I can confidently assert that our display quality is at the forefront of the industry, with the lowest burn-in frequency. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei nodded in satisfaction. Having been in this industry for over a year, he understood that Samsung's top-tier screens were never available for sale. Any that were sold indicated obsolescence. Yet, even these inferior screens still outperformed other international counterparts. With the aid of the system, Huaxin had now caught up to Samsung, a remarkable achievement indeed. Shen Fei took the screen and examined it closely. The display on this experimental machine was exceptionally detailed, with vibrant colors and no signs of LCD color distortion or dark corners. It seemed that this advancement was indeed substantial. Unless one were professional, it would be nearly impossible to detect any flaws. After inspecting it, Shen Fei gave a thumbs up, affirming his approval of Professor Wu's work. This elicited an immediate surge of excitement from the professor, who realized his bonus would likely double. Professor Wu, you have truly accomplished something remarkable this time. Please expedite the subsequent verification work, and then send a batch of screens to our mobile phone factory. I plan to temporarily increase the X2 Pro model. We will differentiate the screen from the Pro to announce to the world that we have made significant breakthroughs. Hearing this, Professor Wu was instantly invigorated, eager to complete the follow-up testing. The previous acknowledgments were merely verbal. Now, the prospect of utilizing his own developed screens in the company's premier model represented the highest form of recognition. Rest assured, Mr. Shen, we will complete the follow-up testing immediately and ensure the screen panels are delivered to the factory a week before the launch event. With over a month remaining until the event, Professor Wu had ample time to finalize the tests. The current OLED screens could guarantee that the probability of burn-in would not exceed 1 in 10,000 within a year, a remarkably excellent statistic. Mr. Shen, look here. This is our latest testing equipment, specifically designed to detect screen burn-in, Professor Wu said, pointing to a testing apparatus. Shen Fei approached the machine, scrutinizing the screen, displaying an array of intricate images, ensuring that every color was fully represented. While certain images remained static for extended periods to validate whether prolonged, uneven display would result in ghosting. According to Professor Wu, the screen had undergone a week of continuous operation without exhibiting any ghosting, indicating that it had not suffered from burn-in and maintained excellent display quality. It seemed that the technology had indeed met expectations, even surpassing his initial assumptions. As Shen Fei exited the factory, he was filled with confidence. He recognized that in the realm of OLED screen production, Huaxin was indeed ahead, far surpassing its competitors. Huaxin had established a significant advantage in this arena, yet research and development must not cease. Looking at Professor Wu, who had come to see him off, Shen Fei remarked, Mr. Wu, you have done exceptionally well. Your year-end bonus will surely be substantial. Furthermore, I will collaborate with the Eastern Factory to increase next year's R&D budget by at least 30. I hope you continue your research on this path. Upon hearing this, Professor Wu's heart swelled with joy, realizing that his persistent efforts had finally borne fruit. Rest assured, Mr. Shen, we will continue our research and strive to develop even better and more stable luminescent materials. After saying this, Shen Fei waved his hand, signaling that they could return. Once in his car, Shen Fei turned to his aides, Guman and Wang Tong, instructing them to inform the higher-ups to convene a meeting to discuss the pricing strategy for the Pro, as well as to formulate a crisis management plan to prevent a repeat of the previous smear incident. Furthermore, Gu, please communicate with upper management to enhance security. Particularly at the chip factory, protective measures must be reinforced. The screens are of utmost importance, as we cannot afford a misstep should our rivals resort to desperate measures. With that, Shen Fei closed his eyes to rest. He understood that the journey ahead in screen production would be long and arduous, but at least Huaxin and the Huadong Panel Company had taken the most crucial step forward. Just as Shen Fei contemplated future developments, a new challenge arose. Chapter 78. The dilemma of the system. Upon returning from the Huadong Panel Company, Shen Fei was in high spirits. The technological breakthrough in OLED screens revealed the potential for Huaxin technology to establish a foothold in the mobile phone industry. Shen Fei intended to leverage the OLED screens to create a significant gap between Huaxin and other manufacturers, aiming to position Huaxin phones as the leading domestic brand. He also envisioned selling the Huaxin X2 Pro in the European market, showcasing the marvel to those who had been astonished by mere fast-charging technology. However, the course of events was not without its complications. To Shen Fei's delight, Professor Wu delivered a batch of OLED screens the very next day, each measuring 55 inches. This surprised Shen Fei, as he thought the screen testing was still ongoing. Professor Wu excitedly explained, "Mr. Shen, the trial phones are not production machines. There is no need for excessive caution. We're not selling these. You can assemble a few trial machines for system debugging without affecting our experimental testing. This will save us some time. Once our testing is complete, the mass-produced screens can be sent directly to the factory to commence production." Upon hearing this, Shen Fei immediately summoned his trusted lieutenant, Wang Teng, the man of formidable stature. He instructed him to follow Professor Wu's advice and assemble a few experimental machines for system testing. After all, the ProS only change was the screen. Yet some basic adaptation work still needed to be done. This batch of screens was crucial, representing an opportunity for significant advancement and the hope for the future. During the testing and adaptation process, meticulous attention to detail was imperative to ensure absolute reliability. Shen Fei patted Wang Teng on the shoulder, acknowledging that even a man of his stature was still his subordinate. "I understand, Mr. Shen," Wang Teng replied with a nod, determination gleaming in his eyes. He had accompanied Shen Fei to the Huadong Panel Company the previous day and recognized the significance of this batch of screens for Huaxin's current standing. "However, Mr. Shen, the impact of these OLED screens is indeed substantial, but might not be the greatest. What if we inject some creativity?" Upon hearing Shen Fei's serious directives, Wang Teng was struck by a brilliant idea, one that aligned with Shen Fei's previous vision of a full-screen concept. With most devices sporting large foreheads and chins, if Huaxin were to adopt OLED screens with low burn-in rates and exceptional display quality, even at a price exceeding 5,000 yuan, many consumers would likely be willing to invest. After all, the display quality of LCD and OLED screens is truly incomparable. "What sort of whimsical ideas do you have in mind?" Shen Fei remarked as his mind momentarily faltered. In his previous plans, it was anticipated that their OLED screens would not achieve mass production until the following year, with the X3 or X4 or perhaps the X5 models slated to feature the OLED screens alongside a full-screen design. However, he was taken aback by the remarkable capabilities of his research team, who had achieved a technological breakthrough ahead of schedule. "Mr. Shen, have you forgotten the concept of a full-screen display that you proposed earlier?" At this point, Shen Fei suddenly comprehended. He had indeed overlooked this aspect. "Let's devise two plans. One batch with a full-screen design, to see if any issues arise. After all, the differences between full-screen displays and conventional mobile screens are not exceedingly vast. There have been some preliminary suggestions of this concept abroad, yet ultimately they were abandoned. Is there a pitfall here?" Shen Fei truly did not know, as the system had merely indicated that full-screen displays were the trend of the future, but had not disclosed the specific challenges or solutions associated with them. He would have to navigate these waters cautiously on his own. Simultaneously, a conventional batch should also be produced, to avoid any potential issues with full-screen compatibility that could lead to delays. As for pricing the Pro model, please have the marketing department gauge the market sentiment, while you should also test the waters on your digital chat station account. We can consolidate the data later and hold a brief meeting. Shen Fei had previously considered that the price of the Pro model would fall into the 4,000 yuan range. The Pro would undoubtedly be priced higher, but he remained uncertain about the exact increment. Additionally, he had a crucial system task that needed to be completed, which was pivotal for future strategies. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, Wang Teng felt a pang of frustration. Why did he have to say so much? Wasn't he just inviting unnecessary trouble upon himself? However, the mention of the digital chat station account invigorated Wang Teng. After all, It had been quite some time since he had engaged with those online commentators, each of whom wielded their metaphorical fishing hooks, eager to probe for news about the Huaxin X1. But honestly, who among them used a straight hook for fishing? That would be rather foolish, wouldn't it? In reality, there are indeed those who use straight hooks, and I shall refrain from naming the manufacturers that fell for it. The assembly of the experimental devices progressed swiftly, particularly for the standard configuration of the mobile phone. Within just one day, it was completed. After all, this Pro model was merely a variant with a different screen. All other design plans had been prepared. There was no technical difficulty involved, yet the full-screen model would require a few more days. Although Huaxin had pre-designed motherboards and other configurations, adjustments were necessary due to changes in screen dimensions. However, the colossal machine at Huaxin was now in motion, with various teams concurrently engaged in development. Soon, the exterior design was finalized and assembly commenced. Before long, Wang Teng led his team into an intense phase of testing. This was, after all, Huaxin's inaugural full-screen mobile phone, and its success was uncertain, with no one able to guarantee that issues would not arise. Particularly, the potential problems with the system were monumental, as the current system was still subpar. Despite significant improvements compared to the previous generation, it remained inadequate. This was Wang Teng's greatest concern. Unexpectedly, the test results astounded everyone, or perhaps the surprise was somewhat anticipated. Indeed, there were issues with the adaptation of the Android system. Currently, Android developers, in an effort to simplify their work, limited screen ratios to 16:9, making it easier to develop the underlying framework. While this was convenient for them, it posed significant challenges for Huaxin, as they could not proceed with full-screen adaptation. Consequently, the advantages of a new screen could not be realized, leaving the mobile phone's design at a conventional level. Wang Teng reflected that Shen Fei had indeed been prudent. It was fortunate that two plans had been prepared in advance. He decided it was best to report back to Shen Fei promptly. How could this be possible? Shen Fei exclaimed, furrowing his brow as he reviewed the testing report sent by Wang Teng. We have clearly resolved the screen burn-in issue. Why is the system still obstructing us? Wang Teng sighed and immediately explained, Mr. Shen, this is a limitation of the underlying framework of the Android system, which strictly restricts the flexibility of screen ratios. This is why our adaptation has failed. If we were to force an adaptation, it could lead to various anomalies. What sort of anomalies? Are they severe? We should weigh the risks. If they are not substantial, let us proceed with a forced adaptation. Well, to put it frankly, the risks are quite significant. The few experimental devices we have adapted so far have encountered issues such as system crashes and display anomalies. It appears that forced adaptation is not feasible. Shen Fei remained silent for a moment, a wave of helplessness washing over him. He understood well the stringent control exerted by Google over the Android system. Persuading them to modify the underlying architecture was nearly impossible. Previously, when they requested a deep adaptation with Huaxin Technology S chip, they had been unwilling. Ultimately, it was the Huaxin Technology team that adapted the public version of the system. Modifying the underlying framework was even more implausible. Moreover, the foreign engineers were filled with arrogance. Even if Huaxin Technology sent an email requesting an adjustment to the screen ratio, it would take 6 months for them to respond, if they responded at all, and they would likely refuse outright. Not everyone is eager to work overtime. Shen Fei stood before the floor-to-ceiling glass of a laboratory, unconsciously caressing the cold metallic frame of the experimental device. The garbled text flickering on the screen felt like a sharp blade, silently casting aside his hopes. Even though the Huadong panel company had minimized the risk of burn-in through technical improvements, this new device he had high hopes for was still shackled to outdated molds. The 16:9 screen ratio loomed like an iron bar, perfectly imprisoning his meticulously designed full-screen display within the confines of the Android system. Ah yes, it's you who designed this system. It has nothing to do with me. It's all your original creation. Get lost, you wretched system. I'm trying to be sentimental here. And you're interrupting. What about Google? Have we made contact? Mr. Shen, you know very well that it would be a stroke of luck if we receive a reply within 6 months for the email we sent. Rather than pondering how to resolve this issue with Google, why not focus on getting our system officially recognized? Actually, I did send it over. They'll likely respond with an automated email shortly. Although Android developers rarely check their emails, they do send a polite automated reply. As it happened, their email had just arrived, and I'll read it to you. Wang Ting opened the tablet and recited. The Android open source community warmly welcomes partners to submit requests and suggestions, but adjustments to the underlying framework require consensus among global developers. They never fail to deliver the same response to any issue. This is merely a pretext for their monopoly, isn't it? Why is the Android system free? It's merely a means to suppress our homegrown systems. Just like the operating systems for computers, they have never cared whether we, the Chinese users, are employing legitimate paid systems. Their only concern is whether we have developed our own domestic operating systems. As Shen Fei pondered this, he suddenly laughed, though it was a laugh tinged with resignation. Consensus? That's merely the excuse of a monopolist refusing to budge. With that, Shen Fei helplessly hurled the Huaxin X1 engineering prototype to the floor. The cracks in the spiderweb-like screen instantaneously broke through the comical black borders. What they saw was not consensus. He fixated on the intricate fissures and continued, stating that their intention was to keep us perpetually kneeling, consuming the dregs of others' feasts. Yet, the implementation of a self-developed system posed a significant dilemma that warranted discussion. Yu and Guman immediately instructed everyone to prepare for a new high-level meeting. Wang Teng promptly dashed out towards Guman's office, ready to notify the senior executives of the company alongside him. This left Shen Fei alone in the office, deep in contemplation. Must we truly embark on developing our own system? The joint venture has long been established and has already initiated its independent research and development. However, currently, there is no system reward for the self-developed core. It merely builds upon the Linux kernel and Light OS kernel. Yet, this could enhance compatibility with the existing Android system, alleviating adaptation difficulties. Nevertheless, this system is still less than 50% complete, rendering it unusable. It appears that for now, we must swallow our pride. Initially, he believed his strategy was well conceived, but regrettably, those beneath him were too ambitious, achieving technological breakthroughs at an astonishing pace. Alas, this is also a form of helplessness. What Shen Fei was unaware of was that the issue of screen proportions had been raised not only by Huaxin, but also by numerous international counterparts who had approached Google with similar proposals, all of which had been met with rejection. In a sense, Google understood that embracing full-screen displays would be advantageous. It was merely their apathy that hindered progress. From a certain perspective, Google's treatment of all manufacturers was equitable. Soon, the large conference room was filled with attendees. Shen Fei elucidated the testing results and the issues pertaining to system adaptation to everyone present, prompting a discussion on the future direction of Huaxin technology. Opinions were expressed fervently during the meeting. Some advocated for continued dialogue with Google, suggesting another email, and if that went unanswered, to approach them directly in America. They aimed to secure greater technical support. Others contended that since we had severed ties and they were unwilling to accommodate us, we should not rely on them any longer. Instead, we ought to master core technologies and develop our own operating system. At this, Shen Fei chuckled, for the self-developed system had indeed been in progress, albeit undisclosed to them until now. Mr. Shen, I believe we should intensify our efforts towards the development of our self-developed system, Wang Teng asserted, standing with conviction. This issue is not unique to us. Demi has also raised concerns with Google, only to be rebuffed. We must expedite the development of our own system. Only then will we command respect from others. Moreover, with our own operating system, we can genuinely compete with Apple, rather than merely closing the gap through hardware superiority. Shen Fei nodded in agreement, acknowledging Wang Teng's valid points. Upon hearing this, the attendees were taken aback. The notion of increasing investment in the self-developed system was comprehensible when analyzed separately, yet the collective understanding was muddled. When did we develop our own system? How are we unaware of this? Guman, the chief secretary, quickly clarified that the self-developed system had been collaboratively developed with Ju Factory for several months. This matter was of considerable importance, and thus known to very few. Please remember to keep this information confidential, he urged, and the crowd nodded in understanding. Listening to the discussions, Shen Fei had already reached a conclusion. Very well, from today onward, we shall elevate the development of our self-developed system to an S-tier priority, on par with the chip team, allocating more funds and manpower. Chapter 80, Opening Channels in Europe, Initiating Internationalization. A gentleman avenges himself 10 years later. I, Shen Fei, will swallow this grievance. After all, it is not a colossal issue. Our rejection was not an isolated incident. As for traveling to America to plead with Google, let's abandon that notion. As long as our Huaxin X1 series surpasses 2 million units in initial sales, all these issues will be effortlessly resolved. Currently, the development of the self-developed system is still in its early stages, so let's temporarily shelve the full-screen concept. After the meeting with Ju Factory, I will communicate with them. Old Master Ren has already signaled his support, and General, you will certainly cooperate with the core of the system and the excellent engineers from both sides. Shen Fei was confident that his system would successfully debut within the next year or two. At that point, reality would deliver a significant lesson to the arrogant Google. He would then relish the irony. Even without a full screen, our OLED display, boasting the world's lowest burn-in rate, would astonish the globe. Thus, we must deliberate on our pricing strategy. Wang Tong suggested that all configurations should mirror the Pro model, with the only distinction being the screen. He personally proposed a price increase of $300, setting the starting price at $4,999. Will this price reduction lead to diminished sales, fail to recoup our development costs, and potentially expose our new progress to competitors like Samsung? Queried Li Qing, who is responsible for marketing. This generation of products is primarily intended to showcase our capabilities, or more precisely, to provoke America. We aim to gauge their stance towards us. As for sales, there is no need to fret. Regarding technical leaks, I must admit I had not considered that. While the raw materials for screen production have achieved industrial substitution, Professor Wu has come up with a strategy to procure a substantial amount of raw materials from foreign manufacturers, particularly from the Samsung Group, after the launch. This will serve as a trap to see how they react. Given the current low yield rates of LED screens, manufacturers are reluctant to use them, resulting in very affordable international raw materials, even lower than our own production costs. If Samsung chooses to impose sanctions for breach of contract, Shen Fei would be laughing all the way to the bank. All right, everyone, it's time to start your preparations and test the limits of consumer acceptance to finalize our pricing. Additionally, I have one request. The first month's sales of the Huaxin X1 must exceed 1 million units. Let's all have a prosperous new year. To bolster sales, think about what enticing gifts we can offer consumers during the initial sales period, making it impossible for them to refuse. After all, the system requires us to surpass 2 million units sold to unlock the Red Door core, which is crucial for our future plans and must be achieved. Li Qing proposed a brilliant idea. I believe we could offer consumers a 2-year battery warranty. If the battery capacity drops to 80 within 2 years, they could receive a complimentary official battery replacement. This suggestion was indeed excellent, given Huaxing's current battery technology coupled with fast charging. Those who might deplete their battery to 80 within 2 years would be a rarity. This would not impose significant pressure on after-sales service. Our after-sales service is nearly established, so we are well prepared, Wang Hua remarked. After the meeting concluded, Shen Fei immediately contacted the senior executives at Ju Factory. Ju Factory had indeed invested considerably in system optimization, recruiting many outstanding development engineers. Mr. Shen, are you suggesting we accelerate the system's development? Has Google offended you again? Or have you developed something remarkable that they refuse to accommodate? Yu Dazue, relying on Shen Fei's few words, deduced a general idea. Shen Fei had always believed Yu Dazue possessed an exceptional instinct. His rise to his current position was attributed not only to his capabilities, but also to his acute perception. This phone call further solidified Shen Fei's impression. Yes, there is something promising in terms of hardware. Once we launch, we will open it to Ju Factory. However, due to the system's limitations, it cannot yet achieve the ideal form I envision. Given this context, Mr. Shen, I shall refrain from further inquiries. I concur with the matter at hand. How much will Huaxin invest? What amount can we contribute? Simultaneously, we will dispatch a team of engineers to collaborate, including our esteemed expert in microkernel research. This was also one of the reasons why Shen Fei sought to onboard the Ju Factory. The talent pool there is exceedingly vast. Their decades of accumulated expertise far surpasses the mere year of experience we have at Huaxin Technology. By the way, Mr. Yu, I intend to leverage your sales channels in Europe to facilitate the distribution of our next-generation Huaxin X1. Would this be permissible? Brother Shen, since you have graciously offered us access to this enigmatic technology, how could I possibly refuse? We are prepared to provide them with a 25% commission on sales. It may seem substantial, yet they truly exert considerable effort. Presently, our sales volume in the European market has surpassed 1.5 million units. Moreover, granting them a sales commission allows us to adjust our prices. Regardless of the outcome, we stand to profit. While a 25% sales commission may appear steep, it translates to a modest sum on a per-unit basis. Ultimately, the cost comes from a sheep, not us at Huaxin. I would like to extend my gratitude to you in advance, Mr. Yu. However, I wonder if Mr. Yu will be left speechless afterwards. After all, the technology being sold this time is merely the screen. Even if Mr. Yu subsequently approaches the East China Panel Company, Shen Fei would still sell to them. After all, screens must be sold to gather extensive data for further enhancements. The digital chat station has noted that the release of the Huaxin X1 is imminent. It has been previously mentioned that this generation of Huaxin will continue to ascend in positioning. Ascending in positioning does not necessarily equate to an increase in price. The pricing for this generation's standard version will present a considerable surprise compared to its predecessor. Concurrently, there will be Pro versions released. I have had the pleasure of hands-on experience with all models. I am particularly fond of the Pro version, which boasts an exceptional OLED display. In terms of performance, all three models share the latest Huaxin X1 flagship chip. However, there are some discrepancies in other configurations. I hope Mr. Shen will provide an attractive price. Just for reference, I propose a figure of $2,999. What is the thought process behind the lofty expectations of the X series as opposed to the S series? The Pro of the S series commands such a price. I am curious if the Huaxin X series will reach 4,000 yuan. Is the Huaxin brand truly utilizing OLED screens? And can their after-sales system mitigate the high risk of screen burn-in? Or does Huaxin possess superior OLED technology that prevents burn-in? Am I the only one concerned about the Huaxin tablet? I just came from the Huaxin official website, where they also have a survey. It appears that Huaxin has a significant strategy in store, and the costs are not trivial. I wonder what the Pro version will truly excel in. I hope it is not solely in pricing. Rest assured, it is absolutely not limited to pricing. It is indeed a great value, a remarkable product. Furthermore, it will exert a certain impact on the current industry. The successful mass production of AMOLED screens is not particularly noteworthy, but the significant reduction in burn frequency is a monumental achievement that could transform the current display market. However, in the short term, the screens from the East China Panel Company will undoubtedly be expensive, perhaps even 20 more costly than those from Samsung's OLED offerings. After all, the quality of East China Panel Company screens is superior, with a lower risk of burn-in and minimal after-sales concerns. For the time being, the industry remains predominantly reliant on LCD screens, with high-end production lines gradually transitioning. The primary focus for Huaxin will be to generate excitement for the Huaxin X2, as it is the final smartphone release for 2023, marking a grand conclusion for Huaxin technology. In the following days, the publicity department operated like a whirlwind. They scoured various online platforms, aggregating discussions regarding the price increase of Huaxin and compiling a report. Li Qing and Gu Man proceeded to Shen Fei's office to present their findings. The sales figures were critical to everyone's year-end bonuses, and no one could afford to overlook this. Upon entering the office and settling in, Li Qing began, "Mr. Shen, I feel we could consider lowering the price of the Pro version. Our standard version, Pro, and the Pro's core SoC are identical, so the distinctions are minimal, limited to minor adjustments in certain details. Previously, we needed to elevate the price of the Pro version, but now that we have a superior option, I believe we can revert to its rightful pricing. This would also make it one of the mainstays of the X2 series." According to Li Qing's analysis, when the price hovers around 4,000 yuan, there is no domestic manufacturer that could position it as a primary sales representative. "Please elaborate on the specifics," Shen Fei requested. "Our standard version has performed exceptionally well, resulting in minimal enhancement for the Pro. The only improvements are in battery life, charging speed, and the back cover. If the price is set too high, consumers may voice their discontent. With the Pro now available, there is no need for its price to escalate. I believe a mere 400 yuan increase would still attract numerous consumers willing to pay for the ceramic back cover. In due course, this Pro will undoubtedly become our sales powerhouse." Shen Fei pondered for a moment before ultimately agreeing to the proposal. After all, the pressure of achieving 2 million units in sales was substantial. Although there were no penalties for failing to meet the target, having just been outmaneuvered by Google, Shen Fei was eager to secure the core technology and develop their own system. Just as he was preparing to promote their mobile phone, a call from Lei Busi came through. "Mr. Shen, I would like to ask for your assistance." "What is it, Mr. Lei? Why did you feel the need to call personally?" "It pertains to those few manufacturers that have been continuously using their sub-brands to benchmark against our Xiaomi company. Our current situation is challenging, so I plan to spin off the Homey brand next Monday. Perhaps you could delay your pre-launch until next week? There is still more than half a month until your press conference, so it shouldn't be urgent. In exchange, I will allocate our upcoming investment shares in Huami Technology to you." Upon hearing this, Shen Fei felt a wave of relief. Although the matter seemed somewhat abrupt, it would not significantly affect Huaxin Technology. Huaxin was originally slated for a mere 15 days of pre-orders, with large-scale reservations commencing only 7 days before the press conference. Lei Busi had seized a fortunate opportunity. Shen Fei recognized the need to learn from Lei Busi, who adeptly prepared gifts when seeking favors to avoid seeming abrupt. In the eyes of adults, only interests matter. As long as the benefits are in place, exchanges can occur. This was a lesson Shen Fei had learned throughout the year. Since Mr. Lei has suggested it, I shall comply, as we are not in a rush. As for the shares in Huami Technology, you may keep them. After concluding the call, Lei Busi returned to his pressing matters concerning the independence of the Homey brand. Undoubtedly, he had been quite busy lately, juggling the Xiaomi 4S, the first-generation Xiaomi tablet, the acquisition of Intel's chip business, and the independence of Homey. Fortunately, there exists a newly appointed general, Liu Weibin, who can assist in alleviating some of the burdens. Otherwise, the relentless pace of Lei Jun during this period would be utterly exhausting. Soon, Homey convened a solo press conference, though the focus this time was not on smartphones, but rather on the Homey brand itself. Contrary to Liu Weibin's expectations of launching the K-series, the conference unveiled the more budget-friendly Note series, targeting the market segment price between 100 and 1,300 yuan, continuing to deliver exceptional value for money. The spokesperson for this event was not the familiar Lei Jun, but rather Liu Weibin, who was officially appointed as the CEO of the Homey brand. During this conference, the inaugural Homey Note was introduced, marking the launch of the Note series. However, the initial model of the Homey Note did not evoke much excitement. It could merely be considered an enhanced version of the Homey 1S. It offered a wider array of colors and upgraded the battery from a removable 2,000 mAh to a more robust 3,200 mAh, yet remained a 3G device. The series featured both standard and enhanced versions, distinguished by different core socks. The standard version was equipped with the MTK 6592 processor, a commonplace chip in budget phones, easily tunable by the Xiaomi company. In contrast, the enhanced version boasted the Fire Dragon 410 processor and increased RAM from 1 GB to 2 GB, with a price tag of 999 yuan. While this left a considerable disparity compared to competitors like Honor's and Joy series, Xiaomi's offering still had certain advantages, such as a larger RAM and unique features like a removable battery that provided superior recovery speed, despite wired charging remaining at 5W, akin to international competitors. However, with the support for the ancient technology of removable batteries, this charging speed was deemed quite reasonable, outpacing some international rivals. Following this conference, it was officially announced that Homey would become an independent company, albeit fully owned by Xiaomi. Furthermore, a dedicated Homey Research Institute would be established, although this institute would merely serve a symbolic purpose, with all technological advancements still sourced from Xiaomi. Father, I desire this. Father, I long for a substantial battery. In the name of his father, though it seemed his father was not as formidable as Honor's patriarch. After the Homey press conference concluded, merely a week remained before the scheduled event set by Huaxin. While discussions about Homey's independence were rampant, all of Huaxin's official social media accounts published the first teaser article for the Huaxin 2014 Winter Conference and the Huaxin X1 series, inviting anticipation. The article was accompanied by a mysterious poster featuring 3 smartphones, their backs shrouded in darkness, revealing only the silhouettes of the camera modules, maintaining the signature clean aesthetic. The leftmost device housed 2 lenses, while the middle and right ones were equipped with 3 lenses. Indeed, this generation of Huaxin is set to elevate the lens count from 2 to 3, boldly pushing the boundaries in an era where competitors still employed single lens setups, creating a spectacle that, regardless of practicality, aimed to impress. Chapter 82, An Unexpected Turn of Events. The blog post just released by Huaxin Technology sent ripples across the tranquil surface of the tech community. Enthusiasts flocked to the comment section, speculating and discussing the performance and features of the Huaxin X1 series. This phone looks impressive. The metallic frame exudes quality. If I'm not mistaken, the Pro version should feature a ceramic back. Has Huaxin Technology managed to overcome the low yield rate issues associated with ceramic backs? I wonder if there is any groundbreaking technology involved. I'm so eager to find out. The buzz around CEO Li had surged to the top of Weibo's trending topics, entirely through organic traffic, not artificially inflated. A young intern from the marketing team burst into the room, exhilarated, for this was indeed a moment of triumph. While Huaxin Technology had previously topped the charts, it was often through sheer force. Now, they had achieved this milestone through genuine engagement, reflecting the growing prominence of Huaxin Technology. Indeed, to actualize the vision of technological advancement for the nation, Huaxin Technology had recruited a large number of recent graduates for specialized training. Even if only a handful remained with the company, it was a worthwhile investment. For those who depart, can aid competitors, fostering mutual growth. Some of these recruits were contracted by rivals, paying for Huaxin to provide training. With Huaxin being a leader in technology and internet marketing, it was a mutually beneficial arrangement that left Shen Fei quite content, as there was no need to share core technologies, merely imparting knowledge on operational practices. The Huaxin tablet displayed the phrase Black Technology Triple Camera alongside the term Breakthrough in deep crimson. Below this, it noted Ceramic Breakthrough, first to introduce ceramic back. Li Qing glanced through the comments section, noting that even though his meticulously designed poster was subtle, some bloggers had managed to analyze its implications. The public discourse was ablaze. While Wang Teng led the development team in final adjustments and optimizations for the three smartphones. The Huaxin X2, as the base model, featured 5.5-inch 1080p screen, a metallic frame with a glass back, and incorporated Huaxin's self-developed rear fingerprint module, significantly enhancing unlocking success rates. In terms of battery life, it housed a 3,800 mAh battery with a 27W charging speed, making it highly competitive in the current smartphone market, especially with the inclusion of the latest Tianqin semiconductor-developed Tianqin 810 chip. Although this chip was merely an overclocked variant, its performance remained robust. Coupled with Huaxin's innovative stacked cooling technology, the chip maintained a low temperature even under overclocking conditions. This prompted the R&D team at Tianqin Semiconductor to consider further overclocking the Tianqin 810, planning to name the new iteration Tianqin 810 Plus. With Huaxing Mobile being the first to launch this chip, the Huaxin X2 Pro, building upon the X2 foundation, showcased its most notable upgrade by replacing the glass back with a newly developed ceramic back. With the assistance of traditional artisans, Huaxing technology had finally resolved the issue of cracks during the ceramic firing process, enabling successful mass production. Additional minor upgrades included increasing the battery capacity from 3,800 mAh to 4,000 mAh and enhancing the charging speed from 27W to 33W, rendering the Pro model superior primarily due to its ceramic back. The smooth, jade-like texture of the ceramic back indeed provided a more pleasant tactile experience, and the Pro version was only priced 400 yuan higher than the standard model, suggesting it would likely become the mainstay of this series. As for the Pro Plus variant, it bore minimal differences, utilizing the same mold and configurations, merely swapping the LCD screen for the newly developed OLED display. Yet, the disparity in screen technology resulted in a cost difference exceeding 300 yuan, while the improvement in display quality was astonishing. Mr. Wang, we encountered some minor calibration issues with the screen colors on the X2 Pro. An engineer hurriedly approached to report a situation. Do not panic. Let us examine this together. If necessary, we can summon Professor Wu. Wang Teng immediately set aside his work, personally directing the engineers to engage in urgent debugging tasks. As for whether this minor issue would pose a dilemma for Huaxing technology, Wang Teng had not given it much thought, even if he could not resolve it himself. After all, he could always call in reinforcements. This exemplifies the allure of Huaxing technology's current technological reserves. After engineers meticulously scrutinized every parameter and repeatedly tested various display effects, they ultimately resolved the issue with the screen's color calibration after a half-day's effort. It turned out to be a false alarm. However, as the preheating progressed, when the 33W charging was unveiled, consumers were left astonished. Was Huaxing technology truly this formidable in research and development? In such a short span, the charging technology had advanced further. While competitor Zhu Factory had only released a 20W charging capability, yet Huaxin had introduced a remarkable 225W charging technology. Just as Zhu Factory unveiled its 27W, Huaxin countered with 33W. How much more technological prowess do they possess? Are they merely waiting for competitors to release their innovations before unveiling their latest technologies? Shen Fei teased. Guess how much I still have in hand? Yet, the astonishing speed of the 33W charging evidently provided adversarial forces with an opportunity to target Huaxin technology. Foreign magnates were all too eager to undermine Huaxin, as such opportunities were rare. Thus, they hastily rallied to support domestic trolls. Their tactics were nothing more than smearing and spreading rumors to create obstacles for Huaxin technology. Consequently, a renowned digital forum erupted with claims that fast charging was unsafe, asserting the higher the charging speed, the greater the risk. Their rationale was that foreign markets still employed a 5W charging rate, while domestic speeds had soared beyond 30 watts. How could safety be assured? This was truly a classic case of outdated tactics from these grand colonizers. Meanwhile, Huaxin's public relations department swiftly relayed this discourse to the promotional division Li Qing. Upon reading it, Li Qing couldn't help but smile wryly. They had exhausted all their strategies, displaying a severe lack of sophistication. Indeed, it was laughable. Let this serve as a spectacle for consumers. She instructed the troll army to steer discussions towards the safety of charging technology as she walked towards the elevator. Moreover, she authorized the early release of the report on their charging technology, certified by the German Rhine, inviting everyone to witness the spectacle. As for Li Qing, she headed to Shen Fei's office. After all, Such humor should not be enjoyed alone. Laughter is best shared. In the logistics department, Wang Hua was measuring the curvature of the ceramic back cover of a Huaxin X1 Pro with a vernier caliper. The temperature curve during the thermal bending process was still not perfect. As a company rooted in technology, the pursuit of perfection was hardly excessive. He pointed out to Wang Tung, "Look at these 2-micron-level stress cracks." Wang Tung leaned closer, the light illuminating the moon-white body, and those barely discernible lines refracted a luminous spectrum akin to the aurora. "Let be." Wang Tung straightened up, adjusting his suit jacket. Consumers might perceive this as an intentional design feature, a shimmering pattern. Chapter 83. The Pitiful Grand Colonizer. In the broadcasting hall, Shen Fei and Gu Man were conducting the final rehearsal. This time, Shen Fei decided to take a step back. He would not be involved in the entire process. The Huaxin X1 series consisted of 3 smartphones, and the Huaxin tablet would also be officially launched at this conference. If Shen Fei were to explain all 4 products alone, not only would he tire himself out, but the audience would also experience aesthetic fatigue. Thus, he planned to appear only during the introduction of the OLED screen and the Huaxin X1 Pro, while leaving the rest to Gu Man concurrently. Gu Man would assume the role of brand manager for the Huaxin X1 series, albeit in name only, as the actual responsibilities would still lie with Wang Tung. Indeed, one of Shen Fei's clever strategies was to have a beautiful host present, captivating the audience. Among Huaxin smartphone users, male consumers still comprise the majority, making Gu Man's appearance a well-considered decision. Firstly, having followed Shen Fei for a year, she possessed an in-depth understanding of these products, ensuring she would not present incongruent information. She might even articulate the details more professionally than he could. Secondly, Gu Man's striking beauty was an undeniable asset. After all, attractiveness is often the most compelling allure, and consumer impulse would likely be ignited. Thanks to the joint efforts of the public relations and promotional departments, the Grand Colonizer was swiftly discredited. Particularly, when a report certified by Rhine was released, the blogger was thoroughly ridiculed across the internet. Anyone can become a digital blogger nowadays, lacking even the most basic knowledge. Had he any education, he wouldn't have articulated such foolish viewpoints. Does certification from some obscure agency guarantee safety? One user quipped, "I assert that Huaxin is unsafe, especially since even Apple hasn't adopted it." Another chimed in, "Let me share a top-secret piece of information. I've heard that Edison's laboratory archives detail experiments on the lethal nature of alternating current. No wonder Tesla's AC system was once labeled as deadly, right? By your standards, the entire national power grid should be dismantled and reverted to direct current, considering that foreign markets never widely utilized AC back then." Overy, what if he can't discern the sarcasm and thinks you're praising him? This farce, orchestrated by the public relations and promotional teams, quickly dissipated. Other bloggers wishing to capitalize on the trend, witnessing the downfall of their peer, hastily concealed their intended videos. The disgraced blogger, feeling defeated, opted to hide his account, planning a return after some time, for the internet has no memory. After a while, who would recall his misdeed? Yet, when evening arrived, and he attempted to log back in to see whether the storm had passed, he found the app displaying a flurry of crimson notifications, leaving him chilled to the bone. This user has violated community guidelines by posting inappropriate content and has been banned. This revelation ignited his fury. Although his follower count was modest, amassing around 100,000, he had been promised a mere 2,000 for his efforts. Yet, despite his arduous attempts to steer public opinion, he was left with a ban. This loss demanded compensation from them. He hastily pulled out his phone to call the intermediary, only to discover the line was busy. Realization struck him. He had been abandoned. Yet the final payment was still outstanding. Of course, greater suffering awaited him. In the days to come, he would likely be enjoying a complimentary stay with meals included. Upon the emergence of public discourse, Huaxin Technology promptly opted to report the matter. Regarding the act of accepting funds to publicly malign, Huaxin Technology would naturally pursue it to the fullest extent, aiming to set an example. Unfortunately, he was the sacrificial lamb. Shen Fei received relevant notifications from the authorities, confirming that this incident was indeed linked to certain foreign factions. Moreover, they had only paid a 2,000 deposit. Shen Fei had anticipated that, after their previous experiences, these factions would lie low for a while, but to his surprise, they had merely gone underground. They were now striking again, and with remarkable efficiency. For a mere 2,000, they had orchestrated this entire public relations debacle, showcasing impressive cost-effectiveness. However, what kind of dimwits were their informants? They seemed to be a collection of fools. To Shen Fei, Their tactics appeared quite foolish, leading to such absurd statements, and it was only natural they had been cast aside. Sending such imbeciles to tarnish Huaxin Technology's reputation. Did they truly underestimate them? Guman interjected. What if their budget was more limited? And the intermediary and higher-ups skimmed off some? Upon hearing these words, Shen Fei suddenly comprehended the folly of the smear campaign that had transpired. The leader of the universe's foremost nation, the Samsung Group, had witnessed our endeavors falter. The public outcry had dissipated, and concurrently, the prominence of Huaxing had further amplified. Should we now consider joining their so-called fast-charging alliance? Additionally, this incident could serve as an opportunity to gauge the advancements in their OLED screens. How could Jay possibly have failed? Had I not allocated $1 million for this initiative? How could it have concluded so swiftly? What sort of individuals have you enlisted that such trivial matters could result in failure? I trust that your hands remain clean in this affair. Upon hearing this, a cold sweat broke out in his heart, and he hurriedly reassured, Rest assured, Minister, I shall atone for my misdeeds. With that, Jay waved him away, signaling for him to exit, while he dialed a number to initiate an investigation. However, his vigilance towards Huaxin intensified, contemplating whether to impose a ban on the export of flash memory and DRAM to Huaxin. In the realm of semiconductor manufacturing, Huaxing had already surpassed them by a considerable margin. Earlier reports from informants indicated that Huadong Panel Company had successfully commenced mass production of OLED screens, a matter Jay had initially dismissed. Yet upon learning that Huaxin had overcome the issue of OLED burn-in, a wave of apprehension washed over him. Currently, Samsung's market share in Huaxin was steadily declining, and internally, preparations were underway to abandon the Huaxin market, shuttering all stores within the nation. They planned to pivot towards the supply chain, selling Samsung's flash memory, DRAM panels, and even the much-loathed heliport chips to Huaxin. The profit margins were substantial, and it mitigated after-sales risks. Huaxing had already undermined one of Samsung's foundations, and now it was on the brink of surpassing Samsung in the screen panel sector. This reality only exacerbated Jay's frustrations, particularly when his subordinates had orchestrated such a blunder, inciting his fury. Consequently, the following day, an additional body was discovered in the Luo Dong River. Unbeknownst to Shen Fei, every choice bears its price. Meanwhile, Huaxing had released a new promotional video. Chapter 84, The Bloom of Huaxing. The day following the pre-launch, a striking new poster was unveiled. Huaxin's chip technology had not only progressed, but had achieved a comprehensive lead. Once again, it surged onto Weibo's trending topics. The previous generation had barely eclipsed Apple. Could this generation truly create a substantial gap? Huaxing's prowess was undeniable. On the third day, Digital Chat Station released an exhaustive expose, revealing specific configurations of the Tianqin 810. This iteration of the Tianqin 810 showcased significant enhancements compared to its predecessor, employing the same 14nm process, albeit transitioning from the first to the second generation. This change further reduced the chip's power consumption, with performance improving by 30 and power usage decreasing by 35 at equivalent frequencies. It heralded a new generation of ICE Tianqin, boasting a CPU frequency of 2 GHz, a central core at 2 GHz, and 4 small cores operating at 1 GHz. Audio decoding capabilities had advanced significantly, utilizing proprietary protocols that offered faster decoding speeds and clearer image quality compared to competitors. It supported 4K resolution, yet, due to hardware limitations, the device's maximum output was capped at 1080p. Concurrently, power consumption was further diminished, ensuring that battery life saw notable improvements over the previous generation. The fourth day brought forth new revelations from Digital Chat Station, hinting at a surprise speaker for the launch event. This sparked lively discussions in the comment section. What could a man's presentation possibly entail? Is there a surprise in store? One user mused. If Shen isn't present, perhaps Wang will be? Another queried. Why refer to him as Wang instead of the emperor? They hoped for a price-related surprise from Wang, given his knack for persuading executives. At this juncture, Wang, managing the Digital Chat Station, added fuel to the fire in the comments, clarifying that while he would speak during the tablet segment, another would handle the mobile phone presentation. This revelation ignited a frenzy in the comment section. Give the upstairs a leg up. They caught on. This launch is a must-see. I'll reserve my spot immediately. The reservation link for the Huaxin X2 launch skyrocketed from 100,000 to 500,000. It is undeniable how a charming female host captivates the male audience in the tech sphere. On the fourth day, the operations department released new selling points. emphasizing an upgraded audio experience, having collaborated with international giants for tuning. However, the audience seemed indifferent, remaining preoccupied with the identity of the event's host. Observing this report, Shen Fei felt a profound sense of helplessness. All the build-up over the days paled in comparison to the excitement generated by a mere change in host. This prompted the PR department to capitalize on the momentum, releasing a poster featuring Gu Man, which accelerated the already burgeoning reservations to 7 million within a short span. Shen Fei found himself questioning whether he was truly suited for the role of host. Perhaps allowing Gu Man to take the lead would be wiser? After much contemplation, he ultimately dismissed this notion. After all, the presentation of 3 smartphones would require at least 2 hours. Gu Man could not bear the entire weight alone. He needed to shoulder some of the burden. Surely, the consumers would understand? They must, right? As the lights dimmed in the audience, Gu Man felt her heartbeat resonate with the countdown echoing in the background. Beside her, Shen Fei reassured her, "Do not worry. You performed admirably during rehearsals. And everyone must face this moment at some point." Meanwhile, the live stream audience had swelled to 3 million, rapidly increasing even before the event commenced. The comments section had already devolved into chaos. "Wife, where are you? I'm waiting at home with our child." The few reasonable comments were quickly drowned out by fervent wife fans. Huaxin X first-generation users, here for the ride. How does the second generation fare? I just bought the first generation a year ago. There's no need to upgrade yet, but that ceramic back is truly enticing. I, too, was drawn in by that ceramic back. I hear the tactile experience is exceptional. 10-9, 8 Gu Man smoothed the front of her suit, as if this simple action could calm her nerves. 3-2-1 Shen Fei took the stage to warm up the audience before inviting Gu Man to present the smartphone. However, Shen Fei's entrance did not yield the anticipated effect. Instead, it drew ridicule from the live stream. Our Huaxin X2 series will deliver an unparalleled visual experience, and we have made significant strides in display quality, particularly in the realm of OLED screens, where we have established a vast lead over all competitors. At the outset of the launch, Shen Fei dropped a bombshell announcement. This statement sent shockwaves through the tech community. Had Huaxin conquered yet another monumental domain following their advancements in chip manufacturing? Previously, whispers had circulated about Huaxin's collaboration with Dongfeng to establish Huadong Panel Company. Yet netizens remained skeptical about this entity's ability to catalyze the rise of domestic screen panels. Nevertheless, this startling revelation failed to sway the already chaotic comments section. Wasn't he my wife supposed to host this event? Why is Shen on stage instead? One viewer quipped, "How about this, Shen? I'll give you $2 if you step down and let my wife take over." Meanwhile, on stage, Shen Fei remained blissfully unaware of the comments, while Wang, seated below, could see it all clearly and could no longer suppress his laughter. Beside her, Gu Man also noticed the barrage of comments. A subtle smile gracing her lips as the tension within her heart eased. "Now, let's invite our product manager, Ms. Gu Man, to elucidate the intricate details for everyone." Meanwhile, on the colossal screen behind her, 3 models of the Huaxin X2 series emerged sequentially amidst a swirling nebula. At this moment, Gu Man ascended the stage. "Greetings, everyone. I am Gu Man, the product manager for the Huaxin X2 series. Today, I will provide you with an in-depth explanation of our X2 series." With her naturally pleasing features now accentuated by a delicate touch of makeup, she appeared even more astonishing under the stage lights. "Ah, my wife is truly beautiful, absolutely stunning. With her, as the product manager, the Huaxin X2 is a must-buy. Who says Huaxin lacks in sales prowess? Huaxin possesses an acute understanding of sales. In the realm of digital technology, most individuals are engineers, with few women achieving such esteemed positions. When adding the descriptors of youth and beauty, the number becomes virtually negligible. However, with Gu Man's entrance, this probability should see a significant increase. As she took the stage, the barrage of comments in the live stream veered even more off course. Representatives from other companies watching began to lambaste Shen Fei, accusing him of employing underhanded tactics by sending a product manager to the forefront. The live stream grew increasingly lively, attracting more viewers eager to witness the product manager in action. Chapter 85. The launch of the Huaxin X2 series. At the moment Gu Man made her appearance, the barrage of comments in the live stream completely spiraled out of control. Clearly, Gu Man had already begun to make her impact. The next task was to convert these admirers of beauty into fervent supporters of technology willing to make a purchase. The Huaxin X2 series continues to embrace the era of single cameras, with the standard version featuring dual rear cameras. While the Pro model boasts an exceptionally advanced triple camera setup, this has resulted in a larger imaging module compared to competitors. However, Due to the vertical arrangement of the Huaxin X2, the imaging module is encased in a border that elegantly curves, resembling a slender oval. With a metallic frame and glass back, the Pro uniquely features a white ceramic rear, undeniably elevating its aesthetic appeal. This time, our Huaxin X2 is equipped with a 3,800 mAh battery and a 27W charging speed, along with a smart rapid charging function. The X2 Pro, on the other hand, boasts a 4,000 mAh battery and is outfitted with our laboratory's latest 33W Super fast charging technology. It intelligently learns your charging habits at night to ensure that your device is fully charged by the time you wake up, while also effectively safeguarding the battery. Our smart charging feature extends beyond merely nighttime charging. It allows the charger to maintain a high power state for prolonged periods, significantly influencing charging speed. Next, we conducted a small experiment to demonstrate the differences in fast charging. Upon finishing her statement, staff members brought 2 tables to the stage, upon which sat a Huaxin X2 alongside products from competitor A and competitor B. The branding of competitor A clearly indicated an international rival, while competitor B was the recently launched Mate 7. As the Huaxin X2 reached 35 charge, competitor B managed to hit 30, but competitor A languished at a mere 5. As the battery percentages rose, the charging power diminished further, making the disparity increasingly apparent. When the Huaxin X2 reached 55, competitor B attained 40, while competitor A barely reached 12. The stark contrast in smart rapid charging astonished consumers, revealing that fast charging indeed varies significantly. It became clear that Huaxin is not merely adept in charging technology, but also excels in battery management. From Guman's remarks, consumers realized they would no longer need to wait during the night to unplug their devices, thus avoiding potential battery damage from prolonged charging. Additionally, we have prepared a generous gift for every first-time user of the Huaxin X2 series, a 2-year battery warranty. If your phone's battery life noticeably diminishes within the next 2 years, upon inspection by our after-sales team confirming a charge below 80, we will replace it with an official battery at no cost. This wonderful gift will be complimentary for those who purchase within the first week. After the launch period, this battery warranty will be available for purchase in our official store at a price of 69 yuan. It must be said that this battery guarantee has certainly astonished the audience present and those watching the live stream. After all, no other manufacturer has dared to make such a promise before, and with Huaxin's offline stores multiplying, this is an unmissable benefit. Consequently, viewers in the live stream began to barrage the comment section, albeit in a slightly skewed manner. My wife is so generous. As expected of my wife, she immediately presented a grand gift. My wife is truly magnanimous. I hope other competitors follow suit. Regarding the display, we have employed a 55-inch 1080p screen, which exhibits exceptional performance under our calibration. The Pro model features a 58-inch 1080p display. There isn't much to elaborate on here, as everyone is utilizing 1080p screens. While there may still be differences between them, they are not worth delving into. We then proceeded to introduce some user-friendly features, such as a rotary motor, infrared remote control, and NFC capabilities. This generation of Huaxin X2 is indeed a pivotal point in our ascent, and we have incorporated all applicable technologies from our laboratory. Previously, when competitors launched smartphones with rear fingerprint unlocking, it was indeed impressive. Naturally, our Huaxin laboratory did not overlook the development of such advanced technology. However, we were not entirely satisfied with the results at the time, leading to a temporary halt in its usage. Now, after 2 iterations of technological advancement, we have finally achieved a level of satisfaction. Currently, only high-end smartphones utilize fingerprint unlocking, and due to the technology still being in its infancy, unlocking times typically hover around 0.8 seconds. Nevertheless, this difference is generally imperceptible, as the device unlocks successfully upon placing a finger on the sensor. Our Huaxin technology, having undergone 2 iterations, achieves a faster unlocking speed than competitors, with a significantly lower error rate. Competitors' fingerprint recognition speeds generally average around 1 second, whereas our Huaxin laboratory can now unlock in approximately 0.4 seconds, rendering us nearly twice as fast as the competition. This unlocking speed is extraordinary. It may very well be the fastest fingerprint unlocking technology in the world. Applause erupted from the audience. Following this series of presentations, the audience's interest in the Huaxin X2 series grew, yet the most critical performance aspects remained unaddressed. Would the Huaxin X2 still rely on the Tianqin 800 chip? Or does Tianqin Semiconductor's research and development capability fall short, with no new chips having been developed or only minor improvements made? I know what you are all thinking. I am aware of your primary concerns. I originally intended for my boss, Mr. Shen, to address performance-related issues, but he expressed a desire to take it easy, thus passing the responsibility on to me. With that, I raised the microphone, exclaiming, "The life of a worker is indeed arduous." Gu Man's voice and gestures captivated the protective instincts of her admirers. Consequently, the barrage of comments resumed, filled with playful banter. "Gu, let me double your salary. You better invite Gu to work with you upstairs." Ha! Our investments in chip research and development have consistently been substantial, leading to significant breakthroughs over the past 6 months. So substantial that we inadvertently reclaimed our position as world leaders once again. Even President Gu can indulge in the art of crosstalk. The previous world champion was none other than Huaxin, with the Tianqin 800's performance in the mobile sector remaining unparalleled by any competitors. This time, our Tianqin 810 employs the latest second-generation 14-nanometer process technology, which significantly reduces our power consumption. I believe consumers are particularly eager to know the score achieved by our entertainment rabbit, and I can reveal that our Tianqin 810 has garnered an impressive score of 153,500. The moment Gu Man's voice fell, the enormous screen behind her turned, revealing a staggering 6-digit number that appeared on the grand display. It is worth noting that this time, the Entertainment Rabbit's score has improved by over 30 points compared to the previous generation, whereas other competitors require at least 2 iterations to achieve a similar enhancement. The performance is simply too compelling to resist. Apologies, darling, but you are no longer the most powerful phone in the world. However, tomorrow I shall possess the new reigning champion of smartphones. Chapter 86, the OLED that shook the world. Performance has always been a forte of Huaxin. Thus, there is no need to dwell excessively on this aspect. Gu Man naturally chose to gloss over it, yet the impact of this chip is anything but simple. Today, other competitors have yet to catch up with the previous generation Tianqin 800, let alone the current Tianqin 810. With the capabilities of this chip, it is poised to conquer any game for the next 3 years, remaining relevant even after that span. The primary distinction between our Pro version and the standard model lies in the significant difference in the rear cover. Our standard edition utilizes nanomatte glass, which not only offers a visually pleasing experience, but also provides a remarkably comfortable tactile sensation. However, there remains a subtle disparity when compared to our Pro version, which features a ceramic back cover that exudes a warm, jade-like touch. Of course, the ceramic back cover also boasts superior wear resistance, and I wholeheartedly recommend using it without a case to fully appreciate its qualities. In order to ensure the success of this generation's Pro version, Huaxin has pioneered the ceramic back cover, an endeavor that is far more complex than one might assume. The ceramic back cover is prone to cracks and deformations during the firing process due to inconsistent shrinkage, which renders any defective cover unusable. The ceramic back cover on this Huaxin X2 Pro encountered such issues, yet the minor cracks impart a shimmering, textured appearance that elevates its allure. When the large screen behind vividly displayed the image of the ceramic back cover, the audience was left in awe. Wow, it's both beautiful and aesthetically pleasing, and the tactile experience will undoubtedly be delightful. You upstairs had better be talking about the phone. Due to the challenges in firing ceramic. While the Pro version and the Standard Edition are not vastly different, there will be a notable price discrepancy. I hope everyone can understand. Understanding, dear, I comprehend. As for the imaging sensor, although Huaxin's previous generation had already set the pace in sensor development, few manufacturers have followed suit. Sony has not intensified its research and development, remaining stagnant with its existing models, while its subsidiary OmniVision is still in the research phase and cannot provide more advanced sensors. Thus, the current Huaxin X2 series does not exhibit a significant advancement compared to its predecessor. It can only be considered a routine upgrade in terms of lens base and aperture. Sony merely rebranded their previous models as new releases, and Shen Fei is not one to be taken in by such tactics, continuing to procure the previous generation's models. As a high-end smartphone, the imaging capabilities must not stagnate. Although the previous generation's photographic prowess was already far superior as a major iteration product, enhancements in photography must be evident. However, with no hardware improvements, optimization must rely solely on algorithms. Everyone knows that our previous Huaxin X1 pioneered AI dual cameras. In this generation, the Huaxin X2 will not remain idle. Therefore, we have made breakthroughs in imaging as well, having elucidated the screen, the core performance, and the innovative rear glass and ceramic back. We now arrive at one of the most critical selling points: imaging. The primary camera retains the same 24-megapixel lens as its predecessor, while the secondary camera has been upgraded from an 8-megapixel lens to a 12-megapixel wide-angle lens. Furthermore, the Huaxin X1 Pro debuts an 8-megapixel upright telephoto lens that supports 2 times portrait photography with a maximum of 20 times digital zoom. This feature represents the most significant distinction between the Huaxin X1 Pro and the Huaxin X2. I trust everyone is quite enamored with these two devices. Would you like to know their price? Yes. Dear, hurry and reveal the price of this phone. My wallet is yearning for it. Alas, the price announcement awaits the second half, which is not my purview. Let's welcome Chairman Huaxin to personally unveil the final price in our paramount Huaxin X2 Pro. The live stream is inundated with comments. President Shen, please step down and let my wife continue the presentation. As Gu Man exited the stage, the barrage of comments in the live stream shifted once more. New admirers of beauty occupied the screen. What? My husband is coming up? Welcome, welcome. As a wealthy heir with looks, wealth, and height, Shen Fei naturally has his own admirers. Therefore, the atmosphere remained lively, although the comments still seemed somewhat unhinged. After all, the theme of this launch event is digital technology products, not the two hosts. In the corner, Wang Tung pondered, is no one here to speak for me? You may have heard that our Huaxin X2 Pro will feature a self-developed OLED screen. To bring this screen to mass production, we have exerted considerable effort. As a technology enterprise, the greatest drawback of OLED screens lies in their susceptibility to burn-in. However, their display quality is undeniably superior. I personally believe this will be the direction of the future. Therefore, we have worked tirelessly and ultimately succeeded in significantly reducing the burn-in rate of OLED screens. As I am not a professional technical expert, Shen Fei's seemingly casual remarks carry profound implications for the entire industry, particularly for the heads of Samsung and Huawei, who had heard rumors earlier that Huadong Panel Company had overcome this issue, yet no formal announcement was made, leaving the industry to regard it as mere hearsay. After all, if the shortcomings of OLED screens were so easily surmountable, the mainstream market would not still rely on LCD screens today. Even back in 2008, Samsung had developed OLED screens. Yet even after 6 years, they could not conquer this issue, only managing to reduce its probability. It was not until this year that large-scale usability became feasible. Now, when told that a fledgling company has addressed a problem that plagued Samsung for 6 years in just 1 year, the head of Samsung Huawei, Park Jinghua, immediately reported this to Jay, as this matter is critical to Samsung's survival. Jay, upon receiving this information, promptly responded that regardless of the cost, this technology must be acquired. Therefore, I can now announce that this is the OLED screen with the lowest burn-in rate in the world, aside from the best display quality reserved for Samsung's internal use. After all, Shen Fei remains unaware of any potentially groundbreaking technologies still hidden within Samsung's laboratories. However, aside from the slight disparity with the screen found in Samsung's own Pro products, this display truly has no rivals. After all, industry giants are known for their meticulousness, and Shen Fei naturally refrains from making overly assertive statements to avoid the embarrassment of being proven wrong later. Public figures must maintain a certain decorum. Chapter 87, a stunning debut. Shen Fei showcased the photographic capabilities of the Huaxin X2 series on stage. With just a simple snap, the quality of the images was entirely entrusted to sophisticated algorithms, and the results were indeed impressive. The photographs produced were quite aesthetically pleasing. Although they still fell short of professional standards, they surpassed the majority of images captured by average users. An extraordinarily straightforward shooting method yielded exquisite photographs, epitomizing a foolproof photography experience that allowed every user to relish the joy of capturing moments. Empowered by advanced algorithms, the night photography feature received significant enhancements, complemented by multiple lenses that offered a plethora of diverse shooting modes. This captivated the audience both in the venue and online, with viewers expressing their astonishment. Previously, when General Manager Gu discussed the camera, I assumed Huaxin would take a grand approach. I never anticipated it would be so user-friendly. This phone is truly the device of my dreams. My girlfriend need no longer worry about my ability to take good photos. Shen, please reveal the price swiftly. To the audience above, stop deceiving yourselves. Remember, you are single. The audience and online viewers were irresistibly drawn to this effortless photography method, as even with the best hardware, novices struggle to take appealing pictures. Huaxin's all-in-one photography solution has resolutely addressed everyone's woes. The barrage of comments in the live stream transformed into praise for the Huaxin X2 series photographic prowess, as the Huaxin X series has consistently set the benchmark in domestic photography standards. Yet, does this generation's technological innovation truly amount to only this? As General Manager Gu elaborated on charging technology, we have made tremendous strides. However, the accompanying battery also holds surprises that were not mentioned by Gu, so allow me to elaborate. Many users of the first-generation Huaxin are likely from northern regions, where temperatures have already dipped below freezing in early winter. As the saying goes, battery life diminishes by half in winter. But users of our Huaxin phones should be free from this concern. After all, our Huaxin X1 features a frost-resistant battery. Shen Fei's introduction of the frost-resistant battery concept instantly captivated viewers in the live stream. Is my phone's battery frost-resistant? Yours is merely a joke. That battery is the least frost-resistant. In the winter in the north, it shuts down the moment you step outside. Haha, no wonder I felt my phone's battery life hasn't diminished this year. It turns out I'm using a frost-resistant battery. A comment from a Huaxin S1 user. I hope other competitors take note. This technology is indeed remarkable. The technology provided by the system is not your average battery technology. It is not merely high-density batteries. Its frost resistance is exceptionally commendable. Currently, most batteries only function adequately at temperatures above -10 degrees Celsius. Below this threshold, their endurance significantly diminishes, often leading to shutdowns within minutes. However, the battery technology awarded by the system circumvents this issue. The first-generation frost-resistant battery on the Huaxin X1 operates normally in environments down to -15 degrees Celsius and can withstand conditions as low as -20 degrees. Only in environments below -20 degrees does it exhibit slow charging and rapid discharge similar to competitor products. This revelation left other viewers in the live stream in disbelief. Use it if you'd like, but why highlight it? If we follow suit, costs will rise. If we don't, consumers will complain. Presently, our Huaxin X2 is equipped with the second-generation frost-resistant battery, supporting normal use at -20 degrees and functioning optimally at -30 degrees. This generation of frost-resistant batteries has further enhanced the user experience in extremely low-temperature environments through technological advancements. Simultaneously, this is our second-generation high-density battery, which offers 20% more capacity than competitors' batteries of the same size. Thus, even with superior specifications, our phones are lighter than those of our rivals. So, how satisfied are you with this outstanding phone? Very satisfied. Indeed, exceedingly satisfied. Shen, please stop teasing us and reveal the final price. So, what is the price of this exceptional Huaxin X2? This question indeed poses a dilemma, as we remain significantly ahead of our peers. Everyone is aware of the critical timing of this release. Should sales falter, the repercussions would be substantial. Therefore, we have decided to increase quantity without raising prices. Upon hearing this, the online audience erupted in excitement, as it signified that the Huaxin X2 series would still start at 3,999 yuan, equipped with the Tianxin 810 processor. The second-generation Glacier frost-resistant battery, fast charging, and intelligent rapid charging capabilities, along with a metal frame, glass back, and ceramic back for the Pro version. This phone boasts remarkable photographic capabilities. This price is genuinely a bargain. Our previous generation started at 3,999 yuan, but during the launch period, we reduced the price by 300 yuan, ultimately selling for 3,699 yuan. Therefore, the price for this generation of Huaxin X2 is. At this juncture, Shen Fei paused to allow anticipation to build among the audience and online viewers, who began to stir excitedly. Could it be a larger quantity at a reduced price? Indeed, our final price is 3,699 yuan, while also including a 2-year battery warranty. For early adopters, purchasing an extended warranty will reduce the cost by 50 yuan, standard version for only 88 yuan, Pro version for just 99 yuan, granting 1 year of official warranty extension. Additionally, users who purchase in the first month will receive a complimentary pair of official Huaxin wired earphones. In a bid to ensure that we achieve a sales volume of 200,000 units in the first month and secure a position within the system, Shen Fei exerted every effort. Of course, the 1-year warranty extension should not pose significant issues, as the likelihood of encountering problems within the first year for most smartphones is relatively low, approximately 1%, often involving minor faults. As time progresses, this probability gradually increases, reaching around 5% in the second year. Naturally, the costs incurred by users for extended warranties are sufficient to cover this probability, potentially yielding profits. After all, our Huaxin X2 is manufactured by our newly established Huaxin factory in the capital. The local government provides land and subsidizes the construction of factory equipment, while Huaxin Technology is obligated to generate over 4 billion yuan in tax revenue over the coming years, a sore wager. However, this requirement is easily achievable for Huaxin today. The local government is also aware that this demand is not challenging for Huaxin technology. The equipment and factories hold negligible value, but retaining Huaxin technology is a significant win. After all, the capital is not particularly suited for the technology industry. Rather, cities like Yangqing and Modu are more conducive to the development of related sectors. Nonetheless, these benefits have undoubtedly sparked interest among viewers in the live stream. Although these gifts may not be particularly valuable and likely unnecessary, they are free. And who doesn't appreciate complimentary items? Additionally, we offer a 364 gigabytes version at the price of 3,999 yuan, while the 4,128 gigabytes version is priced at 4,499 yuan. The Huaxin X2 Pro's 364 gigabytes version is available for 4,499 yuan, and the 4,128 gigabytes version is offered at a mere 4,999 yuan. The Pro version's price is ultimately 500 yuan higher than the standard version, providing better ergonomics, faster charging, a larger battery, and an enhanced photography experience, making it a relatively reasonable upgrade. However, this price point is unprecedented among domestic manufacturers, leaving Shen Fei feeling uncertain. However, the price has been meticulously determined by Shen Fei, reflecting a significant divergence from the standard version of Guozi, while offering superior specifications. I trust that reality will surprise Shen Fei. Our flagship, the Huaxin X2 Pro, offers merely two configurations, 464G and 4128G versions. Such an exceptional flagship is priced at. Upon witnessing this price, the viewers in the live stream were momentarily taken aback. Huaxin has truly reached new heights. Chapter 88, The Astonishing Pricing. The final price of our Huaxin X2 Pro is set at 4,999 yuan, while the 4128G version is priced at 5,499 yuan. The viewers gasped collectively. Huaxin has indeed exhibited remarkable courage. This is no jest, nor mere bravado. They are genuinely stepping into the ring with Guozi. Are they truly this audacious? Tomorrow, the 6th generation of Guozi will officially launch in Huaxin, with reservations already underway. Guozi has invested heavily in promotion, and the entire internet is abuzz with news of the upcoming release. It appears that Huaxin is poised for a potential defeat this time. Although its specifications are enticing, its heritage does not substantiate such a price point. The moment this price was announced, observing the audience's reactions, Shen Fei realized that the sales of the Huaxin X2 Pro would likely not meet expectations. It can be asserted with certainty that the sales will indeed be poor. Nevertheless, this is merely Huaxin's initial foray into the high-end market. Prior to the launch of the Huaxin X3, Shen Fei would be content if sales exceeded 100,000 units. After all, in previous plans, the primary sales driver remains the Huaxin X2 priced at 3,699 yuan. With numerous incentives, it is anticipated that this generation of Huaxin X2 will yield a pleasant surprise in sales. The pricing of our Huaxin X2 series smartphones has been revealed, and while some may be satisfied or dissatisfied with it, this is the final price. There will be no further surprises. However, this launch event is not solely about smartphones. We also present our latest Huaxin Pad series. Let's warmly welcome Mr. Wang Teng, the man of imperial stature, will elucidate the details for everyone, and I believe he will bring forth new benefits. Shen Fei was aware that when the price of the Huaxin X2 Pro was disclosed, the atmosphere became somewhat subdued. So he decided to lighten the mood with a jest about Wang Teng. After all, within the project team, there are frequent references to Wang Teng as Emperor Wang, and there are even playful suggestions of overthrowing President Shen in favor of Wang Teng. Prior to the conference, Shen Fei had prepared this small interaction with Wang Teng to attract the attention of fans. Hello everyone, I am Wang Teng. I have no ambition of emperorship. Please don't dismiss me. As soon as Wang Teng took the stage, he deftly caught Shen Fei's jest, eliciting laughter from viewers in the live stream, who were also eager to discover the prowess of the already leaked Huaxin Pad. Before delving into the explanations, I can assure you of one thing. Our Huaxin Pad will be the most affordable product among all offerings from Huaxin. This Wang Teng speaks the truth. After all, the most economical product currently available is the Huaxin S1, yet its price remains at 2,499 yuan. Of course, after several rounds of price adjustments, the starting price of the Huaxin S1 has now reached 1,999 yuan. This statement instantly piqued the interest of viewers in the live stream. If I can't afford the Huaxin X2, can I still not purchase the Huaxin tablet? This prompted those preparing to exit the live stream to reconsider and linger a bit longer. In our perspective, a tablet serves as a supplement to a smartphone, primarily utilized for watching videos or films. Therefore, we have adopted a sizable 11 5-inch display for our Huaxin pad, deliberately avoiding screens smaller than 10 inches, which we consider merely large-screen phones and unsuitable for tablet use. Naturally, should consumers express a preference for smaller devices, we would conduct market research and potentially create a compact tablet if demand is substantial. Smaller tablets are ideal for gaming, while larger ones excel in viewing experiences. Nonetheless, tablets are typically employed for video consumption. After all, the larger screen provides a more comfortable experience. Why not just play games on a phone, which offers superior performance? Thus, Huaxin deems smaller screen tablets rather superfluous. However, if there is significant demand, Huaxin will certainly respond, as profit is paramount. Primarily, this is merely the inaugural generation of Huaxin's tablet, and we are still discerning consumer needs. Thus, we have designed it with a focus on viewing experiences, opting for a larger size as a preliminary venture. While our internal classification of this tablet is as an entertainment and viewing device, if one assumes its performance to be lacking, that would be a grave misconception. After all, Huaxin excels in performance, remaining a leader in the field of chip design. Our Huaxin pad is equipped with our latest development, a powerful octa-core processor, the Tianqin 600, crafted with a cutting-edge 14nm process. During this duration, Tianqin Semiconductor has not only made strides in video decoding, but has also continued its research in chip development. Beyond the Tianqin 600, we have also developed the Tianqin 810, along with a low-end processor named Tianqin 400. Indeed, it is a new chip, and I have not erred in my assumptions. However, I am yet to ascertain its ultimate performance. Huaxin's research capabilities are truly formidable. This launch event has unveiled 2 new chips. One must commend being a fan of Huaxin, as each press conference unveils new technologies, in stark contrast to the neighboring Guozi, which seems to rely on past glories, leaving its presentations rather dry and uneventful. Of course, mere words do not suffice. Thus, we shall employ Lei's motto to test the waters. If you dare, let us benchmark. Lei, are you also against me? Have we not already formed an alliance? Wang Tong quipped, maintaining a light-hearted tone. Indeed, under our expert calibration, this Tianqin 600 can achieve a score of 71,000. This score is comparable to the performance typically associated with flagship smartphones from competitors. To borrow a phrase from our rivals, does this score not astound? Observing the live stream, Lei Bubis, visibly agitated, stood up, contemplating an exit, yet feeling compelled to stay, as the price had yet to be revealed. Wang Tong is not to be underestimated. In other aspects, we have incorporated a 2K resolution LCD screen and a massive 7,500 mAh battery, while also supporting 225W fast charging. It can be asserted that the primary cost of this tablet, aside from the chip, is indeed the 2K resolution screen, which alone exceeds 800 yuan in cost, even at bulk pricing. As for why we did not opt for a 1080p screen to cut costs, Shen Fei had contemplated this issue. However, given the larger screen size, employing a 1080p display would result in significantly poor visual quality, with a pronounced pixelated effect. This could adversely affect our reputation, leading to disappointing sales and potentially leaving a surplus of components on hand. It is preferable to utilize a 2K resolution LCD screen, though it raises costs. It also enhances the product's appeal. After all, in terms of the chip, we have omitted the communication baseband, resulting in lower costs for the Tablet S chip compared to that of the screen. Regarding other features, the tablet features a plastic back cover and frame, lacks positioning capabilities, and is equipped with a mere 5-megapixel rear camera and an 8-megapixel front camera. After all, few utilize tablets for photography. However, the front camera is essential for video calls, and the Huaxin pad's front camera is superior to its rear counterpart. Naturally, these omissions are inconsequential as long as the pricing is appropriate. Such an exceptionally outstanding tablet. Its price is something everyone can speculate about. I knew this rascal would keep us in suspense, as it is a tradition of theirs. What if, during the presentation, Mr. Wang surprises us with the price? No worries. I'll just vent my frustrations now and apologize later. Doghead JPG, 1999, 23.99. The riddle maker deserves no mercy. Chapter 89. The Stealthy Modifications of PPT by Lei Bus. Wang Tong's abrupt pause not only heightened the anticipation of the viewers in the live stream, but also induced a sense of tension in the watching Lei Bus. He had already inquired about the price prior to the conference, but that was merely hearsay. Those who believe it are fools. As Lei Bus watched the conference, he found himself at a loss. Why is it that whenever our rice company enters a certain market, other companies feel compelled to follow suit? He could only hope that Wang Tong, as Shen Fei suggested, would set a relatively high price, allowing ample survival space for the rice tablet. I trust everyone has noted their desired price. Now, What is the final pricing of our Huaxin tablet? The 332G version is priced at 2,399 yuan, while the 364G version is 2,699 yuan. Moreover, Huaxin X2 has not offered any perks, but we at Huaxin Pad have. During the initial sales period, all versions will enjoy a limited time discount of 100 yuan. Are you satisfied with this price? Is it enticing? Absolutely. A robust battery, a 2K display, and fast charging. All for just 2,399 yuan, and during the initial sales phase, only 2,299 yuan. As a tablet, there is no need to purchase the high-memory version. The standard version suffices for use. Under the leadership of Mr. Wang, should we fans rally to dethrone Mr. Shen and support Mr. Wang instead? At this price point, I must get one to see how our domestic tablet truly performs. This left Lei Bus utterly exasperated. The Rice tablet fails to compare in any aspect with Huaxin, and yet they are preparing to price it at 1,999 yuan. Had the Huaxin tablet not appeared, Lei Bus believed that this price would have sparked fervor among fans. However, comparisons are daunting. It is evident that the Rice company must reduce its prices. Although he had anticipated the possibility of a price drop since Shen Fei's revelations. Who does not harbor fantasies? The stone has indeed fallen. Alas, I must revise the PPT again. With such a formidable competitor, will the Rice company ascend to the top? Perhaps never. At the launch event, Wang Teng's voice continued to resonate. Thank you all for your support. This conference is nearing its conclusion. In this final moment, I extend my gratitude to all fans and bloggers for your support, and I hope for many kind words. As per our usual practice, viewers in a live stream who send pre-order will be entered to win 10 Huaxin X2 vouchers. Customers wishing to purchase may do so on our official website or at our offline flagship stores immediately after this conference. We are still selling in-stock products. We strongly recommend that everyone experience the product firsthand before deciding to purchase, as this is a significant investment of several thousand yuan, and it warrants careful consideration. Huaxin's official considerations are truly thoughtful. I am enamored. Wow, they are certainly attentive to user needs. I will head to the offline store to experience it before making a decision. You upstairs are truly foolish. Waiting will only leave you at the back of the line. The truly intelligent individuals are already in the Huaxin flagship store, watching the live stream online. How can one be so clever? With Huaxin's involvement, all manufacturers have opted for immediate sales, eliminating the pre-sale period. Naturally, Huaxin would not resort to pre-sales. It is merely a tactic employed by manufacturers lacking confidence to gauge market acceptance of their products. Shen Fei believes that every phone from his company will be a hit, and thus he would not choose to engage in such underhanded tactics. Most fans arrived early at the offline stores to watch the live stream while awaiting pricing and purchasing instructions. Once the conference concluded, various bloggers and media outlets reported on and reviewed the Huaxin X2 series, propelling it to trending status. The first trending topic, Huaxin X2 series highest price exceeds 5,000 yuan. Confidence or arrogance? The second, Huaxin tablet officially launched. The third, Huaxin X2 officially released, filled with sincerity, enhanced features, and reduced prices. Despite the Huaxin X2 series dominating the top 3 trending topics, Shen Fei remained unamused. The leading trending topic was not a commendation of Huaxin X2's innovation, but rather a critique of its pricing. After all, some users in Huaxin still doubt their creativity compared to that of foreign counterparts, believing domestic products are unworthy of comparison, and even if compared, they fall short. Catching up technologically is feasible, but altering perceptions is a formidable challenge. Upon seeing this trending topic, Shen Fei could only sigh in resignation. It seems the sales of Huaxin X2 Pro may not take off. However, unexpectedly, after the conference, someone called to schedule an interview with Shen Fei to discuss his views on Huaxin's intelligent manufacturing. This ignited excitement among the entire company. For being interviewed by the largest news media is significant. What does this mean? Everyone understood well. This is recognition, a seal of approval. The promotional effect of this single piece of news surpasses that of any advertisement. Nevertheless, most consumers remained rational and demonstrated through actual sales figures. Within 1 minute of the Huaxin X2 series launch, sales on the official website surpassed 20,000 units. In 5 minutes, sales exceeded 50,000 units. Within an hour, they successfully surpassed 100,000 units. Due to the Jingxi platform operating under self-management, they must procure from Huaxin first. Thus, they are still in the pre-sale phase and cannot immediately synchronize data. Therefore, only sales figures from the official website and offline self-operated stores are currently counted. To Shen Fei's surprise, Many fans flocked to the Huaxin flagship store after the conference to check in or experience the product firsthand. Ultimately, the allure of the ceramic texture led many fans who came to watch to opt for the Huaxin X2 Pro version. Approximately 70 of the stores were filled with customers, while the remaining stores also saw significant foot traffic, though they were not overcrowded. Within just 1 hour after the conference, offline stores successfully sold 150,000 units, with 70 being the X2 Pro. After experiencing the product, most fans chose to purchase, as it is indeed prudent to try out a phone costing several thousand yuan. When the sales report reached Shen Fei, he realized that Huaxin had successfully positioned itself in the high-end market, given that a phone starting at over 3,000 yuan, with most versions exceeding 4,000 yuan, achieved such impressive sales. The sales within the first hour surpassed 200,000 units, and that figure does not include all channels. If one account for platforms like JD and Amao, 30,000 within an hour is more than achievable. It appears that contemporary consumers have indeed embraced the Huaxin X series. Therefore, the system's target of 2 million sales now seems attainable. However, the coming days will be crucial, as converting hesitant fans or users of other brands into loyal customers is the key. Ding! The system's voice suddenly chimed. Congratulations. The initial sales were remarkably successful. But tomorrow, the fruit will be released. Do you have confidence? Hearing the system's voice, Shen Fei set down the documents in his hands. Rest assured, I am not one to exaggerate. With this configuration, apart from being slightly inferior in the system aspect, we are ahead of them by several years in every other regard. How can we possibly fail? However, consumers do not scrutinize specifications. They only heed the brand. This statement instantly rendered Shen Fei speechless, as in terms of heritage, Huaxin was indeed at a disadvantage. Let me give you a hint. Did Wang Teng not previously mention that the design of the Guozi Lu, being too thin, might lead to bending? I wonder if he conducted any tests. Some users in America have already reported this issue on forums. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei suddenly realized that the system was hinting at him. The crucial point is that this was not merely a hint. It was a direct answer to himself. They had obstructed their own path multiple times, and it was high time he reciprocated. Moreover, Wang Teng had indeed brought this matter to his attention and had even requested funding from him. I wonder how the research is progressing now. During this time, Shen Fei had been so preoccupied with matters concerning the Huaxin X2 series that he had forgotten this critical issue. With the official launch of Guozi Lu tomorrow, he must prepare a grand surprise for them. Chapter 90, An Unexpected Outcome. Brothers, we have received it. The Huaxin X2 Pro truly boasts remarkable quality. Its ceramic back cover is exquisite, and the tactile experience is genuinely pleasant. Oh, how did those upstairs receive their goods so swiftly? Did the sale not just commence? Hee, I was already waiting at the offline store before the sale began. The moment it was displayed, I made my purchase. At the instant of the sale announcement, Huaxin's offline official stores showcased their demo units. Enthusiastic fans who had been waiting in the offline stores lined up in droves. Given the spaciousness of Huaxin's official stores and the limited models available, each store had approximately a dozen demo units. Yet this still fell short of satisfying all fans' demands, prompting the store manager to instruct staff to organize the crowd into orderly queues for turn-taking experiences. Some impatient customers, however, opted to forego the experience entirely and rushed to the counter to make direct payments. Thanks to the system's task, stock levels were exceedingly ample. Not only did the transit warehouse possess a substantial inventory, but each offline store also had at least 1,000 units in stock. The lively scene at the offline stores was unexpected for the managers, who had long considered Huaxin merely an online brand, with offline stores primarily serving to assure consumers of their legitimacy. The main focus had been on handling after-sales issues, but now, the offline stores had transformed into the primary sales force. Thus, they hastily advised, why not try the products before purchasing? We have ample stock, so there is no need to rush. However, the fervent fans insisted there was no need for an experience. They wanted this model and proceeded to pay immediately. This elicited mixed feelings for the store managers, who picked up card readers and began processing transactions. After all, both the managers and staff earned commissions on sales, and today, they were obliged to work overtime. It is no wonder that OV has been reluctant to enter the online market. The offline sales are indeed robust. Due to the enthusiastic support of the fans, the inventory initially intended for a week of sales seemed unlikely to last more than a few days. Consequently, the managers at various stores promptly requested replenishment from the provincial transit stations. Meanwhile, users who were among the first to receive their phones eagerly shared their experiences online. Several bloggers who had not received media units desperately squeezed into Huaxin's official offline stores to livestream their experiences. They were vying for the largest audience immediately following the release event. The employees at the offline stores observed that these individuals were not causing disturbances or exhibiting any negative behavior, thus allowing them to proceed without interference. As for privileges, none were granted, all were required to queue. This phenomenon also garnered the approval of fans present for the experience. Most consumers, after hands-on interaction, opted to purchase the Pro version of the Huaxin X1. One cannot deny the allure of that ceramic back panel. Such occurrences illustrate the high-end success of the Huaxin X1 series. Social media and mobile forums were abuzz with users sharing their experiences and authentic reviews of the newly acquired Huaxin X1 series. Brothers, you must experience the Huaxin X1 at an offline store. I initially intended to purchase an X2, but ended up trying the X2 Pro. The display quality is truly exceptional. With remarkable color accuracy, watching movies is genuinely enjoyable. Ultimately, I made the bold decision to acquire the X2 Pro. Hearing this from upstairs, I decided against visiting the offline store as my finances are rather tight and I would rather not fall in love with the product. Observing all of you flaunting your acquisitions fills me with envy, especially since I cannot even step foot inside the offline store in my town. Is there truly no one buying the X2? I wish to see its reviews. Why is it all about the X2 Pro? Are there really that many affluent individuals? The X2 is actually quite commendable. Its 3,800 milliamp hours battery paired with 27W charging capabilities offers impressive endurance. I also handled it offline, but it pales in comparison to the X2 Pro. Damn, that was a rather pointless statement. I seriously suspect you are merely showing off. I envy those of you who were able to obtain your phones right at the start of sales, unlike us in this small, 18-line county, where there isn't even a single offline store. We can only await our deliveries. Truly, I harbor no jealousy or envy. The following day, upon receiving the sales report, Shen Fei was taken aback as he glanced at Gu Man, his expression seemingly questioning the accuracy of the figures. No wonder Shen Fei was so astonished. After all, the online sales had never surpassed the total sales of offline stores. Is this truly the Huaxin of today? The sales report clearly indicated that over 400 offline stores had collectively sold 250,000 phones along with 60,000 Huaxin tablets, and the sales continued to rise rapidly. Among those 250,000 units, 70,000 were Pro versions and 30,000 were Pro versions. This data genuinely astonished Shen Fei. Remarkably, 60 of users opted for extended warranties, which provided a substantial additional revenue stream for Huaxin Technology. The online sales figures aligned closely with Shen Fei's expectations, totaling 170,000 units sold, with 80 of users purchasing the Huaxin X2 and only 15 opting for the Pro version and 5 for the Pro variant. As for platforms like Jingxi, by 8 a.m. today, they had sold 120,000 units in total. The combined sales across all e-commerce platforms did not surpass the official website sales, which Shen Fei had anticipated, as it is understandable that consumers perceive the official website as safer when purchasing high-value items. President Shen had certainly made no mistakes. This report had been thoroughly verified by the sales department. At that moment, Shen Fei was equally astonished. The sales team had randomly inquired with some customers and discovered that their experiences differed significantly from those in the online market. Both OV companies generally sold at higher prices offline, leading to a greater acceptance of high prices among offline consumers compared to the online market. Additionally, the quality of our ceramic back panel is indeed exceptional, which transformed many users who initially intended to purchase the X2 into buyers of the X2 Pro. Upon hearing Gu Man's explanation, Shen Fei instantly understood. It became clear that Huaxin needed to continue amplifying its investments in the offline market, striving to increase the current 400 stores to over 500 by year-end. Though the investment in the offline market is substantial, the real estate sector has begun to see some growth, albeit not yet entering a rapid ascent. It is imperative to open more stores this year. Otherwise, costs will escalate next year, especially since his own father is deeply entrenched in real estate and possesses significant insight into this field. After all, Huaxin's offline stores differ from those of other manufacturers. As a financially robust entity, Huaxin Technology typically opts to purchase storefronts in prime locations for its offline shops, subsequently renovating them into self-operated Huaxin stores. In the absence of suitable premises, they may consider purchasing in slightly less favorable areas, resorting to leasing only as a last resort. Nevertheless, even with the establishment of 500 offline stores, this remains a mere drop in the ocean compared to the current market landscape in Huaxin. After all, the offline market represented by brands like O and V boasts nearly 20,000 stores each. The 500 outlets of Huaxin are but a fraction of that, indicating that it is time to initiate the next phase of their strategy. The pace of opening their own offline stores must not falter, and it is imperative that they draw inspiration from O and V. After all, isn't it merely a matter of recruiting agents? Who cannot accomplish that? General Manager Gu released our sales report from yesterday, adding a note at the bottom inviting offline agents to join us. I am confident that many will be eager to approach us. Chapter 91. The Invitation for Agents and the Curved Phone Incident. Soon, Huaxin's official Weibo account disseminated the sales report for the Huaxin X1 series, truly shocking the entire industry. This astonishment extended beyond the electronics sector, as numerous figures from other industries, including real estate moguls, contemplated transitioning into the electronics domain. Even Mr. Shen received a flurry of congratulatory messages from friends. The first-day sales of the Huaxin X1 series surpassed 540,000 units, with revenue exceeding 2 billion yuan for the first time. Notably, offline stores accounted for over 50 of the sales and more than 60 of the revenue. Huaxin officially invited offline agents to express their interest via private message to account 1378, submitting their agent applications, which will be processed within 3 working days. A conference for agents will be held on November 15th to delineate areas, so interested parties are urged to contact us promptly. The moment this sales report was released, Digital Chat Station promptly retweeted the Weibo post. After all, the more visibility this tweet garners, the more likely it is to attract truly capable agent firms. As the number of interested parties increases, the authority naturally resides with Huaxin. Ultimately, if you cannot accept the pricing, there will be others who will. Huaxin's demands are quite numerous, though Shen Fei is not an overly domineering individual. Multiple choices were provided, with varying policies for sales rebates depending on the selection. This news instigated a sense of urgency within O and V, as their current standing owes much to the support of these offline channel merchants. These individuals possess little in the way of ethics, driven solely by profit. With Huaxin's announcement to recruit agents, it is likely that many will shift their allegiance to Huaxin. After all, one possesses core technology on the rise, while the other relies on inferior configurations supported by these offline stores for sales. The disparity in strength is glaringly evident. Consequently, O and V hastily convened a dealer conference to prepare for yet another increase in profit distribution for offline channel merchants. Currently, both O and V enjoy profit margins per phone comparable to that of Apple, even slightly exceeding that of Huaxin's all-channel layout. As a seasoned e-commerce titan, Lao Ma is acutely aware that Huaxin's report bears no deception, perhaps even underreporting figures, intensifying his desire for this market. Moreover, his long-standing rival, Xiaoma, has successfully entered this market, reportedly nearing the launch of his own phone. He cannot afford to be left behind. However, the ambitions of Huang Zhang from Meizhu are exceedingly grand, willing to relinquish only 20 of shares while refusing to cede management control. He finds it intolerable. Furthermore, his stake would not grant him any decision-making authority, rendering it a mere token investment. It appears that some pressure must be applied. If negotiations falter, he may have to formally announce Ant Group's entry into the mobile phone industry, utilizing the 2 to 3 billion yuan initially intended for investment in Meizhu to forge a path on his own. However, the most exhilarated by this news are the agents, with many provincial-level agents already eyeing Huaxin. Although Huaxin's model range is limited, these seasoned veterans can easily deduce the high profit margins Huaxin commands. Furthermore, any brand attempting to sell in their territory previously had to leave behind a token of goodwill. Yet, Huaxin's strategy of acquiring storefronts before opening is unprecedented. All of Huaxin's offline stores operate with utmost compliance, leaving no room for any issues to be found. As for unconventional methods, while they have been contemplated, no one has dared to act. After all, Huaxin has frequently graced the news for 30 minutes, which signifies something. These seasoned players are well aware of this reality. Now, Huaxin is finally willing to open the floodgates. The publicity department is diligently working to further enhance the visibility of the Huaxin X1 while boosting sales. And the Huaxin laboratory is not idling either. However, during this period, they're not researching their own new phone, but rather examining the products of their international competitors. The Fruit 6, to ascertain whether it indeed exhibits bending issues over prolonged use, as Wang Tung speculated. As a manufacturer, they must maintain rigorous standards to ensure a decisive strike. Users need only report any bending issues with their purchased phones to hold them accountable. While Huaxin technology must be well prepared, lest they encounter legal troubles. Thus, Shen Fei places significant importance on this matter, as competitors have attempted to undermine them before. It is only fitting to return the favor. Within the Huaxin Research Institute, an experiment is underway, undergoing stringent testing. Wang Tang's fingers trace circles on the experimental table, a clear indication of his anxiety. In truth, he felt quite pressured, as this issue was initially raised by him. Shen Fei has entrusted him with full responsibility and allocated a budget to expedite the acquisition of foreign products. Yet due to various reasons, pressure testing has only just commenced today. With the boss placing such trust in him, he must ensure that no issues arise and remain present throughout the process. The moment the results are available, he must promptly relay them to Shen Fei, as he cannot betray his boss's confidence. The experimental table, illuminated by LED cold light, showcased 3 hydraulic testing machines. The leftmost housed the Fruit 6, emitting faint metallic groans. The center featured the Huaxin X1 Pro, while the right displayed the Note 4 from the Land of Pickles, serving as a control group. 3 cameras stood by, recording the entire experimental process. Indeed, the entire experiment exuded rigor, with terminology steeped in professionalism. The pressure value was set to 65 newtons, simulating a unilateral pressure test akin to sitting with a phone in one's back pocket. Adjusting the hydraulic machine's parameters, the technician Zhang Mingyuan monitored the real-time display of 3-dimensional stress maps on a large screen behind him. Generally, lifting a 500 milliliters bottle of water requires a force of 5 newtons. When placing a phone in one's pocket and bending to sit, it is subjected to a similar force. Under this pressure, the aerospace aluminum frame of the Fruit 6 began to show rippling wrinkles. This revelation instantly invigorated Wang Tang. It appeared his hypothesis was indeed correct, and the severity exceeded his initial expectations. Mr. Wang, good news. The door to the laboratory swung open as Wang Tang's secretary rushed in, excitement radiating from her. Chill. Keep your voice down. I'm in the midst of an experiment. The secretary promptly halted, attempting to temper her enthusiasm. What is the rush? You're usually so composed. Why the sudden eagerness today? The public opinion monitoring team has reported some exciting news. On the largest social platform in America, several users claim that after sitting on their sofas a few times with their phones in their back pockets, they experienced bending issues. It is abundantly clear, to the extent that professional instruments are unnecessary, that deformation is readily observable to the naked eye. Chapter 92, The Curved Door. Truly, fortune favors me. With genuine users raising inquiries, we can further amplify the situation. Naturally, should the company commit any blunders in customer service, Wang Tang is exceedingly confident that the sales figures for the Fruit 6 in China could be halved. As for the market share plummeting to 0, Wang Tang dares not even entertain such a thought, for the loyal fans of the fruit brand remain considerable in number. Well, with authentic consumer voices emerging, we shall have an easier path ahead. Next, let us measure the extreme values. It has already been established that the Fruit 6 is indeed prone to deformation. Let us investigate the extent of pressure required to induce bending. When the pressure surpassed 80 newtons, the iconic home button of the Fruit 6 unexpectedly ejected, striking the bulletproof glass cover with a resounding ping. The operator nearby hastily paused the machine to observe the situation within the glass cover, eager to ascertain what changes occurred under such pressure. Soon, he identified the problem and promptly exclaimed, "Mr. Wang, the ribbon cable bracket has cracked, and the battery is beginning to deform. Should we continue testing?" "Proceed with the test," Wang Tang urged. "Let us see how much force it takes for it to completely fracture." The operator, upon hearing this, immediately resumed the machine and continued to apply pressure. As the value reached 92 newtons, the Fruit 6's body instantaneously contorted into a V shape, thoroughly deformed. In stark contrast, the Samsung Note 4 had only exhibited a mere 0.3 millimeters of deformation, while their own Huaxin X1 Pro remained utterly unaffected. At this juncture, even the amateur Wang Tang recognized that this generation of the Fruit 6 was indeed susceptible to deformation. "All right, no need for further testing," he declared. "You all can explore other issues. I must report to President Shen." "President Shen, my suspicions were correct. This generation of the Fruit is fundamentally flawed in design, making it prone to deformation. Here is our testing report for your review." Upon examining the report, Shen Fei's excitement was palpable. "Truly, fortune favors me once more. As Huaxing strides towards the high-end market, we have received a fortuitous boost from our competitor. The high-end market is within reach. This news is exceptionally favorable for us." Wang Tang quickly responded, "President Shen, should we release this information immediately? After all, the launch of the fruit might impact our sales." Hearing this, Shen Fei waved his hand dismissively and replied, "There's no rush. Let the bullets fly for a while. Although the fruit's release does have some influence on our sales, we have already received our initial sales figures. While there is a slight decline, our daily sales remain within expectations. Let the fruit distribute some products first. Once consumers begin to voice their concerns, we can strategically amplify the situation. By that time, if the shipment volume is sufficiently large and the fruit opts not to initiate a full recall, we can take advantage of public sentiment." At that moment, Wang Tung anxiously interjected, "But what if the fruit announces a complete recall?" Shen Fei fell silent at this notion, as the fruit is a formidable entity. A total recall is not beyond the realm of possibility. "No worries," he reassured. "Should they recall everything, it would not significantly affect us. In fact, it might even enhance our presence among consumers. Nevertheless, the costs incurred would be substantial compared to the benefits gained. Moreover, with such a vast global market, if they were to execute a complete recall, even the fruit would suffer considerable damage. If they only recall product from specific regions, they might as well cease sales altogether. Thus, the odds are in our favor. We shall take this gamble." Strictly speaking, Shen Fei was not truly gambling, as the fruit's annual shipment exceeds 100 million units. A complete recall is highly improbable. Furthermore, should they undertake such a move, it could very well lead to their downfall. In that scenario, they would likely make adjustments in customer service. However, as long as a plan exists, vulnerabilities are bound to emerge. Now, our primary focus must be on securing agents. Other concerns can be set aside. Let's first send this video to our contracted influencers, instructing them to create content, ensuring our coordinated action. At present, the Huaxin X1 is still within its initial launch phase, and all associated rights are being granted. Each offline store is bustling with customers daily. Therefore, recruiting agents is an urgent matter. Observing the popularity of Huaxin stores, numerous applicants have emerged. Given the current situation of supply being less than demand, Huaxin is in a position to be selective, eliminating those who engage in malicious price reductions, those with records of product diversion, and those who claim to have no stock while secretly selling at inflated prices. As Huaxin shifts its focus towards the high-end market, indiscriminate price cuts would undermine our foundation. The paramount concern for Huaxin now is its reputation. If consumers visit our offline stores only to be informed of a lack of stock, while the neighboring store claims to have stock available for an additional fee, it would deal a devastating blow to Huaxin's reputation. We cannot allow a single rotten apple to spoil the entire barrel. Thus, the scrutiny during the review process must be exceedingly stringent. While we can turn a blind eye to certain diversions, price reductions must be strictly controlled. However, it has been 2 days, and I trust we have observed sufficient data. Let's ascertain how many distributors have submitted applications. Hello, Guman. Please come to my office to tally the current number of distributor applications. Given the significance of this matter, Guman has been diligently occupied with this task over the past few days, organizing a specialized team to handle the reviews. Currently, there are numerous distributors who have passed the initial review. After all, only a handful possess real strength. They monopolize the products in their respective provinces and develop their own downlines, effectively reaping profits from both ends, often more than the manufacturers themselves. Given that OV is considerably weak, Huaxin cannot allow them to operate so freely and must impose certain conditions. President Shen, Mr. Wang, you are here as well. Wang Tung quickly nodded and stated, "I am here to report on the curved door issue. How many distributors are prepared to join us?" Thus far, we have received applications from over 800 entities, with more than 700 having passed our preliminary review. Additionally, several major players are eager to secure provincial-level representation. However, we do not require such large-scale operators. At most, we will entertain city-level agents, as larger operations will be challenging to manage. Furthermore, it is impossible for anyone to dominate a province and dictate prices. In Shen Fei's strategy, the maximum commission for any agent is set at 15, and they must pay up front for products along with a security deposit. This rate is even less favorable than what the blue-green companies offer to county-level agents, and it is still subject to exploitation by provincial and generational layers of fees. I anticipate that negotiations will not be easy. However, let us first draw them in. We are strong. Why should we relinquish these profits without a fight? Those willing to become agents may do so. Those unwilling may have their travel expenses reimbursed and depart immediately. We are fully capable of establishing exclusive channels on our own. Chapter 93, The Bidding Conference. The Huaxin building is bustling today as the inaugural bidding conference for the Huaxin brand is about to commence. We are recruiting agents at the municipal and county levels, deliberately excluding provincial-level agents, as the largest provincial agents will be the various distribution centers of Huaxin. With the commencement of the bidding conference, these centers will evolve beyond mere storage points. They will serve as new oversight bodies, monitoring the newly joined distributors to prevent product diversion or underpricing. Shen Fei adjusted his tie and cast a sweeping glance over the sea of faces below. The individuals before him are all agents vetted by Huaxin Technology, many of whom have previously represented related products. They are poised to continue representing Huaxin's offerings, eager to garner greater profits. After all, Huaxin has already ascended to the high-end market, and its profit margins are indeed commendable. Although Huaxin has only been established for 2 years, the sales figures for the Huaxin X2 and Huaxin S1 are remarkably impressive. They are unwilling to forfeit such a substantial source of profit. As you all know, our Huaxin X2 series achieved initial sales exceeding 540,000 units on its first day, while sales fluctuated slightly in the following days. A total of 420,000 units have still been sold over the past 6 days, averaging 70,000 units per day. I trust this data will be satisfactory to all. The dealers present have also projected the sales for the Huaxin X2 series. As seasoned veterans in the industry, they are not here merely to donate money to the manufacturers, but rather to profit from them, naturally having conducted some research. Thus, upon receiving approval for the preliminary review, they began to connect with one another, forming a small coalition with the intention of securing a greater share from Shen Fei. Although Shen Fei is aware of this, he chose to disregard it, knowing that their alliance is merely based on self-interest and that he possesses ample strategies to dismantle their so-called coalition, rendering it a mere farce. As the dealers in the audience nodded in agreement, Shen Fei continued his presentation. When the PowerPoint transitioned to the agency policy, the dealers could hardly contain their restlessness. With agency fees for the S-Series reaching a maximum of 15, and for the X-Series capped at 10, coupled with a requirement for upfront payment before delivery, and a deposit of 200,000 yuan per store, it was clear that this was not a mere suggestion, but rather an imposition. Each store is required to pay this 200,000 yuan, not just one county-level agent. While they found the deposit to be somewhat standard, the idea of individual stores paying such a sum felt like an egregious violation, an overt attempt at extortion. "Mr. Shen, are you jesting?" they exclaimed. 15% at most? Furthermore, a uniform store design must be approved before we can stock inventory, and we must pay up front? "Mr. Shen, perhaps you should inquire elsewhere. They want to even offer me 30 from OV, and I refuse to represent their products." Wang Huawi, a gold medal agent for the Blue-Green Factory and a provincial agent in Shandong, certainly had the standing to make such a statement. With Wang leading the charge, murmurs of dissent rippled through the audience. At this point, the discussion in the conference room resembled a nest of sparrows, chaotic and incessant. Meanwhile, the representatives from Huaxin appeared oblivious, continuing their tasks as if undisturbed. "Mr. Wang, as you mentioned, that is the Blue-Green Factory. What relevance does it have to us at Huaxin? Their costs are low and their price is high. They cannot sell in the online market and lack the capital to establish their own offline channels, relying solely on you. Huaxin is different. Our online sales are exceptionally robust, and we can guarantee at least one flagship store in every prefecture. Allowing you to act as agents merely expands our sales channels. You are not indispensable." As he emphasized the word indispensable, Shen Fei's tone sharpened, striking like daggers into the hearts of all present. "Of course, if you are unwilling to act as agents, we can certainly enter the county markets ourselves and extend an invitation to you. We are merely offering you a courtesy. You need not worry about whether we will falter in unfamiliar territory. While it is said that a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake, it seems the tables have turned today." Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, the audience fell silent. This protest had been anticipated in their plans, yet they had not expected Shen Fei to deviate from their script. "Mr. Shen, 15 is still too low. It must be at least 20. Otherwise, we would prefer not to represent Huaxin. We can engage in fierce competition in the offline market and see who truly dominates." Shen Fei scanned the audience, questioning whether they shared this sentiment. Those close by nodded, while others further away shook their heads. A rift was indeed beginning to form, as Shen Fei's assertiveness swayed opinions. Given the current pricing of the Huaxin X series, even a 10 sales commission would yield over 300 yuan in profit per unit, nearly 400 yuan. "Secretary Gu, please confirm and arrange for their return tickets, lest they claim we at Huaxin lack decorum." Those who had initially spoken up suddenly grew anxious, hastily declaring, "Mr. Shen, we agree. We accept this price and can sign immediately. I will transfer the deposit at once. We will remodel according to your specifications, making adjustments if necessary." Would it not have been better to say this from the start? Shen Fei remarked, observing how their tension dissipated. However, Shen Fei's unpredictable nature was not a new development. Alas, is the count complete? Secretary Gu, please instruct the reception department to prepare their tickets for return. Young man, we have all compromised. Why pursue a total route? They protested. Youthful exuberance is hardly a virtue. Shen Fei chuckled. Am I youthful without being exuberant? If I were to grow old, should I become complacent? What qualifications do you possess to comment? If I, a young man, have achieved such success at this age, what harm is there in a little youthful arrogance? My father has never chastised me. Why do you presume to? Others around him applauded, affirming Shen Fei's stance. After all, if they had achieved such results at his age, they would be even more audacious. By the way, Secretary Gu, there is no need to purchase their tickets. Let them find their own way home. They have been afforded enough courtesy. Through this demonstration of resolve, other agents swiftly acquiesced to the proposed terms, expressing readiness to sign immediately and adhere to Huaxin's renovation requirements, assuring the deposit will be transferred without issue. I appreciate your support. As the first cohort to join us, I will offer you additional benefits. Each store that surpasses 500 units in monthly sales will be classified as a C-level store, enjoying a 1 sales commission on top of the discounted purchase price. Stores exceeding 1,000 units will be designated as B-level, receiving a 2 commission. A-level stores, surpassing 2,000 units, will enjoy an additional 3 rebate on the purchase price. However, do not entertain thoughts of deceit. Different store tiers entail varying purchase prices. C-level and below stores will receive a 7 discount from the official price. C-level stores will enjoy an 8 discount, B-level stores a 10 discount, and A-level stores likewise a 10 discount. Once a store achieves A-level status for 2 consecutive months, it can be upgraded to S-level, enjoying a 12 discount on purchase prices, with a maximum of 15. As the assembly of astute individuals calculated the figures, they recognized that while the profits from the S-series were modest, they were acceptable. However, the profits from the X-series were astonishing, with potential earnings of up to 800 yuan per unit. Given that the X-series was performing adequately, they could leverage it to elevate their ratings while profiting from the S-series. And you think we won't play our cards right? It's simple enough to cultivate a few D-level stores into an S-level shop. We have a means to do so. The only loss here is the deposit. Yet, Shen Fei was no fool and had anticipated this scenario. To receive the sales commission, there was a prerequisite. Hearing Shen Fei's declaration, the expressions of the audience shifted dramatically. They had all chosen to step back. Why then was Huaxin still imposing such demands? However, even in the face of such indignities, they had no choice but to swallow their pride. After all, when pitted against the importance of monetary gain, their grievances paled in comparison. The launch of the Huaxin X2 had occurred merely a week ago, and sales were already approaching 1 million units. Astute observers recognized that the momentum of Huaxin was undeniable, leaving competitors with no option but to concede. Moreover, Shen Fei had already taken a step back, having witnessed the cautionary tales of earlier pioneers. A slight retreat on their part seemed entirely reasonable. This was not an act of cowardice. Huaxin was not inherently domineering. They simply required adherence to their proprietary Huaxin intelligent sales system in order to partake in the sales rebate program. Indeed, this was the official sales system uniformly employed by Huaxin in physical stores, necessitating a scan through the system prior to stock entry. The same procedure applied during stock departure. Any deviation from this process will be classified as abnormal sales. The coupling of the Huaxin intelligent sales system with the sales rebate policy was a notion put forth by Wang Teng. After all, this approach would significantly mitigate the issue of parallel trading and better safeguard the interests of Huaxin technology. Presenting this initiative at this juncture also facilitated a more palatable acceptance from the agents involved. However, one must recognize that this could only minimize the issue to a certain extent, as these distributors were required to pay upfront before acquiring goods. In a bid to increase sales volume, they often resorted to offering gifts to customers during the launch phase or permitted users to pay the full price upfront, subsequently providing rebates post-order completion. These maneuvers were entirely independent of Huaxin and represented the tactics of the distributors themselves, which, notably, also aided Huaxin's sales figures. Huaxin's official stance would turn a blind eye, refraining from total eradication of such practices. Being seasoned distributors, they were acutely aware of this dynamic, perhaps even more so than Shen Fei. This reality bore no impact on them. Having acquiesced to numerous prior conditions, they readily accepted these relatively innocuous stipulations. However, the very mention of this device hinted at a level of technological sophistication. Many franchise enterprises had leveraged such equipment to exploit franchisees. Was Huaxin also contemplating a similar strategy? Naturally, these seasoned operators harbored concerns, as each of them aspired to establish multiple outlets. They promptly inquired of General Manager Shen whether the cost of this device would be borne by themselves or if it would be uniformly arranged by Huaxin. What was the price of this apparatus? Upon hearing this, Shen Fei chuckled, indicating their complete capitulation. The individual who had posed the question suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. I didn't make any unreasonable demands. I merely inquired about the cost. Why are you smiling so enigmatically? It feels rather chilling. Furthermore, did this expression imply that the machine was indeed expensive and would have to be self-funded? Rest assured, there will be no charge for the machine. Following approval of the renovations, it will be installed uniformly by Huaxin. Thus, it appeared Huaxin was indeed acting with integrity as franchisees. They were only required to pay a deposit of 200,000 yuan along with renovation costs and some rental fees, while Huaxin would cover the remaining equipment. Moreover, the specifications provided by Huaxin were quite commendable. Although priced somewhat high, they were deemed worth the cost, garnering consumer approval. Henceforth, when marketing to consumers, there would be no fear of encountering individuals well-versed in digital products. After all, it would be rather embarrassing if, after extolling the virtues of their offerings, a consumer retorted, "I know, this is junk." Naturally, to expedite their employees' familiarity with our intelligent sales system and sales discourse, we would offer crash courses. This was derived from the experiences of our 400-plus physical stores, which demonstrated that sales rhetoric significantly impacts revenue. The audience below fell into a stunned silence. Realizing that having just praised your integrity, you swiftly proposed a new scheme for exploitation. Where has your integrity gone? However, this payment was indeed mandatory, and it had to be for the highest tier. Consider it a protection fee to avoid penalties from the so-called regulatory bodies. By the way, how many tiers does General Manager Shen's crash course encompass? Cleverly, this prompted Wang Teng, standing nearby, to breathe a sigh of relief. The conversation hadn't stalled, and he didn't need to intervene. After all, these individuals were not novices. Most had previously represented rival brands. Although there was a discernible gap between the products of those brands and Huaxin's, the sales rhetoric was, in essence, quite similar. For them, paying this fee felt akin to being fleeced, yet their unexpected cooperation took Wang Teng by surprise, rendering his prepared remarks unnecessary. Regarding the crash course, this is not Huaxin trying to exploit you. Our practical statistics from offline stores indicate a substantial disparity in daily revenue between those utilizing this process and those who do not. Come on, don't play coy with us. We're not novices. We know sales better than you do. Different store sizes, geographical locations, and even regional economic levels, as well as brand reputation, are the key factors influencing sales, not mere rhetoric. After all, customers have already come to your store with the intention of purchasing your phones. While the application of this sales rhetoric may bear some relation to sales figures, it was negligible. Nonetheless, upon hearing Shen Fei's remarks, they still chose to show face and applauded. They had to swallow their pride, as the delineation of territories had yet to be established. The number of stores they could open remained uncertain. Until the results were released, all frustrations had to be suppressed. Endure. Wang Teng and Guman, standing aside, could no longer contain their amusement. What have you done to provoke him? He seems to have nothing better to do than dream up these schemes. He can't use them on his own people. It seems he has seized an opportunity. We offer two classes, a standard class and an advanced class. The standard class consists of a 15-day course, lasting half a month, with a fee of only 5,000 yuan per store, covering one store manager and two sales staff. The advanced class spans 25 days, requiring a fee of 12,000 yuan per store, inclusive of one store manager and four sales staff for training. Please note that all classes do not include accommodation or meals. Participants will cover these expenses themselves. The audience below erupted in confusion, questioning how one could be so shameless. They don't even provide meals or lodging, yet we are expected to participate. Each of them felt as though they might gnash their teeth in frustration. Yet for the sake of profit, they managed to muster strained smiles. Rest assured, General Manager Shen, we will all participate. The advanced class is a must. They were determined to master the material, even if it meant extending their training duration. However, they were curious about how General Manager Shen would delineate the territories. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei immediately understood why these seasoned operators, fully aware that he was playing them, pretended to be unaffected. After all, Shen Fei had not initially intended to offer any training classes, although this segment had been conceived prior to the bidding conference. It was contingent upon the cooperation of various manufacturers. Shen Fei had initially planned to eliminate this aspect, but since they had fortuitously broached the subject, he felt compelled to reinstate it. After all, if there was an opportunity for profit, one must seize it. A shrewd businessman indeed. As for the delineation of territories, it would be based on everyone's capabilities. However, unlike OV, we only provide city-level agency rights. Chapter 95. The Misfortunes of Old Wang, a new craze for Double 11. We only offer city-level agency rights, and it seems Shen Fei does not provide higher sales rebates. What advantages could these so-called city-level agency rights possibly hold? City-level agents enjoy priority replenishment rights and the same replenishment benefits as Huaxin's official stores. Additionally, city-level agents must pay an extra guarantee of 2 million yuan to ensure there is no parallel trading and must maintain at least 5 stores within the agency region. Huaxin is truly ruthless. In order to join a priority restocking group, a store must pay a deposit of at least 1 million, along with an additional 2 million as a deposit for city-level distributors. Indeed, when this rule was initially established by Shen Fei, the suggestion from Guman was acknowledged, as it is no trivial sum. However, the agents are only required to sell products, without any obligation for after-sales service, should any issues arise. They merely need to send the malfunctioning devices to the Huaxin self-operated stores for resolution. Furthermore, the shipping costs are to be paid upon delivery, with Huaxin handling the settlement. Those who have the means to enter this market are typically substantial provincial or city-level distributors. If one cannot afford this modest sum, it would be better not to pursue an agency at all. Upon careful reflection, the individuals gathered below realized that this investment is indeed worthwhile. Prior to their arrival, they had conducted research. On the first day of Huaxing's sales, over 400 stores collectively sold more than 200,000 units, averaging 300 to 400 units per store. Naturally, this surge in sales is attributed to the recent launch of the Huaxin X1, which, even if its sales were halved, would still yield over 200 units. Even when future sales plateau, each store can still expect to sell at least 10 units daily, especially when considering Huaxing's S-series, ensuring substantial profits for each outlet. After all, opening a store is essentially capitalizing on the initial wave of launch traffic. To reassure everyone, a new budget-friendly smartphone is set to be released after the new year, with a profit-sharing arrangement of 15, although this model will not participate in the sales rebate activities. Upon hearing this, the previously hesitant agents eagerly presented their cards, demonstrating their commitment. They hurried towards the payment area, mindful that the promotional materials indicated a maximum of 2 city-level distributors per prefecture. Arriving late could mean losing out on the opportunity to secure priority restocking rights. A significant loss. Meanwhile, Wang Huahui, the provincial distributor from Shandong, who was initially expecting a 30 commission, was slow to react. By the time it was his turn, all city-level distributors from Shandong's prefectures had already been claimed. Ironically, his former colleagues and subordinates soon approached him. "Brother Wang, sorry, but you were a bit slow. Li and I secured the Qingdao agency." "Brother Wang, apologies, but I claimed the Yintai agency with Xiao Wang." This only fueled Wang Huahui's frustration. He had always been eager to secure more stock, and his former associates had once addressed him with sincerity. Now, they were mocking him at this critical moment. Soon after, the bidding conference organized by Huaxin came to a close, with everyone having secured their desired territories, leaving in high spirits, except for Wang Huahui and a few others. In truth, Wang Huahui's failure to secure a position was not due to Shen Fei's machinations, but rather his age, which hindered his quick reflexes. Indeed, it was as simple as that, as evidenced by the Doge meme. Following the conclusion of the conference, Wang Tung hurried over to Shen Fei. "Mr. Shen, Sansang has requested to meet with you tomorrow." "Tomorrow? I'm unavailable. Please postpone." After all, Shen Fei's most pressing engagement was an interview with CCTV, a matter that overshadowed all others. This media outlet is the most authoritative, and the last 30-minute segment proved more effective than any advertisement. With this promotional opportunity, it is conceivable that they could achieve a sales target of 2 million units by mid-month. Every other concern must yield to this priority. With the official launch of Huaxing and the domestic version of Guozi, other manufacturers that had already released products began adjusting their prices. This posed a challenge for the current Chrysanthemum Corporation, especially since their Model 925 had firmly established itself in the 3,000 yuan price range, with sales surpassing 3 million units. In the European market alone, sales exceeded 800,000 units, much to the delight of the Chrysanthemum Corporation. The dilemma now lies in determining how to lower prices without disheartening existing consumers, a significant consideration. After all, The indiscriminate price cuts of the Mate 2 had previously inflicted considerable damage on the Chrysanthemum Corporation. While contemplating how to adjust prices, Yu Dazue received a call from Shen Fei. Hello, Mr. Yu. Do you have a moment? We at Huaxin have recently developed some excellent products and are planning to hold a trade show and promotion. We hope the Chrysanthemum Corporation will attend. Mr. Shen, we will certainly support your event. May I inquire what these excellent products are? Oh, they're all fantastic. Just make sure to come prepared with money, as this time the items won't be cheap. After this, Shen Fei hung up and resumed discussions with other manufacturers. Meanwhile, Yu Dazue, now alone, continued to ponder. The products Huaxin is selling must be of interest to his company, narrowing down the potential items significantly. Could it be that Huaxin's Glacier anti-freeze battery is up for sale? Or perhaps the OLED screens are being offered for external sale? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Yu Dazue couldn't help but smile. After all, Huaxin had just begun mass production of OLED screens, and only their top-tier models were equipped with them. It seemed improbable that they would be available for external sale so soon. Unbeknownst to Yu Dazue, Shen Fei indeed intended to sell their OLED screens, as relying solely on Huaxin was insufficient to recoup research and development costs. Moreover, the substantial loans taken out for factory investment were a heavy burden. This was merely the first-generation product, which in terms of screen quality could not even rival Samsung. Should Samsung's burn-in rates decrease, the screens could become a liability. Perhaps it was the first generation of the Glacier battery that would be offered for sale. If so, it would certainly be worth a trip, as even a first-generation battery would outperform offerings from other suppliers. Even if the Ningda battery is somewhat pricier, using it in the Mate series would not be a loss. Promotion. Didn't Mr. Shen mention promotion? Their 618 sales event had a tremendous impact on sales. Why not replicate this success for the upcoming Double 11 shopping festival? Initially, they led the charge. Now, they could do so again, seizing the largest share of the market. With the official release of the Huaxin X1, the Mate 7, aside from its larger screen and slightly lower price, seemed to lack any significant advantages. The previously strong signal quality had diminished, as Huaxin had caught up following the cross-licensing of patents, with both companies' signal capabilities now remarkably similar. Furthermore, it was time for them to establish offline distribution channels. According to the reports compiled below, relying solely on telecom distributors could only lead so far, as there was intent for reform in this sector. This posed a potentially devastating blow to their current offline channels. Yet, with crisis comes opportunity. They could seize this moment to develop their own offline distribution network, especially since they were not short on funds. The Chrysanthemum Corporation officially announced its participation in the Double 11 Shopping Festival, with the Mate 7 series seeing a price reduction of 200 yuan and the Honor 6 series offering exquisite gifts with purchases. Other manufacturers, upon seeing this Weibo post, remarked, "Chrysanthemum Corporation, you sly fox, stealing a march on us." Yu Dazue maintained his composure. Chapter 96. Interview, Samsung's visit. That old Yu, always playing unfairly. We must act swiftly to keep pace, lest Honor and IQ get ahead of us. Mr. Liu, please visit Huami Technology to assess their financing needs. I've heard they've made significant breakthroughs and might be seeking Series B funding. This project serves as an important bridge for Lei Busi to strengthen ties between the Chrysanthemum Corporation and Huaxin Technology, warranting careful attention. The Dami company officially announced its entry into the Double 11 battleground. IQ's Feng Yufei, how much will Dami company reduce prices? We shall always undercut him by 1 yuan. A ruthless strategy. Nevertheless, it is indeed a sound approach, particularly since IQ has just entered the value for money arena. They must tread carefully. Lei Busi, just wait. Once my Peng Pai chip is out, you will witness true ruthlessness. Honor officially announced its participation in the chaotic Double 11 battle, presenting undoubtedly the most cost-effective product. With the commencement initiated by the Chrysanthemum factory, various enterprises eagerly announced their participation in the Double 11 shopping festival. Even though the starting prices have been reduced, the manufacturers' profits have not diminished correspondingly. After months of distribution, the overall prices within the supply chain have further declined, leading to a significant reduction in costs. A high emotional intelligence approach involves rewarding users, while a low emotional intelligence strategy focuses merely on hastening shipments in light of supply chain price reductions. Lest the new models arrive prematurely. General Shen, they're all declaring their participation in the chaotic Double 11 battle. Should we at Huaxin join in as well? Shen Fei pondered briefly before promptly responding, let us participate. However, it won't be with Huaxin X2, but rather S1 and X1. Presently, Huaxin X1 boasts a surplus of several 100,000 units in stock. With fast charging, a large battery, and a 1080p screen, it has not fallen behind the times. However, the screen of the S1 model is already outdated. Its formidable performance and excellent imaging capabilities continue to attract numerous users. Furthermore, the current pricing of Huaxin S1 has reached $19.99, starting with a configuration of 332G. The Huaxin S1 is set to undergo a further reduction of 150 Huaxin coins, launching at the price of $18.49. Additionally, let us directly list the prepped Huaxin S1 Max without a launch event, surprising the fans. Drawing from the experience of the previous 618 sales, Wangtung has already prepared a special edition for Double 11, aptly termed the S1 Pro, which closely resembles the Max version. It retains the 3,500 mAh battery and 225W fast charging, with the only change being the upgrade of the screen from a 720p LCD to a 1080p resolution. The starting price is set at $2,799, slightly lower than that of the Huaxin S1 Pro. Given the numerous rounds of price adjustments in the supply chain, 1080p screens have become quite affordable. Currently, the Huaxin S1 Pro has already ceased production, leaving a stockpile of 300,000 units, now priced at $24.99. Such an enticing price point is sure to clear the inventory swiftly. Although the S1 Pro finds itself in an awkward position between the S1 and S Max, its competitive pricing makes it an attractive product. Currently, our manufacturing partners are diligently producing Huaxin X2, S1, and S1 Max. After all, in the face of the current pricing of the S1, the so-called 720p screen is hardly a drawback. The bustling activities of the bidding conference and Double 11 have just subsided. Shen Fei planned to indulge in a bit of leisure, considering the exhausting period he had just endured, but Gu Man shattered his daydreams. This afternoon marks the scheduled interview, and I've postponed the minor news. This is a 30-minute segment that will greatly benefit us. They have already sent over the interview questions. Please contemplate how to respond. In such a significant interview, to avert any complications during the process and prevent leaks, all questions have been pre-negotiated and the answers have been vetted. After all, the confidentiality level of Huaxin technology is notably high. Particularly, the wafer fab and the Tianjin Semiconductor Research Institute are of paramount importance, with all security handled by higher authorities. With the official launch of OLED screens, which are currently leading in the market, Shen Fei has also intensified security measures for the East China Panel Company. After all, caution is the mother of safety. The questions for this interview are relatively straightforward, and the Public Relations Department has already prepared the answers to prevent Shen Fei from inadvertently leaking sensitive information. One question inquires about how the company has managed to achieve significant breakthroughs in various domains such as chips, batteries, and screens. The Public Relations Department's response is articulate and coherent, prompting Shen Fei to realize the vast disparity in intellect among individuals. Their minds are remarkably sharp, capable of crafting such eloquent compositions. Essentially, the answer elucidates that based on insights into market trends and technological advancements, a long-term strategic plan was formulated. Distinct research teams were established, and upon achieving certain technological breakthroughs, collaborations were formed with prominent tech giants to jointly create production lines, thereby actualizing projects and fostering development and industry progress. It also emphasizes the critical nature of governmental support. With such backing, projects can be expedited, significantly enhancing construction speed. After all, it takes a village to raise a child, and every aspect is indispensable. Talents abound in the Public Relations Department. They truly are exceptional individuals. Increased funding is a necessity. Subsequently, the discussion shifts to whether any particularly memorable challenges or issues have arisen in the realms of chip, screen, and battery research. Shen Fei wonders if the public relations personnel have had any contact with the research teams, as their writing appears impressively structured. Upon a cursory glance, it almost convinces him that he has indeed encountered numerous challenges and triumphed over them. This afternoon, reporters from CCTV arrived at the Huaxin building. Shen Fei, along with his chief secretary Gu Man and the chief paparazzo Wangtung, warmly welcomed the journalists. After exchanging pleasantries, they swiftly delved into the core topics. The questions mirrored those on the proposal, and Shen Fei naturally articulated his responses in accordance with the script, further establishing Huaxin Technology's external image as a research-driven entity. Once the interview concluded, Shen Fei intended to invite a few individuals for a meal, but the reporters declined, citing the need to edit the footage. Shen Fei merely offered polite gestures before seeing them off. General Shen, representatives from the Sansang Group have come to visit once more. I suspect they won't give up until they see you. No problem, let us keep postponing. As the saying goes, it took 3 visits to the thatched cottage. They wish to glean insights from us, so they must come a few more times. After all, they are already our rivals. It's no issue to inconvenience them a bit. Haha, understood, I shall refuse them now. However, it is evident that Sansang is no pushover and has discerned that Shen Fei's lack of availability is merely a facade for his unwillingness to meet them, treating them like puppets. Furthermore, they have discovered that the East China Panel Company recently procured a substantial batch of raw materials from Neon and their pickled cabbage nation. This led them to contemplate how to leverage this information against Huaxin technology. Chapter 97. The Underhanded Tactics of Sansang. President, we have repeatedly requested a visit, yet they consistently find various excuses to decline. I believe they simply do not wish to meet us. Upon hearing this, Jay, on the other end of the line, became increasingly irritated. As a top tycoon from the land of the morning calm, how could he endure such dismissive refusals after multiple requests for courtesy? You must go again, this time in the name of the Sansang Group, under my authority. Do not approach them as the Sansang Huawu Division. That is unequal, and they won't agree to meet you. However, this shall be the final attempt. I have extended my courtesy. If they continue to disregard it, it will not merely be a slight against me, but against our esteemed Sansang Group. Do not blame me for resorting to underhanded tactics then. You may not lack funds, but your researchers and technicians are not as fortunate. I believe that once proper incentives are provided, some of these technicians will be inclined to join Sansang. If you could successfully lure Mr. Liang from Taiji Electric, then surely you can entice Professor Wu from the East China Panel Company as well. Sansang's research capabilities may be mediocre, but as one of the financial behemoths controlling the entire nation, they can muster the collective strength of the country to support the Sansang Group. Thus, Sansang's greatest assets are money and connections, and notably, the major shareholders of the entire Sansang Group are not from the land of the morning calm, but from America. This situation enables them to navigate much of the trouble that comes with poaching talent. However, it must be acknowledged that the majority, for Wall Street, is not merely a singular entity, but is composed of smaller factions. Nevertheless, the controlling entities behind Samsung are among the two largest players. Recruiting Professor Liang has introduced a certain degree of risk, as the capital backing TSMC originates from another faction on Wall Street. This ongoing rivalry has led to a continuous stream of lawsuits between Samsung and TSMC. Yet the endeavor has proven worthwhile, as Samsung Electronics has successfully initiated trial production of 14 nanometers technology, although the yield rate is still undergoing improvement. By next year, they are poised to announce to the world that Samsung Electronics has officially surpassed the 14 nanometers process technology, and they might even take a jab at TSMC in the process. However, with the breakthrough in chip manufacturing, the focus now shifts to display panels, as this sector represents a crucial source of profit for Samsung, distinct from chip fabrication. Initially, the slow progress in chip manufacturing had incited considerable frustration among stakeholders, but the recruitment of Professor Liang has quelled their discontent. Presently, the Eastern Panel Company has achieved breakthroughs in OLED screen technology and significantly mitigated the risk of screen burn-in, surpassing Samsung's existing capabilities. Internally, there are factions eager to bet on the Eastern Panel Company or to explore potential collaboration with Huaxin technology. After all, their thorough investigation over the past 6 months has yielded no insights into the origins of those two lithography machines, which seem to have materialized out of thin air. This has ignited new debates within their ranks, which is hardly favorable news for Samsung, given that both companies operate in nearly identical domains. The current Samsung is merely slightly larger than Huaxin. However, in terms of research capabilities, Jay harbors no confidence regarding Huaxin's ability to attract so many talented researchers. It seems a trip to Japan is in order to foster relationships with raw material suppliers. Surely these suppliers will make the right decisions in delineating their partnerships with certain enterprises. Mr. Shun, this appointment is made in Jay's name. Do you still wish to decline? I fear they might resort to unscrupulous means. Indeed, the Samsung team has not departed, but has taken residence in a nearby hotel, returning to the Huaxin building at the earliest opportunity upon receiving news. Yet, much like their previous visit, they failed to encounter Shen Fei. However, they did manage to meet Guman. Clearly, Shen Fei once again rebuffed their overtures. Rest assured, there is no opportunity for cooperation between our two companies. There is no need for superficial formalities. Their interest in collaboration is merely a guise to probe our display technology. We are not technical experts, and thus have little to discuss with them. Yet, does Mr. Shin not fear that such a rejection might provoke them to adopt underhanded tactics? Would conceding to them guarantee their abstention from such tactics? Upon hearing this, the others understood that this so-called dinner engagement, regardless of its outcome, would not preclude the possibility of underhanded maneuvers. It would be better for both parties to rely on their own merits. should they choose to engage in such tactics. We are more than prepared to reciprocate. It is said that Professor Liang is faring quite well at Samsung. However, we could offer even better conditions. And I believe Professor Liang would willingly return to his homeland. After all, his joining Samsung was not by choice, but rather due to internal strife that led to his exclusion. At that time, there was no domestic chip manufacturer capable of standing on its own, rendering his expertise ineffective back in his own country. As for the domestic giant Huaxin International, after being undermined by TSMC, it has been embroiled in continuous internal conflict. It is likely that disputes persist throughout the day, leaving little time for research. Joining Samsung Electronics to accumulate research experience and technology seems far more advantageous, with the prospect of returning to his homeland once the time is ripe. Naturally, this would also entail resolving the ongoing legal disputes with TSMC. Talented individuals like him typically sign non-compete contracts. No worries, you poach my talent, and I shall poach yours. It's merely a game of mutual annoyance. Furthermore, most of our research personnel are loyalists rewarded by the system, so we do not fear competition. As for the research staff at the Eastern plant, they can be freely recruited, though only a small fraction can access the most critical research areas. Moreover, these individuals are rigorously vetted for their loyalty to research and typically reside within the laboratories of the Eastern Panel Company, rarely venturing out. Those who could be lured away lack the technical prowess of Samsung's personnel. It would be prudent to assess how many subpar individuals reside within the Eastern plant. Given the technological breakthroughs, the Eastern plant has also chosen to invest in the Eastern Panel Company, seeking to secure a greater share of influence. This opportunity must not be squandered. One should ensure they do not harbor excessive delusions about their capabilities. All right, Guman, please inform the front desk without descending further. Just have them relay the message. I suspect that following our refusal, they will take action. Everyone must remain vigilant. Meanwhile, the Samsung employee, upon exiting, immediately contacted the head of Samsung's operations in China to report the outcome. After all, this news is hardly favorable, and it is prudent to communicate it to avoid any unwarranted repercussions that could jeopardize one's position. Did you not inform them that this is the president's directive? Never mind. Just return quickly. With that, the call was terminated and another number was dialed. Jay, they have once again rejected us. Bang. They're truly testing our patience. Aren't they? Book me a flight to Japan immediately. Chapter 98, Technology Summit. Just as Samsung prepared to head to Japan in regard to the supply chain of the Eastern Panel Company, Shen Fei released new information intended to lure this significant player into the trap. The announcement of the inaugural Supply Chain Technology Summit hosted by Huaxin Technology quickly trended on social media. It is widely recognized that engaging in mobile phone production pales in comparison to the profitability derived from supply chains, which are robust and lucrative. The situation is quite favorable. One can earn money while standing still. Now that we possess the capability, it is only natural to pursue this avenue. Simultaneously, we can enhance our reputation and allow various manufacturers to recognize our prowess. Our research capabilities are exceptionally strong, and with a relatively limited product line, many developed technologies remain unutilized, while new breakthroughs continue to emerge. To let these technologies languish would be a tremendous waste, both in terms of resources and funding. From our perspective, these technologies have become outdated compared to the latest advancements, yet they remain formidable when considered in the context of competitors. Having firmly rejected Samsung, we are confident that genuine competition will soon commence. We believe that a mutually beneficial outcome with Samsung is inevitable. Not only can we extract a penalty from the supply chain, but we can also seize a portion of the market from Samsung. What could be more advantageous? Thus, it appears to be a win-win scenario. After all, how can one not consider it a win-win if we triumph twice? In contrast to Samsung, our Eastern Panel Company not only leads in technology, but also enjoys a favorable position in the broader market landscape. With the advancement of 4G networks, the nation has increasingly prioritized this sector, intensifying support for domestic supply chains. With favorable timing, advantageous conditions, and public support, Huaxin Technology is poised to capture a segment of Samsung's market share. In order to extract further benefits from Samsung and the screen production supply chain, Shen Fei intensified promotional efforts, ensuring that everyone, particularly those at Samsung, is well informed. After all, they're the focal point of this narrative. It would be a disservice for them not to recognize their own significance in this unfolding drama. However, unexpected developments have arisen. This has propelled the previously low-profile Eastern Panel Company into the spotlight, as it seemed to exist in obscurity, known only to those within the industry. The East China Panel Company, having initially garnered some attention alongside the Oriental Factory during its establishment through joint investment, has since refrained from disseminating any news. They have been diligently focused on overcoming challenges to successfully launch domestically produced OLED screens. The most recent public mention occurred when Shen Fei remarked on the OLED display of the Huaxin X1 Pro. It is indeed astonishing that a domestic screen could rival that of Samsung. As the company with the strongest research capabilities in the industry, it is quite remarkable that they convened a technology summit, leaving many netizens in disbelief. It raises questions about why they would not utilize their superior products internally, instead opting to offer them externally. While the true purpose of the summit may have been to outmaneuver Samsung, Shen Fei still unveiled several noteworthy innovations, including the newly mass-produced OLED panel, which he designated as the X1 series, and an upgraded version of the first-generation Glacier antifreeze battery from Ningbo Company, as well as a cutting-edge 12-megapixel mid-range lens developed by Huawei. It cannot be denied that Huawei possesses impressive technological reserves, and Shen Fei expressed considerable satisfaction with this acquisition. With the addition of new, highly skilled research engineers, their research capabilities have been further enhanced, leading to significant breakthroughs in lens technology within just a few months. However, following this acquisition, many began to ridicule the prospects of Huawei under Huaxin's leadership, predicting a decline in market share that could jeopardize even their current position as the world's third-largest manufacturer. Huaxin, among the first to receive an invitation, was taken aback by the technical summary outlined in the invitation letter. Despite having been previously contacted by Shen Fei and having mentally prepared for the summit, he was astonished by the magnitude of Shen's ambitions, especially regarding the external promotion of their newly released OLED screens. This left him pondering whether the surprise Shen had alluded to was indeed this. Could it mean that their own Mate 7 might soon see a Pro version? Naturally, Samsung, being well-informed as an industry insider, quickly learned of Huaxin Technology's upcoming summit and promptly reached out to Jay, who had just landed and was instantly made aware of the news. He immediately formulated a new strategy, recognizing that while they still needed to control raw materials, now was not the opportune moment. Thus, they could not disrupt the summit, but rather should encourage both OV companies to procure screens from the East China Panel Company. Once significant orders were placed, they could then manipulate raw material prices or halt supply, effectively putting East China Panel Company at their mercy. At that point, whether it be patents or shares, those would be easily within reach. The various companies that received invitations quickly responded, expressing their intent to attend. Although the East China Panel Company was newly established and not yet at the pinnacle of technological advancement, they had studied the screen on the Huaxin X1 Pro and acknowledged it as one of the finest OLED displays currently available, particularly noting its low burn-in frequency. In contrast, the risk of burn-in for Samsung's OLED screens was considerably higher. Prolonged exposure to high brightness on a single interface would rapidly result in color degradation. Compounding this frustration was the emergence of a new competitor. Rather than lowering prices, Samsung had sent out a notice of price increases that very morning, seemingly forcing them toward Huaxin. It was incomprehensible to conduct business in such a manner, especially since the relationship between V and Samsung was still amicable, leading to their shared confusion over Samsung's sudden price hike, which felt conspiratorial. After all, why would a company with a new competitor raise prices? As Shen Fei busily organized the inaugural technical subcommittee, Huaxin once again trended on social media, making its nth appearance on the 30-minute news. The moment the segment concluded, it surged to the top of trending topics. During the interview, Shen Fei appeared somewhat out of character, exhibiting an unusual formality that felt disconcerting. It seemed to be his first interview, as previous appearances had been made by Wang Teng. Did this imply that our rice company would also soon employ such advanced OLED screens? However, upstairs, speculations ran wild. The rice company could not possibly afford such a screen, which would surely exceed $1,000, unless they were to launch a new high-end series. But if that were the case, who would still purchase from rice? Yet, this speculation turned out to be accurate. Lei Busi indeed harbored such intentions. Given the current state of the rice digital series, raising prices would not be straightforward. The optimal strategy would be to introduce a new high-end series while gradually increasing prices for the digital series. Naturally, the vacated market could not go to waste. The K-series planned by Liu Weibin would gradually take over, akin to how the price gap left by the Mate series at Ju Factory allowed Honor's digital series to thrive. With Shen Fei's plans progressing smoothly, Jay indeed set off for Neon, finally reeling in the big catch after orchestrating an elaborate ruse. Samsung, while engaged in screen production, could not achieve a full industry chain, rendering them less formidable against supply chain manufacturers than anticipated. Their methods were rather conventional, devoid of any underhanded tactics. They merely placed a substantial order with suppliers of light-emitting materials, sufficient to consume the entirety of their production capacity for the time being. However, to secure this order, they needed to sever ties with the East China Panel Company. Although East China Panel had recently received a significant order, it amounted to merely a single quarter's production for Samsung. The choice was clear. Jay believed these suppliers would make the right decision. As Jay journeyed to Neon to persuade the supply chain to cut off supplies to Huaxin, Samsung S-Screen Laboratory was bustling, eager to uncover the materials that could drastically reduce the burn-in probability of OLED screens. After all, cutting off supplies was merely a tactic. What Samsung truly sought was the underlying technology or materials. Currently, they remained the frontrunners in screen production tuning, with confidence that no competitor would catch up in the near future. Research from Samsung's laboratory revealed a novel material that had indeed emerged, and in terms of screen arrangement, it did not infringe upon Samsung's diamond-like configuration. However, what astonished them further was the revelation that the East China Panel Company had developed a new arrangement method, yielding a display effect comparably close to that of Samsung S diamond configuration. This discovery rendered their earlier assertion that no one would surpass them in the short term rather laughable. Even if they could not acquire this material, it was imperative to restrict the East China Panel Company as progress. With their arrangement method and Huaxin's research capabilities, they believed that East China Panel would soon catch up, especially given Huagua's formidable production capabilities. They anticipated that it would not be long before LCD screens were entirely phased out, with OLED screens dominating the smartphone display market, leaving no ground for Samsung. Despite Huagua's lack of expertise in 01, they excelled in 1100, and once breakthroughs occurred, large-scale production could be realized at remarkably low costs. A supply cutoff was essential. After all, Samsung had previously researched light-emitting materials, albeit unsuccessfully. Thus, they held firm in their conviction that East China Panel could not possibly achieve breakthroughs in light-emitting materials, or else why would they still be reliant on substantial imports? Thus, they remained exceedingly apprehensive, fearing that once this screen became public, Samsung might target them specifically. Consequently, they preemptively imported a substantial quantity of luminous materials to ensure that production would not be adversely affected in the short term. If Shen Fei were aware of his internal musings, he would undoubtedly applaud him for his imaginative prowess. Upon deducing this, he promptly reported to Jay, recommending that they immediately instruct the luminous material suppliers to cease transporting related materials to Huagua. However, it was not yet the opportune moment. Still, Jay curtailed the time allotted for deliberation among the various suppliers, compelling them to make swift decisions. Yet, he had one final trump card. They would bear the penalty for breach of contract. Nonetheless, he would refrain from mentioning this condition unless absolutely necessary, as the penalty for Huaxing's current order remained uncertain. According to the contract, the penalty for this batch of orders amounted to a staggering 3.5 billion Huayuan, equivalent to a sum of $500 million US. This was no trifling amount. Moreover, Samsung had placed a significant order, naturally reluctant to incur any further penalties. Thus, both parties were engaged in contemplation, one awaiting better terms, while the other sought to minimize concessions. However, Samsung found itself at a disadvantage. Mr. Dicheng, how are your deliberations progressing? Have you reached a final decision? This inquiry placed Dicheng Huaxi in a rather awkward position, as both parties were major clients. Previously, due to the substantial purchases made by Samsung, they could not leverage better prices despite their position as upstream suppliers. At times, they even faced price reductions imposed by Samsung. With new competitors entering the fray, who were technically on par and even superior in quality to Samsung, they welcomed this development, especially since Huadong Panel Company was known for prompt payments and fair pricing. Their collaboration had been exceedingly smooth. Unfortunately, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Seeing the helplessness of Dicheng Huaxi, Jay swiftly understood that the allure of profit was still insufficient. Our Samsung display will secure all of your production capacity for the coming year, at a premium of 15. We will immediately cease all cooperation with Huadong Panel Company and halt the shipment of all goods currently in port. As for when to notify them, we will determine that. Given the premium offered, the matter of penalties was not mentioned, yet the income from the premium would sufficiently offset the penalty incurred. Thus, Samsung had, in effect, agreed to pay this penalty. Upon hearing of the premium acquisition, Dicheng Huaxi quickly made his decision and promptly signed the contract, communicating his choice to Samsung. As for the remaining suppliers, Samsung employed the same strategy. Those who signed contracts also contacted Huadong Panel Company to inform them that, due to weather conditions, the vessels could not set sail, necessitating a temporary hold on raw materials at the port. However, there was no need for concern. They would ensure proper maintenance to safeguard these materials from any adverse effects. In truth, the timing of exportation was unaffected. The destination simply shifted from Jinsheng to the land of the morning calm. Upon receiving the call, Professor Wu immediately excitedly contacted Shen Fei. President Shen, the fish have indeed taken a bait. Just now, several companies called us, claiming that due to the weather, they are unable to set sail and asking us to wait a bit longer. As one of the proposal's initiators, he was acutely aware of the implications. Money, however, their legal team needed to be well prepared. After all, international lawsuits could be quite intricate, but with clear evidence of breach, they should be manageable. Such nonsense about weather. It's not like there's a typhoon or tsunami. How could they possibly be unable to set sail? A breach is a breach. Why seek excuses? Furthermore, there was no need for elaborate justifications. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei felt a surge of joy, yet until the money was secured, he refrained from popping the champagne. Unlucky to celebrate prematurely. No need to worry about excuses. A breach has already occurred. How prepared is your legal team? Do you need assistance from the corporate headquarters? After all, international lawsuits can be quite challenging. Each nation has its own legal nuances, even if a breach has occurred. Huaxin Panel Company will find it difficult to claim the funds and will still need to pursue litigation locally. Lawyers not well versed in international law would certainly find themselves at a disadvantage. However, due to patent issues, Huaxin Technology has recruited a cadre of elite lawyers, specifically trained to engage in international litigation against companies such as Gaodong. Let us support with a batch of lawyers, given that we have only recently established our presence. Legal services are generally outsourced, and there are not many proficient in international affairs. Nevertheless, Sansang was already preparing to take action, and their team needed to be ready to take the stage. Therefore, the forthcoming technology summit must yield significant results. They could not allow Sansang's preparations to go to waste. Chapter 100. The lively technology summit. As the day of the technology subcommittee arrived, Huaxin Tower welcomed a steady stream of esteemed guests. Those who had come clearly represented the heads of various firms, and since they were present, it was only fitting they left with something of value. Lei Bus from Dami personally attended, not merely for the summit's sake, but also because Dami had recently succeeded in acquiring Intel's mobile chip division and was preparing to establish a new company, seeking Huaxin's assistance. This time, both the screens and batteries exceeded Dami's budget. Unless they created a new high-end series, these components would be unnecessary. Additionally, Yu Dazue and Zhao Ming from Juchong were present, as Yu Dazue had taken a particular interest in the screen for the Mate series, which could not indefinitely remain priced at 3,000 yuan. Feng Yufei and Gulan from Lanchong, as well as Zhou Yibao from Qicheng, were also in attendance. Essentially, those in charge of supply chains or brand management from each company were present, ensuring that Huaxin was accorded the respect it deserved. As the summit had yet to commence, attendees took the opportunity to rest in the conference room and engage in conversation. Online rivalries seemed to dissolve as they gathered face-to-face, maintaining an amicable facade. Time passed swiftly, and when the meeting was set to begin, Guman invited everyone to the exhibition hall, which, while termed an exhibition hall, was actually a large conference room temporarily repurposed. The exhibition space was filled with displays, yet the attendees' primary focus remained on the OLED screen. Yu Dazue's fingers repeatedly caressed the screen while he meticulously examined the accompanying documents, clearly impressed by the quality. President Shen, are you certain this color difference parameter is not misrepresented? He inquired, directing his question to Shen Fei, as the documents explicitly stated E12. Previously, for the Mate 7, they had considered utilizing Sansang's OLED screen, but due to cost and the risk of burn-in, Yu Dazue ultimately opted for an LCD screen. He understood precisely the significance of this parameter. It indicated that this screen surpassed those provided by Sansang. However, compared to their proprietary screens, there may still be a disparity. Sansang's finest screens were reserved for internal use, while slightly inferior ones were exported to foreign markets, and the least favorable were allocated to domestic manufacturers. This was an unavoidable reality, as no domestic manufacturers had existed prior to the emergence of Huaxin Panel Company capable of producing OLED screens. Even the lowest quality screens were far more vibrant and offered superior display effects compared to LCDs, albeit at a higher price and with increased risk of burn-in. Apart from a few series from Lanchong, the other companies had scarcely made any purchases. Yet, upon glancing at the final page showcasing the pricing, Yu Daze took a deep breath, realizing that those with technical expertise set remarkably stern prices. Indeed, the final pricing for this screen panel amounts to 900 yuan. This is slightly more expensive than Samsung's OLED screens, Yet the difference is not substantial. The exceedingly low risk of burn-in associated with this panel renders it immensely worthwhile. Should burn-in occur during the warranty period, manufacturers are obliged to replace the defective screen at no cost to the user. However, when such issues arise, the screen manufacturers are less than accommodating. Acquiring a new screen would require monetary expenditure on the user's part, as they do not provide any warranty policy. Noticing the shift in use expression, Shen Fei promptly interjected, "Mr. Yu, this price is indeed quite courteous, considering our burn-in risk is considerably lower than Samsung's." Taking this factor into account, the pricing is, in fact, exceedingly reasonable. Meanwhile, Lei Bus was swiftly gliding across the experimental machine, adjusting the brightness to its maximum. He repeatedly displayed a single image to ascertain whether Huaxin's advertised burn-in risk truly warranted such low concern. After all, with contemporary OLED screens set to maximum brightness and a static image, signs of image retention typically manifest within an hour. However, this is not burn-in per se. It merely indicates the onset of the issue, which can self-correct after a period. Yet, should one persist in such conduct, the screen may soon suffer irreparable damage. Observing Lei's actions, you couldn't help but watch closely, eager to discover the outcome. However, waiting idly proved to be rather awkward. As a loquacious individual, you quickly engaged Shen Fei in conversation. "This price is quite appropriate, yet our factory's demand is substantial. I wonder if there is room for negotiation." "Well, Mr. Yu, we can discuss this in detail later," Shen Fei replied. Upon hearing this, the astute Yu nodded in understanding, as it was, after all, a time for observation. Given that all present manufacturers were keenly interested in the results, Shen Fei naturally chose to accompany them. It must be said that Samsung's outsourced screens are rather subpar. Within half an hour, Lei concluded his testing. When he switched to a pure white background, gasps of astonishment filled the room. The display unit featuring Samsung's screen exhibited faint signs of image retention, while the Huaxin X1 Pro screen remained pristine, just as it was prior to testing. "Mr. Shen, can you assure us that the outsourced screens will match the quality of this sample unit? If so, we are prepared to place an initial order of 2 million units." Hearing this, Shen Fei's spirits lifted. Although Huadong Panel Company was not a wholly owned enterprise, Huaxin held a 60 stake, enabling them to secure an 80 profit through raw material supply, thus wielding significant influence. "Rest assured, I can guarantee that the screens you receive will be identical to those we use. Should any issues arise, I will facilitate returns. The quality will undoubtedly be consistent. There will be no discrepancies. However, the pricing will differ. As the major shareholder and technological initiator, Huaxin's procurement cost is merely 23 of the retail price. Most of that revenue will return to their coffers during year-end dividends." Soon, it was time to discuss the antifreeze battery, which, however, was not the second-generation battery utilized by Huaxin, nor was it the first-generation battery found in the Huaxin X1. Instead, it was a 15th version developed based on the first-generation battery, slightly inferior to their second-generation counterpart. Technology may be sold, but timing is paramount. Having just adopted it themselves, they could hardly rush to outsource it. The screen was exclusive to the X2 Pro series, with low shipment volumes that made it impossible to recoup research and development costs. As for the investment costs, that was a distant concern. Merely relying on their own capabilities to recover the 20 billion yuan investment would take an eternity. More importantly, they aimed to gauge international opinions on the outsourced screens to anticipate any potential sanctions. However, it currently appeared that other nations had no intention of taking action, and some were even considering investing in Huaxin. Yet, these foreign entities were primarily driven by profit. As long as there were gains to be made, they were indifferent to who was at the helm. This predicament left Samsung in a dire situation, as they were the direct victims. "Mr. Shen, is this battery identical to the one you use in-house?" "This is not the same. This is our 15th version developed based on the first generation. Our second generation costs remain excessively high, and currently, our production capacity is insufficient." Upon hearing this, everyone present chuckled, as insufficient capacity seemed ironic, given that Huaxin's X2 series had shipped over 1 million units. Yet, it made sense. With the unexpected advantage of the screens, everyone had already prepared for the antifreeze battery. If Huaxin were to outsource all their latest technologies, they would certainly raise suspicions. When the attendees saw the price, puzzled expressions filled their faces, as if to say, "Are you serious about this pricing?" Chapter 101, Patent Transfer. It is no wonder that everyone was so astonished. After all, a 3,500 mAh battery from Ningde Company is priced at 89 yuan. Presently, Apart from the Hu factory, the cost of batteries from other manufacturers typically does not exceed 30 yuan, while consumers pay merely around 50 yuan for battery replacement at official service centers. Meanwhile, Ningde Company's high-density battery starts at a factory price of 89 yuan, and as battery capacity increases, prices rise further, 109 yuan for a 4,000 mAh version. However, this is based on the 15th version developed from the first-generation high-density battery. Compared to the first generation, it offers an improved experience in low-temperature environments, yet in terms of energy density, it remains on par with the first version. It supports normal use down to -15 degrees Celsius, but at -23 degrees Celsius, endurance significantly diminishes. This can be considered a standard upgrade, and the price remains quite favorable, alongside a commendable ordering experience. For instance, it supports custom battery capacities for all manufacturers, allowing attendees to name their products. For example, Huaxin's Glacier battery could be renamed to something else, like Jinsha River or Qinghai Lake, devoid of any deeper meaning, just a playful jest. However, custom orders necessitate the establishment of a new production line, requiring a mold fee of 1 million yuan. Furthermore, as long as the patent fees are adequately compensated, they can be licensed to manufacturers, enabling them to seek their own partners, thus further reducing production costs. Currently, the only patent available for transfer is that of the first-generation high-density battery. Upon hearing that patents could be transferred, various manufacturers instantly devised their own plans, especially the blue and green factories, as both possess considerable strength. With the existence of subsidies for new energy, numerous battery factories have sprung up across various regions. As the competition intensifies, many of these technology-deficient battery factories are entering a phase of closure. Yet their equipment remains relatively new and can be repurposed with slight modifications. Clearly, purchasing patents for self-production is more cost-effective than buying finished products outright. Mr. Shen, may I inquire about the patent cost for the first-generation high-density battery? Our blue factory intends to establish its own production facility. Upon hearing this question, Shen Fei perked up, as despite a recent expansion of their battery plant, accommodating all orders from those present still proved to be quite challenging. Our price is quite reasonable, at merely 15 million for each battery, with a 0.5 Huaguo currency licensing fee to secure the first-generation technology. Upon hearing this figure, the attendees nodded in agreement, each contemplating their own strategies. 15 million essentially translates to the price of around 150,000 batteries. Compared to battery prices, this is indeed much more affordable. Acquiring patents to build their own factories is evidently a more advantageous option. But with patents, can they truly produce on their own? Is Huaxin truly as commendable as it appears, selling its patents at such a bargain? However, they have indeed misjudged Shen Fei. What is being sold is merely the first-generation technology, while Huaxin currently employs the second generation. The highest offered to them is the 15th generation, and the laboratory has already successfully mass-produced the third generation, which is now technically archived. The first-generation technology has become obsolete. Sometimes, possessing excessive scientific prowess can be quite burdensome. To be invincible is indeed a lonely state, JPG. Nevertheless, none of the attendees here are newcomers to this industry, and it is likely quite similar to the mobile phone supply chain. It merely involves procuring raw materials, manufacturing finished products, and selling them to consumers. Fearing that they might harbor suspicions, Shen Fei hastily explained, "If you're concerned about the difficulty in obtaining raw materials, we can provide them for you. Particularly the core materials, which can only be produced by our company, Huaxin's Ningde branch. However, they're not expensive. Each ton costs only 50,000 yuan and can supply 100,000 batteries, making the cost quite reasonable. We also offer technical support to ensure that the factories you build can achieve large-scale production." Upon hearing this, the flickering hope in the hearts of those present dimmed somewhat. The fact that only Huaxin can produce the most crucial materials is not good news for those gathered, as the greatest fear in any supply chain is monopolization. Just as even the currently weakened FAG has procurement agreements with various companies, including Dami, Lanchong, and Luchong. They aim to keep FAG afloat to prevent Gaotong from monopolizing the market and raising prices at will. However, at present, the high-density battery industry has only Huaxin, and as the weather grows colder, consumers in the north are increasingly requesting to replace their batteries with antifreeze variants. This has put considerable pressure on the offline after-sale services, as winters in the north are indeed frigid, and using mobile phones outdoors can severely compromise battery life. Ironically, some employees at the northern offline service centers for OV or Luchong are using Huaxing's phones. Yet, replacing mobile phone batteries is not as simple as consumers might imagine. The most critical factor is that the battery sizes must be consistent and capacity requirements must also be met, as each company's battery cells are encrypted. Unauthorized battery replacements can lead to a series of issues, such as the inability to correctly read the battery or accurately gauge its remaining charge, resulting in inexplicable shutdowns. Consequently, each after-sale service center can only regretfully inform consumers that replacements cannot be facilitated at this time. This has caused a decline in sales across various companies. Observing the reactions of those present, Shen Fei understood their concerns. After all, the principle of balance has always been paramount. Thus, he reiterated, "Rest assured, we will not engage in supply disruptions. What matters most is that we, as manufacturers from Huaxin, present a united front. There is no need to worry that we might take advantage of you, as we are currently utilizing version 20, while what we are offering you is merely version 10. Shen Fei's words were quite clear. This technology is what we have discarded, as we no longer value it. Furthermore, we have even sold off our 15th generation products. What is there to fear? Mr. Shen, we at Luchang have acquired this patent and would like to order another batch of 15th generation products. Large orders can still receive discounts. As the company that collaborates most closely with Huaxin, Luchang was the first to break this awkward stalemate. After all, if Huaxin can provide support for such critical technology as chips, how could they possibly tamper with technology they have already deemed obsolete? Of course, we can discuss this further after the meeting. With Yu Dazue's opening remarks, the attendees began to engage. Some placed orders, while others hurried to report their interest in acquiring patents. Not everyone possesses the same authority as Yu Dazue, so a hierarchical reporting process is necessary. Orders or patent acquisitions for building their own factories must undergo discussion and approval in meetings. Meanwhile, Lei Busi from Dami Company decided to temporarily forego purchasing due to the current costs of their digital series. As the Dami 4S has already been successfully finalized and supplier secured, there is no need for last-minute changes. Nevertheless, Lei Busi is still interested in the 15th version of the high-density battery, planning to acquire a batch next year once prices drop for use in their Dami Mix series. Chapter 102. A significant sum of modest funds enters the account. Soon, they arrived at the final exhibition hall, which Shen Fei was most eager to promote. Initially, during the acquisition, they were met with skepticism. Yet, barely any time has passed, and they now possess a new large sensor. It is essential to deliver a resounding slap to their faces. However, the reality did not unfold as Shen Fei had anticipated. The various companies displayed little interest in this lens. Dami's primary business is online, and such a superior lens is unnecessary for them. Lanchang and Luchang focus on offline sales, where consumers are unfamiliar with these configurations. The two companies are unlikely to spend exorbitantly on a lens for the sake of improved photographic quality when they can achieve excellent sales with standard lenses. Thus, despite Huaxin X series having sparked a lens arms race, others were utterly unprepared to participate. Consumers have yet to be captivated by the growing array of lenses. They will only follow suit when consumer demand surges, leading to a significant drop in sales. It seems that more effort is needed to guide consumer preferences. This lens is indeed commendable, even if it is not the best among those planned. Yet, in today's market, it cannot be classified as a mid-range lens. It could even be regarded as a high-end lens. Such a rebranding of a large sensor as a mid-range one is something only Huaxin could pull off. Currently, the most advanced flagship sensor is Sony's IMX214, with an aperture ranging from f20 to f22 and a sensor size of 306 inches. This lens is exclusively integrated into Luchang's P7, as Luchang's P series focuses on photography, with Yu Dazue's expanding influence and Huaxin's guidance. His perspectives on the P and Mate series have evolved. The Mate series targets business professionals, while the P series is dedicated to photography. Under Yu Dazue's vision, both series will ultimately transition into the high-end market, and due to their differing target demographics, they will not engage in internal strife, thus avoiding scenarios where the top brand annihilates the second. Among the other manufacturers, except for Huaxin, he is confident that with Luchang's formidable research capabilities, no one can obstruct their ascent into the high-end market. As for Guozi, they are simply not in the same price tier. That consideration can wait. The lens sensor from Huawei measures 23 inches with a maximum aperture of f22. While it surpasses the current advanced IMX214 significantly upon seeing the exorbitant price, Yu Dazue plans to hold off for now, as their P7 has already been released. The P8 for next year might be worth considering, and it would be prudent to procure later when costs decrease. Currently, even Huaxin has not yet utilized the newly released lens named OV12A. Additionally, after some time, prices will further decline, allowing for reduced procurement costs. Following the acquisition of Huawei, Shen Fei has restructured the product line with a straightforward categorization criterion based on lens pixel count. For example, in OV12, the 12 indicates that this CMOS has an effective resolution of 12 million pixels. The alphabetical designation is solely for distinguishing different CMOS products with the same resolution and bears no relation to the lens's quality or release date. For instance, OV12A signifies that this is the first lens within the 12 million pixel category. However, to avoid an awkward silence, various companies still opted to procure some lower-end products, those priced at a few dozen yuan or less. Unlike screens, low-end lenses are exceedingly inexpensive, with some available for just a few yuan each. However, from the manufacturer's perspective, there is no loss, as the research and development expenses have long been recouped. Moreover, the costs associated with mature process foundries are relatively low, which naturally allows for competitive pricing. This is also the reason why Huawei has ascended to become the third largest in the world, while it struggles in the high-end market. It undeniably excels in the low-end sector. However, this has led to another consequence. Despite the massive shipment volumes, Huawei's profit margins remain modest. This is why they were previously willing to consider selling Huawei, as their current revenue is substantial, yet the profit amounts to merely a few billion each year. Observing the lack of purchasing enthusiasm among attendees, Shen Fei chose not to linger and waste time. The moment of significance was at hand, the culmination of this event. Each manufacturer was assigned a conference room, and due to Shen Fei's familiarity with Juchang and Dami Corporation, he was in a favorable position to negotiate better prices. To safeguard their interests, Shen Fei refrained from overseeing the negotiations for these two companies, delegating them to Gu Man and Wang Tung. Gu Man was tasked with negotiating with Yu Dazue, while Wang Tung handled Lei Busi. Shen Fei himself was responsible for negotiating with Feng Yufei from Lanchang. Wang Hua from the logistics department was assigned to manage the negotiations with Zhou Yibao from Luchang. Among them, Wang Tung likely had the easiest task, as Lei Busi's demands were expected to be minimal. Even with Lei Busi's foray into the high-end series, it was unlikely they would require screens, possibly only needing a few batteries. Before long, after several hours of amicable discussions and repetitive negotiations, all parties were pleased to place their orders. Of course, prior to the meeting, concessions had already been agreed upon for each company, with specific allowances for orders reaching 1 million, 2 million, and 5 million units. Furthermore, considering the negotiating capabilities of both sides, a bottom-line price was established beforehand. The OLED screens from Huadong Panel Company would be priced at a minimum of 750 yuan, reflecting a discount of 150 from the listed price. The 15th-generation high-density battery was originally priced at 79 yuan, with a minimum price of 65 yuan. This pricing allowed Huaxin's Ningda subsidiary to maintain over 80 profit margins, even after accounting for shipping, production, and research and development costs. It is undeniable that operating within the supply chain is indeed lucrative. As for Huawei's OV12A, the listed price was 300 yuan, with a minimum price of 180 yuan, though this was unlikely to attract many buyers. In the end, Lanchang secured 2 million screens and the technical patents for the first-generation high-density batteries at a price of 780 yuan. Luchang acquired 1.5 million screens at 795 yuan, opting not to purchase the patents, instead placing a direct order. They procured 15 million batteries at the minimum price of 65 yuan, with a one-year contract that stipulated monthly deliveries to Luchang. It seems that Huaxin's Ningda company would need to expand its production capacity, a decision made after thorough consideration by Luchang. After all, they had not ventured into this industry before and needed to proceed cautiously. Furthermore, since Luchang and Lanchang share a close relationship, they could procure supplies from Lanchang once mass production commenced, albeit at a slightly higher price. This would undoubtedly be less expensive than investing in acquiring patents or building a new factory. After all, Huaxin Technology has never stipulated that products manufactured post-patent acquisition could only be utilized internally and not resold. Indeed, Shen Fei was quite supportive of their reselling efforts, as he charged an additional patent fee per unit, not just a single lump sum. A steady stream of income is the true path to success. As Shen Fei had anticipated, Wang Tung's responsibilities proved to be the least demanding. Lei Busi only ordered 3 million high-density batteries, and through his exceptional negotiation skills, he managed to secure a price of 63 yuan, slightly below the previously established minimum. Wang Tung felt considerable pressure, as Lei Busi was not only eloquent, but also did not discuss other items, leaving Wang Tung fearful of walking away with nothing and facing ridicule. Reluctantly, he acquiesced to the price, reasoning that losing his year-end bonus was preferable to enduring mockery during the new year for coming back empty-handed. The outcome of Gu Man's negotiations completely surpassed Shen Fei's expectations. Chapter 103. The impending joke of the three sang. Zhuchang indeed surprised Shen Fei significantly, as the prices for the products they were offloading were quite substantial. Zhuchang has embarked on the high-end path and, in pursuit of better pricing, naturally requires a pro version akin to Huaxin. However, to maintain stability, they do not plan to experiment with their own Mate series just yet, especially since the Mate has just been launched and does not necessitate an immediate pro version release. The upcoming P8 will undoubtedly become Yu Dazue's primary focus. This time, Yu Dazue procured 3 million OLED screens, 10 million 15th generation Glacier batteries, and even 3 million OV12A units. This left Shen Fei astounded upon seeing the figures, as the listed price for the OV12A was 300 yuan, yet Yu Dazue's purchasing price was 240 yuan. He was at a loss as to how Gu Man managed to sell these units, as he and others had struggled to promote them and had only managed to sell a few older models, with the most expensive being merely an 8-megapixel lens. However, as he flipped through the report, it dawned on him how Gu Man had successfully made the sale. Gu Man had agreed to sell Zhuchang a batch of 4,300 mAh second-generation high-density batteries. However, given the cutting-edge technology, the price was indeed steep, with Gu Man negotiating a rate of 190 yuan for each 4,300 mAh battery. Clearly, Yu Dazue harbored significant ambitions, aspiring to emulate Huaxin by releasing a pro version. With the latest sensors, the finest screens, and an Ice Kirin 925 selling at 3,999 yuan seemed quite feasible, given the pressure to sell 300 million units. With that, Shen Fei closed the folder, recognizing that the signing of these documents would usher in a substantial cash flow for the company. Mr. Shen, Mr. Lei is looking for you. He wishes to discuss something, Wang Ting informed him. Shen Fei glanced at Wang Ting, who promptly turned his face away, feeling embarrassed as the other extreme in this negotiation. All right, I'll head over, Shen Fei replied. Not mentioning the negotiations alleviated Wang Ting's tense demeanor, as he was up against the most articulate person in the room, Lei Busi, and felt utterly helpless. However, he needed to improve his negotiation skills and should take the time to learn from Gu Man. As is often the case, the more one fears something, the more it comes to pass. Shen Fei playfully brought it up as he departed, fully aware of Lei Busi's challenging nature. Mr. Lei, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit? If there is something, you can simply convey it over the phone. Well, isn't this a fortuitous moment? Mr. Shen, do you recall that I previously mentioned Huami technology to you? Upon hearing this, Shen Fei immediately understood. Lei Busi was offering him a gift. He had earlier promised to facilitate his and Zhuchang's investment in Huami technology. Recently, to allow Huami's independent launch event to take precedence, he transferred his 4 share to himself, resulting in an overall stake of 8. Thus, he would be considered a significant shareholder in Huami technology. Shen Fei naturally paid a bit more attention to this, though it was only a slight concern, as his investment department was primarily occupied with engaging in competitive ventures. And competitive ventures are particularly welcomed by a tech enterprise with substantial capital, as e-commerce fundamentally revolves around burning money. Moreover, Huaxin technology can provide them with excellent resources, making it even more attractive. So, Mr. Lei, are they looking to secure financing? Indeed, just last week they approached me about seeking a Series B funding round. I recommended you, and if you have the time, we should arrange to meet next week. Lei Busi was well aware of the delicate nature of the relationship between Huaxin technology and the three Sang. However, 1 week should suffice to resolve the issue, right? After all, Shen Fei has convened his own promotional conference, and I am certain there exists a solution. Who knows, we might even witness an impressive spectacle in the process. Indeed, from their perspective, this so-called technology summit is merely a sales pitch. After all, these demands were identified by Shen Fei. Prior to this, they had no necessity for such items. Especially now, with Huaxin's participation, consumer expectations regarding product configurations and quality have escalated significantly. Yet, they fail to consider the pricing. Both parties are demanding similar standards despite being in entirely different price brackets, which is quite exasperating. Nonetheless, what can be done? After all, we are beholden to this industry. I recall when Rice Company was newly established, a single unit of the Dragon 6 series processor fetched as much as $19.99, igniting fervor among the fans. Yet today, even with the advanced Dragon 8 series, some individuals remain unsatisfied, increasingly demanding higher quality and insisting on refunds of the slightest issue. This predicament is indeed tied to Huaxin. as they established their reputation last year by promptly replacing or refunding any faulty Huaxin X1 units upon postal verification. Of course, this requires time, so Mr. Lei must notify me in advance. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, as we have been quite busy lately. Very well, Mr. Shen. Please carry on with your tasks. These are trivial matters, and I will inform you when the time comes. With that, Lei Busi exited the conference room, heading towards Rice Company. After all, they have their own pressing matters to attend to. Having just completed the acquisition, how to organize everything poses a significant challenge. The sales figures have been compiled, totaling 5 million screens. Once this number is released, Sansang will undoubtedly be eager to reach out to us. Upon receiving the results, Guman rushed to Shen Fei to report the findings, considering this represented over 5 billion in sales. It must be said that manufacturing screens is indeed lucrative. This initial venture has already recouped 14 times the investment. Naturally, this is also due to the advanced nature of this batch of screens, as typical LCD screens would not command such a price, thus elongating the return period. This order of over 6 million screens is no trivial matter. Relying solely on previous orders of raw materials is insufficient for production. To make this performance appear even more authentic, Shen Fei simultaneously reached out to various suppliers of luminous materials to increase their orders and urge them to expedite shipments, providing a compelling justification. Their inventory was critically low. Yet, without exception, they verbally agreed to the orders while citing production limitations, indicating they could not supply Huaguo at this time. Alas, indeed, there is a shortage of production capacity, especially since Sansang has already secured future capacity for the year at a premium. However, once the call ended, they promptly notified Sansang that the inventory at the East China Panel Company was critically low and that they were urging expedited shipments along with an additional large order. Upon receiving the notice, Sansang was prepared to take immediate action. Ding ding ding, the phone on the table rang. Guman answered. Whose call is this? It appears to be a scam from overseas. We are in a meeting, please hang up. As Shen Fei's secretary, she promptly terminated the call and blocked the number. On the other end, Jay was evidently taken aback by Shen Fei's abrupt disconnection, as he believed that Huaxin, having just secured an order, would be in a state of urgency due to the lack of raw materials. How could they possibly hang up on him? Could it be that they were in a meeting discussing how to resolve this issue? Unconvinced, he redialed Shen Fei's number, but this time it showed as unreachable. He instantly realized that Shen Fei had blocked his number. Nevertheless, in the interest of technology, he quickly seized his secretary's phone to call again. Oh, this persistent scammer has switched numbers and called again. Once more it was hung up and blocked. Ding ding ding. Oh, another new number. This scammer is quite tenacious. At this moment, everyone present suddenly understood that this scammer was likely linked to Sansang. Let us not keep them hanging any longer. Let us connect the call. Mr. Shen, I assure you, I'm not a scammer. Chapter 104. Sansang becomes a complete joke. Hearing this, everyone in the room burst into laughter. After all, what kind of scammer would admit to being one? Suddenly, Wang Tung had a mischievous idea and decided to toy with them. Are you foolish? What kind of scammer would declare themselves a scammer? Upon hearing this, the person on the other end fell silent. How absurd. Is this their corporate culture? Yet, why did he suddenly feel an ominous premonition? They had just secured a colossal order, and with raw materials being stuck for so long, and additional orders being postponed by suppliers for various reasons, could they already be harboring suspicions? After careful consideration, this possibility indeed existed. Sansang desperately coveted their technology. Combined with the raw materials being held up, this call was essentially a lifeline for both parties. However, they had already secured a competitive advantage in production capacity for the coming year. Even if the East China Panel Company possessed remarkable research capabilities, they could not complete the entire industrial chain layout. At this juncture, they were merely attempting to assert dominance, striving for leverage in the forthcoming negotiations. He must remain resolute and not be swayed by them. He had to maintain a commanding presence. He could not allow them to lead him astray. Otherwise, despite holding such a significant advantage, he would be left looking foolish. In truth, it was not necessary to wait until tomorrow. The members of Huaxin were already enjoying the spectacle, albeit without outwardly revealing it. Mr. Shen, I trust you are listening. Are you not curious why I called? I presume you wish to celebrate the success of our technology exhibition and the acquisition of an enormous order. It was a rather pointed remark, practically pouring salt into the wounds of Sansang Panel Company. After all, the majority of those orders could have been easily handled in-house. They were merely offloaded to undermine the East China Panel Company. Mr. Shen, while they are fervently placing orders, if your delivery is as sluggish as a snail, do you intend to hoard the orders as a family heirloom? I believe you are lacking sufficient raw materials for production. Noticing that Shen Fei was still dancing around the subject, J's patience, already worn thin by Shen Fei's provocations, finally snapped, and he chose to be direct. Then there is no need for Mr. J to concern yourself. If we can take it on, we certainly possess a resolution. Upon hearing this, he immediately sensed something was amiss. If he could comprehend this much, their reaction should not be so composed. They ought to be in a state of panic. After all, the raw materials have been severed, and suitable suppliers could not be found within Huaxin. How could they remain so confident? Could it be that Huaxin had made a breakthrough? Was he truly destined to become a fool? Mr. J, unless you have further matters, we shall terminate this call, as we are still engaged in a meeting. Please refrain from disturbing us with such trivial matters. It was merely a facade of calm. J instructed his secretary to inform the Neon side to cut off supply to the East China Panel Company. Regardless of whether they had genuinely made a breakthrough or were merely putting on a brave face, cutting off supply was imperative. After all, they had already acquired those materials at a premium. It was unacceptable to allow those individuals to remain unscathed. In any case, Sansang could not bear all the losses alone. They too must be dragged into the fray. If Huaxin were to achieve a breakthrough, it would enable them to exert greater control over the prices of raw materials in the future. After all, cutting off supply would irrevocably alienate Huaxin. Contemplating this, Jay felt a slight sense of relief wash over him. Mr. Shun, what news do we have from Neon? The response was grim. Due to uncontrollable factors, they had unilaterally terminated the contract. Uncontrollable factors? How could that be? Without further ado, let us dispatch the legal team. There's no need for negotiations. We should proceed with a lawsuit, as our primary goal is to secure that penalty fee. Furthermore, let us disseminate this information widely. I anticipate that representatives from Wall Street will be arriving soon. Given that Huaxin Technology has now substantiated its capabilities, capital will always align with those who exhibit strength. They will choose the formidable over the feeble. The Huaxin Investment Department officially announced via the Huaxin website that it had successfully acquired Chaihan Company, Limited, a company specializing in glass production. Huaxin's acquisition was aimed at developing glass substrates suitable for screens. An hour later, this company declared a breakthrough in key technologies, achieving products that fully complied with relevant standards, thereby circumventing the blockade imposed by Sansang. Subsequently, the Huaxin Investment Department formally announced the acquisition of Huitian New Materials Company, Limited, a company dedicated to producing packaging adhesives, which had struggled for years to overcome Neon's restrictions. Armed with substantial capital and core technologies, Huaxin successfully orchestrated the acquisition of this enterprise. Huitian New Materials Company, Limited also released a statement, revealing that with the assistance of Huaxin Technology, they had successfully innovated their packaging adhesives, now in large-scale production. As for the critical luminescent materials, there are currently no domestic manufacturers capable of production. However, the Huaxin Panel Company, overseen by Shen Fei, had long been granted relevant patents and had developed its own MP2O2 phosphorescent materials. This was precisely the type of material that Sansang coveted. Previously, when Huaxin Panel Company utilized materials from international suppliers, their burn-in rates were comparable to Sansang's, lacking any competitive edge. However, incorporating this material in a specific proportion significantly reduced the burn-in rate. During this period, Professor Wu had been conducting experiments and discovered that if the materials were entirely replaced with this luminescent material, the burn-in frequency would further decline, while the display quality would improve. Despite the technological breakthroughs of the first two companies, Sansang's anxiety did not abate, as the most crucial technology remained undisclosed. This implied that Sansang still possessed the capacity to mount a counterattack, albeit at the cost of some material expenses. After all, Sansang's mobile phone shipments ranked first, and with their global sales, clearing out current inventory would not pose a challenge. Meanwhile, raw material suppliers were well fed, having secured contracts for the entirety of the upcoming year at a premium. It could be said that if Huaxin truly succeeded, Sansang would emerge as the sole victim, becoming a global laughingstock, with Wall Street capital potentially turning against them. This scenario would indeed be most detrimental to Sansang. Before long, Shen Fei had laid his concerns to rest. The news that Huaxin Technology had successfully developed a new generation of luminescent materials, which effectively mitigated the risk of screen burn-in, brought Jay immense relief. He instantly realized he had been outmaneuvered, foolishly falling into traps set by others. He had become a worldwide joke. The repercussions he faced would be inquiries from Wall Street, as his actions had resulted in significant financial losses for the Sansang Group. These predatory beasts would not let him off easily. Chapter 105 at the Huaxin Panel Company. At this moment, a world where only Sansang incurred losses had been established. Certainly, the luminescent material suppliers would not fare well either. Although Sansang had monopolized their output for the next year, they would eventually be compelled to return it. After all, Huaxin Panel Company would no longer be able to procure their raw materials. The market had reverted to an era of solitary machines, but all of this was self-inflicted. Their greed had led to their downfall. As news from Huaxin Technology continued to circulate, manufacturers suddenly grasped the situation. It appeared that Huaxin had indeed ensnared Sansang. Was Huaxin audacious enough to seize resources from Sansang? Were they not afraid of Sansang cutting off the supply of flash memory? However, that was no concern of theirs. If Sansang truly did cut off supply, it would be beneficial for these manufacturers. After all, the market was finite. If one entity was suppressed, it would inevitably create opportunities for others. Yet, Sansang had no intention of cutting off supplies. Commercial dealings thrived on cunning. Acknowledging their technological inferiority, they realized that should they cut off supplies of flash and RAM, they could not guarantee whether Huaxin had indeed developed their own products. Moreover, there were countless substitutes for these products. A supply cut would merely hand over their hard-won market share to competitors. They could only indulge in verbal bravado, which would further tarnish their reputation. However, they should not let an opportunity slip away. Other manufacturers expressed indifference towards the situation, uncertain of the comparative quality of the domestically produced screens versus the previous ones. If the disparity was minimal, they would simply ride the wave, demonstrating their commitment to supporting domestic products. Online discussions erupted in response. Huaxin must have taken the wrong medicine to release such an abundance of information. It seems they have indeed pulled a fast one on Sansang. This is abnormal. Definitely something unusual is afoot. As the news settled, the consensus was that it had reached a definitive conclusion. Enough discussion. Let us head to Zhang Ge. He has already released all the information. To further provoke them, Shen Fei specifically logged into the digital chit-chat platform to unveil the entire sequence of events. He emphasized that the materials had long been successfully developed, and the additional orders were merely a ruse to entice Sansang into a trap. Domestic raw materials are now in mass production, and all manufacturers were assured that delivery timelines would not be hindered. The display quality of screens employing domestic materials is even superior to before, essentially a complementary upgrade without additional costs. Sansang has been duped. Who told them they were incapable of innovation and sought to coerce others into relinquishing their patents? They brought this upon themselves. Shen Fei is slandering me. Censorship is a must. Sansang is dirty. How can anyone play like this? Yet I took note of that. To verify this information, an investigative team was dispatched to Huaxin Panel Company for an assessment. Upon arrival, Professor Li, leading the team, met with Shen Fei and immediately inquired, "Mr. Shen, this matter won't affect your company's normal production, will it? If it does, we can resolve it through diplomatic channels." Rest assured, Professor Li, our willingness to set this trap indicates that we have resolved all aspects of the materials. There will be no impact on the drivers, correct? At this, those nearby burst into laughter. Apologies, my mistake. I forgot that your Huaxin's strongest asset is chip design. How could such minor issues impede your progress? For other manufacturers, driver design indeed posed a challenge, but Huaxin's formidable design capabilities had preemptively addressed this issue. As their own foundries employed advanced production capacities, there was no need to manufacture drivers. Thus, they entrusted the orders to Huaxin International, the same firm assisting them in producing fast-charging chips. Presently, their 65-nanometer capacity was more than sufficient and offered remarkably competitive pricing. Professor Wu, we have received orders, and we can now proceed with large-scale production. However, Sansang will undoubtedly not relinquish its hold, so we must intensify personnel evaluations to prevent any data leaks. Professor Li, standing nearby, also assured President Shen that security issues will be adequately managed, and there will be someone to take over, so you need not worry. After confirming, we have found new domestic manufacturers for all raw materials, effectively breaking the foreign blockade. As a reward, Huaxin Panel Company has successfully become one of the national branding projects. Today, the Huaxin system, which includes Huaxin Crystal Source Factory, Huaxin Panel Company, Huaxin Mobile Company, and even Huaxin Laboratory, has all become part of the national branding initiative. Simultaneously, the confidentiality level of Huaxin technology has been further strengthened. After the inspection team departed, Professor Wu guided Shen Fei into the laboratory. This marked Shen Fei's first visit to Huaxin Panel Company's laboratory. During the previous inspection, he had only briefly toured the exterior without entering the core laboratory. President Shen, this is our latest OLED screen, significantly superior to our first generation, with display quality comparable to that of Samsung's proprietary screens. However, this enhancement is not groundbreaking. The screen's brightness reaches a manual maximum of 390 nits, peaking at 700 nits, with local peak brightness capable of achieving 1200 nits. This brightness is quite commendable, considering Samsung's proprietary screens can only reach 580 nits under strong light stimulation. This screen is indeed the best in the market, with its peak brightness leading by a wide margin. However, what seems to be the issue, Professor Wu? Is there a problem? The cost has not yet been controlled. Excluding these few laboratory-prepared units, even with large-scale production, each unit's cost will be around 700 yuan. If we consider retail, it will be at least 1,000 yuan, which few manufacturers would be willing to adopt. Upon hearing this, despite the fact that the highest configuration of the Huaxin X series starts at 5,000 yuan, it remains impossible to utilize such an expensive screen, as the cost is simply too high. Let's optimize this further and refrain from large-scale production for now. After all, our X2 Pro has already been launched, and other manufacturers have already placed their orders. Such an exorbitant screen cannot be procured by any company. It must remain in the laboratory for further optimization to reduce costs. Nonetheless, even if this screen is advanced, it is still only on par with Samsung standards and does not lead the market, which frustrates Shen Fei greatly. Samsung's capabilities remain formidable, and he feels unable to topple them. President Shen, these concerns are not the most critical. The most important aspect is the high refresh rate you previously mentioned, utilizing our self-developed driver IC, which has finally shown some promise. Hearing this, Shen Fei's spirits lifted instantly. After all, during discussions with the system, the high refresh rate technology in the parallel world had already matured significantly, with remarkably low costs. Furthermore, the experience with the high refresh rate was indeed excellent, greatly reducing instances of phone lag. Chapter 106. High refresh rate and foldable screens. Having a glimmer of hope signifies that we have found a path. We can proceed slowly along this road. So what is the current issue? Professor Wu led Shen Fei to the screen featuring the high refresh rate. President Shen, this is our first generation of high refresh rate screens, developed based on that exceptionally expensive model. Thus, we encounter the initial problem. The cost is too high. However, this is the most solvable issue, as the current raw materials are quite expensive. We believe this will be resolved in time. After all, our raw materials have just begun production, and the higher costs are understandable. As production capacity expands in the future, costs will undoubtedly decrease, a point with which Shen Fei fully concurred. Hence, neither of them took this issue to heart. Of course, the major challenge lies in the fact that under high refresh rate mode, the screen exhibits flickering and artifacts, which should be solvable through system optimization. However, this is not a short-term fix. The current Android system remains too closed, and we lack the authority to modify or optimize it. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei fell silent, once again confronted by the system issue. No worries, this problem will also be easily resolved next month. However, developing our own system will take some time. As for creating a compatible version based on the existing Android system, the workload would be immense, given the sheer complexity of Android source code. Remarkably, the Huaxin X2 series has already reached sales of 1.4 million units in just half a month, and aiming for 2 million units in sales seems entirely feasible. The success of these sales was something Shen Fei had not anticipated. Before Huaxin entered the fray, manufacturers were primarily reliant on suppliers' developments. Once suppliers achieved results, everyone would utilize them, leading to a lack of innovation and a diminished consumer desire for upgrades. This allowed certain manufacturers to engage in hunger marketing to gradually move their products. Now, with Huaxin's entry, many mobile phones have sales cycles lasting only 6 months or even less than 3 months. Shen Fei had repeatedly engaged with the system, hoping to obtain rewards in advance to swiftly develop their own system, perhaps allowing for the release of the Huaxin X2S series by March next year. At that point, the Huaxin X2S series would be equipped with their proprietary system. Unfortunately, the system rejected this notion. Moreover, once the system kernel is acquired, further development will also require time. It appears that the high refresh rate and full-screen technology will not be mass-produced in the short term, and the anticipated Huaxin X2S series seems destined to be shelved. Additionally, there is a minor issue. In high refresh mode, power consumption significantly increases, leading to a severe reduction in battery life. Furthermore, the chip must support the high refresh module. The high refresh chip on display was custom designed by Professor Liang. This is considered the first generation of high refresh chips and has certain defects. Professor Liang's team stated they would be making improvements. Currently, the most significant challenge with the high refresh technology lies in the system's lack of support, making adaptation somewhat challenging. Amidst this plethora of challenges, Shen Fei noted the system issue once more. Fortunately, the battery side posed no problems, at worst. They could simply increase the capacity of their high-density batteries, which posed no difficulty. The only downside would be an increase in the phone's weight. As for the chip, that was even less of an issue. Given Professor Liang's expertise, integrating the high refresh instruction set into their chip would be straightforward. Upon hearing this, Professor Wu nodded eagerly, as Shen Fei had already conveyed the concept and logic of high refresh rates to him. If no results emerged after such a lengthy period, it would indeed reflect poorly on them. However, Shen Fei was not anxious about the advent of high refresh screens. After all, they had already outmaneuvered Samsung with their OLED screens, and if they were to unveil high refresh technology as well, it might not only be Samsung that would feel pressured. As for the system-related issues, there was no cause for concern. Their own system was in development and would eventually offer support. They would continue to explore and research gradually, as they were in a leading position with high refresh technology and felt no urgency. Regarding research funding, Samsung had already covered that aspect. Additionally, he had confidence in their team. Money was not a problem. I will assist in negotiating resources. You all can proceed with your work. Has there been any other progress during this time? In research, the greatest fear is not patent barriers. Even if you encounter patent walls, there will eventually be a way around them. However, if funding and talent do not keep pace, the research will indeed stagnate. However, while the technology presented by General Shen is indeed pivotal, the progress of the flexible OLED screens you previously mentioned is remarkably swift. After all, our own Huaxin panel company primarily focuses on screen production, and the technology patents provided by the system also encompass several relevant patents. Furthermore, under the guidance of Shen Fei, the development of related products is indeed feasible, yet achieving a commercially viable standard remains exceedingly challenging. When it reaches consumers, considering a minimum of 100 folds per day, this will likely reflect the daily usage pattern of most consumers purchasing foldable phones. Strictly speaking, this number may even be underestimated, even if we adhere to this calculation. To ensure usability over 5 years, the device must withstand at least 200,000 folds. Currently, our screens exhibit glass fracture after more than 2,000 folds. Thus, the primary concern lies with the tempered glass on the exterior screen, rather than our screen materials. For instance, in this experimental prototype, we have utilized a plastic outer screen, which has significantly compromised its scratch resistance and has made it prone to unsightly creases. Given these circumstances, the path to commercialization remains fraught with difficulties, especially since Huaxin has yet to develop specialized hinges, rendering any immediate release unnecessary. Moreover, as a groundbreaking product, the costs and ultimate retail price of foldable screens are astronomical, and the current audience is still too limited. Thus, we should proceed with caution and refinement. No worries, the breakthrough with version 01 has been achieved, and the transition to 1100 will be even more straightforward. We shall continue our gradual development, as the volume of foldable screens is bound to astonish the world. Presently, no one else is researching this, so each step we take positions us ahead. The screen is undoubtedly a significant factor for foldable phones. Yet controlling creases is of even greater importance. After all, no consumer wishes to see noticeable creases within just a month of use. Well, our collaboration during this period has been commendable. This month, all employees will receive dual bonuses along with an additional month-end salary as a year-end reward. Thank you, General Shen. As Professor Wu spoke, he shared this news with the work group, urging them to be alert. Chapter 107. The release of the new Rice phone. Thank you, General Shen. The moment he stepped outside, the employees nearby chorused their thanks. Shen Fei smiled and nodded. Although most of these employees were rewarded by the system, they were recruited from reality and not mere AI entities. They have their own families, and their work is primarily for financial sustenance. A salary increase is a significant boon for them and a validation of their efforts. Upon returning to the company, as soon as Shen Fei entered, the reception was equally warm, for we must not show favoritism. This event has indeed resulted in a feast for Huaxin, with an estimated 1.5 billion in penalties received, and the exhibition alone garnered over 5 billion in sales from screens alone. Including batteries, lenses, and a series of patent licenses, the total sales exceeded 10 billion, most of which will be allocated for technological research and development. A small portion has temporarily granted all employees an additional month-end salary. As the year draws to a close, Shen Fei plans to surprise them by selecting a few lucky individuals to attend the annual meeting, while the rest will receive bonuses equivalent to 8 months' salary. However, this is merely his intention. The specific arrangements will depend on the logistics department. Meanwhile, Lei Busi of the rice company is in a state of urgency, as the Blue Factory's IQ has launched its inaugural product, and the Chrysanthemum Factory has unveiled its Honor 6 series. Simultaneously, the discounted Huaxin S series is also vying for the 2,000 yuan market. This situation has left the previously released Rice 4 in an awkward position. It cannot compete on specifications, and its pricing is comparable. The only redeeming feature is that Rice S MIUI system offers greater versatility than its competitors, yet a system cannot serve as sustenance. Consequently, consumers in the 2,000 yuan price range are not initially considering the Rice 4. This has rendered Lei Busi quite anxious, prompting him to expedite the launch of the Rice 4S, which is essentially a chipset upgrade of the Rice 4, replacing the Fire Dragon 801 with the Fire Dragon 808. After meticulous tuning, this Fire Dragon 808 has achieved a benchmark score of 60,080, surpassing the 60,000 mark. This reflects well on the Rice Company's tuning capabilities, pushing the chip S limits further, though there remains a considerable gap to Honor S925H. Naturally, the pricing is enticing at 1,999 yuan, especially since the IQ is still priced at 2,299. Lei Busi has set this price not only out of nostalgia, but also to exact retribution. After all, when the original IQ was launched, the Rice 4 immediately slashed its price by 200 yuan, a clear concession. This debt must be repaid. Of course, the most astonishing revelation for netizens is the Rice tablet, which, as Rice S first-generation product, utilizes the Fire Dragon 805 core and features a 7.9-inch 2K screen with a pixel density of 326 ppi. It can be considered a fairly competent 2K display, and due to its smaller size, it can even be held with one hand. Strictly speaking, it is not a tablet but rather a large-screen phone. However, due to its compact dimensions, most applications have been directly ported from mobile versions without dedicated adaptations. In practical use, it is rather average and lacks the comfort of Huaxin S tablets. Yet its price is a mere 1,799 yuan. What more could one ask for? This price is identical to that of the Rice 4. However, Huaxin's tablet has not sold particularly well, prompting Lei Busi to place a limited initial order of only 100,000 units. The launch of the Rice tablet and Rice 4S has ignited further competition in the already fierce online market. Consequently, Lei Busi has refrained from gimmicks like limited first batches. Instead, he has opted for immediate availability, selling as much stock as they have. Additionally, to attract more users, the Rice Company has initiated pre-sale orders for the first time, guaranteeing shipment within 15 days of placing an order, with a compensation of 10 yuan for each day of delay. This instantly captivated a significant portion of fans and some adventurous mobile users, especially since the Rice Company does not restrict users from flashing custom ROMs, although they do not provide warranty for issues arising from such modifications. The release of the Rice 4S, the pre-sale of Rice, and the launch of the Rice tablet have successfully catapulted the company into trending topics. It must be said that the Rice fans of this era are exceptionally formidable. Meanwhile, Lei Busi has urgently notified the subcontractor to increase orders and personally visited the factory for inspections. This action was shared by Liu Weibin on his social media account, accompanied by a clever caption noting that the enthusiasm of the Rice fans has compelled Lei to personally tighten screws. Instantly, this attracted a large crowd of Rice fans eager to visit. Wow, everyone is so enthusiastic, even Lei has been forced to tighten screws. Brothers, when will your 4S ship? Mine is already scheduled for a week from now. It seems I won't be receiving the subsidy. Keep it up, everyone. Let's make Lei tighten screws for a few more days. It must be acknowledged that the Rice Company's performance in this publicity stunt was remarkably successful, not only reinforcing Lei Busi's approachable image, but also significantly boosting Rice 4S sales. Within a week of its release, sales surpassed 1.5 million units. The superior configurations of the Honor 6 series and the original IQ have also been impacted, although Honor 6 has been affected to a lesser extent. Moreover, as Honor aims to succeed its predecessor in the market, it cannot afford to drop prices easily. However, the IQ, in contrast, is unrestrained by such considerations. After all, profit is the primary objective. Thus, it was directly announced that the inaugural series of IQ would officially see a price reduction of 200 yuan, starting at 2,099 yuan. Concurrently, to better compete with the Xiaomi Mi 4, a special model named IQ SE was introduced, featuring the familiar Snapdragon 801 processor. It supports 4G connectivity, but is equipped with a modest 2,500 mAh battery, which indeed results in rather poor endurance. However, the 10W fast charging capability when paired with this 2,500 mAh battery, remains somewhat acceptable, albeit slightly inferior to the Mi 4. Priced at only 1,599 yuan, it aims directly at the market occupied by the Honor 6S. Given the remarkably low price point, the device continues to utilize a 720p display. Nonetheless, when the price reaches 1,599, most consumers tend not to scrutinize the screen's shortcomings too closely. After all, at such a price, what more could one desire? Moreover, isn't the Honor 6S equipped with a similar display? Still, a small fraction of consumers opine that, at this price, they would rather purchase the Mi 4, which boasts a 1080p screen, for merely 1,799 yuan. However, none of this concerns Shen Fei, who is already accompanied by Wang Tong, heading towards the European market. Chapter 108. A journey to Europe. Shen Fei's venture to Europe was not for leisure, but rather to establish his own distribution channels. After all, although the Huaxin X1 series was present in the European market, it was still relying on the supply chain of a rival company. Such a reliance might work once, but repeated dependence would inevitably breed disdain from others. Ultimately, this was someone else's network. Using it occasionally might be acceptable, but overuse would be rather inappropriate. Amusingly, Shen Fei found himself in Europe without any familiar contacts. He had to rely on Yu Dazue to facilitate introductions, for compared to others, Yu Dazue was indeed a local heavyweight in Europe. As early as the 2000s, Yu Dazue had been pioneering the European market, even before he became the head of mobile operations. His initial focus had been on promoting wireless base station services to European carriers, during which he cultivated a wide array of connections in the region. This extensive network was also the primary reason the Mate 7 could be marketed in Europe. Unlike in China, the European market lacks the concept of mobile distribution channels. The largest distributors are the various telecom service centers. They monopolize the entire sales channel in Europe, and Yu Dazue's role was to negotiate with them. After all, they were the only viable channel, and given the connections with both the rival company and Yu Dazue, the terms were not overly demanding. Ultimately, a profit-sharing agreement was reached at a rate of 15, securing Huaxing's sales channels in Europe. They would assist Huaxing in distributing and selling products, with profits transferred to Huaxing's accounts on a monthly basis. However, the model differed significantly from the domestic practice of payment before delivery, a necessity given the overwhelming strength of European distributors. Nevertheless, Shen Fei did not emerge empty-handed. When the Huaxin X1 was launched, the price was raised by 25 euros specifically for the European market, covering costs for these distributors and shipping, resulting in even greater profits than those earned domestically. At this point, the journey to Europe was already more than halfway complete. Of course, the primary objective of this mission was to travel to another destination to acquire certain goods. After all, Europe had once birthed a colossal titan in the mobile industry, albeit now merely a relic of the past. By steadfastly banking on their proprietary Symbian system and eschewing the open-source Android, they had stubbornly clung to their outdated ways, missing the tide of progress. It seems the mobile industry is governed by a certain fate. The first generation of communication heralded the rise of the great telecommunications giant Motorola. In the second generation, commonly referred to as the 2G era, Nokia appeared to have absorbed Motorola's fortune, emerging as the new dominant force, initiating a reign of over 2 decades. This dominance persisted until the launch of Apple's iPhone 4S, which decisively shattered Nokia's reign. This once mighty titan began its descent into decline. Unlike its predecessors, this warrior did not ascend to become the new overlord. By the late 3G era and early 4G era, Samsung from South Korea seized the opportunity, claiming the title of the new telecommunications sovereign. It is undeniable that with each generational shift, some manufacturers fall while new contenders emerge. China, too, is not exempt from this fate. The once mighty China-Cool alliance has been reduced to a solitary contender, with a rival company standing alone, while Xiaomi, Vivo, Oppo, and Huaxin Technology have entered the fray as new blood, riding the wave of 4G. Every few years, a reshuffle occurs, and to maintain their positions, companies must construct more robust patent protection walls. Hence, this trip to Europe was indispensable. Although Nokia had sold its mobile business last year and completed the transaction in April of this year, the most critical assets, its patents concerning 2G, 3G, and 4G technologies, remain untouched, serving as the foundation of Nokia's identity. This was Shen Fei's purpose for coming. Despite the decline of Nokia's empire during the 3G era, it still possessed a wealth of relevant patents. To effectively penetrate international markets, the acquisition of these patents was essential. Although the Nokia dynasty may have crumbled, the company remained formidable, having garnered substantial funds from the sale of its mobile division. These funds have flowed into the telecommunications sector, reinforcing their standing as a venerable enterprise. In the early days, manufacturers capable of producing mobile devices invariably ventured into telecommunications as well. In contrast, the rival company does not quite fit the mold of a contemporary enterprise. Like those legacy firms, the rival company, alongside Nokia and Motorola, originally emerged from the telecommunications sector. Leveraging their dominance in this field, they gradually ventured into the mobile market, ultimately establishing themselves as new giants. If unforeseen events do not transpire, the rival company is likely to continue down the path paved by its predecessors. However, an unexpected twist has occurred, for Huaxin has arrived. This development has rendered the rival company's path to becoming a mobile giant considerably more arduous. Although it may not ascend to the ranks of mobile titans, it has the potential to become a telecommunications behemoth, especially since Huaxin has no intentions of entering the telecommunications domain. However, Tianxin Semiconductor, in pursuit of greater compatibility with a multitude of signals and expansion into broader markets, must enhance its pool of patents. Although the system provided some patents, most pertain to 4G technology. Thus, for its chips to be sold internationally, substantial patent fees must be paid to these established firms. The most effective strategy is to secure the authorization of relevant enterprises through a one-time payment. The patent landscape in Europe is quite stringent, with prohibitions enforced decisively. While the rival company has engaged in patent cross-licensing, allowing sales in Europe, the signal quality still lags slightly behind, compared to international giants like Apple. This situation borders on farcical, as Apple is often criticized for its signal issues, with a humorous saying that Apple users enter a state of disconnection the moment they step into an elevator or underground parking garage. To pave a smoother path for the future, a greater number of patents are indeed required as a safeguard. Previously, Wang Tung had reached out to 2 companies online, but they preferred a per-chip fee structure, which Shen Fei was unwilling to accept. Consequently, he opted to travel personally for negotiations. It is unclear whether the system enhanced his likability or if it was mere coincidence, but Shen Fei received an enthusiastic welcome from both companies upon his arrival. Following a series of amicable discussions, both parties ultimately agreed to the patent licensing terms. In the end, Tianxin Semiconductor secured the relevant licenses from Nokia and Motorola for 800 million and 6.5 billion yuan, respectively. As for the future, in 5 years, with the advent of 5G, renegotiating those terms may not yield the same price. Nevertheless, Shen Fei firmly believes that his team will navigate around these patents within the next 5 years. Once the agreements were finalized, Shen Fei promptly returned to China, remarking that Europe was indeed a culinary desert, making it rather difficult to endure even a day there. Simultaneously, he felt a deep sense of nostalgia, recalling the arduous years Yu Dazue spent in the European market. It was no wonder that the subsidies for entering that region were so generous. Mr. Shen, this is the Match 3 game developed by our company. The internal testing has concluded, and the game license has been successfully applied for. Now we must prepare for promotion. Please take a moment to play it. This job is indeed commendable, as it allows for a legitimate opportunity to indulge in leisure. Chapter 109. The Perplexity of Lei Bus. While Shen Fei was engrossed in experiencing his own game, Lei Bus was overwhelmed on the other side. After the acquisition, he realized that the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. The mobile chip business of Intel was indeed in disarray. All their patents, they were relics from the 3G era, with hardly any valuable 4G patents remaining. As for the technically valuable patents, they had long been packaged and sold off by Intel, leaving behind merely a heap of worthless debris. After all, Intel was not naive. How could they possibly sell a business they had invested hundreds of millions of dollars in for a mere 80 million, especially when faced with a company that was pressing for price reductions? However, with no other manufacturers willing to take over, they had no choice but to accept this single, unfortunate buyer. Selling at a loss was preferable to not selling at all, yet they had already disposed of all valuable assets early on. For the current state of the rice company, this acquisition marked a negligible breakthrough. Absorbing these technologies would require a considerable amount of time. As Professor Liang continued his sorting, he discovered that these items were nothing more than refuse for Huaxin technology. Thankfully, they had not taken over, or they would have been left regretting their decision. Whether this team could successfully mass-produce chips belonging to the rice company was no longer Huaxin's concern. Their preliminary work was complete, and it was now up to the rice company's investment capacity. If Lei Bus was willing to invest funds, Huaxin would dispatch additional engineers to assist. However, if he could not persuade the other executives to focus solely on marketing, then Shen Fei would merely send a few individuals to show goodwill. as his employees could not afford to squander their time on such futile endeavors. Nevertheless, for Lei Bus, this was somewhat acceptable, as he now had a mature team of development engineers capable of entering the chip design industry. With this business, the Rice Company could avoid many detours and significantly enhance its brand image. Internally, there remained considerable opposition, with many believing that the current capital of the Rice Company entering the chip design sector was akin to throwing eggs against a stone. Thus, during the acquisition, Lei Bus had to push vigorously, even contemplating funding it from his own reserves, but ultimately, the board rejected this, opting for the Rice Company's investment. After the acquisition, he found that the reality was indeed not as he had envisioned. Fortunately, it was the Rice Company's finances at stake. Otherwise, this would have been a pure loss. Confronted with reality, the impassioned Lei Bus could only temporarily acquiesce. This contrasted sharply with the operational structure of Huaxin Technology, where all decisions were dictated by shareholder meetings, while Huaxin operated as a one-man dominion under Shen Fei. However, the Rice Company did not abandon its ambitions in the chip industry. Rather, the originally planned independent company transformed into a wholly owned subsidiary of the Rice Company. The substantial share allocation that Lei Bus had promised to Huaxin Technology was also rejected internally, and in the end, only 5 was offered as gratitude for Huaxin's assistance during the acquisition. It must be noted that not all individuals within the Rice Company possessed Lei Bus's decisiveness. Shen Fei accepted this arrangement, and thus, the core technologies initially intended for free licensing would now be transacted at market value. The X1 and H1 cores were ultimately licensed to the Rice Company for a sum of $2.8 billion. Concurrently, the original team of at least 50 was reduced to 20, and private coaching sessions were converted to public classes. The feasibility of developing a chip truly belonging to the Rice Company based solely on these resources remains questionable. What Shen Fei was unaware of was that, following the confrontation with reality, this company, once positioned at the core of the chip industry, had ultimately shifted its focus to service marketing. In the following years, the Rice Company would only invest 100 million yuan annually, planning to release a low-end chip within 3 years purely for marketing purposes. The Rice Company's acquisition of Intel officially announced its entry into the mobile chip sector, positioning it to potentially become the 3rd major domestic player after Huaxin and Zhu Factory. This news quickly ascended to trending status on Weibo, serving as an excellent marketing strategy. Under the leadership of Huaxin and Zhu Factory, self-research had indeed become synonymous with strength. Wow, Mr. Lei is formidable. Next year, our Rice Company will surely release a chip that rivals Zhu Factory's. Congratulations! Our Rice Company has finally ventured into chip design. Now, we are a company with core technology. Anyone who still claims we are merely an assembly factory will find themselves in a heated debate with me. Amidst the harmonious voices, there are naturally some sarcastic remarks as well. Oh, with Rice Company's technology, they plan to enter chip design? Surely, this will end up being a futile endeavor. Perhaps they should just stick to being an assembly factory like the blue and green companies. Chip design is beyond their grasp. Nevertheless, whether praise or ridicule, it mattered little to the Rice Company. What was paramount was the attention they garnered. As an internet brand, visibility equated to everything. With visibility came sales. With increased sales, the Rice Company could enjoy a prosperous year, and their executives would reap greater financial rewards, which was the ultimate goal. To maintain this momentum, they continuously steered public opinion behind the scenes, ensuring that the buzz persisted, thereby driving more sales for the Rice Company. As anticipated, within the following week, the Rice Company sales outperformed both iQOO and Honor. The Rice 4 shipped 1.8 million units in a week, surpassing the combined total of iQOO and Honor by an additional 200,000 units. It seemed that whenever their phone sales lagged, they could simply release a bit more news to stimulate the market. However, seeing the sales report left Lei Bus feeling quite helpless, as the outcome was far from his original plan. He genuinely wished for the Rice Company to shed its reputation as merely an assembly factory and ascend to higher price points, possessing truly proprietary core technology. Unfortunately, fearing failure, he had brought in shareholders, and with their interference, this acquisition ultimately became a marketing ploy. Yet, this strategy had indeed played a critical role in boosting the Rice Company's sales, allowing them to surpass both competitors and claim the title of sales champion. However, as Lei Bus gazed at the report, he felt a sudden wave of confusion wash over him. Even when he had just graduated and quickly ascended to an executive position at Kingsoft, holding shares, he had never felt this lost. How could he transform the Rice Company's status into that of a genuine technology firm? Was it truly necessary to start anew to effect change? Yet, The acquisition of Intel's mobile chip business had sparked some concern among certain parties. In California, at the headquarters of Qualcomm, the Rise company's foray into chip design had garnered their attention. After all, the industry reshuffle caused by 4G had nearly obliterated the once formidable Chinese-Cool alliance, while Rice and Ju Factory had risen to prominence on the stage of the times. Initially, they had dismissed the self-developed chips of Ju Factory, but within a few short years, the latter had successfully caught up with Qualcomm, drastically reducing their procurement volume. Chapter 110. The Future Qualcomm. Why are you granting these patents to the Rice company? They have announced their foray into the chip design industry. Is this not akin to aiding and abetting a malevolent force? However, Mr. President, they have not only incurred a significant patent fee, but, in return, they have placed an order for a batch of Dragon 810 chips. The Dragon 810 is the most formidable processor platform released by Gaotong this year and marks the company's inaugural venture into an octa-core chip design. Due to their inexperience with this initial design, they encountered catastrophic power consumption issues, with practical tests revealing temperatures soaring to a staggering 50 degrees Celsius. Furthermore, given its exorbitant price, the majority of manufacturers opted to forego this chip in favor of the downclocked Dragon 808. This has resulted in a substantial inventory surplus of the Dragon 810. The Dragon 808, essentially a throttle version of this chip, necessitates the continued production of the Dragon 810. This conundrum has led to a significant accumulation of the Dragon 810 within Gaotong. Even though the difference between the Dragon 808 and Dragon 810 is marginal, most manufacturers remain reluctant to engage with the latter. You inquire about the quantity they have procured? 2 million units. And I believe granting them the patent license would be advantageous. Given the individuals they have acquired, it is improbable that they will achieve any results within 2 years. We would be profiting from 2 years of patent fees without any effort on our part. Upon hearing this, Steve Marenka fell into a momentary silence. The current chip landscape is far removed from the circumstances when Juchong entered the fray. With advancements in manufacturing processes, the complexity of chip design has intensified considerably. Relying solely on the mere 100 or so individuals acquired by DAMI to accomplish chip design is tantamount to chasing a mirage. They have yielded little success even under Intel's aegis. How much funding can they possibly muster with a less capable benefactor? Mr. President, the current 14-nanometer process at TSMC costs $3 million per wafer. Given their technological capabilities, success on the first attempt is highly unlikely. I believe repeated failures will ultimately compel them to abandon their efforts. At that point, they will have no choice but to rely on our chips, won't they? This thought momentarily eased his tension. But weren't you all saying the same about Juchong back in the day? Yet now, Juchong's technological prowess has nearly caught up with ours. That is attributable to the support from Huaxin and Juchong's accumulated experience, which has led to their current achievements. Prior to this, Juchong's new chips were hardly worth consideration. As for whether DAMI will become the next Juchong, I find that highly unlikely. It seems they are merely acquiring this business to bolster their marketing efforts. Their annual budget for this company is a mere 100 million yuan, not in US dollars. Upon hearing this, he regained his composure through investigations. He also learned that DAMI appears to have severed ties with Huaxin Technology. The number of personnel dispatched by Huaxin has been exceedingly limited. Nevertheless, Gaotong's challenges remain substantial. The rise of Juchong, facilitated by Huaxin's entry, has significantly diminished Gaotong's market share in China. This year's profits have dropped by 13 compared to last year. And if DAMI enters the chip design industry, we might anticipate a halving of our revenue next year. It appears we must now showcase our hidden strengths. We can no longer afford to squeeze our resources. Simultaneously, we must suppress Fa Gu. We cannot allow him to rise. That group of manufacturers continually supports Fa Gu. For what reason? Gaotong is acutely aware. It is merely to prevent us from monopolizing the market. This is akin to our support for the Samsung chip foundry business. Although TSMC's processes are superior to Samsung's, Gaotong typically assigns business to Samsung due to pricing considerations. It seems the price of the Dragon 810 this year has indeed escalated considerably. Next year, we must ease the constraints on these manufacturers to dissuade them from pursuing in-house chip development. Aside from Juchong, there should be no other independent manufacturers in Huaguo. With this thought, he proceeded to the laboratory, eager to ascertain the progress of their Dragon 820 development for the upcoming year. Dr. James Thompson, how is our Dragon 820 research progressing? I hope to hear some good news. Upon entering the laboratory, Steve Marenka promptly inquired of the working doctor. As this matter pertains to Gaotong's survival in the coming year, we are still in the development phase. We have successfully integrated the CPU and GPU into this chip. Additionally, to enhance the chip stability, We reverted from an octa-core to a quad-core configuration. Learning from past mistakes, we have returned to a familiar quad-core design, employing a 22 nanometers process. The maximum clock speed is set at a mere 2. The reason for this relatively low frequency is due to the caution instilled by the overheating issues encountered with the Dragon 810. To avoid a repeat of such thermal challenges, we have deliberately kept the frequency sufficiently low during the design phase. This generation of the Dragon 820 is expected to utilize TSMC's 14 nanometer process, aiming to restore Gaodong's reputation. Indeed, after a year of breakthroughs at Huaxin, TSMC has finally achieved an 85 yield on the 14 nanometer process, a yield that is now adequate for production. Thanks to the advanced manufacturing process, the performance of the Dragon 820 is projected to be 15 superior to that of the Dragon 810. Even with the latter's octa-core design, it still lags behind the Dragon 820. This exemplifies the allure of enhanced manufacturing processes, as equivalent volumes can accommodate a greater number of transistors, thereby driving an overall improvement in processor performance. We can be assured that overheating issues will not recur, correct? Rest assured, Mr. President. We have reverted to a quad-core design and reduced the clock speed. There will be no risk of excessive heat generation. However, our power management module is currently incompatible with Huaxin's fast-charging technology, which may impact the sales of this chip. After all major manufacturers in Huaxin have joined the Huaxin Fast-Charging Alliance. Even Gaodong, for the sake of its chip sales in Huaxin, traveled to the capital last week to secure authorization from Huaxin Technology. We need to integrate both our C charging protocol and Huaxin's charging protocol. Presently, all smartphone manufacturers within Huaxin have opted for Huaxin, yet we cannot afford to abandon our own charging protocol. As an international competitor, Apple has not relinquished its Lightning interface. And currently, we can only offer a meager 5 watts of charging speed, which pales in comparison. Another reason Gaodong persists with its protocol is that the Type-C interface is not yet widely adopted internationally, rendering it a unique technology within Huaxin. Meanwhile, Samsung continues to rely on the micro USB interface. As a major client, Samsung's choice necessitates support from Gaodong. However, all manufacturers in Huaxin have gravitated towards Huaxin's charging protocol, joining the Fast Charging Alliance. With a high degree of openness, they have nearly relinquished their technology, allowing for minor modifications to facilitate direct usage. Most importantly, Huaxin's fast-charging chips are significantly more affordable. Currently, various manufacturers in Huaxin have achieved charging technologies of up to 20 W, while the existing QC2.0 protocol only supports a maximum of 18 W fast charging. This disparity is also tied to the technology choices of both parties. The micro USB interface selected by Gaodong has only 4 or 5 pins, limiting the current to a maximum of 2 amps, which restricts fast charging to 18 W. Conversely, Huaxin's Type-C technology can support up to 20 V and 5A, allowing for conventional setups to achieve 100 W charging speeds. Should manufacturers engage in innovative modifications, they could potentially support up to 10A, paving the way for expansive advancements in charging technology. This explains why most manufacturers, after considerable deliberation, ultimately decided to align themselves with the Huaxin Fast Charging Alliance. Nevertheless, the use of micro USB by Gaodong offers the advantage of strong compatibility, as the majority of electronic products currently employ this interface. The Type-C interface from Huaxin has only recently emerged, and its compatibility remains rather limited. This explains why Shen Fei has been advocating for all manufacturers to adopt the standardized charging protocol. After all, the current Type-C technology is predominantly supported by smartphone manufacturers, making it quite challenging to find compatible charging devices when one forgets to bring their charger while out. Doctor, I shall not intrude upon your work any longer. I have faith that you will achieve success, and our Fire Dragon 820 will undoubtedly become a remarkable chip. Chapter 111, The Core Breakthrough. Mr. Shen, great news. In the office, Shen Fei, engrossed in testing his company's Match 3 game, lifted his head. It must be said that while these simple games may seem trivial, they are incredibly addictive. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Fei had been playing for 3 days, surpassing the 100th level, while the internal testing phase has developed over 200 levels. As the levels progress, the difficulty increases slightly, yet with a few attempts, players can still clear them. This aligns with the initial planning to maintain a certain pass rate, without allowing users to become stuck on a level for too long, as the difficulty would then be adjusted to ease their progression. What is the rush? There has been a breakthrough in the semiconductor laboratory. Professor Liang just reported it. Since the afternoon is relatively free, let us go and inspect it. Soon, we'll be quite busy. Since returning from a business trip to the European region, Shen Fei has not had any significant work on his plate. All the smartphones released this year have been dispatched, with the next one, the Huaxin X1, set to launch after New Year's, targeting the budget-friendly market. Sales of the Huaxin X2 have already begun to decline, with the month drawing to a close. They are still short by tens of thousands of units. It is time to deploy the grand gifts prepared for Guozi. Currently, there have been murmurs on foreign social media, but they have quickly faded. This indicates that Guozi has identified the issue abroad. However, Shen Fei is uncertain if these users received any compensation. Domestic users will likely adapt, as they have already adjusted to the discourse surrounding battery issues. Initially, regarding the discourse on frost-resistant batteries, Guozi's official response was silence, and while users clamored for a replacement, their demands ultimately fell on deaf ears due to the lack of response. Conversely, domestic brands, eager to seize Guozi's market share, have announced that their next-generation products will feature upgraded frost-resistant batteries capable of withstanding lower temperatures. Nevertheless, the reality remains unchanged. The Guozi 6 continues to sell remarkably well, despite its slow charging and short battery life. Alright, let us go inspect the Huaxin wafer factory. It has been a while since our last visit. For the sake of chip confidentiality, Tianjin Semiconductor has relocated to the Huaxin wafer factory, enabling direct communication for any issues that may arise. Furthermore, the wafer factory maintains the highest level of confidentiality, ensuring safety. Throughout the journey, Shen Fei's heart raced with excitement, as the system had initially granted him the X1 and H1 cores, omitting subsequent iterations. Over the past year, under Professor Liang's guidance and with the collaboration of two other A-level talents, they not only successfully developed the X2 and H2 cores, but also created the Tianjin 810, Tianjin 600, and the soon-to-be-released Tianjin 400. The Tianjin 600 series is intended for external distribution to other domestic manufacturers. This chip's performance is competitive with the Fire Dragon 808, boasting even better power efficiency. During the technical summit, Shen Fei had considered external distribution but ultimately decided against it, weighing the potential impact. The pressure from a single sanction was considerable. If Gaitong were to join, the situation would become even more complex. Professor Liang, I've heard that our X2 core has been developed. How much has its performance improved, and what about its power consumption? It is no wonder Shen Fei is so exhilarated. Although the X1 and H1 cores outperform ARM's public architecture, both in performance and power efficiency, these were provided by the system. The current generation of H2 X2 cores has been entirely developed by his team, which is of paramount importance. Thus, Shen Fei's excitement is justified. Based on the system's performance, it seems he will not be granted any further foundational technologies. Moreover, these foreign competitors excel at incremental advancements, having been thoroughly outperformed this year. It remains to be seen how much they will improve next year. Electronic technology originated in Europe and America, and now the people of Huaxin are in hot pursuit. Currently, our CPU H2 has passed testing. At equivalent frequencies, it shows a 25 performance enhancement compared to H1, with approximately a 150 improvement over competing ARM products. This performance is indeed formidable, yet it is not the most astonishing attribute of this chip. In terms of peak performance, there is a 45 increase over the previous H1 core, alongside a 70 reduction in power consumption. The Tianjin 810 is an overclocked version of the Tianjin 800. Due to the frequency increase, the heat output of the Tianjin 810 is significantly greater than that of the 800 series, but is not yet classified as a Fire Dragon. Next year, we are poised to successfully break through to the 10-nanometer process, allowing for further increases in chip frequency. This optimal power consumption is crucial. Upon hearing about such substantial improvements in the CPU, Shen Fei eagerly inquired about the GPU. Is the GPU enhancement similar? The GPU has shown a 35 improvement at equivalent frequencies compared to the previous X1 core, with a 12 decrease in power consumption. In terms of extreme performance, there's a 50 increase, and power consumption has also decreased by 45. Previously, in order to assist the Ju factory, X1 and H1 cores were authorized to them early on. This time, however, a wait is necessary, with the earliest possible availability not until June of next year. With these two cores, I am confident that next year's chips will excel, especially with our impending breakthrough in 10-nanometer technology, representing another generational leap. We are currently significantly ahead. However, Shen Fei does not intend to utilize the 10-nanometer process for next year's Tianjin 820 series, as it is essential to pace the advancements. The improvements brought by these two cores will take competitors at least 3 years to catch up. But really, system, are you not going to provide me with a lithography machine production facility? The system? although Huaxin's 10-nanometer process breakthrough was achieved quite easily, as relevant technologies were provided to Shen Fei when the system granted him optical technology. Huaxin currently operates 5 production lines, with only 4 in use. One is being adjusted for the 10-nanometer process. However, achieving a breakthrough with the upcoming 7-nanometer process will not be so straightforward. While it's possible to produce 7-nanometer chips using these lithography machines through multiple exposures, the yield rate would significantly decrease and cost would soar. System. Perhaps you should take a nap. That might increase the success rate. Professor Liang, thank you for your hard work. This month, there will be double salaries and an additional surprise waiting for everyone. Although I, Shen Fei, do not possess technical expertise, I hold a deep respect for technology. Rest assured, we at Huaxin will not shortchange our team. This announcement delighted the researchers nearby, who internally remarked, Mr. Shen, who says you do not understand technology. Who am I to be impatient? You truly grasp the essence of technology. When salaries are assured, everyone is ready to give their all. This is one of the reasons why everyone appreciates Shen Fei. As a boss, he is exceedingly generous. When outstanding results are achieved, salaries are increased. Who wouldn't relish having such a boss as a worker? As for overtime, that is entirely voluntary, especially considering the triple pay. Chapter 112, Game Promotion. Huaxin Building. In a conference room on the 15th floor. This meeting is convened to discuss the promotional strategy for the game named Starry Match. This time, Guman is no longer participating merely as Shen Fei's secretary. She is now taking part as the president of Huaxin Game Company, fully authorized to lead the meeting. Seated beside them, Shen Fei listened attentively. Our publicity department has completed all preparations and is ready to commence at any moment. Should we consider purchasing some pop-up advertisements from the Goose Factory? While somewhat unscrupulous, their effectiveness is indisputable. Despite the nauseating nature of these pop-up ads, their conversion rates are remarkably high for advertisers. Might be a tad expensive? What has to fear? Our Huaxin Games is never short on funds. However, we should first contemplate whether the Penguin is willing to sell, as this significantly impacts user experience. The Penguin has rarely employed this method lately. After all, for the development of this Match 3 game alone, Shen Fei has already allocated $2 billion in funding. I believe we can broaden our promotional scope. After all, our game is not resource-intensive. Even budget smartphones like the Homie Honor can run it seamlessly. Currently, we still have over $1 billion in funds. So why not secure the homepage promotions of several popular applications? Are we really speaking in human terms here? Securing everything? When have I ever fought such a financially lavish battle? Is this really promotion? Nevertheless, for today's Huaxin Games, this is not particularly challenging. Although the winds of the internet have driven up the prices of splash ads, it's only a few million daily. Huaxin Games can certainly manage, though the most costly option is likely the Penguin S, given their extensive user base and commendable conversion rates. As for retaining users, we could distribute some in-game items or even cash rewards. This is a splendid idea, but won't the expenses be substantial? There's a probability of cash rewards, and they must be linked to our Huaxin Pay, thus retaining users while promoting our payment system. This could also give us an advantage in the upcoming 5v5 project. Probability? Are we to treat users as fools? Have you heard my story on Pindao Dao? Might this provoke consumer backlash? You've misconstrued. We shall provide users 10 yuan for each of the first 10 levels, with a minimum guarantee of 1 yuan, and 995 will not exceed 1 yuan. Only a minuscule number of lucky players can win 100 yuan, with a maximum of 10,000 prizes, summing up to 1 million, which is quite manageable. After hearing the discussions, Guman concluded, I will personally reach out to the Penguin. I trust they will acquiesce. The remaining manufacturers, you shall handle. While Huaxin is financially stable, we must not squander funds. As for the technology, let us work overtime in the coming days to develop this lottery system. That concludes our meeting. Upon returning to the office, Guman immediately dialed Ma Huating's number, as she naturally possessed the contact of the entire Huaxin Technologies head. On the other end, Ma Huating, upon seeing Guman's call, was quite perplexed. After all, both the Penguin's new gaming company and Huaduo Mobile were operating smoothly. Just last week, he personally tested the experimental model of Huaduo Mobile's inaugural gaming phone. I must say the gaming performance was indeed impressive, but the joint venture's 5v5 game is still under development. What could Guman's call be about? Hello, General Manager Gu. What brings you to personally contact me? Our mobile game is ready for launch. I'm here to discuss purchasing advertising space. I hope Mr. Ma could offer us a preferential rate. Since General Manager Gu has made the request, how does a 30 discount sound? Currently, Penguin Company employs various charging models, primarily CPM. which charges advertisers a fee based on every 1,000 impressions, typically around 30 yuan. However, the conversion rates are not particularly high, as impressions last only a few seconds, and the effects are not as effective as pop-up ads. Guman's direct approach also serves as a courtesy to Huaxin. Mr. Ma, we intend to purchase your pop-up advertisements. Ma Huatang fell silent for a moment, realizing the gravity of the situation. Pop-up ads have long been the penguin's ace, yet their usage has dwindled due to their significant impact on user experience. Generally, pop-ups are only employed when promoting their own software. However, considering the amicable cooperation between the two companies, Ma Huatang ultimately acquiesced. General Manager Gu, you must know that this method considerably affects user experience and could tarnish our reputation. We have seldom utilized it. However, since you have brought it up, I shall agree. It will be a flat rate of 30 million for 3 days. No other manufacturers could secure such a price. This price is undeniably steep, at least 3 times more than what other companies would pay for cover ads. Yet, considering its traffic and conversion rates, the cost effectiveness remains quite high. After all, when one sees this advertisement and attempts to close it, they discover it fills the entire screen. The feeling of helplessness. Soon, the entire internet was saturated with promotions from Huaxin Games. The game, named Starlight Match, was thrust into the limelight, and the notion of winning prizes while playing captivated everyone. Who developed this Starlight Match? They're quite wealthy. All the apps I opened today featured their ads. Even when I turned on my computer, the penguin had resorted to pop-up ads. It's been a while since I've seen that. Does the owner possess such strength to sway the penguin? You should check out their development company for the answer. Oh, it's Huaxin. That explains the abundance. Do you think anyone really won the 100 yuan? Huaxin is quite prosperous. They should be able to afford it, but I suspect the odds are exceedingly low. Thanks to the enticing prospect of winning prizes while playing, users did not express outrage. Rather, they were drawn in, opening app stores to download the game. As for other mobile manufacturers, upon realizing it was developed by Huaxin Games, there were no delays in the review process. Huaxin Games quickly passed approval. However, they still adhere to the channel service regulations, with each manufacturer demanding a profit share. Yet in this regard, each company did not adhere strictly to the 50-50 split, but generously offered Huaxin an 80-20 division. In terms of gaming, domestic mobile manufacturers remain quite ruthless, typically sticking to a 50-50 split. Many users, after downloading, swiftly completed the first 10 levels and discovered that prizes were indeed available, though most were mere fractions of a yuan, with few exceeding 10 yuan. This was a point of divergence from discussions, as the implementation plan ensured each user would at least have one chance of winning over 1 yuan. Yet, it was predominantly 1 yuan. Nevertheless, most consumers, like Shen Fei, became increasingly engrossed in the game. This mini-game is truly addictive. I unknowingly played for an entire afternoon. Alas, I only won 5 yuan. I seriously suspect that the person above is bragging. I only won 1 yuan. However, the original poster is correct. It's indeed captivating. I've already reached over 50 levels. By the way, did anyone really win 100 yuan? It's genuinely addictive and perfect for casual play, right? This game pairs splendidly with restroom breaks. Aren't you worried you'll get so absorbed that you lose track of time? Oh no, I should be working, but I truly can't stop. Chapter 113. The Surge of Game Popularity. That 100 yuan is undoubtedly a gimmick. None of my friends have one. That is your fault. I won one, and it thrilled me to no end. Lucky me. I must say that is clearly a gimmick, but at heart, we're merely playing a casual mobile game. This game is indeed quite brain-teasing, and the leaderboard is quite interesting. I currently rank 10,086 in our region. I thought you'd be in first place. There is no denying that those affluent individuals excel in the game by utilizing various tools to achieve high scores. The essence of the game lies in the competitive spirited insights among players, and the game Stellar Match has adeptly captured the hearts of many in this regard. Not only does it feature friend rankings, but it also boasts county, city, and national leaderboards, each contributing significantly to its revenue. On its very first day of launch, the game surpassed 800,000 downloads, with 30,000 active paying users, each contributing an average of 20 yuan, resulting in over 600,000 yuan in revenue. Although this figure pales in comparison to the promotional expenses incurred, it is merely the inaugural day of the game. If this momentum is sustained, the anticipated revenue for the month is projected to exceed 10 million yuan. This calculation startled Guman. No wonder Tencent thrives so well. The gaming industry is indeed a lucrative venture. It seems imperative to persuade General Manager Shen to amplify investments in the gaming sector. Are you certain you haven't misreported? Revenue of 600,000 on the first day? Do you doubt my capabilities, General Manager Shen? This figure was still diminished due to other companies taking their share. Unfortunately, despite Huaxin having its own app store, it is impossible to list such games on others' platforms. They can only be downloaded via web browsers. This complexity leads most consumers to opt for the built-in app stores on their phones, which are channel-specific and not the official version. The operational and incentive disparities between the channel and official versions exist, yet the game levels and leaderboards remain consistent. However, there remains an issue. The iOS development is still underway, while the Android channels have provided us with certain concessions, albeit we cannot circumvent the 30% taxation on profits. Normal development will suffice, and once launched, all in-game purchases will be priced accordingly for users to bear the cost. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, Guman instantly comprehended the situation. Huaxin Games would not absorb this 30% loss. All in-game items would see a price increase, placing the burden on consumers. Meanwhile, Tencent was also investigating the first-day download figures and revenue of Huaxin Games. After all, such data is crucial for Tencent's entry into the mobile gaming market. Even though the two companies had established a joint venture, it was solely for that particular project. In the marketplace, there are no eternal allies. Tencent's own QQ Speed has long since embarked on a mobile game plan. Yet, the primary focus remains on PC gaming, with a dedicated team assigned to mobile game development. Observing Huaxin's simple Match 3 game achieve over 800,000 downloads in just a day has reinforced Ma Huatheng's commitment to supporting mobile gaming. Judging by this momentum, after the 3-day promotional period, Stellar Match could easily amass at least 3 million users, yielding a monthly revenue of around 30 million, comparable to the annual profit of a mid-sized publicly listed company. This figure merely represents 1 month's earnings, underscoring the immense allure of the internet. The success of Huaxin Games has decisively shaped Ma Huatheng's perspective on the mobile gaming market, prompting Tencent to pivot fully towards this sector. It appears that adjustments within their studio are necessary, dividing into 4 key teams: PC gaming, web gaming, mobile gaming, and technical security. Although both web and PC games operate on computers, they are fundamentally distinct types. Web games are purely profit-driven, allowing enhancements with financial investment. Essentially, web and mobile games are quite similar in that they can be played anytime, anywhere. With this in mind, he summoned his secretary to accompany him downstairs to visit the mobile gaming studio. Currently, the entire Origin company is characterized by a convoluted factional structure, with frequent instances of power struggles. Furthermore, Tencent's competitive mechanism renders all operations akin to investment relationships, where only the strong endure, while the weak are eliminated, leading to strained interorganizational relations and inefficiencies. Additionally, many of the business leaders are primarily financial personnel, lacking practical management experience, which exacerbates internal strife and division. This is precisely why the decision was made to form a joint venture with Huaxin to collaboratively develop a 5v5 game. Purely from an operational standpoint, Tencent does not fear Huaxin. In fact, they could easily outpace Huaxin in promotional efforts. However, Ma Huatheng harbored no confidence in their ability to unite and collaborate, having seen projects fail due to internal discord. The secretary, upon hearing Ma Huatheng's remarks, was taken aback. After all, the mobile gaming project was initially proposed in passing, and he had not closely monitored its progress. However, it was evident that the CEO was now significantly invested in this venture, necessitating the secretary's increased attention. Very well, Mr. Ma, I will take you there immediately. He promptly informed the head of the mobile gaming project, Yao Xiaowang, about Mr. Ma's impending visit. How is your QQ Speed mobile project progressing? We have completed the majority of the transfer and are currently optimizing for mobile devices. Why is it taking so long? I recall this project commenced last year, and yet so little has been accomplished. Huaxin Games has already officially launched while we haven't even entered the beta testing phase. If you lack the capability, just let me know, and I will find someone else. However, this was not a matter of Yao Xiaowang's competence. After all, there is a fundamental difference between large-scale games and casual mobile games. Mr. Ma, our two games are fundamentally different. Although our QQ Speed project does not have high-performance requirements for mobile devices, not all phones can run it. We need to optimize the game to ensure compatibility with a broader range of devices. While we could initiate internal testing now, it would be limited to certain models. At least devices with Snapdragon 801 or higher will be necessary to ensure basic functionality. Upon hearing this, Ma Huatheng's mood settled. After all, Shen Fei had introduced him to the industry, and he had gained some understanding of the current mobile market. This also implied that only phones released within the past year could run the game reliably. To achieve higher frame rates and graphics quality, the requirements for devices are quite stringent. Nonetheless, This presents a significant opportunity for his own Huaxin mobile company. I will enhance our support for you and aim to complete the internal testing version within 2 months while also developing a high frame rate mode. Upon hearing this, Yao Xiaowang was instantly thrilled. After all, nothing is more reassuring than the attention of their esteemed leader. Rest assured, Mr. Ma, we will undoubtedly meet the deadline. Chapter 114, Achieving 1 million Sales. In the capital, at Huaxin Tower, the familiar office welcomed Wang Teng, Guman, and Shen Fei as they convened for a brief meeting. Our Huaxin Games has surpassed 1.7 million registered users, experiencing rapid growth, with an average gameplay duration exceeding 2 hours. Wang Teng was astonished by this statistic. Is this casual game truly that captivating? In such a short span, the average duration has already surpassed 2 hours. We owe much gratitude to Mr. Ma's pop-up advertisements. They have significantly aided our user growth. Just as they spoke of him, Shen Fei's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, it was a call from Mr. Ma. Look at this. He really does seem to have a knack for timing. Just as we mention him, he calls. Mr. Shen, congratulations. Your first game has surpassed 1 million registrations in just 2 days. You are too kind, Mr. Ma. I hear you're also planning to make a significant move into the mobile gaming market. Indeed, I intend to reorganize our Tencent company to fully enter the mobile sector. I personally have high hopes for this venture. Ma Huateng spoke with ease, yet the revelation left Shen Fei profoundly shaken. The contemporary penguin has indeed expanded its empire. And organizing it all is no small feat. I intend for our Huaxin X1 to officially launch in January next year, coinciding perfectly with the internal testing of our QQ Speed mobile game, during which we shall distribute internal test invitations to all purchasers of the Huaxin X1. It is undeniable that this is quintessentially penguin-like. Although the online player count for QQ Speed has begun to decline, it still boasts over 2 million users. If even a fraction of these individuals are inclined to make a purchase, the Huaxin X1 will undoubtedly succeed. It can be said that the inaugural phone from Huaxin Mobile closely mirrors the naming conventions of Huaxin Mobile, while also undergoing certain design modifications to enhance its gaming attributes. Will this binding of interests by CEO Ma affect the mobile game's reputation? Mr. Shen, you have misunderstood. It is impossible for us to distribute internal test codes solely through this one channel. If we were to do so, our Penguin company would face considerable backlash. We will also distribute a limited number of invitation codes through other channels, but they will be competitive. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei instantly grasped CEO Ma's intention. To fully experience the game, one must purchase the company's phone. Shen Fei wholeheartedly agreed with this strategy. Considering himself merely a minor shareholder, albeit one whose influence is not insignificant, the various components of the Huaxin X1 gaming phone are primarily sourced from the Huaxin supply chain. The 4,500 mAh battery is provided by Ningde, the 33W fast charging technology by Huaxin Laboratory, and the Tianqin 810 overclock version by Tianqin Semiconductor. The motherboard is designed by Huaxin's team, and the manufacturing is handled by Huaxin's factory. While this company occupies a modest share of the market, over 80 of the profits ultimately return to Huaxin. Since CEO Ma wishes to launch ahead of schedule, we shall align ourselves with his actions. However, this may not entice a significant number of users to make a purchase. After all, compared to acquiring a new phone, most users would prefer to wait for the official public release of the game or to seize a chance at winning a code. Not to worry, we have also developed a high frame rate mode with specific adaptations made for the Huaxin X1, ensuring stable gameplay at 60 frames per second. For the time being, the only option to enjoy this high frame rate mode is the Huaxin X1, while other phones will have to wait for subsequent adaptations. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei felt a wave of relief. It seemed that the first batch of orders could amount to 200,000 units. The promise of stable invitation codes, coupled with elevated frame rates, is immensely appealing to gaming enthusiasts. With that in mind, I extend my early congratulations to CEO Ma for the successful internal testing of QQ Speed and the anticipated sales of the Huaxin X1. Congratulations indeed. After a brief exchange, we concluded the call. Organizing matters at the Penguin Company is no simple task, and it seems CEO Ma will be quite busy in the days ahead. Let us resume our meeting. As for the game as profitability, it surpassed 1 million yesterday, so next month as profits remain uncertain. Nearby, Wang Teng quickly interjected that our Huaxin S1 has begun to reduce production, with the factory now fully engaged in manufacturing the X2 and Z1. Currently, the S1 maintains monthly sales of approximately 300,000 units, though profit margins have significantly declined. The good news is that our Huaxin X2 has exceeded 1.98 million units and is expected to officially surpass 2 million today, fulfilling the plan you set, Mr. Shen. Hearing this, Shen Fei was further exhilarated. After all, achieving 2 million units sold marks a new milestone, an unprecedented peak that no manufacturer in Huaxin has reached since the advent of mobile phones. Among these, nearly 700,000 units are of the Pro version, with 150,000 units being the Pro model. However, the best-selling remains our standard version. That is certainly commendable, especially since we initially anticipated that our Pro version would be fortunate to exceed 200,000 units. This indeed relates to pricing. During our initial meetings, the absence of the original Pro model and the breakthrough in our own screen technology caused the Pro S market positioning to lower. Well done. However, Mr. Shen, you previously suggested we let the winds blow a little longer. The sales of Guozi have now surpassed 3 million units in France. This has begun to impact our Huaxin X1, so maybe time to reel it in, no? Upon hearing this, Shen Fei fell into deep contemplation. Given that our match 3 game is currently trending, releasing damaging information about Guozi now could potentially affect our promotional efforts. However, the two are not directly comparable. Yet the saturation of hot topics indeed complicates matters. Shall we take action? For the time being, let us pause our promotional efforts for the game and instead focus on accumulating positive feedback. Once the hype subsides, we can resume our advertising. Shortly thereafter, various bloggers affiliated with the Huaxin brand began releasing pre-recorded videos. Huaxin 6, with its alluring features, quickly ascended to the top of the Weibo charts. Other bloggers, in turn, rushed to capitalize on the trending topic, offering diverse opinions. Some fervently criticizing Guozi, while others passionately defended it, alleging that the naysayers were merely envious of its sales. Since the Huaxin region has only been operational for less than a month, these issues have yet to surface. However, due to design constraints, the manufacturing facilities are unable to implement necessary upgrades to mitigate these problems. In contrast, the already established markets in the US and Europe are bustling with activity. Meanwhile, Guozi's laboratory is diligently researching potential solutions, though no effective measures have been established thus far. Chapter 115, The Core Bend Controversy. Other manufacturers are eager to join the fray, each hoping to carve out a piece of the pie from Guozi's success. Yet, at this moment, Shen Fei remains quietly ensconced in his office. Ding! Congratulations to the Huaxin X1 series for successfully surpassing 2 million units in sales. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Red Door core and 500 research engineers. It must be acknowledged that system development, indeed, requires a considerable workforce. Currently, the collaboration between our company and the Chrysanthemum factory has already surpassed 1,000 employees. However, this system remains compatible with Android software. With the acquisition of the Red Door core, Shen Fei began to ponder whether it might be prudent to temporarily halt that project. The initial plan was merely a transitional measure, and now that a superior option has arisen, it may be time to let one go. While the quantity of mobile software is not excessively high, ensuring compatibility across all manufacturers poses a considerable challenge. As Shen Fei contemplated these matters, a cacophony erupted outside. Can you manufacturers not be so dull? Is it truly useful to disparage Guozi every day? Their sales are still unmatched. Instead of innovating, all you do is concoct underhanded tactics to try and surpass Guozi. It's utterly repugnant. But my Guozi 6 has indeed become somewhat skewed. How much did the upstairs spend to hire you for this? Although the Guozi 6 has only recently launched in Huaxin, its sales of 3 million units have undoubtedly created numerous fortunate customers. Yet, in a world where the strength of Guozi is firmly entrenched in public consciousness, any comments detrimental to Guozi are dismissed as mere slander from detractors. The reputation of Guozi's kidney machine is well earned, with some even boasting that they would sell a kidney to buy a Guozi. This concept is something Shen Fei finds difficult to comprehend. However, he respects others' choices, believing that every decision is ultimately for the best. Of course, the most professional evaluations still come from the high-tech review channels, as they are contracted bloggers for Huaxin and were among the first to receive the necessary materials. At first glance, they believed the information was a ploy by their own benefactor to suppress the sales of the Fruit 6 in Huaxin, especially since their own boss was now venturing into the high-end market. It was understandable that such tactics might be employed to bolster their own sales. However, after waiting in vain for any directive from their employer, they sought to ensure the integrity of their experiment. They enlisted a testing agency to ascertain the veracity of the data. Could it truly be that bending occurred so effortlessly? To their astonishment, the results mirrored the testing videos precisely. They even conducted tests with the device tucked in their pockets. A brand new Fruit 6, when bent down without caution, would indeed exhibit bending. This confirmed the design flaw inherent in this generation of the Fruit 6. Its overly slender design was evidently imprudent. Such an impartial evaluation drew considerable attention from the public, with bystanders fanning the flames of discontent. How could the Fruit brand dare to price their product at 5,000 yuan? Even now, they remained in denial. Had it been a domestic manufacturer, the backlash would have been fierce. It appeared that the foreign entity could sidestep scrutiny. Yet the apparent design flaw remained unresolved. Ironically, some users, despite their own rights being compromised, continued to advocate for the brand. When their devices eventually malfunctioned, the irony would be palpable as they sought assistance online. Following the onset of this conflict, personnel from Huaxin had refrained from excessive commentary. The Fruit users represented an intriguing demographic, adept at accommodating various issues. No matter the criticism, their responses remained unfazed. Our Android charging is indeed rapid. Yet it begs the question, why do so many still choose the Fruit brand? Their ceramic back feels exquisite. With the introduction of frost-resistant batteries, concerns about diminished battery life in winter are alleviated. Admittedly, when it comes to photographic optimization, they do surpass the competition. Nevertheless, this uproar has undeniably impacted the Fruit brand, leading some prospective buyers of the Fruit 6 to reconsider and ultimately select the Huaxin X2 Pro instead. This small fraction of consumers was enough to create a shortage for the Huaxin X2 Pro. Initially, Huaxin planned to manufacture 200,000 units. Yet the first month's sales surpassed 150,000 units. Additional orders for another 200,000 have since been placed. However, the repercussions of this controversy exceeded Shen Fei's expectations. Initially, he had feared that the Fruit 6 series would adversely affect the sales of the Huaxin X2, prompting his preparatory measures. Yet, he discovered that the customer bases of the two brands were fundamentally distinct. While the Fruit 6 dominated, the Huaxin X2 also thrived. Regardless, the preparations had been made, and to abandon them would be wasteful. Meanwhile, as Huaxin quietly prospered, the headquarters of Fruit in Huaguo echoed a different sentiment. For good June, this was not fortuitous, as he had just assumed the role of global vice president of the Fruit company, primarily overseeing strategic deployments in Huaguo. Having recently ascended to this position, he now faced a significant upheaval. To him, it was merely a tempest that would soon pass. This news had already erupted in America, though most of it was suppressed, leaving no tangible impact on the Fruit company. In Huaguo, the situation was even less concerning, as consumers in this region excelled at adaptation. He believed they would swiftly forget this turmoil. However, his calm did not reflect the sentiments of others, as the controversy had indeed affected Fruit sales. Naturally, Qiu, the general manager of the Huaguo region, was keenly aware of this, as sales directly influenced his performance evaluation. Go, are we really going to ignore this? He inquired. The facts are clear. How do we resolve this? The Fruit 6 undeniably has certain design flaws, leading it to bend under minimal pressure. Should we consider extending the warranty? Do you realize what that would cost us? It would be an astronomical sum. In the worst-case scenario, if issues arise and we confirm the problem after inspection, we could offer free reinforcement. I must admit, this is quintessentially Fruit. As the online fervor escalated, the Huaguo branch of Fruit released an official statement. They claimed that the situation surrounding the Fruit 6 sales in Huaguo was a conspiracy, asserting that their design posed no issues. Under normal usage, the device's integrity was robust, devoid of bending issues. Should non-human factors cause problems within the warranty period and align with Fruit's regulations, they would bear full responsibility and provide users with a complimentary replacement. Conversely, if issues arose from consumer misuse, they could visit local service centers for free reinforcement or opt for self-funded component replacements. Regarding this smear campaign against Fruit, they vowed to investigate thoroughly and identify the true culprits. Indeed, Fruit has shifted all blame onto the consumers. One might exclaim, it must be said, they are quite adept at this game. If their design truly held no flaws, why not report it like Huaxin? Perhaps their conscience is pricked. Chapter 116. The self-developed system gains approval? This uproar shows no signs of abating. Perhaps some would prefer to see it escalate further. However, this has no bearing on Huaxin technology. Throughout this turmoil, Huaxin has remained unscathed, with sales even experiencing a surge, fulfilling their initial objectives. At this juncture, Shen Fei was aboard a plane headed to Yangqing, accompanied by a substantial team of 500. A fully autonomous domestic operating system was set to be birthed under their guidance. Mr. Yu, you've come personally to greet me again. You mentioned a significant matter to discuss. How could I not attend in person? After acquiring the system's core, Shen Fei pondered for an extended period. With 4G just emerging and many applications yet to develop mobile versions, the number of available apps was still limited, making compatibility relatively straightforward. With the collaboration of both companies, he believed many manufacturers would develop a dedicated version of the Hongmen system. Shen Fei's personal visit raised curiosity about the matters at hand. I intend to formalize our Hongmen system and directly integrate it into our new devices. Is that feasible? Can we keep to the timeline? Should we dispatch more personnel from Ju Factory? At this moment, Yu Dazue was still processing the information. Initially thinking Shen Fei referred to the first-generation Hongmen system that was compatible with Android. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei waved his hand, which only deepened Yu Dazue's confusion. Have I misunderstood? Mr. Yu, I am referring to an entirely new, domestically produced system that will no longer be compatible with Android, establishing itself as the third independent operating system globally. Upon hearing this, Yu Dazue quickly raised his hand to feel Shen Fei's forehead. You don't have a fever, do you? Why are you spouting nonsense? As a member of the industry, Ju Factory possessed a certain level of expertise regarding self-developed systems. When Shen Fei initially proposed forming a joint venture, they had readily agreed. However, results were evidently not forthcoming at such a rapid pace. Why was Shen Fei speaking so absurdly in broad daylight? Mr. Yu, I am neither feverish nor intoxicated, nor am I speaking in riddles. Our core research team has successfully developed our proprietary core and is currently constructing a brand new system based on this framework. It is anticipated that the system's fluidity will rival that of iOS, significantly enhancing performance upon completion. Hearing this, Lao Yu, who had been poised to speak, fell silent. Those familiar with their own affairs know best. To avoid foreign suppression, Ju Factory had also been researching their own core since entering the chip design field. Yet, the deeper they delved, the more they realized that while the core appeared deceptively simple, orchestrating the myriad instruction sets to function cohesively proved to be an arduous endeavor. This is precisely why, when two exceptionally formidable companies initially collaborated on the development of a new system, they still opted to commence with Android compatibility. Yet, merely 6 months later, Shen Fei approached him, declaring that they had successfully resolved the most challenging kernel issue and proposed a joint venture to advance the new system together. It felt almost as if they had effortlessly traversed a child's game, achieving a breakthrough with such ease. Director Shen, you cannot be deceiving me, can you? After all, we're talking about the kernel. To be candid, our company, Ju Factory, has been diligently researching this as well, and we are fully aware of its complexity. What is there to deceive? Look, I brought my entire team with me. 2 chartered flights, over 500 personnel. Surely, you can trust me now? Upon hearing such astonishing news, Yu Dazue was rendered speechless. After all, this was a purely domestic system, with both the kernel and instruction set entirely self-developed, bearing no ties to foreign entities. As a leader with a technical background, he found it exceedingly difficult to believe. Director Shen, if we release a self-developed system now, we will inevitably face suppression from abroad. Are you prepared for this? Domestically, there should be no adverse effects, while overseas, we will continue utilizing the Android-based Tianqin system. However, I firmly believe that one day, our international version will transition to our own Hongmen system. This was not a lack of confidence on Shen Fei's part. International users have a strong affinity for Google's suite of services. To sell normally overseas, Google's authorization is imperative. This is a significant matter, and I cannot make a unilateral decision. Allow me to return and report to General Run before I respond to you, he added. However, I can assure you with utmost certainty that our Ju Factory will choose to proceed. Our team that has been researching the kernel will also join. Upon receiving this answer, Shen Fei felt quite satisfied, recognizing that such decisions regarding a company's future warranted caution. Yu Dazue, despite being a senior employee, hesitated to make such a pivotal choice, even though General Run had entrusted him with most of the company's authority. Director Shen, allow me to take you for a tour of our base, he suggested. Slightly embarrassed. You've visited many times, yet as your host, I've yet to show you around. It must be said that Ju Factory's influence in Yangsheng is indeed substantial. Having been allocated a plot of land to establish a large-scale production base that integrates research and manufacturing, the greenery here surpasses that of our own, remarked Shen Fei with a smile. Should you wish to build your own production base, wouldn't that require a designated area in Kyoto as well? At that time, how you wish to construct, it would certainly be at your discretion. Indeed, as Huaxin technology continues to expand, the office building provided by Shen's father has become insufficient. The core chip design team has already relocated to Huaxin's wafer fabrication plant. This return trip should involve discussions with relevant departments about establishing a dedicated research base. I must express my gratitude to General Yu for the reminder, I will certainly conduct an inspection upon my return, as it is high time we established our own headquarters. Suddenly, Yu Dazue's phone rang, revealing a call from General Ren's secretary, prompting him to answer quickly. After a few brief exchanges, he hung up. Director Shen, I apologize, but my secretary will guide you for a while. I must attend a meeting. Very well. I shall allow Xiaoli to show me around. You go ahead. Shen Fei replied. Naturally, he understood that this call pertained to internal matters, and since he had not been invited to participate, he would not intrude. Regardless, Ju Factory had already declared its intention to partake in the development, and at worst, he could serve as the vanguard, as the foreign giants already harbored deep animosity, making this instance inconsequential. This meeting was of significantly higher caliber than previous ones. In addition to General Ren's presence, the rotational CEOs, Guoping, Hu Hoqian, and Su Jijun, were all in attendance. Xiaoyu, what did that young man Shen Fei convey to you? I have yet to delve into the specifics, but Director Shen mentioned that he has arranged for the team to be flown in, which adds to the credibility of the claim. Yu Dazue recounted Shen Fei's words without injecting any personal opinions. Such commercial decisions must remain devoid of any personal sentiments. As the meeting room fell into a contemplative silence, the authoritative figure of Old Ren broke the tension. What are everyone's thoughts on the Hongmen kernel and the forthcoming development of the Hongmen system? Given that Ju Factory is making strides into international markets, a sudden switch to a domestic system may hinder our operations, wouldn't it? The first to speak was rotational CEO Guoping, the one currently holding the reins of Ju Factory and thus responsible for this decision. Ultimately, we must possess our own system. Relying on others poses a risk. What if one day we are barred from using it? Moreover, even if we have resolved the most challenging kernel issues, developing a system will still require time, and we may not be able to utilize it in the short term. The three prominent figures expressed differing opinions, two in favor and one with reservations, yet none opposed the notion. This left Yu Dazue in a quandary, as he found it difficult to voice his thoughts. Currently, the European region seems to be resisting our efforts to support Nokia, encroaching upon our market. Foreigners are notoriously ambitious and unreliable. If Director Shen possesses such foresight and dares to take a gamble, what reason do we have not to follow suit? The fact that they approached us immediately after their breakthrough indicates their confidence in us. Huaxin's ability to identify Ju Factory as a suitable partner speaks volumes about their recognition of Ju Factory's research capabilities, given the high technical demands of this endeavor. The discussion flourished, with everyone contributing their perspectives, while General Ren appeared detached, remaining silent. However, the smile at the corner of his mouth suggested that he was quite pleased with the responses. All right, I understand your sentiments. Xiaoyu, please share your thoughts. I align with everyone's views. Now is indeed the most opportune time to develop our own system. The advent of 4G is just beginning to permeate the market, which remains in a developmental phase. Competing with Android for market share is thus more feasible with lesser costs involved. Do you recall something Director Shen mentioned? That foreign powers will undoubtedly seek to suppress our growth, and one day they will strike. Most avenues for suppression have already been addressed by Huaxin, leaving only the system. Hence, the safety of our system has become increasingly paramount. Having ascended to the helm of Ju Factory's mobile division within a mere decade or so post-graduation, he was naturally reluctant to express his stance too openly. Yet, it seemed as if he had said everything without uttering a word. Upon hearing this, General Ren nodded, acknowledging. I remember. At this juncture, Guoping interjected. In that case, this system must treat our Kirin chips and Huaxin's Tianxin series chips equally. Yu Dazue could not help but chuckle at this remark, noting how Guo seemed to have neglected his own chips of late. To alleviate the awkwardness, he quickly clarified. General Guo, our Kirin chips instruction set and kernel are entirely sourced from Huaxin. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, fraught with embarrassment. However, it was not entirely their fault, as their intentions were genuinely well-placed. As a massive entity, Ju Factory's terminal operations represent merely a fraction of their overall business, and they have numerous other matters to attend to. When the Kirin 925 was officially produced, the three had indeed reviewed the chip's introduction. However, they had not closely scrutinized the kernel, assuming it was merely a modified ARM architecture, with their employees making significant strides under Huaxin's guidance. Let me share my perspective as an elder. Some things are essential, even if we can manage without them. In light of this matter, let us proceed to vote. Upon hearing this, everyone swiftly grasped Mr. Ren's intention. The moment the decision to vote was uttered, the final resolution was already made, to fully commit. Should this system indeed succeed, Ju Factory will undoubtedly etch a significant mark in history. As for failure, given the current suppression from abroad, we might as well relinquish that small market. Instead, we shall dedicate ourselves to developing the vast domestic market of over 1 billion people. Consequently, the final voting result was unanimous among the 5. Xiaoyu, you should communicate with President Shen. If there is anything you cannot resolve, consult Mr. Ren. Unlike the fervent discussions in the conference room, Shen Fei, wandering through the Ju factory base, bore no trace of concern. After all, this project could proceed without Ju factory, but its involvement would undoubtedly facilitate a smoother journey. As for other domestic manufacturers, Shen Fei had no intention of approaching them, not out of disdain, but due to their evident lack of capability. The compatibility of chips and systems entails a certain level of complexity. Relying on Gaodong to adapt to Huawi's system is akin to expecting pigs to climb trees. After all, they cannot bypass Gaodong if they wish to utilize the Hongmen system. For instance, when various smartphone manufacturers develop a new version of the widely used Android system, they must collaborate with Gaodong to acquire technical documents, development tools, and the necessary support to write compatible driver programs, ensuring the system can recognize and utilize the chip's functionalities. As major players in self-developed chips, Huaxin and Ju factory also cannot avoid this, although they typically do not engage extensively with Google, instead procuring the relevant development packages to adapt independently, often arriving at the last minute, even later than FAGE. Nevertheless, Ju factory's design is indeed commendable. Working in such an environment may foster even greater motivation. They could entrust their upcoming projects to this team, confident they would not be let down. Mr. Shen, how was your exploration? Quite pleasant. The environment is indeed splendid, making me wish to work here. Laughter erupted nearby. If Xiaoxin wishes to work here, that would be a boon. A familiar chaquel resenatif. And Shen Fei looked up to find Mr. Run had also arrived. Mr. Run, it's a pleasure to see you. I came to attend the meeting upon hearing you were here, and I wanted to meet this intriguing young man. At this moment, Shen Fei realized they had secured a solid footing. He turned to Yu Dazue. This matter is quite significant. We have summoned Mr. Ren to join us, and President Shen. You have our full agreement. After all, opportunities to leave a mark in this industry are rare. Xiaoxin seemed unfazed by this. Haha, Mr. Run is too modest. I had anticipated your agreement before I arrived. If you told me Ju Factory would not participate and would continue with Android, I might have been more surprised. Laughter erupted again, a testament to their familial camaraderie and composure. Since you appreciate our base S design so much, we will send you the information of our design institute to help create an even more aesthetically pleasing one. Thank you, Mr. Ren. Chapter 118, The Troubled Rice Company. Mr. Ren, would you like to join us in exploring our homegrown core? At this suggestion, Mr. Ren paused, intrigued by Shen Fei's proposition. However, accompanying them could entail some complications. He decided against it, muttering, I'm getting on in years and need to rest. You young ones go ahead. With a wave, he departed, fearing hesitation if he lingered a moment longer. As Mr. Ren left, Shen Fei spoke up, shall we proceed? Indeed, I am quite eager to see this new core. Of course, it is imperative to secure a new office space for this team, as the current one is insufficient. Shen Fei smiled and replied, no worries. With the grand ambitions of Ju Factory, finding them a new office will be a mere formality. Flattered by this praise, Dazue raised his eyebrows and chuckled. Songshan Lake. A certain building. Li Ming, facilitate the onboarding of these individuals. Their tasks will soon become quite demanding. If anything is unclear, consult the team leader, Wang Chongming. He will clarify matters. Indeed, they would soon find themselves working long hours. In Shen Fei's plans, the upcoming Huaxin X1 series would directly debut the new Hongmen system. Meanwhile, Shen Fei and Yu Daze headed to Professor Wang Chongming to explore this so-called Hongmen core. Since the system's reward, he had yet to delve deeply into it, only aware of its critical role in system development. Upon arriving at the temporary office, the Ju Factory representative promptly greeted, Professor Wang, thank you for your hard work. Please make do for a couple of days. We will arrange a new workspace for you shortly. Their visit was rather impromptu, having announced only 2 days prior. This sudden news left the representative with no opportunity for preparation. However, accommodation was not a concern, as Songshan Lake Base had sufficient availability. In the office, Yu Dazue and Shen Fei seated themselves beside Professor Wang. Professor, as novices, we are curious to understand the significance of this core. Professor Wang smiled and explained. This core is indeed of paramount importance. With it, developing the system becomes significantly simpler. It is akin to constructing a house. The core serves as the framework. Moreover, the core can manage process algorithms to allocate CPU power effectively, ensuring stable system operation. Soon, Professor Wang elaborated on the core's criticality for the system. Shen Fei acknowledged its importance, but had not realized its magnitude. It appears this system is quite generous. When have I ever been stingy? After a brief exploration, Shen Fei bid farewell to Yu Dazue, as he had matters to attend to. I must take my leave. I trust you to handle these individuals. Rest assured, Mr. Shen, we at Ju Factory can ensure robust logistical support. After parting ways with Shen Fei, he returned to Kyoto, where year-end summaries awaited him, keeping him quite occupied. From the investment department, they had recently discovered numerous promising projects, many requiring his personal review. However, the workload remained relatively light compared to Lei Bus, who had been troubled lately. In an effort to secure the necessary technical patents from Gaotong, he had not only been extorted for a hefty sum in patent fees, but also compelled to take on a batch of Snapdragon 810 chips. Initially, Rice Company had no intention of purchasing them due to their steep pricing, planning to wait for a price drop. Subsequently, after the release of their competitor Samsung Galaxy S6, Rice Company procured a batch for specialized testing. It soon became apparent that the Snapdragon 810 lived up to its name, proving even hotter than its predecessor, the Snapdragon 801. The Snapdragon 801, which powered the Rice 4, had already drawn ire from many consumers on forums due to excessive heat output, resulting in a poor user experience, leading to widespread regret. However, the continuous price adjustments of the Rice 4 had caused consumers to overlook this issue, as long as the price was right. They were indifferent to whether it was a Snapdragon or an Ice Dragon. Yet, the current Snapdragon 810, despite multiple price adjustments from Qualcomm, still bore a cost of 600 yuan. If this batch of chips were to be sold at the prices of $19.99, the Rice Company might face substantial losses. This is indeed worrisome. Mr. Liu, what are your plans? How about you leave it to me? Just in time, our first-generation K-series at Hongmi is nearly ready. The only thing I have yet to finalize is the choice of the core processor. Hongmi has just gained independence, and the Note series has yet to reach the 1,000 yuan price point. To ensure sales, the next phone will still be a budget model, essentially a rebranded version of the 2S. Hongmi desperately needs a 1,000 yuan model to prove its capabilities. Come on, speak properly. If we hand this over to you at Hongmi, how will we sell our 4S? That's true. Even though the Snapdragon 810 is a powerful beast, smartphones equipped with this processor still average over 3,000 yuan in sales. If the Hongmi K series truly adopts this processor, it will undoubtedly ignite the 1,000 yuan market, and we won't even need to sell our own 4S. Mr. Lei, haven't you always intended to venture into the high-end market? We've just procured a batch of high-density antifreeze batteries from Ningda. They do generate considerable heat, don't they? With sufficient battery capacity, our endurance should be commendable. That's indeed a splendid idea. Our Mix series is due for launch. The Chrysanthemum factory has already reached the 3,000 yuan mark, and even its sub-brand Glory is inching towards it. Our Rice Company is indeed lagging far behind. However, while the performance is undeniably robust, the heat generation is excessive, and with our current technology, we cannot contain it. Thankfully, it's winter now, but what shall we do when summer arrives? Mr. Liu, do you have any good solutions for this heat issue? Perhaps we could approach Huaxin Technology regarding their three-dimensional stacking cooling system, which has shown excellent performance. We could also utilize a ceramic back cover for heat dissipation, which should work quite well. When did our cooling system come to be called that? Cost one. Upon hearing this, Mr. Lei fell silent again. How much more would it cost to implement a ceramic back cover along with the cooling system? Our declaration of being born for enthusiasts is not a one-time affair. Perhaps we should let the users continue to burn. It seems I will need to have a conversation with Shen Fei. The previous chip incident has left our relationship rather awkward. Initially, I promised 60, but ultimately provided only 5. The luxurious support team that Shen Fei promised has merely turned into a group of interpreters. Our relationship is drifting apart, but there remains a possibility for repair. Huaxin Technology indeed serves as a valuable pawn, and they are about to hold a financing conference, which provides a perfect opportunity to engage with Mr. Shen and rekindle our connection. All right, Mr. Liu, you proceed with the design, and our Mix 1 must astonish the market. As for Mr. Shen, I shall handle the communication. Chapter 119. Power consumption issues again? America, California. Still within that massive laboratory, the research staff at Gaotong is diligently focused on the most critical aspect of a chip, simulation testing. Oh my, it seems we have inadvertently created another monster. Dr. James Thompson, is this even possible? Is it a malfunction in our simulation software? No, that is absolutely impossible. The software cannot have issues. However, Doctor, this power consumption is exceedingly high, even surpassing that of our previous generation Snapdragon 810, which is simply astonishing. This generation of Snapdragon 820 has reverted from an octa-core CPU back to a quad-core design, while also reducing the frequency to 2. Hi Z Gahe. Are we to completely overturn and redesign everything? Time is of the essence. Our chip logic has shown no problems, just a slightly elevated power consumption, which they will resolve. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. After all, they are not smartphone manufacturers, merely responsible for chip design, and the final product's performance is not their concern. The only companies in the world capable of designing chips for external sale are Gaotong and MediaTek, while others have already been eliminated. Let us continue testing to see if there are any other issues. Signal integrity, pass. Interface compatibility, pass. Chip operating speed, meets actual requirements. The SoC frequency perfectly aligns with expectations. Chip power consumption, fail. After a comprehensive simulation test, it was found that this chip perfectly met the initial design specifications. Yet the power consumption exceeded expectations. The previous Snapdragon 810 was a fiery dragon. This generation made extensive efforts for safety. Clearly, all those efforts have failed. In President Steve Mornkoff's office, Doctor, the tests are complete. I trust you bring me good news. Upon hearing this, Mr. James Thompson, who had come to deliver materials, felt awkward. Should we consider it good news? After all, the chip logic posed no issues. Doctor, you must have delivered the raw materials. This report should pertain to the previous generation Snapdragon 810. Clearly, upon reviewing the report, Mr. Steve Mornkoff was incredulous at the assertion that this generation remained a fiery dragon. During the initial visit, the doctor had assured him that this generation reverted to the quad-core design they excelled at and significantly reduced the frequency. It was also planned to utilize TSMC's mature 14-nanometer process instead of Samsung's 14-nanometer process. Yet the outcome indicates that despite all these efforts, this generation remains a fiery dragon. The previous generation being a fiery dragon had already led some manufacturers to question their design capabilities, resulting in a substantial decline in sales. Should this generation also be a fiery dragon, their profits would undoubtedly plummet further, signaling the end of their tenure. As he flipped through the report, he came upon the page with the chip structure diagram. He was taken aback to find that their forte, the quad-core design, had once again resulted in the emergence of a fiery dragon. However, he clearly wished to fight back. Doctor, is there any other method to reduce the heat generation? Perhaps TSMC's 14-nanometer process? It might yield slight reductions, but the impact would be minimal. Currently, we are also testing to identify the source of the issue. And what about a redesign? President, a redesign would require at least 6 months. Adding in the waiting time for TSMC, we would not receive the chip until at least the second half of the year. Bang! President Steve Mornkoff, typically amiable, slammed his fist on the table, creating a loud noise. 6 months plus a month of waiting is a duration long enough for Huaxin, the chrysanthemum factory, and the MediaTek we disdain to completely capture the market. Had the previous generation Snapdragon 810 performed adequately, overclocking would not have been out of the question. Yet, both the previous 810 and this generation 820 are fiery dragons, and there remains a substantial inventory of the 810. The intention was to stabilize their position with the 820. Yet it too turns out to be a fiery dragon. The most critical aspect is that Huaxin intends to sell their 6 series processors externally, which would undoubtedly deal a heavy blow to Gaotong. Now, these two companies have become formidable competitors. I must persuade them to prevent them from selling their chips externally. The vast chip market in Huaxin must be monopolized by Gaotong. Don't let me discover who delivered Huaxin's lithography machine. The system is my doing. What is the matter? Come at me. So, doctor, do you have any other solutions? Once again, the frequency was reduced, and the GPU's clock rate was also lowered. Additionally, certain thermal control limitations were imposed to ensure the SoC reached a specific temperature, triggering an automatic frequency reduction. Upon hearing this, an eerie silence enveloped the office, punctuated only by the monotonous hum of the air conditioning. Steve Mornkoff recalled the report from Huaxin delivered last week. It was evident that the Tianqin 810 from Huaxin was far from a standard iterative chip. It bore unmistakable signs of being a product of incremental development. It remained an insurmountable obstacle for him. As for the Kirin 930 chip, there had been no updates, and the Huaxin team had already departed from Yangsheng. But what difference did it make? The private tutoring had concluded. His Silicon had fully absorbed the technology, and their design capabilities had surged ahead, now nearly matching, if not slightly surpassing, that of their predecessors. If this generation reverted to a quad-core structure and further reduced its clock speed, how vast would the chasm between them and his Silicon become? Was there truly no alternative? With yet another frequency reduction, Their performance would only be sufficient to engage in a mere arm-wrestling match with MediaTek. Surely, one must comprehend the implications of this? After articulating these thoughts, the president chuckled with resignation. However, the end users would remain indifferent. They would not concern themselves with the disparities in benchmark scores, but would only worry about whether their phones would overheat while playing Temple Run. Yet, the Huawei users did care. That constituted a significant market for them. All blame fell on that fellow, Lei Busi, who incessantly emphasized benchmark scores, leading users to equate lower scores with inferiority. The impact of these performance variances was substantial, yet he insisted that users remember only this singular point. Perhaps they could optimize specifically for the Entertainment Rabbit benchmark, thus making his data appear quite impressive. Doctor, you have finally proposed an excellent solution. I have faith in your capabilities. Dr. James exited the president's office, suddenly recalling the adage inscribed on the cover of his notebook when he designed his first mobile chip. Technology should render itself invisible to users. Yet now, the products he had designed had morphed into scalding brands on the palm. However, to secure his position, he had no choice but to proceed as planned. After all, this chip was his design. He must bear the consequences of his missteps. He could only hope that TSMC's 14 nanometers process would salvage this chip. If not, he might have to consider a move to the rice company. Chapter 120. Huami Technology Financing, a visit from the blade. Kyoto. Huaxin Building. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The mobile phone on the table vibrated once more. Guman's voice echoed again. Mr. Shen, the front desk informs me that Lei Busi is here to pay a visit. Should I escort him up? Previously, due to the rice company's ambition to enter the chip industry, there had been a brief period of intimacy between the two firms. However, following a series of actions post-acquisition, the two had grown increasingly distant. Now, with Lei Busi's visit, the front desk had to notify him. Just tell him I'm on a business trip and Haven Tea returned. Shen Fei contemplated. There were currently no significant collaborative projects between the two companies, so he declined. Mr. Shen, that may not be appropriate. Mr. Lei has come personally. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Fei relented. Fine, let Mr. Lei come up. Let us see what he wants. Shortly thereafter, Guman escorted Lei Busi into Shen Fei's office. Shen Fei greeted him with a smile. Mr. Lei, first and foremost, congratulations on the tremendous sales of your Rice 4s, and congratulations on your official foray into chip design. The rise of domestic brands is imminent. Upon hearing this, Lei Busi sensed an undercurrent of sarcasm in Shen Fei's words. However, he could not pinpoint any flaws in the statement, so he could only awkwardly reply, Indeed, indeed. We must also thank Mr. Shen for your support. I have come today to invite you, Mr. Shen, to join me next week in Magic City for the B round of Huami Technology's financing. They plan to raise 15 equity, and I hope you can attend. It seemed Huami Technology was making significant moves. They were offering 15 equity, whereas when Lei Busi initially invited the two firms to join, he had only promised to release 10. Although he had mentioned he would strive to persuade them to each acquire 4, it was merely an effort at the time. Now, the offering was a full 15, exceeding the previous promise by 1 percentage point. While the numerical difference between the 4th and the 5th of may seem minimal, in reality, possessing 5 afforded a seat on the board and a degree of influence within the company. However, this was not quite what Shen Fei had envisioned. The ability to offer 15 equity was largely thanks to Lei Busi's persuasion. Then, thank you, Mr. Lei, for personally informing us. We will certainly attend. We also plan to venture into the wearable device market. Perhaps we could explore the possibility of placing a large order. Although Shen Fei's words were laden with courtesy, Lei Busi sensed a peculiar shift, missing the warmth of their previous camaraderie. The tone had become official, no longer reflecting the friendship they once shared. Is there anything else? Mr. Lei, how did you know I had further requests? Lei Busi chuckled, his face revealing his intentions. Shen Fei was no longer the naive newcomer and easily discerned the underlying motives. Indeed, I do have a matter for your assistance, Mr. Shen. Our rice company has been compelled to take over a batch of Fire Dragon 810 chips, which generate excessive heat. Thus, we wish to purchase a batch of cooling modules. Although Lei Busi had previously considered using a copper plate to dissipate heat from the Fire Dragon, practical testing revealed that the chip lived up to its name. One copper plate could not contain it. Reluctantly, he sought Shen Fei's help to purchase Huaxin X1 cooling modules. Hearing this, Shen Fei was instantly pleased. Why didn't you mention you were here to make a purchase earlier? Had you done so, I would have maintained a different demeanor. Lei Busi was aware that their VC liquid cooling system was a recent development, and the Huaxin X2 series had just begun utilizing it. As such, its cost remained quite high, 180 per unit. no room for negotiation. Shoo, this price is astronomical. A single Fire Dragon 810 costs just over 500. How can a cooling module be priced at more than a third of that? Mr. Shen, that's a bit steep. Could you lower it? We require 200,000 units. This fellow was truly pushing his luck. The cost of that cooling system surely did not exceed 20 yuan. If it did, he would write Lei's name backward. Nevertheless, Lei Busi had considered approaching other manufacturers for a solution, but producing VC liquid cooling systems was deceptively simple, and no other manufacturers were viable options due to the lack of raw materials, necessary equipment, and patents. After all, producing graphene was no trivial task. Of course, this graphene was not true graphene in the strictest sense. It was merely a product derived from graphite, possessing excellent thermal conductivity. In terms of cooling efficiency, it performed remarkably well. The primary material for the VC uniform heat plate was this very substance. Moreover, circumventing Huaxin's patents was indeed a challenge. It would take time for those suppliers to find a workaround. Considering our relationship, I can offer you a price of 130 yuan per unit. Upon hearing this, Lei Busi felt much more at ease. After all, the price had dropped by 50 yuan, and given their lack of technology, this loss was one they had to absorb. Thank you, Mr. Shen, for the discount. I will personally come to pick you up, and we'll go together. With that, Guman led Lei Busi to the logistics department to finalize the order. This single order alone would yield Huaxin a profit of over 100 million. It must be said that being a supplier was indeed lucrative, with substantial profit margins. The heart of these suppliers was truly ruthless. Oh, but I myself am a supplier, so that's of no concern. He then resumed his work, indulging in a little leisure in the office. As the year draws to a close, numerous reports await his scrutiny. However, it is merely a matter of review, for he possesses unwavering confidence in the financial realm. Currently, the chip laboratory has successfully accomplished its set objectives. Yet, there lingers a sense of unease regarding Huaxin Panel Company. As Shen Fei is aware that Sansang's ambitions to seize patents are not fleeting aspirations. Recently, several batches of corporate spies have been apprehended. But thanks to a robust security system, they were ultimately captured on-site and handed over to the authorities. President Shen, this is the year-end bonus scheme devised by our logistics department. Please take a look, said an employee, presenting the report before Shen Fei. After perusing it for a moment, he inquired, have you consulted the frontline employees? Are they amenable to this arrangement? After all, instead of orchestrating elaborate performances, it might be more enjoyable to set up a stage in the main conference room and share a New Year's Eve dinner together. Anyone with ideas can take to the stage to sing or showcase their talents, entirely voluntary, with no designated acts. They've expressed that rehearsing for performances would be a waste of time. They would prefer a meal together followed by an immediate holiday, came the response, accompanied by a chuckle. I suspect they are eager for an early break. Nevertheless, I approve, Shen Fei remarked. As for the triple pay for those on duty during the new year, let us increase it to quintuple, with compensatory time off afterward. That will surely delight them. They will likely compete for overtime, came the reply. Just then, Guman, who had just seen off Lei Bus, pushed the door open once more. What is the matter? Did President Lei have anything else to discuss? No. It's the founder of Ping Dao Dao who wishes to schedule a visit with you tomorrow. Chapter 121, The Warm-Up for Ping Dao Dao Plus. Tianya, what are your thoughts on Huang Zhang's forthcoming visit? President Shen, aren't you asking a question with an obvious answer? In my humble opinion, at this juncture, Ping Dao Dao is poised to become the next Amao Mall, with achievements that will far surpass those of the Jingxi platform. And the rationale? Who can resist the allure of low prices? Upon hearing this, Shen Fei fell silent. Indeed, the temptation of low prices, that exhilarating sensation of frenzied shopping, is undeniably compelling. Yet he could not help but be astonished by Huang Tianya's assertion once more, considering that the valuation of the Amao platform exceeds hundreds of billions. Previously, when investing in the Jingxi platform, Huang Tianya had made similar statements, and at that time, Shen Fei had thought him jesting. Can another 100 billion giant emerge in today's e-commerce landscape? It is worth noting that the Penguin had desperately sought entry into the e-commerce sector. Yet all attempts had culminated in failure. However, professionals should engage in their respective fields. Lacking investment acumen, one must trust the experts. Very well, Tianya. Please gather more detailed information so that I may prepare for tomorrow's visit. Let us ascertain the purpose of his arrival. Rest assured, this is my area of expertise. I will deliver the materials to you before the afternoon. With that, the office returned to tranquility, and Shen Fei took a moment to relax. What might my life have been like had I not been bound by the system? Would I have indulged in a life of extravagance, waiting for my father to age so that I could take over the family business? Or would I have founded my own company, as I have now? It is time for me to assume a more proactive role in managing my responsibilities. I can no longer allow the entire company to propel me forward. In Shen Fei's eyes, he occupies a somewhat superfluous position within the company. After all, the employees below him are all quite capable, handling both minor and significant matters without his intervention. It is imperative that I learn how to manage a company effectively, especially since so many depend on me for their livelihoods. Huaxin must not falter, shall not falter, and absolutely cannot falter. Thus, I must take the initiative to learn. Yet, the pursuit of knowledge is undeniably arduous. The Green Factory officially ventures into the online market. On December 1st, the Green Factory will host a new product launch event alongside the independent release of the OnePlus brand. In the wake of the Green Factory's financial prowess, these two topics swiftly ascended the trending charts. The online market has nearly reached saturation, with consumers having grown accustomed to purchasing mobile phones online. The iQOO brand from our sibling Blue Factory has also seen commendable online sales. Both subsidiaries were established almost simultaneously. Today, their sales have surpassed the million mark. While we're just beginning our promotional efforts, following Blue Factory, Green Factory has finally made its foray into the online realm. In my view, the price-performance ratio of Blue Factory and Green Factory smartphones far exceeds that of the Rice brand. Just considering after-sales service alone, they easily overshadow the Rice company. Indeed, the quality issues with the Rice brand are quite apparent. The durability of Blue Factory and Green Factory products is assured. These are self-manufactured devices, while Rice relies purely on outsourced labor. Naturally, the controversy surrounding this matter cannot be confined to the fans of Blue Factory and Green Factory. Rice enthusiasts have also begun to defend their brand. Oh, how quickly you forget what Blue Factory was like before. Are you not aware of it yourselves? With such subpar quality and configuration, how could you expect to sell anything? You merely piggyback on the popularity of our Rice smartphones. Were it not for our Rice company, would you be able to enjoy such affordably priced smartphones? It must be said that the most effective marketing strategy is to incite rivalry among fans of the two brands. Not only does it prolong the discourse, but it also generates excellent engagement rates. Observing the rising online fervor, Green Factory hastily promoted the specific configurations of its new device. After all, this free publicity is extraordinarily beneficial. Have you seen the news from Digital Chat Station regarding Green Factory's new device? The competition in the online market is set to intensify, which is excellent news for consumers, allowing them to acquire superior smartphones at lower prices. The Green Factory's new device will feature a high-density anti-freeze battery, with capacity details to be anticipated. Moreover, the charging speed will be at the forefront of the industry. In terms of core components, it will employ a flagship SoC, ensuring top-tier performance that everyone can rely upon. OnePlus, a brand that refuses to compromise. However, the mention of the SoC has piqued the curiosity of many. Flagship SoC. Don't tell me it's the Fire Dragon 808 again. What is wrong with the 808? If they use the 810, you'll be in for a surprise. Is there someone upstairs who hasn't read the strongest chip? It's undoubtedly the 810. What are the 810? It will keep you warm in winter without needing to buy a hand warmer. Dogemean Brother Jean. Tell me it's the Fire Dragon 810. Author liked this. Oh no, Brother Jean liked it. It can't really be the Fire Dragon 810, can it? I dare not open my eyes, hoping this is merely a figment of my imagination. After all, when the Fire Dragon 810 was first released, consumers were captivated by its formidable performance, each hoping their brand would launch smartphones equipped with this chip. Yet, since Samsung's release, consumers have discovered it to be a complete disaster. Even more so than the Fire Dragon 801 they currently possess. Many now hope their manufacturers refrain from adopting this chip. The OnePlus version of the Fire Dragon 810 has been meticulously tuned by us, boasting the power consumption of the 808 while delivering the performance of the 810 anticipated. Furthermore, with our newly developed cooling system, even the mightiest Fire Dragon must bow down. OnePlus, striving to become the master of dragon taming. The online disputes bear no relation to Huaxin. Our positioning in the mid-range market is rather limited, with only the Huaxin X1 currently available for sale. However, in pursuit of market presence, we must prepare to warm up the Z series. Ding dong. Following the sound of the doorbell, the office door swung open. President Shen. The online chatter is quite lively today. Have you seen it? I have. From the last battery purchase, I could surmise that Green Factory harbored intentions to enter the online market, yet they're already trailing behind several others. The era of the four heavenly kings is nearing its end. If Green Factory aspires to expand its market position, it must step beyond its comfort zone. Huaxin is highly esteemed, and currently, Zhuchang ranks as the second among domestic manufacturers. As for the standings of Demi, Lanchong, and Lu Chong. It is rather difficult to ascertain. However, the forthcoming market fluctuations are indeed challenging to predict, for the future remains uncertain. What brings you here? He inquired, setting aside the tome on management he had been perusing. Shen Fei observed the book for a while, discerning that the contents were utterly devoid of substance. After all, if he truly possessed managerial acumen, why would he not ascend to the role of CEO in a large enterprise rather than merely peddling books? Alas, perhaps it would be wiser to consult his father upon returning home. Concerning our stock of the Tianxin 600 equipped with baseband, I intend to launch a pro version within our Z series, as our S series currently lacks competitive edge in the market. In truth, I have been contemplating this matter as well. Our X series, with its annual iterations and excellent configurations, remains timeless even when released now. Conversely, our S series faces challenges in sales during the latter half of the year due to its price compromises, necessitating a revision to a biannual update schedule. Should we not adopt the oceanic warfare strategy akin to Lanchong? With the S series and the forthcoming Z series, a biannual iteration could indeed alleviate inventory pressure while augmenting both profit and sales. Chapter 122, Huaxin visit. The oceanic warfare strategy indeed holds merit and could significantly bolster our sales. Yet, is it still feasible to implement this strategy at this juncture? If we merely exchange chips, calibration remains attainable, given that our chips do not generate excessive heat and require only minor system adaptations. Very well, I approve this plan. Let them expedite the process. Additionally, the S series will be transitioned to a semi-annual update schedule. Originally, Shen Fei envisioned his company could emulate the likes of Fruit, releasing only a few models each year while maintaining robust sales. However, reality has proven this path unviable, particularly before the launch of our proprietary system. Concluding his discussion with Wang Teng, Shen Fei proceeded to the investment department to review the materials compiled by Huang Tianya. Mr. Shen, what brings you here? He inquired. I was just about to deliver the documents to you. Have you organized them so swiftly? Let me take a look. Shen Fei had to admit that Huang Zheng's entrepreneurial prowess was indeed remarkable. Prior to founding Ping Dao Dao, he had established several companies, all of which had turned a profit. Presently, the online shopping platforms, Taomao targeting the mid to high-end market and Jingxi focusing on digital products, have failed to penetrate the burgeoning lower-tier market. I believe Ping Dao Dao holds tremendous potential, and this entrepreneurial venture is bound to succeed. Seizing this opportunity to meet him could very well be the optimal moment for us to invest. The data indicates that after resigning from Google in 2007, Huang Zheng founded multiple companies, with his inaugural venture deeply intertwined with the mobile industry. After departing, he sold mobile phones in Zhongguancun and subsequently established a website, which within 3 years ascended to one of the top 3 e-commerce platforms for mobile and electronic educational products. His capabilities are indeed formidable. Were he not inclined towards entrepreneurship, countless individuals would eagerly seek him as a CEO. Moreover, Ping Hao Hua, launched earlier this year, has already surpassed 10 million users in just 6 months, driven by its engaging group buying model, with monthly revenues exceeding 1 billion yuan. However, due to the inherent characteristics of e-commerce platforms, even substantial revenue does not equate to high profits. To seize market share, merchants are subsidized, leaving the entire platform operating at a loss. To an outsider like Shen Fei, it appears implausible that profitability could be achieved within a few years. Nevertheless, this is of little consequence, as capital focuses on market share, revenue, and active users. Securing A-round financing now allows for exit by the D or E rounds upon public listing. Early the next morning, Huang Zheng arrived at the Huaxin building with palpable eagerness. The grandeur of this edifice is undeniable. One day, Ping Dao Dao will surely possess a similar structure. The secretary promptly nodded in agreement. After a notification at the reception, Guman personally descended to greet them and escorted both gentlemen to Shen Fei's office. Mr. Huang, you've arrived quite early. Had I known, I would have awaited you downstairs. A person of eloquence naturally avoids offending others, unaware of Huang Zheng's purpose. Shen Fei employed her usual charm, showering compliments to ensure she neither offended nor missed out on opportunities. I hope my unannounced visit is not too presumptuous. I am here to seek Mr. Shen's guidance, he stated. To seek guidance? Shen Fei was momentarily taken aback, given Huang Zheng's prior achievements. It seemed improbable that he would seek investment from him. With his network and mentors, it would likely be Shen Fei who would queue to propose an investment. Mr. Huang must be jesting. With your connections, a mere phone call would likely have investors queuing at your door, Shen Fei replied. Huang Zheng did not dismiss this notion. For Shen Fei's words, though somewhat exaggerated, contained a kernel of truth. Were he to circulate such information, while perhaps not causing a literal queue, the room would certainly be filled. However, those individuals would desire both equity and control, and given that Pingdao is in its nascent stages, it is prudent to avoid overly dispersing shares. His mentor had already invested $8 million for a 10% stake, aiding the platform through its most challenging phase. Every subsequent investment must be approached with caution, for the e-commerce realm is a battleground of financial resources. Further rounds of financing are inevitable, and each must be meticulously considered. What is your perspective on e-commerce platforms, Mr. Shen? Or perhaps your thoughts on the lower-tier market? This market is vast enough to birth a new e-commerce entity, somewhat reminiscent of the strategy of encircling cities with rural support. Haha, how considerate of you, Mr. Shen. Might I inquire if you harbor any intentions of investing? Huaxin had prepared for this meeting, having investigated Huaxin Technology's investment characteristics, which favor any promising project, even at a premium. Their investment style typically involves either full acquisition or financial investment without interfering in the company's operations. This aligns perfectly with Huaxin's vision of an ideal investor, which is why he personally came, and so early at that. Furthermore, Huaxin participated in the investment round for Jingxi, indicating their interest in investment, and they have begun to amplify their external investment efforts in the latter half of this year. We do indeed have some thoughts on this matter, but I suspect our contribution may not be substantial, given your company's apparent financial robustness. That is a misconception, Mr. Shen. You misunderstand. We, unlike your mobile manufacturing company, are in dire need of funds. The nature of platform operations involves relentless expenditure. Moreover, we are preparing to diversify beyond merely the fruit industry, necessitating significant capital and an investor who is affluent yet hands-off. In this regard, no company in Kyoto possesses greater strength than Huaxin. What valuation does Mr. Huang attribute to your company? Internally, we value it at $300 million and are prepared to relinquish 10% of our shares. During the last round of financing for Pingdao, the valuation stood at $80 million. Now, less than a year later, it has tripled. The internet industry is indeed a graveyard for investors. In truth, this price may be somewhat inflated, as their internal valuation is $25 billion. After all, the investment valuation requires repeated negotiations. One might initially propose a high price, and if Huaxin accepts, it would be a mutual delight. If not, discussions can continue. Mr. Huang, this price. Before Shen Fei could finish his sentence, Huaxin swiftly interjected. Although our valuation at the beginning of the year was merely 80 million, after a year of rapid growth, we have amassed over 20 million users, with monthly revenues exceeding 1 billion. This price is exceptionally reasonable. Mr. Huang, you seem rather anxious. Please allow me to finish my statement. We at Huaxin do not dispute this price. We simply believe that the equity offered is rather insufficient. Upon hearing this, Huaxin instantly felt a surge of anxiety. After all, establishing a platform is markedly different from other ventures. It necessitates multiple rounds of financing, gradually expanding the market to achieve a more favorable valuation. If too much equity is surrendered in the B round, it could spell trouble for subsequent fundraising efforts. Mr. Shen, 10 equity is already quite substantial. Mr. Huang, perhaps you might consider our offer before making a decision. A valuation of $600 million for 15 equity. Furthermore, we would only invest in the B round, with the possibility of releasing some equity during the C round or any potential D round and IPO to foster growth. Upon hearing this, Huaxin fell silent. Was he being tested with money? This price, internally valued at 24 times, seemed to indicate that Huaxin was indeed a gullible entity. As rumors suggested, Mr. Shen, I find this price impossible to refuse. May I ask when we can sign the contract? When will the funds be transferred? Chapter 123, A Reluctant One Plus. Observing the elated Huaxin beside him, Shen Fei found it somewhat perplexing. After all, it was merely 90 million, a trifling sum, far less than what he earned from a single supply chain shipment. The 2 million yuan heat sink order from Dami Company alone netted him over $1 billion. In comparison, a flicker of impulse ignited within Shen Fei. Why engage in investments at all? The focus should be on the supply chain. Increase their D funds, and they must be increased. Mr. Huang, there is no need to rush. While I can assure you of this valuation, the specific details must be discussed thoroughly with our investment department, as we also need to safeguard Huaxin's interests. This was understandable. Had it been me, I would have acted similarly. Very well, I will have Guman take you to meet Huang Tianya, who will discuss the details with you. As for me, being an outsider in this matter, I shall withdraw. Indeed, It was fortunate that he had taken the initiative to seek out Shen Fei. Any other investor would never have granted such a high valuation in the A round. A valuation of 600 million had transformed the company from a small enterprise worth less than 500 million yuan into a sizable one worth over 4 billion. More than an eightfold increase. In truth, Shen Fei harbored a plan. After all, Huaxin X1 had previously stated that Pinduoduo possessed the potential for trillions. By entering the market early and securing more shares, he would undoubtedly come out ahead. As for how Pinduoduo would monetize and generate profit in the future, that was no longer his concern, as he intended to exit completely during the C round and IPO. Meanwhile, upon seeing Guman lead Huang Zheng into the investment department, Huaxin X1 was equally astonished. After all, he had been keeping an eye on Pinduoduo for quite some time, and now that it was flourishing, standing before him, had they already concluded discussions with Mr. Shen? Hello, Director Gu, Mr. Huang. Director Gu knows me well. Haha, I am quite familiar with you. I've been monitoring the Pinduoduo platform for a long time and have even suggested multiple times to Mr. Shen that we invest in you. Upon hearing this, Huang Zheng instantly comprehended why Shen Fei had offered such a valuation. It was one thing that Huaxin was not in need of funds, but it was another that they were not naive. How could a company with such vast assets appear so nonchalant during negotiations? It turned out that prior investigations had been conducted on his company, and they held it in high regard. So, you have concluded discussions with Mr. Shen? Director Huang. We have finalized the discussions, and Mr. Shen has asked you to negotiate the contract signing with Mr. Huang. The valuation is $600 million for 15 equity. Your department will be responsible for drafting the contract details, which should then be submitted to Pinduoduo's lawyer for review. If there are no issues, it will go to Mr. Shen for signature, and the fund will be transferred from the finance department. $600 million in dollars. Huaxin X1 instantly grasped why the face of Mr. Huang was adorned with a smile. However, this price was not detrimental to their own interests. Very well, Director Gu, you may return to your tasks. I will handle the subsequent matters. Ding. Congratulations, host, for independently completing an investment. You have received a lottery draw. Shen Fei, are you going to draw? Of course. How could one resist a free lottery? Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a design blueprint for a semiconductor heat sink along with the relevant patents. Shen Fei, in the dead of winter, you give me a heat sink, and our Huaxin chips do not generate heat. So what use do I have for this? What am I supposed to do with this? Just because you don't need it doesn't mean others won't find it useful. Next, there will be a batch of fire dragons. Oh, you are quite the rascal system, but I rather enjoy it. Shen Fei perused the related patents on the table, discovering that the cost of this item was merely 20 or 30 yuan. Selling it for 99 would be quite profitable. However, system, why are they all plug-in models? Wouldn't rechargeable ones be more convenient? The system in the parallel world has already conducted experiments. Rechargeable versions were eliminated due to unstable power output. Understood conveniently. Tomorrow is the OnePlus launch event, and I must see how this Fire Dragon can be refined by OnePlus. The next day, Shen Fei busied himself with work, also handing over the design blueprints acquired yesterday to Guman to investigate relevant factories in preparation for acquisition. He aimed to launch it alongside his Z series in January. After all, this item was intended to poke fun at competitors and annoy them. As the end of the workday approached, it was finally time for the OnePlus launch event. However, this event clearly took a page from the Blue Factory's book, first unveiling a phone from their big brother, the Green Factory, followed by a series of superfluous statements, ultimately revealing the classic tagline from the initial hype. OnePlus only makes flagships and never compromises. This time, we have adopted the latest flagship platform, the Fire Dragon 810, and we shall never compromise on performance. All of our competitors are evading the use of this chip due to its excessive heat generation. Of course, the most significant factor is that the cost of this chip is quite high, and our competitors' value-for-money brands simply cannot afford to utilize it. A chorus of competitors murmured in agreement. Yes, yes, indeed. We are reluctant to use it, when users can no longer tolerate the heat. I hope you can still make such statements. Of course, under our careful calibration, the final performance score of our Fire Dragon 810 is 85,000 points. After revealing the final screen, a shocking headline appeared, leaving the audience in awe. The Green Factory is formidable. It can achieve such high scores. What use is a high score? It is still a Fire Dragon, and the Green Factory system is rather lacking, isn't it? Oh, when will you Dammy fans stop looking at scores and start focusing on the experience? When their scores surpass ours, they will naturally stop caring about the scores. While this score does not surpass Huaxin and the Chrysanthemum Factory, the tuning of this chip by the Green Factory is indeed commendable. This chip has been on the market for over 6 months, and various big players have already dissected its actual performance. At the launch event, The public version managed to score 81,000 points. However, after being tuned by the international competitor, Samsung, it could only reach 78,000 points. This, however, does not imply that Samsung's tuning capabilities are poor. Rather, it is because they discovered that the heat output of this chip is indeed substantial. If running at full frequency, merely watching a video for a short while could lead to overheating. Thus, Samsung had no choice but to actively reduce frequencies, yet still could not suppress the power consumption. Regarding battery life, we have utilized the first generation of deep-sea batteries, which are designed to function effectively in low-temperature environments. Additionally, it boasts a battery capacity of 3,800 mAh, supporting rapid charging at 27 W. The remarkable charging speed, coupled with our deep-sea battery, allows for a quick recharge from 0 to 100 in just 35 minutes, demonstrating exceptional endurance and charging capabilities. We are steadfast in our commitment to battery life. After concluding his remarks, Shen Fei exited the live stream room, deeming the discussion somewhat trivial. Nonetheless, this characteristic thread running throughout the entire launch event certainly leaves a lasting impression on the audience. However, there was no mention of the heat generation issue, which he seemed particularly concerned about. It appears that OnePlus's adjustments may not be as effective as anticipated. Nonetheless, this could be considered good news for their own brand, as additional orders for cooling solutions are warranted. After half an hour, Shen Fei finally encountered the final pricing and a summary of additional selling points. The device features a 55-inch 1080p LCD screen, a rear camera setup consisting of a 12-megapixel primary lens paired with a 2-megapixel monochrome lens, embarking on a dual-camera journey. As for the final pricing, Chapter 124, Successful Investment. The OnePlus One is priced at $26.99. This price accommodates the Fire Dragon 810 processor, a 1080p screen, 27W fast charging, and a 3,800 mAh battery, all of which are quite discerning choices. However, the plastic frame and back cover do seem somewhat lacking in refinement. Nevertheless, with the excellent matte finish provided by the Green brand, the plastic back cover is rather aesthetically pleasing. It appears that they too need to explore this robust plastic approach, as it is unlikely for devices in the 1,000 to 2,000 yuan range to feature glass or ceramic backs, since everyone else is employing substantial plastic. The challenge lies in how to make their own plastic appealing. Upon leaving the office, Shen Fei noticed that Wang Tong's office was still illuminated. Wang Tong was still working overtime. I'm watching the Green brand's launch event. This OnePlus shouldn't pose a significant threat to us, but it may have some impact on Xiaomi and the Blue brand. That is indeed true. After all, it is equipped with the Fire Dragon 810, not the 808. And in terms of performance, it has already triumphed. However, Mr. Shen, in terms of heat generation and pricing, the Green brand undeniably falls short compared to the other two. As he was about to leave work, a voice suddenly emerged from the side. Upon hearing this, he promptly concluded his conversation with Wang Tong. After all, it felt somewhat inappropriate to linger with staff while the big boss and supervisors were still on duty. Although Huaxin does not foster this atmosphere, employees are still somewhat influenced. Therefore, he hurriedly descended to return home. However, consumer choices have validated the situation, as OnePlus did not disclose their sales figures that evening. It wasn't until the following morning that they released a report indicating that the initial sales of the OnePlus One successfully surpassed 100,000 units. This figure, when juxtaposed with the vast offline stores of the Green brand and the resources invested online, appears quite dismal. How is it possible for OnePlus to achieve such numbers? The delivery hasn't even shipped yet. What? The Green brand also has physical stores. Why not visit one? I wish I could, but our local stores haven't stocked the product yet. Even though the initial price of the OnePlus is relatively high, considering its cost, the profit margin for distributors is less than 300 yuan. Thus, most distributors are reluctant to promote it. In fact, many have not even stocked it. Fully aware of the formidable capabilities of the Fire Dragon 810, fearing that it may not sell, they are hesitant to take the risk of clearing inventory loss, thus adopting a wait-and-see approach similar to consumers. Aside from a few large distributors bound by agreements who acquired some stock, this model is currently only available on e-commerce platforms, making it quite challenging to find in physical stores. It can be said that this generation of OnePlus faces significant hurdles. A few days later, Lei Jun finally arrived to escort him to Magic City to invest in Huami technology, while on the other side, Yuda Zue had also arrived early in Magic City. During their casual conversation, Lei Jun suddenly brought up, "Isn't the recent scandal regarding Shen's fruit something that you at Huaxin leaked? Is there? Didn't that group of bloggers uncover it?" Shen Fei adamantly denied, refusing to acknowledge any involvement. After hearing Shen Fei's refusal, Lei Jun did not press further and continued to sip his tea, as further inquiries might offend someone. Sensing a slight chill in the atmosphere, Yuta Zue quickly introduced a new topic to enliven the mood. What are your thoughts on OnePlus's new phone, Lei Jun? Based on my experience in internet marketing, I believe this phone is destined to flop. Its sales will certainly not soar. Shen Fei promptly nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Fire Dragon 810's power consumption is exceedingly high. Lei Jun, you must have some units in your possession, right? Alas, we were unfortunately misled by a patent acquisition from Gaodong, but it's not a substantial amount. Only 2 million, which is relatively easy to clear. Shortly thereafter, the representatives from Huaxin Technology arrived at the hotel lounge. Since Lei Jun had invested in them during the A round, both parties were naturally quite familiar. Mr. Shen, Mr. Yu, this is Mr. Li, the head of Huaxin Technology. Hello, Mr. Li. Shen Fei and Yuta Zue extended their hands in greeting. Mr. Li was understandably thrilled, as Huaxin Technology was merely a small company. While they had achieved certain milestones in the wearable device sector, they could not compare to these industry giants. The cordial handshakes extended by the two prominent figures left him deeply moved, as he quickly reciprocated, eager not to appear neglectful towards such distinguished guests. These two individuals were not just potential investors, but could also become significant clients in the future. It was imperative to maintain a good relationship. This time, Huaxin Technology is offering a 15 equity stake with a valuation of $300 million. Following this funding round, we plan to initiate the development of our own chips for the wearable sector, and we aim to expand our production lines beyond just smartwatches. The three men nodded in agreement, having conducted thorough investigations prior to the investment, especially Lei Jun, who had participated in the A-round financing. This price is acceptable to us at Huaxin. Furthermore, Mr. Li, if you wish to develop chips, you are welcome to learn from Huaxin. Tianqing Semiconductor specializes in developing their own chips and researching new architectures, offering private tutoring. This statement elicited great excitement from Mr. Li. Of course, I'll need to pay tuition. Haha, that essay given. I'll definitely seek your guidance. After all, having someone mentor you in the chip industry significantly eases the difficulty. While the businesses of the two companies were not identical, Huaxin's ability to design mobile phone chips would make the development of simpler wearable chips a straightforward task. In no time, the three parties swiftly signed a contract, with Huaxin and the Chrysanthemum Factory successfully acquiring equity in Huaxin Technology, while Lei Jun merely followed suit to ensure his shares remained undiluted. This left Mr. Li feeling quite puzzled, to which Lei Jun promptly clarified, I owed Mr. Shen a favor and transferred these shares to Huaxin. So, Huaxin Technology has become a bargaining chip for you. However, Mr. Li was not displeased. Not all companies can become the bargaining chips of larger firms. Moreover, these shares were bound to be allocated. A slight variation in profit distribution was inconsequential. Furthermore, the more equity Huaxin owned, the safer their company would be, with Huaxin's formidable research capabilities if they truly entered this industry. It would only be a matter of time before Huaxin Technology faced closure. Additionally, Huaxin's investment style was more favorable to them, as long as there was no acquisition. It would merely be a financial investment, without interfering in their operations. Following the investment, the Chrysanthemum Factory placed a substantial order for OEM services in preparation for the official launch of their wristband and smartwatch products in the upcoming P-Series next year. This also prompted Shen Fei to contemplate the release of his own ecological products, such as wristbands and smartwatches. Should they employ a standardized branding approach or allow the design team to create unique designs, entrusting the manufacturing to Huaxin Technology? Chapter 125. The concept of a full-screen device. Kyoto, Huaxin Laboratory. This laboratory serves as the cornerstone of Huaxin Mobile, with most of its technology emerging from this very facility. However, with the increasing number of researchers, it has become increasingly congested. It may be time to establish a dedicated production base for Huaxin, a large-scale facility that integrates research and development, production, and employee accommodations. Yet, in the precious real estate of Kyoto, it seems little land is available for their own use. What Kyoto cannot provide, we generously offer in the Magic City. Your good brother, the Chrysanthemum Factory in Yangcheng, is right here with us. As long as you are willing to come, the land is free. When will I, in Kyoto, ever have that chance? Haven't I made it clear? I can't spare any land. You must have been scheming to poach from me for quite some time now. After all, Shen's father is deeply entrenched in real estate, and he has mentioned more than once at home how the land prices in Kyoto have skyrocketed. It has him contemplating a career change. However, after many years in real estate, coupled with the sudden boom in the sector, abandoning it now seems impractical with no better industry to transition into. He can only invest in properties outside of Kyoto, where land prices are not as outrageous. Nonetheless, he plans to have his father accompany him to negotiate with the local leaders in Kyoto regarding land acquisition. Regardless of the outcome, they should at least take a look. Even if he were to go alone, he would still receive polite treatment. Yet, these seasoned negotiators tend to be evasive, and he would prefer to let his father handle them. Shouldn't father so? In the laboratory, amidst a flurry of testing activity. What's the matter? Wang Ting informed me early this morning that there is good news to share. It's the full-screen device. We have forcibly adapted it to the Android system. However, it remains unstable for the time being, but presenting it at the press conference for a preview is still feasible. With simple logic, it can be demonstrated. He then led Shen Fei to a nearby workstation to showcase the operational logic. The three iconic buttons of the prototype have been completely eliminated, resulting in an enhanced screen-to-body ratio. Yet, due to surpassing Android's limitations of 169, this screen still exhibits certain bugs and cannot operate for extended periods. That's all right. This is sufficient. By the second half of next year, our proprietary system will be ready for direct adaptation. Is it that soon? Are we starting with a dual framework? No, it will be a single framework, directly utilizing our Hongmen system. Wouldn't that be a bit hasty? Applications may not keep pace. Mr. Shun, I still recommend starting with a dual architecture to allow app developers time to create our Hongmen version. That is indeed a concern. It seems our Huaxin X1 will not be able to debut with the Hongmen system and full-screen design. It appears the Huaxin X1 will be rather ordinary in the smartphone realm. Mr. Shun, it is still viable. We can first implement the dual framework, allowing our Huaxin X1 to launch with a full screen while remaining compatible with the Android system for applications. This approach is also workable. Let's design the X1 to align with the full screen layout, adapting it according to the system. Considering how simple the current Android system is, compatibility should be quite manageable. At this juncture, Huaxin is preparing to hold a groundbreaking press conference for the full screen device, aiming to circumvent the regulations imposed by the Android system. Meanwhile, the internet has erupted in a public relations crisis directed at OnePlus, which has recently entered the online market. After more than a week post-launch, most early users have received their devices. The performance is undeniably impressive, particularly in the 2,000 yuan range. However, the battery life does not align with the 3,800 mAh battery, and it even falls short compared to competitors' 3,500 mAh batteries. Additionally, the overheating is significantly alarming, starkly contrasting with the official promotions. The Fire Dragon has ignited. Yet, this does not bode well for OnePlus officials. Prior to the press conference, they prominently advertised their training Dragon capabilities, only to have the mass-produced devices flop. OnePlus R&M refund. I knew this Fire Dragon would ignite. Thankfully, I refrained from purchasing. This is our Green Factory's first cost-effective phone. Acquiring it is a gain for everyone involved. It's no wonder they equipped it with a 3,800 mAh battery, fearing the battery life would collapse. But now that the battery life has indeed collapsed, it's a Doge me moment. OnePlus headquarters building. It must be said that the Green Factory has invested significantly after becoming independent. OnePlus secured a new office building for its exclusive operations. High emotional intelligence means bearing the losses, while low emotional intelligence means not blaming the Green Factory when issues arise. Blame one. We are two separate entities. How do we resolve this? Didn't TU initially inform us that the Fire Dragon had been subdued? We did our utmost, but it is after all a Fire Dragon, far surpassing the Fire Dragon 801. Perhaps we should reduce the price by 200? I believe consumers will accept that. When faced with an unsolvable issue, what should we do? Then let us lower the price. I believe that once the product reaches an appropriate price point, all issues will become the consumer's problems. Are you unwell? Or am I? We just launched a week ago, and now we're reducing prices. This is undermining the foundation of our brand. However, President, do we have any better solutions? We could optimize the system and reduce the CPU and GPU frequencies. The reason the Fire Dragon is a Fire Dragon is that even at the same frequency, it runs hotter than other chips. Currently, that is our only option, but it's merely a temporary fix. Fortunately, it is winter now. Come summer, it will be even more challenging. Upon witnessing this situation, Lei Busi was elated, as his company also had a batch of Fire Dragon 810s in reserve, awaiting release. However, this presented both good and bad news for the Xiaomi company. The good news is that Xiaomi would not be the first domestic company to launch the Fire Dragon 810. Thus, they would not bear the brunt of criticism. The bad news is that competitors have already disseminated the Fire Dragon's reputation throughout the smartphone industry, making it even harder for their products to gain consumer recognition. Lei Busi need not worry that the Fire Dragon 810 has flopped. It depends on whose Fire Dragon it is. Our brand new series, the Xiaomi Note series, will debut with an Ultra 3000 square millimeter VC graphene cooling technology. No matter how strong the Fire Dragon, it will be brought to its knees. Lei Bussi's influence far exceeds that of the Green Factory, despite his somewhat exasperating actions. Nevertheless, there is little that can be done at present. In this competitive landscape, one will eventually have to give back. You may wonder if Lei's so-called graphene is genuinely effective. It should be, given its area exceeds 3,000. And that graphene cooling technology certainly appears to be highly advanced. Regardless, I dare not rush to be an early adopter. Thank you, OnePlus, for providing me with this lesson. From an early user of OnePlus's inaugural phone. However, Lei Bussi has made ample preparations to suppress the Fire Dragon 810. Not only did he purchase a batch of high-priced graphene VC heat spreaders from Huaxin, but he also customized a batch of copper plates to enhance the cooling of his Xiaomi Note. In the office, Shen Fei, upon receiving this news, was instantly filled with joy. Release quickly. After the Xiaomi company's press conference concludes, we will hold our own Z series launch, where we will unveil not only our new series, but also the full-screen concept device, and, most importantly, the cooling system, the dragons that competitors cannot tame. We at Huaxin shall train. Chapter 126. The Suppressed Fire Dragon? Kyoto. Xiaomi Company, MeCube. This is also the headquarters of the Xiaomi Group. In the laboratory, they are busy testing the power consumption control of the first-generation Xiaomi Note. After all, Lei Bussi has made bold claims, and the employees are naturally striving to deliver on those promises. Mr. Liu, how is the power consumption? We have reduced the frequency by 0.2. Its power consumption still exceeds that of the Kirin 925 and the Tianqin 810. What relevance does it have when compared to those two exceptional chips? Please directly inform me how much higher the power consumption is in comparison to the Snapdragon 808. If it is indeed considerably lower, that would be quite commendable. The power consumption during daily use is approximately 0.5W higher than that of the Snapdragon 808 and around 1.3W higher compared to competing flagship models. The power consumption of Huaxin's Tianqin 8 series generally hovers around 15W, showcasing remarkable power management. Meanwhile, the Kirin, having benefited from Huaxin's specialized guidance and drawing from insights of previous generations, has also demonstrated commendable performance in terms of power efficiency. Upon hearing this, Lei Jun expressed considerable satisfaction, especially considering that the competing Snapdragon 810 can easily spike to around 30W, even while users are merely browsing the web. It can activate the large cores, indicating a deficiency in chip tuning capabilities. This level of power consumption is acceptable, ensuring that our battery life remains intact. That suffices. As for the final temperature of the device, we can only rely on the efficacy of the VC thermal plate. Observing Lei Jun is exasperation. Liu Weaving remarked that although the VC thermal plate is somewhat costly, it indeed works wonders. He then guided Lei Jun to the adjacent testing area. On the table, 20 Mi Note devices were neatly arranged into two groups. Both groups utilized the same tuning for the chip, with one group lacking the VC thermal plate serving as the control group, while the other incorporated it to assess the disparity in performance. It's worth noting that acquiring these VC thermal plates incurred a considerable expense from Huaxin. However, there was no alternative, as this marked Mi's inaugural venture into the high-end market, and we could not afford to let the Snapdragon 810 be a detriment. While browsing the web, devices equipped with the VC thermal plate maintain temperatures below 30 degrees Celsius, whereas those without could easily reach around 33 degrees. What about power consumption during gaming? Army fans are passionate enthusiasts, with exceedingly high expectations for gaming experiences. The temperature disparity during gaming is even more pronounced, with devices without the VC thermal plate soaring above 50 degrees, temperatures hot enough to fry an egg. In contrast, those with the VC thermal plate manage to keep temperatures around 48 degrees. After all, while the VC thermal plate enhances heat dissipation, it does not reduce power consumption. Thus, in high-performance mode, temperatures remain elevated, albeit significantly lower than those of competitors. Upon hearing this, Lei Jun was momentarily at a loss for words. Even though the temperature control was commendable compared to competitors, the reality was that 48 degrees was still uncomfortably warm. He regretted his previous decisions and hoped that the next generation would not repeat the mistakes of the past. At this juncture, Lei Jun contemplated deleting a recent Weibo post, believing that consumers would eventually forget it. In stark contrast to the quiet ambience of a laboratory, online, the atmosphere remained tumultuous, with numerous consumers demanding solutions from OnePlus. Yet, what could OnePlus do? The limitations of their chip were evident. If they had viable solutions, they would have resolved these issues long ago. Their reputation had already suffered. Yet progress remained stagnant. They could only feign indifference online. In hindsight, they might as well have employed the Snapdragon 808 like their competitors. OnePlus stopped pretending. You claimed superior tuning before release, asserting it was on par with the 808. But what is the outcome? My hands are nearly burnt. Fortunately, no stock was available at their physical outlets. Had there been, I would have become a victim of circumstances. However, OnePlus's facade of indifference proved ineffective, prompting them to shift the blame to me. After all, if you ride on my coattails, then it is only fair to share the misfortune. OnePlus heard of their competitors' adept tuning capabilities and expressed anticipation for their release, hoping for clarity. Why was Lei Jun so petty? Was it merely a matter of riding on some publicity? The official Mi Weibo account reassured its fans of their tuning capabilities and the innovative thermal management of their materials. We at Mi will not release a product until we have perfected our tuning. This guarantee incited a wave of excitement among Mi fans. Pity the users of the Green Factory, who felt that their OnePlus device was a mere half-baked product, hastily launched to seize market share without proper tuning. The actions of the Green Factory left users profoundly disappointed. Their enthusiasm when selling evaporated upon encountering issues, leaving them with no solutions. What conscience could a high-priced, low-spec manufacturer possibly possess? Nonetheless, public opinion proved impactful, ultimately compelling the Green Factory to relent and provide a corresponding remedy, a price reduction, a price drop, right at launch. Although this decision severely undermined their brand's foundation, delaying further would jeopardize it entirely. They understood the necessity of choosing wisely. This was an experiment in their foray into the online market, and it could not be allowed to fail so swiftly. Thus, they promptly issued an urgent statement. Due to the implementation of a high-power chip, we acknowledge that consumer experiences have been significantly compromised. We are offering a cash or credit subsidy of 300 yuan to every consumer who has already purchased our product. Furthermore, we are reducing the price of our initial OnePlus models by 300 yuan, starting at 2,399 yuan. This decision followed considerable contemplation. After all, they had substantial inventory. If their reputation were to collapse entirely, they would find that even a 300 yuan reduction might not entice buyers. A 1,000 yuan reduction? Consumers would surely question, what Snapdragon? Whereas the Snapdragon at this price? I'd have to praise it if it exploded. However, the Green Factory's urgent statement interrupted Lei Jun's plans, as his Mi Note was also slated to launch at 2,399 yuan. With its superior thermal management and slightly lower power consumption, he hoped to enhance his product's reputation. But now the Green Factory's sudden price drop had completely derailed his rhythm. What do you think of Lei Jun's recent Weibo post? Wang Teng inquired. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng quickly responded, what else is there to think? It's a joke. Although our VC thermal plate can accelerate heat dissipation, it cannot suppress temperature. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei contemplated, doesn't this present an opportunity for us? Mr. Shen, are you suggesting? You must have seen the schematics for the heat sink, right? The principle is quite simple. It rapidly dissipates heat using a fan, which is easily achievable for our competitors. Thus, we must wait for the opportune moment until they release a batch of products before unveiling our heat sink. OnePlus's limited stock would hardly sell many heat sinks. Therefore, we must wait for me to launch before we proceed. Wang Teng's mind raced, pondering whether Shen's implication was that the Z series should be postponed until Mi's release. But should we postpone the Z series? No, the Z series will launch as scheduled, employing the full-screen concept to captivate the audience, while simultaneously surprising Lei Junha. Shen's cunning demeanor remained unchanged. All right, this is a minor issue for us. Please inform all senior management to convene in the meeting room. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng promptly exited the office, pondering the necessity of a high-level meeting so close to the year's end. Chapter 127, Huaxin Industrial Park. As Shen Fei entered the meeting room, he found everyone engaged in lively conversation. Previously, meetings were usually about familiar topics, but this time, the agenda had not been disclosed. With this being a high-level meeting, the matters at hand must be significant. Thus, when Wang Teng urgently notified the group, everyone assumed it was a pressing issue and quickly set aside their tasks to rush to the meeting room, some even breathless from their haste. As Shen Fei's secretary, Guman hurriedly inquired about the purpose of the sudden high-level meeting convened by President Shen. Given the flourishing operations of various companies and the impressive sales of mobile phones, coupled with a steady increase in the user base of their games, surpassing 10 million registered users with daily revenues fluctuating between 3 to 5 million. Guman was perplexed as to why even she, The chief secretary was left uninformed. Although the matter was not of grave concern, it was indeed critical for the organization. With the rapid expansion of their operations, the current office building was proving insufficient. The Tianjin semiconductor team had already relocated to the wafer fabrication plant, temporarily alleviating the issue of cramped office space. Yet certain risks persisted. Anticipating swift growth in the coming 2 years, it was inevitable that their office space would soon be inadequate again, and relocating would become cumbersome. Thus, the discussion at hand revolved around whether to purchase a new office building or to construct their own industrial park. This inquiry momentarily silenced the attendees, once again showcasing Huaxin's audacity. After all, they had established their own office building from the outset. Now, faced with the need for expansion, they were not contemplating moving from one location to another like many entrepreneurs, but rather considering the purchase of a new building or the establishment of a proprietary industrial park. The financial capability was evidently not an issue. The prospect of building a new production base was indeed appealing. However, the soaring land prices in Kyoto presented a significant hurdle. Hearing this, Wang Tong interjected, asserting that given Huaxin's current strength, they should be able to negotiate a favorable price for the land. Shen Fei quickly reassured the group that concerns about land costs were unnecessary. They should focus on the decision to purchase or build. Indeed, Huaxin had reached a point where the pressing issue was how to allocate their funds rather than whether they had sufficient funds, with a consensus emerging that self-construction was the preferred option. Laughter filled the room as they noted that their esteemed leader would undoubtedly ensure their living and entertainment needs were met, given his family's background in real estate. Are you not concerned I might build in a remote valley, leaving you to grapple with your living and recreational needs? Shen Fei jested, eliciting further laughter from the group. Boss, you wouldn't do that, they replied in unison. With a shared vision for self-construction, Shen Fei expressed his own desire to build, reminiscing about his recent visit to a factory that left him envious. Although Huaxin had already secured its own office building, the grandeur of the factory had made their current building in Kyoto's prime location seem somewhat lackluster. All right, let us deliberate on how and where we should build, he proposed, although he acknowledged that specific discussions would require further consultations with the relevant departments. Despite Huaxin's financial prowess, the land prices in Kyoto were not trivial. Depending on the classification, prices varied significantly. The most expensive plots could reach 30,000 per square meter. While Huaxin's production base would not require such high-end facilities, it could not be subpar either. A moderate standard would necessitate around 13,000 per square meter. If such prices were to be encountered, Shen Fei would prefer relocating from Kyoto, as their funds were earmarked for production and research rather than land acquisition. He was confident that the relevant authorities would present a reasonable price. Let us not dwell on the specific location for now. Instead, let us discuss the required land area, he indicated, signaling for the discussion to commence. The attendees began to express their views, emphasizing the need for an office building, a state-of-the-art research facility, accommodations, transportation within the park, and supporting amenities such as supermarkets. A minimum of 500 acres would be necessary, and if they were to expand with subcontracting factories and battery production facilities, the required area would increase accordingly. Well, I will address the specifics upon my return, but I do not plan to keep subcontracting factories and battery plants in Kyoto, Shen Fei clarified. His vision for the Kyoto headquarters was to retain only core industries and subcontracting accessory factories, relocating the rest to populous provinces. This would not only foster local development, but also provide job opportunities for local workers without them needing to leave their homes. After all, Huaxin subcontracting plants offered competitive wages, at least 15 times that of industry peers. With Huaxin's esteemed reputation, establishing a subcontracting base in populous provinces would undoubtedly be welcomed, likely resulting in free land and additional subsidies. While Kyoto was focused on high-tech industries, it was somewhat dismissive of labor-intensive sectors. But that did not mean there was a lack of interest elsewhere. Wang Tong quickly chimed in, suggesting that these supporting industries did not need to remain in Kyoto, as they could easily inflate costs. This statement caused Wei Guohua, who managed the battery plant, to grow anxious, as he feared being reassigned to a less desirable location. President Shen, does this mean we are relocating the entire battery plant? He asked nervously. Noticing Wei Guohua's unease, Shen Fei swiftly reassured him, explaining that while the factory would relocate, their research base would also move to the new Kyoto facility, and management could be handled through regular business trips. This meeting is merely to inform you of this development. Subsequently, the publicity department will announce that Huaxin is preparing to construct its own base, which should attract interest. This way, we can avoid the hassle of sourcing design firms and apply pressure on Kyoto. As for the construction, my father is in real estate. There's no need for outside assistance. If it comes to that, He can handle negotiations, as his network primarily consists of industry contacts. It's truly a win-win situation, if not a triple win. As for the possibility of anyone losing out, that was implausible. Chapter 128. Returning home upon returning home. Shen Fei discovered his parents enjoying dinner in the dining room. "Dear mother, what are you having? Knowing you were coming today, I prepared your favorite dishes. Let me ask Li Saw to serve you a bowl of rice." "Come, sit beside your mother," she replied warmly. Shen Fei's father, feeling a twinge of jealousy at the affection shown by his wife towards their son, thought to himself, he's already grown so big. Why doesn't he come to me for affection? His facial expression betrayed his feelings, revealing a hint of jealousy that was evident to all. Observing his father's changing expression, Shen Fei chuckled. "Mom, look at Dad, he's jealous. At his age, still envious of a child. Is that how a father should act? After a lifetime of business, he hasn't achieved as much as his son in just a few years." Instantly deflated by this remark, Shen Fei's father felt the sting of reality. After all, he had toiled his entire life, yet had not surpassed his son's accomplishments. "All right, enough joking around. Let us eat. After dinner, you two need to discuss some matters in the study," Shen Fei's mother instructed. The rare gathering of the three of them was made possible thanks to Shen Fei's prior notice to his father about wanting to discuss something important. As one of the top 3 wealthy individuals in Kyoto, Shen Fei's father was typically very busy, rarely having the opportunity to dine at home. Nevertheless, as a devoted family man, he always made it a point to return home for rest, regardless of how late it was. In preparation for the evening meal today, Father Shen had postponed a wine gathering. However, this event was of little consequence. If it fell through, so be it. Nothing could eclipse the significance of his son's affairs. After all, this was one of the rare occasions where he could assist his son with guidance and strategy. Moments later, the meal concluded, and the three of them rose from the table. Mother Shen settled onto the sofa, resuming her unfinished television drama, while the two men made their way to the study. What would be so important? He mused, that it warranted my return? After all, his son's status in Kyoto now surpassed his own. This was an industry heavily supported by higher authorities, and his son was among the creme de la creme, deserving of considerable attention. What could necessitate his counsel? Throughout the call, Father Shen pondered this question, though he refrained from admitting his own inability to fathom the matter. "Rest assured, it's nothing major. It's just that the office building you once gifted me is proving insufficient. We're planning to construct our own base. However, I'd prefer not to spend any money." As he spoke, Shen Fei rubbed his hands together, as if to convey the loneliness of invincibility. The nonchalance with which he uttered those words struck Father Shen like a thunderbolt. When his son had announced his entrepreneurial ambitions, he had offered the office building both to encourage him and to ensure he gained invaluable experience, so that he could eventually take over the family business. He had hoped for success, but if that failed, the rental income would provide some cushion. However, the outcome had far exceeded Father Shen's expectations, and now, his son informed him that the building was insufficient. So soon, the expanse of that building was considerable. In truth, if they accounted for all their research facilities, it had been inadequate for some time. Currently, many of their operations were conducted externally, which was far from ideal. "I'm aware of the demands of your research industry. It heavily relies on interdepartmental collaboration. Constantly operating off-site is indeed impractical. What do you intend to build?" "I have no objections. I only have one notion. The land should cost nothing." Upon hearing this, Father Shen fell silent once more. Was this even a reasonable request? Who gives away land for free? This statement essentially suggested that he expected others to gift him land. However, upon further reflection, he recognized that high-tech companies were currently in favor with the relevant authorities. Should his son announce this intention, many would likely respond positively. "So you want me to approach them and negotiate?" "Yes, but I'm not particularly fond of dealing with them. They are often circuitous and ineffective. You're accustomed to negotiating with them through your real estate dealings, so when the time comes to discuss, you'll have to confront them directly." It seems my son holds me in too high regard. What should I do? I'm waiting online. It's quite urgent." "Son, are you serious about this direct confrontation?" "Ha, just a jest. However, given your technical prowess, receiving land for free might genuinely be within the realm of possibility. You can let the news out, and I'm sure many from outside will reach out with better conditions. Once Kyoto feels the pressure, they may concede to your terms at the very least. They will likely offer some concessions on land prices. That is indeed my plan. I've already instructed the publicity department to prepare for an announcement starting tomorrow." My son, you are truly astute. But tomorrow is Sunday. Everyone will be off work. Are you intentionally provoking them into overtime?" "So, are you sure this is a wise course of action? Whoever sees it first will seize the opportunity. We'll compare offers. Yet, it remains uncertain whether we should establish the base in Kyoto. The current climate in Kyoto is not particularly conducive to research and development. As the political epicenter of the nation, it cannot compete economically with cities like Shanghai or Guangzhou. From both economic and cultural perspectives, it is not ideally suited for large commercial enterprises. Yet it possesses the strongest talent pool in the country, which presents a conundrum. All right, let us set that aside for now and revisit it later. Do you have a concrete plan for the construction? The design will certainly align with my preferences and practical needs, while the execution will naturally be entrusted to you. After all, delegating to my father is time-efficient and labor-saving. Most importantly, it will save money. Seeing the smile on Shen Fei's face, Father Shen immediately disowned his thoughts. Are you reluctant to spend? Of course not. The company isn't solely yours. Remuneration is a necessity. Does that concern me so evidently? Fear not. I shall ensure you receive the lowest price. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Was this old man trying to swindle him? Enough. You have only an idea with no preparations. When someone arrives, we will address it then. It's getting late. Let us rest for now. The following morning, under Shen Fei's direction, news of Huaxin's plans to establish a new research and development base reverberated across the internet, successfully landing on Weibo's trending list. Chapter 129. Shocked. The rice note begins its warm-up. Huh? What is this? Huaxin Technology is constructing a production base. Wait, hasn't Huaxin only been established for a few years? Is it happening so quickly? In terms of research prowess, Huaxin surpassed Juchong, firmly claiming the title of the best in domestic production, and even ranking among the top internationally. Employees at Huaxin were set to enjoy a lifestyle akin to those at Juchong. Indeed, a stroke of fortune. The conditions at Huaxin were reportedly even better than those at Juchong. As the news successfully captured the spotlight, workers from various locations began reporting to their superiors. Such an opportunity was truly rare. How could they possibly construct a production base in the expensive land of Kyoto, especially as Shanghai quickly formulated its own ambitions? After all, Kyoto harbored rice and Huaxin. In contrast, Guangzhou boasted Juchong, Lanchong, and Luchong, while Zhuhai had a brand named Meizhou. Yet, Shanghai, as an international first-tier city, lacked any mobile phone manufacturers, a persistent source of frustration. Despite Shanghai's economic prosperity, it remained a financial hub, akin to a castle in the air, requiring a tangible industry for support. Conditions offered by Kyoto were met by Shanghai, and conditions denied by Kyoto were also met. Having money allowed for such capriciousness. Anything solvable with money was trivial. Consequently, various parties inundated Shen Fei with phone calls. However, anticipating this, he had already turned off his phone and was engaged in a 5v5 game's early testing version in the office, assessing the skill of the Penguin team. The clamor outside the office was of no concern to him, as they turned to the company's customer service line. As Shen Fei's secretary, Guman's phone rang incessantly, being the closest person to the boss, and she held a significant position within Huaxin Technology, akin to a chief steward. Everyone sought to arrange meetings for discussions. Concurrently, specialized teams were dispatched to Kyoto, with the ultimate destination being Huaxin Tower. Kyoto aimed to secure Huaxin Technology, while Shanghai sought to poach it. Observing the online frenzy, Shen Fei remained calm, contemplating who would ultimately display their financial prowess. Particularly, Shanghai boldly proclaimed in the comment section that no matter what conditions Kyoto offered, they would match them. Proximity to the water ensures one catches the moonlight. Kyoto refrained from engaging in online banter with Shanghai. Directly seizing the opportunity, they dispatched personnel to Huaxin Building, for Huaxin is situated in the heart of Kyoto, a fact that already renders the magic city at a disadvantage. Concurrently, internal discussions regarding corresponding strategies were underway, culminating in a dedicated meeting. Has Huaxin truly developed to such an extent? It has only been a short while since they garnered significant attention, less than a year, and now they are poised to establish their own production base. Presently, Huaxin encompasses the entire semiconductor industry chain, and in a bid to ensure safety, they are intensively tackling special gases, photoresists, and other critical components. Shen Fei, that young man, is nothing like his father. He should have consulted us first before expressing his desires openly. It's not as if we are unwilling to accommodate him. We had already earmarked 2,000 acres for them in the Hating district. Shen Fei is still young, after all, and spending his days surrounded by those researchers. It is only natural he prefers to avoid interactions with seasoned veterans like us. We as adults need not hold grudges. Moreover, you are well aware of the peculiar temperaments that researchers possess. Indeed, their eccentricities often foster innovation. As Kyoto's most formidable research-oriented enterprise, and having previously registered under our name. They naturally have the requisite documentation. However, Shen Fei remains oblivious to this fact. Ding ding ding. Another phone on the table buzzed. It was Shen Fei's other mobile device. Upon seeing it was a call from his father, he promptly answered. Everyone was aware of this call, yet since Shen Fei had turned off his other phone, it clearly signified his stance, and thus no one attempted to reach out on that number. Instead, they had opted to contact Shen Fei's father, requesting him to relay the message. You've really made a hash of things this time. Haven to you? What do you mean, Dad? Your Uncle Wang just called. They have already reserved land for you, right in the Hating District. A full 2,000 acres. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei fell silent, realizing that given their previous registration, support was indeed inevitable. So, Dad, did Uncle Wang say anything else? Nothing much, just asked me to bring you over for a meal. If that's the case, I'll hang up now. Make sure to return his call when you have a moment. All right. The experimental device for the Xiaomi Note had successfully arrived. With the Fire Dragon 810's power consumption entirely under control, unlike the misleading claims of competitors, the heat output of the Xiaomi Note was approximately 0.5W higher than that of the Fire Dragon 808. This generation of Xiaomi Note utilized the same 3,800 mAh battery as competitors, while supporting 225W fast charging. Its battery life exceeded that of rivals by an hour, showcasing Xiaomi's exceptional tuning capabilities. With the same battery, the increased endurance was indeed remarkable. Is the Xiaomi Note series about to see a price hike? Please no. Xiaomi, have you forgotten your original aspirations? Lei Jun announced, next Friday, I will unveil the brand new Xiaomi Note series, along with a tempered Fire Dragon 810. This series marks our inaugural foray into the high-end market, and we remain dedicated to producing conscientious flagship products. Shen Fei, can you truly manage this? If you can, then why not launch it in winter? Doge-faced JPG, I hope Lei doesn't deceive me. He made similar promises when the Fire Dragon 801 was launched, yet reality proved rather challenging. Let us hope Lei can temper both the Fire Dragon 810's temperature and its price. At this point, Shen Fei chuckled, realizing that this might be somewhat difficult, as Lei Jun had undoubtedly invested a considerable amount to manage the Fire Dragon's heat. To accommodate a larger heat dissipation area, they employed high-density batteries from Huaxin, significantly raising costs. Furthermore, to enhance heat dissipation, they procured a batch of VC thermal plates from Huaxin, which alone cost around 130. Coupled with the battery, each Fire Dragon heart would surpass 200 yuan, with a baseline price of at least 500. Given that this is the initial exploration in a Xiaomi's high-end series, the price cannot be excessively low. It will likely be comparable to the current generation, around 2,399 yuan, but the final price will depend on Lei Jun's resolve. Wang Teng, how much stock do we have of our heat sinks? Not yet. The molds were just completed yesterday, and we've only produced a batch of testing samples. Then expedite the testing. We must ensure our Huaxin heat sinks are available within a week of Lei Jun's press conference. Codename, Dragon Slayer. Chapter 130, AI Voice Assistant. Secretary Gu, is the boss available? Yes, he is. What is the matter? Is there an issue at your research institute? Guman had just delivered the latest mass-produced Huaxin Z1 and Z1 Pro experimental prototypes to Shen Fei. Having a smartphone brand affords the luxury of switching devices at will. Aside from the Huaxin X2 Pro he currently uses, no other phone remains in his possession for more than a week. Nonetheless, he endeavors to experience various features within that brief time frame. Although Huaxin releases few phones, partners typically provide Shen Fei with relevant media devices following press events. Progress together, right? While Shen Fei was engrossed in testing the new phone, he immediately shifted his focus upon hearing about the research institute. For the laboratory is the very foundation of Huaxin. Ultimately, the system was a miscalculation, Professor Han eagerly remarked. Shall I come over? Sure. The boss has no work scheduled today. You can come at any time. What is wrong, Guman? Did I hear something about the research institute? Is there a problem? I'm not sure. Professor Han didn't elaborate. He'll come to see you shortly. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei resumed handling the newly produced Z-series test prototype. Presently, all designs for Huaxin phones employ a familial design philosophy. Even the Z-series incorporates dual cameras. It hardly adds to the cost. Dual cameras sound more prestigious than single ones and allow for more creative design in the rear module, enhancing aesthetics. However, despite being termed dual cameras, only the primary lens is functional, boasting a mainstream 8-megapixel resolution, while the second lens serves merely as a filler with a 1.2-megapixel count. Of course, for a 1,000 yuan phone, photographic capabilities are not a primary concern. As long as it doesn't overheat and performs robustly, that suffices. The Huaxin Z series is primarily aimed at delivering the best design and performance within the 1,000 yuan price range. Before long, Professor Han pushed open the door to Shen Fei's office, prompting Shen Fei to quickly set aside the test prototype. Although Shen Fei lacked technical expertise, he held great respect for the company's technical staff. Yet, Professor Han's opening remark filled Shen Fei with questions. Mr. Shen, I apologize for interrupting your work. It was rather presumptuous of me. What could possibly concern company development? Professor Han adjusted his glasses, awkwardly continuing, Actually, Mr. Shen, this matter is more of a personal nature. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei's anxieties eased. For Professor Han is a top-tier talent in battery technology, having made significant contributions to the company. Even if it were a personal issue, as long as Shen Fei could lend assistance, he would strive to resolve it. I'm uncertain what Professor Han is referring to, but should it be within my capabilities, it shall be addressed. Hearing Shen Fei's reassurances, Professor Han hastily withdrew his hands from his pockets, eagerly stating, It's nothing major. I merely heard that our company is developing its own system. So that's the matter. The company is indeed developing its own system, one that is entirely independent of Android, a brand new system, with the entire kernel, framework, and instruction set being developed in-house, boasting complete intellectual property rights. Professor Han was immediately taken aback, stunned for several seconds. A sudden wave of joy washed over my face, a genuine smile signifying immense happiness. As a research scholar, the pinnacle of my satisfaction lies in achieving a breakthrough, an initial success that signifies our liberation from hindrance. However, the system was not the primary concern of this visit. While I was elated to have received the corresponding answers, there remained tasks to be accomplished. Mr. Shen, do we have any plans to develop a voice assistant? At this juncture, Shen Fei was momentarily taken aback. Initially, he had only intended to develop the system, as the voice assistant was primarily a domain dominated by Apple, with no other manufacturers following suit. Moreover, even Apple's most advanced voice assistant still functioned akin to a novice, with a subpar accuracy and recognition rate. This AI assistant appeared more as a gimmick than a genuine effort to enhance user service. Professor Han, is it akin to Apple's Siri? Indeed, replied Professor Han. And upon hearing his affirmation, Shen Fei's interest peaked. He suddenly recalled that during a previous discussion, the system had indicated a potential path forward that included the development of an AI assistant. Yet, perplexingly, they had not yet ventured into this avenue. Shen Fei found himself questioning the relevance of Professor Han's expertise. Being a chemist specializing in batteries, what connection did he have with computing? What then was the purpose of Professor Han's visit? Professor Han, overhearing Shen Fei's musings, felt a chill of disappointment wash over him. After all, if his own company had not yet entered this field, how could he resolve the request of his friend? Nevertheless, considering that Huaxin technology placed great emphasis on research investments, he thought that perhaps he could persuade Shen Fei to recognize the significance of an AI assistant and thus gain his approval. Mr. Shen, I have a classmate who chose computer science while I pursued chemistry. He is currently working in Silicon Valley, focusing on the realm of AI assistants. Due to the high costs involved and the absence of immediate technological results, Google has decided to abandon this project, and his team is on the verge of disbanding. However, he is reluctant to give up and has inquired whether Huaxin has any intentions of entering the AI sector. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei's spirit soared. This represented a full team. Just as he had been contemplating how to establish a foothold in this domain, the opportunity seemed to present itself serendipitously. Yet, Huaxin Technology was not a company that would indiscriminately welcome any group. However, if this individual had led a team at Google, his technical prowess would likely be formidable. I wonder about your classmate's technical skills. He is quite the expert, currently a senior engineer at Google. However, with Google's decision to abandon this endeavor and his unwillingness to switch roles, he is left seeking new opportunities. I can assure you of his capabilities. He is certainly not lacking in skill. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei felt a wave of relief. Anyone who had risen to the rank of senior engineer at Google would undoubtedly possess remarkable abilities, especially in this field, making him one of the best talents available. Presently, Tianqin Semiconductor was also conducting research into AI computing power, with expectations for significant advancements in their next generation of Tianqin series chips. While the hardware was nearing fruition, it was evident that a competent software team was still lacking. Professor Han, could you kindly introduce your classmate? Just mention that Huaxin intends to enter this field, but that specifics will require a face-to-face discussion. As for any necessary equipment, we will inform the logistics department to procure it. Hearing this, Professor Han's spirits brightened. Although the path had been somewhat convoluted, he had ultimately fulfilled his friend's request. Moreover, with Mr. Shen preparing to have the logistics team procure equipment, his classmate's position appeared secure. All right, Mr. Shen, I shall inform my classmate. As the lead of a Google team, he was certainly not lacking in job opportunities. However, as a Chinese national, returning home was an undeniable motivation. In Chapter 131, titled Ecological Products, a jovial voice from afar exclaimed, "Old Li, you must treat me to a meal when the time comes." Upon hearing this, Li Huaxin, located in America, felt a surge of excitement. His longtime friend, Han Shan, who was typically quite serious, had now engaged in jest, indicating that matters were indeed progressing. "It's settled then. I shall ensure you have what you desire. What would you like to eat?" "Everything is in order, but Mr. Shin still wishes to evaluate your skills." Li Huaxin had no objections. As a senior coder, his technical expertise was his greatest source of confidence. He was certain he would pass Shen Fei's assessment. "Very well. Thank you. Once we finalize matters here, I shall return." "Have you mentioned to Mr. Shen that we are a team of about 20 individuals?" "Yes, I informed him. And here is some good news. Mr. Shen is already arranging an office space and supplies for you." Li Huaxin nodded in acknowledgement before ending the call. While the new employment situation had been resolved, the concluding tasks on this end were far from complete, and not everyone on the team was keen to return. Although Google had abandoned this business, Apple had not, and had even dispatched a team to absorb part of it. Nevertheless, Li Huaxin was resolute in his decision not to remain in America. No matter how prosperous it might seem, it was still a foreign land. "Li, are you truly set on returning?" "Yes, I'm going back to my homeland. Does it matter where one works?" "Though I don't know much about Huaxin, I am acutely aware that it is often labeled a technological desert." "Perhaps. Yet times are changing, and a company called Huaxin has emerged, placing great emphasis on research and development." "Oh, I've heard of that company. I understand that Gaodong has been quite troubled by them, persistently lobbying the White House for sanctions. However, the current ambiguous relationship between China and America rendered Gaodong's ambitions futile. It was during this period of uncertainty that Huaxin and Zhuchang had risen as new global powerhouses, one dominating the future 5G market and the other commanding the upcoming smartphone market, affectionately referred to as the twin pillars of Huaxin. But that was a discussion for another time. "Mr. J, if you have the time, you should visit Huaxin. The changes over the past decade have been monumental. It is no longer the Huaxin you once knew." "Li, thank you for the advice. Perhaps my outdated perceptions do require an update. As for visiting Huaxin, I plan to when time permits. I've heard it is a beautiful country, albeit impoverished, yet its people are happy." Li Huaxin felt as though his efforts to convince his friend had been in vain, but that was of little consequence. He was on the verge of returning to his homeland. As evening descended, he and his team reconvened. As a leader among the Huaxin people in a foreign land, he understood the importance of unity, and thus all 80 members of his team were Chinese. Particularly, the two most trusted aides had previously expressed their intent to accompany him. This dinner was both a farewell gathering and a heartfelt meeting, as he sought to gauge how many would choose to return with him. "Google has decided to abandon this business, and we are all on the brink of being dismissed. However, I have secured a new position through a friend, preparing to work in Huaxin and continue research in the AI field. I have negotiated the condition that allows me to bring everyone along." Upon hearing this, one of his trusted aides promptly interjected, "Boss, you know I'm loyal to you. Wherever you go, I shall follow." "Me too." As their declarations concluded, the room fell silent. As time passed in America, many had gradually forgotten their initial intentions to return home. Not everyone was inclined to make that journey. C is not only one of the most promising young talents in addition to his two trusted confidants, but he also possesses remarkably solid technical skills and a wealth of innovative ideas. As he received responses from his two loyal aides, he turned his gaze towards C, an action that caused C to become flustered. "Boss, I am grateful for your guidance on this path, but I do not intend to return. Guozi has extended an invitation to me, promising to facilitate my green card within 2 years." Upon hearing this, Li Huaxin did not express anger. After all, everyone has their own aspirations, and this choice is commendable. He hoped that C would not regret this decision in the future. It was fortunate that he could find another opportunity. Ultimately, only 17 individuals chose to return with Li Huaxin, while the future 18 arhats of Huaxin in the field of AI were thus established. "Mr. Gu, here is the design proposal for the wristband from the design department." Such promptness, it has already been produced. They had a preliminary plan in place. This is considered a semi-finished product, requiring only minor modifications before delivery. It indeed looks quite appealing. What is the cost? The component cost is approximately 120 yuan, and the estimated assembly cost is around 8 yuan. The sales department has proposed a pre-sale price of 199 yuan. After accounting for logistics, storage, and other necessary expenses, our profit margin is roughly 50 yuan. This is acceptable. While the price does not rival that of Rice Company's wristbands, it is still commendable, especially since our features surpass those of Rice Company. Earlier this year, following its investment in Huaxin technology, Rice Company successfully launched the first generation of Rice wristbands, leveraging Huaxin's resources. With its exceptional cost-performance ratio, it swiftly captured the market. Priced at 69 yuan, it astonished the entire market in an era where wristbands casually sell for around 1,000 yuan. This led to intense resentment from competitors, who disparagingly dubbed Rice Company as the herbicide of the industry. The pricing also astounded consumers, who rallied behind Rice Company, eagerly awaiting sales every day. Recently, just before Huaxin Technology's financing, Rice Company announced that its first-generation wristband had successfully surpassed 1 million units in sales. However, this pricing left Rice Company with minimal profit. The hardware cost is approximately 40 yuan, with logistics and storage costs adding up to around 60 yuan. For each unit sold, Rice Company nets less than 10 yuan. It can be said that the most expensive component of this wristband is the processor, but due to its subpar quality, data monitoring is not particularly accurate. Our wristband indeed excels in quality and functionality compared to Rice's, with the primary costs stemming from the research and development of our proprietary chip, which significantly reduces data error margins. Rice's ability to maintain such a low price is attributed to their use of entirely generic design. Their elongated design is something Shen Fei cannot appreciate. Then let us proceed with this design. Submit the design drawings to Huaxin Technology. The chip will be handed over to Huaxin International. We do not possess such low-end manufacturing processes, and there is no necessity for the wristband to utilize such high-end processors. One must admit that the division of labor in the industry holds some merit, but this premise is valid only within the borders of Huaxin. Chapter 132. Venturing into the home appliance market, I have been pondering a question. Should Huaxin establish its own smart home appliance brand? Upon hearing this, Guman was momentarily taken aback. But Mr. Shen, I am merely here to report on a smart wristband document. How did we arrive at this topic? It is crucial to recognize that whether the company ventures into a new business is a strategic decision. Observing Guman's reaction, Shen Fei quickly realized that she was overthinking. I merely noted that Rice has launched numerous smart electronic devices, which sparked this thought in my mind. However, I have yet to make a decision. Please share your perspective, as we will still have a meeting to discuss this later. Guman quickly understood that Shen Fei sought counsel or perhaps a definitive resolution. From a practical standpoint, Huaxin's entry into the smart home appliance market is indeed feasible, even in the technically challenging aspects. In light of the booming real estate market, the home appliance industry is also reaping the rewards of this era. However, not all brands can capitalize on these benefits. At the very least, third-tier brands are largely excluded from this economic boon, with production lines often left idle. Consumers typically refrain from purchasing these third-tier brands for reasons of warranty and brand reputation. In the future, perhaps leveraging investments in Pinduoduo or online platforms could enable a turnaround for these third-tier brands. But currently, their situation is quite dire. Given our technological and system development capabilities, entering the smart home appliance sector is indeed promising. We could realize a vision where a smartphone controls all home appliances within a room, exuding a sense of technological sophistication that would undoubtedly attract users willing to pay for such convenience. Personally, I would be inclined to purchase such a design. An air conditioner, a television, and various other appliances, each requiring their own remote control, can indeed be quite cumbersome. This statement prompted Shen Fei to reflect. The future lies in convenience and simplicity, or rather, whoever can make life easier will seize the market. After a long day of labor, the last thing one wishes to do is rummage around for a remote control, adding to their already heightened irritation. And what is your envisioned smart living situation? In my vision, upon opening the door, the living room lights automatically illuminate, the curtains draw open, and the rice cooker has already prepared the meal. The air conditioner has adjusted the indoor temperature to the most comfortable setting. I would only need to prepare a few dishes before dining. This concept is indeed commendable. Perhaps the most challenging aspect would be the cooking itself. Haha, indeed. Should we design a rice bin within a rice cooker? Yet, the other ideas are also quite impressive. Do you believe we should directly acquire a company or collaborate with a major brand? The decision between private label and self-production has indeed impeded Shen Fei's decision-making process. Major brands have already ingrained themselves in consumers' minds, with the belief that their quality is assured. Currently, Huaxin has gained consumer recognition in the smartphone sector, but it remains a novice in the home appliance arena. Even with strong research and development capabilities, gaining consumer trust in a short time frame is no easy feat, however. This statement left Guman astounded. Boss, didn't you ask me to help you consider this? Why does it feel as though you're asking me to make the decision? In my personal opinion, from the perspective of brand influence, it would be better to collaborate with a major brand. They possess a complete after-sales system and a reputable name, which consumers recognize. This will save considerable time for our smart home appliance initiative. Although it may result in relinquishing a portion of profits, it is worthwhile. Prior to the meeting, Shen Fei formulated some preliminary plans, dispatching a team to Guli to prepare for outsourcing the production of their smart air conditioners. After several days of contemplation, Shen Fei concluded that outsourcing was indeed the optimal choice at this juncture. In the realm of air conditioning, Guli is undoubtedly the strongest domestic player, widely recognized by consumers, and currently ranks first in sales. Additionally, Guli's advertisement touting its core technology left a lasting impression on Shen Fei, which was a significant factor in selecting Guli as the initial partner. However, they clearly did not recognize Huaxin's visit and regarded it as nonsense, asserting that how could a major appliance like an air conditioner be connected to the concept of intelligence? As the saying goes, the more functions, the more failures. They opted to reject Huaxin's fanciful ideas. The primary reason for their dismissal was Sister Dong's aversion to such private labeling, perceiving Huaxin as a thief attempting to pilfer Guli's technology. Gui has invested a considerable sum in research and development, and yet you merely affix a label to the fruits of our labor and walk away with them. Is that not an egregious loss for Gui? The welcome mat was not extended to us. Even Shen Fei did not insist that this negotiation team continue. Subsequent engagements were abandoned as well. A single instance of being turned away sufficed. There was no pretense of performance, and I, the magnate, am willing to concede. We too are amenable. Not everyone possesses the lofty ambitions of Gui and their lackluster execution. Please refrain from encroaching upon our market. The initial rejection solidified Shen Fei's resolve. If we're to venture into the realm of smart home appliances, we shall do so through direct acquisition. After all, Huaxin is not lacking in funds. Why endure such indignities? I am eager to discover just how formidable their so-called core technology truly is. It is only a matter of time before they find themselves seeking assistance from Huaxin. The ensuing market trends validated Huaxin's prowess, while the traditional brands languished, reliant solely on price wars and the fading reputations of yesteryear to survive in the shadows of the market. Mr. Shen, what is the agenda for this meeting? Nearby, Shen Fei, noticing Wang Teng's exuberance, decided to tease him. Wang Teng, your verbosity merits a deduction from your monthly bonus. Oh no, Mr. Shen, please. The assembled crowd erupted into laughter. I am already in dire straits, and yet you all find amusement in my plight. Is there no sympathy among you? Wang Teng, unable to contain himself, joined in the laughter. All right, it was but a jest. Now that everyone is present, let us adopt a more serious demeanor. This time, we are preparing to embark on a cross-industry venture. Upon hearing Shen Fei broach the serious topic, the room fell silent as everyone adopted a more somber disposition. Cross-industry, a phrase that indeed signifies a significant evolution for Huaxin. After all, Huaxin technology has already made strides in various sectors: screen panels, batteries, camera lenses, chip manufacturing, and is currently developing flash memory and RAM. One could assert that Huaxin has achieved a closed loop within the mobile phone industry and has even garnered some influence in the electric vehicle arena. Huaxin's high-density batteries are no trifling matter. With equal endurance at a lighter weight, the space saved can accommodate additional batteries, enhancing longevity. Mr. Shen, which industry is on your radar for this cross-industry venture? Our public relations department is fully supportive. This time, we aim to penetrate the smart home appliance sector. The attendees immediately grasped the implications. While Huaxin is involved in numerous industries, they are predominantly within the electronics realm, which is indeed distinct from the traditional home appliance sector. With the real estate market currently booming, those with the means to purchase homes certainly do not shy away from spending on smart home devices. Are we talking about the kind of intelligent monitoring like that of the Rise company? Close enough. It involves controlling these appliances through mobile devices. The attendees quickly understood the underlying principles, which indeed were not complex, and were areas where Huaxin excelled. So, Mr. Shen, shall we seek partners for manufacturing? Or proceed with acquisitions? Acquisitions. There is no significant technical challenge involved. Upon hearing this, the crowd was hardly surprised. In fact, they leaned more towards the acquisition route. If Huaxin's smart appliances were to gain traction, managing production capacity could become cumbersome. Moreover, the technologies employed by these so-called legacy manufacturers are largely outdated. having surpassed their patent protection periods. They are merely living off past glories, with scant investment in research and development. Mr. Shen, our investment department will soon identify several promising companies and prepare a detailed report for your review. Shen Fei nodded in acknowledgement. Our R&D department will recruit a cadre of specialized talents for development. Meeting adjourned. Chapter 133, The Rice Note Launch Event. Mr. Shen, Lei Busi has sent you an invitation, specifically urging you to attend. In the midst of his deliberations on entering the smart home appliance sector, Shen Fei had neglected that Rice was launching their new high-end Note series today. However, attending alone would be rather dull, especially since they were unveiling the Snapdragon 810. A good show is best enjoyed with company. Shall we invite Wang Tung? Old Wang, Lei Busi has sent us an invitation. Are you interested in attending? Wang Tung pondered for a moment and agreed. Sure, they prepared the cooling system for them. I am keen to see how Lei Busi will extol the virtues of such a subpar processor. The buzz, both online and offline, was palpable, even with the Snapdragon 810 being the centerpiece of this launch. A legion of Rice fans had flocked from afar to witness Lei Busi's presentation. After all, while one might forego purchasing a Rice phone, one simply could not miss Lei's launch event. For those unable to attend, fans flooded the live stream with their comments. It is worth noting that prior to this event, Lei Busi had claimed online that they aimed to create the most temperate Snapdragon 810, balancing performance with thermal management. Shen Fei observed Lei Busi on stage, thinking to himself, if taming a dragon were so simple, it would not be a dragon at all. Lei Busi did not disappoint. Rather than detailing how they subdued the dragon, he began by discussing their proprietary Jinsha River battery. He claimed that this battery featured numerous breakthroughs and that substantial resources had been invested in collaboration with battery manufacturers. He refrained from revealing the identity of these manufacturers, lest the truth be exposed. Shen Fei felt a twinge of awkwardness as he listened to Lei Busi, prompting Wang Tung to comment, Mr. Shen, we could certainly learn a thing or two from Lei when it comes to launch events. Shen Fei could only nod in silence. If we weren't your battery suppliers, I might genuinely believe the effort you put forth was monumental. Nonetheless, this approach evidently resonated as the audience of Rice fans erupted into applause. When it came to the crucial performance metrics, Lei Busi could not sidestep the issue. While he could gloss over other aspects, this was simply non-negotiable. After all, the Snapdragon 810 had lost the trust of many, instilling a sense of dread. For the Snapdragon 810, we adopted a notably conservative tuning strategy, which diverges from our usual approach at Rice. However, given its nature as a dragon, we had no choice but to comply, resulting in a final score of 80,500. Upon hearing this score, Wang Tung realized the extensive efforts Rice had undertaken to mitigate the Snapdragon's shortcomings. It is essential to note that this score could not even surpass that of a testing machine, which requires no thermal management, merely meeting the chip's testing requirements. This indicates that the Snapdragon's performance was at its nadir. The latest Rice Note series not only incorporated a graphene cooling system purchased from Huaxin, but also included custom copper plates. The cooling capabilities were maximized, yet performance remained comparable to that of the testing machine. Clearly, Lei Busi had throttled performance significantly. While this score may not rival that of competitors' contemporaneous products, we can undoubtedly boast superior thermal management. Additionally, we have equipped the device with a 500 square millimeter copper plate along with an equivalently sized VC liquid cooling system to effectively dissipate the CPU's generated heat. In a moment of reprisal, Lei Busi mentioned a certain competitor without naming names, alluding to the recent Snapdragon 810 launch by that very company. Everyone was acutely aware of who this so-called competitor was. Haha, Lei Busi never holds a grudge. He retaliates promptly. But is this cooling system identical to Huaxin's? Internal sources confirmed that indeed. It was previously acquired from Huaxin specifically to tame the dragon, assuring consumers they could purchase with confidence, as long as the price remains reasonable. This initial launch will certainly attract interest. It is clear that Lei Busi was eager to avoid spending excessive time discussing the chip, as the more he talked, the more mistakes he made. He simply hoped that such dragons would not reappear in the future. How fortuitous! You shall soon encounter one. Regarding the display, we have incorporated a 6-inch LCD screen, maintaining a resolution of 1080p. This undoubtedly represents the pinnacle of LCD technology, delivering an exceptionally remarkable visual experience. After all, this generation of the Redmi Note is designed with a focus on large screens, aiming to capture a significant share of the large screen market. Moreover, it is imperative to note that with a larger display, the dimensions of the phone will also increase, allowing for enhanced heat dissipation. Having discussed the paramount aspects of heat management and chip performance, We also extolled the merits of our chosen display, which remains the only aspect of the device unlikely to falter. Perhaps, after all, if the screen calibration is off, color distortion may occur. However, given the nature of LCD materials, the likelihood of such issues is exceedingly minimal. We then proceeded to highlight other selling points of the Redmi Note, such as imaging capabilities and charging speed. While other brands focus heavily on certain core features, it is evident that for Redmi, these aspects are merely secondary. Significant investments have already been allocated to the chip and cooling system, which inevitably constrains the budget for imaging components. The reality is that Redmi must turn a profit, and there is little that can be done about it. As for charging, this too is constrained. Redmi was one of the last to join the fast charging consortium and can currently only offer a maximum charging level of 225W due to cost considerations. Our Redmi Note boasts formidable performance, an exquisite display, and satisfactory charging capabilities, all while being powered by the somewhat restrained Snapdragon 810. I can only describe it as exceptionally robust. As the audience erupted into applause, it became apparent that Lei Jun was transitioning into the conclusion of his presentation. The moment they anticipated, the price was surely approaching. Amidst the cheers, Lei Jun uttered that familiar phrase. What is the price of this impressive Redmi Note? $1699, $1299, and the ever-familiar $1999. Regardless of the number shouted, the audience understood one thing. For such a powerful device, a price of $1999 was utterly implausible. It would undoubtedly be priced above 2,000 yuan. After all, shouting costs nothing, doesn't it? Concurrently, the live stream was inundated with comments echoing the $1999 figure. Clearly, that price point had resonated deeply with the Redmi fans. However, this was evidently not what Lei Jun had in mind. So he sought to stir the crowd's emotions once more. For this Redmi Note, we have invested significantly to tame the Snapdragon 810, making $1999 simply unfeasible. So, what's the final price? $2,398. The 332GB variant is priced at 2,398 yuan, the 364GB variant at 2,699 yuan, and the 464GB variant at 2,999 yuan. Upon seeing these prices, Shen Fei was taken aback. Lei Jun indeed displayed audacity, and perhaps a touch of vindictiveness. OnePlus, you've already irked me once. Do you plan to irritate me again? I sell at $2,399, and you sell at $2,398? How miserly can one be? As the event concluded, Shen Fei and Wang Tong greeted Lei Jun backstage before departing the stage. After all, they would soon be occupied with their own launch event and assisting fellow competitors in overcoming obstacles. Lei Jun couldn't shake the peculiar chill that had crept in after their brief exchange. Why did this sensation arise now, when he hadn't felt it moments before? Chapter 134. The Ascendance of the Redmi Company? As the event wrapped up, the audience dispersed. The fervor generated by the launch was just beginning. Terms such as brand new Note series and Redmi Breaks 1999 began trending. In terms of pricing and specifications, this Redmi Note directly competes with the first-generation OnePlus and remains an exceptionally cost-effective option. While it may lag slightly in imaging capabilities, its overall specifications are commendable. Given its price range, it is unrealistic to expect perfection in every regard. Even the camera-centric Huawei S series exhibits notable shortcomings. This time, Redmi is positioning its Note series at $2,398 to directly challenge OnePlus's $2,399 with a clear target audience. Consumers not only save a yuan, but also gain superior heat dissipation, a marginally better display, and an enhanced MIUI experience, fostering confidence in their decision-making. In terms of imaging quality, all brands are relatively comparable, merely meeting basic scanning standards. Regarding battery life, although both feature 3,800 mAh batteries, Redmi's optimization allows it to surpass the OnePlus in overall endurance. However, in terms of charging speed, Redmi's 225W simply cannot match OnePlus's 27W. Yet, the difference is marginal. OnePlus can save approximately 5 minutes in charging time. This indicates that OnePlus's 27W charging is not fully realized, typically operating around 18W for the majority of the time. Why does this generation of Redmi Note seem so appealing? It feels even more enticing than the discounted OnePlus. Indeed, their heat dissipation system appears competent enough to manage the Snapdragon 810. Perhaps I should continue to observe for a while. The Snapdragon 801 in my possession can still endure. Thankfully, it is winter. Otherwise, it would still be quite hot in summer. It is evident that consumers are quite receptive to this Note series from Redmi, as it stands as one of the most affordable devices equipped with the Snapdragon 810 processor. A single yuan is still a significant amount. The moment this price was announced, the competitors felt a wave of nausea wash over them. How could they justify further price reductions after just having lowered them a week prior? Yet, a considerable number of consumers chose to wait and see, particularly given the reputation of the Snapdragon 810. How well has Redmi optimized this chip? The words of those so-called tech bloggers and competitors cannot be trusted. Those who believe have already committed to the first-generation OnePlus, frying eggs with it. The moment sales commenced, it became apparent that Redmi was faring much better online than its competitors. Consumers demonstrated their choices through tangible actions. However, due to the Snapdragon 810, some potential buyers remained hesitant, opting to observe a little longer. Within 10 minutes of launch, the Redmi Note series surpassed 100,000 units sold. Within an hour, it exceeded 180,000 units. This performance for the average Redmi company may not seem impressive. In fact, it marks the lowest initial sales figures for any Redmi product to date. Even the original Redmi did not perform this poorly at launch. One cannot deny that the Snapdragon has hindered Redmi's progress. How can we persuade those shareholders to significantly increase investment in chip research and development? As these thoughts crossed Lei Jun's mind, a headache began to form, stemming from the previous fallout with Huaxin. If he managed to convince them to invest in chip development, would Huaxin still be willing to assist as they had before? Shen Fei, what do you think? Lei Jun, do you think I care? The mere thought of this caused Lei Jun to wince in pain, and he quickly turned his attention to sales figures. It must be said that Lei Jun was quite pleased with these sales results. In just 1 hour, sales surpassed 180,000 units. At this rate, tomorrow could see at least 250,000 units sold, as true Redmi fans had already shown their support. The subsequent growth rate would undoubtedly slow down. It is essential to remember that this is the Snapdragon 810, and consumers had just learned the hard way about its implications. The impression left by this experience is not easily changed, and one can only hope that the subsequent reputation remains intact. To ascertain the cost of a Xiaomi Note, which has reached approximately $1,900, while being sold at a price of $2,399, it is evident that Xiaomi does not retain substantial profit margins. When aggregating profits from various aspects, the company earns around 500 yuan per unit of Xiaomi Note. Although there remains a price reduction space of 500 yuan, Xiaomi must still generate revenue. Thus, it is implausible to entirely deplete this margin unless Lei Jun opts to sell at a loss. It is imperative to bolster marketing efforts and swiftly clear the current inventory of Snapdragon 810, especially as competitors have recently reduced their prices. A subsequent price drop is unfeasible, and expeditious sales are crucial. The competitors' costs are evidently lower than those of Xiaomi, granting them greater leeway for price reductions, which could lead to their products entering the 1,000 yuan range, thus significantly enhancing their competitive edge. However, Lei Jun was pleasantly surprised by the launch of their ecological products. As the sales of Xiaomi's smart surveillance systems surpassed 20,000 units within an hour, this has undoubtedly yielded considerable satisfaction for Lei Jun. Although sales figures may not be exceptionally high, they validate the viability of the ecological product path. Furthermore, the profit margins for this product are remarkably favorable, with production costs around 100 yuan and a selling price of 299 yuan, yielding a profit of 200 yuan per unit. Even though this pricing is considered economical within the current surveillance market, consumers' trust in Xiaomi ensures robust support. Lei Jun proudly announced that the first-day sales of the Xiaomi Note series successfully exceeded 300,000 units, marking a new milestone, and expressed gratitude to the loyal Xiaomi fans. In the future, the company is committed to delivering even more powerful Xiaomi smartphones, with the Green Factory swiftly surpassing 300,000 units. It leaves me feeling like a mere jester. Such prowess. I contributed 1 unit, yet I remain uncertain about its true performance. So many rushing for the initial release? Aren't you concerned about Xiaomi igniting a fire? Upon observing the online reviews, Lei Jun felt immensely satisfied. As long as there is traffic and buzz, it will ultimately translate into sales data. At this current pace, he firmly believes that the sales of the Xiaomi Note series will exceed 500,000 by December. Especially considering it is already late December and the sales targets should not be overly ambitious. The goal of 2 million units is merely Xiaomi's initial endeavor. The forthcoming Xiaomi 5 series is poised to be the company's definitive foray into the high-end market. It is hoped that next year's Snapdragon 820 will not merely be a fleeting trend, but will successfully guide the company on its premium journey. Just as Lei Jun was lost in daydreams, Huaxin began to mobilize. The marketing department, logistics department, and most importantly, Wang Teng were all diligently preparing. However, Having previously tasted success with the X series, Shen Fei intended to find another facilitator for the Z series launch. Chapter 135, Huaxin's Heat Sink. Shen, are you slacking off again? Wang Teng remarked as he entered, spotting Shen Fei engrossed in his phone screen, seemingly playing a game. This is hardly slacking. I am merely experiencing our partner's new mobile game. The QQ Speed mobile game has been completed and is now gearing up for promotional activities. Wang Teng even encouraged his employees to play during work hours to identify any bugs, as QQ Speed is essentially a port from the PC version. And some unforeseen bugs are to be expected. Why are you here? Aren't you busy preparing for the Z series launch? And isn't the gaming phone from Huaxin also under your purview, set for release soon? Upon hearing Shen Fei's rapid-fire inquiries, Wang Teng was momentarily speechless. Come on, do you really realize how much work I have? It's all delegated. As for the Z series launch, I plan to have my secretary present. She has learned quite a bit from me, and the process is nearly second nature to her. Being youthful and energetic, she is likely to attract more consumer interest than I could. Hearing this, Shen Fei nodded in agreement. He had harbored similar thoughts. The previous launch event had validated this approach. The technical aspects could be entrusted to the seasoned experts. Detailed explanations should be left to the secretaries. However, it is crucial to note that the Z series is not the primary aim of this launch event. The ultimate purpose is to flex their technological prowess and demonstrate their research capabilities to global consumers. The event aims to showcase the allure of full-screen technology while relegating obsolete technologies to the annals of history. Without me, Google Android, do you dare to present a full-screen experience? Guess who I refer to as obsolete? Just wait until our own system is unveiled. Meanwhile, we shall extend a little assistance to our competitors, for the Snapdragon is formidable and requires taming. We seek support. So, you have nothing to do and wish to slack off a bit? Wang Teng chuckled, reaching into his pocket to pull out 2 small boxes. What are you holding? Shen Fei inquired, intrigued by Wang Teng's peculiar actions. These are our mass-produced heat sinks. I grabbed a few during quality checks, thought you might like to experience their performance. Hearing this, Shen Fei's curiosity piqued. After having submitted the designs to them, he had not followed up since. Although he had only seen images, he was quite eager to see the final product. Noticing Shen Fei's interest, Wang Teng promptly handed him a heat sink and shared some specifications. We have yet to name this heat sink. It weighs approximately 140 grams, which is a bit hefty, but its cooling performance is commendable. The power output is currently capable of 10 watts, maintaining stability over time, and can reduce temperatures by around 15 degrees. Upon hearing this data, Shen Fei nodded appreciatively. It was indeed impressive and sufficient to manage the heat from the Snapdragon. There is no need to lower the temperature to 0 degrees. Keeping it around 20 to 30 degrees, just cool enough to handle, is adequate. Is it really that effective? Let's give it a try. Your boss has sent you a game invitation. Do you wish to accept? Wang Teng was naturally thrilled by the opportunity to play during work hours. But the prospect of playing with his boss brought a different kind of pressure. Winning could jeopardize his year-end bonus, while losing might invite ridicule from the boss. After playing several rounds of QQ Speed, they noticed that the frame rates were indeed more stable with the heatsink. Although their own Tianxin 810 could easily handle QQ Speed, prolonged play could lead to thermal throttling. However, with the heatsink, there was no fear of the CPU throttling due to heat, preventing any lagging issues. The heatsink performed admirably, and users from competing brands would surely appreciate it. Meanwhile, the public discourse surrounding overheating gradually diminished following OnePlus's proactive price reduction. However, many users continued to voice concerns, although OnePlus's prices had dropped, significantly enhancing its value proposition. The overheating issue remained unresolved. Gamers reported that devices overheated within a short period, resulting in performance drops. It's too hot. Even I, who doesn't T-game, find it unbearable. My Xiaomi is superior. The added cooling is quite effective, though it still feels a bit warm. Next month, new products are expected to tame the Snapdragon 810, which is something to look forward to. A prominent figure, Shen Fei, founder of Huaxin Technology, elicited astonishment among netizens with his replies. Has Shen's account been hacked? Is this real, Shen? Will my Snapdragon 810 be saved? Rest assured, we are committed to helping our competitors manage the Snapdragon. We have even launched a new product line for this purpose. Stay tuned, Shen Fei responded. Is such an outstanding product from Shen expensive? We Huaxin fans are eager for it. Shen Fei would never be lured by such a question devoid of technical substance. If you wish to ascertain the price, it would be prudent to attentively observe the press conference. As for those who claim allegiance to Huaxin, it is apparent that they do not even utilize Huaxin phones. They are neither employees of the rice factory, yet they employ such overt tactics in an attempt to ensnare themselves. At the very least, one ought to present a Huaxin phone for inquiry. Witnessing the fervent discussions online, Shen Fei would undoubtedly seize this wave of enthusiasm and initiate a new pre-release campaign. The publicity department, noticing that their esteemed leader has generated considerable buzz, promptly followed suit. The Huaxin New Year press conference is scheduled for January 1st, heralding the launch of the new warrior at an affordable price, officially commencing the Huaxin X1 strategy. Presently, one may enjoy delightful gifts by making an early reservation. Meanwhile, Lei Busi, upon seeing this announcement, mused, "Brother, I just unveil my news. And now you seek to overshadow me." Moreover, it was evidently the rice company that first declared its foray into the smart home sector. How dare you appropriate my concept? What about Huaxin? Your smart home products have yet to be unveiled. Furthermore, I am not even releasing smart home devices this time, merely introducing new accessories for your rice phones. Ah, the whims of commercial competition. Earnings should be earned through merit. The first shot of the new year is fired by Huaxin. What does Huaxin's X1 signify? Could it be aspiring to become a general store like the rice brand? In such a climate of public discourse, there is no shortage of on-site enthusiasts, such as friends or family members, claiming insider knowledge. I have heard from a classmate working at Huaxin that their boss recently dispatched them to investigate preparations for entering the home appliance industry. How amusing! Is this not an overly ambitious leap? Who would dare purchase furniture crafted by a mobile phone manufacturer? Has Huaxin become too complacent? Just as they are establishing a foothold in the high-end market, they wish to diversify? Why not consider vehicle manufacturing instead? The information circulating online is a mix of truth and fabrication, with some details possibly leaked by the publicity department to gauge market reactions. Clearly, netizens remain skeptical about Huaxin's entry into the home appliance sector. Nonetheless, this skepticism does not hinder the forthcoming press conference. Chapter 136. New Energy Manufacturers. Mr. Shen, the battery factory has submitted a new report. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei, somewhat perplexed, contemplated the current situation where the battery factory's production capacity was more than adequate, even allowing for external sales. Why, then, had they communicated? Was it due to a technological breakthrough, or perhaps issues with a new branch factory? However, upon reviewing the report, a smile emerged on Shen Fei's face. This year, with increased support, more individuals are venturing into the automotive industry. Unlike traditional fuel vehicles, these newcomers utilize renewable energy sources, such as batteries, to distinguish themselves from established automobile manufacturers. They self-identify as new automotive forces, painting grand and ambitious visions. It is evident that higher authorities also seek to achieve a leapfrog advantage in the automotive sector through a process of elimination. Yet, how many among these so-called new forces are genuinely committed to vehicle manufacturing remains uncertain. The report mentioned a car company named Xiaopeng, established this year, which attracted numerous angel investors through impressive presentations, thus financing the project. Shen Fei was well aware of this company. His father had shown interest when it was founded, mentioning it several times in his presence. However, at that time, Shen Fei was preoccupied with preparations for the Huaxin X2 series and thus overlooked this enterprise. Nevertheless, the founder, He Xiaopeng, possesses commendable capabilities and is certainly not a fool. After its establishment, the company acquired a bankrupt local automobile manufacturer, securing the necessary licenses to enter the automotive sector. They are currently preparing to develop their first vehicle, and in the realm of new energy, the power source is paramount. As the name suggests, they will employ electric motors. While Huaxin stands at a moderate level in the electric motor industry, the American company Tesla has recently released a significant number of patents, which explains the surge of new forces emerging rapidly this year. Yet upon entering this field, one soon discovers that many of these so-called patents are essentially worthless. Given the choice of electric motors as the power source, batteries become indispensable. Presently, Huaxin technology occupies a leading position in the battery sector akin to that of a trailblazer. Having recently garnered substantial investment, He Xiaopeng promptly approached Huaxin Technology to collaborate on developing their core technology. This strategy would enable them to secure further funding from investors and realize their aspirations of manufacturing vehicles. While framed as a collaborative effort, it essentially involves paying Huaxin Technology to assist in research. However, Shen Fei remains uncertain about their true intentions. Will it be a joint investment with shared technology? Or will Xiaopeng Automotive pay a premium for Huaxin to develop high-density batteries suitable for electric vehicles, retaining the patents for themselves and subsequently sourcing production from factories? Or will it merely entail incorporating Huaxin into their supply chain, subsidizing a portion of the research expenses? Among these three potential pathways, Shen Fei is most optimistic about the third option, believing that when the technology matures, they can seamlessly enter the automotive industry. Dad, I need to discuss something with you. Should Huaxin also venture into the new energy vehicle sector? Upon hearing this, Shen Fei's father fell silent on the other end of the line. He had previously been vocal about the imminent rise of the new energy industry, while his son had shown little interest, despite having invested in several companies. Today, his son proposed that Huaxin would directly engage in the field. Though subsidies for new energy are currently attractive, the market is turbulent. I have also heard that you plan to enter the home appliance sector. If you expand into automobiles, we may find ourselves stretched too thin, managing 4 fronts simultaneously. Upon hearing these words, Shen Fei realized that he had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Although resources are plentiful, entering the automotive industry is far from straightforward. All right, I understand. For now, let us stabilize our core business. His father advised, if you genuinely wish to enter the automotive sector, consider starting as a supplier for a few years. Then, increase your investment to develop your core technology, and you can directly acquire a factory to launch your own brand. In truth, being a supplier does not preclude one from achieving the status of a top-tier supplier, akin to how Gaodong holds a prominent position in the mobile phone industry. Such premier suppliers in the automotive sector, much like Gaodong, surpass most integrators in terms of revenue and profit. Understood, Dad. Of course. Shen Fei's father did not mention that the current support from higher authorities is tightening. Investigations have revealed that many manufacturers are merely seeking subsidies without making any real technological advancements, and even sales figures often reflect falsehoods, concocted merely to deceive for subsidies. Entering the fray at this juncture could invite unnecessary complications. It may be wiser to operate as a supplier, reaping profits while accumulating technical experience. Shen Fei's father trusted that he would grasp this point. Since Xiaoping Automotive had sought out Huaxin, it spared him the burden of penetrating the automotive supply chain market. However, due to the magnitude of this matter, Wei Guohua did not dare to make unilateral decisions and thus submitted the report to Shen Fei, allowing him to make the final determination. After concluding the call with his father, Shen Fei reopened the document, which also contained He Xiaoping's phone number. Nevertheless, the matter ultimately required the Research Institute's input, prompting Shen Fei to plan a visit. As he strolled down the corridor, his phone vibrated within his pocket. Upon retrieving it, he noticed an unfamiliar number, yet it bore a certain familiarity. It was indeed the number from the report. It seemed that Mr. He was growing impatient and wished to inquire personally about Huaxin's intentions. As soon as the call connected, the voice on the other end eagerly began to speak. The disparity in status between the two parties was indeed substantial, and He Xiaoping feared that if he delayed in speaking, Shen Fei might abruptly terminate the call. Hello, Mr. Shen? I am He Xiaoping from Xiaoping Motors. A couple of days ago, I visited your battery factory to discuss a collaboration, and I was received by Mr. Wei. However, he mentioned that the matter was too significant for him to decide and would submit a report. I wonder if you have had a chance to review it? Upon hearing this, Shen Fei immediately recognized He Xiaoping's urgency. After all, with the increasing number of players in the new energy sector, introducing their products sooner would secure a larger share of the market. Furthermore, the supportive policies for new energy were gradually tightening, making it a rapidly evolving landscape. This was the crux of his anxiety. Hello, Mr. He. Yes, I have heard about it. I just finished reviewing the report. That's wonderful, Mr. Shen. We are currently seeking a robust technical partner for the batteries at Xiaoping Motors, aiming to collaborate on developing our proprietary battery. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei promptly interjected. Mr. He, regarding this collaboration, how will the patents be divided? Naturally, both parties will jointly share the rights. Shen Fei couldn't help but chuckle at this statement, while He Xiaoping suddenly grasped the implications. Before he could respond, Shen Fei remarked, Mr. He, it seems you are attempting to pull off a trick, akin to catching a wolf with empty hands. Chapter 137, Reaching an Agreement. So, you mean that Huaxin will invest funds and provide research personnel, only for you to pocket half of the results for free? At this point, Shen Fei paused, though he held back a thought. Do you really think I am a fool, Mr. He? Realizing his blunder, He Xiaoping hurriedly clarified, Mr. Shen, we will cover the research funds. Huaxin will solely focus on the R&D aspect. Hearing this, Shen Fei felt a significant reduction in his irritation. Yet it was clear that this was not what he had anticipated. After all, what was Huaxin? A lucrative entity that had no shortage of funds. Moreover, the screen and battery factories had just received a substantial order, with the initial payment already processed, leaving him pondering where to allocate the funds. Mr. He, we at Huaxin do not lack in financial resources. Upon hearing this, He Xiaoping fell silent, realizing that Huaxin typically acquired assets outright and thus had no financial constraints. His strategy of leveraging money to sway Huaxin's interest was destined to fail. As He Xiaoping lingered in silence, Shen Fei proposed, Mr. He, I have a suggestion that I hope you might consider. Huaxin will conduct RD according to the technical standards you require. Xiaoping Motors can pay $50 million for exclusive usage rights over 2 years. As for the final pricing, it will be determined based on our RD expenditures, production costs, and the specifications you require. He Xiaoping remained contemplative, as this diverged significantly from his initial expectations. Mr. Shen, is there truly no room for negotiation? No. I must be accountable for our RD personnel. The staff at Huaxin also share in the profits, which is why they are so dedicated to their research. Yet, He Xiaoping clearly sought to negotiate further, hoping to secure more advantageous terms. How about this, Mr. Shen? My tone suddenly softened. Tomorrow, I will personally fly over, and we can engage in a more detailed discussion. You must understand that traditional automotive manufacturers have reached a dead end, and due to their size, they struggle to pivot. This is an opportune moment for Chinese automotive companies to overtake the competition. Although Xiaoping Motors is relatively new, we possess a wealth of technical talent and are eager to make a significant impact in this market, hoping for Huaxin support. Shen Fei tightened his grip on the phone and replied, Very well, Mr. He. We welcome your visit, and I shall personally receive you tomorrow. After terminating the call, Shen Fei returned to his office, abandoning his initial intent to head to the laboratory. He pondered the future of automotive enterprises. What would they ultimately resemble? Was it prudent to place his bets on these so-called new energy players? Or should he heed his father Shen Shihua's advice, which suggested that the current automotive market was too chaotic for Huaxin to engage? Perhaps it would be wiser to serve as a supplier for 2 years, waiting for the market to stabilize before acquiring one or more companies to establish his own automotive industry. After much contemplation, Shen Fei could not arrive at a definitive conclusion and ultimately chose to consult the system. System, which of these paths do you find most promising? Hybrid. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei fell silent. What exactly was a hybrid? With current battery technology, long-distance travel was unattainable. Consumers typically kept a vehicle for over a decade, and there would inevitably be situations requiring travel. As fossil fuels dwindled, developing new energy sources was indeed a necessary choice. In this regard, the leaders of Huaxin displayed considerable acumen. So what exactly is this hybrid? Does it involve both a fuel engine and an electric motor? Bingo, you are correct. However, there is no reward for you. As your system, I do not endorse your immediate entry into the fray. Most of the pioneers who venture forth first often find themselves perishing on the beach. While I do not recommend that you dive in just yet, you can certainly engage in relevant technological research, such as developing your own electric motors or generators and other supporting facilities. I understand now. I will instruct the RD team accordingly. Good. If there is nothing else, do not disturb me. I have a date to attend. Shen Fei, you a system. Have a date? What's wrong with that? Shen Fei drew a circle and muttered a curse at the system. With his doubts assuaged, Shen Fei once more departed his office and made his way to the battery laboratory, located on the 3rd floor of the building. It did not take long for Shen Fei to arrive at the entrance of the research institute. With the assistance of a laboratory assistant, he donned the lab coat. At that moment, the laboratory was conducting a battery penetration experiment, and the chief engineer, Huaxin, was anxiously observing the voltmeter. Clearly unaware that their boss had entered the lab for an inspection, still fixated on the voltmeter. As the steel needle slowly pierced the battery on the experimental table, the voltmeter's digits fluctuated violently before ultimately stabilizing at a satisfactory value. With the conclusion of the experiment, Huaxin's tense expression finally broke into a smile. His assistant remarked, Chief Hua, the results of this modified formula are impressive. The density has increased to 25, and the battery has not caught fire. Could it be that our 3rd-generation high-density battery is complete? Indeed, we can preliminarily confirm that the technology is mature, but large-scale testing is still necessary. Engrossed in their discussion of technological advancements, they remained oblivious to the arrival of their boss until another assistant exclaimed, Chief Hua, Engineer Li, the boss is here. Upon hearing this, both men promptly turned around, finding Shen Fei indeed standing behind them. They quickly said, Mr. Shen, we were so engrossed in the experiment that we didn't notice your arrival. That's how it should be. If you all welcomed me the moment I walked in, it would disrupt your workflow. I am merely an outsider. No matter how you explain, I will not comprehend. Laughter erupted among the group, easing the tension in the room. Although Shen Fei lacked technical expertise, he could grasp the essence of their conversation. It appeared that their high-density battery had achieved another breakthrough. However, it would likely not be needed immediately, and they would have to continue with technological stratification for further research. Boss, I ask what brings you here. Is there something you wish to instruct us on? Nodding, Shen Fei quickly responded, an automotive manufacturer has approached us, seeking our expertise in developing vehicle batteries. So I wanted to inquire if you have encountered any technical challenges. Upon hearing this, the two men exchanged thoughtful glances, recognizing that their company was already far ahead in the realm of mobile phone batteries. The recently developed third-generation battery remains unutilized by any mobile phone in the short term. The second-generation battery from Huaxin Battery Factory is exclusively employed in the Huaxin X series, rendering mass production of the third-generation battery unnecessary. Consequently, the two individuals find themselves devoid of research projects for the time being. Although Huaxin offers a commendable salary, the allure of research bonuses is far more enticing. Moreover, such projects entail a share in profits, which instantly captures their attention. Engineer Li hastily elucidated to Shen Fei that, from a chemical perspective, automotive batteries and mobile phone batteries belong to different applications under the same technological framework, yet in reality, the disparities are significant. Engineer Hua remarked that this disparity poses little challenge for them, but they remain uncertain about the time frame required by the client. However, as the automotive factory has just been established, ample time is available for research. Furthermore, the specific technical standards required will be discussed in detail tomorrow when the client visits, allowing both of them to accompany me for a clearer understanding during negotiations. The two immediately acknowledged this arrangement. Everything now hinges on the negotiations scheduled for tomorrow. However, merely having technical personnel is insufficient. Huang Tinya must also be brought in to assess the situation, with hopes of securing a substantial deal from Xiaoping Automotive. Xiaoping harbored an ominous premonition. Could it be that tomorrow's negotiations would prove even more arduous? Chapter 138. An unexpected call. The following morning, Shen Fei arrived early at the Huaxin building, awaiting Xiaoping's visit. Some matters are simply too intricate to articulate over the phone and could potentially lead to further misunderstandings. Thus, a face-to-face meeting is the optimal choice. With approximately an hour remaining before their agreed-upon time, Shen Fei idly began to play with the Huaxin X1 prototype on the table. The Huaxin Xe boasts a streamlined body complemented by a captivating blue sheen, instantly evoking the essence of a gaming phone. This marks the inaugural achievement of the Huaxin Mobile Phone Company, a joint venture between Huaxin and Penguin Corporation. Equipped with Huaxin Technology's latest cooling system and touch control engine, it ensures a delightful gaming experience for users. Initially, the Huaxin X1 was slated to debut alongside another joint project, the 5v5 game. However, the rapid investment pace by Dama led Penguin to perceive a new crisis, prompting them to vie for the lead. After all, the animosities between the two parties cannot be resolved with mere words. Ultimately, it was decided to advance the launch of the Huaxin X1, preparing to bind its release to the internal testing qualifications of the QQ Speed mobile game. The launch date for the Huaxin X1 has been set for the 15th of the month, precisely 2 weeks after the unveiling of the Huaxin Z series. Suddenly, Shen Fei's phone vibrated, and he initially assumed it was General He from Xiaoping Automotive arriving early. However, upon seeing the caller ID, he was momentarily taken aback. "Mr. Ma, what brings you to call?" Shen Fei answered, his voice tinged with surprise and curiosity. "Mr. Shen, how enjoyable is our QQ Speed game? I just had a brief playthrough and would love to hear your experience." Upon hearing this, Shen Fei was momentarily speechless. The fact that a high-ranking executive would personally call merely to inquire about the game's entertainment value was unexpected. His fingers unconsciously tapped the table, pondering the peculiar nature of this call. Since the collaboration began, their communication had been sparse, primarily relegated to company matters, rarely venturing into such topics. Thus, it was evident that Mr. Ma's true intentions were far more complex than they appeared. Suddenly, he glanced at the Huaxin X1 on the table, beginning to piece together the puzzle. The tactile feedback was indeed commendable, especially during drifting, where the vibration response felt remarkably authentic. Shen Fei chose his words carefully, ensuring these observations stemmed from a user-centric perspective. After all, he had been among the earliest internal testers and had garnered some insights regarding the gaming experience. However, I still believe the touch control could be further optimized. The current response time is slightly delayed. "Indeed, I share your sentiment," Mr. Ma replied after a brief pause. "Thus, I am contemplating whether we should postpone the launch of the Huaxin X1. The atmosphere in the office seemed to momentarily freeze. Within Penguin, there have been divergent opinions regarding entry into the mobile phone sector. However, due to Mr. Ma's influence, these voices have been quelled. It was unexpected for such a shift to occur so close to the launch. What does Mr. Ma propose?" We are considering initiating a small-scale internal test ahead of schedule, inviting select members of Penguin's community to experience it first. Mr. Ma's tone remained remarkably calm. Once interest peaks, we will then launch the Huaxin X1 and concurrently introduce an event that rewards the purchase of the phone with internal testing qualifications for QQ speed. In that moment, Shen Fei understood. The issue was not dissent within Penguin, but rather Mr. Ma's lack of confidence in their debut in the mobile sector. He also feared that tying the purchase of the phone to the internal testing codes could spark a public relations crisis. After all, Penguin's reputation had only recently begun to recover, and Mr. Ma certainly did not wish for the company to revert to a time when it was widely criticized. Of course, this concern was also linked to existing bugs in the internal testing version. If consumers chose to purchase the phone solely for the game, and subsequently encountered issues due to game bugs, it could severely damage the phone's sales. Thus, Mr. Ma appeared to be opting for a wait-and-see approach, a proposition that held merit. However, the factory had already commenced production, and the marketing department had prepared all promotional materials. Delaying the launch would necessitate a complete overhaul of all marketing strategies. I understand Mr. Ma's apprehensions, Shen Fei remarked as he turned towards his desk. However, with less than a month until the final launch, all promotional materials are ready. A sudden postponement could undermine market confidence. While Shen Fei held reservations regarding the gaming phone, he recognized this as a trial, and he regarded the company with significant importance. Long before the launch date was established, there had been a degree of pre-launch buzz online, and consumers were eagerly anticipating the arrival of this phone. After all, the Huaxin X1 was already remarkably powerful. How much more formidable would the overclocked version be? Furthermore, there was hope that this overclocked Huaxin might emerge as a game-changer. Are you regarding me or our Huaxin's semiconductor design with disdain? The emergence of a game-changer is merely indicative of their design capabilities. Although Qualcomm's comments were devoid of vulgarity, they felt quite offensive, leaving Shen Fei with a sense of discomfort. Thus, Mr. Ma inquired, I wish to hear your thoughts. Should we proceed as originally planned or delay? Mr. Ma was well aware of the considerable efforts Huaxin had invested in preparing for this phone's launch, which was precisely why he hesitated. After all, this was their area of expertise. Perhaps we could initiate the internal testing a bit earlier today and release a portion of the testing codes? Initiating early internal testing certainly appeared to be a viable option. After all, the internal testing version had already been developed and the servers were prepared, ready to commence public testing at any moment. As Mr. Ma pondered this option, a sudden knock resonated at Shen Fei's office door. Secretary Guman entered, announcing Mr. Shen, General, he has arrived early. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei glanced at his watch, noting it was indeed half an hour earlier than expected. It seemed General he was quite eager. However, eagerness could work to their advantage, as it would further accentuate the imbalance in their negotiating positions. Meanwhile, Mr. Ma, upon hearing that a guest was present, promptly remarked, Mr. Shen, let us pause our discussion for now. We will consider the feasibility of early internal testing. After hanging up the phone, Shen Fei felt a wave of relief. After all, QQ speed did not directly impact their interests. Ultimately, the decision now rested with Mr. Ma. They were merely a supplier in this endeavor. As Mr. Ma concluded his call, he too contemplated the suggestion of initiating early internal testing, weighing its potential benefits. The mobile gaming department has already outlined the necessary hardware requirements, with mobile performance needing to be at least on par with the Snapdragon 801. In other words, to run their own QQ speed, a phone must achieve a benchmark score of approximately 40,000. Currently, they're still optimizing the game in hopes of accommodating lower-end hardware. However, the internal testing phase is already sufficient. Ultimately, Ma Huateng resolved to make a decisive move. After concluding a call with Mr. Ma, Shen Fei straightened his attire and proceeded to the conference room. The moment he stepped out, he noticed He Xiaoping standing at the entrance of his office. Mr. Shen, I hope my sudden visit hasn't disrupted your regular work, He Xiaoping greeted. After exchanging pleasantries, Shen Fei promptly suggested, Mr. He, it seems rather impolite to stand here. Shall we head to the conference room? Li Gong and Hua Gong are waiting there. Upon hearing this, He Xiaoping eagerly responded, absolutely. I also brought something you will surely find intriguing. He raised a USB drive triumphantly, exuding a sense of assured victory. Shen Fei's gaze fell upon the USB drive, a vague sense of foreboding suggesting that today's negotiations would prove challenging. Chapter 139, The Equity Game. As soon as they entered the conference room, He Xiaoping hurriedly connected the USB drive to the nearby computer, as if it contained something of paramount importance. Once the USB was inserted, He Xiaoping swiftly opened a folder housing his most significant asset. The projection screen instantly revealed a plethora of intricate design blueprints. Shen Fei's attention was captivated by a series of 3D renderings. This was a brand new intelligent vehicle system. However, this left Shen Fei perplexed. Wasn't the purpose of this meeting to resolve battery supply issues? Why was the discussion veering towards an intelligent vehicle system? With so many battery manufacturers available, why target Huaxin, the most formidable contender? Of course, we have our eyes on your other offerings. He continued. This is the intelligent cockpit system we are developing, which will be implemented in our vehicles once they enter production. Shen Fei was momentarily taken aback. Was the R&D capability of new energy vehicle enterprises truly this formidable? It seemed prudent to remain a humble supplier. The waters were far too deep. He Xiaoping stood up, directing the laser pointer at the projection while observing the astonished audience below, a smile gracing his face. However, at the mention of this word, Shen Fei snapped back to reality from his astonishment. After all the build-up, it turned out to be mere empty promises, but enticing ones nonetheless, which explained why investors were eager to pay a premium to get involved. Shen Fei refrained from speaking, opting instead to observe how He Xiaoping intended to elaborate on this enticing prospect. However, the above technology is still in the development phase, and we are encountering bottlenecks in chip design and battery technology, necessitating the professional support of Huaxin technology. So, it was merely a PowerPoint presentation. No chip, no battery, no electronic control. In that moment, Shen Fei comprehended why, despite the multitude of battery manufacturers, Xiaoping was fixated on their own batteries. After all, in the smartphone industry, proprietary high-density batteries command the highest prices. Technology certainly affords one a certain audacity. It appeared that the so-called battery was merely a token gesture. The true intention was to recruit Huaxin as an ally, to assist them in overcoming their chip-related challenges while simultaneously elevating the valuation of Xiaoping's automotive venture. As He Xiaoping concluded his remarks, an abrupt silence enveloped the conference room. Shen Fei's fingers lightly tapped the armrest, producing a rhythmic sound as he contemplated He Xiaoping's choice of words. He had used support rather than collaboration. The distinction between these two terms held profound significance. It seemed evident that Mr. He had not abandoned the notion he had expressed during the call. He still sought to achieve his goals without significant investment, albeit with a more substantial pie to offer Shen Fei. Shen Fei picked up a teacup, feigning ignorance, and asked, "What precisely do you mean, Mr. He?" Led by Huaxin technology, we would develop this system collaboratively, sharing patents and dividing the industry responsibilities. Together, we can all prosper. He continued. This not only leverages your strengths, but also facilitates technological sharing, much like Tesla. Suddenly, Wang Tung burst into laughter. Given Shen Fei's status, it was inappropriate for him to play the villain. And with Gu Man being a woman, such offensive remarks naturally fell to me. Wang Tung the Emperor. He then interjected, "Mr. He, those worthless patents Tesla has published, do they hold any real value? I trust you're more aware of that than we are. The division of industry responsibilities is merely a farce." Faced with Wang Tung's pointed mockery, He Xiaoping momentarily appeared flustered, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. However, when he glanced at Shen Fei, seeking an escape route, it was clear Shen Fei was unyielding, gently placing his teacup down and continuing to observe the unfolding drama. Wang Tung persisted. "From what I gather, the most crucial aspect of this so-called vehicle system lies within this chip. This implies that the so-called collaborative development places the most challenging tasks upon us, while you handle only the peripheral elements. Yet you still expect to claim 50 of the profits." As Wang Tung continued to apply pressure, He Xiaoping's previously awkward demeanor transformed into one of dismay. It appeared the rumors circulating were indeed accurate. While Huaxin possessed formidable technology and was keen to assist others, they certainly aimed to secure a substantial share of the profits. According to whispers, the reason Huaxin expended such effort to help the Jew factory develop its own chips was that the Jew factory had ceded 25 of its shares in HiSilicon to Shen Fei, while Rice Company had only granted a meager 5, leading Huaxin to disregard them entirely. Shen Fei had never paid heed to such rumors, for the truth remained elusive. Those who believed would always cling to their narratives, and one could not alter their perspectives. Although He Xiaoping's countenance darkened, he did not exhibit anger. He understood that Wang Tung and Shen Fei were merely playing their respective roles, one as the villain and the other as the hero, both seeking to extract value. Suddenly, Shen Fei's calm voice struck He Xiaoping like a thunderbolt. "Mr. He, we at Huaxin Technology are capable of independently developing this system. Xiaoping Motors could pay a certain amount for R&D expenses in exchange for exclusive use for 3 years." The smile that had briefly appeared on He Xiaoping's face abruptly vanished once more. Why was Shen Fei not playing the role of the good cop, easing the tension? Instead, he continued to apply pressure. Did this suggest that Shen Fei harbored doubts about the collaboration? Mr. Shen, if that is the case, the risk for Xiaoping is too great. Xiaoping attempted to steady his nerves. Currently, they were the ones in need of technical support. As long as they negotiated the profit-sharing terms appropriately, this pressure was negligible. Mr. Shen, the automotive industry is not as straightforward as the smartphone sector. In smartphones, we can launch several models within a year. However, in automotive, it may take us up to 3 years to develop a mass-produced vehicle. The 3-year exclusivity also means that once we launch, other automakers can utilize the same technology, leaving us with no first-mover advantage. So, Mr. He still desires perpetual technical sharing? Yet, this seems rather unfair to us at Huaxin Technology. A brief silence enveloped the office. Outside, the secretary gently knocked before entering with fresh tea. Meanwhile, Xiaoping pondered. It was clear that Huaxin had laid their cards on the table. They were after a substantial share. However, the question remained, how large a share? Was he truly prepared to part with 25, like the Jew factory? That would be akin to self-inflicted harm. Which party has been slandered here? I willingly offered that. He thought. Mr. Shen, is it truly impossible to share technology? Evidently, even at this juncture, Xiaoping had not relinquished his hopes for sharing. Not at all. But what if I were to offer shares in Xiaoping Motors in exchange? Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Shen Fei's face, while Xiaoping's previously dark expression brightened with a glimmer of satisfaction. Indeed, it appeared that his assumptions were correct. Xiaoping's relentless pressure was ultimately aimed at acquiring shares in his company. Desire is indeed a virtue, yet it is fear of lack of ambition that raises concern. Thus, let us discuss the shares of Xiaoping Motors. We, at Huaxin, shall cover the research and development costs, extending the exclusivity period to 4 years. After this period, Huaxin Technology will have the liberty to sell these technologies to other manufacturers, although Xiaoping Motors will retain preferential usage rights. This consideration has been thoroughly contemplated by Shen Fei. Presently, various automobile manufacturers resemble makeshift ensembles, and it is uncertain whether they can endure for 4 years. After this period, regardless of whether Huaxin opts to enter the fray or focus solely on being a supplier, the choice is theirs. Chapter 140, Collaboration Finalized. Xiaoping stood pensively before the floor-to-ceiling window. The terms proposed are indeed favorable. With Huaxin's formidable research capabilities, it is conceivable that next year, they may even produce a prototype. This brings him a step closer to realizing his dream of automobile manufacturing. However, it also implies that in terms of technological security, he will be subject to Huaxin's checks and balances. Nevertheless, with Huaxin now as a shareholder, he is inclined to believe they would not arbitrarily impede his progress. Noticing Xiaoping's silence, Shen Fei continued, Mr. He, are you aware of the true value of this technology once developed? Securing a permanent license with merely 500 company shares is quite impossible. Xiaoping, emerging from his reverie, acknowledged the formidable research prowess of Huaxin, realizing the immense potential of this technology in the future. He nodded in agreement upon hearing Shen Fei's remarks. Encouraged by Xiaoping's response, Shen Fei elaborated, moreover, with Huaxin's technological backing, the valuation of Xiaoping Motors will surpass your expectations. Under Huaxin's assistance, your progress will be swifter. You may refer to the chip division of Jew factory as a case in point. Xiaoping did not dispute this, recognizing that for most companies, securing financing is less about the money and more about connections and background. This is why many enterprises do not always choose the highest bidder when seeking investment. While money can resolve numerous issues, it is not omnipotent. Connections, reputation, and endorsement are equally vital. After a prolonged silence, Xiaoping suddenly laughed. He had long heard of Shen Fei's exceptional negotiation skills, previously dismissing them as mere reputation, but now he found them to be undeniably accurate. I agree to these terms, but I have one additional condition. Please proceed, Mr. He. As long as it is not an excessive demand, I can assure you that Huaxin will comply, Shen Fei replied. As for where the line of excess lies, Shen Fei reserves the exclusive right to interpret it. Huaxin must guarantee that within the next 4 years, similar technologies will not be sold to other automotive companies. Furthermore, for years hence, Xiaoping Motors must secure the lowest price, with other manufacturers' costs exceeding ours by at least 10. Hearing this, Shen Fei felt a twinge of concern for the audacity of this young man, who was already digging pitfalls for competitors before the deal was even finalized. Nonetheless, he found such boldness appealing. Noticing Shen Fei's hesitation, Xiaoping realized that the 10 cost differential was causing Shen Fei to pause. as even a fractional difference in cost could yield additional room for price reductions. As compensation, Xiaoping Motors can offer an additional 3 of shares, totaling 8, to be transferred to Huaxin Technology without charge. Shen Fei immediately grasped Xiaoping's hand in agreement. Having addressed the most critical issues, it was time to discuss the battery as well. Xiaoping presented another document outlining the technical standards for the batteries intended for their first generation of electric vehicles. However, these were merely projections, as new energy manufacturers often set lofty goals only to encounter reality's constraints and subsequently lower their standards. For instance, they aspire for a battery energy density between 120 Wh/kg and 150 Wh/kg. Upon reviewing the standards, Engineer Li from Huaxin shook his head in disapproval. Shen Fei, perplexed, promptly inquired, "How does Huaxin assess this? Are there any difficulties?" Engineer Hu quickly explained, "Currently, the energy density of lithium batteries generally ranges from 80 to 120 Wh/kg, making significant breakthroughs quite challenging. The most common in everyday life is the lithium iron phosphate battery, which typically has a lower energy density of around 80 to 100 Wh/kg. In contrast, ternary lithium batteries offer higher energy densities, generally between 100 and 120 Wh/kg, but their costs far exceed those of lithium iron phosphate batteries. Presently, some high-end models have adopted ternary lithium batteries. Due to cost considerations, Xiaoping Motors hoped Huaxin would focus on researching lithium iron phosphate batteries." Hearing this, Shen Fei remarked to Xiaoping, "Mr. He, perhaps you should seek alternatives, as Huaxin cannot achieve this in the short term. We excel in research capabilities, not in miracles. And as for how our lithography machines came to be, that is not a question to be asked." Meanwhile, Engineers Hu and Li continued to peruse the technical document, but their disapproval grew more pronounced with each passing page. "Mr. He, has this document been reviewed by professionals?" Engineer Li inquired, to which Xiaoping sheepishly admitted, "Not yet. This is our technical vision benchmarked against Tesla." The others present suddenly understood why the report appeared so peculiar. "Mr. He, if you expect to achieve an energy density of around 100 Wh/kg for lithium iron phosphate batteries by the end of next year, that's feasible for preliminary samples. However, for higher densities, we can only leave it to fate," Engineer Li explained. "After all, even the most advanced lithium iron phosphate batteries can only reach 100 Wh/kg. With some pioneers paving the way, Huaxin merely needs to navigate around the relevant technical barriers to achieve this. As for the subsequent path, it will require more time for refinement." Xiaoping fell silent upon hearing this. Yet 100 Wh/kg is still quite practical, considering that electric vehicles are still in their infancy, and most are on a similar playing field. Achieving 100 kilowatts already places them ahead of numerous competitors. That is agreeable, but I hope Mr. Shen can offer a reasonable price for the final valuation. After all, it is no secret that Huaxin is adept at leveraging its position in the industry. "Certainly, for we are also shareholders in Xiaoping Motors," Shen Fei affirmed. "Rest assured, as long as it does not jeopardize the company's survival, we will not interfere with its normal operations." Both Xiaoping and Shen Fei were in full accord with this sentiment, which was precisely what Xiaoping hoped for. As for whether Shen Fei was being disingenuous, Xiaoping had not considered it, as most companies that Huaxin invested in were left to operate autonomously. "Of course, Mr. Shen, I hope Huaxin can assist us in developing a battery management system, BMS. Cost is no object. However," Engineer Hu interjected, "Mr. He, are you looking to enhance the range through this?" Xiaoping nodded in affirmation. "Yet, Mr. He, a mere BMS will not suffice to resolve this issue. Therefore, I personally wish to entrust Huaxin with comprehensive responsibility, covering everything from the battery to the BMS, thermal management, cell selection, and so forth, with a final purchase based on a complete package." Upon hearing this, Shen Fei nodded in agreement, indicating his acceptance of the proposal. Soon, under the joint witness of both parties' legal representatives, they signed a strategic cooperation agreement. The announcement was made on both parties' official websites. Marketing channels, perceiving a monumental revelation, proclaimed astonishment in their headlines. "Shocking! Huaxin officially enters the automotive industry. The secret that Xiaoping and Huaxin must reveal." Netizens were likewise taken aback, realizing that the most outrageous news was not Huaxin's foray into the household appliance sector, but rather their entrance into the automotive realm. Are new energy vehicles truly that popular? Even Huaxin has joined in. Surely, there must be incentives. Do they genuinely intend to manufacture vehicles? They are merely reaping subsidies. Yet, a few discerning viewers or fans of Huaxin fervently debunked these rumors. When did Huaxin ever claim they would build vehicles? They are clearly assisting Xiaoping in developing automotive computing chips and intelligent cabin systems. Don't be foolish, folks. Huaxin has invested. How can one claim they are not manufacturing vehicles? What can that 8 stake accomplish? This is merely a rather ordinary business investment. Chapter 141. Is Lei Jun going to manufacture cars? The investment by Huaxin Technology in Xiaoping Motors has not only astonished netizens, but has also sent shockwaves throughout the industry. Initially, the plan was to collaborate on mobile phones and vie for market share in that domain. Yet unexpectedly, a cross-industry venture has emerged. Entering the smart home appliance sector was already quite audacious, but now the leap into the automotive industry is even more astonishing. As for Huaxin's claims of not manufacturing cars and merely serving as a supplier of automotive components, who would believe such assertions? Originally, Lei Jun intended to venture into the smart home appliance sector, but lacked the confidence to do so on a grand scale, opting instead to start with smaller appliances and gradually expand his strategic landscape. However, upon Huaxin Technology's announcement of its formal entry into the smart home industry, Lei Jun suddenly realized that Huaxin shared his optimism about this market. He recognized that his own plans were lagging behind Huaxin's. Just as he was preparing to convene a group meeting to discuss entering the smart home appliance sector, Huaxin unveiled its collaboration with Xiaoping Motors, reigniting Lei Jun's investment instincts. After exiting Kingsoft, Lei Jun amassed a significant sum from the transfer of shares, earning him the moniker of Cash King of Beijing. While this title may have a certain degree of exaggeration, it is not without merit. This capital not only enabled him to successfully establish Rice Company, but also to launch his own investment firm. Over the years, he has invested in numerous emerging industries. It can be said that Rice Company is Lei Jun's principal enterprise, yet not necessarily his most crucial one. With the increasing support for renewable energy, the electric vehicle sector has emerged as a new frontier. Lei Jun is a firm believer in the concept of capitalizing on trends. After all, he belongs to a generation that took flight on the winds of opportunity. However, unlike many others, he remains standing even after the winds have shifted. Thus, he is keenly interested in various emerging industries, including the current electric vehicle market, and is contemplating an entry for Rice Company into this sector. Nevertheless, the timing seems premature. His consumer base has yet to mature sufficiently to purchase Rice's vehicles. He envisions waiting a decade, by which time his loyal consumers will possess the financial means to invest in his automotive offerings. A 10-year pact, perhaps? At present, while Rice Company lacks the capacity to manufacture vehicles, he can still invest in related enterprises to initiate preparations. However, the company's funds are not solely his own, and investing in these nascent enterprises carries considerable risk. Some shareholders may not be in agreement with this perspective. After all, their initial investment in Rice Company was essentially an investment in themselves. Shen Fei shares a similar viewpoint. After all, Lei Jun, who hails from an ordinary family, self-taught himself in computing to become a senior executive at Kingsoft. Following the ensuing factional struggles, he voluntarily exited, receiving a substantial share transfer fee, and subsequently established Rice Company, successfully investing in numerous industries with minimal failures. At times, Shen Fei contemplates whether Lei Jun possesses an unknown technology guiding his path, given that every decision he makes appears remarkably astute. Moreover, he has amassed an extensive network of connections that invariably assist him during each entrepreneurial endeavor. Congratulations, Mr. He. With their support, your venture is virtually secured, remarks Lei Jun. On the other end, Mr. He is equally delighted to receive a call from Lei Jun, who is, in essence, his angel investor. As far back as 2004, when He Xiaoping founded UC Browser, he sought investment from Yu Yongfu of LX, and, at He Xiaoping's urging, Yu invested in UC as an individual. Through Yu's introduction, he successfully connected with Lei Jun, who recognized He Xiaoping's entrepreneurial potential and invested $4 million in exchange for a 10 stake in UC, facilitating its ascent. Not at all. Our Xiaoping Motors cannot compare to your Rice Company. Mr. Lei, you are my senior, and I have much to learn from you. Learning is hardly the term. It is more about exchanging insights. I wonder when Xiaoping Motors will initiate its angel round of financing. The angel round and Series A are fundamentally distinct. Although Xiaoping Motors has already garnered Huaxin Technology support, the absence of a mature product allows for angel round financing. Nevertheless, the valuation should see a significant increase, making the differences between the angel round and Series A valuation negligible. Upon hearing Lei Jun mention financing, He Xiaoping realizes that the esteemed investor has set his sights on his venture. That's quite welcome. Had it not been for Huaxin Technology's involvement, I would have had to reach out to my old friends for support come next year's financing. After all, the automotive industry is fraught with risks. In this era, no one can guarantee success in the automotive sector. He Xiaoping himself lacks such certainty. However, with Lei Jun's inquiry, whether the investment comes from Rice Company or Lei Jun personally, at least someone is willing to help shoulder the risk. Not everyone possesses absolute technology like Shen Fei, ensuring entrepreneurial success. Most entrepreneurs rely on their friends and networks to mitigate risks, even if it means a reduction in profits. Ultimately, the likelihood of success increases. Thus, regardless of the number of participants, the fruits of success are shared, as are the risks of failure. This is far superior to facing the consequences of a failed venture alone. While He Xiaoping acknowledges that Xiaoping Motors possesses the requisite licenses in terms of technological accumulation, they're still in the nascent stage. No significant results are expected in the short term. I understand this. Therefore, my investment in you is not merely an investment in the automotive industry, but in you, He Xiaoping. I have faith that you will not disappoint me. This statement profoundly moves He Xiaoping on the other end of the line, as most investors typically focus on the industry rather than the individual. Furthermore, with Lei Jun as his angel investor, He Xiaoping feels a dual boost. Mr. Lei, we plan to conduct our angel round financing early next year, and we will ensure you have a stake. Excellent. I shall be there on time. Wishing you great success in your entrepreneurial endeavor. Thank you for your kind words. After exchanging pleasantries, He Xiaoping ends a call, not out of a lack of desire to continue conversing with Lei Jun, but because another call has come in, necessitating a hasty conclusion. Calls from various old friends and professional investment institutions, such as Kuner, Alibaba, Baidu, and others, have inundated him. Even some traditional automotive manufacturers have approached him. As He Xiaoping grapples with the influx of calls, he realizes just how smooth his future path has become with Huaxin's endorsement. Moreover, with so many interested parties, the valuation is no longer solely in their hands. It seems that the 8 stake is indeed valuable. Even without considering the 4 years of exclusive usage rights, he has already recouped his investment. Chapter 142, Internal Game Testing. Lei Yun, having received a positive affirmation from He Xiaoping, hangs up the phone with satisfaction. However, far away in Yancheng, Ma Huating does not enjoy the same fortune. After all, the two companies share little in common. While Tencent is powerful enough to provide some endorsement for He Xiaoping, it is not indispensable. The potential collaboration between the two lies in vehicle integration, yet that project has already been entrusted to Huaxin Technology. Introducing another common investor would be of no benefit to Xiaoping Motors. Thus, Ma Huating receives a rather ambiguous response. Xiaoping Motors welcomes investment from Tencent, and the final outcome will be determined based on valuation. In light of the current surge in the new energy sector, Penguin Company has demonstrated considerable interest. However, the inherent risks associated with this industry deter them from direct involvement. Investment, seemingly the most prudent choice, entails lesser risks and potentially greater returns. Yet, their recent rejection has left Ma Huating, who has previously experienced seamless investments, in a state of discontent. Fortunately, Xiaopeng Automobile is a tangible enterprise rather than an internet-based company. Otherwise, Ma Huating might have been swiftly made aware of the harsh realities of society. Although He Xiaoping has not provided a definitive response, Penguin's Ma has not given up. He intends to seek an intermediary for an introduction. After all, in this wave of new energy, Penguin cannot afford to lag behind. Why does Shen Fei feel an unsettling chill at his back? Indeed, the intermediary Ma Huating intends to approach is none other than Shen Fei, considering that according to the announcements from both companies, Huaxin Technology has already become a stakeholder in Xiaopeng Automobile and is also undertaking certain aspects of hardware development. The rationale behind Penguin's interest in investing in Xiaopeng Automobile, amidst the plethora of new energy firms, is fundamentally about investing in people. However, the individual who captures Ma Huating's attention is not He Xiaoping, but Shen Fei. President Shen, are you still busy? Far away in Kyoto, engrossed in his own company's press conference, Shen Fei abruptly received a call from Ma Huating. If it's President Ma calling, I can surely spare some time. He responded with a chuckle. Thank you, President Shen, for indulging me. We have decided to expedite the internal testing of the game, and the mobile phone launch event will proceed as scheduled, although the phone will be available for pre-sale for a period. Would that be acceptable? Upon hearing this, Shen Fei on the other end of the line began to ponder. Noticing Shen Fei's silence, Ma Huating refrained from pressing further, allowing him some time to contemplate. The notion of pre-sale had indeed crossed Shen Fei's mind when launching his own Huaxin X1, yet given their limited stock of 200,000 units, they ultimately opted for immediate sales. Ma Huating's choice was understandable, as the market's true potential remained uncertain. Not everyone would be willing to spend several thousand on an oddly designed gaming phone. The first gaming phone from Huaxin Mobile, powered by the flagship Huaxin X1 chip, naturally incurs substantial costs, with the expected final price hovering around $3,000 to $4,500. This price point may dissuade the majority of prospective buyers. Although over 2 million people have already made reservation for the launch event on Huaxing's official website, the actual number of users willing to make a purchase remains uncertain. That sounds reasonable, President Ma. It would indeed be insightful to gauge how many users are inclined to buy, especially since our Huaxin X1 has not yet undergone large-scale production. Currently, only a small batch has been produced for modifications, and it remains fairly basic. We can assess the pre-sale results before deciding on the final order volume. Upon hearing that Huaxin X1 had not yet commenced formal mass production, Ma Huaxing suddenly thought that the name Huaxing seemed decidedly devoid of any gaming flair. The contracted factory working with Huaxing paused production upon learning of Ma Huaxing's inclination to postpone, as accumulating excess inventory would be problematic. He promptly suggested, President Shen, since mass production has yet to begin, might we consider a name change? The current one feels rather outdated. Realizing the validity of this point, Shen Fei acknowledged that the name indeed lacked appeal and failed to pique purchasing interest, besides coinciding with their own X series. However, since Huaxin X1 had already been registered, changing it would pose certain challenges. Additionally, a name change would necessitate system renaming, alterations to documentation, and reprogramming of the units already produced, along with redesigning packaging. There have been precedents for such adjustments, indicating it is not insurmountable. Yet, it would still incur additional expenses as promotional materials and manuals would need to be recreated. President Ma, you seem to be an outsider in this regard. A phone must undergo registration prior to its official launch. Huaxing Mobile has already completed this process. Thus, any alterations would present certain difficulties. Shen Fei did not conclude definitively, leaving it contingent upon Ma Huaxing's wishes. If he desired a change, then let Wang Tong submit the application. As for the possibility of rejection, Shen Fei had not contemplated that, given the formidable backing of Huaxing Mobile. They possess not one, but two powerful patrons, the colossal Penguin Company, the owner of the strongest social platform in Huaxin and Huaxin technology, which boasts a robust, full industry chain and formidable research capabilities. Although the latter may not prioritize Huaxing, they have not skimped on resources, ensuring access to cutting-edge technology. The Huaxin X1, which his elder brother recently utilized, is available to him, and he even possesses an overclocked version with enhanced performance. Additionally, he has access to innovations that his elder brother lacks, such as the newly developed 40W fast charging and the recently perfected X-axis linear motor. To be precise, this Huaxin X1 serves as a validation machine for their technologies, ensuring all innovations are flawless before associating them with the Huaxin brand. Ma Huaxing, I once thought you were a benevolent figure, willing to equip Huaxing Mobile with the most advanced technology. It turns out you merely serve as a guinea pig. A guinea pig. Nonetheless, you still sell it to me at a premium. So, President Shen, does that mean a change is still possible? Indeed, it is feasible, albeit at a cost. Is the amount substantial? If it's not excessive, our Penguin Company will cover it, and it can be directly transferred to Huaxing Mobile's corporate account. That is precisely what I was hoping to hear. Not much, just a few $100,000. Wang Tong will need to submit an application for the registration. The bulk of the expense would primarily stem from packaging. Why didn't you mention this sooner? We can certainly cover this minor expenditure. I thought it would entail significant funds, given how seriously you presented it. Penguin Company's new mobile game, QQ Speed, has officially entered internal testing. Under the comprehensive promotion by Penguin Company, it has swiftly ignited widespread discourse. However, most individuals are left speechless upon witnessing the stringent criteria for applying for internal testing. These conditions are exceedingly rigorous, and the difficulty level is quite high. Penguin, if you don't wish to conduct internal testing, just say so. Why toy with us? Firstly, applicants must have played QQ Speed previously, with a rank of at least gold in the fast win category. Consumers are quite understanding of this requirement, as it is reasonable to expect prior gaming experience for an internal test. However, the subsequent conditions appear rather absurd. At the very least, one must be a level 1 XINU member. While this may seem modest, anyone familiar with Penguin S games knows that attaining XINU membership is far from simple. A typical user would need to spend over 5,000 yuan to reach the first level of membership. Thus, this rule effectively excludes ordinary players or those merely signing in. Furthermore, there are specific performance requirements for the phones used, necessitating at least a Fire Dragon 801 configuration to participate. While it is understandable for a new game to set certain performance standards, what is the point of only releasing 2,000 slots? QQ Speed currently boasts at least 3 million users, and although many are casual players, there are still several thousand XINU members. What can 2,000 slots achieve? If Penguin is unwilling to conduct internal testing, just say so. Why bother releasing it? Initially, I was quite excited about Penguin's enhancement, but unsurprisingly, it has turned into a major disappointment. I was looking forward to it, but after seeing these conditions, I guess I'll wait for the next batch. Those 2,000 internal testers? Clearly, Penguin is catering to the affluent. This has nothing to do with us. I possess a Fire Dragon 810 and XINU V2. Surely I qualify? Not necessarily. Given Penguin's scale, there should be plenty who meet the criteria for XINU V1. It is evident that we are toiling away in vain, scouring for bugs, while the standards remain exceedingly high. As a result, many have chosen not to submit their findings, leaving the task for the Penguin Company to assess in solitude. However, I have chosen to submit my work as I have met the criteria. The prevailing public sentiment largely criticizes the Penguin Company, with scant support in its favor. Yet, despite the criticism, those who meet the standards still submit their findings. One cannot deny that in the realm of gaming, the Penguin Company retains its formidable prowess. Within an hour, over 10,000 users had submitted their applications. To placate the multitude of users, the Penguin Company hastily issued a statement indicating that game development is far from complete, with numerous bugs present that require the insight of seasoned users. Users are encouraged to report any bugs encountered promptly to the official channels. Furthermore, various game modes remain under development, with only the matchmaking mode currently available and a limited selection of maps, resulting in diminished playability. This marks merely the first round of internal testing, with a second round set to commence shortly, urging users to remain patient. The second round will offer additional slots, and the hardware requirements will be further relaxed. This explanation garnered the understanding of many users. After all, the participants in the internal test are predominantly seasoned veterans, while novices like myself prefer not to subject themselves to undue hardship. However, one wonders if our data will synchronize when QQ Speed is transitioned to a mobile format. The notion is rather fanciful. Given the Penguin Company's tendencies, how could they possibly synchronize anything? This netizen is not entirely mistaken. From the perspective of the Penguin Company, transitioning to a mobile format constitutes the inception of an entirely new game. Naturally, any in-game purchases will not be synchronized. Moreover, this internal test is a data wiping session designed to ensure all users commence from the same starting point. Nonetheless, to incentivize these internal testers to diligently locate bugs, the Penguin Company has promised every participant a vehicle upon the server's launch. New players, however, must complete specific tasks to claim theirs, while internal testers can simply retrieve theirs from their inbox. One cannot help but note how this aligns with the Penguin Company's corporate ethos, somewhat stingy. As a new year dawns, Huaxin is set to make a resounding entrance. The Huaxin Z series is prepared to go all out, aspiring to become the king of cost performance in the 1,000 yuan market. With entirely new components designed to outshine all competitors, we aim to become the masters of dragon taming, addressing the dragons that our rivals cannot tame. The Huaxin Spring Launch Conference aims to showcase the allure of scientific research to the world. Huaxin's ambition is to astonish the globe. In the promotional image, the components and references to dragons and competitors are emphasized with enlarged, bold text in striking red. It is immediately apparent who these competitors are. The Huaxin Auditors, an astonishing 1,000 yuan device. How amusing. It seems someone might face salary deductions. If you claim your X series can astonish the world, that might be plausible. However, shouting such grandiose claims for a 1,000 yuan device? What purpose does that serve but to invite ridicule from abroad? Yet, could this new component be the one previously teased by General Shen? Who could these two competitors possibly be? It is quite the conundrum. Who else utilizes the Dragon 810? Who else but the competitors OnePlus and Huaxin? Have I wronged you in any way? I even purchased a plethora of components from you. What? That was my father's purchase. Isn't what belongs to my father also mine? Although the Me Company may have its shortcomings in the chip research department, I've already apologized and purchased a substantial number of batteries and graphene heat sinks from you. Is it really necessary to pursue me so relentlessly? The cycle of karma is indeed profound. Do you not feel any remorse for your actions? I am merely acting in their best interests. Why is there such a lack of understanding? This is certainly not an endeavor to simply sell our own heat sinks. Indeed, Huaxin remains exceptionally adept at promotion, with each slogan resonating loudly. When will they focus on producing quality products? At this Huaxin launch conference, 3 entirely new products were unveiled, the Z1 and Z1 Pro, both targeting the 1,000 yuan price range, featuring a display with a resolution that mirrors that of a certain fruit brand at 720p, albeit with slightly enhanced quality. The Pro variant, however, boasts the common 1080p screen found in the 2,000 yuan tier. Given that both models share a 5.5-inch display, there will be noticeable differences in visual quality. The standard version utilizes the new Tianxin 4 series, and despite being a 4 series, its performance remains robust. We trust in the design capabilities of Tianxin Semiconductor. The Pro employs the same Tianxin 600 series as the Huaxin Pad. Both models promise exceptional value for money, with the highest specifications not exceeding 2,000 yuan. There will also be distinctions in battery and charging capabilities, with further details to be revealed at the conference. To clarify, the phrase Huaxin astonishes the world does not pertain solely to the Z series. Rather, it heralds the unveiling of a groundbreaking concept device. It is not strictly a concept device, as Huaxin is contemplating its mass production. As more information is released by Digital Chat Station, the online discourse has shifted from criticism to discussions surrounding the concept device. With a Tianxin 600 chip and a 1080p display, priced under 2,000 yuan, this offering is undeniably appealing. Is Huaxin no longer seeking profit? Such affordability, coupled with the same processor as the Huaxin Pad, raises questions about the cost of a single chip. In truth, I am more curious about what the concept device will look like to warrant such an astounding claim. I share this anticipation, and, as Brother Jean has indicated, mass production is imminent. If the price is reasonable, I shall dive in. Lao Yu, could you kindly inquire about the price? You want me to ask about such confidential matters? I still have my dignity. Why don't you ask instead? Aren't you somewhat acquainted with General Shen? This pricing will surely impact the sales of our Honor 6 and 6S models. Chapter 144. New Year's live broadcast. Did I think it was a potato? The official price of Honor 6 has been reduced by 200 yuan. The official price of Honor 6S has been reduced by 100 yuan. Additionally, purchasing a device comes with exquisite gifts. The Mi 4S series has also seen a price reduction of 200 yuan, starting at 1,799 yuan. As for the original Mi 4, it has long been discontinued, leaving only a small inventory, thus no price reduction is necessary. iQOO believes that their cost performance remains highly competitive, only reducing prices by 100 yuan. Why haven't Timi, iQOO, or OnePlus lowered their prices? Is it because they are confident in their pricing? OnePlus, you are being unreasonable. I have already cut prices down to 300 yuan. Further reductions would be detrimental to consumers. Some individuals, ever the instigators, have even taken to leaving comments in OnePlus review section, urging them to join the price-cutting fray. In today's market, Huaxin has solidified its position, despite the new devices not yet being released or their final prices disclosed. Merely revealing a specific price intermediary has compelled competitors to lower their prices preemptively. Competitors are feeling the pressure. We thank Huaxin Technology for enabling us to access more affordable Mi smartphones. More competitors like Huaxin would be welcome, as we strive for even lower prices on our devices. Once the price war commences, the ultimate beneficiaries will invariably be us, the consumers. Go Huaxin! I have acquired the original iQOO. I have also procured the Mi 4S. Yet I still hesitate to touch the Mi Note. Are you not concerned about potential regret in your purchases? The Huaxin Z series is about to be unveiled, offering superior configurations. Do you not desire that? What is there to fear? The Tianxin 600 barely scores 65,000 points, which is only marginally better than the Dragon 808. As for the more economical Tianxin 400, I wonder where its performance lies. If we wait until Huaxin's announcement and those competitors raise their prices, that would be disastrous. That is indeed a valid point. At this Huaxin launch conference, competitors were initially vocal in their discontent. However, following the price reductions, their sales unexpectedly surged, leaving them in high spirits. Although prices have decreased, profits have not diminished. With increased production, costs have naturally decreased. Mr. Shen, here is the proposal for the New Year's plan. A live broadcast? Are you certain? I've only been on stage for 2 product launches and have never faced the camera before. How can you expect me to remain calm? Nearby, Wang Teng encouraged Mr. Shen, just be your usual humorous self. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei shot Wang Teng a glare. However, after some contemplation, Shen Fei realized that Wang Teng was not entirely wrong. He was indeed quite approachable in his daily interactions with employees. Observing Shen Fei's expression, I felt as though something was slipping away from me. The year-end bonus, fool, it's me. Is there any need for that? I'll arrange some storylines for you. Forget it. It's unnecessary. After discussing with Shen Fei, the publicity department promptly sprang into action, striving to generate buzz for the live broadcast in a short span of time. With the conclusion of the early years of 4G and the subsequent drop in broadband and data costs, concerns about viewer engagement for live broadcasts have dissipated. Huaxin's official Weibo account, Huaxin Technology, invites you to celebrate New Year's Eve in advance. On December 31st, Chairman and CEO Shen Fei will personally unveil exciting previews for all consumers. Wow, we can interact with Mr. Shen again. That is fantastic. What Shen Fei did not anticipate was that the most fervent comments would come from his detractors. Will the prototype be revealed? I want to see that world-shattering phone. Impossible. That will be the grand finale of tomorrow's press conference. There's no way we showcase it today, since Huaxing's new product launch is scheduled for tomorrow. We will hold our New Year's Eve gala in advance. The employees at Huaxing are quite unfortunate. They have to work overtime on New Year's Day. If you were familiar with Huaxing's salary structure, you would never utter such foolish remarks. What is the matter? How high can it be? Ordinary employees earn at least around 10,000 yuan, and overtime pays triple, meaning they will earn at least 600 yuan tomorrow. Envy. Seeking a referral. As the main figure of the live broadcast, Shen Fei suddenly remarked that due to company policies, everyone would not be able to take a normal holiday tomorrow, but they would receive double pay next month. Applause erupted around him. It was fine that there was no holiday. Jealous tears flowed from envious eyes. Why wouldn't this wonderful company hire me? Since this live broadcast essentially revolves around food, various ingredients were presented on the banquet table in the hall. As the chef brought forth a dish to Shen Fei, he introduced it by name. Shen Fei, ever the quick learner, shared with the viewers that the chef had just informed him that this dish is called X1 braised beef, prepared with red wine. Unsure of his culinary preferences, he decided to try it first. As he turned to speak, he picked up a piece of potato and placed it into his mouth. Hello, potato, you look quite appealing. Don't you? Is that a potato you're eating? What ginger? I'm a potato? I'm not that cheap. Am I devaluing again? Meanwhile, Wang Tung watched in disbelief as the piece of potato was shoved into Shen Fei's mouth, without a hint of warning. However, the live broadcast had already become lively. That potato looks rather peculiar. You're not mistaken. That is definitely not a potato. It's clearly a piece of ginger. I wonder if Mr. Shen will swallow it or spit it out. During the live broadcast, surely Mr. Shen will swallow it, right? Just thinking about his expression makes me want to laugh. The chef beside him cut such a large piece of ginger. Surely Mr. Shen would notice it. He wouldn't actually eat it, would he? Not bad. As Shen Fei chewed, his expression suddenly shifted, and he turned red. At that moment, Shen Fei realized that it was indeed a piece of ginger. Not the potato he had presumed. Mr. Shen blushed. He must have sensed it. However, considering that this was a live broadcast, Shen Fei made every effort to swallow the piece of ginger. If he were spit it out, the headlines tomorrow would undoubtedly be scathing, severely damaging his image. Marketing accounts would certainly capitalize on whether Mr. Shen spits it out or not. We can create a buzz today itself. Suddenly, Wang Tung chimed in. This braised beef is truly excellent. To which Shen Fei could only agree. X1 braised beef, you find agreeable. Wang Tung nodded in affirmation. I tasted it. It is indeed delightful. After saying this, he moved the dish to the farthest corner. Mr. Shen seems to have a burden now. He's supposed to engage with us, like he did initially? Indeed, once a boss has a distasteful experience, they seldom wish to encounter it a second time. Viewers watching the live stream burst into laughter at this display. Well, dinner is finished. Let me now show you the highlight of this broadcast, which is our upcoming Z series launch. As for the concept phone that everyone eagerly anticipates, I'm afraid you'll have to wait for tomorrow's press conference. Chapter 145, Live Broadcast Revelations. How dull. What a disappointment. I'm leaving. Did you really expect such explosive news to be revealed this early? However, this statement also left many competitors gnashing their teeth in frustration, as they too were eager to discover what Huaxing's so-called world-shocking product truly is. Some research engineers even stayed late to monitor the situation. So we worked half a day only to hear see you tomorrow? What a tantalizing tease. Indeed, one should not harbor overly high expectations. As for the Huaxin Z series, the core screen and SoC specifications have already been disclosed. Aside from the appearance and battery specifications, most information has been sufficiently revealed. Since the Z series is not the focal point of tomorrow's press conference, Shen Fei straightforwardly unveiled the actual devices. The moment the real machines were presented, consumers were left astounded. Especially those using the S-series phones were particularly shocked. Wow, they aren't even pretending anymore. Isn't this mold identical to our S-series? Huaxing not only targets the same price point as the competition, but also aligns its operations accordingly. After all, at the 1,000 yuan price range, performance is generally comparable, so differentiation in appearance becomes essential. By adopting the design of the S series, Huaxin can clear some inventory while also establishing a distinct identity. What is not to like? Wang Teng, please refer to me as the inventory clearance master. In the 1,000 yuan price bracket, Shen Fei instructed Wang Teng to exercise restraint, allowing competitors some breathing room. During the live broadcast, after thoroughly showcasing the Huaxin Z1 and Z1 Pro, he remarked, "Good design always resonates deeply. How does our Z series look?" This prompted a flurry of users currently utilizing the Huaxin S series to clench their teeth in frustration. It truly is aesthetically pleasing. After all, the S series was initially targeted at female consumers, which led to a great deal of effort being invested in its design. However, due to its outstanding performance, it ultimately became a legendary gaming device. Its appearance is quite similar to mine, and it's even cheaper. When did a 1,000 yuan phone start boasting such design? No waities. Our S series has superior performance and excellent photography capabilities. But this one is cheaper than you, with a screen that surpasses yours. Our performance is better. It's more affordable than you. Indeed, the Z series and S series have maintained a degree of distinction, as the S series has not yet been discontinued, merely undergoing a reduction in production. There remains a consistent monthly shipment, although sales have been declining. I regret purchasing the Rice phone. I regret buying the iQOO. As the Huaxin Z series was unveiled, many users who had preemptively purchased it began to feel remorseful upon realizing the performance was quite similar. Regrettable decisions were made by those who rushed to buy. As for the 7-day no questions asked return policy, apologies, but that is not yet in place. Or rather, the manufacturers did not mention it during the Phone S launch, nor has it begun to be implemented. After all, the new consumer protection law only officially came into effect this March. The Rice Phone S design seems to be aimed directly at me. OnePlus has allowed you all to mock me for not delivering products, and now, I suppose you're no longer laughing, are you? Fortunately, iQOO has introduced custom signatures for some consumers. As for Honor, there is no cause for concern. Our Honor 6 series is not unattractive. Consequently, all the influential figures watching the live stream have issued identical directives to their public relations departments, urging them to monitor public sentiment closely and avert any potential mass returns from consumers, should the consumers adopt a firm stance. The policy of unconditional returns within 7 days will be enforced. After all, the announcement of this policy has just been made, and it would be detrimental for us to openly oppose it. Ultimately, we can always collect the products back, incurring merely shipping costs. When the time comes, we can sell them as second-hand items, perhaps at a slight reduction, but it is merely a matter of earning a little less. Profit will still be made. Just as these magnates have finished issuing their commands, Shen Fei has commenced his own plan for revelations. Of course, our Huaxin Z series is equipped with the first-generation Glacier battery, though its capacity remains undisclosed. Beside him, Guman quickly whispered, "Mr. Shen, we can't disclose that. Otherwise, there will be nothing worthwhile to announce at tomorrow's press conference." This remark prompted Shen Fei to hastily seal his lips and nod in agreement. "Mr. Shen, how humble of you." One remarked. "You haven't seen him in heated debates with us online. He often ends up feeling quite dejected from our critiques." I suspect that the digital chat station is merely a front for Mr. Shen. The level of leakage is almost identical. Wang Teng, Lei Buzi, Yudazue, surely no one actually believes this? This is undoubtedly a well-orchestrated plan, designed to pique your interest while withholding the final answers, thereby enticing you to watch tomorrow's press conference. What's wrong? We love it. How about the charging power? Shen Fei smiled at Guman beside him. Not possible. Then what else can we discuss? The appearance has already been revealed, and as for the other two products, one is a gift for our competitors, and the other is our concept device. Then perhaps we shall conclude this live stream. No. How about Mr. Shen has another potato? As Shen Fei glanced up at the large screen in front, he spotted this comment. The moderator swiftly banned the viewer who mentioned the potato. Mr. Shen is not one to take jokes lightly. This comment filled the live stream chat. Meanwhile, Guman quickly said, "Boss, you could showcase the prototype, demonstrating our tuning capabilities." Suddenly, Shen Fei conceived a playful tactic to tease the competitors, for consumers will never purchase a phone that can achieve the scores announced at the press conference. The competitors watching the live stream suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Do you know why? You will never achieve the scores announced by the manufacturers on the phones you acquire. Why? Curious. JPG. I have clearly run benchmarks in an air-conditioned room. Yet there remains a significant disparity from the manufacturer's scores. Beneath the number claimed by manufacturers, there is a note stating the scores are achieved under laboratory conditions. Some manufacturers even place phones in refrigerators to run benchmarks. Therefore, at Huaxin today, we shall not engage in such illusions. We will conduct live benchmarks in the stream, with everyone monitoring the process. After this announcement, an assistant brought forth 4 phones, ensuring accuracy by presenting 2 of each model. They expertly unwrapped the packaging and installed the benchmarking software. As the installation of the software required some time, Shen Fei initiated a giveaway for the viewers. These are brand new devices. We will be unboxing them for you now. Please follow us, and after the benchmarks, we will draw winners. I want in. Wang Tong chimed in. Isn't 4 devices a bit too few, considering there are hundreds of thousands in the stream? How about we round it up? Thank you, Mr. Wang, for advocating for our fans. How about Mr. Wang uses his year-end bonus to add 10 units of each? Hearing this, the nearby staff burst into laughter. After all, Shen Fei has enjoyed joking with Mr. Wang for quite some time, and everyone is accustomed to it. No, Mr. Shen, Wang Tong exclaimed, squeezing his eyes as if he could produce a few tears. He created a perfect comedic effect. Truly, they are the 2 great gestures of the company. The viewers in the live stream, undeterred by the unfolding events, eagerly pointed out in the comments, since Mr. Wang has already deducted his year-end bonus. How about we make it 20 units each? Dogehead JPG? Haha, just a joke? Draw 10 of each. Chapter 146, the live stream concludes. During the chat, the benchmarking software was finally installed. Under Shen Fei's meticulous guidance, the software was successfully launched. The livestream director even provided a close-up shot as all 4 devices entered benchmarking mode. Although Shen Fei was reluctant to use benchmark scores to validate the prowess of his chip, consumers are undeniably enamored with such metrics. Unable to resist, he complied. The benchmarking process required some time. However, the cameras had already shifted focus to the 4 devices. Given that the Huaxin X1 on the Huaxin Z1 Pro is notably robust, it exhibited a swifter performance. Nevertheless, consumers were far more intrigued by the performance of the previously unseen Huaxin 400. After all, the 600 had already been showcased on tablets, where its superior heat dissipation can be regarded as the pinnacle of this chip. Naturally, expectations were low. Huaxin 400, come on, hurry up and run. My budget is limited, and if it's acceptable, I'll make a purchase. Yet, it was evident that some consumers did not anticipate a high score. They expected a maximum of around 50,000. After all, the Huaxin 600 on tablets can only achieve around 70,000 points, and phone manufacturers emphasize hierarchical performance. The Huaxin 400 might only reach the level of a Snapdragon 801. How much better could it possibly get? Thus, they began inquiring about the mysterious products. Mr. Shen, were those 2 enigmatic items? Mr. Shen, what surprise did you promise the competitors? Can you divulge which aspects they will pertain to? Rest assured, I won't tell anyone else. Reading these comments, Shen Fei felt utterly speechless. Can you all be a bit more professional? Your direct bait 1T catch me. I can only say everything will be revealed at tomorrow's press conference. I won't leak any more information. Suddenly, Wang Tong interjected, Mr. Shen, rest assured. You won't be penalized for any leaks. The crowd around Wang Tong raised their thumbs in admiration, as if to say, you're truly bold. Do you really not want a year-end bonus? This little interlude evidently did not dissuade them. Once again, they resorted to their familiar tactics. After all, if direct bait fails, they could provoke Shen Fei until he loses his composure, making him easier to lure in. This is all experience. However, what the consumers do not realize is that the information they have previously gleaned through provocation was strategically released by Shen Fei himself. After all, only through diligent efforts can information spread more widely. The tactics of other manufacturers are truly underhanded. Today, it is clear that they will not succeed. Just as everyone was contemplating Shen Fei, the benchmarking data was revealed. The Huaxin 400 ultimately achieved a score of around 45,000, with one device scoring 44,500 and another 45,500, averaging approximately this figure. Due to the influence of the manufacturing environment, this outcome was unavoidable. Thus, every chip exhibits a degree of variance. The Huaxin 600 also showcased impressive performance on smartphones, albeit its score was not as robust as on tablets, landing around 68,000 points. Our Huaxin 400 and Huaxin 600 undoubtedly exceed the mainstream standard for devices priced above 1,000. Everyone can look forward to tomorrow's pricing. Meanwhile, Wang Tong reassured everyone. Rest assured, I am here. Ha! Once again, Mr. Wang employed his ultimate trump card to persuade the executives. Very well. Let us proceed with the first round of our lottery, featuring 10 units of the Huaxin Z1. After much anticipation, we have finally reached the lottery segment. May fortune smile upon me and grant me the grand prize. Shortly thereafter, in just 5 minutes, the results were announced. Congratulations to the 10 fortunate individuals who have won the Huaxin Z1. Next, we embark on the second round, which entails another 10 units of the Huaxin Z1 Pro. Mr. Shen, the viewers in the live stream are quite enthusiastic. Shall we not add some of our mysterious accessories to the mix? After all, in such a lottery, it is essential to enhance the experience. Are there any users in the live stream utilizing smartphones with the Fire Dragon 810 processor? Yes, indeed. Congratulations to you all. Should luck be on your side, we shall soon draw for the Dragon Tamer artifact, though the exact name cannot be disclosed just yet. I will be drawing for 50 units, presenting a higher probability of winning than the previous rounds. However, the viewers in the live stream quickly deduced that with 50 units up for grabs, the value of these prizes is somewhat lower than the previous two. Yet, who would decline the opportunity to partake in something free? After all, what if one were to win? Congratulations to the aforementioned viewers. Please fill in your addresses as required, and after the conclusion of tomorrow's press conference, all prizes will be drawn promptly. Thank you all for your support. Unless there are further matters, we shall conclude the broadcast. As Shen Fei attempted to sign off, the live stream was abruptly terminated. Truly, Mr. Shen has a swift approach to ending broadcasts. It has become a tradition, one to which one must simply acclimate. I shall carry this image across all comment sections, accompanied by a screenshot of my winnings. I shall not share the stage with any other fortunate souls. After the live stream concluded, Shen Fei opened his phone to discover that his segment, where he mistook ginger for potatoes, had indeed surged to the top of various platforms' trending lists, thanks to the editing of numerous netizens. Shen Fei contacted the platform's customer service through his account, seeking the retraction of this trending topic. However, the customer service representative informed him that it was not artificially inflated, but rather organically trending. While removing it would not be exceedingly difficult, it would have wide-ranging implications. Moreover, the platform was reluctant to retract the trend, given that such memorable moments are rare. Left without fruitful communication, Shen Fei resigned himself to the situation, recognizing that this incident had indeed generated considerable buzz for their Huaxin Z1. Regardless of the perspective taken, this live stream proved valuable, particularly for Shen Fei himself. This press conference was of paramount significance. The number of reservations for this live stream had already soared to 12 million. It is essential to remember that this is the era of 4G. One would not expect such a vast audience to engage in an activity that consumes significant data. If the live stream were to surpass 5 million viewers, Shen Fei would be overjoyed. After all, this event was to unveil a concept device featuring a full-screen design, and the more viewers that witnessed it, the greater the anticipation. Higher expectations naturally lead to increased sales upon mass production. Additionally, there were some foreign IPs and executives from foreign branches in China, particularly those involved in smartphone components and manufacturing. This press conference made a bold declaration from Huaxin that it would astonish the world. Despite the mockery online, many individuals continued to hold faith, especially those within the industry, who held great respect for Huaxin's research capabilities. If Huaxin dared to proclaim a world-altering innovation, it signified that they had achieved a significant breakthrough in a crucial domain. They possessed the requisite strength. Could it be that the 14-nanometer process technology is not their most advanced technique? Have they achieved yet another breakthrough? Such a possibility could indeed astonish the world. No. The more one contemplates, the more apprehensive one becomes. Even if the two nations remain in a honeymoon phase, Huaxin would undoubtedly face sanctions and intensification restrictions. Chapter 147. The concept device is set to debut. How are the preparations for the press conference progressing? No issues to report. Rest assured, I am personally overseeing everything. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei nodded in satisfaction. Although Wang Teng typically exhibits a casual demeanor in Shen Fei's presence, he undeniably excels during work hours. By the way, did our previous press conference have a significant impact on our competitors? Laughter erupted among the group, as they recalled how their rivals had faltered even before the battle commenced. Nonetheless, this preemptive price reduction indeed attracted a substantial number of consumers. Last year would have been more favorable, but with the recent introduction of the Consumer Protection Law in March, they cannot afford to ignore it. After all, the revisions were made to enhance regulation within the 3C sector. Lu Weibing, Leizong, as expected, approximately 15 of users opted for the 7-day no-reason return policy. Nearby, Lei Busi nodded upon hearing the data. It fell within his acceptable range. Furthermore, recent shipments totaled only around 200,000 units, with the majority dispatched yesterday, and many still en route, so their losses were not as substantial as they might have seemed. The situation for the Glory and Ico brands was quite similar. Their return rates remained around 15 to 20, amounting to merely a few thousand units, which could be swiftly cleared through the second-hand market without incurring significant losses. However, this loss must be noted. Whether or not they can recover it remains to be seen. A clear distinction must be made. As for OnePlus, they found themselves in the most fortunate position, free from the woes of returns. With everyone collectively embracing the return if you requested approach, without any excuses to decline, the potential public relations crisis never materialized, instead accumulating a wave of goodwill. The users opting for returns were naturally quite satisfied, leaving excellent reviews. This outcome aligned perfectly with the upper management's expectations, particularly given the recent implementation of the new consumer protection law, which had raised concerns about compliance. This result evidently did not disappoint them, as the final inspection commenced, ensuring that no issues would arise upon the mass production of the devices. Shen Fei's words signaled the official start of the last thorough check. The press conference was set to commence in half an hour. Meanwhile, the fortunate audience members had already taken their seats in the grand auditorium. Indeed, this time, Huaxin had taken a page from their competitor's playbook and rented out the grand auditorium as the venue for the press conference. In fact, prior to this press conference, CCTV had dispatched reporters to live broadcast the entire event. As the live stream began, a multitude of viewers flooded in. Wow, so many media outlets. That one in the back must be CCTV, right? Astonishing, the highest level of recognition. What of it? This is not the first time. I heard that, Mr. Shen has even declined a few times in the past. Given Huaxin's contributions across various domains, CCTV's presence is hardly surprising. The audience has grown accustomed to it. Meanwhile, Lei Busi and Yuda Zue personally attended the event, seated in the front row. Mr. Yu, what magnitude of revelation do you think Mr. Shen will unveil? Yet, deep down, Yuda Zue already harbored some suspicions. Given the close relationship between Huaxin and Zhu Chong, he had some insight into Huaxin's strategic layout. I wonder if Lei Zong has considered the prospect of switching to a domestic operating system. This question struck Lei Busi like a bolt from the blue. While he was aware that Huaxin and Zhu Chong had formed a small circle, he had not anticipated their ambitions to be so grand. Initially, he thought that merely researching chips would suffice for inclusion in their circle, but now it appeared that self-developed chips were merely a prerequisite. This matter held decisive implications for the future development of Dami Corporation, leaving him with no choice but to adopt a strategy of deferral. This issue is rather significant. I need to return and discuss it further. I will provide Mr. Yu with a response in due course. This answer was precisely what Yuda Zue had anticipated, as he realized that a sudden switch to a domestic operating system was a matter that would require the board's decisive approval. He surmised that his company would likely respond similarly to Lei Busi's approach of deferral. However, considering the system's development, Yuda Zue decided to apply a bit more pressure on Lei Busi. Well then, Mr. Lei, you must make your decision swiftly. The later it gets, the harder it will be to board the train. Lei Bus was once again taken aback. It seemed that the speed of this system's development was not to be underestimated. Could it be that this press conference was intended to unveil a domestic operating system? If so, it would indeed astonish the world. After all, foreign entities would rather offer their systems for free than allow the emergence of a Chinese mobile operating system. As Lei Bus pondered this and considered how the rice company might align itself, the stage had already commenced the conference. Wang Tung's secretary, Su Yao, stood poised on stage, ready to introduce the new series from Huaxin as the brand ambassador for the Z series. This is our newly launched Z series, equipped with the cutting-edge Tianxin 400 series. Boasting a benchmark score of approximately 45,000 and featuring a screen with a resolution of 720p from the Eastern factory. The Z1 Pro, on the other hand, is powered by the Tianxin 600 processor, achieving a score of around 68,000 with a similarly sourced screen from the Eastern factory, displaying a resolution of 1080p. Given that the chip's performance had already been revealed at yesterday's event, it was merely glossed over during this conference, alleviating some of Su Yao's pressure. After all, standing on such a grand stage for a press conference can indeed be daunting, potentially leading to missteps. It made sense that the screens were from the Eastern factory. No wonder they had the confidence to price below 2,000 yuan. I somewhat regretted returning my purchase. I was wrong about rice. Hearing that the screens were from the Eastern factory, Yuda Zue and Lei Bus in the audience felt a wave of relief. Although the Eastern factory has begun mass-producing 1080p screens, it still lags behind established industry giants in terms of technology. However, one advantage is the affordability, and their technology is advancing rapidly. In terms of charging, we have adopted an 18W wired fast charging system across the entire lineup, with the standard version featuring a 300 mAh first-generation Glacier battery, while the Pro version boasts a 600 milliamp hours glacier battery. This generation of Huaxin Z series is fundamentally average in specifications aside from its appearance. Alas, our Z series has been burdened with excessive expectations. Its specs are hardly distinguishable from Rice's 4 series. Observing these specifications, Yu Dazue chuckled from the audience. Well, Lei, you can rest easy now. This young man, Shen Fei, knows what he's doing and won't obliterate us old-timers. Beside him, Lei Bus smiled ruefully. Even this configuration still comfortably surpassed their own Rice 4 series. After all, Huaxing's power consumption was a known factor, ensuring better endurance. Now, let's reveal the pricing of our all-new Z series. At this, the audience instantly perked up. Despite the average specifications, if the price were surprising, it could indeed be a legendary device. However, it was clear that Su Yao had been well-trained by Wang Tong. Sister, why must you keep us in suspense regarding the price? The audience urged. Our Huaxin Z series will not feature any low-memory versions, beginning instead at 332 gigabytes. Thus, the final prices are 399 yuan and 599 yuan. The stage's PowerPoint transitioned to reveal the prices of the two versions. The Z1 Pro is priced at 799 and 999 yuan. When the prices were announced, consumers promptly forgot the Z series' mediocre specifications and instead lauded its aesthetic appeal. After all, consumer memory tends to be selective and forgetful. Thank you, Su Yao, for presenting the new Z series. Next, I would like to introduce our latest mobile accessories. As Su Yao exited the stage, Wang Tong ascended from the opposite side. I will now present our new Huaxin cooling backclip. The moment the name of the cooling backclip was mentioned, Lei Bus instantly understood the reason for his recent unease. They were selling me high-priced cooling silicon and even a dedicated cooler. Was this preamble merely a setup for its reveal at this conference? Mr. Yu, do you have any plans to release this accessory? Yu Dazue nodded. From an engineering perspective, the cooler held no significant technological value. It merely required a fast-charging chip to stabilize power at a certain wattage. With the enhancement of chip performance, overheating in summer is inevitable, and this market is indeed substantial. Meanwhile, the OnePlus representative watching the live stream quickly summoned the technical director, analyzing the required materials based solely on the video. How long would it take if we were to produce it ourselves? Design could be completed in about 2 weeks, and we could find a factory to produce it. A total of 1 month should suffice. Then let's proceed. The Fire Dragon 810 does indeed have an adverse effect on our sales. As for the technical principles, they are not of critical importance. There's no need for excessive elaboration, as the true stars of this press conference are not them, but merely a tease for our competitors. The price for our all-new Huaxin cooling backclip is 199 yuan, and those who present proof of purchase for the Fire Dragon 810 series can enjoy a discount of 25 yuan. The audience below erupted in chants. The Fire Dragon cannot be taught by competitors. We Huaxin will teach it. Naturally, the 25 yuan reduction means competitors won't need to compensate for the price difference. Wang Tong's words were sharp, though he did not mention it outright. His phrasing likely struck a nerve with competitors. Yu Dazue could hardly contain his laughter, as his company currently had no plans to utilize the Fire Dragon 810. Thank you, Huaxin. My Fire Dragon is finally saved. Why are there no discounts for Huaxin brand users, while competitors have them? Because it heats up. Any series from Huaxin is ice core, with temperatures remaining low. Hence, there's no immediate need. The implication was clear. The winter offerings from Huaxin were unnecessary. By summer, cooling devices would have already dropped in price. This pricing strategy is essentially targeting those who purchased the Fire Dragon 810 series unwittingly. As the conference drew to a close, the conceptual mobile phone we had discussed did not make an appearance, leaving many feeling disappointed. Now, I would like to invite Huaxin Technology's chairman Shen Fei to introduce our full-screen technology. Upon hearing this, the audience quickly realized that the mobile phone was not the main attraction of this press conference. The true star was the conceptual device about to be unveiled. No wonder Brother Jean had devoted such extensive time to introducing this concept device. The stage lights dimmed abruptly, and a video began to play on a large screen, capturing the audience's attention. Where have my 3 physical buttons gone? Could this be the conceptual device Huaxin is about to unveil? The screen-to-body ratio must exceed 80, right? Has the screen technology made another breakthrough? As professionals, Google representatives were left astounded. How had they resolved the issue of screen control without opening permissions? As the video concluded, Shen Fei stepped onto the stage amid the lights. This is our forthcoming Huaxin X2 concept version, which is also very close to mass production, awaiting the right opportunity. Hearing this, Yu Dazue immediately understood. It was undoubtedly the system at play, explaining Shen Fei's urgency during their last discussion. Had the chrysanthemum factory not acquiesced at that time, Shen Fei likely would not have halted his plans for self-developed pure-blood systems. Relying on an external system always invites certain limitations. It appears that this so-called conceptual device is indeed ready for mass production. First, we have eliminated the large chin from the mobile screen. You may be curious how we address the absence of the 3 physical buttons in terms of software interaction. The audience was naturally intrigued by this question. After all, the front of the phone was entirely screened, creating a truly breathtaking sight. It was nothing short of a product from a different era. In this regard, we at Huaxin have presented 2 options. The first is the provision of virtual buttons, which retain the specific functionalities of the 3 major keys, ensuring that the operational logic remains unchanged, alleviating any concerns about adaptation. The second option is our innovative full-screen virtual gestures. A swipe to the left or right invokes a return to the previous level. An upward swipe from the bottom exits the application, and a swipe upwards to the midpoint returns to the background. Personally, I believe that smartphones utilizing full-screen gestures will be considerably more convenient. As Shen Fei spoke, he demonstrated the full-screen phone in his hand, with the results of his actions displayed on the large screen behind him. The audience present, along with those watching the live stream, were left in awe. However, due to Shen Fei's rapid movements, many were unable to fully comprehend or hear clearly. "Mr. Shen, please slow down. We can't catch what you're saying." The loud, synchronized sound allowed Shen Fei to hear the audience's pleas distinctly. Do not fret about mastering these gestures. The full-screen phone we will soon launch will present both options upon activation, and selecting the full-screen gestures will come with a comprehensive instructional video, so you can rest assured. However, mass production of the full-screen phone is not without its challenges. Due to alterations in some of the underlying Android code, our prototype remains exceedingly unstable. Nevertheless, we are actively seeking appropriate solutions. At this revelation, Larry Page, the Android executive, was taken aback. How dare they tamper with the core Android code? It was his life's work, now buried under a pile of unnecessary code. Naturally, we had sought to engage with Google to request access to the necessary permissions for independent adaptation. However, due to the differing company cultures, Google has yet to respond to our emails. We remain unaware if they ever received that communication. Shen Fei maintained his firm stance. Your grievances will be repaid in kind. As this explosive information was disclosed, various media outlets swiftly captured Shen Fei's expression. Yet, his demeanor remained serene, devoid of any anger. This did not deter the media from crafting captivating headlines, such as the arrogant "Google misses the tide" of the era. Upon hearing this, Mr. Page realized the gravity of whether his arrogance had indeed caused him to miss a pivotal moment. He promptly instructed his secretary to check for any emails from Huaxin over the past year. Chapter 149, The Aftermath. It certainly looks impressive, though one wonders about the potential cost. What is there to fear? When it goes into mass production, I will undoubtedly purchase a Huaxin X2 Pro. Didn't Mr. Shen mention instability? Surely there are unresolved issues. One cannot deny the screen's astonishing quality. It feels akin to futuristic technology, yet the timeline for mass production remains uncertain. It will be soon. Meanwhile, Shen Fei continued to elucidate the features of the concept phone, although the most striking aspect had already been covered. Other technical advancements could merely be categorized as standard iterations, such as the newly developed 44W charging technology for Huaxin Labs and the second-generation graphene cooling system. However, the recently developed third-generation high-density battery did not make an appearance at this launch. Thus, this presentation concluded, and gratitude was extended to all attendees. Yet, it was evident that the audience remained in a state of shock, still seated in silence. This reaction was anticipated by Huaxin Technology, as the full-screen experience is indeed remarkable. Internal staff had exhibited similar astonishment upon their first encounter. Nonetheless, while the concept phone was astonishing, it remained just that, a concept. If you're so capable, why not bring the product to market? Without stock, what can you boast about? Is that it? It's over? Such a conclusion perfectly aligns with Huaxin's ethos. No matter how remarkable the technology, it is often glossed over. Should they ever announce an entry into the aerospace industry, I would hardly be surprised. Perhaps this anonymous audience member could not foresee that their casual remark would become reality years later. Although the conference had concluded, the stage's screen remained illuminated, and the live stream had yet to cease. While many viewers departed after Shen Fei exited the stage, some curious onlookers lingered. This is clearly not typical for Huaxin. Don't they usually end the stream immediately? Amidst a chorus of indifferent inquiries, a countdown suddenly appeared on stage, indicating 624 hours until the next presentation. Beside the countdown was a silhouette of a phone, a revelation that left the livestream audience in utter shock. Their patience had not been in vain. A surprise was in store. Could it be that Huaxin is planning something grand? Might it be as I suspect? It is indeed plausible. After all, the spokesperson did mention imminent mass production. For other manufacturers, this phone may merely represent a concept, but for Huaxin, it is undeniably more. Other companies are truly envious. However, the event staff did not allow the visiting audience to leave, and the venue lights remained dimmed. As the audience engaged in discussions about the countdown, the large screen on stage underwent another transformation. The countdown abruptly vanished, replaced by a new animation, a dark screen illuminated with a semicircle, swiftly forming an O. This left both the audience and online viewers perplexed. Just as they pondered its meaning, the hall erupted with light, and the live stream was abruptly terminated. Yet, Yu Daze, seated in the audience, was taken aback by this letter. It seems I underestimated Shen Fei's boldness. Beside him, Lei Jun observed Yu Daze's astonishment with confusion, unsure of the cause. Could this be something significant? Perhaps it belongs to the second class? However, now was not the moment for inquiries. It would be best to wait until later to ask backstage. The conference had just concluded, and while China had entered its night hours, America was still bustling with activity. After all, a full-screen phone and modifications to the underlying Android code had created quite a stir, particularly within Google, which was now anxiously sifting through past emails. However, after searching through all internal correspondence, they were unable to locate the email Shen Fei had claimed was sent long ago. With no other recourse, they reluctantly opened the computer designated for public messages. The 99 screen left those searching feeling disheartened, but there was no alternative. The big boss had insisted on finding that email. They could only lament why a company as large as Huaxin would resort to sending public emails. Those are meant for user complaints. Does Huaxin even have any? Mr. Larry, there's indeed an email from Huaxin Technology Group. Upon hearing this, Larry Page nodded and proceeded to read the message. As for why such a long delay occurred, he understood all too well. Given Google's current stature, the volume of individuals wishing to send emails was overwhelming. Naturally, responses could not be provided for each one, leading to the creation of separate internal and external email systems. External inquiries might only be addressed when staff occasionally remembered to check. For Huaxin, both he and the company regarded it as a technological wasteland. In both the internet and mobile industries, they felt as though they were merely following in America's footsteps. The previously announced fast-charging technology had indeed astonished them, revealing new possibilities in charging. However, it was merely an improvement, not a game-changer. Yet now, due to their arrogance, they almost missed a significant opportunity. Nevertheless, Huaxin was still relatively inexperienced to release such a statement at this juncture. This indicates their intention to achieve mass production, yet they must go through us at Google. So, it's not too late, is it? We can simply wait for them to come to us, as they cannot circumvent the Android system. They may complain about us, but when the time comes, will they be the ones who are delayed by half a year, or even a year? As for their desire for collaboration with Google, that is simply out of the question. Shen Fei, can you guess why I was bold enough to reveal this at the press conference? Gao Tong frightened me. I thought he was going to take action against me, but it turned out to be Google. Let the music play on, let the dance continue. As for the press conference, it indeed was a brief moment from the boot-up animation of our proprietary Hongmen system. After all, when one has something remarkable, it is only fitting to let the outside world catch a glimpse. Whether they can decipher it or not is irrelevant to us. I have already given them advance notice, so they should not be too astonished later on. When Yu Daze and Lei Busi arrived backstage, Shen Fei and the others had already begun tidying up. After all, this was a rented grand hall, and it needed to be cleaned up properly. At that moment, Lei Busi suddenly inquired of Yu Daze, "Why were you so shocked when you saw that, oh?" This question left Yu Daze at a loss for words, especially since Lei Busi had not responded to his earlier query. Noticing Yu Daze's silence, Lei Busi quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Shen Fei, who was also helping with the cleanup, quickly interjected, "Yu Zong, you should tell Lei Zong. It's not a big deal. Sooner or later, everyone will find out anyway." That was the segment I previously mentioned from the boot-up animation of our purely domestic system. Am I, then, aboard a pirate ship? Lei Busi chuckled. After all, he had never heard of their plans to develop a domestic system before. Chapter 150, Chip Delivery. Previously, there had been rumors that Lei Zong intended to procure chips from Huaxin. Although Shen Fei spoke lightly of it, the shock to Lei Zong was considerable. What was Huaxin preparing to do? Hadn't they always found excuses to reject the import of chips? Could it be that I had inquired about matters I should not have? Is this question akin to a blood oath? Nevertheless, this evidently bodes well for the current rice company. Since it is a positive development, discussions can commence. But which series of chips does Huaxin intend to deliver? I wonder which series Shen Fei plans to export. It wouldn't be the 8 series platform, would it? If one must inquire, it is only proper to aim for the highest tier. After all, what if a deal is struck? As for whether we can afford it, that is another matter entirely. After all, I, Lei Busi, am most adept at negotiating. This time, we intend to export the Tianqin 610, an entirely new 6 series chip. If Lei Zong is interested, the first batch can be all yours. However, it will require additional funding. Upon hearing it was a brand new 6 series chip, Lei Busi's interest was instantly piqued. After all, the performance of Huaxin X Tianqin 600 chip was only slightly inferior to the latest Snapdragon 810. Yet from a practical usage standpoint, it outperformed it significantly. The Tianqin series chips do not overheat. Their thermal control is exceptionally well executed, resulting in an outstanding user experience. Army fans have been eagerly asking when a rice company will adopt the Tianqin series chips. Now, with the even more powerful Tianqin 610, it must surely outperform the Snapdragon 810 by a considerable margin, right? However, Lei Busi may be thinking too highly of it. As an exported chip, the Tianqin 610 only represents about a 15 improvement over the original Tianqin 600. It remains a gradual upgrade, albeit one that appears substantial to competitors. After all, the chips sold by our competitors typically boast around an 810 improvement with each generation. Gao Tong, are you referring to me? After all, how much better could an exported product truly be? Sensang, I feel as though I'm being subtly criticized. I shall sue you. As for Shen Fei's earlier unspoken remarks, Lei Busi had a general idea. It was merely a matter of additional funding. If the performance is suitable, the rice company can cover the costs. Shen Zong, may I see the detailed performance report for this Tianqin 610? As if prepared, Wang Tong immediately produced an exceedingly detailed report. After handing over the report, he swiftly returned to assisting with the tasks at hand. Mindful of his year-end bonus still being uncertain, this Tianqin 610 was, in fact, a product of the advanced class at the Chrysanthemum Factory, developed under the guidance of Professor Liang during their studies. These trainees are essentially free labor for Huaxin. Nevertheless, despite being apprentices sent by the Chrysanthemum Factory, Professor Liang treated them equally, ensuring all necessary knowledge was imparted, and the apprentices dispatched were all elites, naturally possessing considerable skills. Thus, the performance of this chip is actually quite robust, theoretically scoring around 80,000 points, comparable to the Snapdragon 810. Lei Busi was naturally pleased with this result. The next generation of the Rice Company's products could finally abandon Gao Tong in favor of a new chip. Gao Tong, the scoundrel, has forgotten his old love for a new flame. Was it not the Snapdragon 801 and 810 that had failed him multiple times? Was the next generation Snapdragon 820 truly necessary? Does this imply that we might intensify our own chip development efforts? In truth, the previous reluctance to increase research funding stemmed from Lei Busi's own hesitations. After all, with so many shareholders holding less than 20 of the rice company, their influence on such significant decisions was negligible. He also worried that pursuing chip research would catch Gao Tong's attention, as the rice company possessed no technical reserves in communication patents or technology. This was precisely why he ultimately chose to postpone increasing investments. Now that he had Huaxin's backing, could he not explore this avenue? However, the most pressing matter at hand remains to discuss the price of this chip. Shen Zong, what is the price of this chip? Noticing Lei Busi's eagerness to inquire about the price, Shen Fei instantly realized that Lei Busi was quite satisfied with the chip. We can discuss that tomorrow. It is not the appropriate time right now. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, Lei Busi quickly understood. This was Huaxin's press conference. And indeed, it was not the right occasion for negotiations. Originally, he had come at Shen Fei's invitation to observe the groundbreaking technology that would astonish the world. But he had received multiple unexpected delights, proving the visit worthwhile. The pricing of the Huaxin Z series is indeed astonishing. Sales figures bear witness to this. Within a minute of launch, sales surpassed 300,000 units. Although this volume at the 1,000 yuan price point is commendable, it does not quite reach the realm of the extraordinary. The primary reason for this surge was the overwhelming influx of users accessing the official website, resulting in server crashes. Although the technical department had anticipated such a scenario and implemented certain precautions, they had not expected it to be so staggering, with requests reaching 1 million per second. However, through the diligent efforts of the technical staff, The website successfully resumed access in under 15 minutes, supported by backup servers. Simultaneously, all technical personnel were on duty to prevent any recurrence. Within half an hour, sales successfully surpassed 1 million units. However, this figure encompasses not only online sales, but also total sales data from offline channels and various online platforms. At the moment the report indicating 1 million units sold was compiled, the Huaxin official website and various official accounts swiftly published this sales report. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all consumers for their support. The Huaxin Z1 series has successfully surpassed 1 million units sold in just half an hour. The comment section of this Weibo post was filled with expressions of support from netizens, quickly propelling it to the trending topics list. Nonetheless, at that moment, the top spot on Weibo's trending list still belonged to the full-screen concept device, with the second spot related to Huaxin's cooling system designed specifically for competitors. However, competitors evidently did not appreciate this trending topic. The rapid achievement of 1 million units feels almost surreal. I have not yet purchased. I eagerly await delivery. I procured a cooling device, the Fire Dragon 801, which, despite being inferior to the 810, still generates considerable heat. This situation sparked new ideas for the distant Pengma in Yangqing. After all, it has not been long since the inaugural launch event of his company, Huaxin. However, the name Huaxin strikes one as rather commonplace, lacking any association with the realm of esports, prompting him to contemplate a change. Although Shen Fei acquiesced to this notion, he refrained from offering any specific advice, leaving the decision entirely to him. Ultimately, he would relay the outcome to Wang Teng, who would manage the subsequent arrangements. Yet, there was no immediate rush, as they had ample time. The launch event was merely for announcing the mobile phone, with a considerable pre-sale period of up to half a month before actual shipments commenced. Suddenly, he came across a report submitted by his gaming team. While the joint venture gaming company, Huaxin Games, held the majority stake, due to the considerable development capabilities of Penguin, the division of labor had been assigned to them. Turning to the page on rank classifications, he stumbled upon Supreme Star Glory and Star Glory. The latter name struck him as rather appealing. Perhaps he could adopt Star Glory as the new moniker? It seemed that something from a Jew factory had gone missing, but he could not quite pinpoint what it was. Chapter 151. The God of Wealth arrives the following morning. Within the confines of Huaxin Tower, the familiar conference room convened once more for a brief meeting. After all, yesterday, Lei Busi had indicated a purchasing inclination, and today would mark the commencement of formal discussions. However, considering Lei Busi's adeptness in negotiations and the amicable rapport between the two parties, Shen Fei was reluctant to participate personally in the talks. He acknowledged that he could not hold his own against Lei Busi in this arena. Wang Teng, who had previously engaged in negotiations with Lei Busi, was the first to break the silence regarding the forthcoming discussions. If I cannot negotiate effectively, perhaps it would be best if you, Mr. Gu, took the lead? A collective expression of disdain washed over the assembly, directed at Wang Teng. Nevertheless, he closed his eyes, recalling his previous encounter with Lei Busi, maintaining his composure. After all, their momentary disdain would only linger until the negotiation price fell below the baseline, at which point he would become the subject of ridicule for a much longer duration. Who shall take the helm in these negotiations? Let's first establish a baseline price. Professor Liang, could you calculate what a suitable figure would be? The cost of the chips was a specialized matter. Thus, Professor Liang's presence at the meeting was essential. After all, this represented the inaugural venture of their chips into the external market. Although it was merely a mid-range chip, it still qualified as a high-end product in the broader context. Currently, the cost of each chip hovers around 300 yuan, and I propose a set price of 600 yuan, ensuring we secure at least half of the profit. This pricing was indeed quite reasonable. In the high-end chip industry, a 100 yuan premium was not considered excessive, especially for high-end chips, which possessed greater pricing power. Moreover, given that the Fire Dragon 810 was priced above 500 yuan, this figure did not seem exorbitant. However, considering Lei Busi's negotiating prowess, this price was still rather low. It was imperative to respect Lei Busi's capabilities in the pricing arena. After all, during the previous outsourcing of the supply chain, others had concluded negotiations above the baseline price. Only Wang Teng had secured an order that was not only small, but also below the baseline. Consequently, he had endured ridicule for over a week, leaving him with a psychological shadow. Thus, this time he preferred to face the disdain of his peers rather than engage in discussions with Lei Busi. Let us set the price at 750 yuan. 600 yuan will serve as our baseline. The assembled individuals collectively exhaled in relief. With such a substantial price gap, They believed that negotiations with Lei Busi would be considerably easier. After all, a final decision had yet to be reached, and fortune could favor anyone. Upon observing the demeanor of his colleagues, each one appeared to lower their heads, clearly indicating their reluctance to engage in negotiations. Ultimately, Professor Liang stepped forward, expressing his desire to converse with Lei Busi. After all, Lei Busi had previously harbored intentions of entering the chip market. It was unclear what his motivations had been, as that endeavor had ultimately fizzled out. Technology is the ultimate capital for any manufacturer. If we can lend a hand, we should. As the group deliberated, Lei Busi had already arrived at Huaxin Tower, guided by Wang Teng's secretary, Su Yao, to the designated negotiation room. The two parties were in close proximity, merely separated by another conference room. But the soundproofing was effective, alleviating any concerns regarding the leakage of confidential discussions. Mr. Su, how was your experience at Huaxin? Have you considered transitioning to another company? The reputation of Lei Busi was well-earned, as the previous day's launch event had indeed yielded impressive results. When Guman had presented the Huaxin X2 series, Lei Busi had conceived some ideas, although it was challenging to poach Shen Fei's secretary. However, Su Yao, being merely Wang Teng's secretary, presented an opportunity. Upon hearing Lei Busi's inquiry, Su Yao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Such a direct question was undeniably awkward. No matter how she responded, it seemed inappropriate. Fortunately, at that moment, a voice rang out from outside the conference room. Mr. Lei, your actions are rather unseemly. We were just preparing to sell you our chips, and you immediately attempted to poach my secretary. That is rather inappropriate, is it not? The preceding meeting had concluded, as Professor Liang had already taken the initiative to speak. Thus, there was little need for further discussion. Wang Teng had specifically brought along the individual who could save him, making his way to the conference room, just in time to overhear Lei Busi's intentions of poaching. He promptly intervened, for his secretary was indeed quite capable. Losing her would spell trouble. Moreover, one does not poach talent from another company in such a blatant manner. Lei Busi could only offer an awkward smile, realizing he needed to exercise more discretion in the future. However, he bore no ill will. In business, such actions were entirely commonplace. Though this time he had been caught in the act. Upon recognizing Wang Teng, Lei Busi's mood brightened. After all, he had thoroughly dominated Wang Teng in their last negotiation. He had not anticipated that Wang Teng would once again represent Huaxin in negotiations, suggesting a favorable outcome this time around. Well, I assure you it won't happen again. Is it still Wang Teng who will be negotiating with me? Clearly, the poaching incident was merely a minor interlude. The priority remained the negotiation itself, given that Lei Busi was there to discuss financial matters, and his attempt to recruit had been thwarted. Wang Teng felt no anger and quickly clarified, this time, I am not the one negotiating. It is Professor Liang who will take the lead. He understood that he did not want Lei Busi to misconstrue the situation. Upon hearing this, Lei Busi was instantly invigorated, seizing the opportunity to engage with Professor Liang regarding chip research. After all, Professor Liang was the head of the Tianjin Semiconductor Research Institute. Thus, Lei Busi swiftly greeted Professor Liang and ushered him into the room, while Wang Teng took his leave with his secretary to prepare for matters concerning Huaxin Mobile Company. Although their Z series had been launched, Mr. Ma had once again assigned him additional tasks. Once the outsiders had departed, both parties settled on opposite sides, commencing negotiations. We are quoting a price of 750 yuan for the Tianjin 610. After reflecting on this figure, Lei Busi began his aggressive bargaining strategy. 600 yuan. Our company wishes to purchase 5 million units. Lei Busi wasted no time in wielding his negotiation prowess, slashing the price by 150 yuan. Although his company did not manufacture chips, their sizable order allowed them to have some awareness of the baseline pricing. The initial strike had to be a decisive one. Upon hearing this price, Professor Liang instantly comprehended why Shen Fei had set such a high figure. Initially, he believed that a price of 600 yuan was already quite steep. Why then would they need to increase it by 150 yuan? Now it all made sense. This is unacceptable. We cannot conduct business at such a price. At the very least, we require 700 yuan. Noting Professor Liang's concession, Lei Busi recognized that there was still room for negotiation. Indeed, it appeared that researchers often found themselves at a disadvantage during discussions. At 630 yuan each, our rice company seeks to acquire 8 million units. For such an order, Lei Bus is somewhat confident, considering that the sales of previous generations of the rice digital series have approached 10 million. After considerable negotiation, Lei Bus ultimately secured 10 million chips at a price of 635 yuan per chip. As for whether next year's Fire Dragon will undergo a gradual upgrade, Lei Bus refrains from making any bets. After all, Gaodong has already released several generations of Fire Dragon, and our rice company does not dare to gamble on it. Moreover, the integration of the Tianqing series chips is certain to significantly boost sales. This price once again affixed Wang Tong to the pillar of shame. However, after the negotiations concluded, Professor Liang showed no intention of departing, as he had come forth to resolve the lingering doubts in his mind. I wonder, Mr. Lei, why did you ultimately abandon the team after investing such a substantial amount? Upon hearing this, Lei Bus fell silent. Patents and technology. Yet I believe that if the chrysanthemum factory can succeed, our rice company should not fall short either. Thus, driven by enthusiasm, he acquired the team, only to discover that the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. Coupled with dissent from some within the company and his own reservations, he hesitated. Lei Bus did not complete his thought, as this was not a matter of pride. Realizing that Lei Bus had not given up, Liang felt encouraged to continue persuading him. As for patents, we can assist you in collaboration with the chrysanthemum factory and grant you certain technological licenses. However, you must also engage in corresponding research and development. Reliance on us alone is not sustainable. The truth is, outsiders are never entirely dependable. If Gaodong were reliable, there wouldn't have been 2 consecutive generations of Fire Dragon. Gaodong's missteps are not merely a couple of generations, he mused. Initially, the chrysanthemum factory and Huaxin had clearly stated their willingness to assist. Why then did I waver upon witnessing the chaos? As for personnel, you could recruit some graduate students from universities. Professor Liang, I have considered this. But the technology lags behind, and familiarizing them with your architecture will take considerable time. By the time they are up to speed, it may be too late. Fear not about recruitment. Leave the training to us. Upon hearing this, Lei Bus was filled with excitement, nodding vigorously. Chapter 152. Visiting offline stores on January 2nd. Shen Fei did not proceed to Huaxin Tower, as usual, but ventured to the neighboring Jin City. However, the purpose of this visit was not to inspect the Huadong panel company there, but to explore some offline stores in Jin City. The suppliers from the bidding conference he had previously attended had already opened their stores, and, according to the official design blueprint, they had unified their decor, with authorized stores now operational. This was their inaugural launch of new products as offline stores, allowing them to enjoy maximum visibility for the product. Currently, Huaxing's offline stores have proliferated throughout county-level markets. Shen Fei's objective was to personally inspect these stores to ascertain if there were any unauthorized price reductions or instances of product diversion. Furthermore, he aimed to assess the traffic each store was receiving as the number of stores increased. After all, the brand new Z series had just been released yesterday, placing it in a prime sales window where each store should be experiencing considerable traffic. High traffic also signifies potential issues, such as product diversion or unauthorized price cuts, as these pre-sale merchants might resort to lowering prices to enhance store ratings. However, the likelihood of product diversion was relatively low. Huaxing did not employ dual pricing strategies, and all wholesalers adhered to a unified tiered pricing system, though none had yet reached the S level. The risks associated with product diversion far outweighed the potential profits. While they might overlook this, a modest price reduction during the launch was still feasible. Thus, monitoring personnel have been diligently patrolling various locations during this period. Shen Fei also decided to venture out himself, as spending all day in the office poring over various reports was rather dull. Upon entering a store, he found it bustling with customers, some engaging with display models, others negotiating prices with sales staff, while few simply came to take photos and collect small gifts. As Shen Fei entered, 3 salespeople were haggling with consumers. Among them, 2 intended to purchase the new Z series, albeit one was looking to buy the Z1 and the other the Z1 Pro, both high-end versions. Nearby, a couple was examining the X series display. My dear, this X series is truly impressive. It suits you quite well, and I find it performs excellently. The online reviews are quite favorable. Shall we go for this model? The young man glanced at the device, played with it briefly, and found it considerably superior to his current phone. He contemplated purchasing this phone, but hesitated upon recalling its price. Approaching 4,000 yuan, it exceeded his monthly salary, presenting a significant financial burden. He felt it unnecessary for a grown man to possess such an extravagant phone. It's too expensive. Let us check out the newly launched Z series, he suggested. The girl beside him chuckled at this. Now you think it's pricey? How could you bear to buy me the X2 during the launch? However, the gaze of love in the girl's eyes could not be concealed, and the young man could only smile foolishly in response. Isn't that love? He said, pulling her towards the X series counter while briefly touching the Z series. despite various manufacturers online proclaiming the widespread adoption of 1080p screens. The offline market still saw new devices priced around 1,000 yuan, and even from the blue and green factories at around 2,000 yuan, still utilizing 720p screens. In this price range, the 720p screen on the Z1 was not considered poor. Although it could not compete with international giants, Huaxin's calibration ensured satisfactory display quality. After all, material establishes the baseline, while OTA determines the upper limit. Ultimately, the young man decided on the high-end version of the Z1, priced at a reasonable 599 yuan. As he prepared to approach the counter to make the payment, the girl halted him, saying, "You're not very good at bargaining. Why don't you wait in the relaxation area for a moment while I handle this?" Sales assistant, "Are there any discounts for purchasing a phone?" The sales representative, recognizing they had just come from the Z-Series display, politely replied, "I'm sorry. The Z-Series has just launched. This price is set by the company, and we cannot reduce it on our own. However, if you truly wish to purchase, I can offer you some gifts, such as a tempered glass screen protector or a phone case. Which would you prefer?" "I'm not referring to that series. I want to buy the X series, which has been on the market for several months. Can't you offer any discounts?" Upon hearing this, the sales assistant was instantly delighted, for the commission for the X series was not on par with that of the Z series. Huaxin's official stance had not included any price reduction measures for the X series, given its recent launch and stable sales, negating the need for discounts. However, regulatory leniency had been granted to channel distributors regarding sales of the X series, allowing for a certain degree of price reduction, albeit not exceeding 200 yuan. Nevertheless, Huaxin would not compensate them for this. The company merely relaxed regulations. Everything was voluntary. If they were willing to earn less for the sake of sales, that was their choice. "Madam, our X series has only been on the market for just over 2 months. How can it be a few months? However, there are indeed some discounts available. If you truly wish to buy, I can offer you a 50 yuan rebate, along with 2 phone cases, 3 tempered glass screen protectors, and a power bank. This price is certainly worth your consideration." However, the young lady, in order to facilitate her mobile phone purchase, conducted some inquiries and was not surprised to hear about the rebates, as she had also learned that Huaxin maintains stringent regulations over offline transactions. Nonetheless, this price is by no means the lowest, for the gifts offered hold little value. The most expensive item might indeed be the power bank, while the phone case and tempered glass screen protector merely serve as fillers, designed to create an illusion of worth. After all, one can receive a free screen protector at Huaxin's official offline stores every month, and although the official store does not provide similar benefits for phone cases, if they happen to break or turn yellow, as long as the store has spare parts in stock, they are usually provided free of charge. Hence, there remains room for negotiation on this price. If I were to forego the gifts, how much more rebate could I receive? Upon hearing this, the salesperson realized that this young lady was certainly not uninformed about digital products. If the gifts are omitted, an additional rebate of 50 yuan could be offered, totaling a rebate of 100 yuan. Let us make it 200 yuan for simplicity. If this price is agreeable to you, then we can finalize the transaction immediately. This statement evidently struck a chord with the salesperson, as 200 yuan was indeed the bottom line. If it meant a slight reduction in commission, a lower price was acceptable. The young lady's decisiveness prompted the salesperson to acquiesce just as quickly. "Very well, madam. May I inquire about your preferred color and model?" After a moment's contemplation, the young lady promptly responded that she would like a white one with 64 gigabytes of storage. "Excellent, no problem at all. Please enjoy some tea and snacks while I prepare your order from the stockroom." With that, the salesperson went to the back to retrieve the goods. Meanwhile, the young man, having waited for a while, approached the young lady. "My dear, how did the negotiations go? I see the salesperson has left. It's all settled. Just wait a moment, and you will soon have your new phone." "All right, madam. Please swipe your card here. Once the payment is complete, I will add your contact information to process your rebate." As the transaction was nearing completion, the salesperson adopted a more respectful tone, for a successful sale would yield over 100 yuan in commission. After the payment was made and the device was verified, the young lady called her boyfriend over. "Come, open your new phone yourself." However, the young man appeared somewhat puzzled upon seeing the X series. "I thought I ordered the Z1? Why is it now the X2? Haha, it doesn't seem matter. I've already paid. Just go ahead and open it." Those nearby could not help but chuckle, including Shen Fei, who smiled broadly. Yet he soon realized something. Others were clearly indulging in a sprinkle of romance, while he, a solitary soul, had no reason to smile. Chapter 153, The Astonishment of Qualcomm. California, United States. At this moment, the chip from Samsung's production line had arrived at the laboratory. Initially, production was intended to be sourced from TSMC, However, the pricing was rather steep. Taking cost factors into account, a decision was made to opt for Samsung as the contractor. When news first emerged that Qualcomm intended to entrust the Snapdragon 820 production task to TSMC, the head of Samsung's U.S. division immediately made his way to Qualcomm's headquarters in California to engage in negotiations. Initially, President Steve Mollenkopf was reluctant to acquiesce to Samsung's request. After all, the previous generation Snapdragon 810 had been produced under Samsung's contract. Samsung had disparaged him, claiming that the issue lay in their own design technology, which was inadequate, and insisted on a forced octa-core design. Qualcomm is not to blame. It is merely a matter of Samsung's contract. After several sizable gifts were presented by the Samsung representative, combined with a 20 price reduction compared to TSMC, Steve Mollenkopf finally agreed to Samsung's request, assigning the order to them. This way, if any issues arose with the Snapdragon, the blame could be shifted elsewhere. Such practices are quite common in the United States, where dedicated teams are employed for lobbying tasks. Meanwhile, their team was lobbying the president to impose sanctions on Huaxin technology. After all, when Huaxin unveiled its full-screen technology, Samsung had submitted an exceptionally detailed report. Huaxin's comprehensive strategic layout had thoroughly astonished Qualcomm, particularly with the establishment of Huaxin Mobile, which led Qualcomm to lose all hope. After all, if chips could be sold to a joint venture company, they could very well be sold to other companies, effectively undermining their own foundation. Samsung, you're only now realizing this. My foundation has been thoroughly excavated. Panel manufacturing has been depleted. Chip foundry services have been exhausted. As for flash memory and RAM, there is indeed a shortage, but that does not constitute a core foundation for Samsung. Rest assured, Huaxin my treasure, it will not be long before I reclaim what is rightfully yours. Within the laboratory, intense validation work was underway, as the initial EDA tests had revealed excessively high power consumption. With Samsung's manufacturing process now involved, the temperatures were bound to soar. However, the more pressing concern was whether Dr. James Thompson's specific optimizations for the entertainment rabbit would prove effective. Of course, prior to that assessment, a more crucial evaluation needed to be undertaken. Was this chip compliant? After all, as long as the chip met the standards, it could be sold regardless of overheating concerns. After all, in the realm of high-end chips, they had no alternatives. FAG couldn't even find a place at the dining table, let alone anyone else. Soon, the chip passed the evaluations. Every logic component was compliant, and performance had improved by over 40 compared to the Snapdragon 810. Specific optimizations for the entertainment rabbit yielded a score of 130,000, significantly surpassing that of the Tianqin 800 and coming close to the Tianqin 810. The quad-core design had matched the capabilities of an octa-core setup, showcasing Qualcomm's design prowess. This was also due to Qualcomm's specialized enhancements to the drivers, establishing dedicated scheduling strategies at the chip's core logic level. Whenever the phone detected the entertainment rabbit in operation, it would automatically adjust the chip's performance mode to its peak, prioritizing all resources for the entertainment rabbit's various testing tasks. As for temperature, it paled in comparison to performance. Evidently, this score reflected the benefits of the optimizations performed by the doctor. A remarkable 40 performance increase had left Qualcomm feeling quite pleased. Regarding how much real capability could be harnessed due to heat, that remained uncertain. When measuring power consumption, levels approached those of the Snapdragon 810. Although the Snapdragon 820 reverted to a quad-core design, it employed 4 large cores, albeit at varying frequencies. This was the reason why the Snapdragon 820 could not achieve lower power consumption. After analyzing the data, Dr. James Thompson wiped his forehead, concluding that the next generation 830 would need to adopt a big, little architecture. Utilizing only large cores would not suffice, even with frequency reductions. Power consumption could not be contained. He hoped that manufacturers would develop new cooling solutions. Otherwise, the blame would inevitably be placed on Samsung, as they were the contractors. Samsung, I spent a fortune securing this order, only to end up taking the fall? No way, I must report this. Someone has committed fraud. I need to download an anti-fraud app. Huaxin, I was not mistaken. Samsung is merely an ATM machine. Dr. James Thompson presented the final self-inspection report to Steve Mollenkopf. The president received the report, recalling that during the EDA testing phase, while he had not voiced any objections, he had still requested a self-assessment. What had led to the re-emergence of the Snapdragon? Initially, it was thought to be a problem with the custom cores, but it turned out that the internal team had opted for an all-large core design in pursuit of performance, which ultimately compromised power consumption. Steve Mollenkopf, I hope you learned from this lesson. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your position at the next board meeting. In tandem with a meticulous examination of the octa-core architecture, It has become imperative for our next generation 830 to revert to an octa-core design in order to keep pace with the advancements of Huagua's Tianqin semiconductor. The board members have grown increasingly dissatisfied with our persistent lag behind Huagua. Upon hearing this, the doctor beside me finally began to take notice. After all, the semiconductor industry represents the last bastion of glory for America, generating an annual trade deficit of no less than $100 billion. Should Huagua manage to breach this sector, bolstered by their competitive pricing, we would all be left to face the harsh winds of adversity. Rest assured, as the president, I shall undoubtedly intensify our research and development efforts. The next generation will surely be the ice dragon, won't it? The president across the table nodded in satisfaction, placing his trust in the doctor's capabilities. Just then, the closed door of the office was unexpectedly swung open, inciting a wave of irritation in Steve Marenkov, who despised having his thoughts interrupted during meetings, even by his most cherished secretary. However, the other side evidently had no intention of granting him the opportunity to vent his frustration. The moment the door was pushed open, his secretary immediately spoke. Fully aware of her boss's temperament, "President, Rice Company has defected." Upon hearing this, a mixture of confusion, shock, and disbelief washed over Steve Marenkov's face. Defection? Had Rice Company fully aligned with FAGA? Although he was furious about the emergence of a fire dragon within his own company, such a lowbrow jest was unwarranted. Rice Company had just formally announced its independence from the Rice Semiconductor Research Institute, introducing two new shareholders, Tianqin Semiconductor with a 30 stake, and Huaxin Semiconductor with a 25 stake. Furthermore, the next generation of the Rice 5 series would be wholly employing the Tianqin 610 chip. Enraged by this news, Steve Marenkov hurled the teacup he was holding to the ground, shattering the ceramic into pieces that littered the room. Chapter 154, The Rise of Rice Company. Rice Semiconductor officially declares independence. Rice Semiconductor introduces strategic shareholders. Rice Company announces the next generation of the Rice 5 series will utilize the brand new Tianqin 610 chip. This revelation sent shockwaves through the Rice fans, equaling the astonishment experienced by Mr. Steve Marenkov. After all, the fans were in dire need of a stable and powerful chip. The Fire Dragon 801 and 810 chips in the Rice 4 and Rice Note series were exceedingly overheated, leaving many fans disheartened and transforming into detractors. Yet this morning, they discovered that their beloved Rice Company had partnered with Huaxin Technology, thus eliminating the need for the Fire Dragon in the next generation. This news detonated like a nuclear bomb in the mobile phone industry, leaving other manufacturers who caught wind of it this morning utterly shocked, hastily reaching out to Tianqin Semiconductor. After all, if Rice could procure it, why couldn't we? Am I still dreaming? Our Rice Company is actually utilizing Tianqin series chips. Meanwhile, the focus of those upstairs seemed misguided. The most crucial development was clearly Rice Semiconductor's independence. Moreover, with two formidable partners backing them, the path ahead was bound to be smoother if their progress mirrored that of Ju Factory. Might we not see our Rice 6 utilizing our very own chips by next year? However, it was evident that some fans from other brands were stirring up trouble. But how powerful could a mere Tianqin 6 series chip truly be? It seemed to be merely a bunch of Rice fans engaged in empty bravado. Huaxin was merely harvesting the chives. Could this 6 series even compare to our Fruits A series? No one cared. Domestic products still had a long way to go to catch up with our Samsung. With Huaxin's ascent, the high-end market had gained a new domestic player, compelling some to withdraw from the Fruit and Samsung camps. Consequently, many who had financed or made installment purchases of Fruits and Samsungs found themselves on the defensive. Naturally, most of these individuals were merely trolls online, struggling to accept the rise of domestic products. Huaxin and Ju Factory investing in Rice Semiconductor was understandable, as rumors had previously circulated about Huaxin acquiring shares in Huaxin Semiconductor, which many had initially dismissed as false. It now appeared to be true. But why the sudden pivot towards external chips? Were they not concerned about potential sanctions from the American empire? If you knew even a modicum about Huaxin, you wouldn't utter such a preposterous statement. Sanctions are merely the last resort of a desperate empire. What can they truly sanction? Huaxin has already achieved industrial closure. Aside from flash memory and storage, all other core components have reached self-sufficiency. The announcement of this contract was precisely because Huaxin has no fear of American sanctions. Simultaneously, there is a need to amplify this message, encouraging other manufacturers to procure components from Huaxin. Truly, they aim to become the patriarch of other manufacturers. After all, a strong father figure commands respect. The American sanctions, Huaxin is willing to shoulder them all. You must be joking. There are genuinely people who believe such things. Achieving full industrial closure is something even Samsung struggles with. Can Huaxin manage it? Just consider that even Samsung relies on imported lithography machines. Our Huaxin has already been rumored to possess lithography machines. Why do some still remain skeptical? When you grow old, I'll sell you health products. Nevertheless, Rice Company remained unfazed by the internet discourse, as the majority of opinions were positive. Moreover, this marked a genuine foray for Rice Company into the chip design industry. Rather than a mere marketing ploy, Le Bussy, shall also become the third domestic smartphone manufacturer with self-developed chips. The year 2015 will be the year of Rice's ascendance. Next year, our very own Surge chip will undoubtedly debut, no longer confined to a mere PowerPoint in our minds. At that time, Rice fans will be overjoyed, and anyone who dares to call this company merely an assembly factory will face my ire. Although Huaxin and Zhu factory hold a significant share, aiding in talent cultivation, they will not directly engage in the development of corresponding chips for Rice Company. As for patents and technology, with the technological authorization from Huaxin and Zhu factory, theoretically, we could surpass Gaodong in terms of capabilities. However, actual performance will depend on the results of next year. As for whether the pivot towards Huaxin and the self-developed chips will impact Rice Company's international market, Le Bussy remains unconcerned. Huaxin and Zhu factory command such a substantial market. Why should they fear their own? Moreover, Rice has minimal presence abroad. While they have long aspired to penetrate the Indian and Southeast Asian markets, those waters run deep. The Indian market is famously known as the investor's hell, consisting primarily of low-end markets that yield meager profits. Unlike Rice Company's aspirations for a glorious future, Huaxin Technology is currently thriving. With the exposure of the partnership between the two companies, both the blue and green factories flocked to Kyoto, eager to procure Huaxin's chips. This was an unavoidable course of action, as Gaodong was simply unreliable. Moreover, with Huaxin stirring the pot, the offline market has become exceedingly challenging. Most of Huaxin's distributors were previously affiliated with the blue and green factories, and in cities where one could find a blue or green factory, there would undoubtedly be a Huaxin authorized dealer nearby. Nowadays, the dedicated distributors for the blue and green factories can only thrive in small towns. After all, these areas have yet to be infiltrated by Huaxin's distributors, as Huaxin has regulated the maximum number of stores each distributor may open. Some small towns are indeed inaccessible. Consequently, these distributors have begun demanding changes from the blue factory. Otherwise, they will cease to represent blue's products. Otherwise, they might as well follow Huaxin's model of operating their own stores. And, considering the costs involved, the blue and green factories have no choice but to comply. Zhou Yibao and Feng Yufei encountered each other at the entrance of the Huaxin building. Both exchanged resigned smiles, as they were the only representatives from the blue and green factories to engage with Huaxin. The previous negotiation had yielded favorable results, with component prices deemed acceptable. President Feng is back. This time, it may not be so easy to negotiate. Beside him, Feng Yufei nodded, fully aware that neither of their companies would gain an advantage in this negotiation. After all, during the last supply chain conference hosted by Huaxin, all four companies had been invited. This time, however, only the Rice Company had secured a contract in advance. The negotiations were spearheaded by Shen Fei, who had little interest in the frequent intelligence testing antics exhibited by both companies. Previously, they had maintained a cordial, conflict-free coexistence. Shen Fei welcomed their interest in purchasing chips today. After all, it was an opportunity presented by the god of wealth. Who would refuse such fortune? As for the price they would later set for resale, that was no concern of Shen Fei's. His company's chips still held a certain performance guarantee and were not overly subpar. Under the guidance of Guman, the two entered the conference room where Shen Fei was situated. However, Shen Fei was taken aback when Zhou Yibao immediately announced, "Mr. Shen, our green factory is prepared to procure the Tianqin 400 chips." Shen Fei was momentarily speechless. He had anticipated that their two companies would arrive at some alterations, but instead, the first words spoken were a bold bluff. Nevertheless, since they were here to buy, it was difficult for the god of wealth himself to voice any objections. "May I inquire how many units you require, Mr. Zhou?" Shen Fei was acutely aware that both the blue and green factories employed a similar strategy, purchasing in bulk to drive down the acquisition price. They would then utilize this chip across several subsequent generations of products, gradually phasing it out. Although Shen Fei's negotiation skills paled in comparison to Le Bussy's, the sheer volume of their order necessitated that he grant them some concessions. The offline sales volume of both factories was substantial. If he could entice them away from Qualcomm or FAG, his production lines could operate at near full capacity. 20 million units of Tianjin 400, and 6 million units of Tianjin 610. I believe this constitutes an extraordinarily large order for Huaxin, and I trust Mr. Shen will offer us a very competitive price. Indeed, this was a massive order. In fact, the rice company's order could also be classified as significant, having previously only procured 500,000 units from Huaxin Mobile. As if to further pressure Shen Fei into offering a lower price, Feng Yufei from the Blue Factory chimed in. Our Blue Factory also requires 15 million Tianjin 400 chips and 4 million Tianjin 610 chips. I wonder if Mr. Shen has any higher-end chips available, as we would also like to procure some. The Blue Factory was seeking high-end chips? This was unusual. Zhou Yibao was equally astonished to hear this, as the two company supervisors had already conferred prior to this meeting. This was precisely why they had come together. The rice company had jumped the gun, leaving the two of them in a precarious position amidst the turbulent transition of 4G technology. However, when had the Blue Factory expressed interest in high-end chips? They had not mentioned it upon arrival. They had previously agreed to play the game of high prices with low specifications. Yet currently, they indeed had a stockpile of Tianjin 800 chips. Given the consumption rate of their S-series, it was unlikely they would exhaust this inventory. Selling all of them was certainly an option. As for what they would use for their S-series once the stock ran out, naturally, they would release a new model. We do have high-end chips available. We have 3 million Tianjin 800 units, priced at 850 yuan each, non-negotiable. Would Mr. Feng be interested? After speaking, Shen Fei glanced at Zhou Yibao, knowing that competition would enable him to sell at this price, or perhaps even a tad lower. Though he had declared it non-negotiable, there was always room for slight concessions. As anticipated, Zhou Yibao exhibited interest. The previous day's news indicated that the rice company had merely procured product from the Tianjin 6 series and had not sought any other chips. However, that price was indeed a bit steep. As for the Tianjin 6 series, I can offer you a minimum price of 650 yuan. For the Tianjin 400, it will be 400 yuan each. Upon hearing these figures, both men fell into contemplation, weighing whether this price was truly justified. After all, Qualcomm's Fire Dragon 810 was priced at 500 yuan, and following the news from yesterday, Qualcomm had promptly reached out to both of them, promising that next year's Fire Dragon 820 would not exceed 700 yuan at launch, with substantial performance enhancements. If they were interested, they could receive the exclusive launch rights in China at no additional cost. The rationale for this being China rather than globally was, to put it delicately, that the Blue and Green factories lacked global operations. To be blunt, the global launch rights have been granted to Samsung, as only they were willing to make significant purchases. If merely offering those red envelopes was thought to sway Qualcomm, that was indeed naive. One of the conditions of their agreement was that Samsung would assist Qualcomm in distribution. Ultimately, after some bargaining over prices, the three parties settled on 645 and 380 yuan per unit. As for the Tianjin 800, each party secured 1 million units at a price of 768 yuan. Upon their return to the company, the public relations department promptly disseminated the news, with the rice company joining the Huaxin faction. The remaining positions of the two companies on the internet faced severe backlash. This was precisely why the Blue and Green factories, traditionally disinclined to engage with Huaxin, had rushed in so quickly. The collaboration between the Blue and Green factories signaled an intent to decisively undermine Qualcomm. This was a misunderstanding. The target was actually FA-Ge. How many Qualcomm chips had the Blue and Green factories utilized? The focus was clearly on FA-Ge this time. Meanwhile, the quietly developing FA-Ge was left bewildered by the sudden attention. Blue and Green factories, do not worry. Our budget phones will still hold your position. Redmi 5G. Rest assured, I will be with you as well. FA-Ge also aspired to venture into the high-end market. He did not wish to remain confined to the low-end segment indefinitely. Did this not suggest that this year, the Blue and Green factories would not produce such subpar phones? They would still maintain some level of quality, as Huaxin could only guarantee their lower limits, ensuring that the thermal output of the Tianjin series chips was not excessively high. As for the price range they opted for, Huaxin had no jurisdiction. How amusing it would be if next year, the rice company sold the Tianjin 610 for 2,000 yuan, while the Blue and Green factories marketed it at 3,000 yuan. What was there to fear? It was not as if such a scenario was unfeasible. With the Blue and Green factories officially joining the Huaxin faction, even though they deliberately procured some low-end chips from Qualcomm to maintain balance. Such actions were unforgivable in Qualcomm's eyes. They intensified their lobbying efforts, determined to make a swift decision regarding sanctions. With the concerted efforts of Qualcomm and Samsung, the United States soon recognized that Huaxin was far from the simple entity it appeared to be. it was deeply entrenched. This was not merely about undermining Samsung and Qualcomm, but also about threatening the fortunes of the United States itself. A final decision was swiftly reached. This decision evidently aligned with the interests of both Samsung and Qualcomm, as they believed that once their partners witnessed Huaxin being sanctioned, they would naturally revert to their fold. On January 13th, the United States formally announced the prohibition of Huaxin smartphones from entering the American market, citing threats to national security. It also banned any alliance companies from supplying Huaxin with screen raw materials, with violators facing substantial fines. Furthermore, it forbade Taiwanese electronics and Samsung Semiconductor from manufacturing any chips for Huaxin technology. However, these restrictions were of little consequence, as Huaxin technology could produce its own chips and supply its own screen materials, rendering the need for their resources moot. They had anticipated this scenario long before they began selling chips, having already devised their industrial strategy accordingly. These sanctions are essentially ineffectual. Unsurprisingly, Neon has proven itself to be one of America's subservient allies, promptly issuing its own decree to prohibit domestic companies from exporting photoresists and specialty gases, essential raw materials for chip production, to Huaxin technology. However, these companies evidently harbor alternative intentions. For while you have stated that we cannot sell to Huaxin, other manufacturers remain unencumbered. Consequently, one by one, these suppliers have raised prices on specialty gases and photoresists, subtly suggesting that Huaxin should take over the purchases and have others procure on its behalf, indicating that they are merely adhering to the established rules. As for Google, it chose not to follow suit, realizing that Huaxin did not approach them as anticipated after the press conference. Google suddenly sensed something amiss and, in light of their current actions, felt there might be a trap. Thus, Google refrained from joining this wave of sanctions. Chapter 156, the A9 has flopped. As this sanction document officially came into effect, Gaodong once again stirred trouble. It warned all partners to be aware of the overarching trends, advising against attempting to extricate themselves from the Gaodong-dominated international supply chain simply because a certain company has achieved breakthroughs. Meanwhile, domestic manufacturers, having chosen to align with Huaxin, displayed no concern in the face of this so-called threat, viewing it merely as Gaodong's impotent rage. However, the online community of detractors reveled in the announcement of these sanctions, finally armed with a justification to criticize Huaxin. Previously in a position of disadvantage, they now had fresh grounds to declare Huaxin's downfall, claiming that it was no longer safe. Nevertheless, amid the cacophony of disparagement, there were still many rational voices contesting the vitriol. Partners such as Juchong and Dami were quick to reach out. Yu Dazue extended his congratulations, saying, "Mr. Shen, your strength has been recognized by the American government. Should you require assistance from Juchong, we stand ready at your service." After hanging up, he understood that at this moment, Mr. Shen would be receiving numerous calls, and that his own acknowledgement was sufficient without wasting time. He was confident that these sanctions would bear little impact on Huaxin, considering the vastness of its strategic deployments. "Is everything all right with you, Mr. Shen?" asked Dami's lay bus. "Rest assured, it's a minor issue," replied Shen Fei. "That's good to hear. Please proceed with your work." In California, the headquarters of Guozi Company was convening an internal meeting. Guozi held considerable respect for Huaxin as a competitor and was quite intrigued by its various innovations. However, in this post-Jobs era, profit was paramount for Guozi, which also served to affirm that Cook was not inferior to Jobs. "Mr. Cook, what is your stance on the sanctions imposed on Huaxin technology?" However, Cook appeared to sidestep this inquiry, turning to the chief technology officer beside him. "Huaxin is indeed a respectable rival. How is your team progressing with their fast-charging solution?" Johnny responded, "We have some ideas, but considering the uniqueness of our interface and the number of pins, we can currently only achieve 100W. Cook nodded. This figure represented a 100 improvement, which sufficed for Guozi's incremental upgrades. Moreover, it was always Guozi training the users, never the other way around. Additionally, with Huaxin's biggest competitor now sanctioned and restricted, there was little to worry about. It seemed that the next generation of Guozi could continue its gradual evolution. However, Cook's ambitions were evidently unattainable, as the head of the marketing department interjected, "Mr. President, our Guozi 6 is facing a significant public relations crisis, with numerous complaints arising from curvature issues, demanding an explanation. Particularly, our branch in Huagua is in turmoil, as prior efforts to shape public opinion suggested this was a design flaw, leading consumers to seek accountability from us." Cook dismissed the concerns, stating, "Huawei users are adept at adapting. Didn't they raise a fuss over the battery issue before? And have they not since quieted down? Repairs are possible at their own expense, but exchanging devices is out of the question. He then turned to Johnny for the next generation of Guozi phones. I do not wish to encounter this issue again. Johnny, somewhat apprehensive, replied, Mr. President, do you want slim design? If problems arise, they will fall on my shoulders. Cook pressed further. How is your chip team faring? Can they keep pace with Huaxin? Hearing this topic, Truss felt a twinge of discomfort. Despite his diligent research efforts, his team's progress still lagged significantly behind Huaxin. He wondered where Huaxin's technological prowess stemmed from. After toiling in silence for so long, it seemed Huaxin had surpassed even the dominant Gaotong. Initially, they thought themselves secure, only to be blindsided by Huaxin's emergence. Our technology has indeed surpassed Gaotong's. But while we have outpaced the previous generation of Huaxin, we still have a considerable gap to bridge with the current generation, the Tianqin A10. Moreover, our A9 appears to have encountered issues, with power consumption being higher than anticipated. The 14 nanometers process from Samsung is problematic. Their techniques are decidedly subpar, leading to excessive heat in our produced chips. Cook began to ponder this matter deeply, for Guozi had been relying heavily on its past successes. With the first smartphone's inception at this company, Guozi gradually ascended to become a new titan in the global smartphone arena, capturing approximately 70% of the industry's profits. Yet, as time progressed, a multitude of challengers emerged. Since the passing of the revered Jobs, Guozi's innovative capacity had dwindled, with many resting on their laurels. Without Huaxin, they might have continued to bask in past glories for several more years, but now, with a formidable challenger on the horizon, Guozi must adapt. The 14 nanometers process had been utilized by competitors for 2 years, and naturally, it was quite mature, though their pricing remained uncertain. Perhaps Cook should consider employing Huaxin's 14 nanometers process. This suggestion left everyone astonished. Mr. President, have you lost your mind? The sanctions have just been imposed, and while we may choose not to follow suit, you wish to have Huaxin manufacture our chips? A shareholder representative questioned Cook, are you opposing the higher authorities? Cook, however, was unfazed, recognizing this individual as merely a minor shareholder with insignificant stakes. Nevertheless, he was evidently voicing sentiments on behalf of others who found it difficult to speak up. This is a matter for politicians and has no bearing on our company. We are merely a commercial entity seeking profit. If you wish to see next year's financial report remain in the black, then proceed accordingly. My accountability lies solely with our shareholders. Hearing this, the major shareholders fell silent, clearly persuaded by Cook. The secretary then remarked, Mr. President, following this meeting, I will promptly reach out to Huaxin in hopes of receiving a positive response. However, we are uncertain how many production lines they have and whether they can allocate resources for manufacturing. Additionally, with their recent sanctions on specialty gases and photoresists, we lack confirmation of their ongoing research and development, which may pose challenges in chip production. Upon hearing this, Cook fell into contemplation, for he had participated in the previous operation and was aware that Huaxin possessed photolithography machines, yet the exact number remained unclear. Nonetheless, it was imperative to make an attempt. The issues with Guozi 6 had already surfaced, and the next generation absolutely could not afford any missteps. Otherwise, the company's stock price would plummet, and his tenure as CEO would come to an abrupt end. Forget it. Let's make contact first, True is suddenly interjected. Have you considered TSMC's 16-nanometer process? Compared to their 14-nanometer technology, this one is inherently more stable. Although both TSMC and Samsung have developed 14-nanometer processes, Samsung's technology is still immature, as we are well aware. TSMC's pricing is exorbitant, and the true efficacy of their technology remains somewhat ambiguous, as currently, no manufacturers have opted to utilize it. However, the 16-nanometer process has been validated by preliminary tests, achieving a yield rate exceeding 90, thereby minimizing the risk of failure. Chapter 157, The Meeting. What? Fruit Company has requested us to manufacture their A9 chips? Are they out of their minds, or are we? Shen Fei was astonished upon hearing the news relayed by Guman. It was only a few days since America had announced sanctions against their company, and now news had surfaced that Fruit wanted them to produce chips. Was this a conspiracy or a windfall? Never mind. Let's convene a general meeting with all mid-level and higher staff present. Despite the fact that most of Huaxin Technology's researchers were system recruited with unwavering loyalty, the company's growth over the past 2 years had brought in a considerable number of new employees. In these turbulent times, it was essential to engage in ideological work. However, Shen Fei was evidently overthinking. The staff were undoubtedly aware of their own capabilities, and the recent sanctions felt merely like a minor irritant. At this critical juncture, how could anyone possibly resign? Particularly the senior executives, who seemed utterly unconcerned by the sanctions, each preoccupied with preparations for the upcoming Huaxin mobile launch. After all, the event was scheduled for tomorrow. Representatives from Penguin had already arrived. However, they would not be participating in this meeting, which primarily focused on issues concerning the Huaxin wafer fabrication plant. While the sanctions from America were not particularly debilitating, the cessation of supply for specialty gases and photoresists had indeed posed certain challenges for the wafer factory. Some of the researchers provided by the system were specifically tasked with developing specialty gases and photoresists, but research requires time. Now, after 2 years, breakthroughs should be imminent. Yet, even without breakthroughs, they could still produce for a while based on their inventory. Worst-case scenario, they could request more resources from the system, though the system was notoriously unreliable. What's the situation, Yuan? Is the wafer production facility operating smoothly? Yuan Guqing was poised to respond immediately. Although Shen Fei was inquiring about the operational status of the wafer production facility, he was subtly probing about the photoresists and specialty gases, as he had heard about the recent sanctions. Before his arrival, the head of Huaxin International had contacted him, mentioning that the price hikes from Japan were due to uncontrollable factors. Fearing repercussions, they had swiftly procured a batch and inquired if Huaxin needed assistance with procurement, especially since they had not yet faced sanctions themselves. However, they were unwilling to pay a premium. It would be wiser to invest in developing their own solutions. Shun, all 4 production lines are currently operational, and there are no issues with our D. One line has already been converted to a 10-nanometer process and is undergoing final optimizations. You need not worry about the specialty gases and photoresists. Li has confirmed that the photoresist has been successfully synthesized in the lab and is ready for mass production. The development of specialty gases is ongoing due to their variety, but some difficult-to-recycle gases like silane and phosphine have already been prepared. So there is no need for excessive concern in this regard. Upon hearing this, the attendees erupted with excitement. If this were the case, America's sanctions would turn into a complete farce. Their industrial ecosystem's final piece was on the verge of completion. All right, system, you may resume your rendezvous. So, now that the issues surrounding photoresists and specialty gases had been resolved, there was little to fear regarding the sanctions. With Huaxin completing its industrial closure, it was unassailable. Unless Western international suppliers compelled ASML to rapidly deliver EUV lithography machines, hastening chip manufacturing to 7 nanometers, thus rendering Huaxin's 14-nanometer and upcoming 10-nanometer processes obsolete. Only then might there be a significant impact on Huaxin Mobile. Since raw materials were not a concern, they could discuss the next agenda item. Should they assist Fruit in manufacturing chips? The attendees turned to Shen Fei, their expressions suggesting disbelief, as if to say, "Did you really just say Fruit instead of the usual name? Why are you all looking at me? I did not misspeak. It is indeed Fruit that wishes for us to manufacture their A9. Professor Liang, what are your thoughts?" Professor Liang pondered for a moment before responding. Shouldn't they be approaching TSMC or Samsung? Why us? Guman interjected, Professor Liang, Samsung's process has encountered setbacks, and this year, S production remains a challenge. I heard that Fruit's A9 had overheating issues during trial runs with Samsung, which is why they are considering change. Wei Guohua, Shun, perhaps we should decline? Currently, our production lines are fully occupied fulfilling Fruit's orders, and we would need to halt at least one line to accommodate them. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei contemplated a refusal, but had not yet made a firm decision. After all, this opportunity might not present itself again. America had just imposed sanctions, and here was someone willing to defy them. Regardless of their actions, it was positive news for Huaxin. As Shen Fei deliberated, Professor Liang offered professional advice. Shun, it would be wise to decline. Our production lines are nearly at capacity, and we simply do not have the time to accommodate Fruit. Moreover, Fruit has been keen on reducing costs, and they would surely reject any high pricing we might propose. Shen Fei nodded in agreement. Since we are not facing any immediate issues, let's shift our focus to tomorrow's Huaxin mobile launch. Wang Teng, is everything in order on your end? What is the final name? Wang Teng quickly replied. It has been confirmed with Ma that the final name will be the Starry Glory series, and this phone will be called the Starry Glory Savior Gaming Phone. As for the materials, I submitted everything a while ago, and it has been approved. New packaging is currently in production. They still have time for pre-sales. Savior? It seems they're copying us. The name indeed carried a gaming vibe, devoid of any tackiness, suggesting that Ma had a bit of talent for naming. All right, Penguin will handle the promotion? Wang Ting nodded affirmatively. The next generation of Huaxin will only supply components. All other steps will be transferred to Huaxin Mobile to be managed by Penguin. Then let us also contribute to the promotional efforts alongside Penguin. At that moment, the conference room door suddenly swung open. Shen Fei was taken aback to see his father standing at the entrance, momentarily at a loss. "Dad, what brings you here? Aren't you quite busy?" His father replied. "I heard about the sanctions. Such a significant matter surely warranted my presence. I have brought Uncle Gua and Uncle Wang to see how you are faring. After all, I cannot be of much help myself, but I can rally those who can assist." Upon hearing this, Shen Fei glanced back and indeed saw Uncle Gua and Uncle Wang waiting outside the door. His father had entered because it was his son's company, and it was not fitting for the two of them to enter behind him. Shen Fei turned back to the group, saying, "Guman, you, and Wang Tong continue with the meeting. Please send a report to my desk afterward." With that, he led his father to the office, as it was more appropriate to meet with guests in his own office. Upon entering the office, Uncle Gua spoke first. "Director Shun, has the recent situation affected your company significantly? Do you require our assistance or have any specific needs? Speak up. I shall resolve whatever I can for you. And for that which I cannot, I will elevate your concerns to the higher authorities." Upon hearing Uncle Gua's words, Shen Fei felt somewhat speechless. If Uncle Gua himself is unable to address the issue, then it is unlikely that many others could succeed. It is essential to recognize that this is Kyoto, where status inherently carries greater weight. As the leader of the Kyoto faction, Uncle Gua indeed possesses such capabilities. Shen Fei's father interjected, "Old Gua, what assistance can you provide? Are you offering financial support or merely encouragement? We have arrived at your home, so why adopt that superior demeanor?" This remark rendered Old Gua a bit embarrassed. As Shen Fei had never explicitly sought help from them, everything was achieved through his own efforts. In a short span, he had created a substantial entity, Huaxin Technology, and both of them had indeed benefited from Shen Fei's success. "Uncle Shun, Uncle Gua, you need not worry. This is merely the beginning. These restrictions pose no significant challenge for us. Their internal dynamics are far from unified. Sooner or later, this decree will be revoked. Just this morning, the fruit company approached us, seeking our assistance in manufacturing their A-series chips." Chapter 158, A Visit. The two men were taken aback by this revelation. It is worth noting that the United States had just announced sanctions, yet a major player in their mobile industry was leading the charge in defiance. This was decidedly unfavorable news for the United States. However, for them, it was a monumental piece of good fortune. What does this signify? They were acutely aware. As Shen Fei had articulated, their internal cohesion was far from solid. This sanction was not the consensus of the U.S. government, but rather the result of lobbying by certain individuals who issued the order. Hence, opportunities for maneuvering still existed. And it was conceivable that this could severely impact American technology firms. Perhaps this time, they might even liberate themselves from the United States dominion over the global tech industry. In light of this, Uncle Gua suddenly inquired, "So, have you accepted their offer?" Shen Fei replied, "We had just discussed this before you and Uncle Wang arrived. We have recently signed several significant contracts, and our production capacity is indeed somewhat strained, so we wish to decline." Uncle Gua nodded in acknowledgement. It was indeed a complex issue. Agreeing could lead to internal strife, not to mention the potential leakage of Huaxin's production techniques. It would be wiser to refuse. As one of the senior leaders, Uncle Gua understood that Huaxin had production lines and had expanded its capacity last year by adding several new lines. Thus, their production capabilities should have significantly increased. However, Huaxin currently required subcontracting for various chips and would need to allocate a line to manufacture the flagship chips for the Jew company. But where did these photolithography machines originate? Shen Fei refrained from disclosing this information. After all, those in senior positions would not pry. As long as Shen Fei possessed a genuine heart and did not engage in actions detrimental to the nation, there would be no issue. From Shen Fei's strategic layout, they also recognized his immense ambition, yet they could discern that he was a person who would share the spoils. Such capable and magnanimous individuals would naturally not be suppressed by those above. Rather, they would be encouraged. As the saying goes, the wealthy should uplift the impoverished. And Shen Fei had exemplified this perfectly. Not only was his chip technology at the forefront globally, but he also actively supported the Jew company. Meanwhile, Uncle Gua continued his contemplation. Shen Fei chose to remain silent, as he was not particularly inclined to engage in conversation with these individuals. He had already been sufficiently cunning, but in comparison to them, he felt like a mere novice. Suddenly, Uncle Gua concluded his thoughts, stating, "If you are unwilling to undertake their manufacturing, then so be it. Is your production capacity insufficient? All mobile manufacturers nationwide rely on you." Upon hearing this, Shen Fei was momentarily bewildered. Why would Uncle Gua pose such a question? Currently, the domestic mobile manufacturer shipment volumes were approximately 400 million. Operating at full capacity was certainly feasible. What is your intent, Uncle Gua? Since they have initiated sanctions against us, why should we not reciprocate? They permit themselves to impose sanctions on us, yet deny us the right to retaliate? This statement left Shen Fei utterly astounded. Although he was confident in his technical prowess, Uncle Gua's perspective still astonished him. Uncle Gua, that may not be prudent. Our two nations' trade is still in a honeymoon phase. While we hold confidence in the mobile industry, such actions could impact other sectors. Rest assured, you need not fret. This is merely my personal opinion. After all, Huaxin has proven itself capable and no longer relies on them for mobile technology. While you can solve your own issues, we must not remain entirely passive. Indeed, Huaxin had achieved a comprehensive industry chain layout through its own efforts. Thus, the sanctions were relatively inconsequential. Nonetheless, the higher-ups must exhibit their stance on the matter. They could not allow others to bully their leading entity without consequence. At this moment, the meeting fell into a profound silence, as the gravity of the situation was immense. Uncle Wang, sensing the quietude, spoke up. We initially came to assess whether you have been impacted and if you require our assistance. Since it appears this matter has no effect on you, let us discuss other topics. As for your thoughts, Old Gua, we can deliberate on that later. Uncle Gua nodded, aware that Old Wang was not being timid. After all, the issue had escalated to such heights. However, this was indeed a significant matter. Although Huaxin had made considerable strides in recent years, many industries still depended on them. A perplexed expression crossed Shen Fei's face. What other matters are we discussing? Uncle Wang, noticing Shen Fei's expression, glanced at Shen's father and then quickly added, What is the matter? Didn't your father inform you? Upon hearing this, Shen Fei realized what they were alluding to. Uncle Wang, I was young and impetuous back then, and I caused you quite a bit of trouble. Uncle Wang replied, It's nothing at all. I simply did not pay enough attention to Huaxin. However, it seems that the land we discussed is now somewhat insufficient, and we are unable to allocate too much more. I wish I had reserved more for you. Good heavens, 2,000 acres of core area seems somewhat small? Uncle Wang mused. Is this even a reasonable statement? However, considering Uncle Wang's professional capacity and Huaxin's current stature, 2,000 acres was indeed not substantial. Nonetheless, for Huaxin's current staffing, this area was adequate. Yet, acquiring additional land in Haidian district of Kyoto would not be an easy task. Uncle Wang, 2,000 acres is already sufficient. We are merely establishing a research and development center. Production will be relocated to other provinces. Upon hearing this, Uncle Wang was not displeased. Although he preferred to keep Huaxin entirely in Kyoto, which would benefit his work, he recognized that Shen Fei was his own kin and could not consider matters solely from his perspective. Presently, the costs in Kyoto were indeed higher, making it unsuitable for labor-intensive industries. If we are only constructing an R&D center, then this is surely sufficient. Otherwise, we could take you to see your new base today. Neither party mentioned the land price, as it had previously been established that the land was granted to Huaxin by the Kyoto authorities at no charge. This statement undoubtedly piqued Shen Fei's interest. After all, this would be his domain in the near future. Digital Chit Chat Station reported that Huaxin Electronics was about to launch a new high-density 5,000 mAh battery, anticipating a global debut with a new smartphone model. It's hard to guess. Isn't there a launch event tomorrow? The assistant to Lazy Sheep remarked, tomorrow. Huaxin Mobile's new series will feature the overclocked Tianxin 810 and a 5,000 mAh battery, set to excel in the gaming realm. Brother Jean, can we discuss the sanctions imposed on Huaxin? Everyone is arguing online, yet there's been no official word from Huaxin. Digital Chit Chat Station replied, What is there to argue about? The lack of any statement from Huaxin's official channels indicates that these sanctions are nothing more than a farcical joke. The only slight concern lies in the prohibition of Huaxin's foray into the American market, yet it is of little consequence. For Huaxin holds no significant market presence in the United States. As long as the European region refrains from following suit, all is well. Thank you, esteemed poster. I have finally reeled in the catch. Wang Tong's reign is over. My year-end bonus is now entirely vanished. Chapter 159, The White House's Strict Selection. Huaxin asserts that this round of sanctions has had no effect whatsoever. Huaxing's Starry Savior is set to be unveiled, marking the first instance of an external company utilizing the Tianxin series chips. The Penguin brand makes its appearance in Kyoto, possibly to personally announce the Starry Savior. While Wang Tong's revelations were made public, numerous reports concerning Huaxin and Penguin surged in popularity. However, the public's primary concern remains whether these sanctions truly have no impact on Huaxin, as claimed online. Although Wang Tong was indeed caught, it is worth noting that the digital chat station is merely a public account, not an official confirmation from Huaxin. leading most to believe that Huaxin is merely putting on a facade of calm. The Huaxin mobile phone launch event proceeds as planned, seemingly a tactic to divert attention, while the real Huaxin group must be in a state of panic. Will tomorrow's event genuinely feature Mr. Ma? If so, I must extend my congratulations to him. After all my efforts, I failed to secure a spot in the QQ Racing internal test. Does anyone know how to quickly obtain testing qualifications? What is there to compete for? They're merely giving away some items, and even the initial release can be obtained. Moreover, it's a limited test with little significance. How did this thread veer off course? Were we not discussing Huaxin's sanctions? How do we end up on Penguin's topic? Nonetheless, netizens swiftly redirected their attention to Huaxin's official WeChat account. It is noteworthy that Huaxin's official account rarely posts updates, typically only sharing 1 or 2 messages when promoting their own mobile series or announcing significant collaborations with other companies. General news is usually disclosed through Huaxin Mobile's official Weibo. In my opinion, Penguin's QQ Racing is merely a ploy to attract attention. I surmise the ultimate goal is to sell mobile phones. After all, why else would QQ Racing be preemptively promoted with such limited spots? There must be some ulterior motive. What are you all discussing? Something serious has occurred. Go check Huaxin's official Weibo. Remember, it's Huaxin, not Huaxing. Huaxin's official Weibo, a letter to Huaxin Technology Group employees and global consumers. Huaxin has been placed on the entity list. While this does impose certain challenges for the company, the overall impact is negligible. Since its inception, Huaxin has prioritized technological advancement. And this round of sanctions, as reported online, has virtually no bearing on Huaxin. Furthermore, there are no so-called security issues with Huaxin phones. A significant factor triggering this crisis is the various subsidiaries of Huaxin Group achieving industrial breakthroughs in multiple domains. The American empire harbors unyielding animosity towards us, maliciously defaming us and openly undermining the principles of free trade. This path they tread cannot be sustained, nor can it lead to lasting success. Originally, their plan foresaw our coming years as tumultuous. You could even say it is the darkest hour for Huaxin Group. Alas, they are mistaken. This round of sanctions will have no impact on Huaxin. It will only intensify our commitment to independent research and development. The Chrysanthemum Factory has sent congratulations. We too shall amplify our RD efforts, striving to secure a spot on the White House's strict selection list. Dojmem, the rice factory has also sent congratulations, and it will follow the technological lead of its competitors, aiming for early mass production of the Rice Surge series chips. As for the current limitations of the rice factory in relation to the White House's strict selection, let us set that aside for now. The White House is effectively measuring me. ISNT it? Do you believe I want to add all of you to the list? The Chrysanthemum Factory quakes in fear. Yet I cannot penetrate the American market anyway, so let the sanctions come. Haha, this account from the Chrysanthemum Factory is undoubtedly a loose cannon. God bless the White House's strict selection. It's utterly hilarious. Henceforth, to determine whether a product is commendable, one need only check if it has graced the White House's selection list. After all, not everything endorsed by the American empire is inherently good. It must undoubtedly contribute to the nation. By the way, the Chrysanthemum Factory is also developing its own chips. Why hasn't it faced sanctions? It must be due to certain influences from Qualcomm. Both the Chrysanthemum Factory and Huaxin previously emphasized their self-developed chips. Why has the former not been sanctioned? ISNT it's simply because Huaxin recently sold a batch of chips externally, impacting Qualcomm's business. After all, monopolies are the most lucrative. Consider how Qualcomm released several generations of Snapdragon chips. Didn't all those manufacturers have to use them? Because they had no alternatives. Now that Huaxin is available, if the next generation still features Snapdragon, will these manufacturers still purchase them? Speaking of which, is Qualcomm in such a hurry because I've hit the nail on the head? The implications are rather chilling. So, the next generation may indeed be Snapdragon? Qualcomm, you're quite perceptive, but let us not speculate further. Don't fear, Qualcomm. I am here to accompany you. Why didn't you invite me to dine with you? Mr. Fei, Qualcomm, do you think you belong at the table? First, shed the label of counterfeit devices. I shall remember this humiliation, Mr. Fei. You all shall wait for my MT6797 to emerge. Although Mr. Fei has long been looked down upon, his technology is undeniably commendable. It is merely the selection of successors that has led to multiple declines. Established in 1997, Mr. Fei initially did not venture into the PC chip domain like those tech giants, but instead entered the simpler DVD chip industry. At that time, Mr. Fei introduced a one-stop service solution, achieving an annual revenue of $10 billion by 2004, capitalizing on the DVD boom. Naturally, having reaped the benefits in the DVD sector, Mr. Fei did not overlook the mobile phone industry, launching a one-stop solution for it in 2004. 2 years later, in 2006, Mr. Fei's mobile chip shipments surpassed 100 million, capturing 40% of the entire Chinese market. Mr. Fei's user-friendly service also fostered the prosperity of the counterfeit phone market. Chips and motherboards were all supplied by Mr. Fei, with chip calibration being unnecessary as they were all pre-tuned, ensuring uniformity. A single plastic factory could produce a mobile phone. Such an astonishing feat became reality with Mr. Fei's support. Through his diligent efforts, Mr. Fei successfully established himself as one of the top 3 IC design manufacturers in the world by 2008, simultaneously seizing over 90% of the domestic mobile chip market. He became the undisputed king of counterfeit devices. This is why whenever Mr. Fei is mentioned, counterfeit devices come to mind. Although Mr. Fei joined the Open Mobile Alliance in 2010 and ventured into smartphones, he still began from the low end, resembling counterfeit devices. Widely utilized by the Blue Factory, while his shipment volume skyrocketed, Mr. Fei realized he could not shed the counterfeit device label. Thus, after years of seclusion, he is finally poised to unveil his MT6792 this year. Regarding the MT6792, it adopts an entirely new tri-level architecture and is the world's first mobile processor to feature a deca-core CPU, guaranteeing a substantial performance lead. It is bound to be earth-shattering. I wonder what Mr. Fei is thinking. Could it be that since he cannot match their performance, he aims to surpass them with an increased core count?